On our first anniversary, I held a bouquet of roses and walked toward my girlfriend's house with anticipation in my heart. But in a corner of the residential area, I heard familiar soft moans coming from a BMW car. The words "oh no, it's Lin Dong calling" made my world completely collapse. It turned out that what I thought was true love was merely a seasoning in their illicit affair game. But just as my heart turned to ashes, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind: divine comeback system successfully bound. My name is Lin Dong, I'm an ordinary office worker, and today is the 1-year anniversary with my girlfriend Feng Shui. Clutching a bouquet of roses in my hand, I walked toward Shangshui Bay community with excitement. As I passed by a BMW X5, the decadent music drifting from inside made me take an extra glance. The couple inside was indulging in pleasure without restraint, sending my thoughts wandering. I muttered a few self-deprecating words to myself, thinking, rich people really know how to have fun, I should try this with Feng Shui later. Feng Shui is my girlfriend, with a pure and adorable appearance, especially those long legs of hers that stole my heart the first time we met. To chase after her, I spent all my savings of over 100,000, and I always obeyed her every wish, hoping that one day we could take our relationship further. But every time, my intimate advances were mercilessly rejected. I didn't lose heart, because I firmly believed she was my true love and would eventually accept me. Just then, the woman's voice in the car suddenly grew louder. Curious, I moved closer, but the voice sounded increasingly familiar. A faint sense of foreboding rose in my heart, but I comforted myself with the thought that Feng Shui was waiting for me at home. She wouldn't do such a thing. However, as the woman's screams grew louder, my expression became increasingly stiff. With trembling hands, I pulled out my phone and dialed Feng Shui's number. The next moment, a familiar ringtone came from the BMW. Oh no, it's Lin Dong calling. I told you it'd just be a moment, but you had to drag it out. What's the point messing around with that loser? Just kick him to the curb. It was you who told me to get with him, said it'd be thrilling like an affair. Otherwise, who'd bother with that loser? Heh, my bad then. Boom. My mind went blank, the roses in my hand dropped to the ground, and the blood in my veins seemed to freeze instantly. So, the love I prided myself on was just a spice in their little cheating game. Everything I've sacrificed for has been nothing but a laughable deception. A wave of intense dizziness struck, and just as I was about to lose my balance, an ethereal voice echoed in my mind. Host conditions detected, divine level counterattack system successfully bound. Initial feature, tenfold cashback. As long as the host spends at nightclubs, the system will return 10 times the amount. For example, spending 10,000 yuan at a nightclub would result in a rebate of 100,000 yuan. The more the host spends, the more system functions will be activated. Please spend as soon as possible. System, I jolted awake from my daze. I love reading web novels, though I never took them seriously, but now, this voice felt like a lifeline. This divine comeback system seems tailor-made for me. A glimmer of light flashed in my eyes. Spending at nightclubs can yield a tenfold return. My money can grow exponentially. With wealth, what does a woman like Feng Shui even matter? I immediately stood up, ignoring that wretched couple, hopped on a shared bike, and headed straight for the nearby Red Romance massage parlor. To save money and get there faster, I pedaled like mad. This place was somewhat famous in the area, offering a range of services, from a 188 yuan ear cleaning by Beauties to the 9,999 yuan Bath Emperor package. I had just parked the shared bike when an old security guard walked over, scolding me disdainfully. Hey, what are you doing here? You're riding a shared bike, why are you parking it right in front of our store? Hurry up and move it away. Seeing that I wasn't moving, the security guard grew even more impatient. Pointing at the luxury cars in the parking lot, he mocked me, with your kind, what are you here to join in on the fun for? I gave a faint smile, not getting angry, and casually pulled a 100 yuan bill from my pocket, handing it over. Sir, I don't have many hobbies, just prefer keeping a low profile. If you park this bicycle properly, this 100 yuan is yours. The old security guard couldn't believe his ears and widened his eyes. I emphasized again that I was a billionaire, just dressed modestly. Half doubting, he finally succumbed to the lure of money, cautiously accepting the cash and respectfully wheeling my bicycle to the parking lot. Boss, forgive me for failing to recognize a true dragon. His attitude did a complete 180 as he flattered me, praising my youth, good looks, and fine character. At the same time, the system's voice rang in my mind, detecting that the host had spent 100 yuan at a nightclub. Cashback successful with 10x multiplier, 1,000 yuan deposited to bank card. Current balance, 1,000 yuan. Looking at the payment notification on my phone, I let out a long sigh of relief. That 100 yuan tip was actually a gamble, and it seems I made the right bet. I swaggered into the massage parlor, where a woman full of charm swayed her hips as she walked out, introducing herself as the manager Su Mimi. Welcome to Honglingman, I'm the manager Su Mimi, she said with a greeting, but her eyes were sizing up my cheap clothes, a clear dissatisfaction written on her face. Handsome, is this your first time here? Would you like me to introduce our service packages? She asked perfunctorily. I cut her off directly, no need, just the full body massage for 888. Su Mimi paused for a moment, then put on a professional fake smile and asked me to scan the code for payment. I didn't hesitate to make the payment, and the system prompt sounded immediately, detecting that the host had spent 888 yuan at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful, with 8,880 yuan deposited into the bank card. Current balance, 8,992 yuan. My heart leaped with joy. This money-making speed was even faster than robbing a bank. Wait, I suddenly called out to Su Mimi, who was about to leave. Can we upgrade to a more expensive package midway here? Su Mimi looked disdainful at my question but still patiently replied, of course, any requests, just have the technician contact me directly. She walked off without even turning her head, as if uttering one more word would be beneath her. I chuckled lightly and took the token to find room 996. Before long, a uniformed technician walked in. Without even lifting her head, she said indifferently, "Hello, honored guest. I'm Technician Sharo, number 8, and I'm happy to serve you." I waved my hand directly and said, "Sorry, could you please switch to someone else?" Xiaoro rolled her eyes, then turned around and walked away. I sneered inwardly, a bunch of money-grubbing women who really think there's something. 3 more technicians came in one after another, but I turned them all down for the same reason. None of the technicians at the Red Romance were willing to serve me. In the end, Su Mimi had no choice but to send a new technician, who reluctantly entered my room. "Hello, I'm Technician Tingting, number 21. It's a pleasure to serve you." Chapter 4, a 5,000 yuan tip. The first thing that caught my eye was a petite, soft-spoken girl who couldn't even lift her head to speak. She looked barely 20, with a baby face, innocent and naive. Her voice was soft, and she wore her hair in a ponytail. Her large, watery eyes peeked at Lin Dong like budding daisies. Lin Dong's eyes lit up instantly. He saw no trace of dislike in her. Only nervousness and trembling. She was probably giving a massage for the first time, dragged in by Su Mimi to fill in for someone. "Alright, you're it." Tingting froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Lin Dong to choose her. Surprised, yet also a bit relieved. "Thanks, bro. I'll give you a great massage." Soon, 2 delicate, pale hands rested on either side of Lin Dong's head. The cool, soft touch swiftly spread throughout his body, traveling downward until her index finger hooked open his bathrobe and pressed it against his shoulder. Lin Dong couldn't help but hold his breath, thinking of the anxiety and fear of recent days, and then of the nearly 10,000 yuan in his bank account. 2 words, bliss. This is what life's all about. Phew. After completing the routine, Lin Dong was drenched in sweat, his face flushed bright red. No wonder his body was too weak, having hardly exercised at all. Put. Seeing Lin Dong drenched in sweat, Tingting couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, if it hurts, I'll use less force." "No pain at all. Keep going." Lin Dong cleared his throat twice. How could a man say no in front of a woman? "Tingting, how much longer until this massage is done?" About another half hour." Tingting glanced at her watch, carefully fetched a warm hand towel, and knelt by the bedside to wipe the sweat from Lin Dong's forehead. From Lin Dong's angle, he could just catch a glimpse through the 2 buttons Tingting had casually undone at her collar. Holy crap, what a sight! Who knew? Though she's young, she's got quite the assets. Lin Dong swallowed hard. The scent of perfume in the air made his heart flutter. Noticing Lin Dong's unusual reaction, Tingting's cheeks flushed slightly. In their line of work, as long as the money was right, adding a little something extra beyond the massage was perfectly normal. Who wouldn't want to earn a little extra? Though she had little experience herself, she'd seen enough to know her colleagues made a decent income this way. However, glancing at Lin Dong's faded jeans, she silently dismissed the idea. "Tingting, tell your manager I want to switch packages." "Ha? Change it to the 1688 full-body essential oil spa. Oh, and add 3 more hours." "What?" Tingting froze, unable to believe her ears. She never imagined Lin Dong would actually pay extra. She thought it was just talk. The next moment, as if remembering something, Tingting bit her lip and couldn't help but remind him, "Bro, our prices are a bit steep here. Adding an hour outside costs 100, and Red Romance charges 300. Expensive? That's perfect. I love expensive places. If it weren't expensive, I wouldn't even be interested. Hurry up and get your manager over here." Seeing Lin Dong insist on changing the package, Tingting nodded and turned to call Su Mimi. Before long, that stunningly beautiful young woman with the amazing figure entered the room. This time, Su Mimi's attitude was noticeably more pleasant. "Sir, are you sure you want to upgrade your package and add extra time? Cut the crap. Just scan the QR code." Lin Dong waved impatiently, not giving her the slightest bit of a friendly look. Despite her disdain for Lin Dong. But in this day and age, who would turn down money? Ding. Alipay payment received 3,000 yuan. 3,000? Handsome, you've overpaid. Consider the extra as a tip. Alright, don't stand here getting in the way. Might need you later. With that, Lin Dong placed the handkerchief over his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. At that moment, the system alert sounded again. Detected host spending 3,000 yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 30,000 yuan deposited to bank card.
Current balance, 35,992 yuan. Holy crap, that's nearly 40 grand already.
Lin Dong's heart pounded wildly, yet his expression remained utterly calm.
As if spending 3,000 yuan were no different from spending 30. Seeing this, Su Mimi murmured to herself. Oh no, did I just fail to recognize a big fish and nearly let it slip away?
Lin Dong had spent 4 or 5,000 back and forth without batting an eyelid.
Could he really be a rich kid? Ting, make sure to take good care of this boss. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm always available.
Su Mimi held her phone, her smile as radiant as a flower. On the surface, she was giving instructions to Ting, but in reality, she was buttering up Lin Dong. Her eyes were sharp. She instantly saw that Ting was exactly Lin Dong's type. If Ting could just whisper a few words in his ear, she might rake in another few thousand.
Enough with the nonsense.
Lin Dong yanked the handkerchief away, frowning.
My top priority right now is for you to leave immediately. I'll go. I'll leave immediately. Su Mimi nodded hastily and turned to leave.
Unexpectedly, just then, Lin Dong suddenly grabbed Ting's small hand and said with a smile, "Hey, you did a great job with the massage. Let's exchange WeChat contacts."
Sure, bro. Let me scan yours. Ting's face flushed crimson.
It was her first time giving a massage, and her first time adding a customer on WeChat.
The next second, the notification sound from her phone left Ting completely dumbfounded. 5,000 yuan?
Sir, what are you doing? Ting froze, staring at the money Lin Dong had transferred to her, flustered and scared like a little rabbit. Lin Dong casually rubbed her small hand while smiling indifferently.
Didn't I tell you before? When I'm in a good mood, I just love spending money. Just take it. This 5,000 yuan is my tip for you. Clunk.
Su Mimi, who had just reached the doorway, stumbled and nearly fell flat on her face.
5,000 yuan as a tip?
This Lin Dong, he's way too generous.
Thanks, bro. Ting was so touched she practically collapsed, leaning half her weight onto Lin Dong's arm.
The technician's uniform was thin to begin with, and suddenly, a wave of warm, soft, and slippery sensation washed over him. The sensation was utterly intoxicating. Looking into Ting's large, watery eyes, Lin Dong had no doubt that if he just threw a little more money at her, the girl would surely offer herself to him.
Ahem, don't get the wrong idea, I'm a man of integrity. Besides, what's a little money anyway? Chapter 5, Millionaire. Clunk. Another sound echoed through the air.
Su Mimi, standing at the doorway, was kicking herself.
Manager Su, is there anything else? No, nothing. If you're done, stop eavesdropping. I need to have a private chat with Ting.
Lin Dong retorted bluntly. Despite being scolded, Su Mimi felt no resentment, only a warm glow in her heart. Rich people sure know how to insult with such grace and style. She wished Lin Dong would scold her some more, preferably at a rate of 1,000 yuan per insult. At the same time, Lin Dong felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out to find, sure enough, another cashback had arrived. Host detected spending 5,000 yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 50,000 yuan deposited to bank card. Current balance, 80,992 yuan. 80,000 yuan, he was about to break the 100,000 mark. This system really delivers. The more I spend, the faster I earn. A few more rounds like this, and I'll be raking in 100k a day.
No, 100,000 isn't enough. This approach is far too inefficient. He needed to go all in at once and do it right. Ting, can we get a membership card and top up here?
Of course. The more you top up, the more perks you get. We even have tiered membership levels. Ting smiled as she massaged Lin Dong and explained, 2,000 gets you a standard membership, 5,000 upgrades you to silver, 10,000 makes you gold. Lin Dong wasn't in the mood to listen further and waved her off. Skip the details. Just tell me, what's the top tier? How much do I need to top up?
Well,
Ting hesitated, stammering, 100,000 yuan gets you supreme membership. Red Romance has been open for years, and only 3 people have ever reached that level.
Then I'll go for that one. Call Su Mimi over.
Sir, what can I do for you? Moments later, the private room door swung open, carrying a wave of perfume. A voluptuous, captivating figure pressed close, practically ready to sit on Lin Dong's lap.
Watching Su Mimi's enthusiastic expression, Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile.
This woman, as expected, was all about the money.
When she first entered, she was cold and aloof.
Now, she was practically throwing herself into his arms. Manager Su, Brother Dong wants to sign up for a membership.
Ting said cautiously while massaging Lin Dong. Su Mimi's eyes lit up instantly.
Then, she took the initiative to hook her index finger around Lin Dong's palm, rubbing it gently.
That's wonderful.
Red Romance is exactly the kind of generous customer we need.
Honestly, I've been sick of those nouveau riche types for ages.
They've got a few bucks to burn and don't know their own name, demanding this and that. But look at Brother Dong, handsome, dashing, and charming. If only I were 3 or 5 years younger.
Su Mimi trailed off, flashing a seductive smile.
She tossed her hair back, deliberately thrusting her chest forward, presenting those full, rounded curves directly to Lin Dong. True to her role as manager, she stirred up Lin Dong's desires with just a few words, making him want to take this temptress right then and there. Fortunately, Lin Dong maintained his composure. He wasn't some saint, after all he intended to get his money's worth. Manager Sue, I'm signing up for your premium membership here.
Surely you'll throw in some extra perks? Of course we do.
Hearing this, Manager Sue's smile grew even broader. She didn't think Lin Dong was being petty, on the contrary, she saw him as a wealthy man who knew how to enjoy himself. At this level, he didn't care how much he spent, what mattered most was that the emotional value was delivered.
Brother Dong, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it right away. With that, Su Mimi lifted her two long, slender legs, deliberately swaying them in front of Lin Dong, as if afraid he wouldn't notice the slit in her skirt.
Lin Dong wasn't oblivious to her little trick. He casually hooked her ankle with his index finger.
Su Mimi giggled softly, swaying like a flower branch as she walked out.
It wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't come out. The moment she stepped out, she was stunned. 7 or 8 technicians were gathered at the doorway, each one a beauty selected from thousands. Standing there, they formed a stunning sight. At that moment, they were all staring intently at the room behind Su Mimi.
What are all of you doing standing around here instead of massaging the guests? Su Mimi frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her expression. The beautiful technician named Xiaoro couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward first, her face filled with hurt and pleading.
Manager, I was supposed to be the technician for room 996. It's all my fault, my technique isn't polished enough and I upset the boss.
Please put in a good word for me so I can go serve him too. With Xiaoro taking the lead, the other therapists began to plead their cases. Manager, I want to go in for the massage too. My technique is the best, I get nothing but rave reviews. I absolutely don't take tips, whatever the boss says goes. Please, manager. We can't let Ting Ting rake in all the money. I want to go in and apologize personally.
Su Mimi rolled her eyes.
I don't buy it.
You're not here to apologize, you're here to make tips. Clearly, the news of Ting Ting receiving a 5,000 yuan tip had already caused an uproar in the group chat. All the technicians who had previously looked down on Lin Dong, thinking he was a total deadbeat, were now kicking themselves. If they'd known Lin Dong was this loaded, they would have served him well no matter what. Watching the group's desperate expressions, Su Mimi shook her head. Alright, later, you'll all come with me inside. Whether you get the customer or not depends entirely on your performance. A few minutes passed. Lin Dong, who was enjoying the service, suddenly heard music playing, as if it were coming from outside. Immediately after, the door to room 996 opened. Su Mimi pushed a cart loaded with gifts inside. Premium red wine, a custom-made gold-threaded bathrobe from Red Romance, expensive skincare and essential oils. Along with a sleek black card, simple yet exuding an air of authority. Engraved upon it was simply Lin Dong's name. Su Mimi picked it up with both hands and presented it respectfully to Lin Dong. Mr. Dong, congratulations on becoming a Red Romance Supreme member. You are entitled to our salon's highest level of service. We offer you 1 complimentary unlimited Emperor's Bath experience. You may stay as long as you wish, and feel free to request anything you need. Before she finished speaking, Su Mimi stepped aside. 7 or 8 stunningly beautiful female therapists entered with smiles, their eyes on Lin Dong like wolves eyeing meat. The beauty on the left had a delicate, plump face radiating youthful collagen. Clearly in her early 20s, she was at the peak of her youthful radiance. The beauty on the right had cascading hair that fell perfectly to her waist, 2 lovely strands landing near Lin Dong's hand. The other beauties swarmed around him, one massaging his shoulders, another kneading his feet. They were putting in every ounce of effort they had. It was a world apart from the disgust I felt when I first walked in. They say money can make the devil grind. I say, money can make the mill turn the devil. Pair after pair of snow-white legs swayed before Lin Dong's eyes, more thrilling than anything in the movies. Bliss. Lin Dong felt as if he were floating on air. Brother Dong, is this pressure okay? About right. Brother Dong, can I add you on WeChat? I've never seen a man as handsome as you. No need for WeChat. Brother Dong, I was the one who messed up earlier. Please don't be upset. I'll make sure you're satisfied today. The beauty named Xiaoro spoke while her hands slowly drifted downward. Lin Dong offered no resistance. Before long, he reached the pinnacle of pleasure, every one of his 36,000 pores basking in bliss. Incidentally, he took a satisfied glance at his text messages. Host detected spending 50,000 yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 500,000 yuan deposited to bank card. Current balance, 530,992 yuan. Detected host spending 50,000 yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 500,000 yuan deposited to bank card. Current balance, 980,992 yuan. 98,000. In just a few short hours, Lin Dong had become a millionaire. Rying. Just then, Lin Dong's phone rang. It was Feng Shui calling. That woman. She actually has the nerve to call me? Lin Dong snorted coldly, his expression tinged with disdain. Times had changed.
He wasn't that pathetic nobody she could toy with anymore. The next second, Lin Dong answered the call. Lin Dong, where are you? Why is it so noisy? Do you know how many times I've called you? Where have you been? Today's our 1-year anniversary. You didn't forget to buy me a gift, did you? Acting innocent, still putting on a show in front of me. What pure angel? What lotus flower? She's nothing but a. Lin Dong was seething with rage. Seeing his rage, Ting Ting and the others wisely sped up their movements, their voices sweet and coquettish. Brother Dong, is this pressure okay? Brother Dong, may I feed you some grapes? Silence hung heavy on the other end of the line. Feng Shui froze for a moment. Then came a furious roar. Lin Dong, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 6, Everyone Gets Tips. Lin Dong, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're doing? On the other end of the line, Feng Shui trembled in shock upon learning Lin Dong was out carousing. She was speechless for a long while. Only when the masseuse's seductive voice asked Lin Dong if he was comfortable did she snap back to reality. Then, she exploded. He was out of his mind, absolutely out of his mind. Where did Lin Dong get the nerve to go to a place like that and hit on women? And from the sound of it, it wasn't just one. A whole bunch. The next moment, Lin Dong's slow, deliberate reply came through the line. What am I doing? Obviously doing what I want to do. Ah. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Dong delivered a resounding slap to the buttocks of the beauty beside him. A burst of silver bell laughter erupted. Feng Shui's anger flared up again. Lin Dong. I must have been blind to ever be with you. If I'd known, I would have. Before she could finish, Lin Dong cut her off. If you'd known, you wouldn't have disobeyed your master and wasted your time with a loser like me, right? What? Feng Shui was momentarily speechless, her expression flushing with panic. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Damn it, how did this guy find out? Lin Dong snorted coldly, sneering, you, still pretending? You really think I don't know about your little shenanigans? I saw you two lovebirds having sex in your car in the neighborhood. You've made me wear such a huge pair of green horns, and now you're here playing the victim, pretending to be innocent? Put. At that, Lin Dong spat viciously into the phone. The beautiful masseuse kneading his shoulders and feet was startled. At the same time, he felt nothing but contempt for this Feng Shui he'd never even met. She ditched Lin Dong, a handsome, wealthy playboy, to go fooling around with other men? Was she out of her mind? With that thought, the group of female therapists redoubled their efforts, pulling out all the stops to pamper Lin Dong. They were practically begging Lin Dong to dump Feng Shui so they could seize the opportunity to step up. Brother Dong, I'm a 36D. I want to be your girlfriend too. Brother Dong, I'm 5 feet 7 inches barefoot with long legs, and I love wearing black stockings. Black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, whatever you want me to wear, Brother Dong. The clamor of these women throwing themselves at him left Feng Shui utterly bewildered once more. Were these women out of their minds? Why were they fawning over Lin Dong, a lowly nobody? Su Mimi, however, showed some sense. She deliberately moved closer to Lin Dong and said with a smile, Big Brother Dong, thank you for topping up 100,000 yuan at our establishment. From now on, you're our Red Romance Massage Parlor's VIP member, entitled to the finest service and free choice of any masseuse. How much? 100,000? Hearing that figure, Feng Shui's pupils contracted. She grabbed her phone and started demanding answers. Lin Dong, explain yourself. What's this about 100,000 yuan? Where'd you even get that kind of money? Lin Dong curled his lip and hung up without another word. Listening to the busy tone, Feng Shui nearly exploded with rage. Meanwhile, at the Red Romance Massage Parlor, Lin Dong's fluid, seamless movements left the beautiful masseuse visibly flustered. Of course, it was her eyes that were wet. Bro, that woman doesn't deserve you. Exactly. Out with the old, in with the new. That woman was just too stupid. Brother Dong, just tell us what you need. Actually, I'm single too. Faced with these flocks of alluring beauties vying for his attention, Lin Dong showed no restraint. He accepted them all without hesitation. The fiery passion he couldn't experience with Feng Shui, he indulged in here to his heart's content. In fact, these women were even more beautiful than Feng Shui, and they knew how to please. 2 words, pure bliss. After 2 full hours of indulgence, Lin Dong reluctantly signaled for them to stop. Great work today, everyone. I'm in a generous mood. Tips for everyone. Tips? At the sound of those 2 words, everyone's eyes lit up. Then, frantically pulling out their phones, they scrambled to add Lin Dong as a friend. Hadn't they been providing enthusiastic service all this time just for this moment? Soon, the faces of the female technicians lit up with excited smiles. 6,660? Brother Dong, you're too kind to me. 8,808? Brother Dong, I love you. As expected, while Lin Dong was wildly tipping, the system's voice chimed in. Detected host spending 6,666 yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback activated. 66,660 yuan deposited to bank account.
In no time, the balance in Lin Dong's bank card reached 1,500,000 yuan.
Yet he remained unsatisfied. Only a little over $1 million?
This amount would barely cover the cost of a house in Tianhai. And that would only be for a basic necessity housing complex.
If he stopped after earning such a small amount, how could he justify it to such an outrageously powerful system? With that thought, Lin Dong beckoned to Su Mimi standing nearby.
Her eyes lit up and she scurried over eagerly.
Boss Dong, what can I do for you? Nothing much. I just want to know if there are any other high-end establishments in Tianhai City. Remember, it has to be high-end.
Had Lin Dong uttered these words upon entering, Su Mimi would have kicked him out without a second thought.
But now, Su Mimi could only think this man was utterly charming.
The way he spent money was nothing short of godlike.
Brother Dong, I actually know a few great spots. The Riverside Pavilion downtown, the Michelin-starred revolving restaurant, the 5-star Sea View Banquet. Oh, and Emperor KTV.
These places all have a per-person spending of over 10,000 yuan, perfectly meeting your requirements. Su Mimi pretended to bend over casually, deliberately exposing the deep, bottomless cleavage to Lin Dong's view. She never missed an opportunity to flaunt her charms.
Unfortunately, Lin Dong was currently focused solely on making money. Otherwise, he'd make her pay dearly.
Alright, this KTV it is. Surrounded by several technicians, Lin Dong dressed and strode out of the massage parlor with a confident swagger.
Take care, Brother Dong. Come back soon, Brother Dong. Mwah.
A string of sweet-sounding voices echoed from behind him. But Lin Dong didn't even glance back, heading straight for the parking lot. The old security guard watched the scene, dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long moment. Earlier, he'd assumed Lin Dong was just putting on airs to save face. Turns out, he's the real deal? Otherwise, how could this group of money-hungry female technicians at Red Romance be fluttering around him like this? Old man, what are you doing? Seeing the old man frozen in place, Lin Dong couldn't resist teasing him. Where'd you put my bike? Hope it didn't get scratched or dented.
The next second, the old man snapped to attention and saluted Lin Dong.
Rest assured, boss.
With me here, no one will lay a finger on your bike.
Good, good, good.
That's the spirit. Lin Dong gave a slight nod, patting the old man's shoulder like a superior might.
Then could you please write it out for me? If anyone else had spoken to him like that, the old man would have lost his temper long ago.
But now, it's my honor to serve you and receive your praise, boss. We look forward to your next visit. Chapter 7, Emperor KTV. Phew.
Riding a shared bike, the breeze caressed his face. Lin Dong exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of contentment he'd never known before. He'd drifted through life for over 20 years, only to be swindled out of everything by that feng shui. With this system, he could finally change his fate. But riding this thing was downright embarrassing for someone of his current status.
Maybe he should hail a cab? Hello, may I ask if you requested a DD luxury car? It's my pleasure to serve you. Before long, a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up in front of Lin Dong. The driver was a middle-aged man in a suit, his face radiating warmth. 2 words, professional. Lin Dong nodded and settled into the back seat. The moment he got in, he instinctively started looking around and touching things. This was his first time riding in such a vehicle, and he couldn't help but feel curious. The driver caught Lin Dong's movements in the rearview mirror and smiled faintly. He assumed Lin Dong, having lived a life of hardship, was simply splurging for once. After all, who doesn't eat dumplings during the new year? Before long, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class glided smoothly into Tianhai City's bar district. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of neon lights and revelry, teeming with handsome men and beautiful women. Lin Dong was dazzled by the spectacle, inwardly marveling. These wealthy people sure know how to enjoy themselves. Back then, Lin Dong wouldn't have dared set foot inside. Little did he know that not long after, he'd be able to spend freely here without a second thought. Before long, the Mercedes pulled up in front of a gilded, opulent building. The moment Lin Dong stepped out, the system's voice chimed in. Detected host spending 500 yuan. 10x cashback successful. 5,000 yuan deposited to bank account. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, a faint smile touched his lips. Who would have thought that even the fare for a nightclub ride could get cashback? This thought filled Lin Dong with renewed vigor. He strode into Emperor KTV with a swagger that seemed to defy all conventions. 2 hostesses in slit-front cheongsams immediately greeted him with warm smiles, bowing respectfully with sweet voices. Welcome to Emperor, sir. It's our pleasure to serve you. Lin Dong nodded. Being addressed as boss right off the bat felt good to anyone. Then, he pulled out his phone and said with a straight face, "You 2 ladies provide excellent service. How about we exchange WeChat contacts?" Add WeChat? Well. Hearing this request, one of the hostesses visibly recoiled. The other hostess gave an awkward smile but ultimately gave Lin Dong the courtesy. Handsome, she doesn't have her phone with her. Add mine instead. Sure. Lin Dong nodded and quickly added her as a friend. Red envelope? The hostess had planned to delete Lin Dong as soon as she turned away.
But to her utter surprise, the moment Lin Dong added her as a friend, he immediately sent a transfer.
2,000? Handsome, did you accidentally add 2 extra zeros? The hostess's hands trembled as she stared in disbelief.
For us street promoters, forget about tips, we're lucky if customers don't just give us dirty looks.
What did you say? 2,000? The other hostess looked puzzled, instinctively glancing at her phone.
Then, she was utterly flustered, frozen in place. Lin Dong, however, remained perfectly composed.
It's only 2,000. Consider it making a friend. Who knows, I might come back often. Yes, please do come often.
The next second, the receptionist's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, her smile so wide it nearly split her cheeks. She deliberately lifted the slit in her skirt higher, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin just inches away. Lin Dong instinctively licked his lips. But he managed to restrain himself. Right now, making money was the priority.
Alright, we'll talk later. Please come in. Only after Lin Dong had left did the receptionist, the one who hadn't added him on WeChat, realize. Too bad he was already gone. Oh no.
She stomped her foot in frustration. As luck would have it, she snapped the heel of her high-heeled shoe.
If only she'd known, she wouldn't have pretended.
Hearing the snap of the heel breaking behind him, Lin Dong smiled inwardly.
You didn't give me the time of day earlier, but now you regret it? Too late. Lin Dong had zero patience for this kind of manipulative.
But for women who gave him face, he was never stingy. As expected, Lin Dong hadn't taken more than a few steps when the system's voice chimed in. Detected host spending 2,000 yuan at nightclub.
10x cashback successful. 20,000 yuan deposited into bank account.
Another 20 grand in his pocket. Spending this small change felt as easy as breathing to Lin Dong.
His actions of tipping and giving rewards grew increasingly smooth and effortless.
Moments later, Lin Dong approached the front desk of Emperor KTV.
There stood a stunningly beautiful woman with a slender figure and an innocent look.
A professional smile graced her face as she leaned forward slightly, her figure striking. Welcome to Emperor KTV.
May I ask?
Mid-sentence, the receptionist suddenly furrowed her brow. She looked Lin Dong up and down, then called out his name with some uncertainty. You're
Lin Dong? You know me?
Lin Dong froze. Caught off guard by the sudden mention of his name, he felt a bit dazed.
Ha, Lin Dong, what are you playing at? You don't even recognize me? I'm Bai Yuqing. Hearing that name, a fragment of memory instantly surfaced in Lin Dong's mind.
The class monitor back in high school, the teacher's right-hand man, always nagging him to hand in his homework. Back then, Lin Dong was a poor student, consistently ranking near the bottom of the class and often failing to complete his assignments. This led Bai Yuqing, as the class monitor, to look down on him. She also frequently teased him about his rural background.
After high school graduation, they lost touch.
Little did he expect they'd meet again in a place like this.
Oh yeah, I remember now, Bai Yuqing, our class study committee member.
She was always at the top of the class back then, racking up awards left and right.
So how did you end up working at a KTV?
Lin Dong slapped his forehead, looking like he'd just had an epiphany. He was clearly mocking her for being top of the class yet ending up as a hostess here. Sure enough, at Lin Dong's taunt, Bai Yuqing's snow-white face instantly fell, her small hands clenching into pink fists. She glanced at Lin Dong's outfit, which probably cost less than 200 yuan total, and shot back, "You're not exactly doing so great yourself.
How dare you talk about me? Out of old school spirit, I'm kindly giving you a heads up. The minimum spend here is thousands of yuan. This isn't a place you can afford to be.
You're a grown man and you don't even have the sense to know your place.
I'm embarrassed for you."
Bai Yuqing waved her hands dismissively as she spoke, as if shooing away flies. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong paid her no mind. He stared at the price list behind Bai Yuqing and began reading it aloud, word for word.
Small private room, starting at 1,888 yuan. Medium private room, starting at 6,888 yuan. Large private room, starting at 8,888 yuan. Supreme Deluxe Private Room, starting at 88,888 yuan. Only one available. Interesting.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. This Supreme Private Room costing over 80,000 yuan didn't even include other services. It was nothing short of a money pit. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Dong liked it. Wasn't his purpose for coming here precisely to burn through gold coins?
Chapter 8, Old Classmate. Lin Dong, have you had enough of looking around?
I'm only telling you this much because we were classmates.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Otherwise, I'll call security.
Bai Yuqing looked thoroughly impatient, making a move to pick up the landline and call security. Back in school, she had always looked down on Lin Dong, the country bumpkin. Now that Lin Dong was mocking her using his front desk clerk status, she certainly wasn't going to pass up the chance to rub salt in the wound.
Hold on, who said I'm just looking and not spending? Old classmate, how about you show me around the private rooms?
Lin Dong said with a smile. Bai Yuqing, about to dial the number, froze upon hearing this. Her expression turned utterly contemptuous.
Broke but still trying to act like a big shot? Has he lost his mind? Fine, you want to put on airs? I'll give you that chance. Fine, Lin Dong. I'll take you inside.
But if you don't have the money, don't blame me for calling the cops. Bai Yuqing crossed her arms, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Dong seemed oblivious, nodding with a smile.
Don't worry. I don't have any other hobbies, I just have a lot of money and love spending it. You're nuts.
Bai Yuqing muttered under her breath. Then, suppressing her resentment, she led Lin Dong into the small private room.
Opening the door, a dazzling display of lights greeted them.
2 rows of spotlights above the ceiling moved slowly to the beat, creating an atmosphere that was both dreamlike and elegant. The tables and floor tiles were finished in black and gold with gilded accents.
It offered an unparalleled sense of luxury. Against this backdrop, Lin Dong's tattered clothes stood out like a sore thumb. Even Bai Yuqing found him an eyesore.
Lin Dong, the private room costs 1,888 yuan.
How would you like to pay? Credit card or QR code? Bai Yuqing thoughtfully produced a QR code and a POS machine, holding them out to Lin Dong.
She was just waiting for him to be unable to pay, so she could call security and have him thrown into the pond outside. But unexpectedly, Lin Dong examined the setup, shook his head, and sighed with a frown.
No way. The space is too cramped, I can't maneuver properly. What did you say?
Bai Yuqing froze, momentarily unable to process his words. The next moment, Lin Dong spread his arms wide and gestured toward her twice. His face screamed 2 words, disgust.
Old classmate, this private room you recommended is way too small. If I raise my voice, it'll be deafening. Is there a larger private room available? Seeing Lin Dong's expression, Bai Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. Wow, is he really playing this up?
She hadn't had the heart to fleece him, and now he was getting cocky.
The more Bai Yuqing thought about it, the angrier she got.
She nodded firmly.
Of course we have. I just worry you can't afford it. What kind of talk is that? Do I look like I'm short on cash?
Lin Dong boasted, cut the chatter. Hurry up and get us a bigger private room.
I can't wait to belt out a few songs.
Bai Yuqing snorted coldly, storming out of the private room and leaving Lin Dong with a captivating view of her retreating figure.
Lin Dong's eyes lit up instantly. How come he never noticed back in school that Bai Yuqing was such a stunner?
In this uniform, she actually exuded a certain uniform appeal. A faint smile touched Lin Dong's lips as he admired Bai Yuqing's retreating figure, following her into another private room. This private room was noticeably larger. The decor and furnishings were far more luxurious. Even the microphone was gold-plated.
How about it, Lin Dong? Satisfied? This is our most popular medium-sized room at Emperor KTV. It's usually very hard to book. You're in luck today, one just happened to open up. Not bad, not bad. It really is high-end.
Lin Dong stroked his smooth chin, nodding repeatedly. He looked like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden.
Seeing this, Bai Yuqing inwardly sneered once more. Country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins. Earlier, she'd almost been fooled by him, thinking he was genuinely wealthy. But now it was clear, just all show. Alright, stop dawdling. If you're satisfied, just make the decision. It's 6,888 total. You wouldn't happen to be unable to pay, would you?
Bai Yuqing crossed her arms, her ample curves accentuated, her expression brimming with skepticism and disdain toward Lin Dong.
She seemed utterly convinced he was penniless.
Unexpectedly, Lin Dong didn't fall for her act at all. He shook his head, still dissatisfied.
No offense, old classmate, but this private room is a bit too small. We're splurging for once, we shouldn't settle for less. A larger room? Do you have a bigger private room? You. Watching Lin Dong point and complain, Bai Yuqing felt like her lungs were about to explode with rage. She felt more and more certain that Lin Dong was toying with her. The small private room at 1,888 yuan was deemed too cramped. Now the 6,888 yuan medium room was still too small. This time, Bai Yuqing wasn't going to waste any more time. She was ready to let the cat out of the bag.
Lin Dong, let me tell you, this bringing you here has already gone beyond my job description.
Do you have any idea how much time you've wasted, how many things you've delayed for me?
After saying this, Bai Yuqing hesitated no longer.
She pulled out her phone, ready to call for backup.
Seeing her like this, Lin Dong actually smiled.
What's with the temper, huh? I never said I wouldn't pay you. How about this, I'll pay a deposit first. That should work, right?
With that, Lin Dong pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code.
Oomph, a deposit? Where'd you even get the money?
Bai Yuqing looked at him with disdain, still convinced Lin Dong was just putting on airs.
Unexpectedly, the next second, the delightful sound of a payment confirmation reached her ears. Alipay payment received, 5,000 yuan. 5,000? Bai Yuqing's eyes widened in utter shock. Lin Dong was actually this generous? Could it be that she had misjudged him? Detected host spending 5,000 yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback activated. 50,000 yuan deposited to bank account. Hey, old classmate, what are you doing?
Seeing Bai Yuqing spacing out, Lin Dong deliberately waved his hand in front of her face.
You weren't mesmerized by my payment gesture, were you? Though that'd be understandable. It's been so many years since we last met. Everyone changes a bit, don't you think? Bai Yuqing's delicate brows furrowed tightly, still struggling to accept it. Now, can we move to a private room?
Sure. With no other choice, Bai Yuqing steeled herself and led Lin Dong out. This time, she opened the door to a large private room. As the door swung open, the lights flickered. A 1,000-mile landscape painting unfolded before their eyes. The lavish decor radiated opulence. Not bad. This is more like it. Lin Dong gave a faint smile and plopped down firmly onto the sofa right in front of Bai Yuqing. For some reason, despite being dressed in cheap, street-style clothes, in Bai Yuqing's eyes, he actually carried a certain air of authority.
Could this be the transformation brought by wealth? Chapter 9, You're here to sing along. Old classmate, if even the large package is this luxurious, I'm curious, what does your one and only supreme-level private room look like?
Lin Dong suddenly asked with a smile.
Bai Yuqing's slender frame trembled, a vague sense of panic washing over her. Lin Dong, enough already. Money shouldn't be burned like this. Could it be that even the large private room isn't satisfying enough for you? By now, Bai Yuqing had abandoned any thoughts of pranking Lin Dong.
After all, the 5,000 yuan deposit had already been transferred to her. That alone proved Lin Dong had some serious money. But asking him to upgrade to the supreme luxury suite was simply too much. After all, whether it was a small private room within a larger one or a large private room, the cost would only reach 4 figures at most. The supreme suite was different. The entire Emperor KTV had only one such suite, and its price had skyrocketed to 88,888 yuan. Singing a few songs would set you back nearly 100,000 yuan. Even among Tianhai City's wealthy second-generation tycoons, few could afford such extravagance.
And does Lin Dong even have that kind of money?
Just take me there, don't worry about it. Lin Dong saw the hesitation and doubt in her eyes, and a faint smile touched his lips.
Front desk staff get commissions for booking private rooms, right? The higher tier private room I book, the bigger your commission, right? What's there to hesitate about? Hurry up, I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars per minute here, okay? Hearing this, Bai Yuqing lost all her temper.
Still, she couldn't believe Lin Dong could afford the top-tier private room.
After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yuqing pulled out her phone, ready to make a call. Lin Dong, hold on.
I need to check with our boss.
Opening the VIP suite requires his approval. This is taking forever.
Just make the call already. Lin Dong nodded impatiently. Yet the worse his attitude became, the more Bai Yuqing found him unfathomable. In her experience, wealthy people tended to have this kind of temperament. Soon, Bai Yuqing secured the owner's permission and led Lin Dong to the door of the most luxurious private room at Emperor KTV. The doors were intricately carved with landscapes, plants, flowers, birds, fish, and beasts.
Just the entrance alone was this extravagant.
The interior decor was beyond imagination.
Lin Dong, I'll confirm one last time, are you really sure you want to book this room? Just hurry up already. Stop wasting time.
Bai Yuqing's heart pounded wildly. This was her first time entering a VIP-level private room. Today, she was only able to step inside thanks to Lin Dong. The thought made Bai Yuqing bite her lip. Suddenly, Lin Dong didn't seem so annoying anymore. Instead, he seemed to possess an inexplicable charm. Lin Dong sensed her change and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Women really are drawn to strength. At first, she despised him and bossed him around. But the moment she saw he had money, she instantly turned soft as water and passionate as fire.
But that suited him just fine.
Lin Dong relished nothing more than molding women like her.
If money wasn't enough, he'd throw it around recklessly.
Eventually, she'd beg or spread her legs. Splash! Bai Yuqing pushed open the door, her face flushed crimson. Before her eyes, no longer a scene of gilded splendor, but a landscape reminiscent of a wild forest.
A babbling brook flowed at her feet, occasionally punctuated by leaping koi.
Whoa! Even though Lin Dong had braced himself mentally, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. This supreme suite was actually a natural landscape. Bai Yuqing was also mesmerized, her heart pounding wildly. But what truly astonished her was yet to come.
Old classmate, I'm satisfied. I can pay now.
Before he could finish speaking, Lin Dong pulled out his phone again and scanned the QR code.
Alipay payment received 88,888 yuan.
Simultaneously, Lin Dong received a notification from the system.
Detected host spending 88,888 yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 888,880 yuan deposited to bank card. A full 888,880 yuan. Awesome.
Lin Dong felt a rush of excitement, every pore on his body opening wide as he couldn't resist taking a deep breath. Bai Yuqing was even more thrilled, her lips parting into a cherry-like pout. Lin Dong spent nearly 90,000 yuan, meaning she'd earn at least 9,000 yuan in commission.
What country bumpkin? He was her money god, her dream guy. My dear, no Lin Dong, thank you for spending 88,888 yuan. On behalf of Dihao KTV, I warmly welcome your arrival. Bai Yuqing was already babbling incoherently, her tongue tripping over her words. Seeing her flushed cheeks and coy, flustered expression, Lin Dong instinctively licked his lips. But he wasn't in a hurry. Everything takes time. Women, too, needed to be trained bit by bit. Lin Dong sat back comfortably in the leather sofa and remarked casually, "Old classmate, isn't it a bit boring for me to sing alone in such a spacious private room? It makes me look so lonely. Don't worry, we have the most beautiful hostesses here. I'll have them brought over immediately, guaranteed to satisfy you." Bai Yuqing beamed and immediately started swaying her hips toward the exit. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong called her back. "No need. Why make such a fuss? You're perfectly fine as you are. Why don't you join me for a couple of drinks? We can catch up as old classmates." Lin Dong smiled faintly, opened a bottle of whiskey, and poured Bai Yuqing a glass without waiting for her response. For a moment, Bai Yuqing found herself in a bind, caught between a rock and a hard place. If she refused, Lin Dong might get angry and file a complaint against her. She'd definitely be in big trouble. But if she agreed, "What? Am I not worthy of inviting you for a drink?" No, that's not it." Bai Yuqing shook her head vigorously like a rattle. After hesitating repeatedly, she finally glided over with a catwalk stride and sat down on the sofa opposite Lin Dong. Seeing this, Lin Dong immediately frowned. "Old classmate, why sit so far away? We should sit closer to better bond." Bonding? Bai Yuqing bit her lip. She couldn't recall having any feelings for Lin Dong. If anything, it was mutual dislike. But now, what right did she have to look down on him? Take this 88,888 VIP suite. She couldn't afford it in a lifetime. "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. As long as you serve me well, I'll tip you." Lin Dong pressed his advantage, sliding closer to Bai Yuqing and offering her a glass of whiskey. Chapter 10, God-tier singing, Iron Will. Tips. Hearing those two words, Bai Yuqing felt a flicker of temptation. But she never usually engaged in accompanying customers with drinks. After all, in places like KTV, once she got drunk, she'd become a helpless lamb at anyone's mercy. What would happen next was all too predictable. Yet, for the money, she hesitated for a long while before finally opening her mouth and downing the drink. "Good!" Lin Dong shouted. Then his hands suddenly grew restless, and he placed his large hand directly on her thigh. "No, stop!" Bai Yuqing instinctively resisted Lin Dong's wandering hands. Lin Dong showed no urgency. While admiring her alluring demeanor, he coaxed her gently, whispering hot breath into her ear. "Old classmate, you look stunning. Here, let me send you a little red envelope first." Moments later, Bai Yuqing received a transfer. The instant she saw the string of numbers, her eyes widened in shock. 18,808? Bai Yuqing's eyes glistened. This time, without any hesitation, she collapsed directly into Lin Dong's embrace. She let his two large hands slip inside her collar, kneading the plump, tender curves. In an instant, countless alluring sights were laid bare before Lin Dong's eyes. What surprised him even more was that Bai Yuqing was clearly untouched. The slightest touch sent her body trembling softly. Gulp! Lin Dong swallowed hard, struggling to contain his rising excitement. Just then, the system's ethereal voice suddenly chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the special conquest mission at the nightclub and earned an extra reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring God-tier singing skills." "What? God-tier singing skills?" Lin Dong froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, he felt a remarkable transformation occurring within his body. Divine-level singing skills, interesting. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. He hadn't expected the system's reward to include not only money but also this special ability. Since he was currently at a KTV, it was the perfect opportunity to test just how powerful this God-tier singing skill truly was. With that thought, Lin Dong casually selected the song Loyalty to the Nation. Then, clearing his throat, he began his performance. Originally, Bai Yuqing hadn't held much expectation. But the moment Lin Dong opened his mouth, she was utterly stunned. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, as if her soul had been struck by some profound force. Horses' hooves head south, while people gaze northward. People gaze northward, grass turns green and yellow, dust swirls in the air. A true professional reveals their skill at first glance. Bai Yuqing had worked at Emperor KTV for several years, witnessing countless people come here to sing. Many wealthy patrons even hired professional singers to entertain them. But to be perfectly honest, Bai Yuqing had never encountered anyone like Lin Dong before. His singing was unadorned, pure, and utterly authentic. This thought only deepened Bai Yuqing's curiosity and fascination with Lin Dong. How many secrets did this man conceal? "I vow to defend our land and reclaim our borders. Let all corners of the land come to celebrate the glory of our great nation." As the song concluded, Lin Dong remained unflappable, his spirit soaring with heroic grandeur. Like a victorious general returning triumphantly from battle, he looked down upon all rivals. The microphone in his hand seemed like a sword that had slain the enemy. Not just Bai Yuqing, anyone who heard this song would feel their blood boil. Lin Dong, when did you learn to sing? Back in school, I had no idea. Bai Yuqing stared intently at Lin Dong, like a wildcat in heat. Her small hands had wrapped around his neck without her noticing, her body pressing tightly against his. Instantly, Lin Dong felt a wave of warmth and softness. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have completed the special conquest mission at the nightclub and earned an extra reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring everlasting stamina. The next instant, Lin Dong felt his entire being stir with restless energy, growing fiercer by the second. Especially now, with Bai Yuqing clinging tightly to him. It only fueled his burning desire. Bai Yuqing sensed his agitation. Her face flushed with bashfulness as she buried her head in his chest. Whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, she murmured, Lin Dong, I just realized. I actually really like you. How about we? Ah. Before she could finish, Bai Yuqing felt her body grow light as two strong arms swept her up. Lin Dong, you. Be gentle, you're hurting me. Bai Yuqing blushed and closed her eyes. She was afraid someone might see her looking so flirtatious. Yet, deep down, she secretly yearned for what Lin Dong might do to her. Lin Dong adored her coy demeanor. He gently cupped her delicate, jade-like chin with his fingers and pressed a deep, passionate kiss upon her lips. Then, he burst into hearty laughter. This is just the beginning. Later, I'll take good care of you. Chapter 11, Insane Spending, 5 million cashback. Now, let's have a drink. What kinds of drinks do you have here? Lin Dong didn't forget the most important thing. He casually flipped open the menu on the coffee table and gave it a quick glance. Beers, Corona, Heineken, and Budweiser, with the most expensive at 500 per bottle. Champagne, Noble Champagne at 2,000 per bottle, Krug at 6,000, Ace of Spades at 8,000. Premium Spirits, Johnny Walker Blue Label 20,000, Royal Salute 18,880, Remy Martin XO 16,800. Lin Dong frowned deeper with each passing page, his flipping growing increasingly impatient. What the hell is this? How can it be so cheap? Is this even drinkable? Ha! Yuqing, you're being really uncool. I finally come to your KTV to spend money, and you try to pull this cheap ooze on me? This is already pretty expensive, okay? Hearing Lin Dong's complaints, Bai Yuqing was dumbfounded. Half a bottle of Hennessy XO cost her a month's salary. Taking a single sip meant spending hundreds of yuan. And Lin Dong still thought it was cheap? But then, remembering how extravagant Lin Dong was, how he'd booked the VIP suite on a whim, Bai Yuqing shrugged it off and curled up obediently. Noticing the change in her expression, Lin Dong couldn't resist teasing her. Yuqing, you've worked at Emperor KTV for so long, don't you ever want to try the most expensive liquor here? Maybe even your boss wouldn't dare open it. Ha! Bai Yuqing, who had been feeling a bit dazed, perked up at his words. Lin Dong had given her an opportunity to experience the life of the upper class. Lin Dong, flip to the last page. That's where you'll find what you're looking for. Bai Yuqing stuck out her tongue. Oh? Lin Dong responded with interest, flipping to the last page of the menu. This page was indeed different, gilded with a gold border. Each letter was embossed in gold, radiating opulence and grandeur. The selection of wines, along with the staggering number of zeros that followed, was equally breathtaking. 1982 Lafite Rothschild, 80,000 per bottle. Produced at Chateau Lafite Rothschild in Bordeaux, France. Rich and mellow with notes of blackberry and blackcurrant. Eskimo Ice Wine, 90,000 per bottle, produced in the Maple Leaf Country, with a refreshing and delicious taste carrying the rich essence of the polar regions. Louis XIII Cognac, 100,000 per bottle. Hailing from France's Chateau Louis XIII, it offers an enduring, velvety smoothness that melts on the palate. Now that's what I call fine liquor. Those things from earlier? They don't even compare. Lin Dong's lips curved upward slightly as he finally nodded in satisfaction. A bottle of wine costing a few hundred yuan multiplied by 10 would only amount to a few thousand yuan. But a single bottle of 8,000 yuan Lafite could net him 800,000. Who's better and who's worse? Even a fool could tell. This one, and this one. Forget it. Give me one bottle of each of these wines. Lin Dong tapped away casually, like a touchscreen reader. Witnessing this lavish display of wealth, Bai Yuqing couldn't help but tremble slightly. Though Lin Dong was dressed in rags. But the way he paid was truly dashing. What are you standing there for? Go order some drinks. Smack. Lin Dong slapped Bai Yuqing's plump, pert buttocks. She let out a girlish shriek as if electrocuted. But this time, she didn't dare utter a peep. She scrambled to her feet and hurried out. Moments later, several waiters in crisp white shirts and black jackets, their hair slicked back in neat pompadours, rolled in with service carts. From head to toe, they radiated two words: professionalism. Bai Yuqing led the way, head held high and chest puffed out, radiating pride. Lin Dong, oh, Mr. Lin. Here's the wine you requested. Shall we open it now? Lin Dong gave a slight nod, then waved his hand toward the staff behind her. No need for the others. You stay and open the wine for me. Hearing this, Bai Yuqing's fair face flushed. The waitstaff understood the hint and carefully set the wine down. Then, one by one, they exited the room. Before leaving, they shot Bai Yuqing envious glances. This front desk lady, she's caught the eye of the big boss. Tomorrow she might just rise to the top and enjoy a life of luxury and privilege. Lin Dong. Bai Yuqing deftly picked up the corkscrew and opened bottle after bottle for Lin Dong. Throughout the process, her two small hands trembled. The price of a single bottle of wine was equivalent to her entire annual income. If not for Lin Dong, she would likely never have had the privilege to taste such wine in her lifetime. Little did she know. Lin Dong was even more excited than she was. Detected host spending 80,000 yuan at nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations. Host has earned 800,000 yuan. Detected host spending 90,000 yuan at nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations. Host has received 900,000 yuan. Detected host spending 100,000 yuan at nightclub. A series of notification sounds rang out as Lin Dong spent 50,000 yuan in a frenzy, his bank balance plummeting by more than half in an instant. But soon, with the tenfold cashback activated, his balance skyrocketed back into 7 figures, breaking the 5 million yuan mark. Sipping his fine wine, Lin Dong couldn't help but marvel. Turns out, this KTV place really makes you burn through cash fast. As long as you enjoy it. By now, Bai Yuqing had sipped several mouthfuls of the 1982 Lafite, entering a state of gentle intoxication. Her small face glowed with a rosy flush, making her exceptionally alluring. The OL uniform hugging her delicate figure had already been torn open in several places. A wolfish hand slid through the collar, making its way inside. Bai Yuqing couldn't help but let out soft moans. Lin Dong, be gentle. I've never even had a boyfriend before. Bai Yuqing grew increasingly bashful with each word. She couldn't fathom how such shameless words had slipped from her own lips. To her utter surprise, instead of easing up, Lin Dong only intensified his movements. Bai Yuqing's eyes rolled back and she nearly fainted. Seeing her submissive, vulnerable state, Lin Dong swallowed hard, unable to resist the urge to take her right then and there. But just then, the ringtone blared. Who the hell is calling at a time like this? Ruining my mood. Lin Dong frowned slightly. He had already blocked feng shui. Could this woman actually have the nerve to show up here? The next moment, seeing the caller ID, Lin Dong couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. Then, he pressed the answer button. Chapter 12, Love Triangle. The moment the call connected, a sweet, girlish voice came through, tinged with a hint of shyness. Brother Dong, where are you right now? I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you so much it's driving me crazy. I'd say it's more than just your heart itching, huh? Lin Dong chuckled and deliberately switched to speakerphone. The moment that enchanting voice filled the air, Bai Yuqing's eyes widened before he could react. Instinctively, she clutched his arm. Her two ample curves pressed tightly against him. She knew wealthy men played the field, switching girlfriends faster than they changed clothes. But someone like Lin Dong already having his cake and eating it too, while constantly eyeing the pot and trying to scoop a spoonful from someone else was a first for her. Lin Dong, who is she? Your girlfriend? Having worked as a hostess for several years, Bai Yuqing was skilled at reading people. Her voice was gentle as she asked, while her soft, supple hands tended to Lin Dong, as if staking her claim. Whoa! Lin Dong couldn't help but shudder, his gaze toward Bai Yuqing tinged with surprise. She was clearly a novice, yet she knew so many tricks? What are you staring at? Never seen a pig run before, even if you've never eaten one? I have a few colleagues who deliver fruit platters too. It's just that we all have different roles and we earn different amounts of money. But now, it's their turn to be jealous of me, hee hee. Lin Dong gave a helpless smile. Meanwhile, the woman on the other end of the line grew anxious. Brother Dong, where are you right now? I'll come find you immediately. You're our Red Romance's most esteemed member, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can serve you. She was panicking. The caller was none other than Ting Ting, the beautiful technician from Red Romance. Originally, Lin Dong had just made a flippant remark about contacting her after work. Little did he know, she took it seriously. Probably hoping to latch onto Lin Dong's 3 big legs and skip decades of hard work. Alright, I'm in the VIP suite at Emperor KTV. Come over. I've transferred your cab fare. Hurry up. The next second, Ting Ting received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. The young girl was overjoyed, calling out Brother Dong repeatedly. Kisses, love you Donga. Bai Yuqing watched the scene unfold, her face brimming with envy and jealousy. Her eyes held a hint of resentment. Lin Dong, I've been serving you for so long, yet I've never received a single penny for my trouble. I want my share too. You've got it, you've got it. Lin Dong gave a wry smile. These women really are pragmatic. But thankfully, whatever he paid them, he'd get back tenfold. Never a loss. Thanks, Lin Dong. Love you the most, moi. Bai Yuqing tapped open the 6,000 yuan red envelope, instantly forgetting her anger as she threw herself into Lin Dong's arms, rubbing against him. One of her shapely legs slid up his waist, slipping out from beneath her torn work skirt. Detected host spending 2,000 yuan at nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations. Host has earned 20,000 yuan. Detected host spending 6,000 yuan at nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations. Host has received 60,000 yuan. Another 80,000 yuan deposited effortlessly. At this moment, Lin Dong stared at the extra 80,000 yuan in his bank account, utterly unfazed. It seemed as commonplace to him as drinking a glass of cold water. After all, his bank account still held several million yuan. This 80,000 was mere peanuts, hardly worth mentioning. He was already looking forward to the two women meeting soon. He just didn't know if it would be a blissful union or a battlefield of chaos. Tap tap tap. A graceful, youthful beauty in high heels approached the door of the VIP suite. Her face was oval-shaped, adorned with willow leaf brows and a pair of naturally alluring, watery eyes. Her skin was as delicate as jade, with a youthful, tender complexion. Her skin radiated pure collagen, clearly under 20. It was Tingting, rushing over all the way. The thought of that seductive vixen inside the room, scheming to snatch Lin Dong away, made Tingting bite her lip in frustration. Then, she pushed the door open forcefully. "Brother Dong, I'm here. You too." Before she could finish, Tingting froze in her tracks. Inside the private room, chaotic neon lights flickered and danced, intertwining with the pulsing dance music. The once reserved Bai Yuqing had long since let loose. Her office uniform collar was pushed down as far as it could go, both hands resting on Lin Dong's shoulders, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. Her shapely legs were draped around Lin Dong's waist as she swayed wildly to the beat. Even more outrageous, Bai Yuqing held a stemmed glass in her mouth, pouring wine for Lin Dong in an utterly seductive pose. Naturally, pouring wine in this position was anything but steady. The luxurious, expensive 1982 Lafite spilled all over Lin Dong's chest. Only a few drops landed on his tongue. Yet, the look on Lin Dong's face made it clear he was thoroughly enjoying it. "Tingting, you're here?" Amidst the bustle, Lin Dong spotted Tingting pushing open the door. He waved her over without a hint of hesitation or guilt. As if this were the most natural thing in the world. But Tingting wasn't having it. She strode over, forcefully wrapping her arm around Lin Dong's. Then, she shoved Bai Yuqing, who was still dancing, with her shoulder. "Brother Dong, drinking this much isn't good for your health. What's this woman playing at? Ordering you all these expensive imported liquors. She's clearly trying to rake in commissions and rip you off. Brother Dong, you must be drunk. Let me massage you." Tingting spoke while proactively massaging Lin Dong's temples with her small hands. The moment her touch grazed his skin, Lin Dong felt an almost ethereal sensation wash over him. Bai Yuqing's fiery passion and Tingting's cool touch felt like ice and fire combined. "Who do you think you are? Calling me a nobody? I say you're the one acting like a cheap hooker." Meanwhile, Bai Yuqing was furious. Those imported liquors were clearly something Lin Dong insisted on drinking himself. She had pleaded with him for ages. How did it end up looking like she was trying to get a cut? Admittedly, she could have earned a hefty commission. But that was entirely because Lin Dong had agreed. She didn't steal or rob him. "Oomph, you cheap. Pfft, you're just a cheap hooker from the massage parlor and you have the nerve to talk about me. Brother Dong, you gotta stand up for me, she's insulting me." "Bull. You started it. Lin Dong, you can't just stand by and let her bully me." Tingting and Bai Yuqing flanked him on either side. One moment they were bickering fiercely, eyes red-rimmed with tears, the next they were cooing at Lin Dong with the sweetest, most coquettish voices imaginable. More importantly, each girl had her own unique charm. Tingting was stunning both in figure and looks, with long, straight legs that could easily pass for a car model's. Add to that her age, barely 20. Who doesn't love youth? On the other hand, Bai Yuqing was no slouch either. As the face of Emperor KTV, she carries herself with star quality when dressed up. Though her legs aren't as long as Tingting's, her curves curvy in all the right places far surpass hers. A woman like this, properly trained, would be utterly irresistible. Now, these two stunning beauties were actually fighting over him. Lin Dong felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Chapter 13, License Plate 88888, Top of the Line Panamera. Spending money on Tingting and Bai Yuqing meant they had 1,000 ways to indulge him, leaving him breathless with pleasure. But spending on feng shui? It was like throwing money down the drain, gone without a trace. Well, not entirely wasted. A big, green hat. Damn it, just thinking about that makes me furious. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His furious expression made the two girls flinch. Bai Yuqing was the bolder of the two. After a moment, she cautiously asked, Lin Dong, did we do something to upset you?" Seeing this, Tingting wasn't about to be outdone. She placed her small hand on Lin Dong's thigh. "Brother Dong, it's all my fault. Don't let this upset you, I'll massage your legs." Seeing this, Lin Dong's anger subsided by half. He shook his head dismissively. "Nothing much. Just reminiscing about some unpleasant things. Come on, let's keep drinking. This liquor is all from the Imperial KTV's private collection. A single glass costs thousands. But it does taste pretty good. Several thousand yuan?
Tingting's mouth formed a wide O, clearly shocked. The red wine they served to VIP members at Hong Romantic only cost a little over 2,000.
By comparison, theirs seemed utterly weak.
If she knew that the more of these imported liquors Lin Dong drank, the more money would appear in his bank account, she might faint on the spot.
Here, have a sip.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, poured a glass himself, and brought it to Tingting's lips.
Tingting's face flushed with embarrassment as she hesitantly sipped it.
The next moment, Tingting's delicate little face flushed bright red, glowing with a mysterious blush. She was clearly drunk.
Bai Yuqing watched the scene unfold, amused, her eyes brimming with disdain. With that kind of drinking tolerance, you want to keep up with Lin Dong? Better head home now before you end up under the table. Pfft, you're the one who can't hold your liquor. I can drink.
Even though her tongue was already slurring, Tingting couldn't help but passionately argue back at Bai Yuqing. The thought that if she passed out, Lin Dong would be all of Bai Yuqing's made her even more determined.
Unsurprisingly, the two beauties started bickering again.
Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but let out a bitter smile.
He knew these two women weren't pushovers. Sure enough, there was no way to calm things down.
But he was the best at handling this kind of problem.
Simple, just throw money at it, right? Alright, stop arguing. I was actually considering rewarding you both for your good performance.
But now, I've lost all interest. With that, Lin Dong adopted an impatient demeanor and began pouring himself a drink. In an instant, the two who had been bickering fiercely moments ago lost all their temper and desire to argue, leaving only their pursuit of tips. Even a fool could tell that Lin Dong's so-called reward meant nothing but red bills.
Brother Dong, we're done arguing. Please calm down.
Yeah, me and this new girl will get along great and serve you well.
Right. Sister Bai, I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize. Don't say that. Making Brother Lin happy is our top priority.
Both were seasoned veterans in the service industry, smooth as silk with their words. Just moments ago, they were on the brink of a fight. Now, they were calling each other sisters. Though, judging by how they each vied for Lin Dong's arm, it was clear this was merely a facade, a temporary truce.
But it was enough. Now we're talking. Here.
I'm in a generous mood today.
Consider this a gift. Make sure to accept it properly.
Lin Dong spoke casually. Then, he pulled out his phone and began transferring funds.
$500,000? Lin Dong, you're way too generous. But I love it. Kisses. Thanks for the red envelope, big bro.
To show my gratitude, I'll perform the dances I just learned, the big swing and the train ride.
After saying this, Bai Yuqing couldn't contain her excitement.
She grabbed a bottle of imported liquor, walked up to Lin Dong, and in a pair of crystal high heels, launched into a passionate dance. The explosive beat paired with her undulating figure dazzled the eyes and stirred the imagination.
Splash! Bai Yuqing seemed unsatisfied, pouring the entire bottle of liquor over herself from head to toe. Her already torn office uniform and short skirt became completely soaked. Through the sheer fabric, the contours of her curves were clearly visible. Lin Dong was completely mesmerized. Before, he'd often come across beautiful women streaming online through his phone screen. But this was his first time experiencing one up close and personal in real life. More crucially, the stunningly beautiful woman was right there for him to enjoy however he pleased. Oomph, it's just dancing. I can do that too. Tingting refused to be outdone, hopping onto the sofa and launching into a dance for Lin Dong. Wipe the glass, wipe the glass.
Inside the private room, two stunning beauties danced gracefully, the atmosphere thick with sensuality and extravagance.
What surprised Lin Dong even more was the system prompt that followed.
Congratulations, host. You've completed a special conquest mission at the nightclub and earned an extra reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera with license plate 88,888.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special ability, Unshakable Drunkenness. What? Lin Dong's heart jolted, sobering him up considerably.
Under the effect of 1,000 cups without drunkenness, the alcohol in his body was rapidly breaking down. His previously blurred vision sharpened into crystal clarity. Beyond that, Lin Dong sensed something new in his pocket.
He pulled it out and saw it was a car key. Engraved upon them was a gold and red emblem.
It was unmistakably the key to a top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera, worth 3,500,000 yuan.
Holy crap, I've hit the jackpot. If you had the money, you could buy a top-of-the-line Panamera. But a license plate with 5 8s? That's absolutely priceless, a symbol of status. Lin Dong, how was my dancing? Did you like it?
Lin Dong hadn't fully recovered from his surprise when Bai Yuqing walked over and hooked her arm through his. Tingting had been cleaning the windows halfway when she accidentally wiped Lin Dong's clothes. Both women were going to great lengths to win Lin Dong's favor. Lin Dong felt dizzy and elated, utterly dazzled.
Nice dance. Come on, let's have a drink together.
Lin Dong poured each of them a glass of Louis XIII and raised it to their cherry red lips. Such generosity was hard to refuse, and neither woman could decline. More importantly, they both wanted to get Lin Dong drunk. To take advantage of his vulnerable state and be the first to make a move.
Lin Dong, we've all had a drink, you have to have one too. Exactly.
Otherwise it's unfair you're picking on the little girls.
Tingting said, nestling into his arms with a pout. Her two soft, boneless hands instinctively kneaded Lin Dong's arm. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes narrowed seductively, and the air thickened with desire. Bai Yuqing's almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Lin Dong, radiating an irresistible charm. Chapter 14, 1,000 cups won't get me drunk. Fine, I'll drink.
Lin Dong gulped down 2 large mouthfuls. Bai Yuqing watched with a seductive smile, gently and slowly unbuttoning Lin Dong's collar as her fingers traced his neck. That electric sensation instantly sent Lin Dong reeling, intoxicated by the sensation. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. You city folks sure know how to have fun. No wonder emperors skip morning court sessions. With so many beauties attending him daily, even an emperor wouldn't want to rise early. Brother Dong, I can't drink anymore. On the other side, Tingting finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her head tilted sideways as she slumped onto Lin Dong, her face flushed and ears burning. Her 2 long legs, nearly a meter each, were casually draped over Lin Dong's knees as her miniskirt rode up.
Ha, and you call yourself Lin Dong's companion?
Bai Yuqing clearly had a high tolerance for alcohol after drinking so much, she was only slightly tipsy.
Lin Dong couldn't help but feel intrigued. He was eager to test the limits of his newfound ability. Could he truly drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Yuqing, Tingting can't keep up. Let's keep going. Sure thing, Lin Dong. Here's to you.
Bai Yuqing spoke while pouring a glass of Hennessy XO with a seductive grace, then raised it to Lin Dong with a loving gaze. Drink this glass, and all past misunderstandings between us will be wiped clean.
You can't hold it against me anymore.
Oh? Lin Dong smiled faintly, knowing Bai Yuqing was referring to something that happened back in their school days. He shook his head and took the wine glass. Don't worry. A statesman's heart is as vast as the sea.
Do I look like the type to hold a grudge? Besides, you're being so sincere.
Lin Dong savored the fine wine while his hands roamed freely. Instantly, Bai Yuqing was overcome with playful coquetry, her body trembling with delight. But since you're apologizing, 1 glass won't be enough. Oh, I get it. Bai Yuqing pouted, poured herself another glass of red wine, tilted her jade-like neck, and let the wine slide down her throat. Good. Lin Dong exclaimed in approval. Bai Yuqing glanced at Tingting, who was passed out drunk beside her, feeling thoroughly smug.
You little thing, in your wildest dreams you think you can compete with me for Lin Dong? Dream on. 1 more round, 1 more. No way, I'm starting to feel a bit dizzy.
After downing 2 more bottles, Bai Yuqing finally succumbed to the alcohol, shaking her head. At the same time, she watched Lin Dong down cup after cup effortlessly, utterly astonished. Back in their school days, Lin Dong could only handle 3 or 5 bottles of beer.
How had he turned into such a heavy drinker?
After all that alcohol, his face didn't even flush. Bai Yuqing had intended to get Lin Dong drunk and force things to happen. But now it seemed she was the prey, the one being devoured.
I can't take it anymore. Bai Yuqing murmured.
Before she could finish, she collapsed into Lin Dong's arms. With Tingting on one side and Bai Yuqing on the other, they looked like 2 little drunks. At this point, even if someone picked them up, they probably wouldn't know a thing.
Huff. Lin Dong exhaled a heavy breath.
The alcohol in his body vanished instantly, and the faint flush on his face faded back to normal. Then, he stood up as if nothing had happened. Then, he picked up the empty bottle with interest, a faint smile playing on his lips. This 1,000 cups without drunkenness is truly remarkable. Forget 1,000 cups, I feel like I could down 100 bottles.
Too bad I've got more important things to do right now.
Lin Dong turned his head, his expression brimming with anticipation. 2 stunningly beautiful women lay passed out, utterly intoxicated, like 2 lambs ready for slaughter. You see, he possessed more than just the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
He hadn't even tried the iron will yet. Let's go.
Lin Dong effortlessly hoisted 1 woman under each arm, draping their arms over his shoulders. Then, he strode out of the VIP suite with great flair. To his surprise, 2 rows of waitstaff stood at the entrance, bowing respectfully. Spotting Lin Dong emerge, they immediately greeted him with smiles.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for choosing Emperor KTV. We look forward to welcoming you back.
Lin Dong gave a perfunctory nod. Just then, a portly middle-aged man with a dog-like appearance approached. His face plastered with a fawning smile, he bowed slightly and cautiously inquired, "Good evening, sir. I'm Song Dafa, general manager of Emperor KTV. There's still 600,000 yuan in bar tabs. How would you like to settle that?" Lin Dong froze for a moment. Only then did he recall that they'd run out of drinks later and ordered a few more bottles. Bai Yuqing was dead drunk and couldn't swipe her card. That's why this group was waiting here. In truth, Lin Dong had misunderstood. Song Dafu had arranged this grand display not because he needed the money, but simply to see with his own eyes who this big spender, this man who threw money around like water, truly was. He knew many high-ranking officials and dignitaries, yet he had never heard of anyone named Lin Dong. If he could use this chance to curry favor and make a good impression on Lin Dong. Who knows?
He might just secure a major patron for Emperor KTV. But he never imagined Lin Dong wasn't some wealthy tycoon or big boss.
He was just a young guy in his early 20s, dressed head to toe in cheap, knockoff clothes.
This left Son Dafa utterly baffled.
He couldn't figure Lin Dong out. He felt increasingly that Lin Dong was unfathomable.
Someone who could spend 1,000,000 yuan in one night at Emperor KTV, could he really be just some nobody? He was just being low-key, deliberately dressing down to blend in. Song Dafa indulged in a moment of speculation.
By then, Lin Dong had already pulled out his bank card and tossed it into his hand.
Alright, swipe it already. I've got things to do. Song Dafa nodded with a smile.
He caught a glimpse of Bai Yuqing nestled in Lin Dong's arms and his smile deepened. Back then, Bai Yuqing had guarded her virtue like a precious jewel, never stepping out.
Turns out she was playing the long game, waiting to snag a wealthy husband.
Sir, your total additional charges come to 600,000.
With the discount, it's 500,000. No need for discounts. Pay the full amount. Ha? What ha? Can't a man with money spend it? Cut the nonsense, swipe the card. The rest is your tip. I'm in a generous mood today. Hearing this, everyone was both astonished and delighted.
Lin Dong really was loaded, he wouldn't even accept a discount. He must be burning through cash. But the more extravagant he was, the happier they felt.
In these times, who wouldn't want to earn a little extra? Why worry about it? Maybe these rich folks just have some peculiar tastes. Maybe Lin Dong is actually some rich kid from a prominent family who doesn't even know the value of money.
Detected host spending 600,000 yuan at nightclub.
Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired 6 million yuan.
Just then, the system's notification sounded. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction.
The more I spend, the more cashback I get. You give me a discount, you're messing with me. Watch your step, sir. Take your time. Song Dafa escorted him to the door with the waitstaff.
They had even considered calling a cab for Lin Dong.
But the next second, they were stunned all over again. Chapter 15, to the hotel. Beep.
In the parking lot, two blinding headlights suddenly illuminated the area, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was a sleek black sedan radiating modern flair. Its triangular front end was elegant and dynamic, while the streamlined body was a feast for the eyes.
Song De had sharp eyes. He instantly recognized the model and license plate. Porsche Panamera? License plate, 5/8. Well, who's the young master making an incognito visit?
At Emperor KTV, $1,000,000 luxury cars are nothing unusual.
But a license plate with 5/8? That's a rare sight indeed.
Moments later, the car pulled up in front of them. Only then did everyone realize the driver was Lin Dong. He was waving at them now.
Manager Son, if it's not too much trouble, I'll take a day off for Yuqing. You know how it is. I understand perfectly. Drive safely. Song Dafu nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. But inwardly he was thinking, Bai Yuqing really hit the jackpot landing such a big shot. Oh no, I forgot to get her contact info. Song Dafu suddenly snapped to attention.
But it was already too late.
Lin Dong had already sped off in his Panamera.
Under normal circumstances, after drinking that much, he probably couldn't even hold the steering while steady. Getting caught would mean a DUI charge. But thanks to his special ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he was even more alert than an ordinary person at that moment, his mind unusually sharp. Roar! Lin Dong slammed his foot on the accelerator, the engine roaring wildly. Before long, he arrived at his destination. The Dynasty Hotel, Tianhai City's most luxurious establishment. With an average per-person cost of 18,000 yuan, even the most basic rooms commanded 3,000 to 4,000. A veritable money pit for the wealthy, a haven of indulgence for the elite. Wake up, we're here. Lin Dong parked near the hotel and gently tapped Ting in Bai Yuqing's cheeks. But both remained dazed and unconscious. Sigh. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh, feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, a brand new BMW X5 drove past. Unsurprisingly, it was another young couple heading to the hotel for a romantic night. Honey, you're being so generous today taking me to the Dynasty Hotel. It's all because you kept going on about it, how you've always dreamed of living like the rich. Well, today I'm making that dream come true. You're the best, honey. Mwah. A closer look revealed the woman cooing and flirting in the passenger seat was none other than Fong Shui, the woman Lin Dong once knew intimately. The man she was hugging and kissing was named Wang Long, a small-time company owner in Tianhai City. He was also Fong Shui's direct supervisor. Taking advantage of his position, he had gradually seduced Fong Shui. He even encouraged Fong Shui to be with Lin Dong. This way, he could not only allay his wife's suspicions but also enjoy the thrill of a secret affair. Unfortunately, Lin Dong caught him having sex with Fong Shui in the car. Enraged, he dumped her. That thrill diminished considerably. Honey, look at that car up ahead. I saw it online, something like a Panamera. The top-of-the-line version costs millions. Fong Shui pointed excitedly. Wang Long couldn't help but lean forward to get a better look.
It really is. There sure are a lot of wealthy people in Tianhai City. Wonder which rich kid's inside. A car like this isn't something ordinary folks can afford. The annual maintenance alone could buy a car like mine. Feng Shui knew that after Lin Dong left, her value would plummet significantly. So she quickly began to flatter Wang Long. Honey, you can't talk like that. We may not be as well off as some, but we're better off than most. Look at that loser Lin Dong, he'll never earn enough to buy even one wheel of a Panamera in his lifetime. Thinking about it that way, doesn't it feel better? Wang Long chuckled and nodded in agreement. His expression even carried a hint of pride. You're right. I may not be as rich as the wealthy, but I'm still better off than him, right? But comparing that loser to me? That's downright insulting. Honey, let's hurry up and go upstairs. I'm dying here. Look at you, so impatient. Hee hee, just wait till we try out those new positions I learned. I'll make you feel like you're floating on air. Pfft, shameless. Feng Shui snapped, swatting away Wang Long's hands reaching for her collar. Her long legs swept out from beneath her bodycon skirt as she deftly stepped out of the car. Throughout the entire process, her attention remained fixed on the Panamera, completely oblivious to what Wang Long was saying. Back then, she stayed with Wang Long and even played along with his schemes to frame Lin Dong because she saw he had a bit of cash in his pocket enough to buy her jewelry, handbags, and all sorts of luxury goods. But human desire is like Pandora's box. Once opened, it knows no bounds. Right now, that sleek, flashy Panamera had completely stolen Feng Shui's heart. Her mind was filled with thoughts of who the wealthy heir might be. She wondered if she had any chance of meeting him, of exchanging contact information. After all, compared to the Panamera owner, Wang Long was utterly unimpressive. Feng Shui? What are you spacing out for? Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Hearing Wang Long's impatient prompting, Feng Shui felt a pang of resentment. With her looks, was she really stuck with a greasy, pot-bellied guy like Wang Long? Wang Long didn't notice the hint of disgust in Feng Shui's eyes. He still thought she was that naive little woman who obeyed his every command. He immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the Dynasty Hotel. Easy there, you're hurting me. This is nothing. Wait till later, I'll make you scream for mercy. Whatever. Feng Shui rolled her eyes. Did she not know exactly what Wang Long was capable of in bed? Lasting 5 minutes was already beyond his usual capabilities. Daddy! He should be calling the urologist. Smack! Just then, Lin Dong stepped out of the Panamera. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the car beside him, feeling strangely familiar with it. Ugh! Just then, a sudden retching sound echoed. To his surprise, it was the two stunning beauties, Bai Yuqing and Tingting, vomiting by the roadside. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Fortunately, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Otherwise, he'd have ended up like those two. Alright, you've thrown up enough. Get up quickly, go inside the hotel to wash up and change your clothes. Look at you two, you're filthy. Moments later, Bai Yuqing and Tingting had sobered up considerably and stood up. Bai Yuqing glanced at her torn office uniform, her pretty face flushing slightly. Tingting wasn't much better off. When they arrived, they'd been wearing black fishnet stockings. Some pervert's hands had grabbed wildly, turning them into rags. Two long, slender legs, smooth as spring onions, were fully exposed to the air. Yet, the more exposed they were, the more alluring they became. The most beautiful sight is never the outright nakedness, but the teasing allure of half-hidden beauty. What are you standing around for? Come on. Seeing the two of them standing there hesitating, Lin Dong waved impatiently at them. Unexpectedly, the two exchanged glances, looking at each other with reluctance. Lin Dong, you mean, the two of us together? Chapter 16, Enemies Meet. Tingting bit her lips a vivid crimson as she asked, Brother Dong, could we take turns? It's my first time, and I'd like to be alone with you. It's the same for everyone. All these years, I've remained pure and never had a boyfriend. Bai Yuqing pouted playfully, deliberately thrusting her chest forward. At the end of the day, most women in Manhwa still held relatively conservative views. They might crack dirty jokes and seem uninhibited on the surface. But the idea of two women sharing one man still fell outside the comfort zone for most. Lin Dong snorted coldly at the sight. He didn't have time to waste coaxing women. Throw a few million at it, what influencer, streamer, or minor celebrity couldn't be won over? You two are just being coy, thinking it's too difficult? Then don't do it. Can't handle it? Then get the hell out of here. Working in nightclubs and still playing the innocent act? What can't you handle? Pfft, it's just the money not being right, isn't it? Listen up, this is a one-time deal. Either come upstairs with me now if I'm in the mood, anything goes, or pack your bags and get out. I don't need you. With that, Lin Dong turned and stormed off. What? Tingting and Bai Yuqing were stunned by Lin Dong's sudden tirade. They thought that if they just acted cute and played the innocent card, Lin Dong would surely take pity on them and grant every wish. They'd imagined they could turn the tables and keep this man firmly in their grasp. But now it seemed they'd been making assumptions. Lin Dong wasn't buying it at all. Sis Bai, maybe we should. Tingting's delicate little face flushed red, then paled. Right now, Lin Dong was in a rage.
If she didn't make amends soon, it might be too late to salvage things.
Tap tap. Just then, the sound of hurried high heels echoed through the room. Tingting was completely dumbfounded. Where the heck was Bai Yuqing? She was right here just now. Lin Dong, don't leave. I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Not just 2 people, bring on 2 more. Good grief.
Your mood swings are faster than flipping a book.
You wait. Brother Dong. Tingting wasn't about to be outdone, quickening her pace to catch up.
Then, flanking him on either side, Bai Yuqing and Tingting wrapped their arms around Lin Dong's. They deliberately pressed themselves close, giving Lin Dong an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Watching the 2 women throw themselves at him, vying for his attention with their fawning, Lin Dong felt elated inside.
You little minxes, think you can play me? Sorry, but I'm a Sigma man, I never let women get the better of me. A little threesome, gotcha. Moments later, the trio entered the Dynasty Hotel. They immediately drew quite a bit of attention.
No wonder Tingting and Bai Yuqing were simply stunning. One radiated fresh innocence, the other exuded mature sophistication. More importantly, these 2 irresistibly alluring, deadly beauties were willingly following that seemingly carefree-looking man. Could this guy be yet another spoiled rich kid out squandering his fortune? Brother Dong. Feeling the strange stares from the crowd, Tingting and Bai Yuqing blushed fiercely, wishing they could sink into the ground. But the thought of Lin Dong still ahead forced them to quicken their pace, breaking into a light jog to catch up. They say one shouldn't bend over backwards for a pittance. But the rice Lin Dong had showered them with was enough to crush their backs. In this day and age, who would turn down money? The receptionist at Dynasty Hotel, seeing the trio's unusual lineup, couldn't help but give them a curious glance. But she was professional, no prying questions, just a polite nod and a smile. Good day, sir. How many rooms would you like? We have deluxe rooms, executive suites, VIP suites, and presidential suites. Before the receptionist could finish her introduction. Slam! Lin Dong waved his hand and slammed his credit card on the counter. 1 presidential suite, charge it to my card. I'm in a hurry. Certainly, sir. 1 moment please. The front desk clerk smiled as she tucked away the card and turned to her computer. Just then, the sound of a couple arguing reached his ears from behind. And the woman's voice sounded vaguely familiar. It's all your fault for insisting on booking that special offer room. Now we're stuck. The hotel's fully booked. They're just refunding your deposit and kicking us out. Wang Long, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Immediately after, came another burst of the man's protest. Bull. It's only 2,000 yuan. Do you think I'm short on that kind of money? I'm booking the most expensive presidential suite right now. Tonight, I'll shut you up for good. The woman snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at the man. But in the end, she still followed him to the front desk. Then she froze in her tracks. Because she saw an unexpected figure, a lowlife who had no business being here. Lin Dong? What are you doing here? Fang Shui's heart jolted. Her eyes widened in shock as she instinctively tugged at her pink pencil skirt. But then she remembered they'd broken up, no need to put on any act in front of Lin Dong, and she pulled it back. In truth, Lin Dong had recognized both of them during Fang Shui and Wang Long's argument. In the past, seeing this couple acting all lovey-dovey might have made Lin Dong fume with rage and grief. But times had changed. He couldn't care less about them now. Especially upon hearing that Wang Long had booked the cheapest room available to save money, Lin Dong felt no anger, only profound contempt. In his eyes, they were nothing but 2 clowns, pretending to be rich in a place like this despite their lack of money. Oh ho, Fang Shui, isn't this your loser ex-boyfriend? How'd he end up here? The moment Wang Long approached the front desk and pulled out his bank card, he spotted Lin Dong standing nearby, dressed head to toe in cheap, tacky clothes. He snorted coldly and shook his head. Lin Dong, you wouldn't be trying to win Fang Shui back by following her around and begging for reconciliation, would you? I suggest you give up on that idea. You and Fang Shui are from completely different worlds. Also, there's something she probably hasn't told you. Wang Long spoke up to this point, then wrapped his arm around Fang Shui's slender waist, leaving her flushed and visibly uncomfortable. Wang Long, what are you doing? Everyone's watching. So what if they're watching? You're my woman, what's there to be afraid of? Wang Long snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a hint of perversion and madness. Fang Shui being with you was all part of my plan. From start to finish, you've been nothing but a cuckold. Wang Long crossed his arms with a cold smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. But from start to finish, he never saw a flicker of anger on Lin Dong's face. The next moment, 2 beautiful women even approached, each wrapping an arm around one of Lin Dong's arms, their expressions incredibly intimate. Their words dripped with contempt and disgust toward Wang Long. Brother Dong, who is this guy? Fat and ugly, with such a foul mouth. He actually called you a loser? He must still be asleep. Yeah, he should take a good look at himself before running around making a fool of himself. How ridiculous. Chapter 17, Presidential Suite. What? The air suddenly fell silent. Wan Long and Feng Shui stared wide-eyed at the two beauties throwing themselves at Lin Dong, their minds going blank. In their eyes, Lin Dong was nothing but a stinking loser from the countryside, a sucker who'd been completely duped. But now, two stunningly beautiful women, even more captivating than Feng Shui, were throwing themselves at him. And there was even a hint of rivalry between them. How could they possibly believe this? Wang Long's forehead veins bulged as he blurted out Lin Dong's past. "Hey, ladies, you haven't got the wrong guy, have you? This guy's Lin Dong, a dead broke loser who's dirtier than a pigsty. You must have been fooled by him." Feng Shui nodded in agreement. At the same time, her gaze toward Tingting and Bai Yuqing carried a hint of hostility. Watch your mouth, you're the real loser. Yeah, you're the one who's blind. A guy like Brother Dong, handsome and loaded, you couldn't find him even if you lit a lantern. Just because you can't compete doesn't mean you get to slander him. Bai Yuqing reacted quickest. Seeing Feng Shui clench her delicate fists, she instantly guessed what was going on. "Oh, I get it, you're just jealous and resentful, so you're deliberately slandering Lin Dong, right? Bull. You're full of it." Wang Long instantly flew into a rage. People could talk about him all they wanted, but not Lin Dong. He was the one who had cheated on Lin Dong. What was there to envy? Calm down, calm down. Wang Long sneered coldly, forcing himself to suppress his inner rage. "Lin Dong, you're such a coward, hiding behind a woman. Don't you have anything to say?" Hearing this, Lin Dong gave a cold laugh. "Talking to someone like you is just a waste of my time." "What?" Wang Long froze for a moment. The next moment, Lin Dong shook his head. "Anyway, I'm not going to go all the way to Dynasty Hotel just to book a discounted room. Putting on airs like that, don't you feel ashamed?" Hearing this, not only did Wang Long grind his teeth in anger, but Feng Shui's face also darkened. The next moment, unable to contain herself any longer, she pointed directly at Lin Dong and declared, "Lin Dong, I don't know where you dug up these two vixens to deliberately provoke me. But let me tell you this, no matter what you do, you can't escape the fact that you're a worthless loser. Wang Long did book a discounted room. What about you? You can't even scrape together $200, and you ride a bike to work every day. What gives you the right to spout off here? Even if it's a discounted room, you still can't afford it." After Feng Shui finished speaking, the air suddenly fell silent. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to explain. But seeing this, Feng Shui assumed he'd been exposed and had no reply, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Lin Dong hadn't changed, still a total loser. And she hadn't been blind to let such a catch slip away. Meanwhile, Wang Long found a sliver of superiority. Though he had no idea what tricks Lin Dong had used to charm those two beauties. But when it came to making money, he was confident. Lin Dong would never surpass him in this lifetime. Little did he expect that at that very moment. "Mr. Lin, your presidential suite is ready for check-in now." Presidential suite? Hearing those 4 words, Feng Shui's eyes widened instantly. The smile on Wang Long's face froze instantly. Put. Seeing the couple's expressions more disgusted than if they'd eaten by Yuqing and Tingting couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. The slap in the face came too fast. Just moments ago, Wang Long and Feng Shui had been mocking Lin Dong. The Dynasty Hotel wasn't a place he could just walk into whenever he pleased. Even if it offered discounted rooms, he couldn't afford to stay there. The next moment, the front desk clerk delivered the final blow. It was like an invisible slap across their faces, red and stinging. "Mr. Lin, here is the key card for the presidential suite. The room is on the top floor. Should you require anything, please don't hesitate to call. Wishing you a pleasant stay." The receptionist relished the spectacle, deliberately raising her voice so Wang Long and Feng Shui could hear every word. "All right, thank you." Lin Dong's lips curved slightly as he flicked the keycard between 2 fingers, tossing it to Bai Yuqing with effortless flair. "Be careful not to lose it. After all, some people could never afford a room like this in their entire lives." "You!" Wang Long pointed angrily at Lin Dong, his face flushed with rage. In the end, he couldn't utter a single word. Because what Lin Dong said was the truth. A night in the Dynasty Hotel's presidential suite costs at least 50,000 yuan. For him, it was a stretch, but he could scrape it together. But it was simply not worth it. Feng Shui was equally furious. She gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and glared at Wang Long with disappointment. "Wang Long, I want to stay in the presidential suite too." "Stay where? Like I have that kind of money?" Wang Long was thoroughly annoyed, letting out a cold chuckle. "Besides, Feng Shui, you don't seriously think Lin Dong suddenly struck it rich, do you?" "What do you mean?" Feng Shui furrowed her delicate brows, suddenly sensing something was off. "Ha!" Wang Long's lips curled into a cold smile. Think about it, yesterday Lin Dong was still riding a bike and eating instant noodles. How could he possibly be staying in a presidential suite today? He must be putting on airs, borrowing from some online loan. Or else, he's just scamming women into spending money on him, living off them like a freeloading gigolo. As he said this, Wang Long casually glanced at Tingting and Bai Yuqing. Judging by their attire, these two frequently frequented high-end establishments, and their phones were the latest models. So it was highly likely that Lin Dong had hooked up with 2 young rich women.
Otherwise, why would he hand the room key to Bai Yuqing first?
The more Wang Long thought about it, the more plausible it seemed.
Feng Shui, too, shot him a look of disdain.
Lin Dong, I must have been blind to ever get involved with you. Instead of working hard to earn money, you've sunk so low as to resort to online loans and pimping yourself out.
How utterly disgraceful. Feng Shui hurled a barrage of scornful remarks at Lin Dong.
Completely unaware, every word she spoke was essentially a rebuke to herself. As he felt the growing number of contemptuous and hostile stares around him, Lin Dong was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity.
Hey, Feng Shui, you two have some wild imaginations, don't you?
Even if I, Lin Dong, have no shame left, I'd never sell myself for a handbag or a phone.
That's the kind of person I despise the most.
Hearing this, Feng Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Her expression betrayed the sting of a wound being reopened, her embarrassment turning to anger.
Lin Dong, just keep talking tough. I refuse to believe you have any other way to make money besides taking out online loans and being a gigolo. Don't end up unable to repay your debts and forced to sell your blood. Sigh. Seeing Wang Long and Feng Shui still stubbornly refusing to see reason, Lin Dong felt it necessary to show them what a real tycoon was all about. Slam! Lin Dong released the two stunning women clinging to him on either side and slammed his room key onto the counter. The front desk clerk was momentarily stunned. Could this man really be broke and trying to check out? Chapter 18, Staying for a Month.
I'm sorry, sir, but if you cancel your reservation, we'll need to deduct a 10% service fee that's 5,000 yuan.
Would you like to proceed? Who said I wanted to check out? Then what are you? The front desk clerk was puzzled.
Lin Dong smiled and pulled out another card.
This time, it was a bank card. I hear your hotel's presidential suite is quite nice.
I'll book it for a month. When I'm in the mood, I'll come stay for a couple of days.
A month? The front desk clerk's eyes widened in disbelief. A single night costs 50,000 yuan a month would be 1.5 million. Converted into crisp red 100 yuan bills, they'd stack over a meter high.
What's more, from what Lin Dong implied, he was just renting it for fun, not necessarily planning to stay every night.
Mr. Lin, are you absolutely certain you're not joking? Hearing this, the smile on Lin Dong's face gradually faded. As if provoked, he replied with a hint of displeasure, does this look like I'm joking? Or do you think I can't afford it? No, no. The front desk clerk turned pale with fright and shook her head hastily. Please wait a moment. I'll process your check-in right away. If you stay for a full month, we can offer a discount. No need. I hate discounts. Just charge me the full price. I've got plenty of money. I'm not stingy.
Lin Dong said with a serious expression. If anyone else had uttered such an obnoxious remark, Ting and Bai Yuqing would have looked down on him, thinking he was a pig with a green onion up its snout, pretending to be an elephant. But Lin Dong was different. He'd already blown over $1 million at Red Romance and Emperor KTV. A mere 1.5 million for a hotel stay, though extravagant, was hardly a blip on his radar.
Meanwhile, Feng Shui and Wang Long couldn't sit still. Lin Dong, enough already. There's a limit to how much you can show off.
Wang Long's expression was slightly awkward as he sneered, if you check out now, you'll lose at most 5,000 yuan.
But if you keep this up, they'll call the cops to arrest you. Wang Long, why are you meddling? You can't coddle people like this. He needs to learn a lesson. Feng Shui, however, was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle.
In her eyes, Lin Dong was still the lowly loser she could boss around.
Even hooking up with two rich women wouldn't change that.
If he could pull out 1,500,000 yuan by the end of the night, she'd gouge her own eyes out.
You're right. Let's keep our distance.
That guy's clearly mentally unstable.
Wang Long nodded repeatedly, pulling Feng Shui further away.
Not just them, other passers-by also stopped to watch the show. Just then, the front desk attendant began swiping the card.
Moments later, a receipt printed out successfully. This meant the transaction was complete. Lin Dong's bank card truly held that amount. How is this possible? Feng Shui stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Sorry to disappoint you all.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, his expression calm and composed, as he signed his name on the receipt.
Mr. Lin, here are your room key and bank card. Please take them. The front desk attendant respectfully handed over the room key and bank card. In that instant, Feng Shui's face turned deathly pale. For a moment, she felt countless looks of contempt and mockery directed at her. Meanwhile, the onlookers nearby began murmuring among themselves. This handsome guy's last name is Lin? How come we've never heard of him before? Is he some kind of big shot in Tianhai?
1 million or 10,000 enough to buy a house, yet he spends it all on hotels.
The world of the wealthy, I just don't get it.
The murmurs grew louder, and everyone found Lin Dong increasingly enigmatic. At the same time, they shot playful glances at Wang Long and Feng Shui. These two could only afford budget rooms. They were the real losers, unworthy of even stepping foot in the Dynasty Hotel.
Feng Shui, pinch me. Am I dreaming?
Wang Long stammered, his lips twitching slightly.
More accurately, his entire body was trembling.
He never in a million years imagined that the loser he once looked down on would transform into a wealthy man. But what shocked him even more was that Feng Shui completely ignored him. Right now, she was gazing at Lin Dong with tender eyes, biting her lip coyly. Oh? Seeing Feng Shui's expression, Lin Dong instantly guessed her intentions and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Women like this had only two words in their bones. Gold digger. She'd hook up with Wang Long for money. Now, for money, she could also cut ties with Wang Long and bat her eyelashes at him. All these years of his wholehearted devotion had been like throwing meat buns at a dog gone without a trace. The next moment, Lin Dong felt a sudden twinge of twisted amusement and beckoned Feng Shui over. I'm not much of a person, but I do hold on to the past. I admit I made many mistakes in our past relationship. If I could have another chance, I'd cherish that girl with all my heart. Even if it meant spending a fortune on her, I'd gladly do it. Hearing this, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were moved to tears. They had witnessed firsthand just how extravagant Lin Dong could be with his money. When transferring money to reward himself, he'd just close his eyes and hit the 0 button. Lin Dong, I believe in you. Brother Dong, me too. I want to be with you forever. Tingting and Bai Yuqing threw themselves at him with everything they had, practically trying to melt into Lin Dong's body. The men watching were so aroused they couldn't help but feel excited. Meanwhile, Feng Shui couldn't help but tear up, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. Lin Dong, I'm sorry. I was the one who was wrong before. Now I know I was wrong. Can you give me a chance? Can we start over? I'll love you more than anyone else. Have you forgotten the vows we made back then? To hold your hand and grow old together. Feng Shui spoke slowly, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Dong couldn't help but recall all the moments they'd shared, and the countless little gifts he'd painstakingly prepared for her. Yet the more he recalled, the colder his gaze toward Feng Shui grew. Back then, he couldn't even hold her hand. Behind his back, she and Wang Long had tried every position imaginable. And now she was trying to play the emotional card with him? How ridiculous. Feng Shui didn't realize that the more she spoke, the more absurdly wrong she became. From start to finish, Lin Dong never once considered getting back together with her. Feng Shui, what are you talking about? I'm right here. Do you think I'm dead? Meanwhile, Wang Long couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Feng Shui's arm, trying to pull her back. This woman was way too pragmatic. Seeing Lin Dong had money, she wanted to reconcile with him? What does she take him for? Wang Long, let go. From this moment on, we have nothing to do with each other. We're over. The next second, Feng Shui forcefully shook off Wang Long's hand, her expression resolute. The latter stood dumbfounded, eyes wide as saucers, his expression thick with disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 19, Losing Both Money and Love. You know exactly what I said. Feng Shui wiped away her tears, her expression one of disgust. You can't even manage a bargain room without dragging your feet. You never truly cared about me. Now that I have a better option, not only do you refuse to support me, but you try to stop me making me suffer alongside you. You don't love me at all. Ahem. Hearing this, Lin Dong nearly lost his composure. How had he never noticed Feng Shui had such a knack for spouting grand principles before? She's got real potential to become a little blue book blogger. Meanwhile, the look he shot Wang Long grew increasingly mocking. You like to play the fool? Now it's my turn to cheat on you. You. Wang Long was furious. Just as he was about to make a move, Feng Shui feigned alarm and stepped back, shielding her upper body. Wang Long, what are you doing? You still want to hit someone? This whole charade left Wang Long seething with rage, nearly knocking him off his feet. Feng Shui, you. Fine, I'll get the hell out of here. Don't ever let me see you again. Wang Long stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Feng Shui didn't even glance back at him. She turned around and walked toward Lin Dong with a look of deep affection. Her gaze toward Tingting and Bai Yuqing was filled with hostility. As if she were Lin Dong's rightful wife. These two women were nothing but outright mistresses. Lin Dong, forgive me. Please? Feng Shui spoke softly, her voice gentle as she approached him. The next moment, Lin Dong slowly extended his right hand. Feng Shui instantly burst into tears, her face streaked with tears of gratitude. At the same time, she could almost see the glamorous life of a wealthy socialite beckoning her. On the other side, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were on high alert, their expressions tinged with urgency. They never imagined Lin Dong would be such a love-struck fool. Even after being cheated on, he could forgive that woman. Would there still be a place for them by Lin Dong's side? Just then, Feng Shui had already walked up to Lin Dong, about to throw herself into his arms. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. Feng Shui's head buzzed, her mind going blank. She stared at Lin Dong, her eyes vacant. Turning to Lin Dong, he slowly withdrew his right hand, his expression cold and indifferent. Did I ever say I was giving you a chance? You're just flattering yourself. What did you say? Feng Shui clutched her left cheek, now red from the slap, her expression one of utter shock. At the same time, she looked at Lin Dong with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Just moments ago, he'd spoken of old affection, of starting over with her. Now, how could he turn on her like this? Wasn't what I said clear enough? Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, sizing up Feng Shui from head to toe as if she were some kind of freak. He shook his head occasionally, uttering a couple of disapproving TSK sounds. I did say I'd give the person I like a chance. But I never said that person was you. A gold digging like you, a green tia who'd do anything for money. How could you possibly think I'd still like you? Who gave you the courage?
The Queen of Liang?
Lin Dong snorted coldly, spreading his arms wide to pull the two stunning beauties on either side into his embrace.
Don't be ridiculous, lady. Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? Do you even think you're worthy? I was talking about these two.
You're the one who thought you were hot stuff and came crawling all over me.
Hitting you would make my hands dirty. With that, Lin Dong made a disgusted gesture, flicking his wrists.
Then, as if that weren't enough, he asked the front desk for a wet wipe to clean his hands.
Now, is that clear enough?
For a moment, every pair of eyes in the Dynasty Hotel was fixed on Feng Shui. More accurately, they were staring at her mortified face, desperately trying not to laugh.
So satisfying. So satisfying. That's exactly how you deal with a snobby, low-life woman like that.
Meanwhile, Feng Shui's expression changed countless times within a single minute.
Surprise. Confusion. Shock.
Now, her face flushed crimson with rage and shame. She wanted nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground. In her desperate attempt to cling to Lin Dong's coattails, she kicked away Wang Long, her cash cow. In the end, she lost both the man and the money. At this thought, Feng Shui could hold it in no longer. She burst into tears.
Lin Dong, you bastard. If you've got the guts, don't regret it. Hearing this, Lin Dong nearly burst out laughing. Regret?
With the binding system, he had more money than he could ever spend.
Instead of chasing after internet celebrities, he'd go after a gold digger? If he was broke and had to suck up, that'd be understandable. But sucking up when you're loaded? That's just plain stupid. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered with small talk. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Enough, Feng Shui. Stop with the fake tears. Who are you trying to pity yourself for? That Wang Long hasn't gone far yet. If you go find him now, you might still catch him. Too late. You won't even smell the exhaust from his BMW anymore. What? Feng Shui snapped out of her daze.
The next moment, she shot Lin Dong a vicious glare before turning and walking away decisively.
She walked away so fast, never looking back. Truth be told, she couldn't bear to stay any longer.
The way people here looked at her was like they were staring at a circus clown.
Lin Dong, look at her, she's like a dog. Exactly, a drowned rat. Ha! People just love kicking someone when they're down. Who told her to be so blind and leave Brother Dong? Look at me, I'd never do that.
I'll take care of Brother Dong so he's comfortable. The two women seized every chance to vie for favor and flatter him. As they chattered, they shamelessly clung to Lin Dong's arm, rubbing against him. Their already provocative figures pressed tightly against him, causing their curves to shift and shift. Lin Dong instantly felt a surge of lust, wrapping his arms around their slender waists.
You said it yourselves. Don't act all prim and proper once we're in the room.
Lin Dong planted a kiss on each of their cheeks, his expression suggestive.
Ugh, you're so annoying. Let's go, haha. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, the man and two women strode straight into the elevator, heading for the top-floor presidential suite. Meanwhile, the Dynasty Hotel parking lot. Feng Shui was pulling out all the stops, desperately trying to salvage her love. Wang Long, please listen to me. I really didn't mean to. It's all Lin Dong's fault. He tricked me. I just lost my head for a moment. Feng Shui wept bitterly, her tears streaming down her face as she frantically explained. Yet throughout the entire scene, only two words remained etched on Wang Long's face. Oomph. So you're saying, it's still my fault? Feng Shui bit her lip, momentarily caught off guard, and found herself following his line of reasoning. If you hadn't booked that discounted room, then. Enough. Shut the hell up. Smack. The next moment, another slap landed on Feng Shui's face. Earlier, Lin Dong had struck her left cheek. Now, Wang Long struck her right cheek. At least it was symmetrical. Wang Long, you hit me? Feng Shui stared wide-eyed at Wang Long, utterly incredulous. Before, Wang Long had some peculiar little quirks. But he'd never struck so hard before. Hearing her words, Wang Long showed no mercy. Instead, he grew even more furious. Hit you? I'm not just going to hit you, I'm going to beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Smack. Smack. Two more resounding slaps. They sent Feng Shui reeling, dazed and disoriented. Still unsatisfied, Wang Long delivered a kick to Feng Shui's stomach. Chapter 20, Stormy Nights. Ah! Waves of agonized screams echoed through the parking lot. In no time, Feng Shui, once somewhat attractive, was utterly disfigured. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, and her entire body was covered in bruises, as if she'd been beaten. Spit! You worthless trash! You deserve it! Wang Long spat at Feng Shui, his expression filled with disgust. She regretted it so much she could have turned green. She couldn't tell if she regretted her actions or the loss of her cash cow. Meanwhile, Wanchao Hotel, top floor presidential suite. Lin Dong, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm taking one too, wait for me. Tingting and Bai Yuqing giggled as they entered the bathroom. Through the hazy glass door, Lin Dong watched their silhouettes appear and disappear, his mouth suddenly going dry. Damn it, this is practically pushing me to commit a crime. You're all going to shower, don't I need to wash too? No way. A wicked grin spread across Lin Dong's face as he approached the bathroom door. Then he barged right in. Ah! Two shrieks pierced the air. Soon, the bathroom was filled with springtime scenes. Detected host completing special mission, nighttime conquest of two women. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 million yuan. Another hidden quest, bringing 1 million yuan. But right now, Lin Dong had no time to care. What time is it? Still half asleep, Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and fumbled for his phone. Seeing the large number 14 on the screen, he realized it was already afternoon. Thud. Just then, a delicate, pale foot rested on his chest. Even the crystal-clear toes, painted with nail polish, were clearly visible. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Turning around, I saw Tingting and Bai Yuqing sprawled across the bed, still out cold. Smack! Lin Dong slapped them both. Get up already, stop pretending. Ha! He expected a response. But Bai Yuqing slept like a log, not stirring an inch. It was clear she'd been thoroughly worn out by Lin Dong. Tingting wasn't much better either, her eyes barely open. Lin Dong let out a helpless, bitter laugh. It seemed he was simply too powerful. Two women were simply no longer enough to satisfy him. You two get some rest. I'm going to make a call. Lin Dong dressed, rose slowly, and walked into the living room. It must be said, a presidential suite was truly something else. Not only did the decor and furnishings exude understated luxury in every detail, but the view was also incredibly expansive. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could overlook half of Tianhai City. Lin Dong picked up his phone and dialed a number. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no answer. Well, at this hour, Mom and Dad must be out working. They wouldn't have time to answer the phone. The thought of his parents back in the county town, still toiling away and scrimping and saving, made Lin Dong's nose sting. He'd been in Tianhai City for 7 or 8 years now, yet hadn't amounted to anything. He'd finally found a girlfriend, spent so much money, and had planned to bring her home to make his parents happy. But in the end, it all came to nothing. Now that he had money, he would make it up to his parents. He would give them a good life, letting them enjoy all the luxuries and comforts. Ha! Lin Dong exhaled deeply, opened the banking app on his phone, and prepared to transfer a sum back home. At first, he tapped in 6 zeros a million. But upon second thought, Lin Dong shook his head. His parents had always been honest and upright. Receiving 1 million yuan all at once would either scare them half to death or make them suspect he was involved in some illegal business. After much deliberation, Lin Dong decided to transfer 100,000 yuan first. Worst case, he could just say he won the lottery and give them something to be happy about. After filling in the details, he entered his payment password. Result: payment failed. Payment failed. Still payment failed. 3 consecutive prompts left Lin Dong completely dumbfounded. Could it be a system glitch? The over 10 million he'd just acquired, barely warm in his hands, vanished into thin air? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He immediately checked his balance. Only when he saw that string of zeros did he exhale a long breath of relief. Phew, that gave me a fright. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. The reason the transfer failed was because he'd spent too much yesterday and had been temporarily hit with a spending limit. The only way to resolve it was to visit the bank in person. No time to waste, let's get this sorted while the bank's still open. Lin Dong was always decisive and acted on his impulses. Squeak! The door creaked open. Glancing at the second woman still fast asleep, Lin Dong slowly walked out. As he left the hotel, a group of staff members bowed respectfully to him. Booking the presidential suite for an entire month, everyone knew Lin Dong was no ordinary person. Naturally, he received VIP-level treatment. He made his way to the parking lot and climbed into his Panamera. V-room. With the push of a button, the engine roared to life with its familiar rumble. Lin Dong felt exhilarated from head to toe, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. Then, with a stomp on the gas pedal, the Panamera shot forward like a rocket. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of a nearby bank. He parked the car haphazardly and strode inside with a swagger. As expected, the bank was bustling with people at this hour. A group of elderly men and women were already lined up ahead. With a sigh, Lin Dong took a number and waited patiently. Number 187, please proceed to counter 1. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, nearly nodding off, Lin Dong finally heard his number called. He quickly got up and sat down at counter 1. A middle-aged woman greeted him, her face clearly showing impatience. What kind of service do you need? My bank card has reached its limit. I'd like to increase the transfer limit. Oh. The woman nodded, took his bank card to check, and casually asked, your current daily transfer limit is 10,000 yuan. How much do you want to raise it to? Lin Dong thought for a moment and tentatively suggested, how about starting with 10 million yuan? If that doesn't work, we can increase it later. Oh, 10 million. Wait, how much? The middle-aged woman froze. Then, her eyebrows shot up. Are you kidding me in broad daylight? 10 million? That's ridiculous. Chapter 21, Looking Down on People. The middle-aged woman's face instantly fell. Through the glass window, she scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe. When she spotted his faded jeans, a wave of contempt washed over her. These days, you really see all kinds of people. Asking for 3 or 5,000 would be one thing. 10 million? Do you even deserve it? Going to work day after day is annoying enough, and now I have to deal with this weirdo. I'm speechless. Lin Dong sensed the other party's growing impatience and frowned slightly. But he didn't lose his temper right away. After all, he was still waiting to transfer money to his parents. So he forced himself to be patient and asked, what procedures do I need to follow? Or do I need to show some ID? After speaking, Lin Dong reached for his ID card. To his utter surprise, the female clerk didn't even bother to lift her head. She simply waved him off. We can't process it. Go wherever you want to handle it. Don't waste our time here. Can't you see all the people waiting behind you? 10 million? Ha, why not just say 100 million? With that, the clerk pressed the end button and called the next person. What did you say? Lin Dong frowned but didn't get up. But the others immediately began urging him on. Having witnessed the entire process, they saw no fault in the saleswoman's approach. Instead, they felt Lin Dong was wasting everyone's time. A middle-aged man who looked like a small-time boss approached him with a sharp tone, slapping him on the shoulder. Get up already, stop hogging the toilet. Several elderly men and women chimed in. If you're trying to scam us, take it somewhere else. This bank isn't your playground, and you won't get a dime out of us. Exactly. You're a big, handsome guy, yet you've got no sense at all. Demanding 10 million? If you really had 10 million, would you be standing in line here? Look at you, you'd be lucky to scrape together 10 grand. Get up already. Don't waste our time. In an instant, Lin Dong became the target of scorn, bombarded with sarcastic remarks. The salesperson, far from intervening, merely smirked coldly. See? The public's eyes are sharp. I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'll call security. Lin Dong remained expressionless, still seated in his chair. Then, he slammed his bank card down on the counter. The transaction isn't complete. Why should I leave? Today, if you don't raise my credit limit, I'm not going anywhere. Hearing this, the clerk froze. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Dong to be such a tough nut to crack. Then she started yelling. Everyone saw that. It's not that I won't process your transactions, this guy just won't leave and is wasting everyone's time. Her provocation stirred the crowd once more. What kind of person is this? Coming to the bank to cause trouble? He must be bored out of his mind. Just look at him, obviously a bum. Probably just got fired from his job and is looking for a place to vent. Security. Get him out of here. Amid the clamor, a middle-aged man with greasy hair and a slick appearance hurried over. He glanced at the angry crowd, then turned his gaze to the teller behind the counter. Shan, what's going on? Manager Wang, this guy's causing trouble. The clerk surnamed Zhang, seeing his savior arrive, immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Manager Wang paused in surprise. It wasn't unusual for customers to complain or even cause a scene when dissatisfied with bank services. But someone like Lin Dong, who managed to upset absolutely everyone, was a first. Sir, what kind of service are you seeking today? Seeing someone with authority finally arrive, Lin Dong stated directly, it's simple. I want to increase my credit limit, but she won't process it. Increase the credit limit? Manager Wang's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't that just a matter of filling out a form and clicking a mouse? How much would you like to increase it to? Not much. 10 million. 10 million? Manager Wang was taken aback. Then it finally dawned on him why the agent hadn't processed Lin Dong's request. Under normal circumstances, credit limit increases under 100,000 could be processed on the spot by the salesperson. For larger amounts, approval must be requested through higher channels, requiring layer-by-layer review before it can be granted. After all, not everyone possesses the qualifications and assets for such a request. Manager Wang, listen to this, does what he's saying even make sense? So what if it's 10 million? Who does he think he is, like he can just pull out 10 million? The sales rep, wanting to stir up more trouble, continued to exaggerate the situation. The small business owner from earlier was also growing annoyed, snorting coldly at Lin Dong. In broad daylight? Don't get carried away. My company only does a few tens of millions in annual turnover. So you're saying you're more powerful than me? I know plenty of big shots in Tianhai. What backwater did you crawl out of? Instead of wasting your time here, you'd be better off hauling bricks on a construction site. At least you wouldn't go hungry. Instead of standing here making a fool of yourself. Seeing the young boss's condescending, aggressive attitude, Lin Dong burst out laughing in anger. So you're saying it's my fault for wanting to mention 10 million? Of course. Forget 10 million, you wouldn't even get 10,000.
The young boss snorted coldly, his face dripping with scorn. Sir, I sincerely apologize for wasting your time.
I'll have security escort this gentleman out immediately. I'll personally handle your business. Please wait a moment. Manager Wang was a snob too.
The moment he heard the small business owner knew many big shots, he immediately put on a friendly smile. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more paths open up. Their bank adored premium clients like this small business owner.
Who knows? He might even take out a loan with them.
Hearing this, the small business owner grew even more smug. He folded his arms, looking down at Lin Dong, who was lingering at the counter as if he were a clown.
In this world, money talks. Scum like you don't even deserve to speak to me.
Seeing that expression, Lin Dong could only sneer inwardly.
He finally understood what it meant to be looked down upon. So, he couldn't get things done for himself, yet he'd fawn over and grovel for that little boss?
And the manager actually served him personally.
How amusing.
At that thought, Lin Dong finally lost all patience and shoved his bank card back through the glass window. But this time, it wasn't about increasing the credit limit.
Here's what we'll do.
Forget the credit limit increase.
Just withdraw all the money from the account.
Oh, and I want it in cash. Hearing this, the young boss let out a cold, dismissive snort.
You sure put on a convincing act. Cash, huh? Is there 10,000 yuan in the bank card? Manager Wang didn't want to waste any more time and immediately urged the clerk.
Xiao Zhang, if he wants to withdraw cash, just process it. Get him out of here fast.
I refuse to believe our bank can't keep running without the measly amount in his account.
In his view, Lin Dong's account held at most a few tens of thousands.
To the bank, it was negligible. The teller nodded and swiftly tapped away at the keyboard.
But when he saw the string of numbers on the computer screen, he froze in place. Manager Wang noticed her blank stare and couldn't help but urge her again.
Hurry up! Everyone's waiting behind us. And manager, maybe you should take a look yourself. Could it be that I'm seeing things? The salesperson looked dazed, doubting his own eyes. What do you mean? His account, it really seems to have over 10 million yuan. Chapter 22, withdrawing all the money. What did you say?
Manager Wang froze, wondering if he'd misheard.
But the female clerk's expression of utter shock was undeniably genuine. Lin Dong's account truly held over 10 million. Gulp.
Manager Wang swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The small-time boss behind him, clueless about the situation, urged impatiently, Manager, are you done yet?
Hurry up. This 800,000 yuan transfer has to go through today, they've been waiting forever.
The young boss deliberately mentioned the 800,000 yuan. Then he glanced at Lin Dong. He expected the guy to back down, showing some kind of embarrassed expression. But to his surprise, Lin Dong acted as if nothing had happened, showing no reaction whatsoever. He even crossed his legs. What a jerk. The young boss snorted coldly, finding him increasingly beyond reason. Maybe this kid had never seen so much money in his life and had no idea what 800,000 meant.
Wait, hold on a moment.
Manager Wang frowned deeply, sweat pouring down his back.
He waved his hand at the young boss, signaling him to shut up. What did you say?
The young boss froze for a moment.
Then, his tone turned hostile. Why the hell should I wait for him? Is this how your bank treats premium customers?
I'm warning you, if you make me unhappy, I'll never do business with your bank again.
Right now, get my money out. The young boss mimicked Lin Dong's tone, hoping to intimidate Manager Wang. But what happened next left him completely dumbfounded. I told you to wait. Can't you understand?
Manager Wang turned around and glared at him fiercely. The glare left the young boss completely dumbfounded.
And your 800,000? Compared to this gentleman, it's practically nothing. If you want to withdraw it, go ahead. But right now, you'll have to wait until this gentleman finishes his business. After speaking, Manager Wang leaned forward slightly and inquired warmly about Lin Dong's well-being. My sincere apologies, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting. I'll process your credit limit increase immediately. Would you like a glass of water? What? Watching Manager Wang's abrupt shift from haughty to obsequious, the small business owner stood frozen in shock. The others stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered by Manager Wang's sudden change in demeanor. Could it be? Lin Dong really had 10 million? No, what does that even mean? The young boss still couldn't accept this harsh reality. After all, no matter how you looked at him, Lin Dong didn't seem like a millionaire. Why should I wait here while he gets served first? I'm filing a complaint. Manager Wang remained utterly cold. If you want to complain, you'll have to wait until this gentleman finishes his business. The young boss was rebuffed, his face turning pale with frustration. Then, suddenly remembering something, he forced himself to hold back. He was determined to see what kind of influence Lin Dong wielded that made Manager Wang willing to risk offending him. Meanwhile, the female sales representative was deathly pale, her hands and feet trembling. Having worked in banking for years, she knew exactly what this meant. A balance of 20 million on the card meant Lin Dong's actual assets were undoubtedly even higher. If they actually withdrew over 10 million as Lin Dong demanded, it would be a mountain of cash. In fact, their branch's cash reserves wouldn't even cover it. This time, she had truly hit a brick wall. Noticing the teller's uneasy expression, Manager Wang felt uneasy himself. She promptly ushered the teller away from the counter. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'll personally handle your transaction." "Whatever. Just withdraw all my money, I want it in cash." Lin Dong wasn't falling for that. Earlier, these people had been jumping for joy. Now, he'd make them pay dearly. They wouldn't give him a credit limit increase? Fine. He'd take it all out. "Over 10 million, let's see how long it takes you to scrape it together." I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lin. We were in the wrong earlier. We really didn't mean to make things difficult for you. How about this, from now on, whenever you conduct business at our bank, come directly to me. I'll personally handle everything you need." Manager Wang's tone carried a hint of pleading. One could imagine how difficult Mr. Lin Dong's demands made things for him. If the bank lost such a major client because of him, he would face disciplinary action. In the worst case, he might even have to pack his bags and leave. The thought of the consequences nearly scared the living daylights out of Manager Wang. Seeing Manager Wang's expression, the young boss instantly understood. Lin Dong wasn't some nobody, he was a hidden big shot. "Mr. Lin, our bank doesn't have that much cash on hand. We can't come up with 12 million in such a short time. Perhaps you could reconsider? A million? 1,200,000. Hearing that figure, the small business owner shuddered violently, nearly toppling over. That was over a year's worth of his business revenue. And it was merely the balance in Lin Dong's bank account. How terrifying must his entire fortune be? Recalling his earlier sarcastic remarks toward Lin Dong, the young boss felt his legs go weak. If Lin Dong held a grudge and sought revenge, his company might not even survive. Meanwhile, Manager Wang pleaded with Lin Dong, practically begging on his knees. But Lin Dong wouldn't budge an inch. "I said I want all my money back. Hurry up and get it done. Don't waste my time. And starting today, I won't be depositing any more money with your bank. Please hold on a moment. I'll go consult with the bank president." Manager Wang had no choice but to grit his teeth and seek help from his superior. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold and smiled faintly. "Now you're scared. A moment ago, weren't you being so arrogant? Today, I'll show you that there's always someone better out there." Tap tap tap. Moments later, a series of hurried footsteps echoed. Immediately after, a man with a receding hairline hurried over. Manager Wang followed closely behind him. Upon reaching Lin Dong, the man with the receding hairline immediately nodded in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhao Jinming. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our work error. On behalf of the entire bank staff, I offer our deepest apologies." With that, the man with the receding hairline bowed deeply on the spot. Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in place, holding their breath. Usually, whenever they came to this bank to conduct business, they had to endure nothing but cold stares. One wrong move and you'll get a scolding right in your face. As for Manager Wang, he was all smiles and politeness around the wealthy. But he never once gave them, the ordinary folks, a friendly look. As for Zhao Jinming, he was a legendary figure. Their meager deposits and withdrawals certainly didn't warrant a personal reception from the bank president. To their utter astonishment, this portly, balding, Mediterranean-looking President Zhao bowed his head without a word the very first time he met Lin Dong, giving him immense face. This only deepened everyone's curiosity. Just who exactly was Lin Dong? Chapter 23, The Transfer. It's over. Everything's over. The small-time boss trembled, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Others might not grasp the significance of a bank president. But he, who frequently dealt with banks, knew all too well. Once you've earned the bank president's resentment, securing any future loans becomes an uphill battle. They could simply slow down the paperwork a bit and it would be the end of you. Imagine needing to borrow $1 million, but the bank only approves $500,000. Not only that, but the process takes half a year. By the time you finally get your hands on that $500,000, the opportunity will have long since passed. The small business owner's face drained as he recalled his earlier blindness, how he'd spoken to Lin Dong with such condescending sarcasm. He wanted to slap himself right then and there. But even more tense than the young boss were the female clerk and Manager Wang. They were the ones truly squirming in their seats, their backs drenched in cold sweat. One word from Zhao Jinming and they'd be packing their bags and out the door. Worse still, they could be blacklisted. "Mr. Lin, what do you think?" Zhao Jinming tentatively inquired. Though Lin Dong was dressed entirely in cheap street stall clothes, looking anything but wealthy. But the facts were undeniable. A full 12 million yuan sat sitting in the account. More importantly, Zhao Jinming had learned through personal channels about Lin Dong's actions at the Dynasty Hotel the previous night. A man who could splurge on 2 women and book a presidential suite for a month couldn't possibly have only 12 million. Perhaps this was merely pocket change to him. Zhao Jinming saw far more and looked much further ahead than Manager Wang. That's precisely why he was groveling so low.
Losing a major client was the least of his worries. He had no idea where to turn to apologize and make amends if he'd offended some big shot.
You're the president of this bank?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, studying Zhao Jinming with interest.
Nice hairstyle. Quite distinctive.
Hearing this, Zhao Jinming froze for a moment. Then, he instinctively touched his receding hairline. Just then, Lin Dong changed the subject.
But your taste is terrible. How did you end up with such a bunch of snobbish employees?
I just wanted to apply for a credit limit increase, and boy, did they give me a hard time.
Anyone watching would think I'd committed some crime.
Lin Dong let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on the female teller and manager Wang.
In an instant, the bank fell deathly silent.
Manager Wang's legs went weak, nearly causing him to stumble.
Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I apologize. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once.
I promise I'll never make the same mistake again.
He truly didn't want to lose this prestigious, lucrative job.
If not for the crowd, he would have knelt before Lin Dong right then and there.
No need.
It seems you're not truly remorseful, you're just scared. Lin Dong shook his head, unwilling to give him this chance. Mr. Zhao, proceed as previously discussed. Withdraw all the funds for me.
Hurry up, I need it urgently. Zhao Jinming's face turned ashen.
Withdrawing such a large sum required at least 1 day's advance notice to apply to the head office. Then the head office would arrange the transfer and have it delivered by armed escort. By then, the head office would inevitably find out what they'd done.
Wang, look at the mess you've created.
Zhao Jinming grew angrier the more he thought about it, and he began to berate him on the spot.
I've told you time and again not to judge people with prejudice. What kind of client manager are you? Do you really think you're so important? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused the bank? How much negative impact this has created?
You're good for nothing but causing trouble. Manager Wang was berated so thoroughly he didn't dare lift his head. He never dreamed that Lin Dong, who looked so unremarkable, actually had so much money.
President, please, give me one more chance. Give you a damn chance? Get the hell out of here right now, the farther the better.
Zhao Jinming waved his hand dismissively, pointing at the teller inside the counter.
And you get out with him. You're not coming back to work. Hearing this, both men turned ashen-faced, looking utterly devastated. Mr. Lin, is this resolution to your satisfaction? After his tirade, Zhao Jinming felt considerably better. He turned to Lin Dong with a sudden smile. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Zhao Jinming from head to toe.
He knew this was Zhao, the bank president, putting on a show of self-sacrifice to curry favor with him.
Still, it did feel satisfying. Not bad.
I suddenly don't need that much cash after all.
Very well, Mr. Lin. Your satisfaction is our priority. Zhao Jinming nodded with a smile.
Then he personally walked to the counter and sat down at the computer.
Mr. Lin, I'll process your credit limit increase right now. Whatever amount you wish to raise it to. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could no longer remain composed. When did banks become so subservient that the bank president had to personally handle transactions? But then, realizing this was Lin Dong, they understood. 2 million yuan was certainly worth the bank president's personal attention. All right, Mr. Lin. I've raised your transfer limit to 100 million. Is that acceptable?
That'll do. Thank you for your trouble, President Zhao.
Not at all, not at all. It's my honor to serve you.
Moments later, escorted out by Zhao Jinming, Lin Dong strode confidently out of the bank. Watching the Porsche Panamera with its license plate bearing 5/8, Zhao Jinming became even more convinced that Lin Dong was no ordinary man.
He let out a long sigh. Thankfully, he'd reacted quickly enough to turn a major issue into a minor one.
Otherwise, he might have truly offended Lin Dong.
Meanwhile, after leaving the bank, Lin Dong immediately transferred money to his parents.
The moment he put his phone down, another call came in.
Son, have you lost your mind? Why are you suddenly sending us 100,000 yuan? Where did you get all that money?
You nearly scared your father to death. The caller was Lin Dong's mother, Li Xiuqin.
When Li Xiuqin saw the bank deposit notification, she thought she was seeing things and quickly called Lin Dong's father, Lin Shangqian, over to look.
What they saw nearly gave Lin Shangqian a heart attack.
And that's how this call came about. Mom, did you get the money? Son, tell me honestly, where did you get this money?
Li Xiuqin's voice trembled as she spoke.
You haven't gotten involved in any illegal activities, have you? I saw on TV that many people go to Myanmar to scam others. You mustn't go down the wrong path.
Lin Dong gave a wry smile, sounding somewhat helpless.
Mom, those people in Myanmar were scammed. I've already transferred the money to you. If anyone's scamming, it's me scamming others. Scamming others isn't okay either. You need to return that money right now. I was just joking.
Lin Dong sighed helplessly. I just closed a big deal.
This money is a bonus from the company.
My son's really made something of himself now.
In the future, he'll earn even more and give us a good life. Really? Li Xiuqin still couldn't quite believe it. Of course it's true. Lin Dong sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Don't worry, this money is clean. Spend it freely. Chapter 24, this crappy class, whoever wants it, take it. Only after confirming repeatedly did Li Xiuqin finally hang up. Parents' hearts are truly the most tender. She thought her parents would be overjoyed to see so much money. Instead, their first thought was worry for her. Then she thought of that feng shui. She was like heaven and earth. No, she wasn't even worthy of being compared to my parents. Just as Lin Dong was lost in thought, another call came in. He picked it up to see it was from his company supervisor. Hello, Lin Dong? What are you doing? You haven't shown up all morning and I can't even reach you by phone. Do you even want this job anymore? If you can handle it, stick around. If not, get lost. This supervisor, Lu Haichao, was Lin Dong's direct superior. They'd never gotten along. Seeing him as an easy target, he often made him work overtime and bring breakfast. Every time Lin Dong asked for overtime pay or meal reimbursement, Lu Haichao would make excuses and stall. He even threatened Lin Dong, saying if he dared to complain again, he'd fire him on the spot. After all, three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged beasts are a dime a dozen. Lin Dong had contemplated quitting countless times. But the thought of having to cover Feng Shui's extravagant expenses made him swallow his pride and endure. After breaking up with Feng Shui last night and obtaining the system, Lin Dong immediately put work out of his mind. He hadn't even noticed that Lu Haichao had called him dozens of times. Lin Dong, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Deaf or dumb? Do I have to fire you before you'll finally speak up? Lu Haichao adopted an aggressive tone, convinced he held Lin Dong's fate in his hands and spoke without restraint. In his eyes, Lin Dong was nothing more than a perfect punching bag, a scapegoat. For the sake of his family and livelihood, he had no choice but to grovel and bow before him. The next second, Lin Dong finally spoke. Whether I show up for work or not is none of your damn business, you asshole. What did you say? Lu Haichao froze, momentarily unable to process it, thinking he must have misheard. When had Lin Dong ever dared to speak to him like that? This Thai job? Whoever wants it can have it. I'm done serving you. I don't want that measly paycheck either. Keep it to buy your mom an urn and yourself a hearse. You. On the other end of the line. Lu Haichao's forehead veins bulged, his body trembling slightly, clearly furious. Witnessing this scene, the rest of the company staff were stunned. It was the first time they'd ever seen Lu Haichao so enraged. Who could possibly have such power? Lin Dong, if you've got the guts, say it again. Go ahead. Lu Haichao held his phone, bellowing. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Dong hung up. Lu Haichao was boiling with rage, with nowhere to vent it. He'd been hoping to trade a few more heated words with Lin Dong. But the other guy didn't give him the chance. For a moment, Lu Haichao was boiling over with rage, his lungs about to burst. Just then, a message popped up in the company group chat. Anyone there? Someone glanced at their phone and saw it was Lin Dong, who hadn't shown up for work that morning. Soon, a well-meaning colleague typed a message. Lin Dong, what's going on? Why didn't you come to work? Yeah, Supervisor Lu was just calling your name. You two didn't get into a fight, did you? Take it from someone who's been there, bite your tongue and the storm will pass back down and the sky will open wide. These days, jobs aren't easy to come by. Before long, many were urging Lin Dong to bow his head to Lu Haichao and apologize. But they didn't know that times had changed. The old Lin Dong used to work himself to the bone for a measly 3,000 or 4,000 yuan salary, never daring to complain. Now, he had over 10 million in his bank account. How could he possibly tolerate being bossed around by that petty tyrant Lu Haichao? Soon, Lin Dong sent several messages. That bastard Lu Haichao, I've had enough. Old Zhang, hasn't Lu Haichao paid you back for that meal yet? Little Huan, last time we went out for a meal, Lu Haichao said he'd treat, but in the end, you were the one who paid the bill, right? And Sister Song, that Lu Haichao keeps trying to take advantage of you. When I see him, I'll punch him in the face. One by one, the messages appeared in the group chat. The entire company erupted instantly. Holy crap, has Lin Dong lost his mind? How dare he say all this? Even though that Lu guy's a jerk, messing with him will definitely get us targeted. When did Lin Dong get so bold? Is he planning to quit? Though everyone seethed with hatred toward Lu Haichao, they had to swallow their pride for the sake of their jobs. Now, seeing Lin Dong berate Lu Haichao, they felt both stunned and vindicated, as if a weight had been lifted. Especially Sister Song, who was constantly groped. She clenched her fists and punched the air twice. Starting today, I'm done with this crappy shift. Before I go, let's celebrate with a few red envelopes. Before he could finish speaking, several large red envelopes appeared in the group chat. Everyone scrambled to grab them. But when they saw the amounts inside, they instantly lost their cool. Holy crap, I snagged 500. I snagged 660. What a lavish gesture. Lin Dong must be rolling in it. The boss is so generous. Lin Dong's rant was spot on. Scum like Lu Haichao deserves every word. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted suddenly. The supervisor's office door was kicked open. Everyone instantly fell silent, frozen in fear.
Lu Haichao staggered out of the office, fuming so hard he was practically smoking, his legs trembling so badly he could barely walk straight. Gritting his teeth, he then sent a voice message in the group chat.
Lin Dong, you bastard. Get your ass over here right now and take your stuff. You're fired. Ha!
Lin Dong, far from angered, responded with a swift laugh.
Lu Haichao, you didn't fire me, I fired you. Keep being your idiot manager. I've achieved financial freedom, no more serving you. With that, Lin Dong promptly exited the group chat, leaving Lu Haichao no chance to retaliate. Lin Dong, you bastard.
Lin Dong cruised along in his Panamera, enjoying the breeze and humming a tune. Couldn't he have been more blissful?
He left the group and blocked Lu Haichao's number. Lin Dong felt exhilarated from head to toe.
It felt as if the five elements mountain pressing down on him had finally been lifted. He felt like Sun Wukong himself, soaring through clouds and mist, traversing heaven and earth. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse.
Now that I've got money, it's time to spruce myself up. With that thought, Lin Dong drove straight to Yida Shopping Center in Tianhai City. This was the largest and most bustling shopping center in Tianhai City. Lin Dong and Feng Shui had visited here before. The result? He'd casually picked up 2 cosmetics and blown his entire month's salary. After using them a few times, they gathered dust under the desk. Back then, Lin Dong had been heartbroken over the waste. This time, however, he could splurge freely. At the very least, he needed to look the part of a wealthy man to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 25, Buying a Watch.
The first floor of the shopping mall featured mobile phones, cars, and jewelry.
None of these items were what he needed.
After some thought, Lin Dong headed to the second floor and began browsing the watch shops. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, fools play with phones, and losers play with computers. In a sense, a car is merely a means of transportation. But watches are different. With the advent of mobile phones, watches gradually became symbols of status and prestige. The higher the price, the more it highlights the owner's class. Besides, you can only show off while driving on the road. Wearing a priceless watch, however, allows you to show off anytime, anywhere, satisfying your vanity.
Patek Philippe Watch Boutique.
A young saleswoman noticed Lin Dong walk in and frowned slightly.
There was nothing she could do about it. Lin Dong's attire was simply unimpressive. Given his spending power, he probably couldn't afford even the cheapest watch in the store. But adhering to the principle that all customers are welcome, the saleswoman still approached him with a smile. Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to purchase a watch? We have a wide variety of watches here. Which one would you like to see? The saleswoman inquired with a smile. Patek Philippe is renowned for its exquisite watchmaking craftsmanship, unique design style, and exceptional performance, making it a favorite among European and American aristocrats. It stands as the world's most luxurious watch brand, without a doubt. In a way, owning a Patek Philippe can even help you integrate into high society more quickly. Just browsing. Lin Dong replied calmly, his tone composed. With 10 million yuan sitting in his bank account, he was confident he could afford any watch here. Thus, he showed not a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, the saleswoman said nothing more, letting Lin Dong wander freely around the store. Still, she didn't hold out much hope that he'd actually buy a watch. As he walked, Lin Dong suddenly stopped. In the glass display case before him, a silver and white watch caught his eye. Crafted with a stainless steel base, it featured a black dial and a white gold rubber strap. It possessed the precision of Swiss timepieces. It also offered superior water resistance down to 100 meters below sea level. Most importantly, its youthful, fashionable design felt refreshingly modern, nothing like the dull, old-fashioned gold watches he'd seen before. Could you please hand me that watch? Certainly, sir. The saleswoman hurried over. Upon seeing the watch, however, her expression suddenly turned hesitant. Patek Philippe 6104 G001. Domestic retail price, 2,938,700. Even the slightest scratch or dent would be a major headache for them. If Lin Dong couldn't afford to pay for it, she wouldn't be able to take responsibility for it. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Dong frowned slightly. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment before finally retrieving the watch. She cautioned carefully, Sir, please handle it with care. This store only has one of these watches. All right. Lin Dong nodded. Then, he casually slipped it onto his right wrist. As expected, the watch perfectly complemented his style. Lazy yet not slovenly, understated yet subtly luxurious. It was the perfect example of a light luxury watch. I'll take this one. Yes, sir. Wait, what did you say? The saleswoman froze in surprise. A watch nearing 3 million yuan, just glanced at it and bought it outright? Before she could react, Lin Dong pulled out his bank card and slammed it on the counter. Pack up the watch box and everything. I'll put it in my car. The saleswoman gaped, unsure if Lin Dong was joking. Then, steeled, she swiped the card through the POS machine. The receipt printed out immediately. It worked? The saleswoman's eyes widened, her expression suddenly dazed. Just then, Lin Dong's impatient voice reached her ears. What are you spacing out for? You think I can't afford it? No, no. Please wait a moment. I'll pack it up for you right away. Soon, the saleswoman respectfully escorted Lin Dong out. Even after his figure disappeared from sight, she was left with a strong sense of unreality. From the moment Lin Dong entered the store to the time he paid and left, the entire transaction took no more than 2 minutes. What kind of playboy was this, so generous with his money yet dressed in such ragged clothes? Could it be some peculiar fetish? Meanwhile, after purchasing the watch, Lin Dong walked straight out of the shopping center to the parking lot. From a distance, he spotted 2 women dressed in summery attire posing for photos in front of his Panamera. They even plopped down on the hood. Hey, you two! What are you doing? Get off the car right now! Lin Dong's sudden shout caught them off guard. It startled both women. One of them, a slightly plump woman wearing glasses, turned around with an annoyed expression and snapped at Lin Dong, "What's with all the yelling? You scared the hell out of me." Beside her stood a slender influencer in a bodycon skirt. She chimed in as well. Exactly. Someone might have thought this was your car. You're just a meddling busybody. Snap. Snap. The internet celebrity kept snapping photos with her phone while speaking. Not only did she show no intention of moving her but off the hood, she actually perched herself higher and higher. It looked like she was about to lie down on it. Lin Dong saw this and his anger flared instantly. It wasn't that he cared about the car, he just couldn't stand these people showing off with his vehicle and then turning around to insult him. It was utterly ridiculous. Get off! Get off right now! Lin Dong took 3 steps in 2 strides, rushing to the Porsche and reaching out to pull the influencer girl off. Before the influencer could say a word, the girl with glasses objected, stepping in front of Lin Dong. She even pointed her phone camera at him. What do you think you're doing? I'm recording this. Watch out, we'll call the cops, post this online, and report you for sexual harassment. Seeing this, Lin Dong nearly laughed in anger. What am I doing? This is my car. Do I need your permission to drive it away? This is your car? The influencer and the girl with glasses froze for a moment. Then they scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe. Then, they burst out laughing, their eyes brimming with contempt. Don't be ridiculous. How could this car possibly be yours? A lowly loser like you couldn't earn enough in a lifetime to afford even one wheel. Chapter 26, The Wheel of Fortune Turns. Lin Dong laughed bitterly in anger. If it's not mine, then whose is it? Of course it's ours. The internet celebrity hesitated before telling a lie. After all, the owner wouldn't show up anytime soon, and no one would call her out. Yours? Lin Dong eyed her up and down, his expression odd. Yep, my girlfriend's bought it. What, jealous? Envious? The girl in glasses crossed her arms and gave Lin Dong a dismissive smirk. I just picked up my new car today and was feeling pretty good about it. Never thought I'd run into a loser like you. What a bummer. Exactly. These days, insurance salesmen are getting more and more devious. I know you're trying to get our attention with this trick, but it's pretty lame, don't you think? Seeing Lin Dong at a loss for words, the influencer girl and the girl with glasses exchanged a knowing glance, convinced they'd figured out the truth. Their faces beamed with smug satisfaction. Then, in the next second, Lin Dong pulled a set of keys right out of his pocket. Asshole. Their pupils contracted, their smiles freezing. But even then, they refused to believe the car belonged to Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't bother arguing. He just started the engine. Roar. The Jetta's engine roared like a beast's growl. Holy crap. The influencer sitting in the front seat was startled, nearly tumbling off. The girl in glasses also paled, staring at Lin Dong in disbelief. She never imagined this car could actually belong to Lin Dong. You. Lin Dong ignored them completely, simply flashing his headlights. The 2 young women finally snapped back to reality. Their expressions shifted from shock to awkwardness. Finally, they broke into eager, flattering smiles, leaning forward eagerly. The influencer girl even pulled out a QR code, grinning obsequiously as she tried to add Lin Dong's contact info. Lin Dong's response was equally simple. V-room. He floored the accelerator, and the Panamera sped away. The gust of wind it created nearly blew the 2 little fairies over. Surprisingly, Lin Dong's brash and abrupt manner didn't repel them instead. So cool. He's totally my dream guy, my Prince Charming. If I'd known, I would have chatted with him more. It's all your fault for saying he sells insurance. Bull. You were the one who sat on the hood first, how dare you blame me? The 2 young women instantly turned on each other, brawling over the missed chance with a rich kid. Ah, women. Lin Dong glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the 2 women wrestling. A faint smile touched his lips. Had he seen fewer women like these, vain, greedy, and willing to betray their principles for profit? Even with Bai Yuqing and Tingting, Lin Dong was merely playing around, never investing genuine feelings. His heart had already shattered into pieces last night, outside the window of the BMW X5. Growl, growl. Just then, Lin Dong's stomach suddenly growled loudly. He realized he hadn't eaten a single bite all day. Returning to the Dynasty Hotel would take at least half an hour better to find a nearby restaurant for dinner. Let me see if there are any upscale restaurants nearby. Juxianzwan, Roast Duck House, Kyoto Japanese Restaurant. Taiha Garden State Guesthouse, with an average per person cost of 3,000 yuan. It was once the site of an imperial garden, offering dishes that blend the best of China's 8 major culinary traditions with international flavors. It specializes in hosting foreign guests and business banquets. Lin Dong's eyes lit up and he nodded with satisfaction. Only a luxury restaurant of this caliber befitted his current status. This is where we'll go. Roar! He slammed his foot down on the accelerator again. Before long, the Panamera pulled up at the entrance of Taiha Garden State Guesthouse. The doorman spotted the sleek car and immediately waved in greeting, trotting over. Sir, welcome to our restaurant. Would you like me to park your car? Lin Dong paused for a moment. Then it occurred to him that most upscale establishments offered valet parking services, so there was no need to do it himself. Oh well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, might as well indulge myself. Beep. Just as Lin Dong was about to hand the keys to the valet, an Audi A5 pulled up behind him. The 2 men and 2 women inside were initially annoyed and irritated at being blocked by Lin Dong. But the moment they saw the Porsche Panamera, they swallowed their anger. At the same time, a woman's gasp of admiration echoed from inside. Honey, this car is so sleek. Must be worth 2 or 3 million, right? I saw one last time when I went out with our boss. I think it's called a Panamera. Who could be driving such an expensive car? Some rich kid, maybe? Of course. People dining at the state guesthouse are either wealthy or influential. Running into a few rich folks isn't unusual. The 2 women marveled incessantly, their hearts tinged with envy. They had thought their husbands were already quite wealthy. But compared to these real wealthy people, they were dwarfed no contest at all. Overhearing the women's conversation, the 2 men sitting in the front row, their boyfriends, could only offer helpless, wry smiles. Who could blame them for not being born into wealth? Their families could barely make ends meet. The next moment, their eyes widened in shock, the bitterness on their faces replaced by utter astonishment. What's going on? Am I seeing this right? That guy getting out of the car, is that Lin Dong? What? Our college classmate Lin Dong, that country bumpkin? Thanks. You're welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to park your car. Lin Dong stepped out of the car and tossed the keys to the valet with a flourish. Then he strode straight toward the entrance. At a restaurant of Taiha Garden's caliber, high-definition cameras were everywhere, so there was no need to worry about any mishaps. Even if something went wrong, they would take full responsibility. Old classmate. Old classmate. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Lin Dong frowned slightly and halted his steps. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Turning around, he saw 2 men approaching him, greeting him with great enthusiasm. You are. Look at you, you're such a busy bee. I'm Sun Jianzhong, and this is Hu Hao. We were college classmates. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, the names of the 2 men gradually surfaced in his mind. Indeed, they were his university classmates. In fact, Hu Hao had even been his roommate. But their relationship hadn't exactly been smooth sailing. Back then, most of the students in Lin Dong's class were city kids, each from well-off families. As a country boy, Lin Dong naturally faced exclusion. Unlike Bai Yuqing, who judged him through a biased lens, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao subjected him to constant harassment and isolation. Whenever there was a class dinner or dorm gathering, Lin Dong was deliberately left out. Any announcements from the homeroom teacher never reached Lin Dong. The worst incident occurred when Li Xiuqin brought 2 baskets of eggs to visit Lin Dong. Originally, Lin Dong had planned to share the eggs with his roommates to try. But while he was in the bathroom, Hu Hao smashed the eggs and tossed them into the trash. He even called them filthy things, saying they were an eyesore and polluted the dorm environment. After that, Lin Dong cut ties with them, becoming invisible in the class. Though he still faced mockery, he never once responded. Little did he expect that fortune would turn. The 2 who had bullied him the worst were now actively trying to curry favor with him, their faces plastered with obsequious smiles. It was both pathetic and laughable. Chapter 27. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Dong feigned sudden understanding, his face breaking into a dazzling smile. Though that smile was as fake as they come. Oh my, what a memory I have. I remember now. You bastard. You rat. Bastard? Rat? Hearing Lin Dong's affectionate nicknames for them, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's expressions shifted slightly. But they dared not show their displeasure. After all, Lin Dong had made it big now, cruising around in his Porsche Panamera. Who knows what powerful backers he might have. Having spent years navigating the rough and tumble world of business, the 2 had long developed the habit of playing people according to their status. Until they could figure out Lin Dong's background, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow their pride. Bear it. Right, it's us. Old classmate, thanks for remembering us. Of course I remember, we were classmates for 4 years, after all. Lin Dong smiled as he shook their hands, feigning ignorance. So, you're here at Taiha Garden for dinner too? Yeah, just got paid, so we're treating ourselves. Sun Jianzhong chuckled awkwardly. He'd deliberately brought 2 or 3,000 yuan for this meal at Taiha Garden. Now, he suddenly felt it was a bit embarrassing to pull it out. Tap tap. Just then, 2 more people stepped out of the back seat of the Audi A5. One was a long-haired beauty in a black form-fitting pencil skirt, with large eyes, a high nose bridge, fair skin, and standing at a full 170 centimeters tall. She had the figure of an auto show model. The other woman was equally stunning. Dressed fashionably, she sported pierced ears. A deep V neckline plunged endlessly, 2 large breasts nearly bursting out of her short-sleeve top. If her hips were just a bit wider, she'd have a perfect hourglass figure. More importantly, after getting out of the car, both women kept eyeing Lin Dong with curiosity. They even deliberately ran their fingers through their hair and batted their eyelashes at him. This could be promising. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. These days, rich people are popular and have good luck with the opposite sex. How come I've never heard about you having such an impressive old classmate? Hurry up and introduce us. Just then, the woman with the earring stepped forward and hooked her arm around Hu Hao's. Hu Hao looked slightly awkward. He leaned close to the earring girl and whispered, Xin, this is Lin Dong, the guy I told you about. Him? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. In her memory, every time Hu Hao mentioned Lin Dong, he'd sneer with contempt, belittling him to elevate his own status. But meeting him now, something felt different. He's Lin Dong? Besides Sun Jianzhong, the model Ning Feifei also wore a look of shock. Clearly, she too had heard Sun Jianzhong's negative remarks about Lin Dong. Seeing the shocked expressions on the 2 women's faces and the awkward looks on Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's, Lin Dong instantly guessed that these 2 had been bad-mouthing him behind his back. Originally, he had intended to let them off. After all, those college days were long behind him, no need to dwell on the past. But now it seemed he'd been far too merciful. These 2 had graduated years ago, yet their mouths still spewed nothing but venom. Well, then, they shouldn't blame him for giving them a taste of their own medicine. More importantly, both women were exactly his type. With that thought, Lin Dong waved his hand generously and declared, Jianzhong, Haozi, it's been years since we last met. Today, I'm treating you to a proper feast. Don't worry about saving me money, cash is the last thing I'm short on these days. Really? Hearing this, all 4 men's eyes lit up. As Tianhai City's most exclusive luxury restaurant, ordinary people passing by Taiha Garden didn't even dare glance inside. Even Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao, who occasionally dined here, dared not order more than a few dishes. But with Lin Dong footing the bill that sucker, they were ready to stuff themselves silly. Compared to Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's expressions, Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue wore entirely different looks. As an auto show model, Ning Feifei was highly attuned to luxury vehicles. Earlier, it was she who had mentioned the price of the Panamera. Su Xinyue's motives were even simpler. She had pursued Hu Hao in the first place to hitch her wagon to a wealthy man. Now that the wealthier Lin Dong had appeared, what use was Hu Hao? Now she was scheming how to dump her current boyfriend. Then seamlessly transition to Lin Dong. Su Xinyue wasn't worried that Lin Dong wouldn't find her attractive. Earlier, she'd noticed him stealing multiple glances at her ample curves. That look practically begged for something to happen right then and there. Su Xinyue was confident that with her assets, she could easily reel Lin Dong in. Perfect. Xin, haven't you always wanted to try Taiha Garden's golden orange beef and Wellington foie gras? Thanks to Mr. Lin today, we can finally try it. Hu Hao licked his lips, his expression brimming with excitement. Su Xinyue rolled her eyes silently. Idiot. His girlfriend was about to fly away, and he was still thinking about getting a free meal. Old classmate, can we really just order whatever we want? Taiha Garden, luxury private room. Sun Jianzhong clutched the gold-edged menu, his hands trembling slightly. Relax, I said I'm treating. You won't be paying a dime. We've had our share of tough times. Now that we've got money, we might as well enjoy ourselves, right? Ha ha. Lin Dong grinned, deliberately placing both hands on the table. He subtly pulled his sleeves up. Hu Hao, who frequently handled business deals, had a keen eye and instantly recognized the watch on his wrist. He blurted out instinctively, Patek Philippe? Lin Dong, you're wearing a watch like this now? Must have cost a pretty penny, huh? Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue, who frequently frequented high-end establishments, knew this watch commanded a hefty price tag. They immediately turned to him with expressions of astonishment. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, saying casually, "Oh, it's not that expensive, just a couple million. I'm just wearing it for fun. 2 million or so." Hu Hao's expression shifted slightly, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. Working as a salesman, he toiled his heart out just to scrape together 200,000 or 300,000 a month. He'd thought he was already among the top earners among his peers. But now he realized he couldn't even afford the watch Lin Dong wore. This was hard for Hu Hao to swallow, and his expression visibly soured, looking as grim as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of. Sun Jianzhong was in much the same boat. Back in college, his family was well off and he was a top student. This earned him the position of class monitor. Sun Jianzhong used his position to suppress Lin Dong both openly and covertly.
After graduation, upon hearing that Lin Dong only earned 3,000 yuan a month, he openly mocked him.
Someone like him should just go back to the countryside. What's he doing trying to make it in the big city?
Now, whether it was the luxury car Lin Dong drove or the watch he wore, Sun Jianzhong felt utterly ashamed, his face burning with embarrassment. How the hell did this guy get so rich?
Out of nowhere, he suddenly became loaded. Honey, this classmate of yours, oh wait, Mr. Lin, does he have a girlfriend? Just then, Su Xinyue giggled, asking half jokingly, half seriously. Chapter 28, Getting Him Drunk. Hu Hao nodded and immediately replied. Of course he does. Lin Dong's girlfriend is Feng Shui, she's gorgeous. I used to sneak peeks at his social media posts and get so jealous. Oh, come on. You're always eyeing the pot while eating from your bowl. But back then, you weren't even in the picture yet.
Su Xinyue gave Hu Hao a playful pinch, yet a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes.
Sure enough, rich men never lack for women. Beside them, Ning Feifei sighed silently.
She had been hoping to hop into the Panamera for a test drive, letting Lin Dong take her for a spin. But now, it seemed that chance had vanished. Unexpectedly, just then, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head.
Hey, don't even mention it. That woman was cheating on me with some other guy. We've broken up now. What? Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao froze in shock. What was Feng Shui thinking? She dumped Lin Dong handsome, loaded, with limitless potential to go chasing some random guy? After the initial shock, a hint of schadenfreude flickered across Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces. Even rich people get cheated on these days. For a moment, the two found a sliver of psychological comfort. Little did they know, their girlfriend's eyes lit up with envy the moment they heard Lin Dong was single. Like cats spotting mice, hunters locking onto prey. Ah, what a pity to encounter such a woman. Yeah, Mr. Lin, don't be too hard on yourself. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged women are a dime a dozen. Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue flanked him on either side, showering him with soothing words. Their expressions were like two warm, comforting little cotton jackets. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao watched, feeling a bit uneasy. When did their own girlfriends become so good at showing concern? Usually, they spent their money and treated them like servants. Compared to that, Sun Jianzhong wasn't particularly worried. After all, Ning Feifei had been a car model for so long and had seen plenty of wealthy men. The list of bosses wanting to keep her as a mistress stretched all the way overseas. Yet she turned them all down. With that thought, Sun Jianzhong took his time savoring a piece of foie gras. The crisp exterior and tender interior delivered an intense sensation to his taste buds, sending waves of pleasure from head to toe. You have to admit, the wealthy sure know how to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Hu Hao wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed and hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. He kept addressing him as Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, would you mind sharing what kind of business you're in that's made you so much money? We're dorm mates, man, no need to be so formal. Same dorm? Brothers? Put. Recalling Hu Hao's actions, Lin Dong couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You want to learn the secrets to making money? Fine, show some sincerity first. Waiter, bring us some liquor. What? Hu Hao froze, baffled by Lin Dong's meaning. Just then, two young, pretty waitresses glided over carrying several bottles of Maotai. Lin Dong still wasn't satisfied and ordered several more bottles of vodka and red wine. This much alcohol? Are we really going to drink it all? Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong exchanged glances. They often drank alcohol during business trips. But they rarely drank spirits this strong. Drink up. It's not coming out of your pockets anyway. Lin Dong said casually, as long as you drink happily, I'll bring you along to make money in the future. Hearing this, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong's eyes lit up instantly. As men, who among them didn't dream of raking in big bucks and living it up? They didn't think their abilities were lacking. They just felt they lacked an opportunity, a benefactor to pull them up. Sure, currying favor with Lin Dong felt a bit awkward. But in this day and age, who would turn down money? At worst, once they've made enough money, they'll kick Lin Dong to the curb. Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong exchanged glances, growing increasingly convinced that Lin Dong was a fool for sharing his money-making secrets with outsiders. Such a fat lamb, it would be a shame not to slaughter it. Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, no, Brother Dong, I'll drink to you. For any past offenses, I apologize. From now on, whatever you need, just say the word. I'll be at your beck and call. And me too. Brother Dong, you can count on me. Come on, let's drink to it. Before long, both men were flushed crimson. Logically speaking, Lin Dong had drunk even more than them and should have been completely out of it, passed out under the table. Yet he seemed perfectly fine, still grinning as he poured drinks for the others. Just then, Lin Dong glanced at Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue, smiling as he poured a glass of Romani Conti. Ladies, don't just eat the food. This bottle costs 6 or 700,000 yuan, shouldn't you try it? 60 or 70,000? Hearing that figure, Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue were taken aback. After a moment's thought, they politely accepted the offer. They completely missed the sly gleam that flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. After waiting so long, the fish had finally taken the bait. Come on, finish this one, and there are 3 more to go. 3 isn't enough, let's have 3 more.
Inside the luxurious private room at Taiha Garden, delicacies abounded amidst the neon lights and flowing wine. This place wasn't just a restaurant, it also housed a KTV lounge, a card and board game room, and a billiards hall. At that very moment, Lin Dong picked up the microphone and let his voice soar. After finishing Sudden Self, he was met with a wave of enthusiastic applause.
That was incredible, I feel completely intoxicated. Brother Dong, you're such a hidden gem. For years in college, and I had no idea you could sing so beautifully. Hick. Hua was dead drunk, his face flushed crimson, yet he still hadn't forgotten to suck up to Lin Dong. It was clear just how desperate he was to make money. Sun Jianzhong, less tolerant of alcohol, was already passed out face down on the table. As for the two beauties, they were holding up better. Lin Dong hadn't deliberately forced them to drink, keeping them at a pleasantly tipsy level. He had no interest in getting them drunk and taking advantage of them. That would be nothing short of squandering a precious resource, a waste of fine cuisine. Brother Dong, you're a true singing god. Teach me sometime, okay?
A voice that sent shivers down the spine drifted over. Su Xinyue, her ample curves prominently displayed, had somehow slipped beside him. Seizing the mic, she deliberately brushed against Lin Dong's arm. Soft, large, and most importantly, perfectly round. Lin Dong glanced over. Hu Hao, after downing his last cup of Maotai, also passed out. No wonder Su Xinyue was so bold, daring to come and seduce him.
It was undeniably thrilling.
Teaching you to sing is no problem, but I'll charge tuition.
But I don't have any money.
Su Xinyue put on a pitiful expression, pouting as she grabbed Lin Dong's right hand and placed it directly on her breast.
Though separated by fabric, the sensation was exquisite.
Lin Dong froze for a moment. He hadn't expected this woman to be so bold.
Ahem, this isn't appropriate, Xin.
You're Hu Hao's girlfriend, and he's my brother. As the saying goes, never cross a brother's wife. Lin Dong cleared his throat twice and quickly withdrew his hand.
Su Xinyue looked utterly bewildered.
She distinctly felt Lin Dong's hand clamp down hard when he placed it on her. She'd thought they were about to get intimate. But instead, he pulled away? For a moment, Su Xinyue felt deeply frustrated. She had no idea that Lin Dong was playing hard to get.
Chapter 29, I'll give you 100,000. Xin.
At that moment, Ning Feifei beside her couldn't bear to watch any longer. Though she was a car model and often mingled with wealthy individuals. But she'd never seen anyone like Su Xinyue selling her looks, throwing herself at men. Most importantly, Hu Hao was right there beside them. Su Xinyue's actions had crossed Ning Feifei's moral boundaries. How could anyone do such a thing without getting caught? What's wrong, Feifei? Are you feeling unwell?
Nothing. I'm fine.
I'll just use the restroom.
You guys keep eating. Ning Feifei sighed helplessly. Out of sight, out of mind. She lifted her long, slender legs and wobbled toward the door,
leaving behind a captivatingly alluring silhouette. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly dismissive. This woman, usually all coy and flirtatious, flaunting her figure in front of the camera. Now she was putting on an act. Originally, Lin Dong had intended to go with the flow and push Su Xinyue down first. But now, he had a new target. Ugh! Just as Su Xinyue's two soft, boneless hands rested on Lin Dong's chest and slid down to his abs, Hu Hao suddenly threw up.
Oh my god! Su Xinyue jumped in fright.
Then, wafting the nauseating stench in the air, she covered her nose with a look of disgust.
So gross. How could Hu Hao drink so much? Xin, you should go check on him. Perfect timing, I need to use the restroom anyway.
Lin Dong rose without waiting for a response, denying Su Xinyue any chance to take advantage of the situation.
Su Xinyue's expression darkened.
As Hu Hao's girlfriend, she really should have shown some concern and taken care of him at this moment.
But she didn't want to miss this golden opportunity to get Lin Dong. It's all your fault, Hu Hao. If you hadn't thrown up, I would have gotten him.
Watching Lin Dong walk out of the private room, Su Xinyue snorted coldly, then pulled out a piece of paper with utter disgust and slapped it onto Hu Hao's face.
Meanwhile,
Lin Dong headed to the restroom. Before he could enter, he heard a series of apologetic voices drifting from the adjacent stall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I have a dinner engagement today and won't be able to attend the car show this afternoon. Why don't you find someone else?
Soon, a man's voice came through on the other end of the line. Feifei, the fee for this car show is 5,000.
Are you sure you won't come? 5,000?
Ning Feifei fell silent, her pretty face etched with conflict. Everyone knew that car modeling was a job that depended on youth. Didn't she want to make the most of her youth and earn as much as possible? 5,000 yuan was enough for an ordinary person's monthly salary. But here she was, drunk and barely able to stand. Going would only cause trouble. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Wang.
Alright, we'll work together next time. Hanging up the phone, Ning Feifei's face was filled with regret and melancholy.
This was an opportunity she'd waited so long for.
Rumor had it that many influential figures would attend this auto show. Perhaps she could meet a few wealthy individuals then. As for Sun Jianzhong, Ning Feifei felt a flicker of wavering resolve. Especially after seeing Lin Dong's lavish spending, she felt even more resentful. What woman doesn't dream of wearing gold and silver? Marry into a wealthy family?
But Ning Feifei had higher standards. She wanted a tall, rich, and handsome man, not some greasy, overweight boss.
Just then, a hot breath suddenly brushed against Ning Feifei's ear. Feifei, if you need money, just tell me. With us being so close, what's 5,000? Ha?
Ning Feifei's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she instinctively turned around. Before she could react, two strong hands wrapped around her slender waist and half a body pressed against hers.
Ah! Ning Feifei stumbled and plopped down onto the sink counter.
Then, when she finally got a clear look at the man's face, she was even more startled.
Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? What are you doing? Get up!
If you don't get up now, I'll call for help. Ning Feifei never imagined that Lin Dong, who had been so polite at the dinner table, would do something like this in private. Now, pressed tightly against each other, she could distinctly sense his growing arousal.
Ning Feifei flushed crimson, desperately trying to break free from Lin Dong's grip.
But alas, a woman weakened by alcohol is powerless, while a man drunk with liquor becomes strong as an ox. Back and forth, she not only failed to escape but ended up in zero-distance contact. Her pert, black-clad buttocks were kneaded by one of Lin Dong's hands. Her slender legs were also seized by his other hand. You. Ning Feifei gasped for breath, still trying to threaten him.
I'm Sun Jianzhong's girlfriend. Are you out of your mind? Watch out, I'll call the police and report you for. Force what? Did I force you?
Lin Dong's lips curved into a slight smile. Seizing the moment while Ning Feifei was enraged, he stole a kiss on her forehead.
Besides, I only came here to help you. Feifei, don't you want to make a lot of money?
Drive a Porsche, travel everywhere, grab any handbag or makeup you want without a second thought. Hearing this, Ning Feifei's body, which had been struggling violently, slowly calmed down. A hint of longing flickered in her eyes. Oh? Noticing the shift in Ning Feifei's demeanor, Lin Dong offered a faint smile. As a car model, Ning Feifei was exposed to million-dollar luxury vehicles daily. Not a single one belonged to her. She was only qualified to pose beside them. Over time, this created a profound sense of dissonance within her, fueling an intense desire to own one herself. Lin Dong had precisely captured that flicker of desire in her eyes, which is why he tailored his words to her.
Sure enough, the effect was outstanding. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you spouting? I couldn't care less about a Porsche. I've seen plenty of those. Don't think you can get away with anything just because you drive a fancy car. Ning Feifei bit her lip, trying to push Lin Dong away.
But Lin Dong had seen through it all.
Stop pretending, Ning Feifei.
You're just a gold digger obsessed with appearances.
You're with Sun Jianzhong just because he's willing to spend money on you, right? But how could a salary of 2,000 or 3,000 possibly satisfy you? Let's be honest, that pittance wouldn't even cover the wheels on my car. Ning Feifei's eyes widened in shock. For once, she didn't argue back.
Sun Jianzhong had emptied his savings to buy a 400,000 yuan Audi A5 to win her over. Only after they got together did she discover he de-financed the purchase, racking up thousands in monthly payments.
Ning Feifei had certainly considered leaving Sun Jianzhong. But she hadn't found a replacement yet. Did I hit the nail on the head?
Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile.
He'd long noticed Sun Jianzhong's immense financial strain.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed headlong into the trap the moment he heard about making money together.
Women like Ning Feifei were, at their core, no different from Feng Shui.
The reason she hadn't agreed to him was simply that the money wasn't enough. It hadn't broken through her psychological barrier yet. Once she was satisfied, she would serve him well with her actions.
How about I give you 100 grand? Wouldn't that be more than you'd make standing all day at some car show? Chapter 30, flat rate 50 grand. 100,000 yuan.
Ning Feifei furrowed her delicate brows, bit her lip, and looked hesitant. In the end, she shook her head.
Lin Dong, I told you I'm not that kind of person. Don't push me. 200,000.
Lin Dong spoke flatly, his expression unreadable.
No way. 300,000. Lin Dong continued to raise the stakes.
For a moment, Ning Feifei was stunned by Lin Dong's lavish spending. Each bid was 100,000.
Could it be that money meant nothing to him?
To be honest, Ning Feifei was starting to waver. But the thought of having guarded her purity for so long through countless attempts by Sun Jianzhong to break through that barrier, only for her to insist they wait until their wedding day, filled her with a sense of reluctance. Then, she shook her head again.
No, I can't.
Oof. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't feel like wasting any more time here.
I'll name my final price, 500,000.
If you don't agree now, I'm turning around and walking out.
50,000? That's enough to play around with a minor celebrity. Don't be so ungrateful.
After saying this, Lin Dong adopted an impatient expression and made a move to get off Ning Feifei.
Just then, clack!
Two delicate hands wrapped around Lin Dong's waist from behind.
I agree. 50,000, you can't lie to me. Just as expected.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and turned around. Before his eyes appeared Ning Feifei's charming face, flushed with shy embarrassment. Her cheeks were rosy, as if lightly dusted with makeup. When she saw Lin Dong looking at her, she quickly turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. It was her first time doing something like this, and she still felt a bit uneasy. It felt like she was selling not just her body, but her dignity too. But the thought of the $500,000 made Ning Feifei give in. She feared this opportunity would never come again. 50,000 yuan, it would take her over 100 car shows to earn that much. Now, all it took was spreading her legs. It was just too easy. Besides, Lin Dong wasn't just rich, he was young and handsome too. She wasn't entirely opposed to something happening between them. Heh, so you finally come to terms with it? Didn't you just find Xinxin's face ugly and unbearable? How come you're throwing yourself at me now? Lin Dong spoke while caressing Ning Feifei's delicate face. He deliberately tilted her head up, forcing her to meet his gaze with those eyes feigning innocence and reluctance. The next moment, Lin Dong's expression hardened into pure venom. What I despise most are two-faced women like you. You put on this pure, innocent act, but deep down, it's all about the money, isn't it? Serve me well, and money will flow. Now, turn around. Before he finished speaking, under Ning Feifei's stunned gaze, Lin Dong forcibly turned her body around. Ning Feifei's mind buzzed, her eyes rolling back. Unfortunately, she no longer had the right to refuse. She couldn't even bring herself to cry. She was terrified of provoking Lin Dong. You! Acting all high and mighty. Hurry up. You don't want Sun Jianzhong to walk in and see you like this, do you? Lin Dong's expression was mocking, his movements brutal, showing not a shred of tenderness. At the mention of Sun Jianzhong's name, Ning Feifei's expression flashed with panic. Lin Dong, can we not do this here? Ning Feifei lifted her head, her eyes pleading as she looked at Lin Dong. Seeing Ning Feifei's pitiful expression, a wicked thought suddenly crossed Lin Dong's mind. Not here? That would be so boring. But since you're begging me, I'll grant you this favor. Get in. With that, Lin Dong shoved Ning Feifei into the stall. Soon, strange sounds began to echo from within. Anyone passing by could sense something was amiss. Ning Feifei felt both humiliated and strangely aroused, as if she were crossing a forbidden line. Meanwhile, under Su Xinyue's care, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong gradually regained consciousness. What's going on? It's been half an hour, why hasn't Lin Dong come back yet? Feifei's gone too. Su Xinyue was puzzled. Just as she was about to head to the restroom to look for them, she saw Ning Feifei limping and staggering unsteadily toward the doorway. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes rumpled, and her eyes were unfocused. She looked like she'd just gotten into a fight. Feifei, what happened to you? Su Xinyue hurried forward and steadied Ning Feifei. She didn't notice at all that Ning Feifei's movements were frantic and her eyes were darting away. Nothing. I just threw up for a bit. Luckily, I ran into Mr. Lin. He helped me over here. Before she could finish, Lin Dong emerged from behind her, nodding with a smile. Su Xinyue eyed the pair suspiciously, sensing they were hiding some secret. Feifei, you're back. Burp. Just then, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao happened to wake up as well. They were dead drunk, groggy and disoriented, completely oblivious to Ning Feifei's flushed cheeks and disheveled hair. Of all the people present, only Su Xinyue kept staring. She had been waiting in the private room for Lin Dong to return, practically hanging on every moment. If her boyfriend hadn't been there, she would have sprinted over to him already. The longer she stared, the more Su Xinyue sensed something was off. When Lin Dong left, he looked perfectly fine. But when he returned, why were there several lipstick marks on his cheeks and neck? 2 buttons at his collar were fastened wrong. Clearly, he'd just put it on. What was that about? Could it be that he even had to take off his clothes just to use the restroom? The next moment, Su Xinyue suddenly remembered something. Her mind buzzed, and her gaze instinctively darted toward Ning Feifei, who was huddled in the corner, head bowed, looking guilty. Sure enough, her so-called best friend's long legs were covered in red handprints from being pinched and kneaded. Even the hem of her black pencil skirt had been torn open, revealing glimpses of her underwear. Combined with Ning Feifei's flushed cheeks, even if Su Xinyue were a pig, she'd know exactly what this pair of dogs had been up to. Oomph. Su Xinyue's pretty face flushed crimson as she stomped her foot in anger. She had been calling him Brother Dong all along, only to have her best friend beat her to the punch. How had she never noticed Ning Feifei had this kind of potential before? Hearing Su Xian's stomping, Hu Hao sobered up considerably. Thinking he'd done something to upset his girlfriend, he immediately apologized. Xinxin, what's wrong? Are you tired? Let me rub your shoulders and massage your legs. Unsurprisingly, Hu Hao was met with a rolling of the eyes. Get lost. Su Xinyue shoved Hu Hao away and stormed out without looking back. As she passed by Ning Feifei, she deliberately shot her a withering look. Seeing this, Ning Feifei's face flushed crimson once more. Then, she immediately took long strides with her long legs and rushed outside to catch up. Xinxin, let me explain. It's not what you think. Chapter 31, Offering Herself. In the blink of an eye, only 3 grown men remained in the room. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao, unaware of what had transpired, assumed the two girlfriends were just arguing and saw no need to intervene. They sat on either side of Lin Dong, both drunk, and picked up another glass of liquor.
Brother Dong, this one's on me. Thanks for your generosity in bringing us this money-making opportunity. If you ever need anything, just give us a shout. Whatever you need, I'll get it for you. Sun Jianzhong finished his drink in one gulp.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. If Sun Jianzhong knew that the goddess he'd spent so much effort groveling to had already been claimed by him, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish that drink. By then, it wouldn't just be his eyes that were red.
Brother Dong, I'm next.
Hu Hao followed suit, seeking out Lin Dong to toast him.
He even took the initiative to request a song. Come on, let's sing a duet. From now on, we're brothers. Alright.
Before Lin Dong could even respond, the two launched into a song, blaring their voices like broken gongs.
Brother, give me a hug, tell me what's on your mind.
Tell me all the hardships and changes you've endured over the years. Under normal circumstances, with the mood set like this, it would have been hard for Lin Dong not to squeeze out a couple of tears and belt out a few lines. But the moment he recalled their relentless suppression and isolation of him, Lin Dong felt not a shred of empathy.
In fact, he couldn't be bothered to put on a show. Think a couple shots of horse piss will make me forgive them? Dream on. Simply snagging their gorgeous girlfriends wasn't enough.
Soon, Lin Dong came up with a better idea. Hey, Jianzhong, Mouse, your girlfriends are both out.
Aren't you two going to go check on them?
Lickpants like Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were naturally worried. But the thought of raking in big bucks with Lin Dong made them grit their teeth and shake their heads.
Brother Dong, when it comes to money, what's a girlfriend? Exactly. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged beauties? They're everywhere on the streets. With money, swapping women is as easy as changing clothes. Right.
Lin Dong gave a slight nod and raised his glass.
You're my kind of brother. This one's on me.
With that, Lin Dong downed his drink in one gulp.
The two men dared not drink less.
To refuse would be to deny Lin Dong his due respect. But lacking the legendary ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, they had already thrown up once. Now, they were completely dizzy and out of control. Seeing their state, Lin Dong feigned mystery. While our sisters-in-law are away, how about I call over a few pretty girls to help us unwind? Don't worry, I'll cover the cost. You two can have your fun. If you want to learn a foreign language, that's no problem either. Is there such a good deal? Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao exchanged glances, their expressions hinting at temptation. As the saying goes, when you're well-fed and warm, lusty thoughts arise. The two brothers had been lusting after their goddess for so long, yet couldn't get their hands on her, leaving them pent up with pent-up desires with nowhere to vent. Now, hearing Lin Dong's proposal, their eyes lit up instantly. Seeing the bait take hold, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile inwardly. Then, he clapped his hands.
Come in.
Immediately, 5 or 6 beautiful women entered the private room with smiles on their faces. Each possessed a figure to die for, dressed in a seductive and alluring manner. Though their looks couldn't compare to Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue. But from head to toe, they radiated 2 words. Professional. Gulp. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao stared wide-eyed. They were no strangers to the scene, and they could tell at a glance that the standards for the beauties Lin Dong had brought in were high. At the very least, they were worth over 5,000 each. 5,000 per girl, 5 or 6 of them, that's tens of thousands. This only made Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao even more eager. The chance to play with such top-tier beauties for free was incredibly rare. Put. Seeing the two men completely distracted and visibly aroused, the women giggled uncontrollably. Some deliberately accentuated their cleavage, tracing an alluring curve. Brother Dong, this isn't right, is it? Xinshin is still waiting for me outside. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were tempted, but they were more worried about their girlfriends getting upset. However, Lin Dong's next words swept away all their reservations. Ever heard the saying? The deepest friendship is forged by sharing a gun, splitting the loot, and if we pull this off today, we'll be brothers for life. When fortune knocks, I won't forget you guys. Or are you saying you'd rather not make money and just hang out with women? Hearing this, both men shook their heads vigorously. Then Sun Jianzhong swallowed hard and seized the moment. Well then, how about we go out with a bang? Brother Dong, we'd be honored to accept your invitation. Ah, great. Lin Dong laughed heartily, waved his hand. And several princesses immediately threw themselves into his arms. In an instant, the private room was filled with sensual delight, pure and simple. Just then, Lin Dong received a text message. Dong, I'm waiting for you in the parking lot. Hurry up. Ha? Seeing this unfamiliar number and the suggestive message, Lin Dongmeng suddenly thought of someone. He glanced at Hu Hao, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys hang out. Lin Dong strode out of the private room. The moment he closed the door, he silently dialed a number. Hello, I'm reporting a prostitution solicitation at Taiha Garden. In private room 888. Soon after, the police siren blared outside. A group of uniformed men violently pushed open the door and flooded into the luxurious room. What met their eyes was a scene of unseemly debauchery.
Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were completely naked.
The moment they saw their uncle, they hurriedly pulled their underwear back on.
Anti-vice operation. Freeze. Instantly, both men turned pale, their faces drenched in sweat. It's over. Completely over. If they ended up in jail, forget girlfriends, they'd lose their jobs. Uncle, we'll turn ourselves in. We didn't pay her, does that mean it doesn't count as soliciting? Meanwhile,
Lin Dong casually made his way to the parking lot. Sure enough, beside his own Panamera, he spotted a familiar figure. Curvy figure, blonde hair, a t-shirt stretched to the limit. Plus those eyes that practically devoured him.
Who else could it be but Su Xinyue? Brother Dong, you finally made it. I've been waiting impatiently. Lin Dong gave a faint smile. He knew it was Su Xinyue, that meddlesome busybody, who sent the text. What other woman would be this flirtatious?
Of course, for appearance's sake, Lin Dong still had to put on a show.
Xinyue, what are you doing here?
Jianzhong and Hu Hao are still in the private room.
They were just looking for you.
Lin Dong feigned nervousness and concern, even dragging Hu Hao into the conversation.
The smile vanished instantly from Su Xinyue's face.
In fact, she even curled her lips in disgust.
Dongge, can we please not mention that loser?
He's ugly, can't make any money, and can't hold his liquor, he's nothing compared to you. As she spoke, Su Xinyue walked toward Lin Dong and took his hand. Her coy, half-hidden, half-revealed manner was utterly irresistible. Lin Dong felt his mouth go dry.
He possessed an iron will.
What he'd done with Ning Feifei earlier was merely an appetizer.
Now, the real feast was about to begin.
Just then, Su Xinyue's small hand reached down. Her cherry-red lips instantly formed an O shape as she couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
Brother Dong, you're so amazing.
Unlike Hu Hao, who kept saying he loved me, but in the end, he was just a little bit.
Su Xinyue held up 2 fingers to demonstrate. No wonder this woman was always so hungry.
Turns out, the man at home couldn't satisfy her.
Discovering Lin Dong's impressive endowment made Su Xinyue even more captivated.
Even if it was just a fleeting moment, even without money, it would be worth it.
Chapter 32, in the car. And
Su Xinyue flashed a coy, alluring smile, utterly unconcerned if anyone saw. Her slender arms wrapped around Lin Dong's neck as she tiptoed forward, offering him a sweet kiss.
You and Feifei have already done it, right? Oh? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly.
He hadn't expected Su Xinyue to figure it out so quickly.
Indeed, a woman's intuition was spot on. Brother Dong, you're being biased. She was the one who made the first move. How could you just give her the advantage?
At the very least, there should be a proper order of precedence.
I want to see just how amazing you are.
I bet Feifei's legs went weak just walking over here. Su Xinyue murmured softly, her face flushed with coyness. Lin Dong chuckled at her words. Then, shedding all pretense, he pinned Su Xinyue against the Porsche's window.
Ah!
Su Xinyue instinctively gasped, her expression flushing with panic.
Before, at least Ning Feifei had been in the restroom. Now, Lin Dong actually wanted to do it with her in the parking lot?
Su Xinyue flushed crimson to her ears, attempting a final struggle. But her resistance, no matter how you looked at it, seemed like she was urging Lin Dong to continue.
What are you pretending for? Don't you love it when I do this? Back in the private room, if Hu Hao hadn't woken up, your hand would have been right in my pants, wouldn't it?
Lin Dong spoke with a faint, ambiguous smile. Hearing this, Su Xinyue instinctively glanced up, feeling a pang of guilt. Then, Lin Dong began to run his hands over her body. Su Xinyue's robe was half undone, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin to the air. Su Xinyue let out a low gasp. As Lin Dong prepared to breach her final barrier, she finally couldn't hold back and whispered a plea.
Brother Dong, can we go to the car? In the car? I'm shy.
Lin Dong gave a faint smile, then suddenly slapped her, sending ripples through her body.
What's there to be afraid of? There's no one here.
Though, the car would be a bit more comfortable.
With that, Lin Dong scooped Su Xinyue into the car and slammed the door shut. Smack! A small hand tapped against the window. Immediately after, the sound of clothes being torn echoed from inside. Su Xinyue wasn't as inexperienced as Ning Feifei. She didn't have much experience either. Let alone in a car.
Lin Dong couldn't help but draw a deep breath, every pore on his body tightening in unison.
Rying.
Just as the two were about to ignite, a phone call came at the most inopportune moment. He picked it up to see it was Hu Hao calling Su Xinyue.
Oh no, it's Hu Hao. Su Xinyue's eyes darted nervously.
Deep down, she still felt a twinge of guilt. Unexpectedly, before she could hang up, Lin Dong snatched the phone from her hand and pressed to answer. At the same time, he motioned with his chin for her to speak. Su Xinyue had no choice but to comply. And she dared not stop moving.
Xinxin, where are you? Hurry and rescue me.
I'm in a bit of trouble and need a bail bond.
A deposit? Hearing those words, Su Xinyue froze instantly. Weren't Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong still having dinner? Out of the blue, why would they need a security deposit? Put. At that moment, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. What security deposit? Isn't it just getting busted for running an illegal operation and having to pay a fine?
Hu Hao sure knows how to name things. Soon, Hu Hao's questioning voice came through the phone.
Xin, who's next to you? Why do I hear a man's voice?
Su Xinyue's face flushed instantly as she frantically winked and nudged Lin Dong.
Didn't we agree not to talk?
Lin Dong was clearly doing this on purpose. To her surprise, Lin Dong not only didn't hide it, but snatched the phone right out of Su Xinyue's hand.
Hu Hao, it's me, Lin Dong. Dong, how come you're with Xin?
I just stepped out for a smoke and happened to run into Xinyue.
Gave her a ride since I was heading that way. Lin Dong gave a faint smile.
While on the call, he had Su Xinyue continue serving him, feeling utterly blissful from head to toe.
Hey, are you two having fun? Don't even ask. I didn't check the almanac before leaving today, what a disaster.
Lin Dong chuckled, feigning confusion.
What do you mean? Did they ask you to pay extra?
No, it's not about the money, brother Dong.
Hu Hao found it hard to bring up.
After dithering for a while, he finally decided to come clean. Some jerk must have been jealous we called the princesses, so he called the cops on us. Man, that nearly scared the crap out of me and Sun Jianzhong. Hearing Hu Hao's complaint, Lin Dong nearly burst out laughing. At the same time, the physical pleasure was making him nearly surrender.
Brother Dong, what should we do?
Hu Hao had no idea what his beloved girlfriend was doing at that very moment.
Brother Dong, are you flush with cash? Could you lend a brother some money? Uncle said each of us has to pay a 5,000 yuan fine.
Me and Sun Jianzhong together only have 10,000.
We just don't have that kind of money. Borrow money?
Lin Dong lowered his head, gazing down at Su Xinyue's head busily serving him. He felt refreshed and vindicated. Then, with a smile, he said, "Don't worry. With our relationship, how could I not help you?
Hold on, I'll transfer it right away. Thank you so much, brother Dong. You're like my own brother."
The moment Hu Hao heard Lin Dong was willing to cover the costs, he was overjoyed. He pulled Sun Jianzhong over, and together they frantically thanked him.
Cough cough.
Just then, Su Xinyue suddenly choked and began coughing violently.
Xin? What's wrong? Hearing Su Xinyue's coughing, Hu Hao immediately grew anxious.
And for some reason, he couldn't shake this bad feeling. It was as if something had appeared on his head, and it was a rather vivid color. Lin Dong, however, remained completely unfazed.
He smiled and said, "It's nothing, Hu Hao. Xin just choked on some water. She's feeling much better now." "Oh my god, that scared me to death." Hu Hao exhaled in relief.
Right now, his mind was entirely focused on money, so he didn't think too deeply about it.
Alright, thanks, brother Dong. We've got the money. Let's go pay now. Brother Du, you're making this too formal.
Lin Dong hung up and tossed the phone to Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue pouted, her eyes filled with reproach.
Aren't you afraid Hu Hao will find out about us?
What, are you scared? Lin Dong countered. At his words, Su Xinyue was instantly speechless. On one side was Hu Hao, who couldn't even scrape together 5,000 yuan. On the other was Lin Dong, driving a Porsche Panamera.
Even a fool knew which choice to make. I'm just thinking about you. What if Hu Hao loses it and comes after you? Of course I want to be with you.
You're not only wealthy but also incredibly capable.
Being with you is truly.
Su Xinyue's face grew redder with each word, creating an undeniably sensual atmosphere. The next moment, Lin Dong hesitated no longer, pressing her against the passenger seat.
So what if I'm with you? Go on. Chapter 33, God-tier combat skills, off to the bar. Facing Lin Dong's piercing gaze, Su Xinyue's last line of defense crumbled completely.
She clung to Lin Dong like an octopus, refusing to let go. Then, with a hint of embarrassment, she murmured, "It feels so good." Lin Dong chuckled upon hearing this. Then, he resumed his conquest. For a moment, the Porsche bounced up and down, occasionally emitting sounds that stirred the imagination. Over an hour later, Lin Dong finally came to a halt. If not for Su Xinyue's constant cries that she was about to die, Lin Dong could have gone at it with her for a full day and night. There was no helping it that iron-hard talent was simply too godlike. After a short rest, Lin Dong drove Su Xinyue back home. Before parting, Su Xinyue added Lin Dong on WeChat and made it clear that she was available anytime he needed anything. Seeing how understanding Su Xinyue was, Lin Dong didn't hold back and sent her a hefty red envelope.
Su Xinyue was overjoyed. She even declared she'd break up with Hu Hao. Even if it meant becoming Lin Dong's mistress, she wouldn't mind. However, Lin Dong rejected the proposal. He and Su Xinyue were just playing around, he really didn't want to get entangled in this mess. The two parted ways quickly. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission, Double Victory. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the special reward, God-tier combat technique."
The next moment, Lin Dong felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through his entire body. He felt completely reborn, an indescribable lightness washing over him. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, sensing his mind had gained countless new combat techniques. Simultaneously, his body surged with power. Instantly, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. In just one afternoon, he had not only won over 2 beauties, achieving a double victory, but also exacted fierce revenge on 2 former classmates who had humiliated him. Now, armed with god-tier combat skills, his self-defense capabilities had skyrocketed. This exhilarating feeling was simply beyond description. After a moment's thought, Lin Dong pulled out his phone and dialed Ning Feifei's number. He intended to ask her out and rekindle their past romance. Unexpectedly, after taking the $500,000, the woman had turned off her phone and vanished without a trace. He figured she probably hadn't gotten over that mental hurdle yet.
Forget it. I'll just wander around on my own. Lin Dong drove his Panamera aimlessly around the city. Soon, dusk fell, and night descended. He happened to pass by a hotel, its neon lights and bustling atmosphere drawing his attention. Blue Demon? No wonder it's so crowded. Blue Demon was the largest and most expensive hotel in Tianhai City. A bottle of wine alone cost 700 or 800 yuan.
Reserving a private booth cost nearly 1,000 yuan.
Yet none of this deterred patrons from flocking there. The bar is always bustling with noise and packed with people. Not only is the ambience stunning, but the clientele consists of nothing but handsome men and beautiful women.
If there's mutual attraction, they head straight to a hotel room. Some even wait outside, specifically to pick up stragglers. This is the spot. Lin Dong gave a faint smile and slowly drove the car over. Last night, he'd splurged wildly at the nightclub, raking in over 10 million yuan, his first taste of the wealthy life. Tonight, he was determined to rake in even more. Come to think of it, he'd never even set foot in a bar before. When he was with Feng Shui, they lived frugally. Such extravagance was unthinkable. Now, he was going to indulge to his heart's content. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at the bar entrance. The hostess immediately greeted him with a smile.
Good evening, sir. All booths are currently occupied. Do you have a reservation? Lin Dong certainly hadn't. But he had something else that would definitely satisfy the attendant. Here's a tip for you. Now, do you have any booths available?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, pulling out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills and placing them firmly in the server's hand.
The system didn't disappoint him, responding instantly.
Detected host spending 10,000 yuan at nightclub.
10x cashback successful.
Congratulations, host, you have earned 100,000 yuan.
Meanwhile,
the waiter's eyes widened in disbelief.
A 10,000 yuan tip? That's outrageously generous.
Then, the waiter nodded repeatedly.
Yes, yes, yes.
Sir, please wait a moment.
I'll open a table for you right away.
The next moment, the waiter slipped the 10,000 yuan bill into his pocket. Then, he scurried over and led Lin Dong into the bar.
Before long, they had cleared out a high-end VIP booth for Lin Dong.
Such high-level booths are typically reserved for premium members. Generally, they weren't available to the public. But there was no way around it. Lin Dong had offered far too much. The staff were more than happy to make an exception this once. Sure enough, the VIP booth offered an excellent vantage point, and the sofa was exceptionally plush and comfortable. From Lin Dong's vantage point, he could survey the entire bar, where several well-proportioned beauties were passionately dancing in the pool. When you come to a bar, you've got to order drinks. Lin Dong picked up the menu and casually ordered a few bottles.
Start with a few Bloody Marys, some Dom Perignon.
Oh, and bring 2 bottles of Martel Cordon Bleu. After placing his order, Lin Dong scanned the QR code to pay.
The next moment, the system's voice chimed in.
Detected host spending 50,000 yuan at nightclub.
10x cashback activated.
Congratulations, host, you have received 500,000 yuan. The waiter carefully jotted down the order, not daring to lift his head. Lin Dong casually ordered 50,000 yuan worth of drinks.
He was simply too extravagant. One absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Alright, is there anything else you need? Nothing for now.
Lin Dong shook his head, showing no sign of urgency.
Understood. Should you need anything, just give me a wave. I'll be right over.
The waiter nodded with a smile and vanished in a flash. Lin Dong sat back in the leather sofa, his gaze drifting toward the center of the dance floor. Watching the men and women twisting their bodies freely, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Youth is truly wonderful.
Meanwhile,
a few familiar faces sat at a regular booth several tables away from Lin Dong, drinking in silence, with one man subtly leading the group.
Brother Chow, is this for real? That Lin Dong actually dared to insult you in the company group chat? What does he think he is? Exactly.
That bastard better not cross my path, or else. A burly man spoke viciously, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a body covered in fierce wolf and tiger tattoos. He was clearly a street thug. Seated in the middle was a greasy-looking man with a potbelly and a sharp, mean-spirited expression.
None other than Lin Dong's former boss, Lu Haichao. Damn right, who says otherwise? Lu Haichao spat angrily.
Then he chugged a swig of Budweiser, his eyes bloodshot, cursing under his breath. That bastard used to do whatever I told him overtime errands, never uttered a word of complaint. Today, I don't know what gave him the guts to actually curse me out in the group chat. And worst of all, he quit. If I catch him, I'll beat the crap out of him. Chapter 34, Settling the Score. Just hearing the name Lin Dong made Lu Haichao's blood boil. Back in the company, Lin Dong was the easiest target to bully. Any dirty or grueling task was dumped on him. He was meek and timid, never daring to utter a word of complaint. Then, out of nowhere, Lin Dong changed like a different person. Not only did he berate him over the phone, but he also sent red envelopes in the company group chat, inciting everyone to join in the criticism. This left Lu Haichao utterly humiliated, his authority completely shattered. To make matters worse, Lin Dong had resigned voluntarily, leaving him nowhere to turn. Lu Haichao was so furious he nearly spat blood. He'd heard Blue Demon had plenty of girls, so he rounded up a bunch of lackeys to come over, hoping to let loose and relax. Just then, a waiter passed by carrying several bottles of liquor. One sharp-eyed henchman instantly recognized the expensive bottles and blurted out in shock, "Holy crap, Martel Cordon Bleu and Bloody Mary. These bottles must cost tens of thousands. Rich people sure are everywhere." Hearing this, Lu Haichao was startled. He worked his ass off for a month just to earn 10 or 20,000. Yet these people casually ordered a few bottles of liquor that far exceeded that amount. Truly, comparing people is enough to drive you mad. Ah, drink up, drink up. Their money is theirs, what does it have to do with us? Lu Haichao picked up his wine glass, pretending not to care. Just then, one of the lackeys nudged his shoulder and gestured with his chin. "Brother Chow, look, isn't that guy ordering drinks Lin Dong?" "Who?" Lu Haichao froze for a moment, instinctively turning his head. After one glance, his pupils instantly contracted. The man sitting in the VIP booth, leisurely savoring his fine wine, wasn't that Lin Dong, the very person he'd been longing to see? Damn it, where'd that bastard get all this money? Renting a private booth and drinking imported liquor? In an instant, Lu Haichao's eyes turned red with rage. Here he was, a high-ranking executive, stuck drinking beer. How dare Lin Dong live so extravagantly? The more Lu Haichao thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. He immediately stood up in anger. "Hold on, Brother Chow." Seeing Lu Haichao about to take matters into his own hands, several lackeys rushed to restrain him. "Brother Chow, don't be impulsive. If you hurt him, you'll have to pay compensation." "Then what should we do?" Lu Haichao was seething with frustration, his face twisted with resentment. At that moment, the burly man with tattoos beside him sneered coldly. "Perfect timing. I've got a few brothers running things around here. How about I get them to handle it?" "Exactly. Just need a little fee." Hearing this, Lu Haichao didn't care how much it would cost. Normally, he was as stingy as a miser. But today, no matter the cost, he would teach Lin Dong a lesson. Best if he spent the rest of his life bedridden. "Don't worry, bro. Once this job's done, I'll buy you all the drinks you can handle." The tattooed man grinned, slapping the table. "Brother Chow, you're a man of your word. Hold tight, I'll round up the crew right away." At that moment, Lin Dong remained utterly unaware that danger was closing in. Before long, 3 street thugs covered in dragon and tiger tattoos blocked the entrance to Blue Demon Bar, their intentions clearly hostile. "Who are you looking for?" The bartender was startled by the commotion, his words stumbling out in a fluster. The bald leader, seeing this, smiled and patted the trembling waiter's shoulder. "Relax, kid. We're not here to cause trouble. We're here to drink too." "Exactly. Before we play, we need to find someone." The waiter swallowed hard. Before he could react, the world spun violently. He'd been shoved aside by the bald man. Then, 3 or 5 punks filed in one after another. Soon, Lu Haichao and his crew spotted the bald man. One of the henchmen scrambled to his feet, greeting him with a smile. "Brother Hu, you finally made it. Come, let me introduce you. This is my friend Lu Haichao. Brother Chow, this is our city's notorious brother Hu, the smiling tiger, Wang Hu." As he spoke, Wang Hu shot Lu Haichao a glance. Lu Haichao shuddered instantly. Though he was usually foul-mouthed at work, he'd only ever bullied people at the company and never dealt with the underworld before. "Nice to meet you, Brother Tiger." Lu Haichao offered a sheepish smile and extended his hand. Wang Hu ignored Lu Haichao's outstretched hand and cut straight to the point. "Heard you want to take care of someone? Let me make this clear up front, the fee for us brothers' services won't be cheap." Hearing this, the lackey shot Lu Haichao a knowing glance. Lu Haichao immediately caught the hint and declared solemnly, "Brother Hu, rest assured. We won't come for nothing. Name your price. I won't haggle. Straightforward. Not much, 2,000. 20,000? Lu Haichao's eyes widened in shock, letting out an instinctive yelp. Instantly, everyone at the booth turned to look. "Brother Hu, that's way too much. It's just a warning." Lu Haichao looked troubled. He thought 1,000 or 2 would cover it. But now, it was 20,000? Wasn't this going to kill him? What's that supposed to mean? Think it's too much? Wang Hu's expression turned cold as he casually picked up an empty wine bottle. The fleshy bulges on his face twitched and his bull-like eyes gleamed with a menacing glare. Having hung around this street for so long, he couldn't stand people like Lu Haichao who made empty promises and then tried to wriggle out of their responsibilities. He'd agreed readily on the phone, but now he was playing the victim. His henchman saw Lu Haichao's face turn ashen, knowing his stingy streak had flared up again. One immediately interjected, "Brother Chow, Lin Dong's already ting on your head.
You're still pinching pennies over this? Let me tell you, once this chance is gone, it won't come back. Once Lin Dong leaves, who knows when we'll cross paths again." Hearing this, Lu Haichao finally made up his mind.
His breathing grew heavy, his eyes reddened, and his voice trembled.
"Fine. 2,000 it is. If it means crippling Lin Dong, I'll throw caution to the wind." "Alright, that's more like it."
Wang Hu smiled with satisfaction. "Transfer the money over and I'll head straight over to take care of that kid." Lu Haichao, his head hot with anger, immediately transferred 10,000 yuan. The remaining 10,000 would be settled upon his return. Soon, under the eager gazes of Lu Haichao and the others, Wang Hu strode toward the VIP booth with two henchmen, barging in with an air of superiority.
"It's done, Brother Chow.
Lin Dong is as good as dead this time."
Ha! That smiling tiger is notorious for his ruthlessness.
"Even if Lin Dong survives, he'll be skinned alive."
"Brother Chow, your money wasn't wasted, we finally got some payback."
The surrounding lackeys were wildly excited, shouting and cheering. Lu Haichao's smile was bitter, his expression stiff as he nodded. True, that was the case, but spending 20 grand? He was genuinely heartbroken and bleeding money. Now, he could only hope Wang Hu lived up to his reputation and beat Lin Dong into a permanent state of paralysis, condemning him to a lifetime in a hospital bed.
Then it would be worth every penny. Chapter 35, only 20,000 yuan? May I ask who you are? In the booth.
Lin Dong, who was savoring fine wine and admiring the hot dance of the beautiful women, looked at this group of sudden strangers with a puzzled expression. Especially Wang Hu, leading the way, his face practically screamed looking for trouble, clearly no friend.
"You're Lin Dong? That's me. What's up? You're the one I'm looking for."
Wang Hu's mouth twisted into a grimace that looked more like a grimace than a smile. Then he walked straight up to Lin Dong and snatched a bottle of liquor from him.
Well, living the good life, huh? Sipping on Martell now. Too bad. From now on, no matter how many fine wines come your way, you won't be able to enjoy them. Someone paid me to beat you half to death.
Wang Hu finished speaking, then downed a cup of wine with a broad smile. Seeing this, his two henchmen instinctively shuddered. Those familiar with Wang Hu knew this well: the brighter his smile before a fight, the more brutal his attack would be. He showed absolutely no restraint, it was either death or crippling injury. Previously, Wang Hu had served 5 years in prison for intentional assault. In the eyes of the two underlings, Lin Dong was already as good as dead. At the very least, he'd lose an arm or a leg. Unexpectedly, facing Wang Hu's threats, Lin Dong remained completely composed, showing not a hint of panic. Having just mastered god-tier combat techniques, he truly had nothing to fear from a few petty thugs. Besides, he wouldn't even have to lift a finger to handle this.
Money? Someone paid to have me beaten half to death? Ha! That's the funniest joke I've ever heard.
Lin Dong roared with laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. Wang Hu and the two thugs were dumbfounded. This guy, how could he laugh so heartily when death was staring him in the face? Could he be insane? "What the hell are you laughing at? Behave yourself." One of the thugs barked, about to strike. But Wang Hu cut him off. He was deeply curious, where did Lin Dong get the nerve to laugh like that?
"Lin Dong, what are you laughing at?"
"I'm laughing at Zhuge Liang's lack of strategy, Zhou Yu."
Sorry for the interruption.
Lin Dong cleared his throat and casually poured Wang Hu a cup of wine. "Hey, bald buddy, this place is packed with people. How about we step outside to talk?" With that, Lin Dong stood up with unhurried grace. His expression was calm and composed, his face radiating smiles. This left Wang Hu even more at a loss. Though, he didn't have any hair to begin with. Originally, he'd planned to deal with Lin Dong, take the money, and leave. But now, he was determined to see what tricks Lin Dong had up his sleeve. "Bald brother, if you come with me, I promise you won't regret it. Here's the deal, I'll leave this liquor for your two buddies. If you need more, just order it, charge it to my tab." Hearing this, the two small-time thugs' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths practically watering. They'd never had a chance to taste imported liquor costing tens of thousands of yuan before.
And now, unlimited? This stuff must be worth tens of thousands altogether, right? Are you sure you're giving it all to us?
Wang Hu was also a bit stunned. Where did this sucker come from, giving away tens of thousands of yuan so casually?
Way more generous than that tightwad Lu Haichao. I said, order more if you need it. Money is the last thing I'm short on.
So, what do you say, bald brother?
Fancy stepping outside for a chat?
Seeing the other's wide-eyed expressions, Lin Dong gave a devilish grin.
Moments later, Wang Hu emerged from the booth. "It's done, Brother Chow.
Brother who's taken care of it. I told you, as long as the money's right, no job's too tough." Right now, Lin Dong is probably gasping for air, with broken arms and legs. The sycophant who'd made the earlier call gushed with excitement, eager to take credit. But just as he finished speaking, a familiar face came into view.
Lin Dong? Lu Haichao's pupils contracted sharply, his yellow teeth nearly grinding to dust. Didn't you say brother who would definitely take action? How come Lin Dong isn't even scratched, and he's still smiling?
That's right, Lin Dong wasn't just unscathed, he was arm in arm with Wang Hu. They were chatting away, one topic after another.
To an outsider, they looked like brothers from different mothers. Seeing this scene, Lu Haichao and his henchmen were dumbfounded.
He began to suspect this was all a setup. Wang Hu and Lin Dong had teamed up to swindle him out of his money.
My money. 10,000 yuan.
At that moment, Lu Haichao felt his heart was bleeding. Just then, one of the henchmen suddenly remembered something and snapped to attention.
Don't panic, Brother Chao.
Everyone in the underworld knows Brother Hu has a peculiar trait: the more he laughs before a fight, the more brutal he gets. Right now, Brother Hu's grin stretches from ear to ear.
Lin Dong's days are numbered. Otherwise, how else would he have earned the nickname Smiling Tiger? Oh? Is that really how it is?
Lu Haichao listened, stunned.
Upon reflection, it made perfect sense.
Besides, he'd only handed over 10,000 yuan, the other 10,000 was still in his pocket.
Pulling off a full-scale act, Wang Hu wouldn't be that stupid.
Brother Chao, just sit back and enjoy the show. In a bit, we'll head outside the bar and see just how badly Lin Dong gets beaten up.
Lu Haichao nodded emphatically, itching to deliver a vicious kick to Lin Dong's face. Meanwhile, Wang Hu followed Lin Dong to the entrance of Blue Demon.
The bartender shuddered the moment he recognized Lin Dong as the person Wang Hu was looking for. Then, she grabbed his arm.
Handsome, if you run into trouble, just blink. Blink?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, seeing the bartender winking and nodding repeatedly, he understood the bartender's well-intentioned gesture.
Haha, you've got the wrong idea.
This bald-headed brother here is my friend.
Really?
The waiter's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
Yes, a friend. Alright, get back to work.
Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Then, under the waiter's suspicious gaze, he led Wang Hu to a corner.
Bald brother, I never asked what's your name. Wang Hu.
Everyone in the underworld calls me Brother Tiger.
Alright, Brother Tiger.
Lin Dong gave a slight nod. Without further small talk, he got straight to the point.
Spill it. Who sent you to beat me up? How much did they pay you?
Wang Hu snorted coldly, his voice impatient.
Asking about that won't do you any good. But the price? I'm pretty satisfied. 2,000. 20,000? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Only 20,000 yuan.
Lin Dong exploded with rage on the spot. The look of shock and fury on his face startled even Wang Hu.
This guy, always so dramatic. Are you seriously out of your mind?
I'm a millionaire, driving a luxury car worth $1 million.
20,000? That's not even enough to buy booze. Lin Dong looked thoroughly annoyed. Hearing the words millionaire, Wang Hu started sizing him up. You know what? He kinda looked the part.
Especially that Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. From Wang Hu's perspective, it didn't look fake, it was the real deal. But how could someone as prominent as Lin Dong have crossed paths with a low-key nobody like Lu Haichao?
Chapter 36, No choice, he gave too much.
While Wang Hu was lost in thought, Lin Dong rattled off a few names.
Wang Long or Feng Shui? Was it that pair of bastards who paid you? No. Could it be that Wang manager from the bank? Not him either.
Wang Hu shook his head like a rattle. Seeing Lin Dong was truly stumped, he decided to just come clean.
It's a guy named Lu. Pretty stingy, too. Lu Haichao. So it was that bastard.
If Wang Hu hadn't mentioned the name, Lin Dong would have almost forgotten about him. A cold smile soon spread across Lin Dong's face.
That tightwad actually spent 20 grand on me? That's like the sun rising in the west. Did I really cause him that much damage and psychological trauma? Haha, that's hilarious.
The mere thought of Lu Haichao's furious expression had Lin Dong laughing so hard he couldn't stop. Soon, his attention shifted to Wang Hu standing before him. Since Lu Haichao was willing to pay for his own life, Lin Dong didn't mind turning the tables on him. Brother Hu, I've got a deal here.
You in? If that Lu guy offers 20 grand, I'll offer 100,000.
And it's 100,000 just for beating one person.
What?
Hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, almost doubting his own ears.
Lin Dong just said 10,000 for beating one person? What? Don't believe me?
Just send me the account number, Lin Dong said casually.
His nonchalant demeanor clearly showed he didn't think much of the money.
Wang Hu suppressed his excitement and gave his bank card number. Soon, a text message arrived.
A full 300,000 yuan was deposited into his account. Brother Lin, no, Mr. Lin. Today I finally understand what it means to have a magnanimous heart. You deserve every penny of your fortune. I humbly apologize here.
Wang Hu was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent sentences. If not for his pride, he would have prostrated himself before Lin Dong. As for extorting Lin Dong for more money, he didn't have the guts. If Lin Dong could casually hand over 300,000 to him, he could easily give even more to others. Then, with just a few careless words, he'd be sent back to the furnace for another 10 or 8 years. Mr. Lin, I love doing business with straightforward people like you. Just say the word, and I'll do whatever you need. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. It's simple. Since the money I'm giving you is over 10 times what Lu Haichao offered, this level of commitment. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I have 9 ways to take him down 9. As he spoke, Wang Hu gestured the number 9 with his fingers. At Lin Dong's nod, Wang Hu dialed a number. Soon, a familiar voice came through the phone. How's it going, brother Hu? Did you get the job done? Is Lin Dong still unable to get up? Wang Hu mustered his courage to glance at Lin Dong, then immediately switched his demeanor, snarling, dead or not? Come see for yourself. Don't forget to bring the remaining 10,000 yuan. With that, Wang Hu hung up. Then, he looked at Lin Dong with a somewhat fawning expression. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Did I pull it off? It was convincing enough. Lin Dong nodded. As long as you're satisfied. No one could have imagined that Wang Hu, who had been so arrogant moments ago, would now be completely submissive and compliant in front of Lin Dong. There was no helping it. Money not only makes the devil grind the mill, but also makes the mill grind the devil. Especially someone like Wang Hu, who'd done time, knew exactly how to read the room. He knew exactly who he could bully and who he absolutely couldn't cross. Someone like Lu Haichao, a small-time, petty-minded nobody with no backing he could push around at will. As for Lin Dong, give him 10 times the guts, and he still wouldn't dare provoke him. Soon, Lu Haichao and his 2 henchmen scurried out of the bar. Their excited expressions made them look like they'd just won the jackpot. They couldn't wait to see how miserable Lin Dong was now. Then they planned to spit right in his face. But just around the corner, Lu Haichao and his crew were stunned to find Lin Dong standing there, completely unscathed. Lu Haichao, it really is you. You little punk, you've gotten pretty bold, hiring people to beat me up? Lin Dong said mockingly. For a moment, Lu Haichao's face flushed crimson with rage. What the hell was going on with this Wang Hu? After all this time, he still hadn't made a move. Could it be he thought the pay wasn't enough? Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Lu Haichao finally steeled himself. Brother Hu, why haven't you made your move yet? Is it about the money? Don't worry, I'll transfer the remaining 10,000 right away. Hurry up, please. With that, Lu Haichao pulled out his phone and began typing. Soon, Wang Hu's phone buzzed again with a new text message. But now, such a small sum was beneath him. Brother Chao, thank you for your kindness. But this amount just isn't enough anymore. What do you mean? Lu Haichao's brow furrowed, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. You want to jack up the price? Wang Hu shook his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Everyone knew that the brighter his smile, the more ruthless he became when he acted. For a moment, despite the sweltering summer heat, Lu Haichao and his men felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave, a chill wind whistling down their spines. Just then, Wang Hu's 2 henchmen, drunk and staggering, emerged from the bar. Wang Hu immediately beckoned them over and said casually, Guys, now that everyone's here, let's get this show on the road. The 2 thugs nodded like chickens pecking at grain, charging toward Lin Dong with menacing expressions. But just as they reached him, Wang Hu slapped each of them across the face. Over there! When did I ever say we were going after Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Hearing this address, Lu Haichao finally realized something was amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late. What greeted him were 2 fists as big as sandbags. Though the 2 henchmen had no idea what was happening. They'd never go west if Wang Hu pointed east. Brother Hu, what's this all about? We're brothers, aren't we? The lackey who had summoned Wang Hu earlier was dumbfounded. He'd often paid out of his own pocket to treat the smiling tiger to meals and drinks. Why was he being so ruthless at this critical moment? And that was after taking 2,000 yuan from Lu Haichao. This was outright double-crossing. Yeah, we're brothers. But Boss Lin offered more, a lot more. Wang Hu grinned. Lu Haichao and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They finally understood why the 2 men were standing together, laughing and joking. Lin Dong, I'm not done with you. Don't hit me. I have money. There's still money in my card. Lu Haichao yelled and screamed. But the measly sum in his account was no match for the 300,000 Lin Dong had given him. What greeted him was a brutal beating. His 2 henchmen got beaten to a pulp too. Ouch. Spare me, Lin Dong. I had nothing to do with this. Yeah, it was all Lu Haichao's doing. The 2 henchmen couldn't take it anymore and quickly distanced themselves, hoping to dodge a few punches. Put. Overcome by rage, Lu Haichao coughed up a mouthful of blood, soaking his entire body. He was barely clinging to life. Chapter 37, I'll cover the entire bill. Alright, that's enough. Seeing Lu Haichao and the 2 henchmen beaten to a pulp, Lin Dong promptly called a halt. If the beating continued, someone might die, and that wouldn't be good. Wang Hu still felt it wasn't enough, but since Lin Dong had spoken, he had no choice but to back down. Before leaving, he didn't forget to curry favor with Lin Dong.
He declared outright that whenever Lin Dong needed anything, one phone call would guarantee his men would rush to the scene.
Not long after, Lin Dong returned to the bar. He strode straight to the DJ booth and snatched the microphone. Originally, a crowd of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing passionately. Suddenly, the pulsing DJ music stopped. Instantly, everyone grew restless.
"What are you doing?"
Amidst the angry stares, Lin Dong remained completely unfazed. Holding the microphone, he said calmly, "You probably don't know me, and you don't need to. All you need to know is this: I'm having a blast tonight, and I'm having a blast. So, I'm buying out the whole place tonight. Everyone's tab is on me." "What?" Eyes widened in disbelief as the crowd stared at Lin Dong. Suddenly, he didn't seem so annoying anymore. No, he was practically everyone's darling. Holy crap, where'd this sucker, big spender come from? Thanks, big spender. Sorry we misunderstood you. This guy, is he for real? Or is he just drunk and messing with us? Does he even know how much it costs to rent out the Blue Demon bar? Not everyone in the bar was swept up in the excitement. They seriously suspected Lin Dong was drunk when he spouted such pretentious nonsense. After all, Blue Demon's prices were outrageously high. Covering the entire bill would easily cost hundreds of thousands. Looking at Lin Dong's appearance, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. Soon, the bar manager heard the news and made his way over to Lin Dong, surrounded by a crowd. "Good evening, sir. May I ask your name?" "Lin Dong." "Mr. Lin, I'm terribly sorry, but if you wish to reserve the entire venue, we require advance verification of funds." Lin Dong didn't find this request unreasonable. After all, he wouldn't trust someone who suddenly appeared out of nowhere claiming to buy drinks for everyone. "Just a verification? No problem. I'll hand you my bank card. Whatever the bill is, just charge it directly. After all, the more we spend, the more money I'll have." A mysterious smile played at the corners of Lin Dong's mouth. Only he understood the true meaning behind those final words. On the surface, footing the bill for everyone seemed like nothing more than playing the sucker. But in reality, the more he spent, the more he earned. Lin Dong was already anticipating another zero added to his bank balance. Moments later, the bar manager strode over to Lin Dong with a determined stride, his face brimming with excitement. "Young Master Lin, my apologies. I didn't recognize your stature earlier. Would you care to say a few words?" Lin Dong shook his head. The manager immediately understood and spoke on his behalf. "Everyone, I've personally verified that young Master Lin truly possesses this capability. The entire bar is on the house. Let's give him a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Lin to Blue Demon. Let's get this party started." In an instant, Blue Demon Bar erupted with electrifying energy. The music, cheers, and shouts nearly shook the ceiling. Countless young men and women, electrified, twisted their bodies wildly to the deafening music and dazzling lights, seemingly tireless. Every so often, a few scantily clad ladies would approach him, striking up conversations and getting close to Lin Dong. No wonder young, wealthy men like Lin Dong who spent money so freely were a rare find. Having finally found one, they weren't about to let him slip away. Lin Dong was thoroughly enjoying himself. These women pampered him and made him happy, and he was more than generous in return, handing out a few small red envelopes. The minimum was always 6,666. "Thanks, big bro. We love young Master Lin the most, kisses." "Young Master Lin, can I touch your car keys?" Mr. Lin's generosity only fueled the excitement of these sultry vixens, who kept running their hands all over him. If he hadn't been too embarrassed to refuse, they would have stripped his pants off right there. Soon, the system began sending notifications one after another. Detected host spending 5,000 yuan at nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 50,000 yuan deposited to bank account. Detected host spending 8,000 yuan at nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 80,000 yuan deposited to bank account. Detected host spending 10,000 yuan at nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 100,000 yuan deposited to bank card. Ever since Lin Dong announced he'd cover the entire bill, nearly everyone had gone on a spending spree, deliberately choosing the most expensive drinks. Within just half an hour, the balance in Lin Dong's bank card skyrocketed by 6 to 7 million yuan. For the average person, it's an astronomical figure. It was enough to buy a spacious house in a prime location in Tianhai City. But Lin Dong remained completely unmoved. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Too little. Far too little. How could he have spent so little on the entire bill? Don't you know how to spend money? Do you need me to teach you how? Lin Dong looked thoroughly impatient. The nightclub girls were startled. They'd thought they'd done something wrong and offended him. After all, it's common knowledge that rich people tend to have short tempers. The next second, Lin waved directly at the bar manager. "Hey, you there. Come here." The bar manager froze for a moment. Then he scurried over eagerly. "Young Master Lin, my surname is Zhang. You can just call me Little Zhang." Lin Dong gave a slight nod and casually asked, "Manager Zhang, what's the nightly revenue for our Blue Demon bar?" Usually around 2 or 300,000.
On a good night, maybe 4 or 500,000. Only that much?
Lin Dong pursed his lips in slight dissatisfaction. Manager Zhang gave an awkward, sheepish smile. After all, while Blue Demon wasn't Tianhai City's largest nightclub, it easily ranked among the top 3 in both popularity and spending power.
Some nightclubs couldn't even make that much in a whole quarter. And yet, in Lin Dong's estimation, it amounted to just this little bit?
But recalling Lin Dong's extravagant spending habits, Manager Zhang shrugged it off. After all, 4 or 50,000 might not even cover his monthly living expenses.
So, how much would it cost to acquire this bar? Lin Dong inquired. Manager Zhang's mouth twitched, thinking Lin Dong must be drunk. Young Master Lin, please don't joke with me. Does this look like I'm joking? I'm asking you a question. Just answer it. If you can't, go get your boss.
Lin Dong spoke calmly, downing the drink in his glass in one gulp. Then, without another word to him, he turned back to flirting with the beautiful woman beside him. Manager Zhang instantly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself, pulled out his phone, and walked to a quiet spot to consult his boss. About 10 minutes later, he returned to Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, our boss says he won't sell this bar for less than 20 million.
Chapter 38, buying the bar directly, 200 million in hand. 20 million? Hearing the figure, a faint smile touched Lin Dong's lips. What a coincidence. He happened to have exactly 20 million in his bank account. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. The money earned from Blue Demon would be spent on Blue Demon. Fine, 20 million it is. Hand over the bank card.
Within 5 minutes, I want to see the asset verification for this bar and a copy of the acquisition contract.
What? Manager Zhang was stunned. Having worked at Blue Fairy for so many years, he'd seen plenty of big spenders. But someone like Lin Dong, who casually flung out 20 million with a slap of his thigh. Absolutely unprecedented. He hadn't even haggled over the price. What are you standing there for? Do you seriously think I can't afford this?
Seeing Manager Zhang still standing there, Lin Dong's expression darkened slightly.
No, no.
Manager Zhang shook his head vigorously like a rattle. Then he grabbed the bank card Lin Dong had flung onto the table and scurried off. Nearby, several flashily dressed nightclub hostesses stood frozen in shock. They knew Lin Dong was wealthy, but they hadn't expected him to be this rich.
This was Blue Demon, a nightclub with tens of millions invested in hundreds of thousands in daily turnover. And this prime piece of real estate, this nightclub, had been bought out by the young man in his early 20s standing before them? Could this be a dream?
Noticing the stunned expressions on the faces of the nightclub girls, Lin Dong gave a faint smile. Seizing the moment of their dazed confusion, he swept them forcefully into his embrace. With a butterfly-like kiss, he planted one on each of them. As long as I'm happy, from now on, you'll be Blue Fairy's ultimate VIPs. I'll cover every single expense. How does that sound? Hearing this, the women's delicate bodies trembled involuntarily. Frequenting high-end nightclubs, they knew exactly what Lin Dong's words meant.
This was far more substantial than any small red envelope. In an instant, these nightclub girls could no longer maintain their composure. Before Lin Dong could even speak, they threw themselves at him, pulling out all the stops to serve him. Just then, Manager Zhang burst in, his face flushed with excitement. The moment he stepped inside, he was startled. Then, remembering the 20 million yuan contract in his hands, he swallowed hard and forced himself to calm down. Young Master Lin, it's done. Congratulations. From this moment on, you are the sole owner of Blue Demon.
You wouldn't believe it, our boss is kicking himself.
If he'd known you'd be so straightforward, he would have asked for more. Ha ha. Simultaneously, the system's notification tone chimed in.
Detected host spending 20 million yuan at nightclub.
10x cashback successful. 200 million yuan deposited to bank account. 200 million in the bag. How could one word like awesome possibly describe this feeling? But for Lin Dong, it was nowhere near enough. Slam.
Lin Dong slammed his bank card onto the table again. Manager Zhang's smile froze.
Could it be that Lin Dong was having second thoughts because he felt he'd spent too much? Manager Zhang. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'm here.
Manager Zhang carefully poured Lin Dong a full glass of red wine.
Any further instructions, sir? Just say the word.
Lin Dong nodded with a smile.
He was quite satisfied with Manager Zhang's keen awareness. Nothing much.
Just that one bar is too few, it's not lively enough. Manager Zhang froze. Then, instinctively, he glanced at the hundreds of men and women wildly shaking their bodies. The scene was almost like a massive rave.
And this wasn't lively enough?
So, young Master Lin, what you're suggesting is?
It's simple.
I want to consolidate the nearby nightclubs.
Ideally, I'd like to take over every nightclub in Tianhai City.
So, once you become a member at Blue Demon Bar, you'll enjoy member benefits at any of our locations.
After hearing Lin Dong's explanation, Manager Zhang's jaw nearly hit the floor. This is essentially a franchise model.
But those franchises implement membership programs because they operate on thin margins and high volume. For example, a cup of milk tea sells for over 10 yuan, and members get a discount of 1 or 2 yuan. He'd never heard of nightclubs, places where a single visit could easily cost thousands, operating under a franchise model. More crucially, to date, no one has had the financial clout to take over the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City. If Lin Dong actually pulls this off, he wouldn't be the nightclub prince, he'd be the nightlife emperor. Lin. Young Master Lin, isn't this a bit? What? You can't handle it? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, crossed his legs, and eyed Manager Zhang up and down with a skeptical look. The latter was instantly startled. Right now, Lin Dong was his bread and butter. He dared not cross this source of his livelihood. After much deliberation, Manager Zhang carefully chose his words. Young Master Lin, it's not that we can't handle it. It's just that the interests involved in this matter are simply too significant. We're willing to pay, but the other party might not be willing to sell. Take our boss. No, our former boss. After signing the contract just now, he regretted not asking for more money. How could other bosses be so easy to deal with? After saying this, he expected Lin Dong to back down. Instead, Lin Dong gave a faint smile and took a casual sip of red wine. So that's what it was, just money. Mark my words with me, anything involving money isn't a problem. When you're out here selling yourself, isn't it all about making more or less? With that, Lin Dong slapped a certain beauty across the face. Her delicate frame trembled, yet instead of anger, she grew even more passionate. Manager Zhang watched in stunned silence. Alright, stop spacing out. If you handle this properly, I won't shortchange you. Now, take this card and get moving. Hit up a few nightclubs. Whatever price they offer, just drive it up. Don't embarrass me out there. Dare to embarrass me, and you're out on your ass. Manager Zhang's head buzzed. Despite being scolded by Lin Dong, his heart felt warm and sweet. In fact, he even felt a new sense of purpose. That's more like it, my kind of employee. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, I won't shortchange you. Once the acquisition contract is finalized, you'll receive a commission. Not much, just 1%. 1%? Hearing that number, Manager Zhang's breathing grew heavy, his heartbeat quickened, and he was so excited he nearly had a heart attack. 1%, it sounded like a pittance. But it all depends on the total price. One blue fairy costs 20 million. 1% of that is 200,000. Back when he was working himself to death at the bar, he barely made 30 or 40,000 a month. Now, with just a few casual words, Lin Dong tripled his income. And this was just one contract. If he really took over every nightclub in Tianhai City, he could earn in a single month what he couldn't have earned in a lifetime before. Young Master Lin. Manager Zhang's eyes welled up with tears. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to die for the man who recognized his worth. Seeing this, Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Get out, get out, get out. I want the contract, not your acting performance here. Remember, you only have one night. No extensions. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I'll get right on it. Manager Zhang snapped to attention, saluted, and dashed out the door, his speed rivaling Usain Bolt's. To the uninitiated, he might have looked like Lin Dong's errand boy. Chapter 39, Acquisition continues, 10 billion arrives. Put. Witnessing this scene, several nightclub girls giggled uncontrollably. They'd been partying at Blue Fairy Bar for ages, but this was the first time they'd ever seen Manager Zhang lose his composure like this. The contrast was simply too stark. What's so funny? If you could rake in millions overnight, you'd definitely be faster than him. At the mention of millions, their laughter froze. Replaced instead by a thick layer of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Didn't they all dream of striking it rich overnight, transforming from rags to riches? The problem was, they didn't have that chance. All they could do was use their bodies to please playboys like Lin Dong, exchanging their labor for a pittance. Young Master Lin, I want millions too. Young Master Lin is the best. Please let me be someone's boss too, okay? Several nightclub girls clung to Lin Dong's arm, cooing and cooing. Lin Dong sneered inwardly. You can't be the boss, but you can be ed by the boss. Over here. Kneel. Faced with Lin Dong's commanding tone, the women dared not hesitate. They knew this might be their only chance to climb the social ladder in this lifetime. Not long after. Inside the VIP booth, sparks flew. Phew. 2 hours later, the battle concluded. Inside the VIP booth. 3 scantily clad beauties lay sprawled about. One lay sprawled beneath the table, another sprawled across the sofa, and the third slept amidst a pile of empty liquor bottles. Watching this scene, Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Not satisfying at all. With his current stamina, forget 3 women, even 30 women taking turns wouldn't be enough to knock him out. Just then, a figure burst into the room, panting heavily. Young Master Lin, it's done. It's done. The messenger was so flustered he could barely get the words out. Calm down. Have a drink. Take your time. Lin Dong smiled faintly as he poured a glass of liquor for Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang dared not refuse his courtesy and downed it in one gulp. Afterward, far from feeling drunk, he grew even more excited. Young Master Lin, all the nightlife venues near Blue Demon have agreed to your acquisition, 3 bars and 5 nightclubs in total. Lin Dong shook his head, unconcerned with the numbers. He only cared about how much it cost. This determined how much the system would return to him.
Get to the point. Yes, young Master Lin.
Manager Zhang nodded like a chick pecking at grain, his fingers trembling.
Here is the acquisition contract for your review. The total expenditure is 91,600,000. As if to demonstrate his loyalty to Lin Dong, Manager Zhang emphasized this point. Rest assured, you won't lose a single penny. I've calculated it all, the premium didn't exceed 5%.
Hearing this, Lin Dong's brow furrowed deeply, showing no sign of satisfaction.
Didn't I tell you? Drive the price up. Who told you to save me money? Ha?
Manager Zhang froze.
How could saving money have backfired? Forget it, forget it. This is a one-time thing. Thanks for your hard work today. Send me your bank account number. I'll transfer your pay.
Manager Zhang's eyes lit up instantly.
Before Lin Dong could lose his temper, he quickly pulled out his bank card.
Before long, he received a text confirming the deposit. When he saw the amount, he froze in shock.
1 million? Young Master Lin, you've given too much, haven't you? Seeing Manager Zhang's flustered and flattered expression, Lin Dong couldn't care less. It is extra.
Consider it a bonus.
From now on, don't ever try to save money on my behalf. This small amount isn't worth nitpicking over.
For a moment, Manager Zhang felt as if he were walking on air, his entire being light as a feather. He never dreamed he'd earn this much money one day. All of this was thanks to Lin Dong. Ignoring Manager Zhang's teary-eyed enthusiasm, Lin Dong silently activated the system to check his rewards. Detected host spending 5 million yuan at nightclub.
Tenfold cashback successful. 5 million yuan deposited into bank account.
Detected host spending 8 million yuan at nightclub.
10x cashback successful. 80 million yuan deposited to bank account.
Detected host spending 13 million yuan at nightclub.
10x cashback successful. 130 million yuan deposited to bank account.
All told, the balance in Lin Dong's bank account was no longer 8 digits, it had reached 9 digits.
That is, 1 billion yuan.
It was hard to fathom that he had transformed from a millionaire to a billionaire tycoon in just one night. No, to be precise, in just over 2 hours. If word of this overnight fortune got out before dawn broke, hordes of people would be scrambling to seek him out as their mentor.
Social elites would scramble to curry favor with this new tycoon. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Lin Dong could no longer contain his excitement. He grabbed a bottle of XO and downed it in one gulp. Seeing this, Manager Zhang couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Even if he could hold his liquor, he couldn't drink like that. But then, seeing the club hostess sprawled on the floor, dead drunk, and the stacks of empty bottles piled high, Manager Zhang forced himself to swallow his words. It seemed this young Master Lin Dong wasn't just rich and well endowed, he also possessed a truly extraordinary drinking capacity. After downing the entire bottle in one go, Lin Dong remained perfectly composed, his face unflushed and his breathing steady. He spoke casually. Zhan. From now on, when I'm not at the bar, Blue Demon will be under your management. You'll also oversee the other nightclubs. Shouldn't be any problems, right? Hearing this, Manager Zhang's mind went blank. It took him a full 30 seconds to stammer out a few words, his head bobbing in constant agreement. Young Master Lin, rest assured. I won't let you down. With me at the helm, we'll recoup the investment sooner or later. Lin Dong gave a faint nod. Truthfully, he didn't care whether these nightclubs turned a profit. After all, the 10 billion was already in his pocket. These nightclubs had lost their value. Still, they were his own businesses. If they happened to turn a profit, that wouldn't be bad. Fine. I'll see how you handle it. I've got other things to attend to. I'll head back now. If anything comes up, just call me directly. Lin Dong gave a perfunctory response before standing up to leave. Seeing the cash cow about to leave, Manager Zhang dared not delay. He cautiously followed behind Lin Dong, personally escorting him to the parking lot. Then he watched longingly as Lin Dong drove away. He had made up his mind, from now on, no matter what happened, he would cling tightly to Lin Dong's powerful influence and dedicate himself completely to him. Meanwhile, thanks to the effects of the 1,000 cups without drunkenness potion, the alcohol in Lin Dong's system dissipated rapidly. His vision was clear, his mind sharp, he didn't seem drunk at all. However, after a night of turmoil, even if his body remained strong, his spirit felt somewhat weary. He planned to return to the Dynasty Hotel for some proper rest. Unexpectedly, just as he approached an intersection near Dynasty Hotel, a crowd had gathered, shouting and blocking his path completely. Lin Dong stepped out of the car with a hint of impatience. He was determined to see who had the nerve to block his way. Chapter 40, Selling himself to save his mother. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. Please, have mercy. Save my mother. If you pay for her surgery, I'll work myself to the bone to repay you. Before he even reached the crowd, he heard the heart-wrenching pleas of a young girl. Lin Dong immediately frowned. This cliched line was instantly recognizable as a classic scam. Selling herself to save her mother. Lin Dong didn't bother to expose it. He moved closer, wanting to see who was so shameless. A young girl with an innocent, charming appearance knelt on the ground. She didn't look old, probably just in her early 20s. She had a delicate oval face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of large, watery eyes. Though she wore only a plain little white dress, it couldn't conceal the cool, aloof aura radiating from her very core. Her bright eyes also held a Lindayu-like melancholy and tenderness. Given her age and appearance, she would easily be considered a campus beauty at any university. How had she ended up in this situation? Lin Dong stepped forward and glanced at the sign before the girl. Her name was Lu Shiyun. She had just been admitted to a prestigious university in Tianhai City, but then her mother was suddenly diagnosed with a brain tumor requiring 500,000 yuan for surgery. With her father already deceased and Lu Shiyun just starting university, they had no money for treatment. With no other options, Lu Shiyun had resorted to places like the Dynasty Hotel, attempting to raise the money for her mother's surgery by selling herself. Lin Dong checked Lu Shiyun's information. Both her student ID number and her ID card were genuine. Her emotions seemed genuine too. She was genuinely distressed. Just then, several shouts of reprimand suddenly echoed through the air. "Move! Get out of my way, all of you!" The crowd turned around. They saw 3 or 4 shady, scrawny street punks and quickly made way. These days, you'd rather cross the Grim Reaper than offend a street thug. These kind of hotheads never knew their own strength better to keep as far away as possible. The leader with the yellow hair gave a cold snort at the group's compliance, a smirk curling his lips. "Good to see you know your place. We're with Tiger." At the mention of Brother Tiger, the blonde-haired man straightened his back. His 2 henchmen also wore smug expressions. Soon, the 3 street thugs pushed their way into the crowd. Spotting Lu Shiyun, who was sobbing, their eyes lit up. "Brother Huang, I told you so. This chick's hot as hell, and she's exactly your type. See? Isn't this intel worth a pack of smokes?" The younger thug spoke with a fawning smile. Huang Mao grinned, slapping him on the shoulder. "Alright, if you want any cigarettes later, I'll buy 'em for you." "Damn, I've never seen one this good before." The 3 made no effort to hide their lustful glances at Lu Shiyun. Guys like them never bothered with manners, and their parties were way more extravagant than average. They frequently threw parties with a crowd. Right now, in the eyes of the blonde-haired guy, Lu Shiyun had already become his prize. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Just as the blonde-haired man and his crew were about to harass Lu Shiyun, a pot-bellied white-collar man stepped forward, his face flushed with righteous indignation. The onlookers raised their thumbs in approval. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent. He wasn't some do-gooder rushing to the rescue, sacrificing himself for others. To get him to intervene, there had to be something in it for him. Man for himself, heaven and earth destroy him, this was an eternal truth. At that moment, the middle-aged white-collar man stepped in front of Lu Shiyun. His brow furrowed as he eyed the yellow-haired men up and down. "I'm warning you, don't try to bully people in broad daylight. Now, get as far away as you can, or I'll call the police." Hearing this, Lu Shiyun, who had been quietly sobbing with her head down, couldn't help but lift her gaze. She glanced at the white-collar man, her eyes flickering with gratitude. However, at the mention of calling the police, the yellow-haired thug snorted in derision. "Oh, look who's playing the hero here. Go ahead and call them. I didn't steal or rob anyone, what's there to fear? Besides, she's the one selling herself to save her mom, didn't you see it written here? What's wrong with me helping her out?" With that, the blonde-haired man pulled out several hundred yuan from his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Shiyun. "Is this enough?" Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The doctor said it would cost $500,000 to operate on her mother. This handful of cash wouldn't even cover the tip of the iceberg. The white-collar man snorted coldly at the sight. This paltry sum wouldn't even cover the registration fee. Then, the white-collar man turned his head and looked at Lu Shiyun with a gentle expression. "Little sister, don't be nervous. My name is Sue. I own an auto repair shop. If you come with me, we can find a quiet place to talk. I'll figure out a way to cover your mother's surgery costs. 50,000 might be out of reach, but a few thousand is manageable." Lu Shiyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. For some reason, hearing Mr. Su's words gave her an uneasy feeling. Especially his gaze had made her feel uneasy all over. Just then, yellow hair cut straight to the chase. "So that's what this is about, you've got a little cash and want to keep someone on the side. You're like a pig with a green onion stuck up its snout pretending to be an elephant." Faced with Huang Mao's scathing rebuke, Boss Su flushed crimson. It turned out he wasn't some saintly soul after all, he had ulterior motives. He'd seen Lu Shiyun as naive and easy to deceive, thinking a little cash would be enough to get her into bed. Now, with Huang Mao exposing him outright, he found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Just when everyone thought Lu Shiyun would refuse outright. To everyone's utter surprise, the young girl bit her lip, her face pale as she stammered, Could you give me a little more? A few thousand really isn't enough. If you could give me 500,000, I'd do anything. Even if it means accompanying you, serving you, washing your feet." Lu Shiyun found it hard to utter the rest, trailing off mid-sentence. Her pitiful demeanor instantly stirred everyone's sympathy. Yet they could do nothing to help. These days, no one's money grows on trees. And 500,000 wasn't exactly a small sum. Beside them, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea. He had initially thought Lu Shiyun was using a false pretense claiming to sell herself to save her mother to scam people out of money. But now it seemed the young girl had no other choice. Just then, hearing Lu Shiyun complain that 30,000 was too little, Boss Su's face flushed red, and his gaze grew increasingly hostile. You say 50,000, so 50,000 it is? I'm only playing the sucker and shelling out money because I feel sorry for you. Don't think I don't know girls your age at school are wild. Who knows how many hands you've been through? You're not even sure if you're a virgin, yet you demand 500,000? How dare you? Mr. Su's mouth ran with filthy insults. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered in Lu Shiyun's eyes shattered once more, her pretty face flushing crimson. I've never had a boyfriend. Don't make things up. Chapter 41, Forced. Oh. Hearing this, both the blonde-haired man and Boss Su's eyes lit up. Who would have thought they'd hit the jackpot today? Mr. Su swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on Lu Shiyun once more. Sure enough, the young girl's legs were tightly closed, perfectly aligned, clearly untouched. Still, he wouldn't pass up any chance to put her down. You say you haven't done it, so you haven't done it? I don't believe you unless you let me verify it. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened, her body trembling slightly. Having spent too long sheltered in the ivory tower of academia, she had scarcely set foot in the real world and had never encountered someone like this before. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Feeling guilty, huh? I'm not. Lu Shiyun shook her head repeatedly, tears welling in her eyes. Then, thinking of her mother lying gravely ill in bed, she had no choice but to lower her head. If I let you test it, would you pay more? Yes, absolutely. Mr. Su was overjoyed, jumping up and down with excitement. But ultimately, whether he paid or not was entirely up to him. First, he needed to get Lu Shiyun into bed. Don't worry. As long as you're still a virgin, Uncle is willing to add a little more. Mr. Su chuckled, completely ignoring the disgusted stares around him as he boldly reached out to touch Lu Shiyun's cheek. And then, steadily downward. Lu Shiyun's face flushed crimson, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was clear how nervous and terrified she was at that moment. At this critical moment, the blonde-haired man beside them finally couldn't hold back. He kicked Boss Su's arm. Damn it! You dare touch the woman I've set my sights on. Ow! Su Boss let out a wail and fell flat on his face. He glared at the blonde-haired thug with pure rage, furious that this guy had ruined his plans. The blonde-haired guy stared back coldly, his voice dripping with mockery. Su Chingyuan, right? If you don't want your repair shop wrecked, get the hell out of here. Hearing his real name suddenly called out, Boss Su's face turned green with fear. Even so, he still didn't want to miss his chance to have his way with Lu Shiyun. There was no way around it, the girl was simply too fresh and tempting. Who do you think you're threatening? You think I'm easily scared? The blonde-haired thug snorted coldly, jabbing his finger at Mr. Su's nose as he spat. If you don't know me, you must know Brother Tiger, right? Smiling Tiger? That's our boss. Smiling Tiger? Su Chingyuan licked his parched lips, his face betraying panic for the first time. Around here, who didn't know one who was notorious as a desperate criminal? Years ago, he'd served time for intentional assault. He'd only been released last month. The thought of potential future trouble made Su Chingyuan's face go pale in an instant. As the saying goes, the reckless fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who have nothing to lose. Wang Hu was the kind who played with people's lives. He wasn't someone to mess with. Now that you know fear, get the hell out of here. What kind of trash is this, trying to act like some sugar daddy? The blonde-haired man snorted coldly. Mr. Su's expression darkened, but in the end, he left reluctantly, looking thoroughly humiliated. Meanwhile, bystanders instinctively moved a little farther away from the blonde-haired man and his crew. They all shook their heads with a look of regret. Today, Lu Shiyun couldn't escape this ordeal. Not only could she not scrape together enough for her mother's surgery, but she herself was about to be thrown to the wolves. Just then, the blonde-haired man flicked the 200 yuan bill and approached Lu Shiyun once more. Hey, beautiful, wanna be my girlfriend? Seeing the young man's blatant gaze, Lu Shiyun's heart skipped a beat. Shivering, she couldn't even bring herself to speak. A belly full of grievances and bitterness, yet she dared not complain. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Damn, I'm so lucky. Just out for a stroll and I snagged such a gorgeous girlfriend. Yellow Hair felt a surge of smug satisfaction. His two henchmen were all smiles too. Brother Huang, you're the man. A beauty this pure and innocent, especially a newbie like her, you don't see many of those these days. If she were in school, she'd be the campus queen for sure. If she were out on the streets, wouldn't she charge 3,000 or 4,000 a night? Smack! Before they could finish, Huang Mao's hand came down hard. Get lost. How dare you talk to my wife like that? Hurry up and bring her over here. The two henchmen got the hint, grinning wickedly as they approached Lu Shiyun, grabbing her arms one on each side. Sis, come on. I'm not your sister-in-law. I need to save my mom. Please, let me go.
Held aloft by the yellow-haired thugs, Lu Shiyun felt her heart sink. Originally, to raise money for medical expenses, she had already prepared herself to become someone's mistress. But she never expected to encounter such shameless thugs. For a few $100, they wanted to force themselves on her.
For a moment, Lu Shiyun felt utterly hopeless.
She instinctively scanned the crowd around her, hoping someone might come to her rescue. But in this day and age, everyone sweeps the snow from their own doorstep, minding none of the frost on others' roofs.
Who would want to get involved with a stranger? Heh, don't look, sweetheart. If you have something to say, save it for your husband later, okay? The blonde-haired man grinned, sizing up Lu Shiyun from head to toe.
The more he looked, the more stunned he became, drool practically dripping onto the floor.
Earlier, Lu Shiyun had been seated.
Now that she stood up, he realized she wasn't just beautiful, she was also tall. Even in flats, she stood at 5 feet 6 inches, practically model material.
Compared to Lu Shiyun, what were those skinny girls he used to date? Let me go. Let me go. Lu Shiyun wept bitterly, her tears falling like pear blossoms, struggling desperately. But she couldn't break free from the iron clamp grip of the two henchmen's arms.
Just then, a young man stepped in front of the trio. The blonde-haired thug froze. Despite the cautionary tale of Boss Su, someone actually dared to step forward and provoke him. His temper flared instantly. Get out of here. If you don't get out of here, watch out, I'll break your leg. Facing the blonde punk's threat, the young man's face twisted into a cold sneer. Go ahead, give it a shot. We'll see who ends up missing limbs, me or you guys begging for mercy on your knees.
You. The blonde punk and his two henchmen froze in shock. This kid's got some nerve. Damn it, beat him up.
The blonde-haired thug roared.
Instantly, the two henchmen made the first move, abandoning Lu Shiyun and surrounding Lin Dong. One of them showed no martial ethics, launching a roundhouse kick straight for Lin Dong's groin, a blatant street brawler's dirty trick.
Thud. A heavy thud echoed.
Immediately, one of them fell to the ground.
But it wasn't Lin Dong, it was the blonde-haired thug's henchman. He clutched his calf, his face turning a deep purplish red. The sound suggested the bone was shattered. Witnessing this scene, everyone was startled.
Including Lin Dong.
He never imagined divine tier combat techniques could be so devastating. In his eyes, the opponent's movements were painfully slow, riddled with openings.
Any random strike could have wounded the opponent.
It felt like an adult beating a child, effortless.
Chapter 42, Calling for Reinforcements.
Witnessing this scene, the young man beside him froze in shock. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag burst into his field of vision.
Thud. Another dull thud echoed as the henchman collapsed to the ground.
Holy! The blonde-haired guy was startled. He hadn't expected to run into such a tough customer. If he didn't do something soon, he'd be the next one getting beaten up. You, don't come any closer. I'm warning you, my boss is a smiling tiger, he's killed people. If you dare touch me, I swear you won't live to see tomorrow. The blonde-haired thug yelled and screamed, trying to intimidate Lin Dong. Sure enough, when he heard the words smiling tiger, Lin Dong's expression faltered. The blonde-haired thug thought Lin Dong was scared, letting out a sigh of relief and flashing a triumphant grin once more. So after all this, you're just another coward. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off for hitting me. Now, get the hell out of here. Don't waste my time. With that, the blonde-haired thug reached out to grab Lu Shiyun's hand. But unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly kicked him. He sent the blonde punk crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. At the same time, some were puzzled. Even after the blonde-haired guy had named the smiling tiger, Lin Dong still dared to act. Was this what they called the fearlessness of a newborn calf? You. The blonde-haired youth's face flushed crimson as his trembling finger pointed at Lin Dong. You dare hit me? My big brother will kill you. Fine, bring him over. I'll be waiting right here. When he shows up, I'll take care of both of you. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, crossed his arms, and stood there waiting for the blonde-haired guy to make the call. Yellow Hair frowned, instinctively sensing something was off. But then, remembering Wang Hu's ferocity, he immediately dialed a number. Brother Hu, it's little Huang. I got beaten up at Dynasty Hotel. I told him your name, but he wasn't scared at all. He even said he'd kill you. Yeah. You better hurry over. While the Yellow Hair was calling for backup, Lin Dong reached out and helped Lu Shiyun, her face streaked with tears, to her feet. Hey, sweetheart, you okay? Lu Shiyun remained unresponsive. Her breathing was faint. Perhaps she knew her mother couldn't be saved. Nothing is more painful than a broken heart. Before long, 4 or 5 people approached, grumbling and muttering. The bald man leading them brandished a baton, his expression clearly hostile. Who the hell hit my people? Get out here. That familiar voice, wasn't it Tiger Wang, the smiling tiger? Spotting the reinforcements, the blonde-haired man was so excited he stammered incoherently, rushing over in a hurry. Brother Hu, you finally made it. It's him. This kid said he'd take you down.
Following the direction of the blonde-haired man's finger, Wang Hu immediately spotted Lu Shiyun. Hey kid, you didn't mention you had a beauty like this? No. Huang Mao's heart skipped a beat.
Forcing himself to speak, he stammered, I was just about to introduce her to you, but that kid kept getting in the way.
Wang Hu nodded and walked toward Lu Shiyun with a smile.
But he couldn't shake the feeling that the man beside Lu Shiyun looked vaguely familiar. Just then, the man slowly turned around, his expressionless face meeting Wang Hu's gaze.
Clang!
Wang Hu jumped in fright, dropping the baton from his hand.
Lin! Young Master Lin?
Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Wang Hu scurried over to Lin Dong's side. His deference was as if he were greeting his own father. I was wondering who that dashing, handsome figure could be. Turns out it's young Master Lin. Talk about a stroke of luck. Wang Hu flashed a fawning smile. He was practically worshipping Lin Dong. Seeing this, the blonde-haired guy froze for a moment. He assumed Wang Hu was falling back into his old ways, exchanging pleasantries before a fight. After all, his nickname in the underworld was Smiling Tiger. The brighter the smile, the fiercer the blow. Little did he know this time, Wang Hu was genuinely sincere, no hidden dagger behind the smile. Brother Tiger, you gotta avenge us. Seeing Wang Hu hesitating to act, the blonde-haired man couldn't help but blurt out the question.
Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, relishing the spectacle. Tiger, is this your brother? That's right. Brother who is my brother. Got a problem with that?
Before Huang Mao could fully grasp the situation, he barked an angry retort.
Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. You! Do I even know you? Trying to pull connections here.
Wang Hu glared at the blonde-haired guy with pure malice, then spat on the ground.
Damn it, you dye a few strands of your hair and think you can be a gangster? You're not cut out for it. You look like bad luck.
Immediately, Wang Hu turned back, smiling sweetly.
Young Master Lin, don't get the wrong idea. He's just a petty thug. I don't know him well. Good to know you're not.
Lin Dong nodded slightly, gesturing toward Lu Shiyun beside him. If I hadn't stepped in just now, they would have taken this lady away.
What?
Wang Hu's mind buzzed. So that's why the blonde guy tried to snatch Lin Dong's woman, which is why Lin Dong started the fight. Thankfully, he'd arrived in time. Otherwise, this mess would have eventually landed on his head. The thought of nearly getting tangled with a heavyweight like Lin Dong because of that punk sent a chill down Wang Hu's spine. After the worry came anger. Damn it! Who the hell thinks they can touch young Master Lin's woman? Guys, beat them up. Teach these jerks a lesson. No, make sure they can't touch a woman for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, Yellowhair's mind went blank. The next second, before he could react, 3 or 4 batons came whipping toward him. Some even targeted his lower regions. A blood-curdling scream erupted, like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch! Brother Hu, what are you doing? I'm on your side. On the other side, the 2 henchmen of the blonde-haired thug also met their doom. In no time, they were beaten into a bloody mess. Spare us. Spare us. Especially the blonde guy, he got the worst of it. At that moment, he clutched his crotch, unable to cry. Alright, that's enough. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Stop. Wang Hu caught the signal and bellowed the command. The henchman finally stopped. Young Master Lin, do you think this will do? Wang Hu asked with a touch of flattery. Lin Dong nodded. He then pulled out his phone and began a series of operations. Soon, Wang Hu received a transfer notification text. 300,000? Thank you, young Master Lin. Happy New Year to you. Wang Hu was overcome with elation. This money was far more lucrative than collecting protection fees. And it was so easy. Just a little something. Consider it my treat for the brothers. Oh, and Blue Demon along with the few nightclubs next door, I've bought them all. From now on, you guys keep an eye on them. Lin Dong's casual remark left Wang Hu and his crew utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. This young Master Lin had quietly pulled off such a massive deal. Just who was this man? Chapter 43, I can save your mother. Don't worry. As long as you perform well, you'll get your share. Lin Dong smiled faintly. 300,000 yuan was nothing to him. But for Wang Hu and his crew, it was no small sum. Using it to win their allegiance was well worth the cost. I have business to attend to. You all go about your tasks. Got it? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Shiyun, who was being supported. Wang Hu chuckled, rubbing his shaved head. He understood Lin Dong perfectly well and immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. Got it. Got it loud and clear. Guys, let's roll. Soon, Wang Hu led his group away in a hurry, afraid of spoiling Lin Dong's mood. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. They'd thought that once the smiling tiger arrived, Lin Dong would be dead or at least badly beaten. But unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn. Not only did Wang Hu, summoned by the blondie, fail to back him up, but he also gave the blondie a thorough beating. Can't mess with him, can't mess with him. Mr. Su, meanwhile, cowered behind the crowd, his face drained of color. He dared not even think about making a move on Lu Shiyun again.
Just then, Lu Shiryun looked up at Lin Dong and asked curiously. Who exactly are you? Why is everyone afraid of you? Lin Dong froze. This question actually stumped him.
After a moment's thought, Lin Dong replied calmly, who I am isn't important.
What matters is that I can save your mother. Really? Lu Shiryun's eyes lit up instantly, hope reigniting in her once dull gaze. But remembering the ill intentions of Boss Su and the blonde-haired man earlier, she bit her lip in agonizing conflict. After a long silence, she finally made a bold decision. As long as you can save my mother, I'll do anything you ask. I've never had a boyfriend before. I'm still a virgin.
Before she could finish, Lin Dong covered her mouth.
Holy crap. I do like women, but you don't have to be this forward, do you? Shouting you're a virgin in the middle of the street? Anyone watching would think I'd done something to you.
Sure enough, a few passers-by pulled out their phones whether to take pictures or call the cops, who knows. Get in the car and we'll talk. Lin Dong gave a wry smile, grabbed Lu Shiryun's arm, and hurried to the roadside.
Is this your car? Lu Shiryun pointed at the Panamera with some surprise.
Though she knew nothing about these toys of the wealthy.
But even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen pigs run, right?
Even a fool could tell this car was worth a fortune.
At that moment, she finally believed Lin Dong could afford the $500,000 yuan surgery fee. Get in.
Oh, okay.
Inside the Panamera.
Lin Dong finally had the chance to get to know Lu Shiryun.
Your name is Lu Shiryun? You're a student at Tianhai University of Science and Technology? Yes. In that case, you should call me senior. What? Lu Shiryun's eyes widened.
She hadn't expected Lin Dong to be a student at Tianhai University of Science and Technology too. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she called out softly.
Senior. Since it concerns my junior sister, it's only right that I, as her senior brother, step in.
Seeing the trust in Lu Shiryun's eyes and her body gradually relaxing, Lin Dong's lips curved upward.
He knew this matter was now as good as settled. Tell me, what exactly is your mother's illness?
At the mention of her mother's terminal illness, Lu Shiryun's lips trembled. Her eyes reddened slightly, and tears welled up.
Don't cry. Take your time.
Lin Dong reached for a tissue and handed it to her.
This tender, thoughtful gesture once again moved Lu Shiryun to utter despair.
Then, amidst sniffles and sobs, she began to recount the story. Both she and her mother, Song Roland, were from the countryside. Having just been accepted into university this year, they had come to Tianhai City together.
Unexpectedly, before Lu Shiryun could complete her enrollment procedures, Song Roland collapsed on the road during their journey. Lu Shiryun panicked and rushed her to the hospital. After a series of tests, they received devastating news.
The doctor said my mom has a tumor in her brain. It's already in the late stages, making treatment extremely difficult. The surgery costs are also very high, 500,000 yuan.
My mom said she doesn't want treatment, afraid it would hold me back.
But she raised me all by herself, enduring so much hardship.
How could I just stand by and watch her die? Lin Dong nodded. So that's why you're considering selling yourself to save her? Yeah. Do you realize there are many bad people in this world?
Recalling the earlier incident, Lu Shiryun's face paled instantly, and she instinctively pressed down on her skirt hem. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, her expression relaxed.
No, wait, there are good people too. Senior brother Lin is a good person.
Lin Dong gave a faint smile and patted her shoulder.
I think I understand your situation. I can cover this expense for you.
Hearing these words, Lu Shiryun trembled her lips. Then, as if making up her mind, she disregarded whether anyone was outside the car. Gathering her courage, she threw herself into Lin Dong's embrace. She even took the initiative to grasp his hand and place it on her thigh. What are you doing? Senior brother Lin, I have no way to repay your immense kindness. All I can offer is myself. Please don't refuse me, okay? After saying this, Lu Shiryun began unbuttoning her shirt. From Lin Dong's angle, he could clearly see a deep cleavage. Whoa! Lin Dong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. On the surface, Lu Shiryun appeared petite and delicate. Who would have thought she had such an incredible figure? Feeling Lin Dong's burning gaze, Lu Shiryun's snow-white skin flushed slightly. Like a newly blooming peach blossom, she was charming and alluring. The next moment, as if that wasn't enough, she grabbed Lin Dong's large hand and guided it under her skirt. Watching Lu Shiryun's awkward, clumsy movements, Lin Dong smiled knowingly and couldn't help teasing her. Shiryun, didn't you say you didn't have a boyfriend? I saw it done that way on TV dramas. Lu Shiryun spoke shyly. At the same time, she took a deep breath, preparing herself to surrender. But just then, Lin Dong pushed her away. Let's put this on hold until we cure Auntie's illness. Lu Shiryun froze for a moment. Then, her eyes welled up with tears once more. Now, she was even more certain that Lin Dong was a man of integrity. Truthfully, Lin Dong simply disliked this approach. He preferred women who gave themselves completely. Not like Lu Shiryun, who was clearly preoccupied yet still put on a show. It was pointless. Even if he got her, it would be utterly dull. By the way, besides fainting, did Auntie have any other symptoms?
Lin Dong suddenly asked. Lu Shiryun shook her head. No, she eats and sleeps normally, just like anyone else. I only found out yesterday during the checkup. That's strange. Lin Dong sensed something was off. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. For now, he can only find out more by seeing Song Rolin firsthand. Which hospital is she at? I'll drive you there. As for the surgery fees, I'll cover them first. You can repay me when you have the money. Chapter 44, Something's Off. Half an hour later. The Panamera pulled into Tianhai Central Hospital. Lin Dong followed Lu Shiryun to the ward door. Through the window, he saw Lu Shiryun's mother, Song Rolin. Contrary to expectations, Song Rolin appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly only in her 30s. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful, bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Shiryun 7 or 8 parts alike. To an outsider, they could easily be mistaken for sisters rather than mother and daughter. Compared to Lu Shiryun, Song Rolin even carried an added aura of mature femininity. Senior brother Lin, shall we go inside? Lu Shiryun whispered softly. Lin Dong snapped out of his daze. Then, he felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't realized he'd been staring blankly just now. Mom, I'm here to see you. Lu Shiryun tiptoed over to the hospital bed. Song Rolin heard the voice and slowly turned her head. Her gaze toward Lu Shiryun was filled with tender affection. Then, she suddenly noticed Lin Dong standing beside her, and her expression shifted to surprise. And this is... Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Dong, Shiryun's senior classmate. Lin Dong didn't mention that he had already graduated. This led Song Rolin to mistakenly assume Lin Dong might have been sent by the school. Oh, I see. So you're Lin. Please, have a seat. Making you come all this way must be because our Shiryun has been troubling you, right? Song Rolin spoke with such gentleness, her voice carrying a soft, soothing quality. Lin Dong, conversing with such an alluringly mature beauty for the first time, found his heartbeat momentarily falter. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and flashed a sunny smile. Auntie, I'm here today to share some good news. The issue with the surgery fees has been resolved. You can now proceed with your treatment without worrying about the money. What? Hearing this, Song Rolin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Dong. Then, she turned to look at Lu Shiryun with confusion. Shiryun, is this really true? MHM. Lu Shiryun gave a coy nod, her expression shy. She couldn't bring herself to say that she'd nearly sold herself to cover the surgery costs. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Lin, thank you so much for your help and the school's support. Song Rolin was overcome with emotion, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Lu Shiryun froze for a moment. Only then did she realize Song Rolin had misunderstood, thinking the surgery fee had been raised through a fundraising campaign by Tianhai University of Technology. Mom, you've misunderstood. Actually, Lu Shiryun was about to explain. Squeak! Suddenly, the ward door swung open. A middle-aged doctor in his 40s, of average height, entered holding a medical record book. He had been smiling broadly upon entering. But upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Lin Dong, his expression instantly soured. Who are you? You entered the ward without permission. Who authorized this? Get out immediately. Or I'll call security. Dr. Sun, you're here. The moment she spotted the middle-aged man in the white coat, Song Rolin scrambled to rise. Startled, Lu Shiryun hurried to support her. Mom, take it easy. You're such an inconsiderate child. Song Rolin scolded with a reproachful look. How can I lie here while the doctor stands? Hearing this, Lin Dong felt a flicker of emotion. Song Rolin's simple heartedness reminded him of his parents back home. However, Dr. Sun showed no appreciation whatsoever. He continued to glare fiercely at Lin Dong. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Security. Security. Seeing this, Song Rolin quickly explained, Doctor, you've misunderstood. He's my daughter's classmate, here representing the school to make a donation. Donation? Dr. Sun paused in surprise. He hadn't expected anyone would actually donate money to Song Rolin. A full 500,000 yuan. Even so, Dr. Sun's expression remained unfriendly as he impatiently said, from now on, unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter or exit the ward without permission. What do you take this hospital for? Your school? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Since when had hospital wards become off limits? This was clearly targeting him. Had he not been unsure of the truth, he nearly couldn't hold back from punching him. This. Song Rolin's face flushed slightly. Lu Shiryun looked equally awkward. Lin, please don't be angry. The hospital has its rules, and the doctors can't help it. Shiryun, go keep your senior company. The doctor needs to examine me. Lu Shiryun nodded. Then, with a look of guilt, she walked over to Lin Dong. Senior, I'm sorry. How about we step outside for now? MHM. Lin Dong frowned slightly and walked out with Lu Shiryun. Dr. Sun watched them leave and exhaled a long breath of relief. At the same time, a faint smile curved his lips. That's more like it. How could I examine her with outsiders present? Dr. Sun eyed Song Roland lying on the hospital bed, unable to suppress a swallow. Let's begin the examination now. Take your time, no rush. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyun kept apologizing profusely to Lin Dong. I'm truly sorry, senior classmate. I never imagined this would happen. It's all my fault.
I should have explained it to the doctor earlier.
I'm sorry for causing you trouble.
Lu Shiyun bit her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes.
Lin Dong couldn't stand seeing a woman cry. He immediately grabbed Lu Shiyun's shoulders. Don't cry. I'm not that petty, I won't blame you. But I still feel like something's off. Lu Shiyun looked puzzled.
In her view, Dr. Sun had merely been a bit rude, but he was actually quite responsible and genuinely concerned about Song Roland's condition.
He'd even rushed to the hospital past 2 in the morning yesterday to give Song Roland a full examination.
If she hadn't helped, it would have taken much longer. Lin Dong shook his head, saying nothing more.
Never mind. I'll go to the restroom. You stay here with Auntie. Lu Shiyun nodded.
Then she watched as Lin Dong walked away. Meanwhile, Lin Dong arrived at the nurses' station.
2 nurses were on duty inside. Excuse me, I'm a family member of Song Roland. Could I ask how her condition is?
Lin Dong inquired politely. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his question, both nurses wore expressions of disgust.
It's just hypoglycemia. What's the big deal?
The nurses rolled their eyes at him after speaking.
Lin Dong was completely baffled. Hypoglycemia? You mean Song Roland doesn't have a brain tumor, it's hypoglycemia?
The 2 nurses stared at Lin Dong as if he were an idiot. One of them couldn't be bothered to explain and just flung the medical records in front of Lin Dong.
Read it yourself. It's all written in the medical records.
What I despise most are people like you, a few stinking bucks in your pocket, and you think you're the big shot everywhere you go. Ignoring the nurse's sarcastic remarks, Lin Dong picked up the medical records and began examining them meticulously. The more he read, the more stunned he became.
Chapter 45, The Truth Unveiled. The medical records detailed Song Roland's entire hospitalization and treatment process.
There was nothing complicated about her medication, she'd only been on a glucose drip for 3 days.
Song Roland's dizziness was easily explained, it was simply hypoglycemia. No wonder.
Shiyun said her mother had always been in good health. That day, it was probably the intense sun combined with not eating that caused her to faint from low blood sugar.
That bastard son, he actually claimed she had a brain tumor and demanded $500,000 for surgery? Because of his lies, Shiyun almost sold herself.
Lin Dong gritted his teeth in fury. He'd always suspected something fishy about the whole affair, and now it all clicked into place. That son fellow saw that Song Roland and her daughter were country folk who knew nothing, so he took advantage of them and swindled them.
The question remained, what was his true motive? Was he planning to pocket the 500,000 yuan surgery fee for himself, or did he have other schemes in mind? What are you doing?
Seeing Lin Dong suddenly lose his temper, the 2 nurses were startled. Lin Dong shook his head, forcing himself to suppress his anger. True, the nurses had been a bit rude earlier. Without them, he never would have uncovered this secret. He might even have been taken for a sucker, handing over 500,000 yuan to that Sun guy for nothing. With that thought, Lin Dong decisively pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and pressed it into the hands of the 2 young nurses.
A small token of appreciation, please treat yourselves to some bubble tea. With that, Lin Dong turned and walked back without looking back. The 2 nurses froze for a moment. Then, upon realizing what they were holding, their eyes widened in astonishment. Money! Holy crap, that's a lot. Wait, what does he mean by this? The 2 nurses looked utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom why Lin Dong had suddenly given them money. And it wasn't a small amount, a full 10,000 yuan. Thinking back to their earlier attitude, both of them flushed red and then turned pale. Actually, he's kind of handsome. Who says rich people have bad tempers? I think this handsome young man has great character. Counting the money, they beamed from ear to ear. In their eyes, Lin Dong's image grew ever more towering and handsome. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was walking briskly. All he wanted now was to get back as quickly as possible and expose Sun's scam. Unexpectedly, the moment he returned to the hospital room, Lin Dong was startled to find the door locked and the curtains drawn. Oh dear, the situation doesn't look good. The condition has worsened again. If we don't operate soon, it could be life-threatening. Inside the hospital room, Dr. Sun finished the examination with a grave expression, occasionally letting out a sigh. In an instant, Song Roland's face, which had been flushed with color, suddenly grew pale. Mom! Lu Shiyun felt as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down her face. All along, mother and daughter had relied on each other for support. Though their days were hard, they were still happy. If her mother were no longer in this world, she would truly be left with no one. Seeing this, Song Roland's eyes welled up with tears, her eyelids turning red. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke up. Actually, it's not entirely hopeless. That's right, Mom. Senior Lin has already agreed to cover your surgery costs. Lu Shiyun suddenly remembered something, and hope flashed in her eyes. Senior Lin? Dr. Sun paused, taken aback.
He had intended to use this opportunity to gain leverage over the mother and daughter. But now, out of nowhere, this Lin Dong had appeared. The thought of his sure thing slipping away filled Dr. Sun with inexplicable irritation. He snapped, "Young lady, you're actually pinning your hopes on that man? Let me tell you straight, he's been lying to you all along. That bastard ran off ages ago. Otherwise, why hasn't he shown his face all this time?" "What?" Lu Shiyun's expression changed instantly. She didn't want to believe it. But upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. Earlier, Lin Dong said he was going to the bathroom. But he still hadn't returned. Clearly, sensing trouble, he'd bolted. But he had promised to help cover the surgery costs. And they were alone in the car. Recalling those suggestive gestures, Lu Shiyun's face flushed crimson. Song Roland, being an experienced woman, immediately caught on. "Shiyun, tell me honestly, is that Lin Dong really your senior?" "Mom, he is from Tianhai University of Science and Technology, but he's already graduated." "What? Then what was he talking about donating money?" Song Roland frowned, utterly baffled. Lu Shiyun stammered, unable to reveal that she had sold herself to save her mother. This only gave Dr. Sun an opportunity to twist the truth and slander Lin Dong. "Donations? It's all a lie. He must be using the donation as an excuse to take advantage of you. Am I right?" Dr. Sun pushed his glasses up his nose, a smug look on his face. Lu Shiyun shook her head frantically. But she couldn't offer a reasonable explanation. "Ah." Song Roland sighed deeply, her brow heavy with sorrow. Back then, she had been cruelly betrayed by a man. Now, her daughter was about to repeat the same mistake. What sin had they committed, mother and daughter? "Mom, please, wait a little longer. Senior brother Lin will come back." Lu Shiyun refused to accept this cruel reality. But Song Roland had already come to terms with it. "Shiyun, we can't always rely on others. In critical moments, we must depend on ourselves. Don't worry, I'm still here." Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke up. "Didn't I tell you? I have a way to cover the surgery costs." The next moment, Dr. Sun grabbed Song Roland's wrist. Lu Shiyun froze, momentarily unable to react. Song Roland, whose wrist ached from the grip, quickly sensed something was amiss. Especially when she saw the glint of greed in Dr. Sun's eyes. "Dr. Sun, what do you mean by this?" "It's simple. For you, 500,000 might be a lot, but I've been a doctor for so many years, I've got connections and savings to fall back on. If you cooperate fully, 50,000 is just a matter of saying the word." Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's face lit up with excitement. In her innocence, she believed Dr. Sun was genuinely trying to help. She completely failed to notice Song Roland's face had turned pale. That lecherous hand was creeping steadily upward along her arm. Now, it had reached her shoulder. Worse still, 2 fingers were now prying open her hospital gown. A flash of pale skin appeared. "Dr. Sun." The next moment, Song Roland finally couldn't take it anymore. She shook off the lecherous hand, clutched her hospital gown tightly, and her eyes were filled with wariness. "Dr. Sun, I don't understand what you mean." "Don't understand? Ha! You're no longer a virgin. What's there to not understand?" Dr. Sun snorted coldly, dropping all pretense. He grabbed Song Roland's hand and grinned. "I told you, as long as you cooperate, 50,000 isn't hard to come by." "You bastard! What are you doing?" By this point, even if Lu Shiyun were the dumbest person alive, she could see what Dr. Sun was up to. In a fluster, she grabbed a pillow and smashed it into Dr. Sun's head. Chapter 46, Beat Him to Death. "Get lost." Sun Shuanda shoved Lu Shiyun aside. He glared at her fiercely. "Is this how a daughter behaves? I'm trying to save your mother right now, do you understand? Do you think anyone else would shell out 500,000 for her besides me? You." Lu Shiyun bit her lip, her eyes misting over. What kind of treatment is this? Song Roland felt a profound sense of despair. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. Seeing the two finally quiet down, Sun Shuanda revealed his true intentions. "Rest assured, if you satisfy me, I guarantee I'll cure your mother's brain tumor. Forget 50,000, even 1,000,000 wouldn't make me blink." Sun Shuanda spoke with unwavering conviction, showing not a shred of guilt. After all, both the brain tumor and the 500,000 yuan surgery fee were fabrications of his own. "Are you two still pinning your hopes on that Lin Dong? That liar who spouts nothing but lies and vanishes without a trace? Ha, give me a break." Sun Shuanda sneered dismissively. How could a young man in his 20s possibly come up with 500,000 yuan for surgery? And for a woman he doesn't even know. No. Lu Shiyun shook her head instinctively. Yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of wavering resolve. To this day, Lin Dong has yet to make an appearance. The answer seemed obvious. "Now, be a good boy. You don't want to see your mother leave you, do you? Miss Song, your daughter has just started college. Without you, she'll be all alone. How lonely will she be? What if she meets another bad man like Lin Dong again?" Hearing this, Song Roland's expression changed instantly. In this life, what mattered most to her wasn't herself, but Lu Shiyun.
For her daughter, she would gladly pay the ultimate price. That was precisely why she refused to spend money on treatment she couldn't bear to burden Lu Shiyun. Now, with Lin Dong's cautionary tale fresh in her mind, Song Roland suddenly didn't want to leave. She was truly afraid that Lu Shiyun, left alone and vulnerable, would be deceived by unscrupulous people. Then, there would be no one to stand up for her. I agree. As long as you cure my illness, I'll do whatever you ask. Seeing Lu Shiyun's tear-filled eyes, Song Roland finally relented. The next moment, she actually reached out and grabbed Sun Xuanda's lecherous hand. Gulp! Sun Xuanda couldn't help but swallow hard. The next moment, he lunged forward, about to tear off Song Roland's clothes. No. Shiyun is still here. Could you ask her to step out first? Song Roland's voice trembled with tears as she pleaded desperately. Sun Xuanda snorted coldly. A flash of covetousness flickered in his gaze toward Lu Shiyun. His target wasn't just Song Roland. Given the chance, he would make Lu Shiyun his as well. If he could have both mother and daughter together, that would be even more delightful. Bang! Just then, a loud banging erupted outside the hospital room door. Who is it? Sun Xuanda jumped in fright. Soon, the door was kicked open forcefully and a figure burst into the room. Before Sun Xuanda could make out who it was, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his face. Damn it, you bastard! Thud! The punch knocked out two of Sun Xuanda's teeth. He crashed heavily to the floor, his head spinning. Song Roland and her daughter were startled by the scene. Then, recognizing who the attacker was, they gasped in shock. Lin! Senior brother Lin? Lin Dong scanned the room. Spotting Song Roland with her clothes partially undone, he instantly grasped what had transpired. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise. Shiyun, auntie, are you both okay? Lin Dong helped Lu Shiyun to her feet, then turned his gaze toward Song Roland lying on the hospital bed. By sheer coincidence, he caught a glimpse of a revealing view. Still dazed from the shock, Song Roland. For a moment, she forgot to cover herself. Completely unaware, two snow-white northern hemispheres were exposed to the air. Lin Dong's eyes lit up and he felt his mouth go dry. Only then did Song Roland realize she'd exposed herself. She hastily pulled the quilt over to cover up. You bastard! What gives you the right to hit me? Just then, Sun Xuanda staggered to his feet. His face twisted with fury. Just then, a man's voice suddenly echoed from outside the ward. Sun Xuanda, shut your mouth. Do you know what you're doing? Sun Xuanda shuddered. He turned toward the voice and saw a middle-aged man with glasses standing outside the ward. His stern gaze commanded respect without anger. Two young nurses trailed behind him. Dean Lee. Sun Dequan froze, his mind going blank. The visitor was Li Jianhong, vice president of Tianhai Central Hospital and Sun Xuanda's direct supervisor, specifically in charge of his department. Since Sun Xuanda had generally been diligent in his duties, Li Jianhong rarely questioned the ward and medication requests he submitted. But now, he'd caused such a huge mess. What on earth were you thinking? A simple case of hypoglycemia, and you diagnosed it as a brain tumor. And you told the patient they needed to pay 500,000 yuan for surgery. Have you lost your mind? Li Jianhong bellowed in a near roar. This instantly deflated Sun Dequan, who had just been plotting trouble for Lin Dong. He never imagined that instead of running away, that kid Lin Dong had uncovered the truth. He'd even gone to the vice president to stand up for him. Dean Li, I'm so sorry. I made a mistake in a moment of foolishness. Please, give me another chance. I promise this will never happen again. Sun Dequan pleaded desperately. Meanwhile, Song Roland and Lu Shiyun were completely baffled, still trying to figure out what had happened. Dr. Sun, didn't you say I have late-stage brain tumor and that surgery is urgent before it's too late? What does hypoglycemia mean? Sun Dequan was drenched in sweat, his eyes darting nervously. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh and cut straight to the point. It's simple. This Dr. Sun lusted after her, deliberately scared Aunt Song by claiming she had a brain tumor requiring an exorbitant surgery fee, then blackmailed her to take advantage. If I'd arrived a moment later, who knows what this beast would have done. What? Hearing the truth, Song Roland was utterly shocked. A wave of dread and nausea washed over her. She had nearly fallen for his scheme, allowing Sun Dequan to defile her body. Beside her, Lu Shiyun froze for a moment before her face twisted with fury. Unable to contain herself, she lunged forward, ready to beat Sun Dequan senseless. I'll fight you to the death, you bastard. Thud. Thud. Lu Shiyun landed several punches on Sun Dequan's body. But her blows were too weak to make any real impact. Shiyun, hitting him like this won't teach him a lesson. If you're going to hit him hard enough to kill him. Lin Dong spoke coldly from the side. Hearing this, Sun Dequan, already trembling with fear, suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. The next moment, Lin Dong delivered a kick straight for his groin. Chapter 47, Turning the Tables. Ow! Sun Dequan let out a wail of pain, grimacing in agony. Then, clutching his groin, he knelt on the ground, unable to stand.
Lin Dong delivered that kick with 7 or 8/10 of his strength. This guy won't be able to stand tall for the rest of his life.
Stop. Stop. Young man, what are you doing? Li Jianhong couldn't bear to watch any longer.
Sun Dequan may have made mistakes, but he shouldn't be beaten to death.
Alright, Director Li.
For your sake, I'll spare his life.
But what should be done with such a morally corrupt doctor?
Lin Dong spoke coldly, halting his actions for the moment.
All eyes instantly turned to Li Jianhong.
This. Li Jianhong frowned deeply, his expression filled with hesitation. Sun Dequan was their hospital's attending physician, having performed hundreds of surgeries both major and minor without a single mistake.
His routine work also spared the vice president considerable effort and worry.
If possible, he wanted to smooth things over and let it go. But this time, Sun Dequan's mistake was too grave. He had deceived patients, falsely claiming they had terminal illnesses to coerce them into paying exorbitant surgery fees, even demanding sexual favors.
If word got out, how could Tianhai Central Hospital possibly save face? Sigh.
Li Jianhong sighed helplessly.
Seeing this, Sun Dequan immediately began weeping and sniveling, pleading desperately.
Director Li, I've worked at this hospital for so many years. If not for my achievements, then at least for my hard work.
Please spare me this once. And Miss Song, to show my sincerity, I'm willing to compensate you. Would 100,000 be enough?
If that's not enough, we can discuss it further. At that moment, Sun Dequan was truly panicking. After all these years of grinding it out, he'd finally made it to associate chief physician. His income was guaranteed, bringing in hundreds of thousands effortlessly each year. If he got fired, his entire life would be over. Hearing she could get 100,000 yuan, Song Roland felt a flicker of temptation.
Lu Shiyun had just started college and desperately needed the money.
As for herself, enduring a little hardship wouldn't be such a big deal.
What if? Song Roland opened her mouth, about to agree. No.
Lin Dong suddenly spoke up, cutting her off.
Senior brother Lin.
Lu Shiyun instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Dong's arm, her expression tinged with concern. Song Roland, being an honest person, preferred to avoid trouble and wanted to end the matter there.
Lin, maybe we should just forget about it. Honestly, we haven't lost anything.
Lin Dong patted Lu Shiyun's small hand and said calmly, Shiyun, auntie, don't worry.
I'm here.
Then, Lin Dong turned to face Li Jianhong.
Vice President Li, we don't need this guy's insincere compensation. We just want a fair and just outcome.
As the vice president of this hospital, I hope you won't make a mistake in this matter.
You. Seeing Lin Dong press on relentlessly, refusing to back down, Sun Dequan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger.
If it weren't for this kid, he would have already gotten his hands on Song Roland. Now Lin Dong was pushing him to the brink.
Damn it.
Sun Dequan gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and turned the tables.
Dean Li, I trust you witnessed it yourself. That brat just struck me first. I didn't retaliate at any point. Besides, he accused me of taking advantage, so what if I did?
I merely misdiagnosed him.
At worst, I'll refund their medical expenses. This whole thing was staged by them slandering me to extort money. What?
Hearing Sun Dequan suddenly flip his testimony and turn the tables, everyone was stunned.
Song Roland's face turned pale, a sense of inexplicable injustice welling up inside her.
That bastard Sun Dequan, relying on the lack of evidence, actually dared to try to smear her. And in the process, he could erase his own mistakes. If it was merely a misdiagnosis, the worst he'd face would be a professional misconduct charge.
For Sun Dequan, it would be a mere slap on the wrist.
At most, he'd be suspended for 2 days of reflection.
But for Song Roland and her daughter, it meant bearing an unjustified accusation.
If word got out, they'd never be able to hold their heads up again.
Sun Dequan, how could you say such a thing?
Your conscience must have been eaten by dogs.
Director Li, you must stand up for us. Lu Shiyun looked to Li Jianhong, expecting her to champion their cause.
Unexpectedly, the words that followed from Director Li left them dumbstruck. Young lady, where there's room to spare, spare. Earlier, Sun Dequan already offered to compensate you. It's you who refuse to let it go and insist on making a fuss. Honestly, you have no proof he made any inappropriate advances. Even if you take this to the police, you won't have a leg to stand on. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's fair face drained of color.
Song Roland clenched her fists, nearly fainting again. Meanwhile, Sun Chuanda.
Just moments ago, he'd been begging for mercy, groveling like a dog. Now, seeing Li Jianhong backing him up, he suddenly gained confidence, even straightening his back.
See? Justice prevails in the hearts of the people. Alright then, so you can't say I'm bullying you.
To make up for my misdiagnosis, I'll not only refund the full medical costs but also personally compensate you with 1,000 yuan.
Think of it as my treat for dinner. How does that sound? Seeing Sun Dequan's smug expression, Song Roland and Lu Shiyun turned ashen. Only now did they realize how treacherous people could be in the big city.
As a widow and her orphan child, they were no match for such power.
Shiyun, let's go back. I'm fine. You still have to report to school tomorrow.
Song Roland shook her head helplessly, placed her feet on the ground, and slowly stood up.
After 3 days in the hospital, she felt sick even though she hadn't been ill to begin with. Seeing Song Roland and her daughter resign themselves to reality, preparing to swallow their pride, Sun Dequan sneered inwardly. His gaze toward Lin Dong brimmed with smug satisfaction, his tail practically wagging to the heavens. Kid, trying to play the hero here? Save your breath. Mark my words, I've memorized your name in this face. I'll come back for you later. Sun Dequan snorted coldly, issuing his threat openly. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong maintained a faint smile throughout. As if everything was under his control. Sun Dequan's brow instantly furrowed. It felt like punching a pillow. Just as he was about to spew more threats, Lin Dong's gaze shifted to Li Jianhong beside him. Director Li, are you certain you wish to associate with this man? To be in cahoots with him? Or is this the standard operating procedure at Tianhai Central Hospital? Allowing doctors to deceive superiors and mislead patients. Li Jianhong's face flushed crimson, his embarrassment turning to anger. Lin Dong, is that right? Watch your language. Our Tianhai Central Hospital is renowned throughout the industry for both the medical skills and professional ethics of our doctors. Don't try to stir up trouble here. Besides, isn't Sun Dequan willing to compensate? The parties involved haven't said anything. What exactly are you, an outsider, trying to accomplish? After the outburst, the entire ward fell deathly silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. For a moment, Lin Dong became the target of everyone's anger. But he merely smiled faintly, his expression showing not a trace of panic. Then, he pulled out his phone and tapped it twice. Chapter 48, Genuine Goodwill. For you, $500,000 might be a lot, but I've been a doctor for years. I've got some connections and savings to fall back on. Just spend a few nights with me, and I'll cover the medical expenses. Get lost. Do you really want to stand by and watch your mother die? Let me tell you, a brain tumor is a terminal illness. I was wrong, Vice President. I shouldn't have deceived Song Roland into believing she had a terminal illness, pressuring her to pay exorbitant medical fees and forcing her to compensate with her body. The crystal-clear recording played out from the phone. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted repeatedly. Especially Li Jianhong and Sun Dequan, their faces flushed red one moment, drained white the next, shifting faster than a traditional Chinese opera mask. Hand over the phone. Sun Dequan sensed trouble and lunged to grab Lin Dong's phone. But against Lin Dong, he was utterly powerless. Get lost. With a simple kick, Lin Dong sent Sun Dequan crashing face first into the dirt. Then, turning to Li Jianhong with a faint, mocking smile, he said, Director Li, if I accidentally leak these recordings online, your hospital would become an internet sensation, right? Your reputation would skyrocket, wouldn't it? Li Jianhong's face turned grim. If these recordings were actually released, their hospital wouldn't just gain notoriety, it would be forever disgraced, becoming the target of universal condemnation across the entire internet. Only now did this cunning vice president realize he'd been outmaneuvered by Lin Dong. From the moment he walked in, he had been recording, fully prepared. He had foolishly believed that without evidence, he could make Lin Dong and his team swallow their grievances silently. Now, his efforts had come to naught. Young man, don't act impulsively. Everything can be discussed. Let's sit down and talk this through properly. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh. Negotiate? Then show some sincerity. Didn't you just say it was merely a misdiagnosis? I'll be watching to see how you handle Dr. Sun, the one who made that misdiagnosis. With that, Lin Dong plopped down on the hospital bed, sitting cross-legged and staring down Li Jianhong, who was caught between a rock and a hard place. After a fierce internal struggle, Li Jianhong suppressed her reluctance and glared at Sun Dequan. Sun Dequan, this is all you're doing. Now, take off that white coat. Then go process your resignation yourself. Get out of here. And Ms. Song. Li Jianhong forced a smile, his face plastered with ingratiation as he turned to Song Roland. All your previous expenses will be waived. Furthermore, the hospital is willing to offer 10 times the compensation. What do you think? Song Roland remained silent. Her head was spinning, and she wondered if she was dreaming. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyun could no longer contain her excitement. She threw her arms around Lin Dong. Senior Lin, this is wonderful. Though they'd only known each other for less than half a day, to others they looked like a couple in the honeymoon phase. Ahem. Song Roland cleared her throat softly. Lu Shiyun snapped back to her senses and hurriedly took a couple of steps back. Her face flushed crimson. Lin. Senior Lin, it's fine. Young people, you know. It's normal. Lin Dong gave a faint smile. Seeing the two separate, Li Jianhong finally found an opening to interject. Even if he were as dumb as a rock, he could tell who held the upper hand in this conversation. Young comrade, are you satisfied with this resolution? Before Lin Dong could respond, Sun Dequan suddenly grabbed Li Jianhong's calf. Director, I truly know I was wrong. Get lost. Li Jianhong's expression darkened slightly as he delivered a kick to Sun Dequan's face. This Sun Dequan nearly dragged the entire Tianhai Central Hospital down with him. Li Jianhong couldn't keep him around not for the hospital's sake, but for the sake of his own position. Security. Where's security? Get this scum out of here immediately.
I don't want to see him, this piece of trash, this scourge. Amidst Li Jianhong's furious tirade, Sun Dequan was escorted out by 2 security guards, looking like a beaten dog. Seeing this, Lin Dong's expression gradually softened.
Director Li, I see your sincerity.
In that case, let's consider this matter closed.
I'll delete the recording afterward. I trust you'll keep your word.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hearing Lin Dong agree to delete the recording, Li Jianhong exhaled a long breath of relief. He then signaled to the 2 nurses.
Go refund the medical fees paid by Ms. Song. Use the hospital account.
Yes, Director Li. Soon, with the nurse's assistance, all the fees Song Roland had paid were fully refunded. Moreover, she received 10 times the compensation.
In total, the amount exceeded 200,000 yuan.
Seeing the string of zeros in her bank account balance, having never seen so much money in her entire life, Song Roland couldn't help but well up with tears.
Lin,
thank you so much for everything today.
If it weren't for you, oh my.
Song Roland sighed, still feeling a chill at the memory of what had just happened. Lin Dong shook his head and pulled Lu Shiyun forward.
Auntie Song, you should thank Shiyun the most. If not for her, I wouldn't have known about this. It was Shiyun who. Stop.
The moment the words Dynasty Hotel were uttered, Lu Shiyun's expression turned panicked, and she quickly stopped Lin Dong.
If she told Song Roland about selling herself to save her mother and nearly being abused, wouldn't Song Roland faint on the spot from shock? What dynasty? What hotel? Song Roland was completely baffled.
Lu Shiyun hastily explained, Mom, I just happened to run into senior brother Lin at the hotel.
Don't get the wrong idea. Song Roland frowned slightly,
her eyes clearly skeptical. She knew Lu Shiyun well enough to see through her child's lie at a glance.
So, what was Shiyun doing at the hotel? For a moment, Song Roland couldn't help but feel a pang of worry.
Although Lin Dong was her benefactor, she certainly didn't want her daughter repaying him this way. After all, Lu Shiyun was just a freshman in college.
She was inexperienced and innocent.
Acting on impulse, she might do something she'd regret for the rest of her life.
Aunt Song, it's getting late.
I'll take you and Shiyun back to rest.
This. Sure thing.
Before Song Roland could speak, Lu Shiyun had already agreed. Her gaze toward Lin Dong brimmed with admiration and adoration. From childhood onward, she had never known a father's affection. Now, in Lin Dong, she sensed an inexplicable sense of security.
Fine. Seeing Lu Shiyun completely captivated, Song Roland nodded with a hint of resignation. Before long, the 3 arrived at the hospital parking lot.
When she spotted Lin Dong's Porsche Panamera, Song Roland couldn't help but widen her eyes, her expression betraying utter astonishment. She had known Lin Dong was wealthy. Otherwise, how could he afford to cover 500,000 yuan in medical expenses? But she hadn't imagined he was this wealthy. Though she hadn't seen much of the world, she knew a car like this didn't come cheap.
Mom, get in the car.
Lu Shiyun, acting like the hostess, guided Song Roland to the back seat. Then she took the front passenger seat.
Lin Dong caught Song Roland's hesitation in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 49, You Can't Be Together. Shiyun, now that you have money, what are your plans? Over 200,000, that's no small sum.
On the way back, Lin Dong asked proactively. To him, 200,000 yuan was like 2 yuan to the average person.
But for Song Roland and her daughter, it was an astronomical sum. Lu Shiyun pondered for a moment before answering.
I want to buy some health supplements for my mom. That way, she won't have low blood sugar anymore. Then, we'll renovate the old house back home. We've lived there for so many years, it's about time we spruced it up. Lin Dong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Lu Shiyun truly was a devoted and filial child. Now that she had money, her first thought wasn't to splurge recklessly, but to improve her mother's life. This made Lin Dong resolve to treat his junior sister disciple better from now on. Before long, the Porsche left the city center and arrived at an urban village. Senior brother, this is where my family lives. Sorry to make you laugh at me. From the bustling, pristine city center, they plummeted into the grimy, chaotic slums. Lu Shiyun felt a bit embarrassed and inferior. To her surprise, Lin Dong didn't look down on her at all.
It's okay. I'm from the countryside too, not much different from you. What? Hearing this, Lu Shiyun was both shocked and delighted.
She had assumed Lin Dong came from a wealthy family, a distinguished lineage. But it turned out he was just like her, a child raised in the countryside. This discovery gave her and Lin Dong a shared topic of conversation.
However, Song Roland didn't believe a single word of Lin Dong's story.
Lin Dong was only in his 20s and had just started working at most 3 or 5 years.
How could he possibly go from penniless to a millionaire in such a short time? He was probably just saying that to get closer to her daughter. Of course, Song Roland didn't call him out on it.
After all, Lin Dong was a benefactor to her entire family. Deep down, she remained profoundly grateful to him. Mr. Lin, if you're not too busy, please come in and have a seat.
I'll get you some water.
That would be kind of you, Auntie, Lin Dong replied with a faint smile.
After all this time, this was the response he'd been waiting for. Lu Shiryun's home wasn't large. Even by urban village standards, it was considered compact. One kitchen, one living room, and two bedrooms, each about 70 or 80 square feet. The furnishings consisted only of beds and tables, barely more than bare walls. Even so, the entire place didn't feel shabby at all. Everything was neatly organized and spotlessly clean, giving off a warm and comfortable vibe. It was clear that Song Roland was a kind and capable woman. Shiryun, go buy some fruit for Lin. Okay. Lu Shiryun responded with a slight reluctance as she walked out the door. Originally, she had wanted to stay by Lin Dong's side and keep him company. But it really wouldn't do to have no fruit to offer him. Little did she know, Song Roland had deliberately sent her daughter away. The moment Lu Shiryun left, Song Roland turned with a serious expression and solemnly pulled something from her bosom. Mr. Lin, this is my bank card. The money the hospital just transferred is inside. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. You've seen our family's situation. I hope you won't think it's too little. Lin Dong froze. He never imagined that the moment the money arrived, Song Roland would insist on giving it to him. But then, it dawned on him. Auntie, come on, do I look like someone who's short on money? Lin Dong asked with a smile. This. Song Roland was momentarily speechless. Indeed. Driving $1 million luxury car, how could he possibly care about a mere 200,000 yuan? If you have something to say, please just speak your mind. Song Roland sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, I'll be completely upfront, don't get angry. I know you're a good person. But Shiryun can't be with you. She's still young and doesn't understand these things. Song Roland's meaning was crystal clear. Lin Dong and Lu Shiryun weren't meant for each other, they belonged to different worlds. What if Lin Dong grew tired of her one day and cast her aside? Her daughter would be devastated, perhaps never recovering from the blow for the rest of her life. I see. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh. He knew Song Roland was worried about this. If he told her about how Lu Shiryun sold herself to save her mother, and even threw herself at him in the car, what would she think? Of course, Lin Dong wouldn't do that. Parents' hearts are truly the most compassionate in the world. Song Roland's concern was not without reason. Aunt Song, you've misunderstood. I never considered being with Shiryun, nor would I ever use this matter to blackmail her. I only regard her as a younger sister. Sister? Song Roland froze for a moment. Then, she quickly shook her head. Even if Lin Dong treated Lu Shiryun like a sister, Lu Shiryun would never accept it. She could tell Lu Shiryun was already head over heels. Actually, I prefer mature, sophisticated women. Lin Dong said with a smile. After saying that, she deliberately glanced at Song Roland. What I despise most are those vulgar, common women who throw themselves at you. They claim to be independent women, but in reality, they're all gold diggers. These days, truly independent and self-reliant women are far too rare. It must be said, Song Roland was beautiful. Had one not known she was Lu Shiryun's mother, it would have been impossible to tell she had given birth. She looked like a woman in her early 30s, still radiating charm. Every gesture radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. Like fine wine, she made one want to savor her slowly. Noticing Lin Dong's greedy, intensely aggressive gaze, Song Roland's heart began to pound wildly. Her hands fidgeted restlessly, and her eyes instinctively darted away. Lin, what are you doing? Please control yourself. Lin Dong chuckled. Not only did he not stop, he pressed his advantage. Auntie, all these years, you've been taking care of Shiryun all by yourself. You must be exhausted, right? Have you ever considered finding another man to lean on? You're still young. You can't stay single forever, can you? Song Roland merely bit her lip, her expression darkening. Who could argue with that? She was only in her 30s, clearly she could enjoy a better life, find a good man to fill the void. But for her daughter's sake, she had to work tirelessly, raising her child alone. Sometimes, she felt resentful. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly wrapped his arms around Song Roland's waist. Compared to Bai Yuqing and Ning Feifei's slender waists, Song Roland's waist was not only delicate but also firm and healthy. Like that of a gymnast. The feel of it was incredible. Immediately, Lin Dong's hands continued downward. Soon, they brushed against her firm, powerful thighs. Song Roland's delicate body trembled, startling her into standing up abruptly. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Even though you're our family's benefactor, that doesn't mean you can humiliate me. Song Roland's face flushed crimson as she glared at him, her expression seething with anger. Indeed, this beautiful young woman was like a lioness, strong and resilient. No wonder she had remained chaste all these years. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had come here today with one purpose, to take her. He would not rest until he achieved his goal. And his next words delivered the final blow. Aunt Song, if I were to tell Shiryun that her father isn't dead, but alive and well, do you think Shiryun would blame you? Chapter 50, It's You I Love. What? Song Roland's pupils contracted as she stared at Lin Dong in disbelief. How did he know her secret? Don't give me that weird look.
Lin Dong chuckled softly, casually remarking, while processing your paperwork, I happened to notice the name of Shiryun's father listed under family member.
You must have intended to abandon treatment so Shiryun could find her father afterward, right?
So Song Roland had deemed the 500,000 yuan surgery fee too steep and planned to let fate take its course. After her death, she intended for Lu Shiryun to seek refuge with her only remaining relative in this world. Little did she expect that in the end, she would be fine, but Lin Dong would catch her slip up.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
At this point, Song Roland was still playing dumb, trying to muddle through.
You truly don't understand? Then who exactly is Lu Chang?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, his words dripping with venom. I believe that as long as I'm willing to pay, there are still many people willing to help me. Like, for instance, telling me where Lu Chang went.
No. Song Roland panicked.
In her panic, she grabbed Lin Dong's arm and shook her head frantically. Seeing Song Roland's panicked expression, Lin Dong knew the situation was settled. Auntie, whatever it is, you might as well tell me.
Getting it off your chest might make you feel better. All these years, haven't you ever wanted someone to talk to? Under Lin Dong's gentle coaxing, Song Roland relented and let out a long sigh. Ah, it's a long story. If heaven gave me another chance, I'd never want to meet that man. No, he was a demon. Song Roland was both terrified and tormented, as if the memories were too painful to revisit.
Lin Dong frowned and clasped her hand. Her struggles proved futile, and she finally relented. Lu Chang was my neighbor, 2 years older than me. When I was little, I used to follow him around everywhere, treating him like an older brother. Then, when I was 15, he took advantage of the adults being out on business and suddenly came to my house. Her voice trailed off as terror washed over her face, her body curling into a tight ball. Even after all these years, the memory still haunted her. Lin Dong offered a warm embrace just in time, wrapping his arms around her from behind.
Song Roland instinctively tried to resist.
But for some reason, after struggling for a moment, she relaxed her guard. I had just woken up and had no idea what he was going to do. I only saw his face was bright red, staring at me like a wolf, and it scared the living daylights out of me.
Then he just said he liked me and wanted me to be his wife. My mind went blank.
Before I could answer, he lunged at me and started tearing at my clothes. I'm not strong enough to fight him off, so I clatter. Beads of tears as big as beans rolled down Song Roland's cheeks, soaking her collar. Her body trembled softly. That's how he raped me. I screamed at him, I hit him, but that bastard didn't stop, he only got rougher. Later, he said he regretted it and swore he'd marry me.
Then both sets of parents found out about it.
My parents were helpless and didn't want to marry me off to Lu Chang. But then his family threatened that if I didn't marry him, they'd spread the story about me being raped.
What?
Lin Dong's brow furrowed, anger welling up inside him.
What kind of scum parents would do that? Their son did something wrong, yet they turn around and threaten you.
Truly, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam follows suit, they're all cut from the same cloth.
Song Roland shook her head.
At the time, the deed was already done, and she felt helpless. Her parents didn't want her to be the subject of gossip, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the marriage. Little did they know that the nightmare truly began after she was married off. Lu Chang not only beat and verbally abused me, but he also frequently gambled away his fortune, driving his own parents to their deaths and squandering the family estate. I wanted to hang myself, but I was already pregnant with Shiryun.
Song Roland spoke with unbearable anguish.
It was hard to imagine what she had endured back then. Lin Dong grew angrier the more he listened.
That bastard ruined Song Roland's entire life. So what happened next?
Where did he go? He got into a fight outside, injured someone, and was sentenced to 15 years. Shiryun was too young to remember back then. She kept crying out for her father. I had no choice but to tell her Lu Chang was dead.
I raised her alone.
Lin Dong nodded slightly. No wonder there wasn't a single trace of Lu Chang's life in the room. So this guy brought it upon himself and ended up behind bars. But perhaps it was for the best.
At least Song Roland wouldn't have to endure beatings and verbal abuse anymore. Let me see, he'll be out in a few months.
When that time comes, I really don't know how I'll explain it to Shiryun.
Am I supposed to tell her father is a beast? Song Roland wept bitterly as she spoke.
Lin Dong couldn't help but wrap his arms tightly around her from behind. He knew this was the woman's most vulnerable moment, desperately needing comfort. For a moment, the distinctive scent of male hormones filled her nostrils.
Song Roland froze for a moment before suddenly snapping back to reality. Mr. Lin, let go of me. This isn't right. Shiryun will be back soon.
If she sees this, she'll misunderstand.
Auntie Song, no, Roland. Lin Dong held Song Roland even tighter. Truth be told, the moment I first saw you, I fell in love.
I know you have to pretend to be strong in front of Shiryun. Women are supposed to be delicate, but motherhood makes you resilient.
But with me, you don't need to hide anything. You can be your truest self. I genuinely want to help you, to save you, to free you from this suffering. So please, give me a chance, okay? Lin Dong's words were spoken with heartfelt sincerity.
Coupled with their constant skin-to-skin contact, Song Roland's long dormant heart began to stir, a crack appearing in its armor. Yet, the thought of Lu Shiryun bursting in at any moment made Song Roland immediately clamp her legs together. She clutched Lin Dong's hand, desperately trying to stop him from advancing further.
Let go of me. Lin Dong, what makes you any different from Lu Chang now? Men are all the same. Unfortunately, Song Roland had underestimated Lin Dong's determination to have her.
He genuinely wanted to rescue Song Roland from her dire predicament. Besides, conquering a woman like her was every man's dream come true.
Roland, just say yes to me.
Even if you don't consider your own future, think about Shiryun's prospects.
Shiryun.
Moisture glistened in Song Roland's beautiful eyes, her expression softening slightly. Noticing her resolve weakening, Lin Dong decided to press further.
Don't you want to know why Shiryun went to the hotel to find me? Chapter 51, A Long-Awaited Rain. Why?
She was willing to sell herself to save her mother, desperate to scrape together the 500,000 yuan for surgery.
If I hadn't intervened, she would have been taken away by a gang of thugs. You're telling the truth?
Song Roland's slender frame trembled, her heart racing. Now she understood why Lu Shiryun had stammered and blushed when the hotel came up. It turned out she'd nearly fallen prey to wolves. Because of her, her daughter's innocence had nearly been destroyed. In that moment, she wanted to slap herself. I trust you've seen it for yourself. I have money.
And more than you could ever imagine.
If you come with me, I guarantee both you and Shiryun will live a life of luxury.
Shiryun won't just finish college smoothly, she'll land a stable, good job afterward. No more worrying about money.
She can buy whatever she wants, eat whatever she craves, and go wherever she pleases. Under Lin Dong's persistent persuasion, Song Roland's seemingly impenetrable psychological defenses finally crumbled. Her eyes welled up with tears as she let Lin Dong's large hands roam freely over her body.
Huff! Lin Dong exhaled deeply, knowing he was halfway there. The next moment, he abruptly ripped open Song Roland's pants.
A snow-white expanse instantly met his gaze. If Lu Shiryun was slender and fair-skinned,
then Song Roland was full, firm, and rounded. Indeed, mature women possessed a deeper allure.
Just as the sparks were flying and a fierce battle seemed imminent, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door.
Mom, I'm home. Clang. Song Roland jumped in fright, quickly pressing down Lin Dong's large hand as she trembled to stand up. Wait. Shiryun's back. No, don't.
But Lin Dong, already consumed by passion, couldn't care less. The next moment, he roughly tore away the obstructing fabric and gritted his teeth.
Immediately, Song Roland's shrieks echoed through the room. Ah! Song Roland nearly shattered her silver teeth. Then, instinctively, she covered her mouth. Mom, what's wrong?
At that moment, Lu Shiryun had already stepped outside, inserted the key, and was about to unlock the door.
Hearing Song Roland's cry, she asked curiously. No! Don't come in! Song Roland's expression was frantic as she shouted urgently. I need to talk to Lin Dong. Don't come in yet.
Lu Shiryun paused, her expression filled with confusion.
What could the two of them possibly need to discuss that required keeping her out of the loop? Shiryun, don't come in. Mom really has something urgent. Song Roland's voice trembled, on the verge of tears.
The thought of Lu Shiryun barging in and witnessing this ridiculous scene made her want to sink through the floor.
So satisfying. So damn satisfying.
On the other hand, Lin Dong was thoroughly enjoying himself, experiencing a unique kind of thrill.
Junior sister, listen to Auntie, don't come in for now. We're discussing important matters, it's not appropriate for you to listen.
When you're older, we'll tell you.
Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Lu Shiryun stomped her foot in frustration.
She faintly heard Song Roland gasping heavily. She couldn't shake the feeling that the two were up to something shady, doing something they shouldn't be doing. But since Lin Dong wouldn't let her in, she had no choice but to wait outside. After all, she didn't want to upset Lin Dong.
Fine, I'll wait for you at the door. Hearing this, Song Roland felt like dying. If they were discovered, how could she ever show her face again? Roland, aren't you feeling pretty good about this right now? Lin Dong leaned down and whispered the question into Song Roland's ear. No, nothing.
Song Roland shook her head, her cheeks flushing slightly.
Tell me the truth.
Lin Dong slapped Song Roland's butt.
Song Roland bit her lip, nearly letting out a scream.
To avoid arousing Lu Shiryun's suspicion, she forced herself to swallow the scream.
Admit it, you've been lonely and empty for far too long. You want a man, but you're too scared. Don't worry. With me around, you'll never have to worry about sleeping alone again.
Lin Dong spoke with a smile. Then he began to work even harder.
Ever since giving birth, Song Roland had never again experienced the pleasures of intimacy.
Today, after being thoroughly worked over by Lin Dong, she felt as if she were floating on air, nearly fainting from ecstasy. Fortunately, mindful of not keeping Lu Shiryun waiting too long, Lin Dong ended things hastily after just 20 minutes. Song Roland lay sprawled across the table, panting heavily, her face flushed crimson. For a moment, her already mature and voluptuous figure seemed to radiate an even more captivating allure. Lin Dong helped her dress, covering the revealing glimpses.
looking at Song Roland's rosy-cheeked, fair complexion. Instead of exhaustion, there was a hint of lingering desire. Het, women really are all talk and no action. No means yes, and yes means she wants more. Come on, Auntie Song, Shuryun is still waiting outside. Hearing the familiar address of Auntie Song, Song Roland gradually came to her senses. Looking at Lin Dong's young, handsome face, she felt inexplicable regret and self-doubt. How could she have been so foolish as to do such a ridiculous thing? She was already in her 30s, with a child of her own. How utterly shameless. But Lin Dong didn't give her time to wallow in self-reproach. He walked straight over and opened the door. Standing before him was Lu Shuryun, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Mom, senior brother, what were you two doing in there? I think I heard you arguing, and even hitting someone. Mom, senior brother Lin didn't bully me. Please don't blame him. On the way back from the hospital, she had noticed Song Roland was constantly worried that Lin Dong would do something to harm her. No doubt, that was what they'd been discussing earlier. Hearing Lu Shuryun's sharp questioning, Song Roland bit her lip. Me cause trouble for him? It was that dog of a man who pinned me down on the table. Ahem, Shuryun, you've got the wrong idea. We were discussing your college plans. I know a few business owners in Tianhai who happen to be looking for outstanding graduates from Tianhai University of Science and Technology. I was thinking of recommending you directly when you graduate. Hearing this, Lu Shuryun's eyes lit up instantly. She couldn't care less about what happened between Song Roland and Lin Dong. Her mind was filled with nothing but anticipation. As for the argument with Auntie, it's because she worries about you and wants you to spend more time with her. Don't misunderstand her. Song Roland turned to look at Lin Dong, her expression oddly complex. Who would have thought Lin Dong was such a smooth talker? In just a few words, he'd found a plausible explanation for what had just happened. Still, she didn't think he was just brushing her off. With his connections and capabilities, landing Lu Shuryun a good job would be a piece of cake. I'm sorry, Mom. I was wrong to doubt you. Please don't be upset. Lu Shuryun bit her lip, then shyly approached Song Roland, clutching her hand and apologizing repeatedly. At the end of the day, she was still just a teenager. Her mind was pure and simple, easily fooled. Chapter 52, Staying the Night. Seeing this, Song Roland breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she shot Lin Dong a grateful glance. Shuryun, from now on, you'll study diligently under Lin Dong. In the future, our family will depend on you. Lu Shuryun nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, her nose twitched. Something felt off. Ha! What's that smell? It feels so strange. Song Roland shuddered and instinctively glanced at Lin Dong. But she saw him staring at her with a mischievous look, waiting for her to explain. How could she not know what this was? Her daughter was still innocent. How could she have come into contact with such a thing? Shuryun, hurry up and wash your hands. That's just Mom's sweat. Don't touch it. Under Lu Shuryun's puzzled gaze, Song Roland frantically tidied things up. Fortunately, her daughter didn't understand such matters and didn't ask any further questions. Otherwise, her secret with Lin Dong would have been exposed. Even so, Lu Shuryun still caught a hint of something amiss. Mom, your pants have a hole and then your leg is showing. Ha! Song Roland's pretty face flushed slightly as she instinctively lowered her gaze. Sure enough, a tear ran up her thigh, revealing a glimpse of her rounded leg and a corner of the fabric. Oh my! Song Roland let out a feigned pout and hurriedly covered herself with her hands. Ahem! Lin Dong cleared his throat twice, quickly changing the subject. It must have been accidentally torn when Auntie was in the hospital. Shuryun, go get her a change of clothes. Oh, okay. Lu Shuryun nodded blankly. Before leaving, she couldn't resist muttering under her breath. It's all that bastard Sun Dequan's fault, that dog of a man. Lin Dong and Song Roland exchanged glances, their expressions oddly mixed. Sun Dequan was merely a pervert, but Lin Dong had literally forced himself on her. Lu Shuryun's words were more accurately directed at Lin Dong. It's all your fault for not knowing your own strength. What if someone finds out? Song Roland, slightly annoyed, punched Lin Dong in the chest. Before she could pull her hand back, Lin Dong caught it and held it firmly in his palm. What? You don't like it? Who likes it? You seemed pretty into it just now, humming away like that, Lin Dong said with a mischievous grin. Instantly, Song Roland flushed crimson from her cheeks to her ears. The thought of how she'd willingly responded made her feel utterly mortified. Yet the more bashful she became, the more alluring she seemed. Though clearly in her 30s, she radiated a more innocent and adorable charm than any teenager. The next second, Lin Dong pressed another deep kiss upon her. He kissed Song Roland until she was dizzy and disoriented, her face glistening with moisture, before finally letting go. After a long while, their lips parted. Roland, rest assured. With me here, you won't suffer any injustice from now on, Lin Dong declared solemnly. Song Roland gave a coy nod, burying half her body in Lin Dong's embrace. To an outsider, they could easily be mistaken for a couple deeply in love. The unique scent of the man filled her nostrils, and Song Roland felt her heart melt.
She never dreamed she'd end up in bed with a man 10 years her junior. But the deed was done, there was no turning back now. With that thought, she traced patterns on Lin Dong's chest.
It's quite late now. Why don't you stay for dinner before leaving?
Sure. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He couldn't wait to spend more time with this beautiful young woman. Tap tap tap.
Just then, footsteps sounded again. Song Roland jumped in fright and immediately pushed Lin Dong away. That's why Lu Shiyun didn't see them. Mom, I brought your clothes.
Oh, okay.
Song Roland nodded.
Then, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she said with a slightly awkward expression, Shiyun, Lin Dong is staying for dinner tonight.
Could you help me stir-fry a few dishes?
Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's eyes lit up.
She followed Song Roland into the kitchen.
Watching the mother and daughter prepare dinner for him with their own hands, Lin Dong smiled warmly. Certain images flashed through his mind. Though it wasn't possible now, the future was uncertain.
Before long, the meal was ready. Song Roland had even bought several bottles of beer. At the dinner table, Lu Shiyun chattered away non-stop.
It seemed as though she wanted to recount every experience from the past decade to Lin Dong.
Song Roland smiled at her daughter, her gaze filled with tenderness and satisfaction.
She believed that with Lin Dong's care, her daughter would surely live the life she desired. Lin Dong drank and chatted with the mother and daughter. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he slapped his thigh hard.
Oh no, now that I've had a drink, I won't be able to drive back. Auntie, is there anywhere nearby I can stay? Ha? Song Roland froze for a moment. She'd been so busy entertaining Lin Dong that she'd completely forgotten about this.
Lu Shiyun, ever quick-witted, chimed in with a smile. Mom, why don't we just let senior brother Lin stay over tonight?
Lin Dong pretended to decline. No.
You're a widow and her orphan child. Having a grown man like me stay overnight would reflect badly on you if word got out. I'll just go out and find a place to stay myself. With that, Lin Dong swayed to his feet.
Clang!
Lin Dong nearly stumbled. A few bottles of beer were child's play for someone like him who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The reason he was pretending to be completely drunk was, of course, to force Song Roland to make a decision. Sure enough, seeing Lin Dong stumble and stagger, Song Roland's heart softened momentarily, and she reached out to steady him. If you don't mind, Mr. Lin, you can make yourself comfortable on the sofa for the night.
Is that appropriate? Senior, what's inappropriate about it?
Besides, if my mom doesn't trust others, she certainly trusts you, huh? Lu Shiyun covered her mouth and giggled. In her eyes, Lin Dong's image towered impressively. Little did she know that while she was out buying fruit, Lin Dong had already polished off every last crumb of Song Roland's meal.
Ahem.
Lin Dong cleared his throat awkwardly twice and nodded.
Alright, then, thank you both. Song Roland's face flushed slightly.
She distinctly felt someone pinch her lower back.
That sneaky hand, who else could it be but Lin Dong?
Yet with her daughter present, she couldn't very well make a scene. She could only let that large hand roam freely. Before long, it had her flushed and breathless.
Soon, night fell.
Lin Dong slept on the living room sofa.
On either side lay the bedrooms of Lu Shiyun and Song Roland. Song Roland had assumed Lin Dong would find it uncomfortable to sleep there.
Instead, he made the bed with more familiarity than she did, as if he were back in his own home. This made Song Roland begin to believe that Lin Dong truly came from a rural background. After the lights were turned off, the room fell silent. Lin Dong lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. He was genuinely tired after the day's events. Unexpectedly, the moment he closed his eyes, he heard the door open. Immediately afterward, a warm body slipped into the covers. Chapter 53, If you're afraid of being discovered, just bear it yourself. Lin Dong brushed against a slender, supple leg. He couldn't help teasing, little glutton, didn't you eat enough during the day? Now you're out hunting for food at night? Lin Dong had assumed Song Roland, having tasted the forbidden fruit, couldn't bear the loneliness and had climbed into his bed in the dead of night. To his surprise, the other person fell silent upon hearing his words. No response meant tacit agreement. A tingling sensation spread through Lin Dong's body. He wrapped his arms around her delicate frame, his hands roaming freely. Wait, something felt off about the size. A buzzing sensation filled Lin Dong's head. He remembered Song Roland being curvaceous with an excellent figure. How come now, he only felt 2 flat, round mounds? Brother, it's my first time. Could you be gentler, please? Shiyun? Lin Dong's eyes widened as he yanked the covers off. As expected, the one lying in his arms wasn't Song Roland, but Lu Shiyun. Pure moonlight fell upon Lu Shiyun's innocent face. A faint blush rose on her fair skin. Her bashfulness carried a hint of allure. At that moment, her long legs were wrapped around Lin Dong's waist. Senior brother. The young girl was a bit shy. She hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so hungry for her, yet he still called her his little glutton. Could it be he'd known all along she'd sneak into his bed? Little did she know, Lin Dong had been waiting for Song Roland. All that flirtatious talk just now was meant for Song Roland's ears alone. Little did I expect Lu Shiyun to take them seriously. Senior brother, take me.
I have nothing to repay you with, so this is all I can do. Besides, according to our agreement, I'm already yours. Lu Shiryun spoke while actively leaning into Lin Dong's embrace. Her posture clearly signaled her desire to become one with him. Even her small hands awkwardly fumbled with the buttons of his shirt. Lin Dong was both surprised and momentarily dumbfounded. After all, the feast was practically on the table, why refuse it? But the thought of Song Roland finding out and the high probability that she'd turn against him made Lin Dong hesitate. No, it was still too soon. Shiryun's matter, that could wait. Shiryun, don't be like this. I don't want you to feel wronged. As for that promise, I never took it seriously. You don't need to feel burdened by it either. What? Lu Shiryun's eyes widened in shock. She stood frozen for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes. But just now you said. Liar. Mom was right, men are all big liars. Senior Lin, I truly like you. Please let me follow you. Lin Dong sighed. He knew Lu Shiryun wasn't the kind of vain woman like Bai Yuqing. She wasn't with him for the money. But taking her now felt too premature. Still, he couldn't just reject her outright. That would break her heart. After a moment's thought, Lin Dong reached out and wiped the tear from the corner of Lu Shiryun's eye. How about this, once you start school, I'll pick you up every week. As long as you behave well, your senior brother promises it won't be impossible. Hearing this, the little girl's face instantly brightened, her tears of joy turning to smiles. Really? Does that mean I'll get to see you every week? Yes. Lin Dong nodded. Then, a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes. By driving Lu Shiryun home every week, he'd also get to see Song Roland more often, perfect for discussing the deeper meanings of life. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? Lu Shiryun was overcome with excitement, throwing herself into Lin Dong's arms and nuzzling against his neck. Like a clingy little sprite. The unique scent of a maiden wafting to his nose sent a surge of desire coursing through Lin Dong's lower abdomen. Then, to avoid making a mistake, he quickly pushed away Lu Shiryun, who was still clinging to him. Alright. It's getting late. Go to sleep. I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lu Shiryun stepped down from the sofa with a satisfied smile. Before leaving, she couldn't resist giving Lin Dong a light peck on the cheek. Cross my heart and hope to die, I'll never change my mind. Good night, Senior Lin. Watching the young girl skip back to her bedroom, Lin Dong exhaled deeply. He had come so close to making a huge mistake. If he had taken Lu Shiryun in the living room, it would have caused a scene. If Song Roland found out, she would never forgive him. He had to wait. The time wasn't right yet. This little minx is driving me crazy. What am I supposed to do to cool off in the middle of the night? Lin Dong felt a pang of frustration. Back when he was with Feng Shui, if she wasn't in the mood for intimacy, he'd have to handle things himself. Now that he sat atop a billion-dollar fortune, doing that would make him no better than a fool. Wait, there's another option right here, isn't there? Lin Dong's thoughts raced as his gaze shifted toward the other bedroom. Then, he slowly made his way over. Inside the bedroom, Song Roland was already fast asleep. Completely unaware that a big gray wolf had slipped into the room, prowling over her body. Song Roland had a dream. She dreamed she was lying on a luxurious bed. Suddenly, a blurred face appeared before her. They embraced passionately, kissing with fervor. Pulling and tugging, they made their way to the bathroom. Clothes were shed along the way. Before long, Song Roland felt feverish all over, her mind wandering. Especially that young, strong body. Wasn't this exactly what she'd longed for after more than a decade of loneliness? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her. Song Roland opened her eyes dazedly. You're awake? Hearing the familiar voice by her ear, Song Roland's mind buzzed. Before she could process it, the entire bed began to creak and groan. Only then did she realize that none of it had been a dream. That blurred face and strong body belonged to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you've got some nerve. Shiryun is right next door. She'll hear us. Song Roland protested with her words, but her body betrayed her. She actively responded, not pushing Lin Dong away. Lin Dong didn't care either way. Even if they were caught, he'd accept the consequences. The world may be vast, but his happiness was paramount. If you're afraid of being caught, just endure it yourself. Woo. Song Roland's face flushed crimson, yet she forced herself to hold it in. The night passed. When Lu Shiryun woke up groggily and got out of bed, Song Roland was making breakfast with Lin Dong. Their affectionate demeanor resembled that of a young married couple. It stirred an indescribable jealousy within her. Shiryun, you're awake. Song Roland looked as if she'd done something wrong, unable to meet her daughter's reproachful gaze. Lin Dong, however, offered a faint smile. How did you sleep last night? Those dark circles under your eyes are so pronounced you don't even look pretty anymore. What? Lu Shiryun gasped in shock and rushed to the mirror. Only to discover Lin Dong had been deceiving her. Bad guys. Don't even get me started. Last night, 2 stray cats I don't know where they came from kept yowling. Probably in heat. Clang. Song Roland dropped the basin she was holding onto the floor, her expression betraying a hint of guilt. Chapter 54, Taking You to School. Mom, what's wrong? Lu Shiryun looked at Song Roland with a slightly strange expression. Song Roland immediately began stammering, unsure how to explain.
Lin Dong quickly intervened, changing the subject.
Auntie's fine. Shiryun, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll drive you to school. After breakfast, Song Roland walked them to the intersection. Watching the Panamera disappear from view, her anxious little heart finally began to calm down. Then, a wave of overwhelming sleepiness washed over her. Last night, they'd been passionately entwined, still at it when dawn broke.
She hadn't gotten a proper rest since. The thought of Lin Dong's vigor and their sweet moments together made a blissful smile involuntarily spread across her face.
Yet, the thought of Lu Chang's impending release from prison made Song Roland's brows furrow tightly once more.
I just hope that guy doesn't cause any trouble when he gets back.
Meanwhile, in the Panamera, Lu Shiryun was curiously fiddling with the passenger side screen.
Though it was nothing more than an ordinary device, to her, it was like a precious treasure. Lin Dong watched her, feeling a pang of tenderness.
Do you like it? Lu Shiryun nodded instinctively.
Then, realizing what she'd done, she quickly shook her head.
No, I don't like it.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, he said casually, since you called me brother, I'll accept you as my little sister.
It's still early.
I'll take you to the mall to browse and buy some things.
Consider it my back-to-school gift to you. No. Senior, you really don't have to spend money on me. Lu Shiryun shook her head vigorously like a rattle.
Lin Dong had already helped her so much. Asking him to spend more money would make her feel guilty.
But she couldn't resist his persistence.
Before long, the two arrived at a nearby shopping mall.
Wow, this place is huge. Senior, do you come here often?
Lu Shiryun stood in the mall, looking around in wonder. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. His most recent visit to the mall had been to buy the Patek Philippe watch he wore on his wrist.
Shiryun, if you see anything you like, just buy it. Don't worry about the money. That doesn't feel right. Why wouldn't it be?
I promised Auntie I'd take good care of you. Lin Dong said casually.
His demeanor showed he wasn't the least bit concerned about the cost. Soon, under Lin Dong's guidance, Lu Shiryun had completely transformed her look from head to toe.
Not only did they buy the latest model phone and computer, but they also picked up several trendy spaghetti strap dresses and pleated skirts.
Next, the two headed to a women's clothing store.
When Lu Shiryun shyly emerged from the fitting room wearing a schoolgirl uniform, the customers and staff in the store instantly turned to look at her, their eyes filled with astonishment.
Lin Dong's eyes lit up as well.
This JK uniform seemed tailor-made for Lu Shiryun.
It preserved her innocent charm while adding a touch of pure sensuality. Senior, do you think it looks good? Lu Shiryun twirled in front of Lin Dong, asking shyly. It looks great.
Lin Dong nodded with a smile. Then he turned directly to the salesperson. Wrap this one up, along with the two I tried on earlier.
How much is the total? Certainly, sir. That comes to 23,000 yuan. 23,000?
Hearing the figure, Lu Shiryun's eyelid twitched and she instinctively wanted to stop him. These clothes were far too expensive. That amount of money could sustain her and her daughter for a long time. But Lin Dong didn't give her a chance to refuse. He paid immediately.
Lu Shiryun stood rooted to the spot. Momentarily at a loss. Stop spacing out. Aren't you heading to school? If you don't leave now, you'll be late.
Lin Dong stepped outside and beckoned to Lu Shiryun. Lu Shiryun snapped out of her daze and hurried after him. But her little face still looked a bit flustered. Senior, once I start earning money, I'll pay you back.
Shiryun, saying that makes me unhappy.
Lin Dong feigned displeasure and said sternly, for me, there's no such thing as being short on money. If others refuse what I give them, that's them looking down on me. Hearing this, Lu Shiryun's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Then, warmth filled her heart.
Her heart was instantly captured by Lin Dong's domineering charm. Let's go.
Lin Dong spoke indifferently. The next moment, he took her hand.
Lu Shiryun blushed intensely, unable to lift her head.
Before long, they reached the car. The back seat was filled with the items Lin Dong had bought for Lu Shiryun. From everyday essentials to luxury items, everything imaginable was there. Some of the brands were completely unfamiliar to her. Lin Dong was quite satisfied, while Lu Shiryun felt somewhat uneasy.
Soon, the Panamera pulled up at the school entrance. Many people stopped in their tracks, curiously gazing at it. A Porsche Panamera like this doesn't come cheap. Its owner must be either wealthy or influential. At 18 or 19, they were at the age when vanity ran high. The girls dreaming of marrying into wealth and becoming phoenixes perched on branches instantly lit up, unable to resist crowding around to strike up a conversation. Click. Just then, the Porsche door opened. Lin Dong stepped out slowly. To be fair, Lin Dong wasn't quite at the level of an internet-famous heartthrob. But he had well-defined features, bright eyes, and a dazzling smile. Plus, he was quite tall. Paired with this Panamera, he was practically a dream guy. After getting out of the car, Lin Dong strolled leisurely toward the passenger seat. He took a delicate hand in his and, with perfect gentlemanly grace, guided a young woman out of the car. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Isn't that Lu Shiyun? But everyone says she's just the school's commoner beauty, from a poor family? I'm speechless. I was planning to spend a little money to chase her, but now it seems like I'm chasing nothing. Although Lu Shiyun had just enrolled. Her innocent looks and cool demeanor instantly grabbed the attention of most guys. Like starving wolves catching the scent of fresh meat. Everyone assumed a commoner campus beauty like Lu Shiyun would be easy to win over with a little money. Turns out, she's already driving a Porsche Panamera. For a moment, it felt like everyone had been slapped in the face a stinging, burning pain. Such a luxury car was something they might never drive in their entire lives. The gap was too vast. Then another question arose. Who's that guy? Could he be the big boss who's keeping Lu Shiyun? Bull. Have you ever seen a big boss that young? He's definitely some rich kid. Sigh, people really do kill you with envy. For a moment, the school gate buzzed with chatter. The male students beat their chests in frustration, secretly cursing their own tardiness. From now on, pursuing Lu Shiyun would likely be out of the question. The female students, meanwhile, were consumed by pure envy and resentment. That guy is so handsome, I wonder if he'd ever like me. Dream on. A guy like that has no shortage of women. Damn it, what makes me worse than Lu Shiyun? Why wasn't I the one in the passenger seat? I know plenty of positions too. Get real. Rich guys only go for innocent beauties. Who'd want a social media influencer face like yours? I'm so jealous of Lu Shiyun, she's about to go from rags to riches. Chapter 55, Divine Appraisal Technique. Senior brother, everyone seems to be staring at you. Lu Shiyun felt utterly out of place in this setting. Seeing so many eyes fixed on her, her pretty face flushed crimson. Her legs even trembled slightly. Though she'd received some attention before. But back then, it was all about admiring her beauty. Not like this, the center of everyone's attention. Hearing Lu Shiyun's words, Lin Dong shook his head slowly. Shiyun, they're not looking at me, they're looking at you. With so many people envying and admiring you, you shouldn't feel inferior, you should be proud and confident. From this moment on, you'll never have to keep your head down again. Hearing these words, Lu Shiyun took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and lifted her head to look around. Sure enough, the gazes directed at her were filled with admiration. A wave of warmth surged through her heart, bringing an unprecedented sense of ease. The self-doubt that had accumulated over more than a decade seemed to vanish into thin air in that instant. Thank you, senior brother. No sooner had the words left her lips than the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission, discerning the genuine. Congratulations, host, on acquiring an additional reward, God-tier appraisal technique. Divine Appraisal Technique, upon activation, automatically determines the precise value of any item and detects the presence of supreme treasures. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but feel a surge of wild joy. It had been ages since he last heard the system's notification chime. He'd assumed the system was useless beyond covering his nightclub expenses. Little did he know that helping Lu Shiyun resolve her emotional knot would accidentally complete a special mission. Recognizing a hidden gem. Indeed, wasn't Lu Shiyun a pearl hidden in the dust? A faint smile touched Lin Dong's lips as he couldn't resist testing this unique talent. He glanced at the Porsche Panamera parked behind him. The next moment, detailed information filled his vision. Porsche Panamera top of the line edition. Value, 3,500,000 yuan. Next, Lin Dong glanced at the Patek Philippe watch in his phone. The watch was worth 2.9 million yuan, and the phone was worth 8,000 yuan. Nearly identical to their retail prices. Moreover, there were virtually no restrictions. This god-tier appraisal skill was indeed incredibly useful. Senior brother, why are you smiling so broadly? Ahem. Hearing Lu Shiyun's puzzled question, Lin Dong hurriedly explained, I'm happy for you. From now on, if anyone bullies you, you must tell your big brother. Lu Shiyun nodded with a smile. But this worry was completely unnecessary. Everyone knew she had an extraordinary older brother with a mysterious background. People were scrambling to curry favor with him, how could they possibly bully her? Alright, I'll take your things to the dorm for you. Lin Dong drove straight into the campus. The security guard didn't stop him, in fact, he didn't even ask any questions before letting them through. Moments later, they arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Due to Song Roland's hospitalization, Lu Shiyun had been delayed for several days. Now, the new student registration period had concluded. The other roommates had already arrived long ago. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Shiyun, and I'll be staying in this dorm too. As soon as she entered the room, Lu Shiyun took the initiative to greet everyone. Several roommates heard her voice, looked up, and were instantly stunned. What followed was a wave of envy. Lu Shiyun was breathtakingly beautiful. Standing next to her, they felt like they'd gone from being swans to ugly ducklings in an instant. For a moment, the roommates remained silent, adopting a distant and indifferent demeanor. Lu Shiryun looked awkward and somewhat at a loss. Finally, a girl wearing glasses stepped forward. She and Lu Shiryun came from similar backgrounds, both hailing from rural areas. She didn't pay much attention to her appearance and had a straightforward personality. Lu, that's your bed over there. You have so much stuff. Let me help you carry it. Because she arrived too late, the coveted lower bunk had already been taken. All that remained for Lu Shiryun was an upper bunk near the door, remote, drafty, and exposed. Gazing at the narrow, awkwardly positioned bunk, Lu Shiryun couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. But she reminded herself she'd arrived too late, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept it. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Shiryun, these are your roommates, right? Hello, everyone. I'm Shiryun's brother. From now on, I'd appreciate it if you could look out for her. The group froze in surprise. Who would have thought Lu Shiryun's brother would be here too? Just then, Lin Dong walked in with a smile. His refined demeanor and towering stature instantly drew everyone's attention. Wow, brother Lu Shiryun is so handsome. But didn't they say her family was poor? How come she's dressed better than me? Wait, isn't that the latest iPhone and laptop? Those cost tens of thousands. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. This didn't match what they'd heard at all. Lin Dong glanced around and quickly grasped the situation. Lu Shiryun had arrived too late to snag a good spot. The other girls were a bit jealous of her. But what kind of problem is it if money can solve it? Miss, what's your name? Lin Dong suddenly turned to the girl wearing glasses. Ha? Me? The girl in glasses froze, surprised that Lin Dong had addressed her. After regaining her composure, she quickly replied, Hello, my name is Huang Yan. If I'm not mistaken, that lower bunk is yours, right? Huang Yan nodded. She'd arrived 2 days early for registration. Her goal was to secure a lower bunk. After all, she would be living here for the next 4 years. Lin Dong nodded, suddenly understanding. He then pulled out a stack of cash and said with a smile, Shiryun isn't feeling well. Could you swap beds with her? Consider this money as a thank you, treat yourself to some bubble tea. What? Huang Yan's eyes widened instantly, her mind going blank. That thick stack must be at least 7 or 8,000 yuan? Buy milk tea? She could never drink that much. No, that's not right. Huang Yan's face flushed crimson as she hastily declined. My apologies, I was a bit presumptuous. How about this, I'll add another 3,000 to round it up. Lin Dong smiled, pulling out another stack of cash and placing it before Huang Yan. Miss Huang, Shiryun is new here and doesn't know her way around. I'd appreciate it if you could look out for her going forward. This. Staring at the stack of red bills, Huang Yan hesitated for a long moment before finally succumbing to the temptation and accepting the money. Her family was already poor, and she had taken out student loans. This 10,000 yuan was enough to cover her tuition and living expenses for an entire year. There was no point in clinging to that pitiful shred of pride and refusing the money. Thank you, brother. I'll go change Shiryun's bedding right away. Give me your things. Huang Yan grew even more enthusiastic, bustling about busily. As for the others, they had long since frozen in place. Then, even more regret. They were kicking themselves. If only they'd known, they would have treated Lu Shiryun better. A bunk bed selling for 10,000 yuan? That's practically money in the mail. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold, a cold smile playing on his lips. He was no stranger to this game. Manipulating a few female students was a piece of cake. All right, Shiryun, I almost forgot to give you your living expenses. Just then, Lin Dong slapped his forehead, pretending to remember something. Here's 20,000 yuan. When you run out, come ask your big brother for more. Chapter 56, Antique Street. Bye, big brother. Thanks so much. Brother, come visit often. Several female students enthusiastically escorted Lin Dong out. Earlier, they had been running errands for Lu Shiryun. They had even bought milk tea for Lu Shiryun. Lin Dong's generosity had completely won them over. After Lin Dong left, her roommates bombarded her with questions. Shiryun, what does your brother do? Aren't you guys pretty poor? How come your brother is so rich? Shiryun, does your brother have a girlfriend? Ha? Hearing this question, Lu Shiryun's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and her pretty face flushed crimson. Then, she replied shyly, I guess you could say he does. Meanwhile, Lin Dong drove his Panamera away from the school. Along the way, numerous female students stopped him, hoping to strike up a conversation. Some even wrote their phone numbers on pieces of paper and tossed them into his car. Lin Dong couldn't help but marvel. Are college girls this forward nowadays? Back in our day, things were so much simpler, just passing a note would make us blush. Lin Dong shook his head with a hint of resignation. He had originally planned to head straight back to the Dynasty Hotel, take a shower, and get some proper rest. But suddenly, he remembered the new talent he'd just acquired. Since it's an appraisal skill, naturally I should appraise some treasures. Lin Dong's thoughts raced, and 2 locations quickly came to mind. The first was the Tianhai City Museum.
It housed numerous antiques, the vast majority of which were genuine. However, these artifacts were only for viewing and not for sale.
The second place was Tianhai Antique Street.
With over 3,000 stalls, it covered every kind of antique imaginable, writing implements, porcelain, woodwork, jade, gold, and silverware.
You name it, they've got it, nothing you can't buy there. Most importantly, transactions there are unrestricted and free of taboos. With good luck and keen eyes, snagging a small treasure or two is entirely possible.
You might even strike it rich overnight and change your fate. But more often than not, people get ripped off or scammed there. The scammers' methods for faking and aging items are endless, making it impossible to guard against them.
Moreover, there's one rule there. Once sold, no returns.
Buyers who get scammed just have to accept their bad luck. In the past, Lin Dong had always steered clear of such places, fearing he'd be swindled. But now, times have changed. Armed with god-tier appraisal skills, he could see the true value of any item with crystal clarity. These piercing eyes were practically born for treasure appraisal.
Let's go.
Lin Dong slammed his foot on the gas pedal.
The Panamera roared like a beast.
In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the antique street. No sooner had he parked and stepped out than a chorus of vendors' cries began to rise and fall.
Travelers from near and far, come and see.
Take a look. Freshly unearthed from the field, this jade Buddha, just look at that luster and texture.
Absolutely top-notch.
Bro, take a look, these are all the real deal. For a moment, Lin Dong felt like he'd stepped into a bustling market. But what was being sold here weren't a few cents worth of wilted greens, these were genuine antiques worth thousands or even tens of thousands. Lin Dong knew nothing about antiques.
So he just skimmed the surface, casually browsing around.
A few vendors spotted his inexperience and approached him with smiles, pitching their wares. Sir, you clearly know your stuff, you're examining everything so closely. Lin Dong gave a faint smile to the vendor who approached him.
You're right. I only look at these things, I don't touch them.
The vendor froze, momentarily speechless.
Haha, just kidding. This snuff bottle looks pretty good to me.
Lin Dong chuckled heartily. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up an exquisitely crafted brown snuff bottle to examine it. He knew little about such items, but his god-tier appraisal skills saw every detail.
With a flick of his thoughts, detailed information instantly filled his vision. Qing Dynasty carved jade snuff bottle replica. Value, 60 yuan. Authentic value, 600,000 yuan. Put.
That big of a difference? Lin Dong suspected it was a fake, but he never imagined it would be so poorly made. A snuff bottle worth 600,000 yuan, and your fake is only worth 60 yuan.
How about it? Not bad, huh, big brother?
Not asking for much, 6,000 yuan. Consider it a gesture of friendship.
Oof.
Lin Dong rolled his eyes, leaving the vendor to figure it out for himself.
The vendor frowned.
He hadn't expected to intimidate Lin Dong.
Then he smiled and said, think it's too expensive?
I'll make an exception and knock off another 1,000.
5,000, that's the absolute bottom line. 5,000? It's not even worth 500.
Lin Dong snorted coldly and turned to walk away. Just then, he suddenly noticed an item inside the vendor's stall emitting a faint golden glow. This was the divine tier appraisal skill alerting him to a treasure.
Seems not all these goods are counterfeit.
Instead, they were selling a mix of genuine and fake items. This way, more people would be deceived. The next moment, he fixed his gaze on the glowing little object.
Feedback came swiftly. Qing Dynasty jade thumb ring with longevity pattern. Value, 1.2 million yuan.
It was a jade ring, white with hints of green and carved patterns, though slightly worn and not particularly appealing to the eye.
Amidst a collection of exquisitely crafted snuff bottles, it was indeed inconspicuous. Yet, at a glance, Lin Dong knew it was the most valuable item there. He decided to buy it on the spot. Though he wasn't an expert, he'd seen enough TV dramas to know one crucial rule: never let the seller know you're truly interested in an item. Otherwise, the seller would jack up the price or refuse to sell altogether. Ahem, 5,000 yuan. That seems a bit steep, doesn't it?
Lin Dong feigned hesitation.
It was a bit steep, but he didn't walk away immediately. That meant there was hope. The vendor's eyes lit up at once, thinking he'd landed a big fish. Oh my, 5,000 is already rock bottom. You won't find it cheaper anywhere else. This snuff bottle comes from a Qing Dynasty royal household. The craftsmanship, the skill, it's not something ordinary folk can appreciate. Only imperial relatives and nobility could afford it. The vendor launched into a flurry of praise, practically hailing this fake as a masterpiece. Lin Dong feigned hesitation, glancing casually at the item on the ground. Fine, 5,000 it is. But you'll have to throw in a couple of little trinkets. How about that slightly chipped snuff bottle and the jade thimble? Deal. The peddler was overjoyed inside. That chipped snuff bottle and jade thimble were both items he'd collected from the village. Together, they cost him 1,000 yuan. By this calculation, he'd still make a net profit of several thousand. No way, that'd mean I'd be losing money. I can only throw in one extra item at most. Lin Dong nodded and began to pick and choose. Finally, he reluctantly picked up the jade ring. This one should be acceptable, right? If you agree, cash on delivery. Fine. I'll part with it, reluctantly, consider it a gesture of friendship. Alipay transaction confirmed, 5,000 yuan. Haha, fools are everywhere. The next moment, the vendor happily checked the payment, completely unaware of the sly gleam in Lin Dong's eyes. Later, he found a secluded spot and casually tossed the snuff bottle aside. Then he began to carefully examine the jade knuckle duster. Spent 5,000, turned it around and made 1,200,000. This deal was pure profit. Chapter 57, Snagging a Bargain. Lin Dong was in high spirits, humming a tune as he continued walking. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, someone blocked his path. It was a young man wearing aviator sunglasses and a floral shirt. Behind him trailed two burly bodyguards. He looked like he had money to burn. Hey, buddy, wanna sell that jade bracelet? I heard you paid 5,000 for it. I'll give you 10 times that 50,000. How about it? 50,000? Poof. Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Forget 50,000, even 100,000 wouldn't cover his losses. So he simply shook his head. Without another word, he kept walking. Unexpectedly, the man in the flowery shirt wasn't giving up. He waved his hand generously and offered a bit more money. 100,000. 100,000 for your jade ring, what do you say? The loud shout from the man in the flowery shirt. It instantly drew the attention of many people. Everyone wanted to see what treasure could be worth 100,000. Among them was the vendor from earlier. Isn't that Chi Wenbin, young Master Chi? The scion of Daki Real Estate. Young Master Chi has no other hobbies, he just loves collecting antiques and calligraphy. What can you do? Rich folks just love that sort of thing. I've heard that Mr. Chi has a keen eye. He must have spotted a treasure today, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken up. Amidst the buzz of conversation, the vendor who had just sold Lin Dong the snuff bottle suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. When he realized Chi Wenbin intended to buy his jade thimble, his eyes widened instantly. Holy! My jade ring! Isn't that just a cheap imitation from the countryside? How could it possibly be worth 100,000? The vendor panicked. Never in a million years did I expect that the most unassuming jade ring would turn out to be genuine. It was worth more than all his junk snuff bottles put together. At that moment, the vendor was kicking himself. Meanwhile, seeing the crowd gathering around him, Chi Wenbin grew even more confident. Friends, go ask around. Who doesn't know my reputation on Antique Street? I'm famously willing to spend big. If I like something, I'll pay whatever it takes. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in deep agreement. His two bodyguards chimed in enthusiastically, giving him a thumbs up. Young Master Chi is so generous. Lin Dong, however, wore a dismissive smile. And he's throwing money around like it's nothing. Just a fool with too much money, right? I don't care if you're Mr. Chi or whatever. I said this jade ring isn't for sale. 10,000? Are you trying to tip a beggar? Lin Dong snorted coldly, utterly indifferent to the strange looks from those around him. Then, he deliberately slipped the jade ring onto his thumb, flaunting it right in front of Chi Wenbin. This infuriated Chi Wenbin to no end. It was the first time anyone had ever refused him. At the same time, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be that this kid was an expert? Did he know this jade ring was worth a fortune? Impossible. I've been on this street for so long and never seen him before. He must be faking it. Chi Wenbin shook his head. In his view, Lin Dong knew nothing about jade rings. He just wanted more money, so he pretended to refuse. I get it, you just want money, right? Name your price as long as I can afford it. Chi Wenbin gave a cold laugh, folding his arms as he waited for Lin Dong to name his price. In his view, even if Lin Dong made a demand, he wouldn't dare ask for too much. Worst case, he'd just pocket a little less. Wow, young Master Chi actually letting this kid name his own price? That's giving him way too much face. Yeah, if I were him, I'd just hand the jade ring over to young Master Chi. Who knows? Maybe we could even become friends. That jade ring looks like a piece of junk. Is it really worth that much? The crowd chattered away, all agreeing that Lin Dong was being ungrateful. The vendor seized the moment, forcing his way through the crowd like a treasure hunter, proudly displaying his collection of snuff bottles. Young Master Chi, that jade ring he's wearing? He bought it from me. I've got some real gems here, take a look. Not 10,000, just 7 or 8,000 will do. The vendor's face was plastered with smiles, clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin merely glanced at them before dismissing him with a single word. Get lost. What kind of junk are you trying to sell me? You think I'm an idiot? With that, Chi Wenbin ignored the vendor and turned his attention back to Lin Dong. Friend, have you made up your mind yet? Seeing this, Lin Dong's lips curled into a faint smile. You want me to name my price? You're the one who brought it up. Fine. 150,000. Cash on delivery. What? Hearing that figure, everyone's jaws dropped. The previous vendor was struck dumb, stuttering in shock. 1,500,000? This kid really has some nerve. That's outrageous. Has he lost his mind? Jumping from 100,000 to 1.5 million?
Yet astonishingly, upon hearing the figure, Chi Wenbin first froze in shock. Then, he actually stroked his chin and fell silent.
He was considering it. He actually felt that 1.5 million wasn't entirely out of the question. Damn it, this kid, could he be snagging a steal? A jade ring for 1.5 million? Could it be something the emperor once wore? Look! Someone fainted? Call an ambulance.
Amidst the commotion, a man began foaming at the mouth, seemingly suffering a heart attack, and collapsed to the ground.
That look of utter frustration, wasn't that the vendor? My jade ring. My 1.5 million.
Lin Dong shook his head at the sight.
What can you do? You just couldn't see what was right in front of you. Damn it. Carry him away. Chi Wenbin waved his hand impatiently.
2 bodyguards tossed the vendor aside without a second thought, indifferent to his fate.
The immediate priority was to seize the jade ring. Chi Wenbin recognized it as a Qing dynasty jade ring, undoubtedly valuable.
But he didn't know its exact worth.
1,500,000 yuan? The risk was too great. After a moment's hesitation, Chi Wenbin shook his head. No, I can only go up to 500,000. Do me a favor, let's be friends.
If you ever run into trouble on Antique Street, just mention you know Chi Wenbin.
It'll work.
Before he finished speaking, 2 burly bodyguards approached Lin Dong. By the looks of things, Lin Dong would have to sell today whether he wanted to or not.
Otherwise, he might not make it out of this street alive. Poof. Lin Dong's response was equally simple. If you don't have the money, just say so. Why go through all this? All that fuss, and I thought you were loaded. Sigh, honestly, I didn't want to sell it to you either.
This jade ring would be perfect for holding down joss paper. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin froze in surprise. The others were utterly dumbfounded.
Weigh down joss paper? A piece worth 15 million, and you're using it to weigh down funeral paper? Are you out of your mind?
Yet the more indifferent Lin Dongye appeared, the more it exposed Chi Wenbin's short-sighted ambition. For a moment, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Young Master Chi, this guy's asking for trouble. 2 bodyguards, unable to tolerate it any longer, stepped forward on either side, ready to restrain Lin Dong and force him to hand over the jade ring.
Chapter 58, The Auction.
Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had never intended to flee from the start. He grabbed his phone and began shouting at the top of his lungs.
Everyone, look!
Chi Wenbin, the rich second-generation heir of Daki real estate, is assaulting people.
Forced buying and selling. These people are all witnesses.
Chi Wenbin's mind went blank as he realized Lin Dong's camera was trained directly on him.
Get back here. Chi Wenbin's face flushed crimson.
Suddenly filled with regret, he cursed himself for revealing his identity.
Wasn't this just handing over ammunition? If Lin Dong leaked the video online, the backlash would be devastating. His family's Daki real estate would suffer irreparable damage. Sacrificing the company's market value for a jade ring was utterly not worth it.
The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances.
Now, they truly dared not make a move.
Seeing this, Lin Dong gave a cold laugh.
You want to mess with me? You're still too green. Enough. Move aside. I'm busy. No time to play house with you lot. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be rich. Can't even cough up 1.5 million? Put. You. Chi Wenbin's face flushed crimson, his rage boiling over like a pressure cooker ready to explode. Kid, what's your name? Lin Dong. Fine. I'll remember you. Get out. Chi Wenbin's face darkened as he slunk away, flanked by his 2 bodyguards.
Though he appeared magnanimous, he was actually the most petty-minded of men. Now, he had added Lin Dong to his list of targets for revenge. Given the chance, he would definitely get his revenge. Watching them walk away, Lin Dong finally put away his phone. Humming a tune, he strolled down the street oblivious to those around him. He wasn't worried about whether Chi Wenbin would seek revenge.
Hurry up, or we'll miss the auction. What's the rush? We can't afford it anyway.
Every single antique in there costs over $1 million.
You know nothing.
I heard Jubao Studio brought back tons of treasures from abroad this time.
Even if we can't afford them, we can still look.
2 men hurried past Lin Dong, muttering something under their breath. Lin Dong pricked up his ears and quickly caught the key words.
Auction. There are treasures. Bargain hunting. How embarrassing, just arrived and I stumbled right into this.
Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile as he toyed with the $1 million jade ring. He'd been fretting over where to showcase his skills, but now, just as he was dozing off, someone handed him a pillow.
Seeing the 2 hadn't gone far, Lin Dong immediately followed. Before long, they arrived before a pavilion.
2 imposing stone lions stood guard at the entrance, while vermilion pillars supported the 3-story structure. Its exterior resembled a pagoda, while its interior boasted a unique layout. Every detail radiated one word: elegance. Above the entrance hung a plaque bearing 3 characters written in sweeping, elegant calligraphy. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Lin Dong's eyes lit up instantly.
The decor of this treasure-gathering studio was not as lavish as that of the Imperial KTV. Yet, nearly standing at the entrance, he felt like a high-ranking official or noble. He surmised that the treasures inside must be extraordinary. Just as Lin Dong was about to step inside, he was stopped by security. "Sir, please present your invitation." Invitation? Lin Dong froze for a moment. They hadn't mentioned needing an invitation when he arrived. It quickly dawned on him. Auctions like this required financial verification before entry to prevent disruptions. Those two men earlier had probably been turned away at the door. That's why he hadn't seen them. Those who received invitations were all prominent figures in Tianhai City. "I'm afraid you can't enter without an invitation. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering." The security guard waved Lin Dong away impatiently upon seeing he lacked an invitation. Uninvited guests? Lin Dong wasn't giving up. He smiled and asked, "Is there no other way to get in besides an invitation?" The guard frowned, irritably replying, "You can also get in by verifying your assets. As long as you have over 5 million, you can walk right in. The question is, do you have that kind of money?" Just as expected. Lin Dong smiled faintly, pulled his bank card from his pocket, and tossed it into the guard's hand. "Hurry up, please. And arrange a seat near the front for me." The guard froze. This guy doesn't even have an invitation, yet he talks a big game. Arranging a seat for him? Did he really think he was some kind of VIP? The guard didn't bother with small talk, simply taking the card and heading inside. Tap tap tap. In less than half a minute, the guard came rushing out, flustered and out of breath. Mr. Lin, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Our boss said that from now on, whenever you come, you don't need an invitation, just give us a heads up. Your seat is in private room number 9, heaven. Please follow me." Ha! What a laugh, so arrogant before, so obsequious now. Just moments ago, he was looking at me with utter contempt, calling me an unwelcome outsider. Now he acts like he's met a living ancestor. Understood. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to argue, merely responding with a flat tone. Seeing he hadn't lost his temper, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, he'd swiped the bank card and got the shock of his life. Lin Dong's account held a staggering 1 billion yuan. That kind of wealth could practically let him walk all over Tianhai City. 10 billion in cash meant assets worth at least 100 billion. And here he was, showing him disrespect just now. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Security rushed to report the matter. The owner of Jubo Shai took this very seriously and immediately reserved the Tianzi number 9 private room for Lin Dong. He also instructed the security guard to make sure Lin Dong was treated exceptionally well. If anything went wrong, he'd be fired on the spot. Before long, the security guard led Lin Dong to private room number 9, the heaven room. 9, the pinnacle of the cosmic spectrum. 9, the ultimate number. The combination of the two clearly signifies the room's supreme prestige. "Mr. Lin, here is tonight's auction schedule and details of the items up for bid. Please review them." Once Lin Dong was seated, the security guard respectfully presented him with an exquisitely bound booklet. It detailed every item up for auction. Oil paintings by Western masters, heirloom sculptures, authentic calligraphy. A diverse array of over 20 pieces. Moreover, the starting bids ranged from a minimum of 100,000 to a staggering 10 million. The item commanding 10 million was a jade artifact. The Hongshan Grand Jade Dragon. This serpentine dragon, shaped like the letter C, features sharp, defined edges and a lifelike appearance, dating back thousands of years. The other jade artifacts unearthed alongside it are all housed in the Beijing Museum. For reasons unknown, it found its way into private hands and now appears at this auction. It is precisely this rare treasure that has made this auction exceptionally sensational, attracting numerous collectors and major investors. Moreover, beyond its collectible value, this great jade dragon possesses a unique function. Harmonizing yin and yang, nourishing both. Strengthen the body, invigorate the blood, and relax the tendons. Nourishes essence and vitality, prolongs life and promotes longevity. Lin Dong read the inscription several times, nearly unable to contain his laughter. This damn thing is basically an aphrodisiac. Wow, an antique with such miraculous effects for treating kidney deficiency. No wonder so many bigwigs are clamoring for it. At their age, they're right in the prime of their decline. "Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just call me if you need anything." Lin Dong gave a slight nod and turned back to the brochure. He wanted to see if anything caught his attention. Chapter 59, Enemies Meet Unexpectedly. Meanwhile, a familiar face also appeared outside the doors of Juba Studio. "Good day, young Master Chi." Same as always, private room number 9. The man wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt was none other than Chi Wenbin, the scion of Daki Real Estate. He was now giving instructions to the security guards as if they were his servants. Usually, leveraging his family connections, he always secured the Tianzi number 9 private room for auctions. But today, the security guard didn't immediately lead the way. Instead, they looked at him with a troubled expression and cautiously said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, but private room number 9 is already occupied."
However, the boss has reserved suite 10 for you.
What? Shi Wenbin froze. Who dared to take his room? Dong dong. At that moment, a bell tolled. Young Master Qi, the auction is about to begin.
What do you say? The security guard offered a sheepish smile. Shi Wenbin was about to explode, but upon hearing the chime, he knew the auction was about to start and forced himself to suppress his anger. Then he reached into his pocket and touched the bank card. This time at the auction, he was determined to secure that treasure. Now, he couldn't be bothered with which private room he was in.
Esteemed guests, good evening. I am Shang Sihai, the auctioneer for this event and proprietor of Jubao Gallery.
On stage, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a traditional Chinese tunic walked gracefully forward, bowing with clasped hands.
The crowd below the stage was buzzing with excitement.
At a glance, the crowd was filled with dignitaries and the wealthy.
Jubiozai holds such auctions once a month.
But today marked the first time it had ever been so packed.
The reason? The Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Lot 1, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase depicting Gaguzi descending the mountain.
A Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar depicting the legendary strategist Gaguzi descending the mountain.
Starting bid, 500,000.
As the opening lot of the auction, this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece was priced neither too high nor too low, appealing to the vast majority of buyers.
Sure enough, many were tempted, raising their bid cards one after another. Seat 18, 510,000. Seat 20, 530,000. Seat 79, 600,000.
Shang Sihai called out each bid, each higher than the last.
The auction atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Private room number 9.
Lin Dong felt his blood boil.
It was his first time attending an antique auction and his first time witnessing such extravagant spending. Just scribbling down a number meant hundreds of thousands gone in an instant.
But the thought of the 10 billion yuan sitting in his bank account gradually calmed his restless thoughts.
With his current assets, he could easily afford every single item up for auction.
Even throwing down 1 million wouldn't turn a 10-digit sum into a 9-digit one.
Lin Dong then focused his attention on the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece. With a flick of his thoughts, his god-tier appraisal skill activated. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar depicting Gaguzi descending the mountain. Value, 1.5 million. Not bad. No wonder so many people are scrambling for it. Anything under $1 million is a steal.
If the price is right, it could be fun to play around with. Lin Dong's lips curved upward as he formulated a plan. Before long, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain had been bid up to 800,000. The bidders were no longer as numerous as before. Only a portly boss with a double chin and a wealthy lady in a cheongsam remained.
Seat 20, 830,000. Seat 79, 900,000. Seat 20, 1 million. Oh? Lin Dong's eyes lit up.
The elegant lady appeared reserved, yet her bidding was relentless, each raise adding 100,000.
As expected, the plump boss was drenched in sweat as he conceded defeat.
He gave the noblewoman an awkward smile, watching helplessly as the coveted piece slipped into another's hands. To Lin Dong, paying $1 million for this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain wasn't particularly worthwhile. After fees, the profit would be a mere 200,000 or 300,000. That amount wouldn't even cover the cost of the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist.
Subsequently, several more items were brought to the auction. Celebrity calligraphy and paintings, ancient copper coins, seals and porcelain.
Lin Dong scanned them all, but none caught his eye. Either the prices were too low, or they wouldn't yield much profit even if purchased. Finally, when the auction attendant brought up another item, Lin Dong's eyes lit up.
Next lot, Qing Dynasty Coral 18-bead bracelet.
As the name suggests, this is an 18-bead bracelet crafted primarily from coral.
It carries auspicious symbolism, promoting calmness and focus. Starting bid, 200,000. Only 200,000? Lin Dong froze.
This coral bracelet radiated a golden glow reserved for treasures of unparalleled beauty.
How could it possibly be worth so little? Could it be the divine appraisal technique made a mistake?
Refusing to believe it, Lin Dong checked again.
Qing Dynasty 18-bead coral bracelet containing glass-type jadeite. Value, 25 million. Holy! Lin Dong couldn't hold back and let out a curse. I knew it, that's why this bracelet radiates such an aura of preciousness.
Turns out there's a hidden secret inside a real treasure trove.
Each coral bead is inlaid with a glass like jadeite. There are 18 beads in total, exactly 18 jadeite spheres. So many people handled this bracelet without discovering its secret. It's practically divine intervention.
This is worth 25 million. Only a fool wouldn't pick it up.
The next moment, almost simultaneously, two voices rang out from the audience. Lot 9, 200,000. Lot 10, 200,000. Ha! Lin Dong froze. He hadn't expected anyone to bid against him. Could it be that someone else had also caught on to the trick?
He certainly wouldn't let this windfall slip away, continuing to raise the stakes.
Lot 9, 300,000. Meanwhile, Shi Wenbin was equally baffled. He wanted to buy the coral bracelet because a business partner of his family liked it and he intended to give it as a gift. Unexpectedly, the person in the TNZ number 9 private room wanted it too. This only fueled Chi Wenbin's already boiling anger. Refusing to back down, he pressed a string of numbers. Room 10, 400,000. Room 9, 500,000. What? Chi Wenbin's brow furrowed. Was this guy deliberately targeting him? Uncertain of the other party's background, he decided to test the waters. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Friend in room 9, this is Chi Wenbin from Daki Real Estate. Would you be willing to part with your coral bracelet? Consider it a favor to me and let's be friends." By design, private rooms were separated from the public seating area. This was to prevent wealthy patrons from revealing their identities. Now, for this coral bracelet, Chi Wenbin had no choice but to call out across the room. "What's going on? Why is young Master Chi in private room 10? He's always been in room 9, right? Looks like some big shot showed up and is going head to head with young Master Chi. Is a lousy coral bracelet really worth all this fuss?" The crowd buzzed with speculation. Everyone felt the coral bracelet wasn't worth the price. It wasn't worth offending Chi Wenbin over. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chi Wenbin reveal his identity, the TNZ number 9 private room not only refused to back down but raised their bid even more aggressively. Room 9, 800,000. Chapter 60, The Broken Bracelet. 800,000? Chi Wenbin was stunned. It's just a broken bracelet. How could it possibly be worth that much? He didn't know that while the coral bracelet looked worn and shabby, the glass-like jade inside was priceless, a true masterpiece. So it was you bastard from the Chi family. Better left unsaid. Now that you've mentioned it, I'll make sure to outbid you. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Sure enough, Chi Wenbin couldn't swallow his pride and pressed the button again. Lot 10, 1.2 million. After a long silence, number 9 remained motionless. Finally backing down? Seeing this, Chi Wenbin felt a pang of regret mixed with a surge of satisfaction. You snatched my room, and now you want to snatch my bid too? You think you're worthy? All of this was observed by Shang Sihai. He immediately raised his gavel and announced in a deep voice, 1,200,000, going once. 1,200,000, going twice. 1,200,000, going once. Suddenly, a voice rang out from room 9. I'll bid 2 million. Any more bids? The room fell completely silent. All eyes turned in unison, faces frozen in shock. Who on earth was this sucker? A crappy bracelet, 2 million? What a waste of money. Chi Wenbin's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. You win. This worthless bracelet is yours. Who'd have thought someone could be even more reckless with money than me? Chi Wenbin spoke in a sarcastic tone, desperately trying to save face. For some reason, he felt the other person's voice sounded vaguely familiar. 2 million, going once. 2 million, going twice. 2 million, going once. Congratulations to VIP number 9, who has won the coral bracelet. Seeing Lin Dong finally make a bid, Shang Sihai's eyes lit up. For an auction, 2 million wasn't a huge sum. But it's not about how much you spend, it's about whether you spend at all. Once he got off to a good start, Lin Dong would become a key client for Treasure House. The thought of the 10 billion in cash in Lin Dong's account made Shang Sihai beam with delight, his face glowing with joy. Meanwhile, the room erupted in a clamor. 2 million for a crappy bracelet? Are you out of your mind? My grandfather's treasured jade bracelet was only worth 3 million. A string of 18 beads made from cheap coral? How could it possibly be worth that much? Who is this big shot? Could he be young Master Chi's sworn enemy? Otherwise, who would be such a sucker? To everyone present, Lin Dong was either brain dead or harbored a grudge against Chi Wenbin. Otherwise, there was no way he'd shell out such a fortune for a piece of junk. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Chi Wenbin's eyes burned red with fury, his teeth gnashing in frustration. He was relieved he hadn't been the sucker, yet he felt thoroughly humiliated and unsettled. Investigate. Get on it immediately. Who the hell is in room 9? Yes, young Master Chi. The two bodyguards nodded. Just as I was about to investigate who that mysterious buyer was, Lin Dong's voice rang out again in the venue. Young Master Chi, if you truly love this bracelet, I'm willing to part with it reluctantly and sell it to you. My asking price isn't high, just 10 million. What? Chi Wenbin was stunned. The others gasped in shock. This crappy bracelet, no one would even pay over 200,000 for it. This guy was asking for an exorbitant price, 10 million yuan. He was either out of his mind or treating everyone like fools. Hey, buddy, you're pushing it a bit too far, aren't you? Do you think we're all idiots and you're the only smart one? A crappy bracelet and he wants 10 million? With that kind of money, I could buy a villa. The crowd chattered angrily, clearly displeased with Lin Dong. Shang Sihai also felt Lin Dong's behavior was excessive. However, as the owner of Treasure Gathering Studio, he had to step in and smooth things over. Ahem, everyone, don't misunderstand, this gentleman was just joking. That. Shang Sihai was cut off mid-sentence by Chi Wenbin. He then kicked open the door to room 10 and pointed at room 9, shouting, so that's why the voice sounded familiar, it's you little punk. Lin Dong, if you've got the guts, come out here. These two know each other? Shang Sihai's face paled. This is bad, he thought.
No wonder Lin Dong and Qi Wenbin were at each other's throats. It turned out that enemies always find each other.
Ha!
I thought young Master Qi was too busy to remember me, but it seems you haven't forgotten.
That's right, it's me.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, meeting Qi Wenbin's murderous glare without flinching as he stepped forward unabashedly. Seeing this young, unfamiliar face, the crowd was utterly baffled.
Who was this big shot? He looked rather unfamiliar. Young Master Qi, we do have a grudge between us.
But this time, you're judging a gentleman by a petty man's standards.
Lin Dong chuckled, I genuinely wanted to sell you the bracelet.
10 million was absolutely a friendship price.
Bull.
Qi Wenbin glared at Lin Dong with fury, bellowing, this piece of junk isn't worth 20,000.
You've got some nerve. Hearing this, Shang Sihai's expression froze. Meanwhile,
Lin Dong didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, what if this bracelet is worth over 10 million?
Worth 10 million?
I'd eat this whole table right off the ground.
Qi Wenbin snarled. Don't you dare. This table belongs to Boss Shang. What gives you the right to come here scamming free food and drinks?
Lin Dong chuckled, revealing his true intentions.
How about we make a bet? If this bracelet is worth 10 million, you call me grandpa. If it's not. Qi Wenbin's eyes lit up. Money wasn't his problem, it was his pride. If it's not worth that much, you still have to call me. Call me what? Lin Dong asked deliberately. Without hesitation, Qi Wenbin blurted out, Grandpa. Ha? Lin Dong responded.
In an instant, the entire venue fell dead silent.
Then, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha! That kid's so sneaky.
He's got some nerve, trying to trick young Master Qi.
Shoo, keep it down. Haven't you seen how green Qi Wenbin's face is?
Seeing everyone's reactions, Qi Wenbin finally caught on, his face flushing redder than if he'd eaten.
Damn it, trying to trick me. Lin Dong shook his head. Don't frame me, I never said anything.
You were the one who volunteered to shout.
You.
Just as Qi Wenbin was about to explode, Shang Sihai cut him off.
Mr. Lin, this coral bracelet has already been appraised by our Jibiozai. Its maximum value is 300,000 yuan. How would you like to verify this?
Shang Sihai felt a pang of anxiety for Lin Dong. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder. Where did Lin Dong get the confidence to claim the bracelet was worth over 10 million?
Haha, it's quite simple.
Please have Mr. Shang find a cutting machine to slice open the coral bracelet. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned once more. Lin Dong had just spent a whopping 2 million to acquire this bracelet. And now, before he'd even had a chance to enjoy it, he was being told to cut it open? He wasn't just a sucker, he was a complete spendthrift. Qi Wenbin was also taken aback. Over the years, he'd spent tens of millions on luxury cars, yachts, and villas. But he'd never thrown down 2 million like Lin Dong just to hear the sound of it. Could it be that this guy really has some kind of powerful connections?
Chapter 61, Calling Him Grandpa. Meanwhile, hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Sihai's pupils contracted sharply.
As the owner of Treasure House, he knew the tricks of the trade when it came to hiding valuables.
Some antiques, due to their immense value and the trouble they attract, collectors would find another worthless antique to use as a decoy, hiding the true priceless treasure inside.
Years ago, a genuine Tang Bovu painting was discovered hidden within a Qing dynasty landscape scroll, sending shockwaves through the entire antique world.
Could this coral bracelet be another such case?
The thought sent a tingling sensation through Shang Sihai's body, and he rushed to find the cutting machine.
Soon, several staff members brought the equipment and placed the unassuming coral bracelet on the cutting table. Lin Dong, why all this fancy nonsense?
Why not just call me Grandpa now and spare yourself the embarrassment later, Qi Wenbin sneered. In his eyes, this coral bracelet was nothing but trash. No matter how much fuss they made over it, it couldn't possibly be worth 10 million. The others shared the same sentiment. They could already picture Lin Dong looking disheveled and humiliated, bowing and scraping as he addressed young Master Qi. Facing the mocking stares of everyone present, Lin Dong smiled faintly, unmoved.
Don't rush.
The moment of truth was about to unfold. Soon, the cutting machine started up. All eyes were fixed intently on the display stand.
Qi Wenbin couldn't help but crane his neck, peering over with curiosity. For some reason, he couldn't shake an ominous feeling.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a corner of the 18-bead coral bracelet was sliced off.
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just an ordinary coral bead. Ha! Lin Dong, you lose. I knew it, this thing's worthless. You're still pretending. Haha, that's hilarious. Qi Wenbin laughed so hard tears were practically streaming down his face.
He thought it was something big, but it turned out to be Lin Dong taking a big dump.
Whoa!
The others all let out boos, their faces full of disdain.
Is that it? What a waste of anticipation. What's this Lin Dong playing at?
First he brings in a cutting machine, then he halts the auction.
All that effort for nothing. What a wastrel. 2 million down the drain. For a moment, nearly everyone was mocking Lin Dong. Shang Sihai's expression wasn't much better either. He'd gone to all that trouble to set the stage for Lin Dong's performance, and this was the result? Enough, Lin Dong. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and call me Grandpa.
Shi Wenbin crossed his arms, deliberately tilting his chin up to look down on Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong remained as calm as ever, smiling and shaking his head.
What's the rush? I haven't even touched what's hidden inside yet. Put.
Shi Wenbin snorted coldly, sneering, "You're on the brink of death and still putting on airs.
Do you really think you're? Look. There's something." What? Someone shouted out. Instantly, all eyes turned.
Shan Sihai carefully cut through the coral bracelet. When he caught sight of that imperial green hue, both his hands began to tremble slightly.
Jadeite? And it's glass like imperial green.
Instantly, the entire room erupted in a roar of astonishment.
Glass like jadeite represents the pinnacle of jade, characterized by abundant translucency and a mirror-like brilliance that is utterly breathtaking. Imperial green, moreover, represents the purest hue within the glass-like variety.
It possesses the vibrant green of emerald while retaining a solemn, unique elegance, truly the imperial jewel of jadeite. On the market, even a single small piece of glass like imperial green jadeite can easily fetch millions. If every bead of the coral bracelet contained such jadeite, its value would easily surpass 20 million. No wonder Lin Dong had the nerve to boast it was worth at least 10 million.
Now it seems he was being conservative. Clang! Shi Wenbin plopped down onto the floor, staring at that streak of imperial green with utter disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? This must be fake. Shi Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations. Today, you've truly stumbled upon a treasure. Shan Sihai grinned so widely his forehead wrinkles showed. Who would have thought Lin Dong wasn't bluffing? He genuinely spotted the treasure inside. Meanwhile, the buyers below the stage erupted in a roar of astonishment. Am I dreaming? This plain-looking bracelet actually hides jadeite, and not just any jadeite, but glass like imperial green worth over 20 million. Unbelievable. Even movies wouldn't dare to film something like this. No wonder this bracelet was so big and clunky, it had a whole hidden world inside. Stop being so wise after the event. Lin Dong is incredible. Did he see this coming all along? Just moments ago, Lin Dong was the target of everyone's criticism and condemnation. Now, he's suddenly everyone's golden boy. Everyone was praising Lin Dong's sharp eye and his ability to appraise treasures from afar, comparing him to certain masters. Seeing that streak of imperial green, the weight finally lifted from Lin Dong's heart. Though he had known this secret all along. But knowing was one thing. Only when he actually saw it did he feel truly at ease. Before long, Shan Sihai had cut the coral bracelet into scattered pieces. Then, he carefully extracted all 18 glass-like imperial green beads from within, placing them gently on a golden velvet cloth, as if afraid they might get bumped or scratched. Lin Dong nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Shan Sihai's meticulousness. Mr. Shang, could you give me an estimate? How much are these jadeite beads worth? Shang Sihai paused. After a moment's consideration, he offered his appraisal. I've handled countless antique treasures and examined numerous jade pieces, but jade beads of such exceptional quality and complete preservation are a first for me. I'd say it's worth at least 25 million. Whoosh! The room erupted in astonishment. 2 million turned into 25 million? Lin Dong wasn't some reckless spendthrift, he was a veritable money god. What a score! What? 25 million? Shi Wenbin had barely caught his breath when he nearly fainted again. Just now, Lin Dong only wanted 10 million. If he'd bought it then, he'd be sitting on a 15 million yuan profit right now. Young Master Qi! Young Master Qi! Seeing Shi Wenbin about to faint again, the bodyguard quickly pinched his nose. Just then, Lin Dong's teasing voice rang out. Alright, Mr. Qi, stop playing dead. Don't forget, you still owe me a grandpa you haven't called yet, big grandson. Lin Dong never missed an opportunity to kick someone when they were down. Besides, who asked Shi Wenbin to pick a fight with him and even resort to violence? People like that simply couldn't be indulged. You. Shi Wenbin trembled as he pointed at Lin Dong, fuming with rage. Young Master Qi, in front of all these witnesses, you wouldn't be trying to renege on your debt, would you? Lin Dong pressed coldly, his voice icy. Or is breaking promises the standard operating procedure for Daki real estate? If word gets out, how will your company ever do business again? Chapter 62, The Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Shi Wenbin's face drained of color. As the eldest son of the Qi family, he feared nothing under heaven except his own father. If this affected the family business, his father would beat him to death. Helpless, Shi Wenbin forced himself to swallow his frustration and anger, steeled his nerves, and muttered with his head bowed. Grandfather! Speak up! I didn't catch that. Grandfather! Shi Wenbin shouted angrily. For a moment, everyone nearly burst out laughing. Who would have thought that Shi Wenbin, the arrogant, self-important young master who always flaunted his power, would end up being pinned down by the neck, shouting grandpa at someone. And shouting so loudly at that. Today was definitely worth the trip. Meanwhile, everyone was intensely curious about Lin Dong's identity. What kind of background does he have to repeatedly toy with Qi Wenbin? Young Master Qi, hold back. You absolutely must hold back. Don't forget we came to the auction for an important matter today.
Noticing Qi Wenbin's unsettled expression, his two bodyguards hurriedly tried to calm him down.
Only then did Qi Wenbin recall the purpose of his attendance.
That treasure would determine the happiness of the rest of his life.
Fine, I'll hold back. Lin Dong, you better not fall into my hands.
Qi Wenbin took a deep breath, flopped onto the sofa, and forced himself to calm down. But he couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened.
Who exactly is this Lin Dong? How did he know that Imperial Green Jade was hidden inside that crappy bracelet? Could it be he and Shang Sihai colluded to set me up?
The moment this thought surfaced in his mind, Qi Wenbin shook his head.
First off, did Shang Sihai even have the guts?
The real question was, he hadn't spent a single penny.
What would he gain?
The only plausible explanation was that Lin Dong was deliberately causing trouble for him. Young Master Qi, as per your instructions, we've thoroughly investigated this Lin Dong's background. Just days ago, he was a lowly office worker earning 3,000 a month who got dumped by his girlfriend. Then, out of nowhere, he started splurging, buying a Porsche, expensive watches, and even booking the presidential suite at Dynasty Hotel for a month. I suspect he hit the jackpot.
That's it?
Qi Wenbin froze for a moment. He'd assumed Lin Dong was some spoiled rich kid.
Turns out he's just a nouveau riche. Still, that didn't explain how Lin Dong knew about Imperial Green. Could it be a lucky coincidence? Impossible.
Once, twice, but not a third time such luck doesn't exist.
Forget it. We'll deal with it after the auction.
The priority now is to secure that treasure.
We'll deal with that kid later. Qi Wenbin gritted his teeth and held back for now.
He hadn't forgotten why he was at this auction in the first place.
Just then, Shang Sihai's voice echoed through the hall. Esteemed guests.
The final item to be presented is the most valuable, oldest, and most exceptionally preserved masterpiece of its kind, both domestically and internationally.
It is? Shang Sihai swept his hand dramatically, revealing the red cloth.
A mysterious jade artifact, as thick as a human wrist, appeared before everyone. Its form was unique and exquisite, resembling a coiled, snow-white divine dragon. This was the grand finale of the auction, the Hongshan Great Jade Dragon.
Wow! The main event is here. After waiting 2 hours, it's finally here.
Over half the crowd had come specifically for it. Among them were many well-fed business tycoons. The moment they saw the Great Jade Dragon, they all gasped, their faces lighting up with excitement. The reason was simple. This Hongshan Jade Dragon not only held immense collectible value but also possessed a special function. It made men feel like tigers and dragons, restoring their virility. As the saying goes, middle-aged men have no choice but to steep goji berries in their thermos cups. Any boss with a little cash in his pocket who among them doesn't have a receding hairline up top and a lack of vigor down below? The miraculous Hongshan Jade Dragon became their lifeline, their elixir of youth. Many had held back their bidding cards throughout the entire auction, waiting precisely for this moment.
Damn it, finally. After all this waiting, it's finally here. Inside the Tianzi 10 VIP box. Qi Wenbin stared intently at the Jade Dragon, his expression agitated, both hands clenched tightly into fists.
Yes, like those bald-headed tycoons, he too had his own unspoken burdens. Back in the day, he'd relied on his youth and wealth to party every night. But one careless moment had ruined him. Because of this, Qi Wenbin had been harshly scolded by his father. His father issued a harsh ultimatum: if Qi Wenbin couldn't carry on the Qi family line, he would take a concubine to produce a son himself. This terrified Qi Wenbin. He immediately sought out renowned doctors from all over. But none of them had the slightest effect. A few days ago, upon hearing of the miraculous effects of the Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon, he rushed over in desperation, treating it as a last-ditch effort. Though this antique was worth over 10 million yuan. But to inherit the family fortune and secure his future happiness, Qi Wenbin was determined to bid for it at any cost.
Meanwhile,
in the Tianzi No. 9 private room, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes.
So this is the famed Hongshan Jade Dragon?
It certainly looks impressive, but I wonder if it's worth the price. Lin Dong glanced at the brochure in his hand. According to the description, the starting bid for the Jade Dragon was a staggering 8 million.
It was the most expensive item in this auction.
Observing the fervent gazes of the buyers below the stage, Lin Dong's mind stirred. His divine appraisal technique descended.
Hongshan Large Jade Dragon Replica.
Value, 1,500,000.
Fake? Lin Dong's pupils contracted.
He never imagined that a casual appraisal would expose such a colossal fraud. This jade artifact was actually a counterfeit. He glanced at Shang Sihai, who remained utterly unfazed, still passionately recounting the history of the Great Jade Dragon. Clearly, he too had been deceived. It must be said, the forger's techniques were highly sophisticated. This counterfeit piece was likely a hybrid of genuine and fake elements. That's why it fetched 1.5 million, fooling so many seasoned experts.
Wait a minute, what about its supposed effects of nourishing yin and supplementing yang?
Lin Dong furrowed his brow and activated his divine appraisal technique once more. He had to uncover the trickery behind this.
Red Mountain Jade Dragon Replica.
Value, 1,500,000.
Note, contains hypnotic aphrodisiac drugs that induce hallucinations.
Prolonged use may cause mental instability and irreversible decline.
Put. Reading this line, Lin Dong couldn't hold back any longer.
Ha ha ha, no wonder it makes men so vigorous. So the counterfeiters laced it with drugs. After all, no one would willingly smash a jade dragon worth over 10 million.
That's why people keep falling for it. This counterfeiter is absolutely brilliant.
Lin Dong laughed until he doubled over.
Having learned this secret, he couldn't help but smile mockingly at the eager-eyed business owners below.
While everyone else was intoxicated, I alone remained sober.
Life, indeed, is as lonely as snow.
Chapter 63, Words That Shock or Die Trying. Just then, Shang Sihai finally finished recounting the history of the Great Jade Dragon and raised the golden gavel.
The Hongshan Great Jade Dragon bidding begins now. Starting bid, 8 million. Whoosh.
The moment the price was announced, the entire hall erupted in a roar. Though the business owners had braced themselves mentally, hearing that figure still sent shockwaves through them.
8 million? That could buy a decent villa.
And this was merely the starting bid.
The final hammer price? Who knew how high it would soar? In an instant, many backed out.
Ha, a bunch of broke-ass losers. Shi Wenbin smiled faintly and began bidding.
Lot number 10, 8 million. Young Master Chi has made his move. Damn, why is young Master Chi interested in this thing? Young Master Chi is so young, could he already be? TSK, such a young age, what a pity.
Seeing Shi Wenbin jump into bidding so eagerly, whispers immediately rippled through the crowd below. They didn't believe Shi Wenbin was bidding on this large jade dragon merely for collection. Hearing the crowd's teasing and speculation, Shi Wenbin's weathered face flushed crimson. This was like publicly revealing his flaccid secret to everyone.
Damn it, you bunch of busybodies.
What I bid on is none of your damn business.
Stop gossiping here. Shi Wenbin gritted his teeth, yet dared not erupt. Right now, securing the big jade dragon was the absolute priority. He couldn't wait to reclaim his glory and dominate the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Dong overheard Shi Wenbin's bid and couldn't help but chuckle. Who'd have thought?
Shi Wenbin looks like a respectable gentleman on the outside, but he's just a hollow shell inside.
He's barely in his 20s and already ruined himself, ha.
Then, Lin Dong turned to look at the big jade dragon with a playful glint in his eyes.
The Red Mountain big jade dragon was fake. If Shi Wenbin wanted to play the sucker, he could gladly oblige.
But before that, he could add a little more trouble to his life. The next moment, Lin Dong began bidding.
Lot 9, 9 million. Ha! Shi Wenbin froze, instinctively glancing at lot number 9.
Damn it, this Lin Dong, he's like a persistent ghost. Whatever I do, he has to stick his nose in.
Shi Wenbin took a deep breath.
Then, he swiftly pressed a series of numbers.
10Z, 10 million. Lot 9, 11 million. Lot 10, 12 million. The bidding continued unabated.
Occasionally, others would interject. But the show was primarily between two people. The audience below the stage watched the scene unfold, murmuring among themselves once more.
Has Lin Dong lost his mind?
Why is he going head-to-head with young Master Chi? Yeah, that large jade dragon is definitely a collector's item, but does it really warrant such madness?
You know, maybe they both have something to hide?
Could be. Rich folks tend to be, well, they indulge in all sorts of things and are prone to catching diseases. Lin Dong and Shi Wenbin battled fiercely, each taking turns to outbid the other. Soon, the bidding reached a rather sensitive figure.
Lot number 10, 19 million. Number 9, 20 million. Number 10, 25 million. Shi Wenbin had just raised the bid by 5 million in one go. This figure was precisely Lin Dong's limit. His glass-like imperial green jadeite could fetch no more than this amount. In Shi Wenbin's eyes, Lin Dong no longer had the qualifications to challenge him. He was determined to secure this magnificent jade dragon. Sure enough, when the 25 million bid was announced, number 9 remained silent. Phew! Shi Wenbin exhaled deeply, his face beaming with the triumphant smile of a victor.
Then, he couldn't wait to deliver his victory speech. Lin Dong, in this game, it's not just about fighting and killing.
You need clout and connections. You think you can go head-to-head with me? Do you even have that kind of money? Now you know who's the son and who's the father, right?
Though Shi Wenbin's words were brazen and made many present uncomfortable.
But what could they do? He had every reason to be confident. Who could blame him for being born into privilege?
After all, his father had billions in assets.
What's 25 million? Why hasn't Lin Dong made a move? Looks like he really is broke. That's normal. That coral bracelet would fetch no more than 25 million at most. This large jade dragon alone is worth over 10 million. Shi Wenbin snapping it up now is practically a loss. If it weren't for that special effect, who'd be willing to pay so much? Heh, looks like the game's over.
On the podium, Shang Sihai hesitated before raising his gavel.
25 million, going once. 25 million, going twice. 25 million, going once.
Suddenly, the light for lot number 9 flashed again. Lin Dong had bid again.
What? Chi Wenbin's pupils contracted.
Not only had Lin Dong bid again, but he'd raised the stakes by 5 million.
Lot 9, 30 million. Where did he get that kind of money? Even if he hit the jackpot, he couldn't afford to spend like this. Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded.
Shang Sihai, on the other hand, wore a broad smile. He was the only one among them who knew Lin Dong had 100 million sitting in his bank account. Naturally, he was brimming with confidence.
Hold on, I suspect he doesn't actually have that much money.
Mr. Shang, I need to verify the funds to prevent malicious bidding.
Kai Wenbin quickly raised his objection. His proposal, though seemingly directed at Lin Dong, did not actually violate any regulations.
After all, malicious bidding does occur at auctions. Those without funds would bluff their way in, severely disrupting the bidding process.
Upon hearing Chi Wenbin's accusation, Shang Sihai offered a faint smile.
Young Master Chi, on behalf of Jubao Studio, I vouch for Mr. Lin.
He possesses the genuine capability and has no intention of engaging in malicious bidding.
And that doesn't include the unsold jadeite Imperial Green. At this statement, everyone including Chi Wenbin was stunned.
Lin Dong, did he really have that much money?
And he could pull out 30 million without even selling the glass-quality Imperial Green jade.
Damn it! Chi Wenbin's face turned purple with rage. This Lin Dong had utterly humiliated him.
But to inherit the family fortune, he had no choice but to raise his paddle once more.
Lot 10, 31 million.
Just when everyone thought Lin Dong would keep bidding, lot number 9 remained silent.
1 minute passed, then 2.
Even when Shang Sihai brought down the hammer, Lin Dong remained motionless. 31 million, going once, going twice, going sold. Congratulations to young Master Chi on acquiring the Great Jade Dragon. Seeing the outcome sealed, Chi Wenbin could no longer hold himself up.
He collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat.
31 million, he had finally achieved his goal, securing the Hongshan Grand Jade Dragon.
Lin Dong, you lost. I'm the real winner here. This piece is mine. Chi Wenbin roared angrily, his face beaming with triumph, as if venting all the pent-up resentment he had accumulated.
At that moment, Lin Dong emerged from VIP room number 9, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Clap. Clap. Clapping his hands, he chuckled, "Congratulations, young Master Chi, on securing the Red Mountain Jade Dragon.
Too bad it's worthless." Chapter 64, Care to make a bet? What? Lin Dong's words sent shockwaves through the room once more. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you spouting? Chi Wenbin roared in anger.
Then, convinced he had seen through everything, he sneered, "I get it now. You're just bitter about losing to me, so you're saying all this to provoke me, right? I'm not falling for such petty tricks. The truth is the truth, it can't be denied." Seeing Chi Wenbin stubbornly refusing to see reason, Lin Dong's lips curled into a faint smile.
Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? What's the wager? Chi Wenbin asked coldly. Let's bet on whether this thing is really that miraculous.
If you win, I'll buy it for you, hand over 30 million yuan. If you lose. Lin Dong chuckled and pointed at the ground.
Kneel down and kowtow to me. How about it? Another bet?
Earlier, the two had already made a bet. In the end, Chi Wenbin lost and called him grandpa.
This time, he wouldn't fall into Lin Dong's trap again, would he? Bull. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Chi Wenbin's face turned ashen. This thing absolutely cannot be fake. Many experts have personally authenticated it.
Lin Dong smiled faintly.
You're right, it is genuine.
But it's not worth the price, and it certainly doesn't have any yin-nourishing, yang-strengthening or virility-restoring effects.
Those rumors are just nonsense to fool desperate fools like you.
Hearing this, Chi Wenbin's heart skipped a beat. Earlier, Lin Dong had sworn up and down that the coral bracelet was worth over 10 million.
He didn't believe it.
Then came the revelation, it was actually a glass like Imperial Green Jade. Now Lin Dong was claiming that the large jade dragon couldn't make one vigorous and energetic.
Could it be that he really had been deceived? No, how could I have fallen for that kid's nonsense?
Chi Wenbin shook his head and snorted coldly.
Fine, let's gamble.
If this thing is real, you owe me 30 million.
Everyone's listening, don't even think about backing out.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. At this point, Chi Wenbin remained stubbornly deluded. It wasn't that the con artist was too clever, it was that fools were too plentiful and money too easy to swindle. Rest assured, I, Lin Dong, stand by my word. I never go back on my promises. Now, let's put that to the test right here and now.
Seeing Lin Dong's solemn expression, Chi Wenbin snorted coldly and signaled to his two bodyguards.
Simultaneously, he rubbed his hands together with a hint of anticipation. Over the past 2 years, countless seductive women had thrown themselves at him, slipping into his bed in the dead of night. Yet each time, he could only stare helplessly. This left Chi Wenbin feeling both mortified and consumed by self-loathing and rage. Today, this problem would finally be solved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two bodyguards stepped onto the stage.
One on each side, they carried the priceless Hongshan Jade Dragon through the crowd. Along the way, buyers seated nearby would break out in a cold sweat and feel their mouths go dry the moment they got even slightly close. A powerful urge surged through them. Holy crap, this Jade Dragon is too amazing. I can feel it. You're telling me. My wife complains daily that I'm too short. Now I've got energy with nowhere to go. I'm so jealous of young Master Chi. With a treasure like this, he must have a new one every day, or rather, several to keep him company. The crowd below murmured excitedly, gazing at the Jade Dragon like ravenous beasts, their eyes burning with envy and resentment. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Chi Wenbin felt utterly triumphant. This treasure, from now on, would be his alone. Everyone else can just cool off. Before long, 2 bodyguards escorted Di Yulong to Chi Wenbin's side. The 2 burly men were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. But it wasn't from exhaustion. Instead, their bodies were itching as if swarmed by countless ants. Seeing this, Chi Wenbin smiled knowingly and patted their shoulders. Don't worry. Once this job is done, I'll take you 2 out to the nightclub to let loose. Thanks a million, Mr. Chi. The 2 bodyguards exclaimed gratefully. Chi Wenbin gave a slight nod. Then, he picked up the large jade dragon he'd bought for 30 million and deliberately waved it in front of Lin Dong's face, as if flaunting his prize. Lin Dong, many have personally verified the effects of this item. Now, are you still going to be stubborn? Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. They, too, had experienced the marvelous effects of this jade dragon firsthand. How could it possibly be a fake? In their eyes, Lin Dong had already lost. He had lost completely. Not only had he lost face, but he'd also lost 30 million. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to lose a sack of rice. To their utter astonishment, Lin Dong remained utterly unflustered at this critical moment. He didn't speak, merely raising his right hand. As if to say, go ahead, show us what you've got. Ha! Still talking tough when death is upon you. Chi Wenbin sneered, his lips curling in contempt. Then, he carefully raised the large jade dragon to his face and took a deep drag. His expression was one of pure ecstasy. To the uninitiated, he might as well have been puffing on a rare 1982 Dakianman. Keep pretending. Lin Dong's lips curved upward slightly, already knowing what would happen next. Sure enough. Minutes passed. Chi Wenbin kept sniffing and sniffing, yet his body showed no reaction whatsoever. How is that possible? This treasure was supposed to restore a man's vigor, right? Why don't I feel a thing? Chi Wenbin's expression grew increasingly panicked. It worked for everyone else, yet for him, it had turned into a worthless object? Refusing to accept this, he handed the jade dragon to his 2 bodyguards. Soon, both men flushed crimson, clutching their pants in embarrassment. No way, young Master Chi, this thing is too potent. Put it away immediately. Seeing this, Chi Wenbin panicked completely. Could it be that his condition was so severe that even the big jade dragon was useless? Or had he been rendered completely useless? Ha ha ha. Just then, Lin Dong's unrestrained laughter erupted. Stop struggling, young Master Chi. Haven't you figured it out yet? This jade dragon only stirs passion, it can't cure illness. I advise you to find an old TCM doctor and get a few acupuncture needles stuck in you. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll perk right up. Ha ha. Amidst Lin Dong's unrestrained laughter, the others also wore peculiar expressions. So it turns out, young Master Chi really has a problem he can't talk about. Lin Dong, what the hell are you talking about? Seeing his condition exposed, Chi Wenbin grew flustered and angry. I said this thing is real, and it is real. Who says I bought it for that? I bought it for my collection. In my eyes, it's worth 30 million. Seeing Chi Wenbin still stubbornly insisting, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. I already told you it's genuine, but it's not worth that much. Anyway, you're loaded. Get it appraised and see if it can cure your illness. Chapter 65, Divine Gambling Skills. At this point, Chi Wenbin was already feeling uneasy. He had a nagging feeling he'd been duped. Regardless of whether the jade artifact was genuine or not, the fact that it had no healing properties meant it was worthless to Chi Wenbin, not even worth 30 million. In fact, it was worthless. Damn it! Chi Wenbin's face flushed crimson as he glared at Lin Dong. He felt Lin Dong was his personal nemesis. Everything was going wrong, and he was about to lose all face. Seeing Chi Wenbin unable to utter a single word, most people had already reached their own conclusions. But no one dared to call him out. After all, while Lin Dong might be provoked, the Chi family was not. This jade dragon? I say it's real, and it's real. Forget the earlier wager, let's bet on something else. Oh? Lin Dong's lips curved slightly. He hadn't expected this young Master Chi to backtrack. But honestly, there wasn't much he could do about it. The item was in Chi Wenbin's possession. As long as he didn't have it appraised, there was no way to prove it wasn't worth 30 million. The wager with Lin Dong naturally couldn't be honored. Lin Dong, you're not scared, are you? Or did you leave your voice box at home? Chi Wenbin, desperate to salvage his pride, tried every trick to provoke Lin Dong. He had finally seen clearly, when it came to antique appraisal, he was no match for Lin Dong.
But he could win back in his own specialty. Facing Chi Wenbin's provocation, Lin Dong remained utterly unfazed from start to finish, hands in his pockets, not giving him the time of day.
Fine. What do you want to play?
I know there's an underground gambling den nearby.
How about we head over there for a few rounds?
A smug grin spread across Chi Wenbin's face.
A gambling den?
Lin Dong frowned slightly. He wasn't exactly skilled at that sort of thing. Usually, he only played mahjong or card games like dodiju.
And he was pretty bad at those too. Going to a casino with Chi Wenbin? That'd be asking for trouble.
Just as he was about to refuse, the system's angelic voice suddenly chimed in. Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission Eagle Eyes. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the additional reward Divine Gambling Skills.
God-tier gambling skills?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, his heart surged with wild joy.
God-tier gambling skills. As the name suggests, it means mastery of all gambling games and techniques.
For instance, card switching techniques and card flipping skills. It even encompassed cheating techniques.
The more sophisticated the trick, the harder it is to detect. Interesting.
Lin Dong's lips curved slightly.
It was like someone had delivered a pillow just when he needed one. Mastering God-tier gambling skills, wouldn't that make him even more formidable than the legendary Big Brother?
If he donned a tuxedo and slicked back his hair, he'd dare to take on Las Vegas.
Lin Dong, what are you staring at? You're not backing out, are you?
Seeing Lin Dong frozen in place, still silent, Chi Wenbin taunted him again. Lin Dong snapped back to reality, a faint smile curling his lips.
No problem. Let's gamble. You're practically begging me to take your money, how could I possibly refuse? Alright, you've got guts. Don't you dare back out at the last minute and make me look down on you. Chi Wenbin made a defiant gesture. He looked utterly confident of victory.
After all, he was known as the gambling god of Tianhai.
Legends of his exploits circulated through underground casinos and nightclubs alike. Now look at Lin Dong.
Just days ago, he was merely a lowly clerk at the bottom of society.
As long as luck didn't desert him completely, he was certain to win. He'd bet Lin Dong into bankruptcy.
Seeing the look on Chi Wenbin's face, Lin Dong sneered inwardly.
Don't be fooled by his current arrogance. In a moment, he'd be utterly miserable. Maybe even his little pearl will fall out.
Soon, the two arrived at a nearby underground gambling den. The place was bustling with activity, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement.
Spotting Chi Wenbin's arrival, the casino manager came trotting over. Young Master Chi, what brings you here? What would you like to play today? I'll get it ready right away. Chi Wenbin shook his head and pointed at Lin Dong. Clear a table for us. My friend and I want to play a few hands.
The manager's eyes darted around. A sharp operator like him could easily detect the pointed tone in Chi Wenbin's voice.
Looks like these two don't get along. Right away, sir. Before long, the manager ushered them to the VIP section.
Several large tables stood here, offering a full range of games, 3-card poker, blackjack, regular poker, mahjong, you name it.
Chi Wenbin's fingers itched to play. He couldn't resist picking up the dice and tossing them into the air.
They landed, revealing a perfect 6.
Ha! This luck looks like I'm about to strike it rich.
Young Master Chi always has such good luck.
How many chips would you like to exchange? 50,000 again?
The floor manager, Zhao, smiled, assuming Chi Wenbin was just playing a few rounds like usual. But unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin's expression turned cold. He fixed his gaze on Lin Dong and slammed his hand down on the table.
Exchange 5 million for me. I'm going all out today. 5 million?
Zhao froze for a moment. Then, his expression turned ecstatic. The more money the two gambled, the higher his commission would be. He then turned to look at Lin Dong.
And what about this handsome young man?
Just as everyone assumed Lin Dong wouldn't be too shabby either.
He held up one finger, signaling the number 1. 10 million?
Zhao's pupils contracted sharply.
His startled yell instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Starting with 10 million?
They rarely encountered such a high roller at their casino.
You've got the wrong idea. Lin Dong cleared his throat and said earnestly, 100. Ha! Hearing this, Chi Wenbin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Dong, have you lost your mind? $100? You think you can mess with me? Screw that. If you don't dare to bet, then get the hell out of here. And I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a snot-nosed kid, ha! Beside them, Foreman Zhao's expression instantly fell.
Sir, our casino policy requires a minimum of 1,000 for chip exchange.
Then 1,000 it is.
Lin Dong paid no mind to the strange looks from others. Back in the day, Chen Daozi turned $20 into 37 million. Today, he could easily turn 1,000 into 10 small goals. Hearing this, the floor manager rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Chi Wenbin cut in impatiently. Fine, I'll cover his 1,000. I'll be damned if I don't see how long your $1,000 stack lasts. No, you'll probably lose it all in one go. For a moment, everyone except Chi Wenbin and his crew looked at Lin Dong with utter contempt. They knew nothing of what had transpired at the auction, dismissing Lin Dong as some unknown nobody.
Chi Wenbin, cut the crap. Are you in or out? If not, I'm outta here.
Chi Wenbin sneered coldly, casually picking up the dice from earlier. Since you're in such a hurry, let's play the simplest and fastest game, high or low.
Just so you know, we can't pick the same thing. You got the guts to play?
Lin Dong had been waiting for those exact words. He'd been worried Chi Wenbin might choose the same option as him.
That would have been a wash, no gain, no loss. A pointless game. Now, he could dominate the field. Chapter 66. If you're going to play, play big. Chi Wenbin shot the hostess a glance. The attendant promptly brought over 5 6-sided crystal dice and a dice cup.
The dice were crystal clear, with numbers exceptionally sharp and their internal structure perfectly visible, leaving no room for cheating. But Lin Dong remained vigilant. The crystal dice were indeed clean, but what about that thick, heavy dice cup? Who knew what kind of hidden technology might be inside? Fortunately, he possessed god-tier gambling skills. When it came to cheating, he truly feared no one. The next moment, the dealer shook the cup with a flourish. The rattling sound echoed like mercury spilling across the floor, pearls colliding wildly. This scene quickly drew the attention of others. As a regular at the casino, Chi Wenbin was a celebrity-like figure. Everyone was in awe of his gambling skills. In contrast, Lin Dong didn't even know the minimum chip exchange was 1,000.
He was clearly a greenhorn. Wouldn't he be toyed with to death by young Master Chi? Clang! After a fluid sequence of movements, the dice cup slammed onto the table. Bet big or small. Your bets are final. Lin Dong, big or small?
Chi Wenbin, brimming with confidence, handed the initiative over to Lin Dong. Before him lay several stacks of chips. It was the 5 million he had just exchanged. In contrast, Lin Dong held only a meager 1,000 yuan stack of chips. Lin Dong's gaze remained calm as he decisively pushed the 1,000 yuan chips into the big betting area. I didn't expect you to have such big ambitions with so few chips. Looking to win big right off the bat.
Fine. I'll bet on small dot.
Chi Wenbin gave a cold chuckle and pushed 10,000 chips to the opposite side, into the small area.
Open.
Before the words had even finished echoing, the dealer swept his hand and grabbed the dice cup.
Inside lay 5 crystal dice. 5 distinct pips came into view. 2 2s, 1 4, 1 5, and 1 6. 19 points, a solid high roll. Chi Wenbin frowned. He'd expected a winning start, but never imagined that Kid Lin Dong would hit it. 19 points, big. The dealer, expressionless, used a black rake to push Chi Wenbin's 10,000 yuan chips and Lin Dong's original 1,000 yuan chips toward him. Ha! Looks like I'm on a roll today.
Lin Dong chuckled, mimicking Chi Wenbin's tone as he repeated his words.
You! Chi Wenbin was instantly furious.
Then, forcing down his anger, he spat out a threat, don't get too excited.
Damn it, I won't let you win the first hand. Besides, it's only 10,000 yuan. I couldn't care less. Continue. With that, the dealer flamboyantly shook the dice cup once more. He let the 5 dice clatter around inside without so much as a glance. Moments later, the cup landed once more.
Chi Wenbin showed no mercy to Lin Dong, promptly pushing 50,000 chips toward the big side. Then, he looked at Lin Dong with a smile. Lin Dong, according to the rules, you can only choose small dot. No problem. Lin Dong shrugged indifferently. Then, he placed all the chips he had just won onto the table. The dealer slowly opened the dice cup.
3 1s, 2 2s. 7 points, small. What?
Chi Wenbin froze for a moment. For a moment, he questioned his entire existence.
How could he lose 2 rounds in a row? Was Lin Dong just incredibly lucky, or was he just incredibly unlucky?
Seeing this, Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile.
Though he didn't care about this small amount of money. But seeing Chi Wenbin get humiliated still felt incredibly satisfying.
The next moment, he swept the 50,000 chips toward his chest and chuckled, sorry, I won again.
Young Master Chi, still playing? Play. Why wouldn't I play? Chi Wenbin was already hooked.
Once, twice, but not a third time. He refused to believe Lin Dong could pull off a hat trick.
Lin Dong, dare you go big? 50,000 is too small. If we're betting, let's go for $1 million. Deal.
Lin Dong smiled indifferently. After a moment's thought, he placed the jade ring he'd been holding on the table.
This should be enough, right?
The moment Chi Wenbin saw the jade ring, his pupils instinctively contracted. This ring was indeed worth over $1 million. Earlier, he had sought to purchase it at a premium price.
Instead, he'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Dong. If not for the bread, then for the pride. This time, he had to win it back.
The dealer shook the dice cup once more. Only this time, his movements were much faster. So fast that no one could even see clearly.
Lin Dong, you go first. After the dice cup landed, Chi Wenbin spoke up first. Heh, just admit you're chicken. Bull.
Chi Wenbin valued his pride above all else.
Hearing that, he immediately pushed 1 million chips onto the big bet. He refused to believe the dice would land small twice in a row. Lin Dong chose the opposite. He placed his jade ring on the low side. Qi Wenbin remained unhurried, winking at the floor manager, as if conveying some signal. Zhao, the floor manager, understood immediately and gave the dealer a discreet signal. The dealer, expressionless, opened the dice cup and simultaneously pressed a hidden mechanism without a flicker of emotion. Click! Such a faint sound was completely drowned out in the chaotic clamor of the casino, unnoticed by anyone. Only Lin Dong, who had been folding his arms and watching the spectacle, suddenly raised an eyebrow. When the dice cup was lifted, his heart skipped a beat. 4, 4, 5, 5, 624. Big win! Congratulations, young Master Qi, you've hit the jackpot. Zhao, the floor manager, bellowed enthusiastically. Instantly, the casino atmosphere reached a fever pitch as countless eyes turned toward the action. Young Master Qi is really going all out. I knew it. Those last 2 hands were just warm-ups. When he really gets down to business, young Master Qi doesn't mess around. The gambling god of Tianhai lives up to his name. I'm impressed. Everyone showered Qi Wenbin with flattery and sycophantic praise. Qi Wenbin stared at the 5 dice, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Then, right in front of Lin Dong, he took the jade ring. Lin Dong, you gave this to me yourself. I'll gladly accept it then, ha! Qi Wenbin, smug and triumphant, slipped the jade ring onto his thumb. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he bellowed, I'm feeling generous today. Here's 10,000 chips for each of you. Wow! Thanks, young Master Qi. You're so generous. This Lin Dong guy's no good. He's nowhere near as generous as young Master Qi. When it comes to gambling skills, young Master Qi is his grandmaster. His face flushed crimson with pride at the crowd's flattery. Then, he shot Lin Dong a cold smile and asked mockingly, Lin Dong, still in? Or are you backing out now? Why would I back down? Let's continue. Lin Dong's expression remained largely unchanged as he casually pulled something from his chest. One by one, he placed them neatly on the gambling table. Whoa! Seeing those 18 flawless, crystal-clear imperial green jade seeds, everyone held their breath, eyes wide. Even Qi Wenbin's breath caught in his throat. Young Master Qi, you were right. If we're going to play, let's play big. Lin Dong smiled at Qi Wenbin as he spoke slowly, 1 million is peanuts. For people of our stature, when we finally get out to play, we need at least 10 million. Please exchange my chips, I'll take 25 million. Chapter 67, All In. Holy, that's a huge bet. All jadeite imperial green, worth at least tens of millions. Who knew this guy was such a big spender? The world of the wealthy is truly beyond the imagination of us common folk. Losing this would be, ouch, just thinking about it makes my heart ache. More than just painful, I'd jump off a building. The crowd stared at the 18 glass-like imperial green jade beads, their eyes burning with desire. Such top-tier pieces, they'd only seen on TV. In reality, they might never encounter such treasures in their entire lives. Today, thanks to Lin Dong, they were witnessing them firsthand. Meanwhile, the manager watched the scene, his hands trembling slightly as he swallowed repeatedly. Mr. Lin, are you absolutely certain you're not joking? All of this, exchanged for chips? What? Is that not acceptable? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression dismissive. His expression suggested that these 18 jade beads were nothing more than trash, not precious glass like imperial green jade. In truth, for the current Lin Dong, a mere 20 million was hardly anything. His bank account still held 100 million. Why all the nonsense? Exchange them for chips immediately. Ha! Qi Wenbin was overjoyed, urgently prompting the floor manager, afraid Lin Dong might change his mind. It was as if he could already see Lin Dong losing everything, reduced to tears. Yes, yes. The floor manager, drenched in sweat, carefully took the 18 beads away. Casinos frequently deal with people pawning items. So there was no shortage of appraisers. Soon, he returned carrying 2 large stacks of chips. Mr. Lin, here are 25 million chips in total. Please take them. The floor manager approached Lin Dong with a relatively respectful demeanor. After all, someone who could casually pull out tens of millions was definitely no ordinary person. That initial $1,000 chip was just a way to tease Qi Wenbin. MHM. Lin Dong didn't even look up. As if the 25 million yuan were nothing but air. Witnessing this, no one dared underestimate Lin Dong anymore. All of them shut their mouths obediently, watching the game unfold. On the other side, seeing those 25 million chips, Qi Wenbin sneered inwardly, viewing Lin Dong as nothing more than a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Dong, did you really think I'd give you a fair fight? The casino, the audience, the gambling equipment, even the dealer is on my side. How do you plan to win? Young Master Qi, I have other commitments later and am pressed for time. How about we skip the rounds and go all in? What do you say? Lin Dong stared at Qi Wenbin with a half smile. 25 million. Each of us rolls the dice once. Whoever rolls lower wins. What? Qi Wenbin froze for a moment. He never expected Lin Dong to propose such a demand. Originally, he and the floor manager had rigged the dice cup. Whatever number they wanted, that's what would come up. Now, Lin Dong wanted to shake the dice himself. What if he rolled an even lower number? What's the matter, young Master Chi? Scared to play now? You should have said so earlier. And I went through all that trouble to exchange so many chips. What a waste of time. Lin Dong snorted coldly, his expression clearly displeased. Then, he shot the floor manager a suspicious glance. Or is it that your gambling equipment is faulty, and you're afraid to let others touch it? The floor manager's heart skipped a beat, inwardly thinking, oh no. Others might not know, but Chi Wenbin? How did he earn the nickname Little Gambling God of Tianhai? As his partner, how could he not be aware? All that hype was just a gimmick Chi Wenbin had paid him to create. In reality, Chi Wenbin was a complete novice. Throwing dice? He couldn't even count the points properly. Young Master Chi. With no other choice, Manager Zhao turned to Chi Wenbin, his eyes pleading for help. With such a high-stakes game, he dared not tamper with it lightly. If it were exposed, the consequences would be far worse than just slicing carrots to draw blood. What's there to fear? If he wants to play, then let's see it through to the end. Lin Dong, you want to roll the dice yourself? Fine. I'll find someone to play for me. That's okay, right? Chi Wenbin crossed his legs with utter shamelessness, shooting another meaningful glance at Foreman Zhao. Supervisor Zhao instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Shi Xiaoming was clearly setting him up to take the fall. If the truth came out. Fine, I have no objections. It's just comparing numbers anyway. Doesn't matter who rolls the dice. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly as he spoke with utter indifference. After playing for so long, he hadn't once used his god-tier gambling skills. Now, with the dice cup in his hands, the outcome was far from certain. Huff. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Chi Wenbin and the floor manager both exhaled in unison. They had thought he'd spotted some trickery. But now it seemed he was just bluffing them. Ha! Fine, let's do it your way. All in bet everything we've got. Chi Wenbin nonchalantly pulled out a black card from his breast pocket. He had originally had over 60 million in savings, but after purchasing the big jade dragon, only about 20 million remained. It was just enough to go head-to-head with Lin Dong. But just then, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. No, 20 million isn't enough to satisfy me. How about this? I've got another 30 million in my bank account. Let's cash it all out and put it in as chips. 50 million now, that's what I call thrilling. You, still in? 50 million? Chi Wenbin furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if Lin Dong had lost his mind. But soon, that shot turned into wild excitement. He'd been fretting over how to explain to his old man that he'd wasted 30 million on a piece of junk. Now, Lin Dong was practically handing him money. Wouldn't he be a fool to refuse? The problem was, he was still short 30 million. After a moment's hesitation, Chi Wenbin called several of his shady buddies. Deep in debt, he finally managed to scrape together the money. Witnessing this scene, the others exchanged slightly peculiar glances. The esteemed heir of the Chi family, playing a game of poker, actually had to borrow money. Not even as deep-pocketed as Lin Dong. What are you staring at? I'll win it all back in a minute. 5 minutes, 50 million, who can match me? At this remark, the crowd nodded in deep agreement. If Chi Wenbin won this bet, he would truly become famous. Truly living up to his reputation as Tianhai's gambling god. Old Zhao, it's up to you. Chi Wenbin shot the floor manager a pleading look. I get it. Zhao's face turned green. He knew full well what would happen if anything went wrong. Looks like it's time to pull out all the stops. The two men made no effort to hide their coordination from Lin Dong. Lin Dong couldn't care less about their back and forth. Go ahead, keep acting. Soon enough, you'll have your turn to cry. The next moment, the host grabbed the dice cup and began shaking it with dizzying speed. The entire venue fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Clang! The dice cup landed with a thud. Simultaneously, the floor manager winked at Chi Wenbin, signaling it was safe. Phew! Chi Wenbin exhaled deeply, his eyes fixed intently on the dice cup as it was slowly lifted. Soon, 5 identical dice came into view. 1. All ones. Holy crap, a triple. Foreman Zhao's technique is insane. Now it's about who has the lowest total. Is there anything lower than 5 ones? He's already lost, right? Chapter 68, How did you know I'd definitely lose? Chi Wenbin's eyes bulged as he beamed with delight. Ha 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 ha. Lin Dong, you're dead meat. A leopard refers to multiple dice showing the exact same number. It's named for its resemblance to the spots on a leopard's coat. The more dice rolled, the lower the probability of achieving a leopard. The odds of rolling a leopard with 5 dice are minuscule. Calculated, it's only 1 in 1,296. Yet, it was precisely this combination that Zhao, the foreman, rolled. Haha, Lin Dong, what do you have to say now? Even a triple came up, it's like the heavens themselves are on my side. Foreman Zhao, you've done me a huge favor this time. Later, I'll find you a few more beauties to take good care of you. Chi Wenbin beamed with delight, utterly smug. He even crossed his legs up onto the gambling table. Foreman Zhao was also floating on air, as if walking on clouds. Thanks, young Master Chi. It's all luck, pure luck. Ha ha. Hearing the two men's unrestrained laughter, the crowd looked on in astonishment. Who would have thought that Foreman Zhao, so seemingly unassuming, could roll a triple? Now, they couldn't lose even if they wanted to. Little did they know how many times Foreman Zhao had pressed the buttons to complete the triple, nearly cramping his hand in the process. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. What's the point of continuing now? Lin Dong, just admit defeat. 18 jadeite emeralds gone in one hand, what a waste, such a waste. Serves him right for messing with young Master Qi. If I'd known this would happen, I'd have played a few rounds with this fool too. He's a walking ATM. The crowd buzzed with whispers and pointed fingers. Their faces were etched with contempt for Lin Dong. In their eyes, Lin Dong had lost both money and dignity. Carrying tens of millions in cash instead of splurging on wild parties, he went to the casino to hand it over to others. Now, he must be kicking himself. Zhao, Foreman, stop standing there like a statue. Hurry up and bring me my winnings. Shi Wenbin's face was practically split from ear to ear. This round, he not only won 50 million from Lin Dong but also cemented his reputation as Tianhai's gambling god. Truly a win-win situation. Got it. Foreman Zhao was also eager to get his share. But just as he reached out, Lin Dong grabbed his wrist. Zhao froze, a hint of tension flitting across his face. Lin Dong, what do you think you're doing? Can't take a loss, huh? You think I won't call security? Qin Wenbin, witnessing the scene, was thoroughly annoyed. He grumbled, hey, Lin Dong, you're a grown man, you don't lose gracefully, do you? Earlier, when you told me to call you grandpa, I didn't even blink. Now it's your turn and you're acting all whiny? Are you even a man? Meanwhile, the others were pointing and jeering at Lin Dong. In the casino, they despised nothing more than gamblers who refused to honor their losses. Facing the strange looks from the crowd, Lin Dong merely smiled faintly. Then he picked up the dice cup. What's the big deal? Did I ever say I wouldn't pay up? The question is, I haven't even rolled the dice yet. How do you know I'm bound to lose? What? The room erupted in an uproar at his words. He'd already rolled a 5 of a kind. Could there possibly be a lower roll than that? Lin Dong, have you lost your mind? Shi Wenbin snorted coldly, glaring at Lin Dong with obvious displeasure. No matter how you roll those dice, you can't possibly get a lower number than mine at best, it'll be the same. Lin Dong shook his head, his expression inscrutable. Who said there's nothing smaller than 5 ones? Shi Wenbin, you wouldn't be scared, would you? Afraid to let me roll the dice? Bull. Me, scared of you? Shi Wenbin sneered coldly. After a moment's thought, convinced Lin Dong had no chance of turning the tables, he waved his hand. Whatever. Here's the deal, I'll give you 3 chances, no, 10 chances. As long as the dice roll is lower than mine, not only do you get all this money, but I'll even call you grandpa. What do you say? Hearing this, the crowd froze in surprise. Then, they began watching the spectacle with smiles on their faces. However, none of them held much hope for Lin Dong. No matter how you looked at it, a set of 5s was the lowest possible roll. Lin Dong was bound to lose. He'd lose everything down to his underwear. You said it yourself, Shi Wenbin. Wait a minute. Don't you dare regret this. Lin Dong gave a faint smile. While bickering with Shi Wenbin, he had already silently inspected the dice cup several times. As expected, the cup showed no signs of tampering. However, there was an inconspicuous protrusion at the bottom. A light press would cause the dice inside to bounce slightly. No wonder they could shake out a triple. So that's what they'd been up to. But Lin Dong didn't expose them immediately. Instead, he swayed as he picked up the dice cup. He accidentally dropped it, sending the crystal dice tumbling onto the floor. Put. Seeing this, Shi Wenbin spit out a mouthful of tea. Zhao, the floor manager, and the other gamblers were also laughing their heads off. Just moments ago, when Lin Dong had made his bold claims, they'd actually believed the guy might have some real skill. But now it was clear he was just a greenhorn. He probably had never even touched dice before. Alright, Lin Dong, cut the nonsense. Why not let Foreman Zhao roll for you? Don't worry, he's completely fair and impartial. It's better than you messing around. Lin Dong ignored Shi Wenbin's barking. The next second, he picked up the dice cup again. Instantly, his entire demeanor shifted. His gaze grew deep and focused. Buzz. The dice cup in his hand began to rattle and clatter. Shi Wenbin's eyes widened in surprise, startled by the sudden intensity. Foreman Zhao instinctively rubbed his eyes, his face etched with disbelief. For a split second, he thought he was seeing the gambling god from the movies, played by Chow Yun-fat. But how had Lin Dong suddenly become so formidable? He's faking it. He must be faking it. He couldn't even shake the dice cup properly just now. How could he possibly? Shi Wenbin shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to accept the most terrifying possibility. Before he could finish his sentence. Clink. Lin Dong's right hand shot upward, sending the dice cup soaring into the air. Under the glare of the incandescent lights, the 5 crystal dice burst into an otherworldly glow. This miraculous scene left everyone speechless, more thrilling than any American blockbuster.
Empowered by god-tier gambling skills, these dice were no longer lifeless objects in Lin Dong's mind, they were pulsating, living entities. They obeyed his every command, dancing at his will. Holy! Is this real? Even if he's faking it, how could he pull off a trick like this? Wait, is he possessed by the god of gamblers? How come his dice rolling style is so different from ours? Lin Dong's movements had transcended the concept of standard. He was clearly showing off. A feast for the eyes, utterly dazzling. Damn it, he's stealing the spotlight again. Hearing the murmurs around him, Qi Wenbin gritted his teeth in frustration. Even so, he remained convinced that Lin Dong was putting on a show. There was no way he could roll a number smaller than 5 ones. Chapter 69, You Can Play Like This? Slam! The dice cup slammed onto the gambling table. In an instant, all eyes turned toward it. Hearts raced, breaths grew heavy. To them, Lin Dong's skill was so formidable that he was highly likely to roll the same triple as Qi Wenbin. Not a loss, but not a win either. The question was, could he pull it off? Lin Dong, stop dawdling, roll already. Qi Wenbin's heart couldn't take the suspense. He grumbled, urging Lin Dong to open the dice cup immediately. But all he got were 2 words. Shut up. The words fell. The dice cup slowly lifted. What met the eye was not 5 scattered dice. Instead, a tower of dice stood tall and upright. Only 1 point was exposed to the crowd. No, impossible. Am I seeing this right? 1 dot? Damn. That technique is unbeatable. Damn, how did I not think of that? You can play it like this? What's going on in his head? In an instant, the tables turned. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the tower of dice standing upright, as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhao the supervisor suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this trick? Having worked in casinos for so many years, he was an expert at spotting these kinds of flashy little tricks. But just now, he'd fallen into a mental trap. He'd subconsciously assumed that a 5 of a kind was the lowest possible roll. But he'd forgotten this particular play was possible. As he pondered this, Zhao Lingban suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A skilled dealer could indeed arrange the dice into a straight line. But controlling the number on the top die? That's incredibly difficult. It was practically impossible. Yet now, Lin Dong had pulled it off. This alone proved that Lin Dong's dice rolling skill was absolutely superior to his own. The two were worlds apart. Qi Wenbin, you lose. Lin Dong set down the dice cup, his expression returning to normal. In that instant when he cheated, his body seemed to merge with the gambling tools, entering a profound state. That sensation was intoxicating, utterly mesmerizing. More exhilarating than anything else in this world. Fortunately, Lin Dong possessed strong self-control. At the last second, he slammed on the brakes and pulled back in time. Otherwise, he might have truly become a gambling addict. I lost? Impossible. Impossible. Qi Wenbin staggered to his feet, his eyes fixed on the tower of dice. In a fit of rage, he slammed his palm down on it. Unfortunately, destroying the evidence wouldn't change anything. So many eyes, plus the surveillance, had been watching his every move. His actions were nothing but self-deception. I get it. Lin Dong, you must have cheated. Otherwise, how could you possibly be this good? Someone, check him. He's definitely hiding something. Qi Wenbin was furious, shouting at the top of his lungs where he stood. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curling his lips. He picked up the dice cup. The gambling equipment I use belongs to the casino. With so many pairs of eyes watching while I shake the dice, how could I possibly cheat? If anyone's cheating, it's you lot who started it. What do you mean by that? Qi Wenbin froze for a moment. Zhao Lingban's face instantly drained of color. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Lin Dong released the dice cup. Clang! The dice cup hit the floor. 5 crystal dice scattered everywhere. Nothing seemed particularly unusual about them. But the bottom of that clunky, heavy cup was different. The violent impact split it clean in 2. The intricate mechanical mechanism inside was exposed before everyone's eyes. Beneath it was a tiny button. Holy crap! There's a hidden mechanism. I get it now, Foreman Zhao was cheating to roll a triple. No wonder Qi Xiao always had such good luck whenever he came, there was an insider all along. Damn it! What the hell is this? I thought you were some kind of genius, but you're just a cheat. You cost me all this money. I'll kill you. A buzzing sensation shot through Zhao's head, suddenly filled with a sense of impending doom. The next moment, a mob of enraged gamblers surged forward, hurling curses as they punched and kicked him. They'd been gambling in this place for years, and who knew how much money they'd lost. Whether they lost to Zhao or not, in this moment, they blamed it all on him. Ah, stop hitting me. Young Master Qi, save me. Before long, Zhao was beaten to a pulp, his face a bruised mess, pleading for help by calling out Young Master Qi over and over. Unfortunately, Qi Wenbin was in no position to help. Lin Dong walked up to Qi Wenbin with a smirk and asked casually, Young Master Qi, still up for it? Lin Dong, you're ruthless. Qi Wenbin's face flushed red then drained pale. He knew these gamblers wouldn't dare touch him, fearing retribution from the Chi family. But if word of today's incident got out, his reputation would be utterly ruined.
He could forget about ever making it in this circle again. More importantly, the 30 million he'd just borrowed was completely down the drain. Same to you. Why did you keep hounding me?
I was worried about retaliation from you, Mr. Chi, so I had to strike first.
Thanks for the 50 million. Seems Lady Luck is still on my side.
Lin Dong snapped his fingers, summoning 2 attendants to collect all his chips. Watching stack after stack of chips disappear into Lin Dong's possession, Chi Wenbin felt utterly defeated. He gasped for breath, nearly fainting from rage.
Wait.
Suddenly, halfway there, Lin Dong remembered something. He stopped in his tracks, pinching a 10,000 yuan chip between his index and middle fingers.
He turned around and walked back to Chi Wenbin.
Like tossing alms to a beggar, he flung it right at Chi Wenbin's face. Young Master Chi, you lent me 1,000 yuan earlier.
Now I'm paying you back tenfold. How about that? Pretty generous, huh?
Lin Dong's lips curved into a slight smile. Then, he turned and walked away with a flourish.
Ah! Lin Dong, you just wait. I won't let you get away with this. Chi Wenbin shouted weakly.
Then, his head tilted sideways as he fainted from sheer frustration.
Young Master Chi has fainted. Someone, call an ambulance. Someone in the crowd shouted. Yet, no one moved.
Some even took advantage of his unconscious state to deliberately spit on him. It was their way of venting their pent-up resentment.
Meanwhile,
Lin Dong had already cashed out all his chips. Escorted by casino staff with utmost respect, he walked out of the casino. Another small goal achieved without even trying. It must be said, this feeling was truly delightful.
Ah choo. Feeling a bit tired.
Lin Dong yawned and stretched lazily. After a full day of fun outside, it was time to head back and get some proper rest. Soon, he was seated in the Panamera. He stepped on the gas and headed toward the Dynasty Hotel.
Chapter 70, The Beautiful Anchorwoman. Half an hour later. Lin Dong finally lay down on the plush bed of the presidential suite.
Out of boredom, he opened his phone, hoping to connect with someone.
Suddenly, a pop-up featuring a female anchor caught his attention. Hello, everyone. I'm Kiki, and I'm so sleepy. I just started streaming yesterday, so please support me and hit that follow button.
Seeing her timid demeanor, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a spark of interest.
Thanks for the little heart, big bro. Thanks for the beer, big bro. Heart. The sweet, charming voice of the female streamer drifted from the phone.
He focused his gaze. The beautiful streamer appeared to be in her early 20s. Her appearance was pure and sweet, giving off a distinct next-door girl vibe. She wore a simple black and white school uniform, radiating a fresh and refined aura. Moreover, she possessed a delicate face like Dayu's, yet her figure was no less impressive than those of the more provocative streamers. Her waist was slender and graceful, with curves in all the right places. Her long, fair legs were perfectly proportioned when held together. Her hesitant mannerisms, even thanking viewers for gifts as small as a penny, gave off an air of innocence and naivety. Lin Dong instinctively tapped on the streamer's profile. Sure enough, this beauty named Kiki So Sleepy had only been streaming for 2 days and had just a few hundred followers. However, with her striking looks and stunning figure, it wouldn't take long for her to rise to the top of the live streaming beauty rankings. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. Men love nurturing things. If he started following her now, he'd be an old fan. That feeling was pretty satisfying. More importantly, small-time streamers like this were easy prey for top donors. Send them a Porsche or two, and you could arrange an offline meetup. What happens next? You know how it goes. The internet is never short of wealthy individuals. Nor is there a shortage of ordinary folks pretending to be something they're not. Through the screen, anyone can send bullet comments or shower gifts. By now, the live stream room had grown lively. Host, I can't find my phone. Could you call it to help me locate it? What kind of streamer is this beauty? Singing or dancing? Kiki baby, I want to buy a plot of land. Your unwavering devotion. Seeing the stream of mixed bag comments, Su Mingqi froze for a moment. Then, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a bit awkward. She was just a college student who started streaming to kill time and earn some pocket money. She never imagined that in just 2 short days, she'd gain hundreds of fans. This left Su Mingqi both thrilled and nervous. In real life, she had been confessed to before. But never as bluntly as in the live stream. These guys, separated only by a screen, practically devoured her with their eyes. Seeing Su Mingqi flustered, like a frightened little rabbit, the group of viewers became even more excited. They began teasing her relentlessly. Before long, several accounts were banned for using overly aggressive language. Su Mingqi was completely stunned. Seeing this, Lin Dong gave a helpless smile. That's just how the internet works. As long as a woman is even slightly attractive, she'll never lack for admirers. Seeing so many people sending bullet comments, Lin Dong couldn't resist sending one himself. Duck, why isn't the beauty saying anything? Is she too nervous? Duck was Lin Dong's account ID.
Su Mingqi happened to catch that comment. Hesitating, her face flushed crimson as she replied, "Sorry, I'm a bit shy. I don't talk much at school either." Holy crap, she's actually a pure college girl. I knew it. A young, pretty girl like this must be a student. College life is the best. Hey, your location shows Tian High Tech. I'm right here in the guys' dorm. Wanna bump into each other on the sports field? Streamer. I've got 8-pack abs major assets. DM me. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected that a casual remark would accidentally reveal her identity. Lin Dong's eyes lit up as well. Tian High University of Science and Technology? Wasn't that the same university as Lu Shiyun? Indeed, places like universities never lack for beautiful women. Moreover, Lu Shiyun and Su Mingqi possessed different kinds of beauty. One was lively and playful, the other pure and bashful. Each had her own unique charm. Next, netizens transformed into Sherlock Holmes, eager to uncover Su Mingqi's secrets. Instantly, Su Mingqi grew even more flustered, hastily deleting several candid photos. Her furrowed brow and pitiful expression only made her seem more adorable the longer one watched. Just then, a red Porsche appeared on screen, gliding slowly above the sea of white bullet comments. The special effects were nothing short of spectacular. Oh? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Originally, he had planned to send a small gift later. But unexpectedly, someone had beaten him to it. On the screen, Su Mingqi's furrowed brows instantly smoothed out. Her eyes widened as she cautiously checked the price of the Porsche. 200 yuan. Thank you, brother Hao Tianhai, for the Porsche. Before she could finish speaking, Su Mingqi awkwardly made a heart gesture with her hands. In her 2 days of streaming, this was the first time she'd received such an expensive gift. She felt both thrilled and a bit overwhelmed. Soon, Tianhai Hao sent a comment. Little Chi-Chi, can we exchange WeChat contacts? Big brother will treat you to dinner. Dinner? Su Mingqi froze. She never imagined brother Hao would be so direct. He'd just sent a gift and now wanted to meet in person. She knew the live streaming industry was murky. Online, she often saw news about female streamers meeting up with big shots offline. This Tianhai brother Hao clearly had the same intentions. He wanted to engage in deeper communication with Su Mingqi. But Su Mingqi didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she have considered such things? Just as she hesitated, a red light flashed across the live stream again. She looked closely. Another Porsche had been gifted. Thank you, brother Hao from Tianhai, for the second Porsche. Bro Hao Tianhai, little Chi-Chi, I genuinely like you. Give me your number, and I'll pick you up at the school gate right now. What? Su Mingqi blurted out in shock. 1 second ago, he was just asking for her WeChat. The next second, he was asking her out. That was a bit too fast. As expected, the others saw right through brother Hao's intentions. Ha, we're all seasoned foxes here. What kind of ghost story are you trying to pull? If you want to sleep with the girl, just say so. Exactly. 2 Porsches and you're already asking her out? You're being way too cheap. Hitting up an influencer out there costs at least 3 or 4,000. Big shot Tianhai Hao? How impressive. Never heard of you before? A horde of netizens unleashed a barrage of attacks on brother Hao. Seeing this, brother Hao didn't leave. Instead, he sent a 200 yuan red text donation message. I spend money to sleep with women. What the hell business is it of yours? If you had money, you'd be sending gifts too. If you can't afford it, shut the hell up. Instantly, the flood of white comments died down. They watched live streams for companionship. Asking them to spend money? Forget about it. Chapter 71, a 200,000 yuan gift given without hesitation. Su Mingqi felt a bit embarrassed. Being a first-time streamer, she didn't know how to handle the situation. Seeing this, Tianhai Hao stepped up his pressure. Made up your mind yet, little sister? If you agree, Big Bro will send you 2 more Porsches to boost your popularity. Just as everyone thought Su Mingqi was about to give in, a row of fire columns suddenly erupted from the ground. The fireworks that bloomed filled the entire screen, drowning out all the discordant comments. Su Mingqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Soon, everyone watched as someone's fan club level skyrocketed. From level 1 to level 10. From level 10 to level 20. From level 20 to level 30. Similarly, the fan badge transformed from the most basic blue to a magnificent purple gold, constantly flaunting its prestigious status. The ID displayed was none other than Duck in bold characters. Lin Dong chuckled and typed a line of bullet comments. Streamer, I sent you 10 carnival tickets. Can I cut in line and add you on WeChat? No problem, right? Holy crap, you're loaded. That's insane. 10 carnivals, 20 grand. Don't even mention cutting in line, I cut you in a heartbeat. You upstairs, GHS, right? I'm reporting you right now. Streamer, do something. There's a troublemaker in the crowd. Lin Dong had only shown a tiny glimpse of his skills, and the chat room, which had been filled with toxic comments just moments ago, instantly cleared up. Everyone was fawning over Lin Dong. It wasn't surprising. This world fundamentally worships strength. Seeing those worse off than themselves, they'd spit and kick them if they could.
Yet when they saw those doing better, they fawned over them, calling them Master Jing, Master Hu, and Master Mei. Truly showcasing what species diversity means. Right now, Lin Dong's 10 carnival points are like a foot stomping on Tianhai Hao's head, leaving him speechless. And in the process, it gave everyone a chance to vent their pent-up frustration. As for Su Mingqi, she stood frozen in shock for a full half-minute before slowly coming to her senses.
Thank you, Brother Duck. Thank you for the gift. I'll add you on WeChat right now.
Lin Dong's lips curved upward.
Just as he'd expected. You can't add the streamer on WeChat not because you didn't spend money, but because you didn't spend enough. Look at him, he tipped 20,000 yuan, and the streamer was practically jumping for joy, adding him on WeChat herself? Damn it! Meanwhile, seeing Su Mingqi's inconsistent behavior, Tianhai Hao's face turned red with embarrassment. He thought 2 Porsches would be enough to win over this little streamer. But then someone else swooped in.
Seeing Duck unnecessary replace him as the top donor, and the beauty streamer even adding him on WeChat, Hao Ji gritted his teeth and frantically bombarded the chat with messages.
Damn it, it's just 20 grand. Who doesn't have that kind of money? I'll knock you off the top spot right now. Soon, Chi-Chi's Not Sleepy livestream was once again ablaze with fireworks. Another carnival? 10 again? Thanks for the carnival, Hao Gu. Appreciate it. Su Mingqi received another 20,000 yuan gift. But she couldn't quite muster any joy. The thought of brother Hao Tianhai's relentless harassment made her feel uneasy, as if the money were burning a hole in her pocket. Meanwhile, the netizens who had just been relentlessly bashing brother Hao couldn't sit still either. Aren't you the one who was just sending 200 yuan here and there? How come you suddenly sent 20,000 yuan? This how good did he go take out a payday loan? Take my advice, bro, don't go down the wrong path. Bro Hao, it's not that serious. She's just a small streamer. Meanwhile, on the plush bed of the Dynasty Hotel. Interesting. Is this a challenge to my throne? If you want to play, I'll play along. Anyway, I just made 50 million off that big dummy Chi Wenbin. Got nowhere to spend it. Lin Dong's lips curled into a playful smirk as he casually tapped in a string of numbers. Immediately, Su Mingqi's livestream went black. Then, rockets emblazoned with the 4 characters Kiki Not Sleepy shot skyward. They exploded across the starry sky, illuminating everything. The entire screen was consumed by the special effects. In terms of sheer style, it was leagues above gifts like Porsches or carnivals. For a moment, all the viewers were stunned. The bullet chat fell briefly silent. Then came the roar and the sensation. Holy, a god has descended. Everyone kneel. 10 rocket number 1's a whopping 200,000 yuan. Whoever this duck is, they're absolutely legendary. Right now, every platform is rolling this gift effect. Our Aki is killing it. Bro Duck, I'll be your dog, just give me a chance. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's account level skyrocketed again, jumping straight from level 30 to level 60. His fan badge underwent a dramatic transformation. The once luxurious purple hue transformed into a dazzling crimson name. In the context of an online game, this was unmistakably the treatment reserved for a world boss. Wherever he went, it was a symbol of status and prestige. 3 words, a magnet for envy. Holy, this guy's lost his mind. Hao Gu, who had just been about to mock Lin Dong, was utterly dumbfounded. Trembling, he watched helplessly as his carnival was overshadowed by rocket number 1's special effects. Then he thought about the wasted 20,000 yuan, and he regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. The next moment, Hao rushed to find the customer service hotline and dialed the number. Hello? This is the kid's dad. My kid accidentally pressed the wrong button. Can minors get refunds? With Brother Hao's disappearance, Chi-Chi's Not Sleepy livestream had completely transformed into a stage for Duck Yubi alone. Su Mingqi was so moved she had tears in her eyes. She was just an ordinary person. The 200,000 yuan in gifts, split among the team, was an absolute fortune. Su Mingqi never imagined she'd earn so much money in just 2 days of streaming. More importantly, Duck Bubai's appearance had also helped her resolve a troublesome situation. Tianhai Haoga had already slunk away. He would never bother her again. But now, another problem loomed. How should she thank this wealthy patron for showering her with such generous donations? Su Mingqi's face flushed crimson as her hands twisted together in nervous clenches, her heart pounding wildly. Same old line, it's not that you didn't spend enough, it's that you didn't spend nearly enough. Watching the worried Su Mingqi on the screen, Lin Dong smiled faintly and casually typed a line. Don't get the wrong idea, beautiful. I just think you have real potential to be a star. Consider this an advance investment. If you ever star in movies or TV dramas, just remember your longtime fan. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Then, she felt even more touched. Little did she know, this entire maneuver was Lin Dong's deliberate play of feigning disinterest. This tactic worked like a charm on an inexperienced young woman like Su Mingqi. On the contrary, the more obvious your intentions, the more nervous and fearful she becomes. Only by first appearing indifferent could he lure her in, fueling her curiosity and desire to explore. Chapter 72, Another 2 million. Live stream room.
A barrage of accounts bearing the Long Family Army fan badge suddenly stormed in, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Su Mingchi from the get-go.
Who are you, some no-name streamer? Don't you know the platform's rules? Exactly. Don't you know young Master Long is live streaming with Wildcat Sister? What do you think you're doing spamming gifts like this?
You're interrupting our stream, get over there and apologize.
Long Cat Duo up.
What's this Chi-Chi not sleepy nonsense?
Within seconds, thousands flooded into Chitsu's sleepy livestream. Online users skyrocketed to 20,000.
And the numbers showed no signs of stopping.
People kept clicking in.
Most of them were just there for the spectacle. Others were utterly curious, how could a rookie streamer receive gifts worth 200,000 yuan? Others came with ill intent, immediately flooding the chat with spam and bomb attacks. They wore Dragon Family Army fan badges, some with surprisingly high levels even matching Lin Dong's own 60th tier.
Lin Dong couldn't help but feel intrigued. Who exactly was this young Master Long everyone kept mentioning?
Before Lin Dong could voice his question, someone spoke for him.
What's the deal with this Dragon Family Army? Why are they so toxic, starting off by insulting other streamers? You haven't heard of young Master Long?
He's the biggest influencer on our platform, with 30 million followers. They call him Tianhai's most passionate soul, the love guru.
Holy crap, so it's him. No wonder he has so many fans. Stop talking about it. Watch out for online bullying later.
With 30 million followers, this dragon young master is no small figure. At the very least, he's worth millions. But while his fan base is massive, their quality isn't exactly top-notch.
Who is this third-rate streamer?
Our dragon was having a great chat with Wildcat, and now your crappy gift effects ruined everything.
Exactly. Don't you know our brother is the top influencer on this platform? Everyone else should step aside. 1 rocket is bad enough, but 10? Trying to steal our dragon young master's spotlight with malicious screen hogging? Shame on you. Ha, playing innocent?
Who knows how many times the top donor slept with her?
A barrage of toxic comments flooded the live chat.
Su Mingchi felt deeply wronged, her eyes reddening as she tried to explain.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean to. Su Mingchi's denial only gave the Long Family Army another chance to pounce.
Like rabid dogs, they latched onto her and wouldn't let go.
Not on purpose?
You clearly did it to steal the spotlight from our dragon young master.
Exactly.
Tens of thousands were watching the Dragon Cat CP, and you suddenly dropped special effects. You were just trying to steal the spotlight. Manipulative, so disgusting. Charge. We gotta blow her up. In an instant, Su Mingchi's livestream was flooded again with comments from the Long Family Army. Some viewers tried to help, sending a few supportive comments. But their messages were quickly drowned out by the torrent of abuse. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowed.
He knew the online environment was toxic. But he hadn't expected it to be this toxic. He'd only spent a few small change, so how did he attract such a bunch of demons and monsters? That Tianhai Longxiao guy didn't even bother to rein in his fans. Well, he couldn't be blamed for this. Think the special effects are distracting, huh? Let me show you what true screen domination looks like. Lin Dong snorted coldly, tapping the screen a few times with casual ease. Live stream room. Su Mingchi stood flushed and flustered. Whoosh. 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 Several rocket number ones materialized out of thin air, taking off from their spots. Gorgeous special effects instantly filled the entire screen. They completely drowned out the flood of bullet comments from the Long Family Army. Su Mingchi's eyes widened. She had assumed, just like before, there would be 10 rocket number ones. But to her surprise, even after a full 30 seconds, the special effects showed no signs of stopping, continuing to explode with a relentless boom boom boom. Gradually, the Dragon Family Army's bullet screen grew sparser. Everyone was stunned, their hands frozen mid-air as they tapped their screens. A full 2 minutes passed. When the last rocket vanished, Chi-Chi's sleepy livestream finally found a long-awaited moment of peace. What followed was an unprecedented frenzy and uproar. Holy, 100 rockets? Are you kidding me? 100 rocket number ones? That's 2 million yuan. Forget 2 million, even 200,000 could buy 10 girlfriends. Boss, is this really necessary? This is the streamer's benefactor. If it were me, I'd be calling him daddy already. The live stream room erupted in chaos. The Dragon Family Army members who came to disrupt things couldn't save face. Sending gifts worth 200,000 could be seen as malicious traffic hijacking. But 2 million? Even their own dragon young master wouldn't have that much in gifts. Who knows? Maybe Kiki So Sleepy could be the next top streamer. Thank you, Duck. No need. Thank you so much. Su Mingchi was both laughing and crying, her expression filled with emotion. To Lin Dong, this sum was mere pocket change. But for her, it was an absolute fortune. It could even change her destiny. Most importantly, Lin Dong had used real money to calm the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's fan badge underwent another transformation. Not only did dazzling golden light effects erupt, but a regal crown fit for an emperor was added. Congratulations!
You have been upgraded to our platform's supreme member.
Congratulations! You have unlocked the highest privileges on this platform. Congratulations! You've unlocked 24/7 dedicated customer service. Every bullet comment you send will be pinned at the top of every livestream, and your gifts will be promoted site-wide. Oh? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Watching the constant stream of notifications in the backend, he finally realized he had become the platform's supreme member. He casually sent a bullet comment. Sure enough, not only did the text enlarge several times over, but its color changed from plain white to a striking purple gold. Kiki, do you like it? Seeing Lin Dong's comment, Su Mingqi's heart fluttered wildly. She nodded frantically. I like it. Thank you, Duck. No need to be so kind, big brother. I'm truly grateful. If you have any requests, just say the word. Anything I can do, I'll try my best to make happen. As she spoke these words, Su Mingqi bit her lip, her gaze shifting nervously. She was still a virgin at her age. The thought of doing such a thing made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. Earlier, when Brother Hao wanted to add her on WeChat, she had been hesitant and slow to respond. Now, she was hinting at him, hesitantly suggesting he could contact her. Turns out, no matter what flowers you give a girl, nothing beats having money to spend freely. Live stream room. Seeing Su Mingqi's bashful expression in the middle of it all, he couldn't help but feel envious, consumed with jealousy and resentment toward Lin Dong. Man, another beautiful streamer has fallen. Ah! My goddess. Top donor, be gentle, woo-woo. Cut the dirty jokes, guys. Maybe she's into pure love. Haha, you believe that? Hey, where'd that group of Long Family Army guys go? They seemed pretty tough earlier. What Dragon Family Army? More like Bug Family Army, Fart Family Army. Chapter 73, Livestream Showdown. No friends here. The moment the Dragon Clan army saw the big spender appear, they all tucked their tails between their legs and fled the livestream. Whether they were tipping off young Master Long or simply cowed by Lin Dong's prowess. Either way, Lin Dong stood alone at the top of the leaderboard, miles ahead of the rest. His staggering 2 million yuan donation record shattered everyone's expectations. Money talks. Just then, someone suddenly connected and requested a PK battle with Su Mingqi. Tianhai Longshao? And another streamer named Little Wildcat. Su Mingqi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a sudden unease washing over her. No need to guess after seeing Lin Dong splurge on Su Mingqi, Longshao couldn't sit still. He'd brought along his online partner, Little Wildcat, hoping to win back his pride through this duel. Lin Dong observed the scene and smiled faintly. Was this dragon young master worried his top streamer spot might be snatched away? Don't worry, Chi-Chi. Big brother's got your back. Accept the challenge. That's right. We've got tens of thousands of fans. We're not afraid of some Tianhai bug kid. Let's take him on. You lot just love stirring up trouble. All you do is fan the flames here. I don't buy that you'd actually send gifts. Exactly. Just now, who knows who got silenced by the Dragon Army? Before Dragon Young Master even arrived, the live chat was already erupting in infighting. This made Su Mingqi even more hesitant about accepting the PK. Then, she found herself fixating on the word stuck literally, don't duck. Clearly, she was waiting for Lin Dong to make his move. Soon, Su Mingqi saw the 5 words that put her mind at ease. Don't worry, I'm here. In an instant, it sent ripples across the entire forum. Lin Dong's words were once again showered with admiration. So badass. When will I ever have a man like that? So manly. It makes me feel so secure. Look, we've surpassed 100,000 online viewers. Before Su Mingqi could accept Longshao's challenge, the livestream's viewer count began skyrocketing. 20,000. 50,000. 100,000. This alone showed just how impactful Lin Dong's 100 rockets had been. Huff. Su Mingqi exhaled deeply and finally accepted the invitation. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared on the screen. It was none other than the so-called Totoro CP. Hello, everyone. True to his name, Tianhai Longshao was young yet adorned in gold and silver. A massive 24K gold chain hung around his neck, while Bentley Platinum sunglasses perched on his forehead. He wore Armani clothing adorned with leopard print patterns. This entire outfit would easily cost 5 or 60,000. Hey guys, I'm Little Wildcat. The other streamer, Little Wildcat, sported the quintessential polished influencer look. She wore a figure-hugging pink bodycon dress that hinted at her ample curves, every move exuding a seductive charm. Anyone who's watched live streams knows that only controversy and scandal can generate buzz for a streamer. Popularity equals traffic. Traffic equals money. Recently, Tianhai Longshao and Little Kitten have been hyping up their CP to cash in together. It's laughable that the Dragon Army fans remain oblivious, still frantically showering them with virtual gifts. Even when they can barely feed themselves, they still tip. Lin Dong had long seen through all this. He was merely curious how this Dragon Young Master would salvage his reputation. Hello, beautiful Chi-Chi, this is Young Master Long. Tianhai Longshao offered a faint smile, greeting Su Mingqi through the screen. His demeanor wasn't as hostile as expected. Instead, the little wildcat merely rolled her eyes. It seemed she had joined the call solely to assert her dominance. Su Mingqi paused, then timidly nodded. Soon, the dragon family army flooded the chat with messages. Wow, young Master Long is so handsome and gentlemanly, no wonder he's my favorite streamer. Who says otherwise? Young Master Long has always been so kind. So what if it's just 2 million in gifts? Big deal. If every member of the dragon family army chips in $1, that's already 30 million. Exactly. Win the PK against Chi-Chi the sleepyhead and make her take her punishment. Even before the PK began, a group of people were already stirring up trouble, trying to muddy the waters. Tianhai Longxiao was quite happy to see this unfold. The more buzz it generated, the more money he'd rake in. Especially after seeing Su Mingqi only had a few thousand followers, he felt even more confident. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought it was some top streamer, but turns out it's just a rookie who just started broadcasting. Tianhai Longxiao calculated silently. Even if Duck didn't want to give Su Mingqi any popcorn, there was only one person. He had a whopping 30 million followers. What was there to fear? PK? Win for sure. Oh, Dragon Brother, don't waste any more time. Hurry up and finish the PK. I want to hear your stories and whisper secrets with you. Please? Just then, little Wildcat chimed in, playing along and acting all cute. Every now and then, she'd squeeze out a deep, bottomless ocean trench. Whoa! So thrilling! As expected, the live chat exploded with a wave of virtual climaxes. It was as if they'd imagined themselves in Long Xiao's shoes, thoroughly dominating the little kitten. Su Mingqi's fans were also urging her to start a PK battle. Seeing this, Tianhai Longxiao chuckled, "Hey, Chi-Chi, how about we play around?" Su Mingqi's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her subconscious resisting the idea. But recalling Lin Dong's support, she nodded in agreement. Tianhai Longxiao watched her reaction, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. Then, feigning magnanimity, he declared, "Haha, that's perfect. But since we're playing, what's the fun without a wager? My demands aren't high. If I win, you'll do a swing dance or clean windows on livestream to boost viewership. Also, try to avoid overlapping with our broadcast times in the future." How does that sound? What? Su Mingqi could understand the first condition. Dancing or singing was the simplest punishment for losing a PK. Even if both dances were a bit risque, they were still within her tolerance. But the second demand? That was crossing the line. Typically, prime time for live streaming was after 8 p.m. People kill time scrolling through their phones, watching live streams to unwind. Now, Tianhai Longxiao was actually demanding she go offline during this prime time slot. If she actually did that, the fan base Su Mingqi had painstakingly built up would surely vanish overnight. Tianhai Longxiao could keep hyping the CP and become the undisputed king of prime time. Damn, Tianhai Longxiao was way too bossy. Why can't people stream? Exactly. Who does he think he is? What's all the fuss about? You streamers accepted the challenge yourselves. Win or lose, you have to accept the consequences. Are you just sore losers? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly at the scene. Then, he stated his own position. Our streamers can comply with these two demands if they lose. But what if young Master Long loses? What then? Seeing this eye-catching comment, Su Mingqi's eyes lit up. She immediately turned to Lin Dong for help. "Duck, big brother, why don't you decide the punishment instead? I don't really understand these things." Chapter 74, Tension in the Air. Seeing Su Mingqi completely relying on this Duck Bubai, Tian Haolong also realized this was the mysterious big spender who had spammed 100 rockets, his biggest rival. Moments later, Lin Dong typed out a line. Simple. If Chi-Chi wins, you won't need to dance. Just apologize on behalf of your dragon army, then permanently withdraw from prime time. This demand isn't unreasonable, right? What? Tianhai Longxiao froze, staring intently at the bullet chat Lin Dong had sent. He was being asked to apologize to a minor streamer on behalf of the dragon army. And to stop streaming during prime time. This was beyond the pale. It was asking him to betray his fans, lose their support, and essentially end his career. Sir, isn't this request a bit much? After all, I'm the top streamer on this platform. How could I possibly go offline just because of a few words from you? Tianhai Longxiao said with a forced smile, inwardly dismissive. Some nouveau riche upstart actually dares to demand he go offline? What a joke. To make his point absolutely clear, he even brought up the Long family army. If I shut down, how could I face my fans? They're my closest, dearest family. The thought of not seeing them makes my heart ache and brings tears to my eyes. Seeing this, Little Kitten chimed in to back him up. Duck, no need. And Chi-Chi's so sleepy, don't push it too far. Could you really bear to see everyone lonely and bored, with no live streams to watch? As expected, the Dragon family army members were all indignant, jumping in to defend young Master Long. Damn it, who the hell is this Duck guy? Just some rich kid with a few bucks in his pocket, and he dares to shut down our dragon boss's stream. Exactly. Who does he think he is, sticking his nose in our business? I'm a hacker. I'm going to crack open that duck thingy right now. Just wait for me to expose it.
Seeing these comments, Lin Dong didn't get angry, he actually felt like laughing.
Those looks of utter bewilderment. These Dragon Army fans are way too devoted, aren't they?
Just watching a livestream, and they genuinely treat Tianhai Longxiao like their dad, defending him tooth and nail.
A few hotheads even tried to track Lin Dong down through the internet cables. Of course, with Lin Dong's current level and permissions, the platform couldn't leak any information. Otherwise, they might as well quit their jobs. Not just Lin Dong, but even Kiki's original fans and some casual viewers were utterly repulsed by the Dragon Army's crude, overbearing behavior. Oh my, calling him Dragon Daddy? Why not just call him Grandpa? Wasn't it your dragon young master who first demanded she stop streaming? The top donor just made the same request. Why are you all freaking out? What a bunch of hypocritical dogs.
If you can't handle it, don't play the game.
What Tianhai young dragon? He's nothing but a stray dog on the street.
Many had long grown tired of Tianhai Long and his brainless fanbase. Now, they finally had an opportunity to vent their frustration. In an instant, Chi Hao Koen's livestream turned into a battlefield. Long's army and the crowd clashed fiercely. The chat was filled with toxic, foul-smelling comments, making it unbearable to watch.
Tianhai Longxiao and Little Wildcat exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes brimming with amusement.
For them, the more chaos, the higher the heat, the more money they made.
Keep the insults flying.
Before long, they could go from being the top streamer on their platform to the undisputed king of live streaming across the entire internet. Then, just by picking up a few ads, they'd rake in millions effortlessly. Su Mingqi had never encountered such a massive controversy before and felt at a loss. She desperately needed someone to help her make a decision.
Ding! Just then, a WeChat friend request popped up.
The moment she saw the name, Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise.
Duck!
Seeing the verification message, Su Mingqi, who had been feeling flustered, instantly felt reassured. Then, she accepted the friend request.
With me here, you have nothing to fear.
Tell him if he doesn't agree to the punishment terms, he'd better get lost. Su Mingqi pursed her lips slightly. This guy was way too bossy. But the more he acted like this, the more secure and fond she felt. Bolstered by Lin Dong's support, Su Mingqi gathered her courage and addressed Tian Haolong and Xiaonamo, who were watching the spectacle. Young Master Long, Duck Brothers' stance is my stance.
If you don't want to play, then I'll disconnect from the call. From now on, we'll mind our own business. No one should provoke anyone else.
Though Su Mingqi's words weren't as direct as Lin Dong's. But it was clear the young girl was seething inside.
She wasn't inferior to anyone, why should she obey his orders? Hearing this, Tianhai Longxiao's eyes widened in surprise.
He never expected Su Mingqi to be so defiant. The minor streamers he'd bullied before would quit online within days, vanishing without a trace.
Why was he encountering such a tough nut to crack today?
He certainly didn't want to agree to such harsh terms. But he was even less willing to lose this massive wave of traffic. Just now, the tips from a group of Long family army members had already exceeded 100,000 yuan. This money came way too easily.
No way, Chi-Chi, of course we'll play. I'm just worried you'll cry if you lose. Tianhai Long pretended to be concerned for Su Mingqi.
This only made the little wildcat grow even more jealous. It was unclear whether she was genuinely upset or just putting on a show.
Our dragon young master is truly gentle.
This Chi-Chi is so sleepy, and that duck is so rude, what a snob.
What level is she, challenging our dragon young master? Does she really think spending 2 million makes her invincible? Long family army, listen up. Today's battle must end in victory, not defeat. Let these little punks see the true power of the Long family army. Long family army up, duck don't need it, just wait to die.
Seeing the dragon army ready to flood the chat with gifts, Tianhai Longxiao was already grinning from ear to ear inside.
Still, he pretended to calm them down. Everyone, keep your cool. Harmony brings prosperity, harmony brings prosperity. After all, Chi-Chi is a girl.
Losing badly would really hurt her feelings. Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi showed no regard for Long Xiao's face, cutting straight to the point. Young Master Long, no need to overthink things for me.
If I lose, I'll accept the consequences willingly. Now, it's all about your attitude.
If you lose, you'll never stream during prime time again.
Dare you?
Facing this challenge from the unknown rookie Su Mingqi, Tian Haibiao gave a cold laugh, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. A faint smile touched his lips as he patted his chest and held up 3 fingers with his right hand.
Fine. You want to play? I'll see it through to the end.
If I lose, forget about quitting primetime. I, Longxiao, will quit streaming altogether and never go live again.
What?
The moment these words left his mouth, they sent shockwaves through the community. As a major internet celebrity with 30 million followers, Longxiao easily raked in tens of millions annually.
Today, he's threatening to quit streaming just to battle some minor streamer? What makes this minor streamer so special?
Yet, it was clear to anyone with eyes that Tianhai Longxiao held a commanding advantage. His massive fan base included many wealthy individuals. Su Mingqi is just a minor streamer, and her only wealthy fan is a certain duck.
So the outcome of this battle holds little suspense. The real question is, how much cash can he rake in by winning this showdown? Chapter 75, Singing, Heavenly Melody. Alright, enough chit-chat, let the battle begin. Little beauty Chi-Chi, and that duck something or other, don't forget your promises. After all, once I, young dragon, give my word, it's as good as gold. Young dragon issued the PK invitation with great flair. Su Mingqi hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and clicked accept. The Dynasty Hotel, Presidential Suite. Lin Dong lay on the large bed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You said it yourself. Today, I'll knock you down from young Master Long to bug young Master. Let you see what it means to realize there's always someone better out there. Soon, news of Tianhai Dragon Boy's bet with a rookie streamer spread like wildfire. Within moments, a flood of onlookers poured in. Within minutes, Tianhai Lonshao's livestream hit 2.2 million concurrent viewers. Su Mingqi also surpassed 500,000 viewers. Even Little Wildcat managed to ride the wave to 300,000 viewers. In other words, 3 million people were watching this showdown at the same time. No wonder Lin Dong was spending like crazy. He started with 2 million. This showdown was bound to be a wild ride. Of course, the platform's promotion played a significant role too. For them, it was a surefire moneymaker. Huff. Stay calm, I must stay calm. With Duck Brother here, even if we lose, it's no big deal. Kiki's so sleepy livestream. Su Mingqi clenched her tiny fists, trying to steady herself. But when it came time to speak, not a single word came out. Ha! Seeing her stumbling and stuttering pitifully, Tian Haolong couldn't help but burst out laughing. The little wildcat also laughed until she was shaking like a leaf. Her voluptuous figure swayed like rolling waves, making one's eyes go dizzy. Young Master Long, where did you find this oddball? With her timid nature, she's not even as bold as the cleaning lady downstairs at my place. How dare she go live? Kitty, that's not fair. It's perfectly normal for a young girl to be shy. But she really isn't cut out for live streaming. Oomph. Young Master Long, you're biased. Have you got your eye on her? Little Wildcat pouted, deliberately propping her slender arms under her chin to flaunt her ample assets before the crowd. This wasn't jealousy at all. She was clearly flaunting her figure. In an instant, countless viewers swallowed hard, eyes wide. Seeing this, Little Kitten giggled in feigned shyness. Oh my, if you guys like it, give me a follow. Oh, and give Dragon Brother a follow too. As Little Kitten continued her flirtatious antics, thousands quickly followed her. The live stream audience kept growing. Meanwhile, Su Mingqi stammered awkwardly, failing to engage her audience. Her online viewership steadily declined. Seeing this, Lin Dong knew he couldn't wait any longer. When he acted, he went all in. Whoosh! 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 The next second, 100 rocket number ones blasted off simultaneously. As they exploded, special effects flooded the entire screen, completely obscuring all the bullet comments. The Long family army, who had just been cheering for young Master Long, were completely drowned out by the dazzling, majestic effects utterly invisible. Damn, another 2 million. See that? Now that's a true high roller throwing down 2 million without even blinking. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Before she could recover, a bullet screen adorned with an imperial crown appeared from Duck. Chi-Chi, sing a song for everyone. Don't be nervous. Just sing something you're good at. Sing? Su Mingqi froze. How did he know she could sing? It turned out that in college, her major was music. She'd even participated in campus singing competitions and won first prize. Earlier, Lin Dong had scrolled through her social media feed and spotted a photo of her accepting an award on stage. That's when he thought to ask her to sing in the livestream. Sure enough, the moment the singing started, the viewers in the livestream couldn't contain themselves and began cheering. Give us one, beautiful Chi-Chi. With a face like an angel, her singing must be heavenly. Spending 2 million just to request a song? Truly a god-tier spender. With that much money, you could host a concert at Vienna's Golden Hall. Kiki, the snacks and tea are ready, let's get this show on the road. As the 2 million gifts poured in, viewers who had left Kiki's So Sleepy livestream began flooding back. They even siphoned off some viewers from Long Xiao and Xiao Yemao's streams. Everyone was curious, just how beautiful could a song worth 2 million be? Kiki's livestream. As she began singing, Su Mingqi instantly fell into her groove, her aura transforming dramatically. For a moment, she seemed to possess the potential of a female star. She held her phone like a microphone and slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, a light, crystalline voice flowed from her throat. Bubbles in the sunlight, they're colorful. Like me, deceived yet blissful. This heavenly melody, intoxicating and mesmerizing, flowed through the speaker into everyone's ears. Even Lin Dong, with his god-tier vocal skills, couldn't help but be swept away. To be fair, Su Mingqi's singing skills weren't particularly exceptional. At least, she couldn't match the great singers and queens of song. There was still room for improvement. Yet, her innocent and youthful voice possessed an extraordinary purity. Like a gentle stream, it echoed in everyone's heart, untouched by the slightest hint of vulgarity. In an instant, the number of viewers in the livestream skyrocketed. 600,000. 700,000. 800,000.
The numbers jumped significantly with almost every glance. Meanwhile, the viewership for Tianhai Longshao and Little Wildcat plummeted rapidly. For a moment, both of their faces turned extremely grim.
Longshao, what should we do? This duck is too much. Where does he get all these crazy ideas? How can he sing one song and steal all our viewers? This can't go on. Little Wildcat was getting anxious. Tianhai Long was also drenched in sweat. Who would have thought Su Mengqi could sing so beautifully?
She's winning fans with pure talent. At this point, there was no choice but to push forward.
Meanwhile, Su Mengqi's performance reached its climax.
All just bubbles. Just a fleeting firework. All your promises, so fragile. And your outline blame me for not seeing through it, for this pain.
As the song ended, Su Mengqi smiled and nodded. Thank you, everyone. The next moment, countless gift effects flooded the screen, pouring in relentlessly.
Many were captivated by her voice. Within mere minutes, she received over 100,000 gifts, and her follower count skyrocketed to 200,000.
Tianhai Long and Xiao Yemo watched, their eyes reddening. Chi-Chi, I love you. Not only are you beautiful, but your voice is sweet too. You're a true superstar. From now on, I won't watch any livestreams without the beautiful Chi-Chi. What's this Long Xiao or Pai Xiao nonsense? Get lost. Wow, the PK value has already surpassed 3 million. She's completely crushing the competition. Duck Bye Bye is too good at this. How did he know Chi-Chi is the queen of song? Chapter 76, spending 4 million, popping champagne at halftime. Tears welled up in Su Mengqi's eyes. They were mere acquaintances, yet Lin Dong had given her so much. Moreover, he understood her so deeply, making her feel a soul connection unlike any she'd ever known. Seeing Su Mengqi's tear-filled, pitiable expression, Lin Dong felt deeply moved. He'd casually tipped a little pocket money, and now he'd unexpectedly propelled a top-tier streamer to stardom. This world was utterly mad. Just then. Whoosh! 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 Tianhai Long's livestream was also flooded with countless gift effects. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 20 Dream Castle gifts, each worth 200,000 yuan. Combined, that's a whopping 4 million yuan. Holy crap, has Long Xiao lost his mind? This is the power of our dragon army. As the 4 million yuan worth of gifts poured in, the PK value surged ahead instantly. Moreover, as the platform's most valuable gift, the special effects were maxed out. Accompanied by ethereal dance music, crystal palaces rose before their eyes like a dream. Fairies and flowers, elves dancing, a dazzling spectacle that nearly blinded the eyes. The gift giver's fan club level skyrocketed, leaping directly from level 60 to level 80. Additionally, his fan badge now featured not only a crown but also a scepter. This firmly overshadowed Lin Dong. The entire internet was abuzz. The Dragon family army collectively went wild. Holy, it's the legendary Big Spender Yisheng. Big Boss Yisheng has finally arrived. Brother Yisheng is Dragon Young Master's die-hard fan. Back in the day, it was his multiple rocket #1 tips that helped Dragon Young Master get started. Better to help someone in need than add flowers to brocade. Brother Yisheng is the real deal. Our PK value is way ahead now, brothers. Keep it up and crush Chi-Chi Haokuan. Fueled by the thrill of 20 dream castles, the Dragon family army was fired up. Many contributed money meant for baby formula. Others even took out online loans to support young Dragon and win this PK. It was truly a united front. Seeing this, Tianhai Longshao was moved to tears with gratitude. He pressed his palms together in prayer, offering repeated thanks. Thanks to Brother Yisheng's dream castle. CEO Yisheng is truly my dad. Everyone, let's show Brother Yisheng our talents. Longshao wept with tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. Everyone assumed he was moved by Brother Yisheng's generous support. In truth, his heart was bleeding. Because that Yisheng was none other than himself. That's right, all along, Longshao had been directing and acting in his own play. His goal? To cultivate a die-hard fan. Then, to get others to follow suit. The effect was remarkably effective. Many unsuspecting Long family army members, following the lead of others, went wild showering gifts in his livestream. Tianhai Longshao grew stronger and more influential step by step. Even if he spent lavishly, he wouldn't lose money. But this time was different. Duck Bui Lin Dong was putting unprecedented pressure on him. Originally, he believed 2 million was Lin Dong's absolute limit. That's why he was so confident about challenging Su Mengqi to a PK. Little did he know, 2 million was Lin Dong's floor. This time, young Dragon was completely panicked. The PK between him and Chitsu Haojuan had already drawn massive attention. If he won, he'd become the undisputed king of the live streaming world. If he lost, not only would he lose his shirt, but he'd also have to slink away from the internet, becoming a pariah everyone wanted to beat. Therefore, this battle was one he had to win. There was no room for defeat. Even if it meant losing everything he owned, he wouldn't hesitate. Longshao, hang in there. Little Wildcat cheered him on in the livestream. She knew all about Longshao's time and she'd made a killing off his fame by milking his popularity. At this moment, young dragon must hold his ground. Otherwise, if young Master Long was finished, she was finished too. As Tianhai Longshao's PK value once again surpassed Su Mengqi's, many viewers migrated over to Kiki's sleepy livestream. There's no way around it. At its core, watching livestreams is all about the spectacle. They had talent and powerful backers. Even if the stream itself wasn't particularly engaging, a significant portion of viewers would still tune in to catch a glimpse. That's herd mentality for you. Heh, a life well lived? Inside the presidential suite, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and casually tapped open the user's profile. He found it contained almost nothing but marketing content for Tianhai Longshao. A thought crossed his mind, and he guessed the person's true nature. Selling one's own melon's self-praise. Calling his own dad in front of millions of people. True to form for a top streamer, thick-skinned and a smooth talker. Lin Dong understood perfectly well that Tianhai Longshao didn't want to give up this account. He was even less willing to hand over this staggering fortune. Too bad he picked the wrong person to mess with. Why pit his wealth against anyone else when he had to go and challenge Lin Dong? Young dragon, since you're being so generous, I'll just have to make you spend a little more. I'm eager to see just how many zeros are in your bank account. Lin Dong's eyes brimmed with contempt. Amidst the banter, he tapped in another string of numbers. This time, however, he didn't press the confirmation button. Instead, he waited for the right moment. Gradually, the 5-minute PK time was drawing to a close. Tian Haolong still held a massive lead of 1 million PK points over Chi Haokuan. Even though many people kept sending 1-cent hearts, it was nowhere near enough. Phew! I won! Longshao's face flushed crimson, his neck bulging, eyes wide as saucers, breathing heavily. He'd bet right. This duck might be loaded. But he didn't tip Su Mengqi again. He probably figured it wasn't worth spending so much money on one girl. He quickly calculated, the gifts tipped by the Long family army only totaled about 8 or 900,000. This PK match cost him at least 1 million yuan. But so be it. As long as he won this PK, he could skyrocket to fame and ride a massive wave of traffic. By then, the entire internet would be buzzing about the name Young Dragon. The advertising revenue would skyrocket from millions to tens of millions. Ha ha! Thinking of this, Tianhai Longshao was overcome with excitement, shouting and cheering in the livestream. His sidekick, Little Wildcat, got caught up in the excitement too, blowing kisses across the screen. Kisses, Dragon Young Master. Congrats on winning the PK. Young Master Long, once you become the top internet celebrity, don't forget about me, I've tipped you so much. Xiao Yimao flirted with Long Xiao while batting her eyelashes. As long as she and Long Xiao kept hyping their CP couple, they could ride the wave of popularity. After all, money from sycophants flows in buckets, right? Young Master Long chuckled, his voice brimming with authority, of course not. I, Young Master Long, am no ungrateful fool. Those who betray me get 1 million. Those who stay loyal? Follow me and you'll rake in 100 million. Got it? Applause. Also, special thanks to Brother Yisheng and the Dragon Family Army. Without you, I'd never have made it this far. Ha ha ha. Hearing Long Xiao's eagerly delivered acceptance speech, many Long Family Army members were moved to tears. They had been brainwashed by young Master Long, becoming his die-hard fans. Now, witnessing young Master Long's victory in the PK, they felt a shared sense of pride. Once a Dragon Young Master, always a Dragon Young Master. Long Family Army, up up. Once a Dragon Young Master, always a Dragon Young Master. Countless +1 comments flooded Young Dragon's livestream. Many even stormed Chi Haokuan's stream, flooding the chat with triumphant messages. Chapter 77, 6 million spam to steal the tower, winning the PK. Sigh. Su Mengqi sighed softly, a trace of melancholy and helplessness flickering across her lovely face. What a pity. She still lost. Though she lost, Su Mengqi didn't feel too disappointed. Achieving this much on her very first livestream already surpassed 99% of people. Whether she won or lost against Long Xiao didn't matter. She had come this far entirely thanks to Duck Boo Boo's encouragement and support. With that thought, Su Mengqi smiled faintly and wiped the tears from her eyes. Thank you all for watching my stream and listening to my singing. Truthfully, I'm quite introverted in real life. This is actually the first time I've ever spoken so much. Hearing Su Mengqi's heartfelt words, many viewers were deeply moved. Compared to the cookie-cutter influencer looks of the Little Wildcat, an innocent, pure-hearted beauty untouched by the world was their true ideal. Too bad she fell just short. No surprise Long Xiao has 30 million followers. Winning was expected. The whole internet is buzzing about this showdown now. Chi-Chi's already gone viral. This move paid off big time. But what about that duck? Why haven't we seen him post any bullet comments? Everyone suddenly realized Lin Dong hadn't appeared in ages. Ever since he splurged 4 million on gifts, Duck vanished into thin air. Meaning he'd been completely shut down? Upon hearing this news, Tianhai Longshao stopped pretending and burst into laughter. What Duck doesn't need to? To me, he's just a coward. Do you even have the strength to match me? After all these years of streaming, with so many of us in the Long Family Army, we still can't take down a single you? That's hilarious. Tianhai Longshao's lips curled upward. Through the screen, he made a gesture of contempt, his expression twisted into something utterly repulsive. Yet to the Long family army, this was genuine character. Young Master Long is absolutely right, you should kick a man when he's down. Who told him to keep pushing his luck? He was so cocky just now, where's he now? The strong should humiliate the weak without mercy. You, Chi Hao Koan, what gives you the right to try to scam young Master Long? Log off now. Exactly. Log off, log off.
In an instant, nearly everyone was attacking Su Mingqi. A few netizens tried to speak up for her, offering a word or two of defense. But they were quickly drowned out by the torrent of abuse. No use complaining, you win some, you lose some. Trying to back out now would only make her look despicable. With only 10 seconds left in the PK, Longshao couldn't hold back any longer. Pointing at Su Mingqi, he said, "Hey, sweetheart, my time is precious. I'm giving you face here. Why don't you just hang up the mic yourself? Remember this, if you don't have the tools for the job, don't take on the task. That's a life lesson Brother Long is teaching you." Little Wildcat rolled her eyes beside him, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Mingqi shook her head with a bitter smile. At this point, there was nothing more to say. To Brother Duck and everyone watching my stream today, thank you all once again. We'll meet again someday. After speaking, Su Mingqi actually stood up on her own and bowed to everyone. Her expression was sincere, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet no matter what she did, she couldn't extend the PK's duration. Long Shao raised his hand excitedly, urging the audience to join him in a countdown. Everyone, count down with me. 5, 4. The bullet comments followed suit. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the images on everyone's screens froze. Every single phone, regardless of brand, froze simultaneously. What's going on? Long Shao froze for a moment. At first, he thought it was just lag caused by too many viewers online. But then, right at that moment, swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, dazzling special effects erupted across the screen. One crystal palace after another descended from the sky, filling the entire livestream room. It was the platform's most expensive gift, a dream castle costing a whopping 200,000 yuan. Another gift? Long Shao's heart skipped a beat, suddenly gripped by an ominous foreboding. Wait, the PK battle isn't over yet. Sure enough, just as the PK was about to end, the PK value in Kiki's sleepy livestream suddenly skyrocketed. From 4 million to 10 million, firmly surpassing Long Shao. That meant someone had just gifted her a whopping 6 million in rewards. No wonder everyone's phones froze simultaneously. It turned out 30 dream castles had crashed down at once. In an instant, millions of viewers in the livestream were stunned. Then came an uproar. Explosion. The chat exploded. It's Duck, no doubt. I knew he hadn't left. Look, his PK value has crushed Long Shao's. 10 million in gifts back to back? Is he crazy? How much does he love Chi-Chi? Terrifying. The world of whales is beyond comprehension. Turning the tables at the last second, he's got psychological warfare down to a science. Kiki Hao Koen's livestream. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, nearly having a heart attack. In stark contrast, Long Shao and the Long family army were seething. Damn it, this is unfair. That Duck doesn't need to cheat. Family, keep gifting. We can't let Long Shao lose. Stop wasting your energy. Can't you see the PK is over? They've already won. The Long family army was in utter despair. They thought Duck must have been scared off. Turns out, he just went to top up his account. And in a final, desperate gamble, they stole their tower. Defeating Tianhai Longshao at the hands of Su Mingqi. Impossible. This Duck guy must be out of his mind. Spending 10 million on a female streamer? He's definitely a platform plant. No sooner had Tianhai Longshao finished speaking than he received a moderator alert, warning him not to speak recklessly. Otherwise, he would be muted. Just as Long Shao was sinking into despair, another dagger plunged into his heart. Little Wildcat's eyes lit up. She eagerly flashed heart emojis in the chat, her voice suddenly sounding much more flattering. Duck, no need to call me brother. I've sent you a DM on the back end, please accept it. Mwah. I want to be friends with you too. Give me a chance, okay? What? Long Shao's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. They say courtesans are heartless, and actresses are ungrateful. These internet celebrities? One more pragmatic than the next. But she was being a bit too eager, wasn't she? The moment she lost the showdown. The next moment, she was already clinging to someone else. Meow meow, what's your game? Did you forget who hyped up your relationship with you and boosted your popularity? Hearing Long Shao's words, the little wildcat dismissed him with disdain. To her, Long Shao, already destined to become a pariah, held no value whatsoever. More crucially, this time, Long Shao had lost over 1 million. He wouldn't be able to stream during prime time anymore. It seemed unlikely he'd ever make a comeback. If she didn't seize the opportunity to climb a higher branch, was she just going to wait around to starve? As the two fell out, a sly gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes.
He entered Xiao Namao's livestream and typed a line on the screen. Little Wildcat, aren't you two a couple? Isn't it a bit awkward for you to add me on WeChat? Chapter 78, Exposing Dark Secrets, Tearing Down the Facade. Seeing Duck suddenly appear in her chat, Little Wildcat's beautiful eyes widened. Then, pure elation flooded her heart. Forget 10 million. Even if Lin Dong had sent her $1 million, she'd have woken up laughing in her dreams. Who said we're a couple? That's all scripted. I wouldn't give the time of day to that phony. He can't even get it up, not a real man at all. Whoa! The moment those words left her mouth, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that after the showdown, there'd be even more drama to watch? Little Wildcat was dropping some major bombshells. Lin Dong perked up, firing off another comment. Care to chat? If it's interesting, tell me one thing, and I'll reward you with a dream castle. One dream castle equals 200,000. Little Kitten's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't stop grinning. Anyway, she couldn't make any money off young Master Long anymore. Might as well go all out and make a killing. Little Kitten, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Or else I'll send you a cease and desist letter. On the other end, young Dragon was sweating profusely, his panic evident. Little Wildcat knows too many of his secrets. If she spilled any of his dark past, he'd truly be ruined. But young Cat had underestimated his greed for money. Duck, let me tell you, the only reason Tianhai Long has gotten this far is thanks to 4 words: conning, swindling, cheating, and deceiving. That top spender, Shiny Leon? That's his alt account. Of the 4 million he just spent, 30,000 was actually borrowed from me. The moment these words were spoken, they sent shockwaves through the chat. Holy, brother, Yisheng is fake? No way. I saw it coming ages ago, but you guys wouldn't listen. Ha! The Dragon Army are such suckers, getting screwed over and still counting the money. Young Master Long, is she telling the truth? I don't believe it. Young Master Long, didn't you say we're all family? In an instant, many Dragon family members were shattered. Some die-hard fans continued to press young Master Long, though their resolve was beginning to waver. After all, this brother Shang always seemed to appear at the most opportune moments. At this point, the little kitten got even more fired up. With a cold snort, it declared, fans are family? They're just scamming their own family. He only got popular by using paid commenters and maliciously suppressing other streamers. In just a few sentences, he exposed Long Xiao's true colors. In an instant, the eyes of the Dragon Army turned red. This time, it wasn't emotion or excitement, it was rage. Who would have thought that Long Xiao, who constantly called them family, secretly treated them like cash cows? Watching the Long family army turn on each other, Lin Dong smiled. True to his word, he casually gifted the little kitten several dream castles. Wow, thanks for the gift, Duck brother. Love you, love you. You're my favorite. Little Wildcat was practically itching to jump onto Lin Dong's bed right then and there, ready to pamper him to his heart's content. A big spender who casually hands out 10 million like that must be worth at least a few billion. If she could latch onto such a wealthy patron, she'd never have to worry about food or shelter for the rest of her life. Too bad Lin Dong wouldn't be interested in a gold digger like her. After tossing the gift, he simply logged out. As the Long family army and young Master Long publicly fell out, the chatting young Master Long's livestream turned into a toxic mess. It wouldn't be long before young Master Long was forced to quit streaming, even if he didn't want to. Some fans were even clamoring to confront him offline, demanding he refund the gift money. In stark contrast, Su Mingqi's livestream remained serene. At that moment, Su Mingqi was overwhelmed with emotion. Woo woo! I'm so touched today. Thank you all. 10 million yuan might be insignificant to Lin Dong now. But it was more money than she could ever earn in her lifetime. Moreover, it was no surprise that talent agencies had already set their sights on Su Mingqi. With her striking looks and pure singing voice, it wouldn't be long before she was propelled to stardom. Sorry everyone, I'm just so overwhelmed. That's all for today's livestream. Wishing everyone all the best and peace. Just as the livestream reached its peak, Su Mingqi abruptly ended it. Many viewers were caught off guard, scrambling to demand one more song. Wait, that's it? I haven't had enough yet. With so many people in the chat, she just ends it like that? What do you know? She's off to meet her big brother offline. Pfft, you're full of trash talk. My Chi-Chi isn't like that. Give me a break. What streamer isn't like that? Live stream chat. Viewers frantically flooded the chat with comments, clearly wanting more. But Su Mingqi was determined to leave. Perhaps today's PK battle had been too intense, she needed time to calm down. Soon, everyone shifted their focus to another topic. Who exactly was this generous duck? Meanwhile, the Dynasty Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. Watching Su Mingqi suddenly go offline, Lin Dong smiled faintly. He already knew what would happen next. Ding! Sure enough, after a moment of inner turmoil, Su Mingqi mustered her courage and initiated a voice call. Seeing the call request pop up on WeChat, Lin Dong smiled and tapped to accept. Hello? The moment the call connected, Su Mingqi's heart fluttered wildly, her breath quickening. Is that Duck brother?
In Su Mingqi's mind, a big spender like Duck must be was surely the same age as her father. To her surprise, the voice on the other end sounded unexpectedly young.
Hi Chi-Chi, what's up? What?
Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face flushing slightly. This wasn't some greasy middle-aged man at all, it was clearly a young man in his 20s. Moreover, his voice was deep and magnetic, gentle and pleasing to the ear.
The only thing he didn't know was what the person looked like.
Lin Dong had no idea that his offhand remark had nearly melted Su Mingqi's heart. She even began to dream that he was her Prince Charming.
He must be incredibly handsome. And nothing. Duck, no need to call me brother. Thank you for helping me today. Without you, I might never be able to stream again. I was wondering if I could treat you to a meal sometime. Would that be okay?
Su Mingqi bit her lip. Finally, her face flushed as she extended the invitation. A young, beautiful girl like her who could sing well never lacked boys confessing their feelings at school.
But taking the initiative to approach someone?
This was a first. She felt a bit shy and embarrassed. Hearing Su Mingqi's words, Lin Dong's lips curved into a slight smile.
At this moment, if he were to speak, perhaps Su Mingqi would obediently lie on the bed, ready to be picked.
But doing so would be far too easy, too boring.
With Lin Dong's current status, he could afford to keep as many internet celebrities as he wanted.
With a mere wave of his hand, countless beauties would scramble to crawl into his bed.
He certainly didn't need one Su Mingqi.
As the saying goes, fine wine is meant to be savored sip by sip, and meals are meant to be eaten bite by bite.
The same goes for women.
Only by wholeheartedly conquering one woman can one truly feel a sense of accomplishment. So there's no need to rush.
Chapter 79, Staging an Accident.
With that thought, Lin Dong suppressed his rising frustration and spoke calmly. Sorry, Chi-Chi, I've been pretty busy these past few days.
I'll come see you when I have time in a few days.
Oh, okay. Su Mingqi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a sense of loss washing over her. Yet, she also felt inexplicably relieved.
Although, if Lin Dong truly wanted her, she wouldn't refuse.
Yet, a thread of fear and resistance lingered in her heart. Now that Lin Dong wasn't rushing things, Su Mingqi found herself growing even more fond of him. For the next few days, she'd likely lose her appetite, daydreaming about meeting Lin Dong.
That's all. Get some rest.
Lin Dong hung up the phone with a casual wave, showing not a hint of lingering attachment.
Ever since acquiring the godly rich rebate system, women fell into two categories for him. One type he wanted to sleep with.
The other kind he could sleep with casually.
The night passed.
Lin Dong slept soundly.
When he woke up, it was already noon.
He felt refreshed and alert, with no lingering backache or leg soreness.
Gurgle. Just a little hungry.
Lin Dong rubbed his stomach.
Suddenly he remembered that the last place they'd eaten at was pretty good. It even left behind two passionate memories. What was it called again? Tai Hug Garden. Yes, that's the name. Soon, Lin Dong quickly washed up, got dressed, and headed to the parking lot.
He stepped on the gas and pulled away from the Dynasty Hotel. He flipped on the radio and unexpectedly heard himself mentioned. Last night, a mysterious tycoon splashed out big bucks, showering a new streamer with 10 million in virtual gifts.
Sparking heated discussions across the internet. The identity of this wealthy individual remains unknown at this time.
The streamer is reportedly a sophomore majoring in music at Tianhai University of Science and Technology.
Several MCN agencies have already extended contract offers.
Oh?
So this means Su Mingqi is about to make headlines?
Lin Dong shook his head with a smile.
Are you blind? Can't you see I'm crossing the street? Stop. Stop the car. Ouch, you're going to kill me.
Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, around the corner ahead, an Audi A4L came to a stop, blocking the road. Beside the front wheel, an old woman with a bowl cut sat sprawled on the ground, clutching her right leg and wailing in agony. At her feet lay a tilted vegetable basket. Rotten vegetable leaves and stems were scattered everywhere.
Was this a car accident? Lin Dong frowned.
Upon closer inspection, something still felt off.
Tap tap.
Just then, a beautiful woman hurriedly stepped out of the Audi A4L parked ahead. Dressed in simple business attire and wearing a pair of high heels, she gave off an air of professional sophistication. Now, her appearance. A delicate oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her high nose. Her hair, still untamed, fell in soft, wavy brown locks. She radiated charm, intellect, and elegance.
Lin Dong's eyes lit up instantly.
This woman was beautiful, with a truly refined aura.
Yet at this moment, panic clouded her brow. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Ma'am, are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital?
Seeing the elderly woman lying motionless on the ground, Zhu Xiaoxiao felt uneasy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had an important client meeting scheduled for this afternoon. If she was late, the deal would fall through. Not only would it cause massive losses for the company, but she'd also lose her position as director. Therefore, this matter had to be handled immediately. The next second, Zhu Xiaoxiao reached out to help the woman up.
Unexpectedly, with a sharp slap, the woman knocked her hand away, cursing under her breath. You didn't get out when you bumped into me earlier, but now you want to help me up. Xu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Admittedly, she had been driving a bit recklessly. But because she had slammed on the brakes in time, she hadn't actually hit the woman. So how did it become her fault now? Seeing Xu Xiaoxiao's silence, the woman instantly flew into a rage, pointing her finger at Xu Xiaoxiao's nose and yelling, "I've seen plenty of people like you hit someone and try to run away. Think you're so great just because you have money." Hearing the woman insist she'd been hit, Xu Xiaoxiao's face instantly paled. Now, she couldn't help but realize the old lady was deliberately staging an accident to extort money. Looking at the woman's leg, there wasn't a single mark from any collision. The vegetable leaves scattered on the ground were clearly props that had been lying around for days, already blackened and rotten. "Auntie, how could you do this? Let me tell you, I have a dashcam in my car. You'd better get up. Otherwise, this won't look good if we take it to the police." Hearing about the dashcam, the woman's heart skipped a beat. But then she noticed Xu Xiaoxiao's tense expression and the way she seemed to be rushing somewhere. Clearly, she had some urgent business. Suddenly, the woman felt even more emboldened. "What kind of talk is that? Don't I know whether I was hit or not? Which company are you with? I'm going to find your supervisor and settle this." "You!" Xu Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted as she clenched her fists. She hadn't expected the woman to not only fail to back down but actually become more aggressive. Under normal circumstances, she would have called the police and pursued legal action. But not now. Her client was waiting, and she had to get there immediately. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Xiaoxiao sighed. "Fine. You just want money, right? Name your price. Don't waste my time." Hearing this, the woman's heart leapt with joy. She sized Xu Xiaoxiao up from head to toe, noting the expensive clothes and the latest model of the fruit-branded phone. Her lips parted, and she blurted out a figure. "Medical expenses plus lost wages? At least 30 or 40,000. "What? 30 or 40,000? Are you out of your mind, asking for that much?" Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in utter shock. She worked so hard to close a deal, and her commission was only a few thousand. And now this old lady just plops down on the ground and demands 30 or 40,000? Was this some kind of joke? Impossible. I don't have that kind of money. And even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Xu Xiaoxiao shook her head firmly. Seeing her refusal to pay, the woman snorted coldly and immediately grabbed her calf. "Everyone, come see. This woman hit me and tried to run away. Is there no justice in this world? No law to uphold? Someone help." The cry drew a crowd of onlookers in moments. Some immediately pulled out their phones to snap photos of Xu Xiaoxiao. "What's going on here? This beauty hit someone and tried to run away? I know that lady. She's always staging accidents here. She's definitely trying to scam someone again. What should we do? Should we call the police? What good would the police do? They can't do anything about old people like this. Sigh, guess we're just out of luck." As the crowd grew larger, pointing and whispering nearby, Xu Xiaoxiao felt increasingly irritated. She wanted to leave. Alas, her calf was clamped tightly by the woman, leaving her unable to move. Chapter 80, Raising the Price. "Fine, 30,000 it is." Choosing the lesser of two evils. Xu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to pay to avoid trouble. But when the woman saw she'd agreed, she shook her head. "No way. 3,000 was the price earlier. Now, it's 5,000. How dare you jack up the price like this?" Xu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Was this money just too easy to make? Did she really think I was an ATM? But she couldn't leave without paying. Now, there were only 10 minutes left until the agreed-upon time. Xu Xiaoxiao was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, on the verge of tears. Just then, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. "Sweetheart, you're the one in the wrong here. That old lady's got it rough too. One broken leg, 50 grand compensation, what's the big deal? If it were me, I'd pay 200,000 to break both her legs." Amidst the crowd's stunned stares, Lin Dong sauntered out from the throng with a carefree swagger. Hearing the first part, the woman nodded in agreement, thinking a helpful soul had arrived. But upon hearing the second remark, something felt increasingly off. What the hell does 20 grand to break both her legs and feet even mean? Damn it, is this even human speech? Young man, do you even know how to speak properly? I'm lying here all mangled up, and you're standing there spouting nonsense. Have you no conscience? Oh my god, I can't go on living. The old woman wailed and screamed, acting as if she were dying. Xu Xiaoxiao, clutched by her calf, couldn't move. Her delicate face was etched with worry. For her, 50,000 yuan was simply too much. And even if she gave her 50,000, it might not satisfy the old woman's greed. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold and let out a cold laugh. "Hey, sweetheart, need a hand?" Xu Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. Before she could react, Lin Dong had already crouched beside her other leg. Suddenly, a pair of long, straight legs came into view.
perfectly curved, with skin as smooth as jade, and even a faint, subtle fragrance wafting from them.
What are you doing?
Embarrassed in front of so many people, Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pressed her hands down to hold her skirt in place.
Today was just her unlucky day.
First she ran into a scam artist, and now someone was taking advantage of the situation to harass her. Those eyes were practically trying to peer right up her skirt.
Don't misunderstand, beautiful. I'm a doctor.
The old lady says she got hit and wants all that money. She must be seriously hurt.
Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas.
I'll consider this my good deed. Chu Xiaoxiao was completely flustered by his words. Still, she managed to grasp his meaning.
This man wasn't harassing her, he actually wanted to help? Smack!
Before Chu Xiaoxiao could speak, Lin Dong grabbed the scam artist's shoulder.
With a gentle tug, a blood-curdling scream pierced her ears. It hurts. It hurts so much. The excruciating pain in her shoulder was too much to bear. She let go of Chu Xiaoxiao's calf and rolled away with a thud. Even as she rolled, she cursed Lin Dong. What kind of doctor are you? Who treats patients like this?
A mischievous grin spread across Lin Dong's lips.
Sorry, I'm a vet. That's the kind of grip I use when treating old sows. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Dong's reply, the crowd burst into laughter. He was clearly calling the old lady a sow in a roundabout way. You!
The old woman's face flushed crimson with anger. She shot a glance at Lin Dong, then darted a look at Chu Xiaoxiao before subtly letting out a cold laugh. Well, I see why he's been so eager to help you. Turns out he's your lover. You shameless couple, bullying a country bumpkin like me. I'll report you. I'll make sure you end up in the news.
Mistress? Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in utter shock.
Lin Dong, however, remained completely unfazed. Who wouldn't be thrilled to get such a beautiful wife for free? But right now, the most important thing was to treat the old lady.
Auntie, you said you're sick? I'm a doctor, let me take a look. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick.
The old woman flew into a rage, snatching her vegetable basket and hurling it at his face.
But Lin Dong's physical abilities were extraordinary. He dodged it effortlessly.
Then, pointing at the swaying old lady, he chuckled, "Your legs look perfectly fine.
Not like you were hit at all."
Hearing this, the woman froze for a moment. Then it dawned on her she'd been caught. 1 second ago, she was clutching her leg, wailing as if dying. The next, she stood up stiffly.
Even a fool could see she was faking it. Ha! This old hag can't keep up the act anymore. Young man, that was absolutely brilliant. Enough, ma'am. You've been exposed, stop the act. At your age, you should be ashamed. The old woman was left feeling utterly humiliated by the crowd's taunts.
Her face flushed bright red as she glared at Lin Dong, teeth clenched. If it weren't for this kid meddling, she'd have pocketed 30 grand by now. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to argue with such people. He turned to face Chu Xiaoxiao, who stood there looking utterly bewildered.
Hey, beautiful, you got something to do? Better get going. Oh, right.
Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao snapped out of her daze.
Only then did she remember that an important client was waiting for her.
Sir, I misunderstood you earlier.
My apologies. Can we exchange WeChat contacts? I'll treat you to dinner later.
Lin Dong's lips curved upward.
Wasn't that exactly what he'd been waiting to hear? Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the middle-aged woman flew into a rage. She threw herself onto the hood of Chu Xiaoxiao's Audi A4L. I'm done living. Even if I turn into a ghost, I'll never let you two bastards off the hook. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought this woman could be so shameless? After failing to scam, he refuses to leave and just acts like a complete jerk. Forget 50 grand, I'll settle for 30. Give me 30 grand and I'll get lost right now. Hearing this, Lin Dong nearly laughed in anger. Even after being exposed, she still wouldn't give up. Chu Xiaoxiao's delicate brows furrowed in frustration.
Then, she instinctively turned to Lin Dong, her eyes pleading for help.
Ma'am, to be honest, I really admire your tenacity. With that kind of determination, why bother with Big Brother Ma or Little Brother Ma? Ah, what a pity.
Lin Dong shook his head regretfully.
Ha? The auntie was a bit confused. Has this kid lost his mind? Isn't he usually all sarcastic and snarky? Why was he suddenly complimenting her?
I think an actress of your caliber deserves far more than 30,000 for an appearance. I'll make the call here, this is what you get. Lin Dong held up a single finger. The others looked on, somewhat baffled. The auntie furrowed her brow slightly and cautiously asked, 10,000? Isn't that a bit low? Or maybe 100,000. The mere thought of Lin Dong giving her 100,000 yuan made the old lady's eyes nearly pop out of her head, drool dripping onto the floor. What a sweet deal. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head and named a figure she couldn't refuse.
Wrong.
1 million. Chapter 81, You're useless when given a chance.
What?
The moment those words left his mouth, everyone froze in shock.
It wasn't that they doubted Lin Dong couldn't afford it.
After all, the woman was driving a Panamera with a license plate featuring 5/8. She must be loaded.
But handing over that much cash to a scam artist out of nowhere? That'd be like getting kicked in the head by a donkey.
Sir, please, don't act impulsively. Xu Xiaoxiao feared Lin Dong might lose his temper and do something irrational, instinctively trying to dissuade him. Lin Dong turned with a smile and extended his right hand toward her.
Miss, could I borrow your car keys? Ha! Xu Xiaoxiao froze in surprise, utterly baffled. Still, she trusted Lin Dong and handed him the keys. The next moment, Lin Dong opened the door, plopped himself into the driver's seat of the Audi A4L, and flashed a completely harmless smile. The elderly woman suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, overcome by an ominous foreboding. Auntie, I'll definitely give you that million. But not in renminbi and Joss paper.
Don't worry, I'll burn it for you, bill by bill. The next moment, Lin Dong slammed his foot on the gas pedal.
Roar! The engine roared wildly. Holy, this guy's for real. So this is the million? How the hell is that old lady gonna spend it all? A million Joss paper notes? That'd take forever to burn. Look, he's hitting the gas. Only then did everyone grasp Lin Dong's true intent.
Turns out, he was planning to let the old lady retire early.
You've lost your mind.
The auntie clung to the Audi, her body jolting with the car's movements, panic etched on her face. As for Lin Dong, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were filled with madness, not a trace of fear.
He's insane. This guy is absolutely insane. He really intends to run me over.
The next moment, the woman suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower back.
The Audi's wheel spun, propelling her straight out. Oh my god.
The woman screamed in terror and sprang to her feet. Her speed was faster than bolts. Before anyone could process what was happening, she had already leaped onto the sidewalk beside the road. Then she collapsed onto the ground, pale as a ghost. Squeak! The Audi's wheels hit the curb and came to a steady stop. Lin Dong got out too, hands in his pockets, and walked up to the woman.
Lady, I gave you a chance, but you blew it. That's a million yuan. Just one bump, and you'd never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of your life. The woman's mouth twitched, still reeling from the shock. The others nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. But honestly, they weren't wrong. Once you're down below, wouldn't you be set for life? A million Joss paper notes, how long would it take to spend that? Will you keep scamming people from now on? No, no more. Never again.
The old woman, still shaken, shook her head repeatedly.
That's the spirit. If you ever want that million, just let me know. Money's the last thing I'm short on.
Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. The woman, however, was still shaken, scared half to death. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she limped away in a hurry, looking utterly defeated. She didn't even bother to pick up the vegetable basket she'd dropped on the ground.
Well done, young man. That's exactly how you should deal with people like her. Hey, lady, why not show your appreciation? That guy really saved your day. The crowd chattered away, nearly pressuring Xu Xiaoxiao into offering herself in gratitude. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Xu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. Today, if Lin Dong hadn't shown up, with her sharp mind, she would have surely paid to avoid trouble. Only to regret it afterward. Ahem, actually, I have my own shortcomings too. What?
Xu Xiaoxiao froze, confused by the sudden turn. Lin Dong pointed at the Audi and said awkwardly, I hit the curb earlier and accidentally damaged the bumper.
Ah! Xu Xiaoxiao gasped in surprise.
Then, clicking her high heels, she scurried over.
Sure enough, the bumper fell off.
This made the car completely undrivable. Although the repair wouldn't cost much. But she was in a rush to meet a client, there simply wasn't enough time.
Oh no, what am I going to do? Xu Xiaoxiao looked frantic. Lin Dong suddenly spoke up. Hey, where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Is that okay?
Xu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. Finally, she nodded decisively and scrambled into the passenger seat of the Panamera. Lin Dong observed Xu Xiaoxiao out of the corner of his eye. Her figure was even more stunning than he'd imagined. Especially those straight, fair legs, pressed together like a pair of jade chopsticks.
What's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine.
Lin Dong cleared his throat twice and fastened his seatbelt. Where are you headed, beautiful?
Taihug Garden. What a coincidence. I'm heading there for dinner too. Lin Dong's eyes lit up.
Then, with a smile, he added, hold on tight, I drive a little fast.
Okay.
Xu Xiaoxiao looked worried, barely registering Lin Dong's words.
The next second, a powerful jolt pushed her back against the seat. Outside the window, the scenery blurred by in rapid succession.
The Panamera charged down the road like a wild horse breaking free, speeding like the wind. After years behind the wheel, Lin Dong's driving skills had reached a level of mastery.
He could even operate it with one hand. His other hand was free to do something else.
Only then did Xu Xiaoxiao realize that Lin Dong's car was far more expensive than her own Audi A4L.
A top-of-the-line Panamera easily cost 2 or 3 million. Hey, we're here. Aren't you meeting a client? Get out quickly. In an instant, the Panamera came to a stop.
Xu Xiaoxiao turned her head to look out the window.
Sure enough, Taiha Garden had arrived. Thank you for your help. Xu Xiaoxiao thanked him. Then, disregarding any concern for her personal image, she hurried toward the exit in her slender high heels. Watching her hurried retreat, Lin Dong smiled. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaoxiao arrived at the reserved private room. The moment she entered, she saw a table laden with dishes and a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, his face etched with impatience. Miss Chu, we agreed to meet at 12 noon. You're already 5 minutes late. The man scolded her angrily. Xu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson and she felt flustered. She quickly apologized. I'm terribly sorry, Director Zhao. I encountered a bit of trouble on the way. What kind of trouble could be more important than a meal? To be honest, given your company's size and qualifications, securing a 5 million yuan loan is quite difficult. I didn't expect you to be so unconcerned. This puts me in a tough spot. As the branch manager of Tianhai Bank, many people sought his assistance. Every single time, they showed up half an hour early. But this Xu Xiaoxiao? Not only was she late, but she looked flustered and rushed. She clearly didn't hold him in high regard. He hadn't been inclined to approve this loan to begin with. Now, he couldn't even stomach his meal. Slam! Zhao Jinming's expression turned cold as he stood up and walked out. Miss Chu, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Regarding the loan matter, don't come looking for me again. Chapter 82, The real intent lies elsewhere. Zhao Jinming's tone was as stern as could be. Xu Xiaoxiao was struck dumb, staring blankly after Zhao Jinming as he walked out, her face turning deathly pale. Snapping out of her daze, she hurried after him to apologize. Mr. Zhao, I'm so sorry. Let's talk this over. Zhao Jinming, seething with anger, ignored Xu Xiaoxiao completely. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped outside, he encountered a familiar face. Lin. Young Master Lin? What brings you here? And you are? Seeing this enthusiastically greeting man with a receding hairline, Lin Dong looked utterly bewildered. Zhao Jinming noticed the hesitation in Lin Dong's eyes and gave an awkward smile. Then, he stepped forward to shake hands. Young Master Lin, you're such a busy man, no wonder you've forgotten. I'm the branch manager of Tianhai City Bank. Last time you came to the bank for business, I was the one who assisted you. Oh, it was you. Lin Dong slapped his forehead. He finally recalled where he'd seen this man before. He hadn't expected that after just one visit to handle business, the man would still remember him. In fact, Zhao Jinming not only remembered Lin Dong, he practically worshipped him. Lin Dong's bank card showed constant large expenditures and incoming funds. Now, the balance had soared to 10 billion. He had been looking for an opportunity to curry favor with this important client, but none had presented itself. Unexpectedly, they met here today. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Young Master Lin, just call me Old Zhao. I'm here to handle some business. Zhao Jinming wore a fawning smile. He was a completely different person from the bossy bank president he had been moments ago. Alright, go ahead then. Lin Dong gave a casual nod, making no effort to cultivate a relationship. Unexpectedly, the moment he turned around, he spotted Xu Xiaoxiao rushing over in a panic. Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment. Give me one more chance. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing Xu Xiaoxiao address him as President Zhao, he instantly understood the situation. So, the big client she mentioned was Zhao Jinming. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, but I might not have time to treat you to dinner today. Next time for sure. Xu Xiaoxiao spotted Lin Dong there too and immediately apologized. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. No problem. A man with time on his hands like me is always available. As long as Miss Chu doesn't forget about me. Xu Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. Young Master Lin, is Miss Chu your friend? Zhao Jinming's heart skipped a beat. He had just given her a cold shoulder in front of Xu Xiaoxiao. Could it be that coincidental? Friends? Not exactly. That's good. I suppose I'm her benefactor. Haven't you seen how she keeps thanking me? Ha! Zhao Jinming was dumbfounded. Haha, just kidding. Lin Dong gave a faint smile. Then he turned to Xu Xiaoxiao. Miss Chu, please don't take it to heart. Xu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. Oh dear, what a fuss this has caused. Miss Chu, I'm truly sorry for my earlier behavior. My deepest apologies. The next moment, Zhao Jinming completely shed his earlier arrogance, proactively lowering his stance to apologize to Xu Xiaoxiao. I had too much to drink and said some drunken nonsense. Rest assured, your company's loan application will proceed without any issues whatsoever. Once I get back, I'll approve it immediately. You can rest assured. Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Then, a wave of elation swept through her. For this 5 million yuan loan, she'd run around tirelessly, pulling countless strings just to secure the help of this influential President Zhao. Yet now, due to her own mistake, she nearly caused a major disaster. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's arrival turned the tide. Not only did President Zhao forgive her mistake, but he also promised on the spot that the loan would be approved that very afternoon. It was an unexpected stroke of luck. Thank you, President Zhao. Not at all. You should thank young Master Lin.
Zhao Jinming nodded and smiled, his gaze drifting toward Lin Dong with deliberate nonchalance.
Xu Xiaoxiao wasn't stupid.
She could see at a glance that Zhao Jinming treated Lin Dong with the utmost respect, practically worshipping him like a deity. The reason he changed his tone was entirely out of respect for Lin Dong. Instantly, Xu Xiaoxiao felt even more ashamed. Lin Dong had been helping her all along, yet she had nothing to repay him with. Old Zhao, that's not right of you. Just then, Lin Dong cleared his throat twice, his brow furrowing slightly.
Business is business, and personal is personal. How could you just agree to this because I know Miss Chu? This makes it seem like I owe you a favor. Zhao Jinming froze in surprise. He'd thought he'd done a good deed. But now it seemed he'd actually upset Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong had deposited 10 billion yuan in their bank. If he upset Lin Dong and the money was transferred to another bank, it would be too late for regrets. Mr. Lin, it's my fault. I was negligent. How about this? It's almost lunchtime. Let's sit down and have a proper chat. I'll buy you a few drinks. Zhao Jinming plastered on a sheepish grin, showering him with flattery.
Lin Dong knew the moment had passed. He waved his hand dismissively.
No need for dinner.
I'll pay you a personal visit when I have time.
Consider this matter a favor I owe you.
After saying this, Lin Dong's gaze settled on Xu Xiaoxiao. A shrewd operator like Zhao Jinming was a master at reading people.
How could he not see that Lin Dong's true intentions lay elsewhere?
Then I shan't disturb young Master Lin and Miss Chu any longer. I'll head back immediately to handle Miss Chu's business. Zhao Jinming smiled and excused himself, eager to avoid disrupting Lin Dong's plans. Seeing how perceptive this fellow was, Lin Dong nodded approvingly, mentally awarding him extra points.
Growl. Just then, Lin Dong's empty stomach growled again. Put.
Xu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Then, she extended an invitation. Mr. Lin, I've ordered a table full of dishes.
If you don't mind, please come and try some. Perfect timing, I'd love to thank you properly.
Lin Dong naturally wouldn't refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman and nodded immediately.
Then I'd be rude to refuse. Chapter 83, Be My Secretary. The two entered the private room. Sure enough, the table was laden with delectable dishes, still steaming hot and untouched.
Old Zhao has a short fuse.
Don't take it personally, Miss Chu.
But it's his loss for missing out on such a feast. All these dishes, what a treat for me. Lin Dong sat down at the table with ease and began eating with relish.
As he ate, he added, by the way, if I may ask, how much do you make a month now? Would you be interested in working for me as a secretary or something? Secretary?
Xu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise.
She never imagined Lin Dong would suddenly make such a request.
Though it was obvious to anyone with eyes that Lin Dong's background was unfathomably deep. Serving as his secretary could mean earning several times more money and accessing higher-level resources. But the moment she recalled the scandalous affairs between bosses and secretaries circulating online, Xu Xiaoxiao hesitated again.
Wasn't Lin Dong after something else too?
Though she was already 26, an age when her peers had long since married and started families. But even now, she remained a virgin. In the past, many men had pursued her. But due to family and career pressures, none of those relationships had ended well.
She'd almost forgotten what it meant to be in love.
Now, hearing Lin Dong speak like this, she suddenly felt at a loss. Across the dining table,
Lin Dong was still wolfing down his food. Hiring a secretary was just something he'd mentioned offhand.
He hadn't expected Xu Xiaoxiao to overthink it so much. To him, adding one secretary and subtracting one woman made little difference. He just thought Xu Xiaoxiao was easy on the eyes. Having her around could lift his spirits. Later on, she could even handle some business matters for him. But if she refused, he wouldn't force the issue. He'd simply pretend nothing had happened.
Unexpectedly, Xu Xiaoxiao took Lin Dong's offhand remarks seriously.
After a moment's thought, he said solemnly, Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry, but I'm quite satisfied with the compensation for my current position. Moreover, President Zhao just helped me secure a 5 million yuan loan, and I need to follow up on this project.
Oh, is that so? Then I can have him cancel it.
Lin Dong didn't even look up as he casually remarked.
Ha!
Xu Xiaoxiao froze in place.
Her expression immediately turned tense.
Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Lin Dong burst into laughter. Seeing this, Xu Xiaoxiao finally realized he had been teasing her. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had already relayed the message back. If Lin Dong were to pull the rug out from under her at this moment, she wouldn't have had a choice but to resign. Phew, that scared the life out of me. Xu Xiaoxiao patted her chest, still shaken. Lin Dong smiled and said, Miss Chu, don't leave me eating alone. Help yourself. Xu Xiaoxiao gave a faint smile. After working so hard for so long, she was absolutely starving. More importantly, this entire table of dishes had cost her 7 or 8,000 yuan. Not eating her fill would feel like throwing money away. This is delicious. Xu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of steamed perch and put it in her mouth. The fish melted in her mouth, its rich flavor filling her entire palate.
Next, she took a bite of the Yangzhou lion's head meatballs. But she moved too fast and nearly burned her mouth. Whoa! Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's wide-eyed expression, Lin Dong smiled faintly. There was a time when he was just like her, eager to taste every dish to discover its flavor. Now, even a place like Taiha Garden was nothing special to him. If you like it, Miss Chu, we can come out to eat like this more often. But this table of dishes costs 7 or 8,000 yuan. Don't worry, it's on me. Hearing Lin Dong offer to pay, Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to accept. But in the end, she shook her head rationally. No need to trouble yourself, Mr. Lin. You've helped me so much I should be the one treating you. How could I let you pay? Lin Dong smiled. He knew she was being frugal. But he couldn't understand how a career elite could live so frugally. Could it be that she had some unspoken hardship? A flicker of curiosity stirred in Lin Dong's mind. But he didn't press the matter. After all, this was Chu Xiaoxiao's private matter. If Chu Xiaoxiao didn't bring it up, prying would be rather presumptuous. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the private room. Sir, you have no reservation. You can't go in. Why can't I go in? My daughter is inside. Sir, if you keep this up, I'll call security. Get lost. Chu Xiaoxiao, get your ass out here. What? Hearing that voice, Chu Xiaoxiao felt as if struck by lightning. Her face instantly drained of color, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the floor. What's wrong, Miss Chu? Lin Dong frowned, sensing something was amiss. The next second. Thud. A loud crash echoed from outside the door. Immediately after, a middle-aged man dressed in a tattered blue shirt, looking somewhat deranged, burst into the private room. His eyes bulged like a bull's, and a mole marred his face. Spotting Chu Xiaoxiao on the table laden with fine wine and delicacies, he instantly flew into a rage. Pointing his finger right at her nose, he bellowed angrily. Damn it, you're living it up, aren't you? I'm starving at home, and you're here feasting on the finest food and wine. I'll kill you. The man swung his arm wide, aiming a slap at Chu Xiaoxiao's cheek. Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted, her mind going blank. She completely forgot to dodge. That slap would have been enough to cause a concussion, if not disfigure her. At the last possible moment, a figure darted forward and seized the man's wrist. Ha! The middle-aged man froze. Turning his head, he saw it was Lin Dong. Who the hell are you, pretty boy? Get lost. What business is it of yours if I discipline my own daughter? Get out of here now, or I'll deal with you too. The middle-aged man cursed and immediately labeled Lin Dong a pretty boy. Then he tried to pull his arm back. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even when he strained every muscle, he couldn't budge an inch. You. Let go. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao snapped back to her senses and snapped angrily, Who are you calling my daughter? Liang Taizhu, how long do you plan to keep this up? Lin Dong had never seen Chu Xiaoxiao lose her temper before. Unfortunately, the man didn't back down. Instead, he grew even more aggressive. The whole neighborhood knows I spent a fortune to marry your mother back then. If you're not my daughter, whose daughter are you? If I hadn't taken pity on you to a widow and her orphan child, you'd have been dead long ago. Hurry up and make him let go. Quick. Ouch. Seeing Liang Taizhu still yelling and screaming, Lin Dong snorted coldly. With a sudden burst of strength, he slammed the man against the wall, forcing his old face into an intimate contact with the plaster. It hurts. It hurts like hell. Chapter 84, Scum Stepfather. The waiter froze at the sight. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Sir, would you like me to call the police? Lin Dong shook his head. No need. It's just a minor issue. I can handle it. As for the broken items, charge them to my account. The waiter nodded and tactfully withdrew. Just then, Chu Xiaoxiao's voice, soft as a mosquito's buzz, came from behind. Mr. Lin, thank you. Maybe we should let him go first. Lin Dong nodded. Unexpectedly, the moment he loosened his grip, Liang Taizhu violently spun around, aiming to punch him. But Lin Dong had anticipated this move. A flying kick sent Liang Taizhu crashing into the corner. This time, the opponent finally couldn't get back up. Challenge me? Ha! Lin Dong snorted coldly with disdain. Then he turned to look at Chu Xiaoxiao. Miss Chu, if I'm not mistaken, he's your stepfather, right? Yes. Chu Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, reluctantly nodding as tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Poof. Now you admit it? What were you doing earlier? Chu Xiaoxiao, mark my words, if you don't pay up today, I'll never let this go. Liang Taizhu staggered to his feet, still trying to lay a hand on Chu Xiaoxiao. It was clear he hadn't been shy about beating and berating her in the past. No wonder Chu Xiaoxiao had such a fiercely independent spirit. Turns out, she was driven to it. What do you think you're doing? Lin Dong's eyes flashed with coldness as he immediately stepped forward, blocking the way. Liang Taizhu's heart skipped a beat as he sheepishly withdrew his hand. Who do you think you are, putting on airs? Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think just because you found a man, I can't control you anymore. As long as I haven't divorced your mother, I'm still your father. After spitting out his threats, Liang Taizhu dared not linger.
He shamelessly held out his hand toward Chu Xiaoxiao.
Hand over the money. Everything's set up over there. They're just waiting for me.
Lin Dong froze for a moment. He vaguely understood why Chu Xiaoxiao had been so frugal. Then, with a look of reluctance, Chu Xiaoxiao pulled out a stack of bills from her purse. At least 10 or 20,000.
Liang Taizhu snatched it away without even glancing at it.
After counting, he grumbled, "Only 15,000?
You're the director, don't you make a lot?"
Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head, unwilling to engage with Liang Taizhu. Or rather, she didn't want to look at him. She only wished he'd take the money and leave. Unexpectedly, relentless concessions didn't earn her a clear path forward.
Liang Taizhu's eyes darted around, and he became even more aggressive. "Don't you still have a car? Hand over the keys.
Sell it for 17 or 18,000, just enough to pay off my debts. Damn it, my luck's been rotten these past few days. I've been losing every hand. Today, I'll win it all back." It turned out Liang Taizhu needed all that money not to support his family.
He'd racked up a mountain of debt at the casino.
And every time he got money from Chu Xiaoxiao, the first thing he did was gamble again. The debt snowballed, growing larger and larger. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't want to keep feeding this bottomless pit. But if she refused, Liang Taizhu would find her mother and beat her senseless. So in the end, she had no choice but to bear it all silently. Every penny of her monthly wages went toward paying off the debt. Unexpectedly, now Liang Taizhu had set his sights on her car. She absolutely could not agree to this.
"No way. That car isn't mine, it's on loan from the company. I need it to drive out and handle business deals."
So that's how it was. Lin Dong nodded in sudden understanding.
He'd been puzzled earlier, how could someone as frugal as Chu Xiaoxiao drive an Audi?
Turns out, she only had the right to use it.
But Liang Taizhu didn't see it that way. "Just because I let you use it doesn't mean it's yours. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Hand over the keys right now, or you're not leaving this place."
Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her heart aching as if it were bleeding. She could have had a bright future. Now, she was doomed to wallow in this mire for the rest of her life.
"Liang Taizhu, can you promise this is the last time you'll ask me for money? This car is all I have."
Tears welled in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes as she uttered words she didn't even believe herself.
Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Taizhu pounded his chest and declared solemnly, "I promise. This is the last time. My good daughter, my dear daughter, give me the car. From now on, I'll never ask you for money again."
Seeing Liang Taizhu's desperate, hungry look, Chu Xiaoxiao felt her heart tear apart. She clenched the set of keys, pulling them out of her bag.
"Give them to me. Quickly."
Liang Taizhu's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight of the keys. Once he sold the car, he'd have money.
Then, 200,000 would instantly become 2 million. 2 million, or even 20 million. Just thinking about it sent Liang Taizhu into a frenzy of joy, drool dripping onto the floor. But then, just then. "Wait." Lin Dong frowned and snatched the keys away.
Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Dong to make such a move. "Miss Chu, you know perfectly well that once he gets the money, he'll gamble it away.
Why do you keep indulging him time and again? Are you content to be his slave for life? You could have cut ties with him."
This. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip tightly. Lin Dong's words had undoubtedly struck her deepest wound.
Didn't she want to cut ties?
But Liang Taizhu had made a threat. If she disobeyed, he would kill her mother.
"If you can't bring yourself to do it, then let me help you."
Lin Dong snorted coldly, his gaze hardening as he fixed it on Liang Taizhu. "Liang Taizhu, from this moment on, Chu Xiaoxiao won't give you a single penny.
And you're to stop harassing her. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll be bedridden for the rest of your life."
"What?"
Liang Taizhu's mind buzzed.
He could tell Lin Dong was a ruthless man who meant what he said.
But without money, how could he repay his debts? Liang Taizhu's expression shifted rapidly before he decided to take the plunge.
"Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think you're off the hook just because you've got some pretty boy backing you up.
As long as you're my daughter, you'll pay back every penny. You don't want your old mother serving plates and sweeping trash at her age, do you?" "What do you mean? What about my mom?"
Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that even though she gave Liang Taizhu over 10,000 yuan every month, her mother still had to go out and work, doing the hardest and most exhausting jobs. Mother never mentioned any of this to her.
"Haha, what can I say? You're my daughter. You lot should be the ones paying this back." Liang Taizhu gave a cold laugh, adopting a what's the point attitude.
Since ancient times, it's only natural for children to repay their father's debts.
If the debt truly couldn't be repaid and the creditors came knocking,
the ones who suffer would only be Chu Xiaoxiao and her mother.
Chapter 85, Gambling Debt. "You scum. You're nothing but scum. Liang Taizhu, get out of here."
Chu Xiaoxiao broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea.
"Wait. It's just gambling debt, right?
Liang Taizhu, just take me to that casino. I'll pay off your debt, and this car is yours."
Hearing this, Liang Taizhu's eyes lit up instantly. Who knew Lin Dong was such a suck-up? He was actually offering to pay off Chu Xiaoxiao's debts out of his own pocket. For him, it was like manna from heaven. Fine. If you've got the guts, follow me. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? We can't give him any more money, he's a con artist. You've already helped me so much. I can't let you get hurt again. Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively grabbed Lin Dong's arm, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Dong had done so much for her, and she didn't know how to repay him. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong merely smiled lightly. Any problem money can solve isn't really a problem. Besides, do you really think I'm the kind of fool who gives money away for free? Chu Xiaoxiao paused, then shook her head. Then what's this all about? Don't worry. I have my own plans. Just wait and see. Lin Dong smiled and took Chu Xiaoxiao's hand. Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively tried to pull away. But her strength was too weak, she couldn't break free. Moreover, the moment she was held, an overwhelming sense of relief and security washed over her. It felt as though, as long as Lin Dong was there, any trouble could be resolved. She found herself drawn to this feeling. For a moment, she found herself reluctant to let go. Noticing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up in a slight smile. Taking down Chu Xiaoxiao was now a done deal. Next up, settling the debt issue. Well, never would have guessed you'd be driving such a fancy car. No wonder my daughter took a fancy to you, turns out you've been keeping her in style with your wallet, ha. Just then, the three stepped outside. Spotting the Porsche Panamera parked at the entrance, Liang Tieju's eyes lit up and he blurted out without restraint. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao immediately frowned. Lin Dong was even more direct. Smack! He kicked Liang Taiju, who was reaching for the door handle, sending him sprawling. Then, he flung a 100 yuan bill right onto Liang Tieju's face. Who said you could ride? Get lost. Tell me where you're going. Take a cab yourself. You! Suddenly kicked, Liang Taiju was furious and humiliated. But remembering Lin Dong was going to pay back the debt for him, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. It's in the west part of town, Tianha card room. Fine. Meet me at the entrance. Lin Dong snorted coldly, not even glancing at Liang Taiju as he slid into the driver's seat. Roar! As he slammed his foot down on the accelerator, the Panamera sped off. Liang Taiju was sprayed in the face with exhaust fumes, leaving him covered in soot. Pft. Damn it, what the hell? Just you wait until I get my hands on the money. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at their destination with Chu Xiaoxiao. The western part of Tianhai City had never been particularly developed. The poorer the area, the more chaotic it became. Thus, it became a breeding ground for businesses like card rooms and massage parlors. Lin Dong barely had to search before spotting a card and chess parlor bustling with noise and bright lights. This is the place. Chu Xiaoxiao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. As a good girl, she had never set foot in such a place before. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Fortunately, Lin Dong was holding her small hand, giving her a sense of security. Before long, Liang Taiju finally arrived. Standing at the entrance of Tianha card room, he craned his neck, peering inside repeatedly. Business is booming today, huh? If I went in for a few hands, I'd make a fortune. Buried in debt, he was still thinking about gambling. As expected, you can never trust a gambler's words. Let's go. Lin Dong nudged Liang Taiju and walked into the card room. A few local punks clearly recognized Liang Taiju. Spotting him, they couldn't resist teasing. Yo, Liang, got some cash again? Scarface was just talking about you earlier. When do you plan to pay back what you owe? That chick trailing behind you's pretty hot, she's not your daughter, is she? Hey, little sister, wanna play a few hands with Big Brother? Ha ha ha. Facing their taunts, Liang Taiju felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. Especially since it was happening right in front of Chu Xiaoxiao, it felt like a real blow to his pride. Get lost. Stop messing with me. Where's Scarface? Get him out here, someone's gonna pay back my debt. Hearing this, the thugs froze in place. Someone paying Liang Tieju's gambling debts? Had they lost their minds? We're talking tens of thousands here, not a few bucks. Lin Dong, maybe we should just forget about it? Over 100,000 is too much. Hearing that figure, Chu Xiaoxiao regretted it too. Don't worry, I've got this. Lin Dong took Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand and smiled gently. She bit her lip, finally feeling reassured. Alright, you two wait here. Who'd have thought someone would actually pay Liang Taiju back? That's a real rarity. A small-time thug spat on the ground, grinning as he walked away. In his eyes, Liang Taiju was just here to hand over cash. Even if someone paid off his 100,000 yuan gambling debt, they had 1,000 ways to keep this guy gambling and racking up more debt. Liang Taiju was their ATM. Before long, a middle-aged man with a scarred face emerged, leading a group of men. He must be the owner of Tianha card room. Scarface. Liang Taiju plastered on a smile. At his age, he was as lowly as could be. Old Liang, heard you're here to pay up? Sure thing. Let me crunch the numbers for you. Scarface sat down with a thud, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, holding a thick stack of IOUs in his hand. All written by gamblers like Liang Taiju.
On the 15th of last month, you lost 20 grand to me. On the 18th of last month, you lost 8,000.
On the 25th of last month, you owed me 10,000.
On the 1st of this month, you owe 7,000.
Total, 360,000. 36,000? Scarface, this doesn't add up. Liang Taiju was stunned.
He remembered exactly how much he'd borrowed.
How could it possibly be 360,000? What's wrong with it? I clearly only owe 100,000. Where did the extra 300,000 come from?
Hearing this, Scarface grew impatient, slamming the IOU onto the table.
I say it's 360,000, so it's 360,000. The rest is interest. Listen up, if you don't pay up today, you're not leaving this place. Scarface finished with a menacing glare.
Just then, he suddenly spotted Chu Xiaoxiao hiding behind Lin Dong. His eyes widened instantly and he nearly drooled.
Oh my, is this your daughter? She's quite a looker.
Here's the deal, give me your daughter and I'll knock off the interest. You only need to pay back 300,000.
The rest? Consider it my wedding gift. What do you say? Chapter 86, from now on, you're free.
No sooner had Scarface finished speaking than several thugs immediately surrounded Chu Xiaoxiao, their faces twisted into malicious grins.
What do you want?
Chu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, her face brimming with wariness.
I'm warning you, don't mess with me. Or else, I'm calling the cops. Call the cops? Put.
Scarface spat out the cigarette in his mouth and snarled, even if the cops show up, it's your old man who owes me money first. He'll be the first one they arrest. With that, Scarface turned to Liang Taiju. So, what do you say?
Is my proposal acceptable?
Chu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Liang Taiju, a sense of foreboding washing over her.
Sure enough, Liang Taiju barely hesitated before nodding. Fine. 30,000 it is. But can I have 2 more bets?
Ha, beautiful lady, you heard it yourself, your dad wanted to sell it.
Can't blame me.
Scarface chuckled loudly, stepping forward with arms outstretched, about to embrace Chu Xiaoxiao.
Let me smell how sweet you are, haha. Thud. The next second, a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. It instantly left him with a black eye. Scarface shook his head, regaining his senses with difficulty.
Then, unable to contain himself, he cursed, damn it.
Who dares hit me?
Soon, he recognized a familiar voice.
Scarface, you're so tough, does one who know about this? Scarface froze for a moment.
Then, he recognized Lin Dong's face.
Instantly trembling with fear, he blurted out. You're Lin Dong. Tiger's friend? Brother Dong, what wind blew you this way? It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple family doesn't recognize family. Scarface plastered on a forced smile.
As arrogant as he had been moments ago, he was now just as servile. Lin Dong didn't indulge him, a cold smile curling his lips.
Family? If I hadn't been here today, would you have gone through with it?
With that, Lin Dong delivered a kick straight to Scarface's gut.
Ow!
The scarred man let out a wail, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his stomach, he sucked in a sharp breath. But he dared not retaliate. He had seen it with his own eyes at Blue Demon Bar just how respectful Brother Tiger was toward Lin Dong.
Scarface, do you know this pretty boy? Liang Taiju was stunned.
He'd assumed Lin Dong was just a sucker.
But now it turned out he was a big shot even Scarface couldn't afford to mess with. The moment he heard Liang Taishu's words, Scarface flew into a rage.
He scrambled to his feet and slapped Liang Taiju twice across the face, beating him into a pig's head.
What the hell are you talking about? This is Brother Tiger's brother, my own elder brother. My big brother taking a liking to your daughter is your honor. You pretty boy. Today, I'll beat you into a sow.
Before he could finish speaking, Scarface lunged forward, ready to teach Liang Taiju a lesson on Lin Dong's behalf.
He'd already figured out that Lin Dong was Chu Xiaoxiao's protector.
If he played his cards right and pleased Lin Dong, he might get a few coins tossed his way, just like Brother Tiger did.
Hold on. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly raised his hand, stopping Scarface. Liang Taiju thought he was saved and was overjoyed. Lin Dong, no, Brother Dong. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please don't take it to heart.
Xiaoxiao, from now on, you'll take good care of Brother Dong.
Make sure he's happy. I'll get some benefits too.
Seeing her stepfather so shamelessly brazen, Chu Xiaoxiao felt utterly mortified. Yet the thought of being with Lin Dong stirred a faint mix of anticipation and inferiority within her.
Brother Dong, what are your instructions? Scarface bowed low, groveling like a lapdog.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, pointing at Liang Taiju and asking, earlier, how much did you say he owes you?
36, no, 110,000.
Scarface started to say before quickly correcting himself. To his surprise, Lin Dong shook his head. Just 36,000, no, I'll give you 40,000.
What the hell? Scarface looked utterly bewildered.
The condition is this, from now on, you keep a close eye on him. Every time he steps into the casino, you beat him until he's soaked in his own piss and crippled for life.
Scarface's eyes lit up at once. This job's perfect. Money and a chance to beat someone up. After hearing this, Liang Tieju's face turned ashen and he collapsed onto the ground. Preventing him from gambling, what difference was that from killing him?
He'd actually thought Lin Dong had a change of heart and wanted to help out his cheap father-in-law. Instead, it turned out to be a scheme to crush him.
What? Scarface, got a problem? No, absolutely not. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Scarface bellowed, snapped to attention, and gave a crooked salute.
Lin Dong gave a slight nod. He couldn't be bothered with small-time thugs like Scarface.
But to toy with someone like Liang Taiju?
That was child's play. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Dong pulled out his phone and transferred a sum of money to Scarface right then and there. Seeing the number, Scarface's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He hadn't expected to make much money off Liang Taiju in the first place. But Lin Dong handed him 400,000 yuan outright.
It was practically free money. What are you lot standing around for? Big Brother Dong's given the order, get moving.
Scarface grinned. The next moment, a group of thugs stared excitedly at Liang Taiju.
Their expressions were like a big gray wolf eyeing a young bride. Don't come any closer. Xiao Xiao, my daughter, save me. I'm your father.
Hearing Liang Tieju's blood-curdling scream, Xu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Lin Dong seized her small hand and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaoxiao, you've suffered these past years.
From this moment on, you are free.
Once we get back, have Auntie handle the divorce proceedings with him.
With me here, he won't dare bother you anymore. Hearing these words, Xu Xiaoxiao's delicate frame trembled. Then, unable to hold back any longer, she buried her face in Lin Dong's shoulder and wept uncontrollably.
10 years. From the day her mother married Liang Taiju until now, it had been a full decade. For nearly every day of those 10 years, she had lived in the shadow of abuse, enduring beatings and verbal abuse. Today, she was finally free.
Mr. Lin, I.
Xu Xiaoxiao was so overcome with emotion she could barely form coherent words. Then, tiptoeing up, she closed her eyes and offered a kiss.
Instantly, their lips met. Like thunder meeting lightning, it was unstoppable. Too shy to open her eyes, Xu Xiaoxiao.
Only when she felt herself nearly suffocate did she push Lin Dong away.
Then she gasped for breath. Phew!
Gazing at Xu Xiaoxiao's flushed, delicate face, Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. These past few days, he'd been with many women. But this was the first time he'd experienced such perfection. More crucially, from that kiss alone, it was clear Xu Xiaoxiao was pure and untouched, with virtually no experience. This only made Lin Dong crave her even more. Unfortunately, this place was crowded and full of prying eyes. Not the right place for business.
Chapter 87, I'm really pissed right now. Xiao, let's go.
Without looking back, Xu Xiaoxiao followed Lin Dong out of the card room. Behind them, Liang Taiju kept pleading for mercy. But Xu Xiaoxiao had made up her mind she was cutting all ties with the past. She pretended not to hear Liang Tieju's pleas. Brother Dong, take care.
Brother Dong, just give the word if you need anything.
Scarface led a group of underlings, respectfully escorting Lin Dong out. Then, gazing at Xu Xiaoxiao's stunning silhouette, he couldn't help but let an envious look slip. This brother Dong really had his share of good fortune with women. If he could, he'd gladly swap lives with Lin Dong. Tall, handsome, loaded with cash, he could have a different woman every day without repeating. Just the thought of it was thrilling. This Xu Xiaoxiao was truly exceptional. If he could have something with her, he'd gladly give up 10 years of his life. Of course, he'd only mutter these thoughts to himself, never dare utter them aloud. Otherwise, Lin Dong could crush him. Moments later, after Lin Dong drove away, he turned to look at Liang Taiju. His expression immediately darkened.
Damn it, this is infuriating.
If you'd just told me earlier that you had such a beautiful daughter, I wouldn't have bet a damn thing with you.
You lot, beat the crap out of him.
Before long, Liang Taiju was beaten to a pulp. Forget about going to the casino. From now on, he'd need help just to pee. At that moment, he regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. If only he'd known his daughter was involved with Lin Dong, why would he have gambled? He should have just sold her to Lin Dong.
Meanwhile, Lin Dong took Xu Xiaoxiao's small hand and got into the Panamera.
Before she could speak, he floored the accelerator and sped straight to the presidential suite at Dynasty Hotel. Throughout the ride, Xu Xiaoxiao kept her face flushed and her head bowed, unable to speak. She had already guessed what would happen next. Her emotions were complex. She felt both shy and worried that this might all be a dream. She didn't know when she might wake up. Only when they entered the room, their clothes half undone, and stood before each other in complete vulnerability, did Xu Xiaoxiao realize this was no dream.
Mr. Lin. Xiao, we're sharing the same bed now. Why are you still calling me Mr. Lin?
Then what should I call you? Xu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Though she was already 26, she remained naive and inexperienced in matters of intimacy. Seeing this, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with surprise and delight. Xu Xiaoxiao is so beautiful, yet she's still a virgin? No wonder she blushes even when holding hands. So she was still untouched. This only made Lin Dong more excited. At the same time, he silently resolved to cherish this woman. The next moment, his two large hands began to caress her. As expected, Xu Xiaoxiao reacted intensely, clinging tightly to Lin Dong's body, her face flushed with intoxication.
No, don't. Lin Dong paid no heed. With women, you have to take what they say the opposite way. When they say no, they mean yes. When they say yes, they want more. This battle dragged on for a long time. Only after a long while did the storm finally subside. Oh no, my boss has been calling me non-stop. Xu Xiaoxiao glanced at her phone and jolted upright in alarm. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through her, causing her to involuntarily furrow her brows and grimace in agony. Seeing this, Lin Dong pulled her into his arms. Take it slow. Instantly, the distinctive scent of male hormones washed over her. Only then did Xu Xiaoxiao realize how reckless and absurd she had been just moments ago. Never would have guessed you had such a wild side. Quite the contrast to your usual image. Lin Dong teased her, playfully tickling her nose. Xu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Alright, stop messing around. My boss has been calling me non-stop. I need to explain things to him first." Explain what? What's so great about that crappy class of yours? But Enough. You quit tomorrow. Then come work for me as my secretary. Handle some business matters, I'm swamped. Lin Dong declared with authority. Xu Xiaoxiao froze. She hadn't expected Lin Dong to still remember this matter. Before coming to the hotel, she would have refused again. But now, both her body and soul had been claimed by Lin Dong. After a fierce internal struggle, Xu Xiaoxiao nodded timidly, her face flushed crimson. Alright, I agree. That's the spirit. Lin Dong's lips curved upward as he kissed her crimson lips. This sweet treat was finally his to savor. Now then, as your boss, I'll assign you your first task. And that is, do whatever it takes to serve me well. Ugh. Xu Xiaoxiao shot him a reproachful glance. Then, she flicked her hair and didn't seem upset. Lin Dong was just about to make a move. Suddenly, a phone call rang out. Who is it? Lin Dong sounded impatient. But when he saw the caller ID, his anger instantly vanished. Mom, what's up? Did something happen at home? The caller was none other than his mother, Li Xiuqin. You silly boy, can't a mother call her son without a reason? No, that's not what I meant. Hearing Lin Dong's meek voice, Xu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that this formidable figure, Brother Dong, could have such an adorable side? On the other end, Li Xiuqin sensed something was off. Son, why do I hear a young lady's voice? Where are you? Lin Dong shot Xu Xiaoxiao a glare. It's nothing, Mom. I'm just watching TV. Oh, alright then. Li Xiuqin didn't suspect anything. In her eyes, her son was the most honest person around. You know, your grandfather's birthday is coming up in a couple of days. I was thinking we should gather the whole family together. Your first uncle, second uncle, and aunt are all coming. Hearing these names, Lin Dong's brow instantly furrowed. His grandfather, Lin Changqing, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Lin Xiangwen II, Lin Xiangwu the youngest daughter, Lin Yanyan and his father, the third son, Lin Xiangqian. Among these 4 families, his was the worst off. Every time a holiday or family gathering rolled around, these relatives would find new ways to mock and bully them. To make matters worse, Lin Xiangqian was an honest soul who never fought back. This led Lin Dong to despise these relatives from a young age. This time, upon hearing that he'd have to see this crowd again for his grandfather's birthday celebration, Lin Dong instinctively felt a wave of annoyance. Then, he couldn't help but slap his desk hard. Ah! Xu Xiaoxiao yelped in pain. Son, what's going on over there? What's on TV? Why is there a woman crying the whole time? Lin Dong glanced at Xu Xiaoxiao, who was rolling her eyes, and replied instinctively, Mom, nothing. I'm just feeling a bit irritable. I'm boiling mad right now. Li Xiuqin was suspicious, but she didn't dwell on it. The urgent matter at hand was persuading Lin Dong to agree, so as not to embarrass Lin Changqing. Chapter 88, 200 million? Piece of cake. Son, think it over carefully. After all, it's your grandfather's birthday. Your father and I will definitely be attending. If you don't come, we'll lose face. Lin Dong gave a wry smile. He knew full well his mother wasn't concerned about appearances, she simply wanted him to return to their hometown. Since coming to Tianhai for school and work, he'd rarely found time to return. No wonder Li Xiuqin and Lin Xiangqian missed him. Lin Dong's heart softened, and he could only concede. Alright, Mom. I'll head back in a couple of days. I won't miss Grandpa's birthday celebration. That's the spirit. Get back to work. The moment he hung up, Lin Dong could no longer contain the rage boiling inside him. He began to vent his fury wildly. After a long while, the room finally settled down. Lin Dong pulled Xu Xiaoxiao into his arms, stroking her hair as he said, Xiaoxiao, I need to prepare a gift these next couple of days and make a trip back home. I won't be able to keep you company. As for my business, you can go to Blue Demon Bar and find a man named Zhang Dafa. Okay. Xu Xiaoxiao nodded, not making a fuss. Moreover, she hoped to be of help to Lin Dong, rather than become a useless ornament. After all, an exceptional man like Lin Dong never lacked female attention.
Only by becoming his capable partner with her own shining qualities.
Only then could she remain by his side forever. Perfect timing.
I'll be heading home these next couple of days to help my mom finalize her divorce from Liang Taiju. Then I'll find her a new place to live.
Xu Xiaoxiao nestled into Lin Dong's embrace, breathing in deeply the man's scorching breath,
as if she wanted to etch this scent into her memory forever.
Lin Dong nodded. Right now, Xu Xiaoxiao desperately needed money.
Since she had become his woman and was so reasonable, he certainly wouldn't shortchange her.
Xiaoxiao, send me your bank account number. I'll advance you some of your salary.
Sure.
Xu Xiaoxiao, trusting him completely, sent over her bank account number.
But soon, her eyes widened in shock and her mouth formed a perfect O.
1 million? Lin Dong, you must have made a mistake. How could there be that much salary?
Lin Dong relished the look of surprise on her face. He lifted her chin with his finger and said casually, "You're my personal secretary.
If I didn't pay you well, what if you ran off?
Besides, with this money, you can finally find Auntie a nice place to live." Hearing Lin Dong mention her mother, Xu Xiaoxiao was moved beyond words.
Who cared about that little incident earlier?
Even if it happened 10 more times, she'd gladly do it.
Alright, your task isn't complete yet. Now, I'm going to punish you.
Lin Dong chuckled, roughly pinning Xu Xiaoxiao down.
Ah!
The presidential suite once again became a fierce battlefield, filled with the sound of intense passion. Only when Xu Xiaoxiao was utterly spent and surrendered did Lin Dong reluctantly rise.
Just as he was about to freshen up, his phone rang again. Zhang Dafa? What does he want?
Lin Dong glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly.
Zhang Dafa was the manager of Blue Demon Bar, currently busy helping him acquire nightclubs.
A call at this hour likely meant he had some progress to report. Glancing at Xu Xiaoxiao, who was fast asleep, Lin Dong tiptoed out of the room.
Only then did he answer the call. Young Master Lin, you finally picked up. I was about to go crazy waiting. Hearing Zhang Dafa's panic tone, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. Calm down. Take it slow.
Zhang Dafa paused before continuing, his voice brimming with excitement.
Young Master Lin, I've contacted the owners of several nearby nightclubs. If the price is right, they're all willing to sell. Right now, they're all at Blue Demon, discussing the specifics with me.
I crunched the numbers. If we take over all these nightclubs, the annual profit would be at least 10 million.
Not bad.
Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction.
The only question is, what are their asking prices?
Well, the moment the crucial question was raised, Zhang Dafa stammered.
It's a bit steep.
I crunched the numbers. These shops combined would cost at least 200 million. Thinking Lin Dong might find it too expensive, Zhang Dafa quickly added, but rest assured, these shops are all doing very well.
They'll recoup the investment in 2 or 3 years, and after that, it's pure profit. If you're not satisfied, I'll have them leave immediately.
Just as Zhang Dafa's heart sank, expecting Lin Dong to explode in anger.
Did I say no? Who told you to send them away? Keep them all here. I'll come over right now to discuss the contract.
Rest assured, I, Lin Dong, am not short on cash.
A mere 200 million? That's peanuts.
As he spoke these words, Lin Dong remained completely unflappable. Clearly, his total assets barely exceeded a billion or 200 million was no small sum.
But don't forget he had the system.
Any spending at nightclubs would earn him tenfold cashback.
Spend 200 million, get 2 billion back.
The sheer magnitude of that figure made Lin Dong's heart race.
This was far more thrilling than playing with women. Phew.
On the other end of the line, Zhang Dafa let out an equally deep sigh. What followed was even greater shock. The last time he'd seen Lin Dong, his bank account had only held 100 million.
Now, 200 million was practically pocket change. Could it be that this young Master Lin had some other business dealings? Zhang Dafa dared not dwell on the thought. The more he knew, the more dangerous it would be.
Dafa, make sure to entertain these gentlemen properly.
I'll be right over. Got it, young Master Lin. Rest assured, not a single one will leave. MHM.
Lin Dong nodded, then hurriedly dressed. He cast one last glance at the sleeping Xu Xiaoxiao before stepping out the door. Before long, he arrived at Blue Demon Bar. Several waitstaff at the entrance flashed bright smiles the moment they spotted Lin Dong. After taking over the bar, Lin Dong had doubled their wages outright and provided benefits comparable to those at large corporations. There were even year-end bonuses. Seeing Lin Dong, they naturally greeted him with extra warmth.
Good morning, boss. Good morning to you all.
Lin Dong waved with a smile and walked straight into the bar. At this moment, Blue Demon was at its liveliest. Countless men and women danced passionately, while various DJs' slow beats filled the air.
Everyone, come with me, let's party.
Feeling the atmosphere, Lin Dong almost couldn't resist the urge to get up and dance a few steps.
Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten his business. Before long, he arrived outside the office.
Young Master Lin.
Zhang Dafa had been waiting for quite some time.
Spotting him, he immediately broke into a trot to greet him. The other nightclub owners, noticing this, also rose enthusiastically and shook hands with Lin Dong.
Who would have thought young Master Lin was so young? Truly a fine young man.
Young Master Lin, you're a rising star now.
We old-timers are truly impressed.
With such a grand vision, all the nightclubs in Tianhai City will be yours sooner or later.
Chapter 89, The more you spend, the more you earn. Hearing these polite remarks, Lin Dong smiled faintly and replied calmly, "You're all too kind, gentlemen. Let's make money together. More friends mean more opportunities.
That's how everyone's business can keep thriving." Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement.
Simultaneously, they set aside their earlier disdain.
They had assumed this young man was a reckless fool, with money to burn, who'd bought up so many nightclubs just to play the sucker. It now appears that this Mr. Lin is not as straightforward as imagined.
Could it be he wants to become the king of Tianhai's nightlife scene?
Everyone, take a seat, take a seat. Lin Dong smiled as he gestured for everyone to take a seat, then settled himself in the center, legs crossed, chatting and laughing with ease. Even he hadn't noticed how his demeanor had undergone a profound, silent transformation.
Back when he was penniless, he was just a nobody everyone looked down on. Now, he talked about deals worth tens of millions, and when he went out to eat, he rode in a Panamera.
Even among these big bosses, he stood head and shoulders above the rest.
Truly proving the saying, money can make a man.
Ladies and gentlemen, if Manager Zhang has failed to accommodate you in any way, please forgive him. Once we seal this deal, I'll personally host a banquet at Tianhai's finest restaurant to treat you all.
Ha ha ha. With that, Lin Dong raised his glass and drained it completely.
The others followed suit without hesitation, each raising their glasses and downing their drinks in one gulp. Now, they had finally seen it for themselves.
This young Master Lin simply didn't care about money.
Or rather, to him, any sum of money was merely a number.
He simply wanted to take over the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City.
To become the undisputed king of this industry.
With this realization, everyone's attitude toward Lin Dong grew even more respectful.
With such ambition came the backing to match. Young Master Lin, I'll raise a toast to you.
And me too.
Young Master Lin, I'm Yu Fei, owner of the Golden Sand nightclub.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Young Master Lin.
Zhang Dafa leaned in mysteriously and whispered, "This Golden Sand nightclub in Mr. Yu's hands is asking for 95 million, the steepest price tag of them all. You'd better think it through carefully." As he said this, Zhang Dafa winced inwardly.
9.5 million for a nightclub? That's outrageously expensive. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Dong's attitude suddenly turned warm and enthusiastic. Ha ha. So it's Mr. Yu. Long admired your reputation.
Yu Fei's heart leapt with delight at the sight. He'd expected Lin Dong to be as stingy as Zhang Dafa, unwilling to part with the money.
But now, he was surprisingly enthusiastic. Could it be that he'd stumbled upon a money god today? Young Master Lin, rest assured this nightclub of mine is completely above board. While it may not be the largest nightclub in Tianhai City, it boasts high-end standards and complete facilities. Many of those people come and go here.
Yu Fei gestured toward the ceiling as he spoke. The others remained baffled, but Lin Dong immediately understood.
You mean the big shots, right?
At the very least, wealthy individuals and social elites.
Lin Dong nodded slightly and got straight to the point. Mr. Yu, what's your asking price?
Well, Yu Fei hesitated for a moment before stating the original offer.
At least 95 million. Not a penny less. However, I also own a small-scale karaoke chain that could be thrown in as a bonus for young Master Lin.
It's worth a couple million at least.
Hearing this, everyone understood perfectly well.
Yu Fei was being so generous simply to curry favor with Lin Dong. But even if you throw in a small shop, 95 million is still far too high. It wasn't just about every inch of land being worth its weight in gold, it was like charging for the air you breathed. Noticing the disbelieving looks, Yu Fei's face flushed. Just as he was about to speak, offering further concessions. Haha, since Boss Yu is being so generous, I can't be stingy either. Besides, why should you get it for free? How about this? I'll offer 100 million yuan for your nightclub and KTV. What do you say? Lin Dong smiled faintly, his words light as a feather. What? Holy, 100 million. This time, it was the group of business owners who were stunned. They had thought Yu Fei's asking price of 95 million was already outrageously high. But Lin Dong's demand was even more outrageous. Not only did he meet his asking price, but he added another 5 million on top. Now, it wasn't Lin Dong who owed Yu Fei a favor. Instead, Yu Fei was now indebted to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, is this really true? Yu Fei's voice trembled as he looked at Lin Dong, overwhelmed and flattered. Could this be a dream? Lin Dong smiled and nodded again. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I, Lin Dong, may not be a gentleman, but cold hard cash speaks louder than words. Besides, as I said earlier, more friends mean more opportunities. In my view, spending a few million more to befriend someone like Boss Yu is absolutely worth every penny. Lin Dong's words were nothing short of outrageously extravagant. He instantly won over everyone present. They never dreamed they'd encounter such a benefactor. Just who was this playboy? Did he really not care about money?
To onlookers, Lin Dong was splashing cash like water. Little did they know that the more he spent, the more cashback the system would give him. By giving Yufei an extra 5 million, he could essentially get 50 million for free. What a steal. So what if he spends like water? I make money like a waterfall. Like the mighty Lushan waterfall plunging 3,000 feet. Ding! Right before everyone's eyes, Lin Dong promptly transferred 100 million yuan to Yufei. Not a penny less, not a single cent short. Yufei's face lit up with excitement as he stared at his phone, nearly blurting out "Daddy." Though the Jinsha nightclub was indeed valuable. But that was fixed assets. Moreover, he urgently needed cash flow right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have parted with this golden goose. Now, a solid 100 million yuan had landed directly in his account. How could he not be beaming with delight, overjoyed? Alright, who's next? Lin Dong scanned the room. In an instant, over a dozen hands shot up, eyes brimming with tears. Before long, Lin Dong signed one contract after another. The owners, each having made a fortune, walked out of Blue Demon with hearts full of satisfaction. Though they had lost their nightclub, they gained happiness and a hefty sum of money. At the same time, Zhang Dafa stared at the contract in his hands, his eyes red and swollen, breathing heavily, on the verge of a heart attack. 250 million, a full 250 million. Young Master Lin said he'd give me a 1% commission, that's 2.5 million. Holy, I'm a rich man now. Zhang Dafa's face flushed with excitement as he leaped to his feet, bouncing like a wild monkey. Chapter 90, The 7-Star Gang Collects Protection Money. Lin Dong couldn't help but smile at the sight. Just then, the system's ethereal, mysterious notification tone rang in his mind. Detected host spending 100 million yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 1 billion yuan deposited into bank account. Detected host spending 100 million yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 100 million yuan deposited to bank card. Detected host spending 8 million yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 80 million yuan deposited into bank account. With each notification tone, the balance on Lin Dong's bank card skyrocketed. Finally, it reached a staggering figure. 3.25 billion. Originally 1 billion, spent 250 million, leaving 750 million, plus the 2.5 billion cashback. Whoa! Even though Lin Dong had braced himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel his heart surge at that moment. What does 3.25 billion even mean? It could buy $3,250 million luxury cars, a different one every day for 9 years. And this was all cash. Frankly speaking, Lin Dong had reached the pinnacle of life. Those wealthier than him were almost all decrepit old men. Those younger than him haven't inherited family fortunes yet. Most are spoiled brats like Chi Wenbin. Only Lin Dong was both young and wealthy, a true winner in life. Young Master Lin? Yufei's cautious voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Dong snapped back to attention, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, sorry, Mr. Yu. I was distracted just now. Ha, understandable. Yufei hadn't left with the others but had deliberately stayed behind, hoping to strike up a rapport with Lin Dong. But there's one thing you should be aware of. With so many nightclubs, the income is high, at least tens of millions a year. But protection fees are a huge expense. Protection fees? Lin Dong froze. He had never heard of nightclubs needing to pay protection fees. Beside him, Zhang Dafa, who had been reveling just a second ago, snapped back to reality. Yeah, Mr. Lin, with so many shops, the protection money adds up. Manager Zhang, clarify this, what protection fees? To whom? And how much? Lin Dong's brow furrowed. What? Young Master Lin, you didn't know about the protection fees? Zhang Dafa froze in shock. Yufei was dumbfounded too. Among those running nightclub businesses in Tianhai City, who didn't know they had to pay protection money to the 7 Stars gang? Earlier, they'd seen Lin Dong splurging on nightclub acquisitions. They'd assumed he'd already made arrangements with them. Turns out, Lin Dong knew absolutely nothing. He was clueless about everything. Lin. Young Master Lin, you must be joking, right? Zhang De gave an awkward smile, his forehead glistening with sweat. Protection money is an established practice. It's paid annually, at least a quarter of the revenue. That's right, young Master Lin. Take my nightclub, for example, it makes 20 million a year, so we pay over 5 million. It's a bit steep, but it guarantees their people won't cause trouble. Peace and quiet is worth it. Yufei chimed in with an explanation. Lin Dong remained silent, his brow still furrowed. Bang! Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Get out of the way, you good for nothing. Do you know who we are? 7 Stars Gang Business Unauthorized Personnel, clear out now. This is our big brother Tianji, the 7 Stars Gang's top warrior. He's carved up Tianhai City from south to north without batting an eye. If you don't want to die, get lost. Chaos erupted inside the bar. Several gangsters wearing gold chains and flashy clothes barged in. Leading the group was a buzzcut man wielding a steel rod, a scar running across his face.
The others weren't here for anything good either, broad-shouldered and burly, each with a fierce glint in their eyes. Yu Fei saw this and his legs went weak with fear.
We're done for. Someone must have tipped off the 7 Stars gang about your plan to buy the nightclub. Young Master Lin, get the money ready.
Without 30 to 50 million, we'll never get rid of these pests. Beside him, Zhang Dafa was drenched in sweat, his words stumbling out. Young Master Lin, don't act rashly.
Money can be made again, but once your life is gone, it's truly gone.
Yet Lin Dong remained unmoved. After mastering the god-tier combat art, he was a changed man. His gaze had grown piercingly sharp, and his aura radiated an unmistakable edge. To his eyes, this group of troublemaking punks was nothing but a bunch of worthless trash. Still, Lin Dong didn't mind toying with them.
Bring out your boss.
Hurry up, don't waste my time. The guy called Frog, with his buzzcut, sat down at the bar with a grand air, opened a bottle of brandy himself, and started chugging it straight down his throat. Gulp, gulp. Before long, he downed the entire bottle of high-proof brandy in one go. He seemed to drink it like water, showing no effect whatsoever, still twirling the steel rod in his hand. It was clear just how formidable his physical constitution was. Though he appeared lean, his body was pure muscle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held the position of the 7 Stars gang's top warrior.
Damn it, why is this taking so long?
Tianji suddenly grew impatient, violently flinging his steel rod. Crash! The blow shattered the bar's glass counter. Everyone fell silent in terror, trembling uncontrollably. They were just here to have fun, they didn't want to get hurt, let alone die. Finally, just as Tianji had lost all patience and was about to call for reinforcements to smash the place up. Bro, he's here.
Just some pretty boy in his 20s, nothing special. Damn it, making such a big splash in Tianhai City, buying up all these nightclubs, and not even bothering to pay respects at the 7 Stars? That's clearly not giving little Nan any face.
Today, we're going to make him bleed big time, he needs to learn his lesson. A group of 7 Stars gang henchmen seethed with righteous indignation. But they certainly had the confidence to back up their words. Ever since the 7 Stars gang was founded, every nightclub business in Tianhai City, big or small, had fallen under their control. Extorting protection money had become an unspoken rule. Almost everyone in the business knew this. Better to cross a roadblock ghost than Chen Nanshan. Their little Nan was the undisputed kingpin of the underworld. Everyone had to give him face. But this Lin Dong, not only did he stir up such a commotion without consulting them, but he hasn't shown the slightest sign of paying protection money. If we don't teach him a lesson, it just won't do. If word gets out, who'd still fear them? Sorry. We're late. Soon, Zhang De arrived with a broad grin, jogging over. As he approached, he introduced, "This is our boss, Lin Dong." Tianji looked at him with utter disdain, raising his steel rod and pointing it at Lin Dong. "You're Lin Dong? Damn it, don't you know the rules? Don't you know that when you enter the mountain god temple, you must first kowtow 3 times? Hurry up, don't make me slap you." Lin Dong frowned. This guy was even more arrogant than he'd imagined, demanding a kowtow right off the bat. But who was going to be bowing to whom today? That was still up in the air. Chapter 91, beat him to a pulp. While Frog stared at Lin Dong was also sizing him up. Then, he couldn't help but frown. In his view, anyone bold enough to openly extort protection money in Tianhai City, raking in tens of millions annually, had to be a formidable figure. He might even be comparable to a godfather. Yet the man before him, Tianji, with his menacing scowl and constant talk of violence, he looked no different from a recently released convict. Clearly, he didn't fit the image. Something's off. Lin Dong's mind raced. He immediately realized this was just a henchman sent to scout ahead. Sure enough, seeing Lin Dong remain silent, the thugs immediately began boasting aggressively about their connections. "Are you deaf or blind? Didn't you hear our chicken brother tell you to kneel and kowtow 3 times? This is the 7 Stars gang's way. Making you kowtow is as showing you respect. Hurry up, stop dawdling." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Making him kowtow? They were actually doing him a favor. These guys were getting way too cocky. His laughter froze the room. Everyone stared at him blankly, looking as though they'd seen a ghost. Zhang Dafa, in particular, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, shivering uncontrollably. It felt like the sky was falling. Young Master Lin, he's the top enforcer of the 7 Stars gang, Frog, known in the underworld as Chicken Brother. Back in the day, Chen Nanshan led him on a rampage from south to north. Countless nightclubs in Tianhai City went bankrupt because of him, and their owners were ruined. You'd better tread carefully. Yu Fei trembled as he warned from the side. He kept urging Lin Dong not to make a rash decision and provoke the 7 Stars gang. Otherwise, his entire family fortune would be wiped out. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's temperament had always been one to resist pressure rather than yield to it. Having made up his mind not to pay the protection money, he certainly wouldn't play along or give these people the courtesy of a smile. "You want me to kneel and kowtow? Fine." Lin Dong spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa breathed a sigh of relief.
Young Master Lin was still reasonable, capable of bending and stretching. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's tone shifted abruptly. But first, I need to see your sincerity. Here's what we'll do. Each of you kneel down and kowtow 50 times. And you, the guy with the buzz cut, you'll do 100. Lin Dong said it with a casual tone. Completely oblivious, Yufei and Zhang Dafa's faces turned green. Good heavens, do you even know what you're saying? That's Tenji, the Seven Stars Gang's top enforcer. And you want him to kneel before you? On the other side, the others sucked in their breath in shock. They stared at Lin Dong as if he were already dead. Damn it, say that again if you've got the guts. You think you can make me kneel? Who the hell do you think you are? You're asking for it. A group of Seven Stars Gang enforcers couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately lunged forward, ready to teach Lin Dong a harsh lesson. Hold on. Just then, Frog suddenly raised his right hand, halting them. The others were baffled, but they obediently stepped back. Then, Tianji let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing to slits. You're Lin Dong, right? That so-called friend of Wang Hu? You don't seriously think that Wang Hu can protect you, do you? You wanna bet I could make him piss himself if I told him to come over here? Tianji sneered, utterly dismissive of Wang Hu. And that was precisely the case. Wang Hu might be notorious and reckless. But that was about it. When facing a major force like the Seven Stars Gang, no matter how formidable he was alone, he couldn't make much of a splash. In Tianji's view, Lin Dong's arrogance stemmed from his belief that Wang Hu could back him up and resolve any trouble. Right now, he didn't mind showing him what it meant when they said the devil always has an answer. Enough with the stalling. Get down on your knees like a good boy and hand over the protection money. I'll pretend I never heard a word you just said. From now on, the Seven Stars Gang will look out for you too. Tianji held his stick horizontally, one hand resting on the bar counter. The next moment, his expression turned icy as he brought the club crashing down. Thud. Crash. In an instant, shards of glass flew everywhere. The various expensive liquors inside met the same fate, spilling out in a torrent and covering the floor. It was unimaginable how much force that single blow carried. This only deepened everyone's fear of him, sending a chill down their spines. If you don't hand it over, this is what happens to you. Did you hear that, Mr. Lin? Frog deliberately emphasized the way he addressed Lin Dong, as if warning him not to overreach himself by antagonizing the Seven Stars Gang. Otherwise, not only would Blue Demon turn into a pile of rubble, but the other nightclubs he'd just acquired would also be in for trouble. After all, the Seven Stars Gang was Tianhai City's largest criminal organization. They could do as they pleased. For a moment, all eyes focused on Lin Dong. They wanted to see how he would handle this. Yufei and Zhang Dafa shook their heads frantically, hoping this young Master Lin wouldn't do anything foolish. Soon, Lin Dong nodded. I understand. Good. Tianji chuckled. They thought Lin Dong had backed down and was about to obediently hand over tens of millions in protection money. But what Lin Dong said next left him utterly dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long while. You lot are just taking advantage of my new shop opening to deliberately hand over cash, right? This lady chicken, I mean Mr. Frog. That liquor cabinet you just smashed? It was custom designed by a master craftsman I specially commissioned from Italy. Add in the Louis XVI cognac, XO brandy, and other imported spirits inside, it's worth at least 10 million yuan. How do you plan to compensate me? Cash or card? After saying this, Lin Dong felt it wasn't enough and added with a smile. If you can't come up with the cash, you'll have to pay in kind. One leg is worth 100,000. 4 legs? That's 400,000. There are 20 of you total. That should barely cover it. Hearing this, Tianji's face changed color repeatedly, flushing from his neck to his ears. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes bulged out of their sockets. He finally understood that from the very beginning, Lin Dong had never intended to pay the protection fee. Worse still, he'd been toying with his entire gang like monkeys. How dare you? Lin Dong, you brought this upon yourself. Starting today, Blue Demon no longer exists. And don't even think about opening your other nightclubs. With that, Frog could no longer contain his rage. Pointing at Lin Dong's nose, he bellowed, beat him to a pulp. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Yes, Brother Frog. The Seven Stars Gang members responded in unison. Then they swarmed forward. Spectators nearby were terrified and quickly cleared a wide space. Yufei and Zhang Dafa turned ashen-faced and bolted for their lives. What could they do? Lin Dong was asking for trouble they weren't to blame. In everyone's eyes, Lin Dong was already little different from a corpse. Chapter 92, demanding an exorbitant price. Kill him. In the blink of an eye, a thug swung his arm wide, aiming a club straight for Lin Dong's temple. If that club connected, Lin Dong would be dead or at least skinned alive. At the last possible moment, Lin Dong dodged with lightning speed, evading the blow perfectly. What? The thug's eyes widened in utter shock. The next moment, excruciating pain erupted in his abdomen. Foaming at the mouth, he collapsed to the ground. It was Lin Dong who had delivered a sweeping kick, shattering his internal organs to pieces. Immediately after, two more reckless thugs charged forward. Lin Dong didn't even blink, striking left and right. With a white crane spreads its wings technique, he effortlessly seized their necks. Then, with a crack, he tossed them aside. Thud. Thud. Clatter. In less than half a minute, a pile of bodies lay at Lin Dong's feet. Each was covered in wounds, their cries of pain filling the air. The few slow-footed thugs lagging behind saw this and were terrified out of their wits, cowering in fear. How could they dare to advance? This can't be possible. Young Master Lin has skills like this? Zhang Dafa and Yu Fei were dumbfounded. They knew Lin Dong was wealthy, but never imagined his martial arts were equally extraordinary. His every move flowed like water, rivaling the martial arts masters in TV dramas. Damn it, you useless bunch. Get the hell out of my way. The next moment, several punks got kicked hard in the backside, sending them face-planting into the dirt. Tianji, steel rod in hand, radiated a menacing aura as he glared with fierce, tiger-like eyes, advancing slowly toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I never expected you to have some skills. But soon, you'll realize just how big a mistake you've made. Young Master Lin, watch out. Watching Tianji advance with such ferocity, Zhang Dafa couldn't hold back any longer and shouted a warning. He and Yu Fei hadn't run far, hiding behind a shattered glass liquor cabinet, waiting to call an ambulance for Lin Dong. Lin Dong chuckled dismissively. Then, brushing the dust off his clothes, he made a taunting gesture toward Tianji. As if to say, come on, bring it on. You're asking for it. Tianji's face twisted into a particularly vicious grimace. He'd been on the streets for years, taking down countless tough guys. But a fool like Lin Dong? This was a first. Today, he'd make this brat pay dearly. Swish. Tianji closed the distance in 3 strides, lunging toward Lin Dong and swinging his club. Street brawls were all about brutality. You might not have the best punches or kicks, but you absolutely can't lose in spirit. As the saying goes, the cunning fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who fear no death. Tianji held the top warrior position in the 7 Stars gang for 2 reasons, loyalty and courage. He might not be the strongest fighter, but he was undoubtedly the most ruthless. Towards himself and others alike. Sure enough, Lin Dong noticed that Frog moved with blinding speed, far superior to those earlier punks. But this only piqued his interest. Only an opponent like Tianji was worthy of his full effort. Bring it on. Lin Dong smiled faintly, simultaneously generating power from his waist and lower body as he leaned backward. Right before everyone's eyes, he executed a seamless waist-to-leg transition, dodging the blow. Frog's eyes widened in shock. Then, instantly reacting, he flipped his right wrist and swung again, this time aiming for Lin Dong's throat. The angle was so devious it seemed impossible to evade. It was clear just how seasoned Tianji was in combat. If it were Wang Hu, he'd probably have been defeated by now. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was on a roll. He continued to lean backward until he was fully lying on the ground. Then, using the momentum, he delivered a powerful kick. Crack! A crisp, explosive crack echoed through the air. The kick landed squarely on Frog's jaw. Woo! Frog let out a pitiful scream and flew backward like a snap. A faint crackling sound of shattered bones could be heard. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lin Dong's kick had appeared light and harmless. Yet it had shattered the frog's jaw. Several bloodied teeth flew out of his mouth. Thud! Frog collapsed to the ground, clutching his jaw as he convulsed. The steel rod clattered to the ground. Huff! Lin Dong exhaled a heavy breath, then sprang to his feet with a swift leap, landing firmly on the ground. Not a single drop of sweat had appeared during the entire exchange. In fact, his expression seemed almost unsatisfied. The next moment, Lin Dong slowly approached the motionless frog lying on the ground. With each step he took, everyone instinctively retreated a meter. Their eyes betrayed sheer terror. Terrifying. Terrifying. Lin Dong looked refined and gentle, yet his attack was swift and brutal. Before anyone could even register his movements, Tianji was already sprawled on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. This was the 7 Stars gang's top warrior, a blade-wielding demon who had cut through Tianhai City. And he was just crushed like that by Lin Dong? Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer, ugh. Frog clutched his jaw, his words muffled. A wave of intense fear washed over him like a tidal surge. Over the years, he'd been hospitalized countless times from fighting. But never before had he felt so close to death. Soon, Lin Dong walked up to Tianji, shaking his head with an expression full of contempt and mockery. You think you're some kind of fighter? What good is being good at fighting? In this game, it's all about brains and real power. Tianji was dumbfounded. Bro, I haven't seen you use your brain either. You didn't even use your fists to beat me one kick and it was over. Alright, stop lying, they're playing dead. Aren't you here to collect protection money? Here, my bank card is right here. Come get it. Lin Dongbian pulled the bank card from his wallet and waved it in front of Tianji and the others. There's over 3 billion in there. Want it? Come and get it yourself. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a collective gasp. 30 billion? This young Master Lin isn't just a tough fighter, he's loaded too. How could anyone else compete? Tianji and his gang of thugs were utterly stunned. Only now did they realize they'd apparently crossed someone truly formidable, carrying over 30 billion in cash casually in his pocket. You tell me, is this what you call having no connections? This is being a sucker? Tianji stared at the teeth scattered across the floor, kicking himself in regret. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have come. But Tianji's regret didn't mean Lin Dong would let him off. I gave you a chance, but you turned it down. Now it's my turn to demand protection money from you. What? Tianji's eyes widened in shock as he raised his head, trembling. What met his gaze were eyes devoid of any trace of pity. Lin Dong held up one finger, hesitated for a moment, then raised two. Then, he spoke calmly. Earlier, I asked you for 10 million in compensation. You refused. Now the price has gone up. 20 million. 20 million? Lin Dong, don't push your luck. Tianji clutched his chin, blood dripping from his mouth, his face twisted with grief and indignation. It had always been the Seven Stars gang collecting protection money from others. When did others start collecting protection money from the Seven Stars gang? And while the Seven Stars gang was indeed wealthy, but don't forget, they still had to support a whole crew of brothers. Handing over 20 million would absolutely cripple them. This guy is asking for an outrageous sum. Chapter 93, the feud begins. Oh? Don't want to pay? Looks like you still haven't got the picture. Right now, I'm the one collecting the money, not you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and kicked out violently. Crack. A blood-curdling scream pierced the bar. Tianji's right leg had been crushed clean off by Lin Dong's kick. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Frog clutched his right leg, writhing in agony, sweat pouring down his face. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. I told you no money? Then pay with your flesh. One leg is worth 100,000, 4 legs make 400,000. Of course, you can count that stubby little one too. Total comes to 500,000. Lin Dong smiled faintly. To the others, it looked like the devil himself. Gulp. Zhang Dafa and Yu Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. They knew Lin Dong was a big spender in business, treating money like it was worthless. Little did they know he possessed such a ruthless and terrifying other side. Meanwhile, hearing Lin Dong threaten to cripple his fifth leg, Tianji turned deathly pale. Then, ignoring the pain, she cried out in desperation, No. I'm sorry, Lin Dong, no, brother Lin. I'll give it to you, won't that do? Please, spare us. At that moment, Tianji was truly terrified. He wasn't afraid of death, but he dreaded becoming crippled, a fate worse than death. If only I'd known then what I know now. Lin Dong chuckled, casually picking up a bottle of Hennessy. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the bottle was crushed to half its size. Then, before the eyes of all present, he tilted his head back and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Fine liquor. Guys, who's got more cash? Hurry up and pool it together, we're only 5 million short. On the other side. Tianji looked frantic, glancing left and right as he asked everyone. Under Lin Dong's impatient gaze, he pulled out every valuable item he had on him. Bank cards, a thick gold chain, his designer watch, phone, and belt. He was practically about to rip off his 1,000 yuan underwear. The other Seven Stars gangpunks were in similar straits, emptying their pockets until they were practically bare. Only then did they barely scrape together 15 million yuan, still 5 million short. How much longer do you expect me to wait? My patience has its limits. Delaying my business like this 20 million won't be enough. You want to raise the price? Tianji was on the verge of tears. This bastard isn't satisfied with 20 million and now he's jacking up the price? But what could they do? 20 plus people couldn't take on just one of them. Their leader even got beaten to a pulp. It was too humiliating to even talk about. Lin Dong, don't push your luck. Don't forget, my boss Chen Nanshan is the top dog in Tianhai City. We've got thousands of brothers in the Seven Stars gang. If he finds out about this, he won't let you off the hook. Oh? Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, completely unfazed. Chen Nanshan? Never heard of him. Now, I'll count to 10. If you can't produce 5 million, I'll send you straight to the urology clinic. By then, 5 million won't even cover fixing that little stub of a leg of yours. 3, 2, 1. Lin Dong slowly raised his right leg, aiming straight for Tianji's vital spot. In the next instant, he would turn him into a eunuch. In an instant, Tianji's eyes turned red. Damn it all to hell. Counting down from 10, starting right now with 3, 2, 1, right? No, don't. I'll pay, okay? I'll call my big brother right now and have him transfer the money. Facing Lin Dong's fierce expression, Tianji felt like crying but couldn't. Then, reluctantly, he picked up his phone and dialed a number with a dejected look. Hello, brother Nan. So? Tianji, did you get it? Got it? Tianji glanced around at the group of crippled brothers, his face twisted with bitterness. They were indeed taken down. But it was Lin Dong who took them all down. Brother Nan, I've run into some trouble. Could you lend me some money? Not much, just 5 million. Silence hung on the other end of the line. It was unclear whether it was shock or confusion. Brother Nan, help me out. I'm in deep trouble. Got it. I'll wire you the money. Get your ass back here immediately.
The call abruptly ended.
Clearly, Chen Nanshan wasn't a fool.
He instantly guessed that Tianji had gotten off to a bad start. And now, he'd even have to shell out millions to save his own skin.
Phew. Tianji panted heavily, trembling as he transferred the money to Lin Dong.
Lin Dong, the money's transferred.
You'd better keep your promise.
Of course.
Lin Dong smiled.
Unexpectedly, he transferred another 100,000 back to Tianji.
What do you mean by this? Tianji felt a chill run down his spine.
He thought Lin Dong was setting him up again, so he hadn't dared accept the money.
Didn't we agree? 100,000 per leg.
You already paid 100,000 with your right leg, so of course I'll return the extra to you.
Lin Dong looked utterly unapologetic.
You. Tianji was furious, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Dong, his entire body shaking. The next moment, he foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot.
Brother Frog! Brother Frog! His gang of underlings panicked at the sight.
They scrambled to carry Tianji out, not daring to look back. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold and let out a cold snort.
7 Stars gang? More like a retirement home. With skills this half-baked, they think they can collect protection money? Clearly watched too many gangster movies.
After speaking, Lin Dong scanned the surroundings.
He found everyone staring at him. Trembling with fear, not daring to breathe a single breath. After tonight, the 7 Stars gang including Frog would likely lose much of their intimidating presence. Conversely, Lin Dong, the previously obscure nightclub owner, would rise to prominence.
But the 7 Stars gang wouldn't let this go easily.
Who knew what kind of sparks would fly between the two sides? My sincere apologies for startling everyone.
Since Brother Frog has already settled the bill earlier, all expenses tonight will be on him.
Let the music play on and the dancing continue.
Hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily speechless. But upon reflection, it seemed perfectly reasonable.
Thank you, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is so generous. Thanks for picking up the tab, chicken brother. In an instant, Blue Demon Bar erupted into revelry once more.
In fact, it was even more energetic than before the 7 Stars gang showed up. Just then, Yufei and Zhang Dafa burst out, their faces flushed with excitement.
Young Master Lin, you're incredible. Turning that frog into a rooster with one kick, I'm truly impressed. With you around, why would we even need security? Who'd dare cause trouble here? Zhang Dafa was obviously joking.
But it was clear how much he admired Lin Dong. Yufei, on the other hand, wore a worried expression, his face full of concern. Young Master Lin, don't blame me for not warning you today, you've really pissed off the 7 Stars gang for good.
That Chen Nanshan hates nothing more than people refusing to give him face.
Today, you not only beat up his henchmen, but you're also walking away with 20 million. You've really dug yourself into a hole.
Chapter 94, Charity Gala.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, showing not a trace of worry.
Don't worry, I know my limits. Do I look like some reckless fool to you? Would I ever do something without a solid plan? Yufei and Zhang Da stared blankly for a moment, sizing up Lin Dong.
Then they shook their heads. This was no hothead. He was practically the demon leeching of the 4 heavenly kings. Well, that settles it. If the 7 Stars gang dares to come once, I'll take them on once. I'll see just what tricks this so-called underground emperor of Tianhai, Chen Nanshan, has up his sleeve. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Far from feeling intimidated, he was abnormally excited. Just then, Yufei suddenly remembered something and said, Young Master Lin, have you ever heard of the Love and Angels Charity Gala? A charity gala? You haven't? That can't be. Yufei froze for a moment. Logically speaking, someone of Lin Dong's wealth and status should be far more informed than he was. Why did Lin Dong seem completely unaware? Seeing Yufei's puzzled expression, Lin Dong realized he'd said the wrong thing. Still, he remained completely unflustered, replying calmly, to be honest, Mr. Yu, I was studying abroad until just 2 months ago when I returned to Tianhai. I'm not familiar with these matters. I see. Yufei nodded in sudden understanding. At the same time, he grew increasingly certain that Lin Dong was a secretly groomed successor from some prominent family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so clueless about the ways of the world. Young Master Lin, you may not be aware. This charity gala is a high-profile event attended by many elite figures. There will also be an auction segment during the event. At that time, a large number of priceless antique jewels will be put up for auction. All proceeds will be donated to children in impoverished mountainous regions. I'm sure you'll find it quite enjoyable. It's also a great opportunity to network. Oh? Antiques? Lin Dong's eyes lit up, sensing a whiff of money. Young Master Lin, this is a rare opportunity. If you have time, you might want to take a look. Yufei's face was plastered with a smile. With his keen ability to read people, he instantly recognized Lin Dong's keen interest in the charity gala. Sounds promising. Lin Dong nodded. After that, he didn't rush to show his interest in the antiques.
Instead, he casually inquired, "Can you guarantee all the funds raised at the charity gala will actually be donated? I don't want my money going straight into the organizers' pockets." Hearing this, Yufei shook his head in alarm. "Absolutely not. Mr. Lin, rest assured. Every single transaction is completely transparent and publicly accounted for. Besides, those auction items are priceless. Once you get your hands on them, you won't lose out no matter what." To prove the charity gala's legitimacy, Yufei pulled out his phone and showed Lin Dong the details of every antique up for auction. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed several fine pieces. Qing Dynasty Qianlong period, Celadon glaze, ancient-style carved Kuei dragon pattern, lace-shaped large vase, starting bid 24 million. Song Dynasty official glaze octagonal string pattern neck vase, starting bid 20 million. White jade phoenix with heart-shaped core, starting bid 18 million. Glancing over the list, Lin Dong realized the lowest starting bid for any of these antiques was 10 million yuan. Lin Dong inwardly gasped. They say the poor play with cars, the rich with watches, but antiques? That's what the truly wealthy indulge in. The key lies in showcasing class and taste. It also made one look impressive when talking about it. As he browsed, Lin Dong was suddenly drawn to one particular piece. Qing Dynasty Kangxi period blue and white porcelain vase with dragon and ocean waves design, starting bid 23 million. This blue and white porcelain piece featured a glaze as warm and lustrous as jade, its blue and white hues complementing each other beautifully. A majestic dragon with long whiskers emerged from the clouds, meticulously rendered and vividly lifelike, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Even through the screen, its impact was palpable. Just then, Lin Dong remembered that his grandfather, Lin Changqing, was born in the year of the dragon. Moreover, in just a few days, it would be the old man's 80th birthday. If he could present this porcelain piece as a birthday gift to Lin Changqing, surely the old man would look upon his family with newfound respect. It would show other relatives that his family was no longer what it once was. It would also serve to vindicate his father. From now on, we can hold our heads high. "Mr. Yu, I wonder if there are any requirements for attending this charity gala?" Lin Dong asked with a smile. "I don't have an invitation myself." Upon hearing this, Yufei patted his chest and boasted, "Just an invitation? No big deal. Not just one. Even if you bring your family and need 10 invitations, I can get them all." Yufei wasn't boasting. Having run a nightclub for so long, he'd built up quite a network over the years. A mere invitation to a charity gala was just a matter of a word. "Family?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Yufei's words reminded him. At events of this caliber, male and female guests always arrive in evening gowns, paired up. Attending alone would look rather awkward. So, who should he invite? The first person who came to mind was Chu Xiaoxiao. She possessed a mature, poised demeanor that would never cause him embarrassment. With that thought, Lin Dong immediately sent Chu Xiaoxiao a text message. But his hopes were dashed almost immediately. Chu Xiaoxiao had already returned to her hometown to handle her mother's divorce proceedings. "I won't be back for a while." This was a bit of a predicament. By Yuqing and Tingting one a receptionist, the other a technician might be able to put on a show, but they weren't exactly the type to grace a formal occasion. As for Lu Shiyun, she was just a clueless little brat. Wait. Suddenly, a name flashed through Lin Dong's mind. She could sing and dance, was pure and adorable, and spoke with clarity and logic. Moreover, she had repeatedly reached out to him, eager for a meeting. If he asked her to attend the gala, she'd definitely agree. With that thought, Lin Dong immediately placed a voice call. "Hello, is this Brother Duck?" A light, melodious female voice answered from the other end. Yufei and Zhang Dafa jumped in surprise. Then, both of them instinctively made a shushing gesture and obediently shut their mouths. "It's me. Great. You finally got in touch. I thought you'd forgotten about me." On the other end of the line was none other than the rising star of the live streaming platform, Baby Chi-Chi. That is, Su Mingqi. After that live battle, she shot to fame overnight. Numerous MCN agencies sought her out, scrambling to sign her. Some even offered a staggering annual salary of 10 million yuan. But Su Mingqi declined. She knew nothing about such matters and would definitely consult Lin Dong first. She only listened to Lin Dong. "Chi-Chi, I have to attend a gala tomorrow night and need a female companion. Are you free?" "A gala?" Su Mingqi's eyes widened in surprise. Lately, she'd been approached by others to attend charity galas. Among them were several well-known playboys. Could this be the one Lin Dong mentioned? "If you're busy, it's fine, I'll find someone else." No, I'm fine." Hearing Lin Dong mention finding someone else, Su Mingqi quickly interjected. "Even if something comes up, it won't be as important as you." "Alright, then get ready. I'll pick you up tomorrow night." Okay. Chapter 95, Female Companion. "Young Master Lin, this Chi-Chi, could it be that Chi-Chi baby who's been all over the place lately?" Zhang Dafa looked at Lin Dong with surprise. Listening to the voice on the phone, he felt a sense of familiarity. Upon reflection, the DJ mix currently playing at Blue Demon Bar was actually a remix of a song by Chi-Chi Baby. If he'd known about this connection, he could have invited her over to sing a couple of songs himself. On the other end, Yufei's eyes widened. He remembered clearly that Chi-Chi Baby had suddenly gone viral online because of a generous tip from a mysterious wealthy patron. Duck, no need? Lin Dong. No doubt about it, only a god-tier spender like Lin Dong would casually drop tens of millions on a streamer's tip. Mr. Yu, I'll be waiting for your invitation. Just 2 tickets will do. Lin Dong finished speaking to Fei and turned toward the dance floor. After all that physical exertion earlier, it was time to unwind. Absolutely, absolutely. Yufei nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. The following evening, Lin Dong pulled up in his Panamera outside the gates of Tianhai University of Science and Technology. The moment the car pulled up, it drew a crowd of students. Wow, a Panamera. Who at our school is rich enough to drive such a luxury car to campus? Not necessarily a student. Could be some big shot trying to pick up girls. Just put a bottle of iced tea on the roof, and girls will definitely come over to chat. I've seen this trick too many times. A group of boys snorted in disdain as they chatted. Soon, several girls who thought they were pretty and had good style walked over with smiles. They fluttered their eyelashes and knocked on the window. As the window rolled down, they deliberately tugged at their low-cut tops, revealing ample cleavage. Hey handsome, can we exchange WeChat? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Want to ride with you for some fresh air? I feel all tingly inside, so hot. Lin Dong glanced over and pursed his lips. I don't think it's your hearts that are itching. It's other parts that are itching. Though, these girls do have a certain charm. With some careful styling, they could easily rival minor internet celebrities. But unfortunately, the person I'm picking up today is a real big-time influencer. Holy crap, is that Su Mingqi? The super popular Kiki baby? She's actually from our school? You just found out? It's been all over the place these past few days. Lots of companies want to sign her as an artist. Rumor has it she's making over 10 million a year. Amidst the excited chatter, a stunningly beautiful young woman with long legs glided toward them. Feeling the heat of everyone's gaze, her pretty face flushed slightly, yet she showed no awkwardness. Poised and confident, she moved like a runway supermodel. She was none other than Su Mingqi, the live streamer who had recently taken the internet by storm. Su Mingqi? What's she doing here? Wait, could it be? Several gold-digging seniors froze in surprise. The next moment, they realized with a start that Su Mingqi was indeed walking toward them. More accurately, she was heading toward the Panamera. Seeing this goddess, whom countless people considered perfect, Lin Dong couldn't help but light up. He didn't hold back his praise. Chi-Chi, you look stunning today. That voice is... Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her lovely face etched with shock. Then, she carefully studied the man sitting in the car, wearing a mischievous grin. On the way here, she'd been wrestling with doubts. What if Duck wasn't ugly or old? Only upon seeing Lin Dong did Su Mingqi breathe a long sigh of relief. Her heart was filled with joy. Seeing her reaction, Lin Dong couldn't resist teasing her. What? Disappointed? Not the Prince Charming you imagined? No, not at all. Su Mingqi waved her hands hastily, afraid Lin Dong might misunderstand. You're even more handsome and radiant than I imagined. I was just a little nervous. Alright, let's talk about it in the car. Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Su Mingqi. He also waved goodbye to the stunned senior students standing nearby. Sorry, ladies, I've got plans tonight. Next time, we'll have a deeper conversation. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. With everyone watching, he floored the gas pedal and sped off. Damn, so this hottie was waiting for Su Mingqi. Only Su Mingqi could possibly match that Panamera. Wait, that guy looks familiar. Wasn't he the one who drove Lu Shiyun to registration last semester? Looks like it's same Panamera. Soon, someone spotted the crucial detail. If that's true, things are about to get interesting. In the car, Su Mingqi sat like a frightened little rabbit, her hands clenched together in nervous anxiety. Nervous? Nervous? Or delight? Even she couldn't pinpoint her current state of mind. Her head felt light, and she couldn't even bring herself to look at Lin Dong. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Su Mingqi, right? May I call you Mingqi? Su Mingqi's cheeks flushed crimson as she breathed softly. Of course you can. You can call me whatever you like. That's good. My name is Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly, thoroughly enjoying Su Mingqi's adorably flustered demeanor. It stirred in him a desire to unwrap her like a gift. But not yet. In half an hour, the gala would begin. He certainly didn't want to let one woman derail his important plans. Munchie, there's no need to be nervous. I invited you to the gala simply because I needed a female companion. If you're feeling unwell, I'll take you home right now. No, please don't. Su Mingqi shook her head hastily. After finally seeing Lin Dong, how could she possibly go back? I'm just a little nervous, don't get the wrong idea. I still haven't properly thanked you for what happened last time. By the way, you haven't watched my livestream in days. Is something up? Seeing this, Lin Dong chuckled. I've been busy these past few days, so I haven't watched the livestream. That's why I decided to meet in person to see things more clearly. Hearing this, Su Mingqi couldn't help but tremble slightly. She could distinctly feel Lin Dong's gaze roaming over her body. Fortunately, Lin Dong's hands remained on the steering wheel and he made no further advances. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to react. Yet at the same time, a faint sense of disappointment crept over her. Lin Dong glanced at Su Mingqi, who was feeling lightheaded, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. Alright, we're here. Squeak! The Panamera came to a smooth halt. Su Mingqi looked out the window, her mouth instinctively forming a small O of surprise. A magnificent 100-story skyscraper came into view. Western-style architecture, towering and opulent. Lights shimmered, radiating romance and sophistication. Its scale and facilities were nothing short of absurd. The exterior parking lot alone was as large as 2 football fields. At this moment, rows upon rows of luxury vehicles were parked in formation. Bentleys, Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, Aston Martins. Each one worth over $1 million. Lin Dong's Panamera looked utterly unremarkable parked among them. Chapter 96, Don't worry, I'm here. Starlight Grand Hotel? Su Mingqi paused, blurting out the name. The Starlight Grand Hotel, located in Tianhai City's most bustling bund and business leisure district, was a 5-star international hotel specializing in hosting VIP guests. Fully equipped, grand in scale, and of the highest caliber. Naturally, it became the premier choice for high-profile events in Tianhai City. Those who stay here are invariably either wealthy or influential. For tonight's charity gala, the organizers had set a minimum threshold. Only those with a net worth exceeding 100 million yuan were eligible to receive an invitation. Those with a net worth exceeding 1 billion yuan were considered VIPs. Brother Lin Dong, it seems everyone here has an invitation. Do we have one? Su Mingqi followed Lin Dong to the entrance. She quickly noticed that all the guests coming and going held an exquisitely crafted card engraved with golden patterns. Only those with this card could enter. It was not merely an invitation, but a symbol of status and privilege. Lin Dong gave a faint smile, taking hold of Su Mingqi's slightly trembling small hand. Don't worry. What they have, we have too. And mine is different from theirs. Lin Dong smiled faintly, pulling 2 cards from his breast pocket and handing them to the 2 attendants standing at the door. A flash of white gold gleamed. They were indeed 2 platinum-plated invitation cards, even more prestigious than gold. The 2 attendants stood at attention, their demeanor even more respectful than before. Welcome to the Love and Angels Charity Gala. Your seats are in Section A. Please follow me. Instantly, several guests in front and behind turned their heads, casting curious glances at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi. This charity gala was divided into 3 sections. Section C was reserved for the organizer's staff. Section B was for regular attendees. Section A was reserved for VIPs. In other words, this couple before them was worth over 10 billion? That beauty looks familiar somehow. Isn't that Chi-Chi baby, the one who's been all over the news lately? She's here too. What's so surprising about that? Lots of rich people have that kind of taste. They'll probably get bored after a couple of days. So who's that guy with her? The crowd was baffled. They were all worth over 100 million, constantly mingling in high society, yet none had ever seen this face before. They knew nothing about Lin Dong either. But the more mysterious he seemed, the more intimidating he became. They especially noticed the confidence radiating from every gesture Lin Dong made. This only reinforced their belief that he came from an extraordinary background and was deeply enigmatic. Lin Dong paid no mind to what these small fry were thinking. Arm in arm with Su Mingqi, he strode directly into the hotel. By then, the charity gala was fully prepared. Banners proclaiming love and peace hung everywhere. This is also the purpose of this event. Similarly, the organizers distributed an elegant booklet to each guest in advance. It detailed the antiques to be auctioned at the gala. Lin Dong scanned through it, his gaze settling on a particular blue and white porcelain piece. The large vase with water dragon patterns, that's the one. Su Mingqi glanced at it from the side. Though she had braced herself mentally. When she saw the starting bid of 20 million, she couldn't help but gasp, her cherry red lips parting in surprise. She vaguely realized that because of Lin Dong, she had gained access to a world ordinary people could only dream of. Just then, a figure approached with a smile. Young Master Lin, you finally arrived. Was the trip smooth? Apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Yu. I had to pick someone up and just arrived. Yu Fei glanced at the bashful Su Mingqi and understood immediately. He then exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, let's sit down quickly. Your sister-in-law must be tired from standing. Sister-in-law? Su Mingqi paused slightly, her pretty face flushing crimson. But shy as she was, in the end, she took the initiative to link her arm through Lin Dong's. As if announcing to everyone that he was hers. How could Lin Dong not understand her little thoughts? He smiled immediately and led her to Section A.
As expected, every guest seated here possessed an extraordinary aura, dressed in luxurious attire, radiating the powerful presence of those in high positions. Among them were several gray-haired, slightly portly tycoons whom Lin Dong had once seen on television. Never did he imagine he'd one day sit among them.
Chairman Wang, Chairman Zhang.
This is Mr. Lin Dong, the young master I've mentioned to you both. Yu Fei introduced Lin Dong with utmost caution and deference, fearing he might inadvertently offend someone. To his disappointment, however, not a single one acknowledged Lin Dong. Even if they did, it was only out of courtesy to Yu Fei, a perfunctory nod that showed they didn't take him seriously at all. This was only natural. Everyone here was part of the same circle, engaged in mutual business dealings and mutual benefit. A greenhorn like you, who knows where you crawled out from under a rock, wasn't worth the effort to befriend. Exchanging more than a few words would be a waste of time. Lin Dong observed the scene, gave a light, dismissive smile, and showed no sign of anger. He simply took Su Mingqi's hand and led her to a corner. After all, he'd come to the charity gala solely to hunt for treasures. He couldn't care less about the attitudes of these bigwigs. My apologies, young Master Lin.
It's fine, Mr. Yu. I understand. Go ahead and get back to your work.
Yu Fei nodded awkwardly. Seeing that Lin Dong wasn't upset, he finally left to chat with others. Unexpectedly, the moment Yu Fei left, a young woman with exquisite makeup and undeniable charm suddenly spoke up. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly when they met Su Mingqi's, causing her to frown.
Wasn't it stated that unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering? How come a female streamer like her can just waltz into a charity gala? Who invited her?
At these words, others turned their heads to look at Su Mingqi and Lin Dong.
Miss Qi is absolutely right. Everyone attending this charity gala is a prominent figure. Having this kind of female streamer here just lowers the class of the event, doesn't it? Exactly. What good is dressing up? She's still just a performer and internet beggar. If you don't belong in this circle, don't force your way in. Otherwise, you'll just make a fool of yourself.
This young woman surnamed She seemed to hold considerable status. With every remark she made, several business owners chimed in. Their words carried a hint of flattery. Hearing their flattery, the beautiful woman grew even more smug and haughty. Lin Dong. Su Mingqi stiffened, feeling uneasy. If she were participating in a singing competition or walking the runway, she wouldn't feel the slightest bit nervous. But being singled out like this by a group of billionaire tycoons? That was another story. Because, as that Miss Qi had said, she was indeed just an ordinary streamer. Her status stood in stark contrast to theirs. Feeling the tremor in Su Mingqi's fingertips, Lin Dong patted her small hand and spoke softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 97, Who Are You Calling Auntie? Lin Dong turned his head and glanced at the young woman who had spoken. In her mid-30s, she wore a custom evening gown that revealed just the right amount of snow-white skin, elegant without being vulgar. A diamond necklace the size of a quail adorned her jade-like neck. A diamond bracelet also adorned her wrist, further enhancing her regal elegance. Simply sitting there, she exuded an aristocratic aura. Yet, the sharp, almond-shaped eyes of this beautiful woman carried an intimidating aura. Her haughty words and expression of disgust laid bare her utterly arrogant nature. Lin Dong observed this and smiled softly. "Auntie, it's one thing for you to be past your prime, but why can't others be young and beautiful?" "Aunt?" Qi Wenchuan's eyes widened, her eyebrows nearly shooting straight up. She never imagined anyone in Tianhai City would dare call her auntie. "Well, if not auntie, then what should I call you?" Lin Dong scratched his head, looking genuinely puzzled. "That doesn't make sense. You're old enough to be my mother. Calling you auntie is perfectly normal, isn't it?" After speaking, Lin Dong pulled Su Mingqi into his arms. He gently poked her soft cheek with his finger. "See? She's only 20, while you're at least 40. Calling you auntie is actually giving you face. If we're being strict, you should be calling me auntie. Of course, if you insist on hearing it, I suppose I could say that." Lin Dong sighed, his face full of resignation. "Come on, Mingqi, this auntie wants to hear you call her that. Don't keep her waiting." "Huh?" Su Mingqi looked at Lin Dong suspiciously. She could clearly sense Qi Wenchuan was about to explode. "Are you sure you want to call her?" But Lin Dong kept shooting her urgent glances. Finally, Su Mingqi bit her lip and steeled herself to call out, "Hello, ma'am." "Put. Wait, you actually did it?" Lin Dong nearly spit out his salted soda. The others froze in shock. They stared blankly at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi, a chill running down their spines. Sure enough, Qi Wenchuan's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, he sprang to his feet and pointed at Lin Dong's nose as he cursed. "What the hell are you talking about? I'm only in my 30s, who the hell are you calling auntie?" For women, there are two things they absolutely cannot tolerate. One is being called ugly. The other is being called old. Wealthy women like Qi Wenchuan spend hundreds of thousands monthly on cosmetic procedures to maintain their looks and figures. They never see themselves as ugly. But age is the one thing she can't escape. No amount of dressing up can change the fact that she is already 35. That's why, upon seeing the young and beautiful Su Mingqi, she instinctively felt disgust.
It wasn't just about looking down on the other's background, there was also a subconscious mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment.
Before Su Mingqi arrived, she was the most radiant flower, the center of everyone's attention. But the moment Su Mingqi arrived, she instantly paled in comparison. The men's eyes instinctively turned toward Su Mingqi. Now, Su Mingqi had even called her auntie in front of everyone.
Anyone would go mad. Auntie, what are you doing? Don't you want people to speak the truth? I get it, you just don't like hearing it, do you? Lin Dong's face lit up with sudden understanding as he quickly apologized. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have called you auntie. I promise I'll never call you auntie again. Mingqi, apologize to this auntie right now. Su Mingqi's expression was a bit strange. Lin Dong said he wouldn't call her that. But within a few sentences, he'd said it over a dozen times. As expected, Qi Wenchuan's snow-white skin was turning red at a visible pace. You, how dare you? Her expression was so fierce, she looked like she wanted to bite a chunk out of Lin Dong. The others were also shocked and felt like sitting on pins and needles. As the eldest daughter of Qi Tianming, the tycoon behind Daki Real Estate, Qi Wenchuan had gradually taken over the family business over the years, growing the company step by step. Her personal net worth had soared accordingly. According to informed sources, the real estate assets under Qi Wenchuan's name alone exceeded 10 billion. This figure doesn't even include her stock holdings. She didn't rely on her father's connections, she relied on herself. However, it is precisely this strong-willed nature that has made Qi Wenchuan arrogant and conceited. She believes all men are beneath her and despises women who are kept by men. Now, both Lin Dong and Su Mingqi were like thorns in her side. Security. Where's security? Get these two out of here immediately. Qi Wenchuan shouted angrily. Her exquisitely refined, aristocratic features were twisted with fury. Had she not been mindful of her image, she would have unleashed a torrent of abuse, cursing them both to high heaven. Tap tap. Soon, two security guards hurried over. After briefly hearing the story and confirming Qi Wenchuan's identity, they immediately began escorting her out. Sir, we're sorry, but you need to leave. Seeing this, Su Mingqi instinctively burrowed into Lin Dong's embrace. Lin Dong snorted coldly, then calmly produced 2 platinum cards and held them up. These are the invitations from the organizers. What gives you the right to kick me out now? Or are you lot just a bunch of sycophants who preach love and peace but really just bow and scrape to the rich and powerful? The 2 security guards stiffened. They hadn't expected Lin Dong to produce a platinum invitation. This proved his net worth exceeded 10 billion. How could a lowly security guard like himself afford to offend such a figure? If they followed Qi Wenchuan's orders and forcibly ejected Lin Dong and Su Mingqi, they would surely face furious retaliation. And then, would Qi Wenchuan even care about their fate? Now you're scared? This is between me and that lady. You lot can go chill somewhere else, get out of my sight. Seeing the 2 security guards exchange glances and remain frozen in place, Lin Dong looked impatient. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? As he spoke, Lin Dong unleashed his full force. Several people overheard his outburst and turned to look. The moment their eyes met, their hearts seemed to skip a beat. Lin Dong's gaze was too fierce. It was as if a predatory beast had locked onto its prey. You? Qi Wenchuan was equally startled, her expression slightly unnatural. As the eldest daughter of the Qi family, normally, anyone who met her would bow and scrape, lowering themselves before her. But now, in front of Lin Dong, she couldn't help but tremble. Ha! Lin Dong let out a cold laugh, then strode back over, pulling Su Mingqi back to their seats. The 2 security guards exchanged glances and slunk away dejectedly. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Staying far away was the wisest choice. Ding ding. Just then, symphonic music filled the hall. The charity gala was about to begin. Damn it! Qi Wenchuan felt utterly resentful. She could only clench her fists and swallow her anger. After all, no matter how high and mighty she acted, she couldn't very well throw a tantrum in front of thousands of people. Mingqi, I want to eat that. Feed it to me. Meanwhile, Lin Dong sat casually in his chair as if nothing had happened. He even gestured for Su Mingqi to feed him. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but exchange some peculiar glances. They murmured among themselves, speculating about Lin Dong's identity. This guy. What's his background? Chapter 98, a small scene. Soon, the host took the stage. The earlier incident was temporarily put to rest. Welcome, everyone, for traveling far to attend this charity gala. The organizers have prepared 100 valuable antique jewelry pieces for auction. We encourage everyone to participate enthusiastically. On behalf of the organizers, I pledge that all proceeds from the auction will be donated in full to impoverished mountainous regions. Thunderous applause erupted, filling the air with excitement. Lin Dong's eyes shone brightly, like the fiery gaze of the Monkey King, darting about restlessly. Lin Dong, do you have a particular fondness for antiques? Noticing the change in Lin Dong's expression, Su Mingqi's eyes lit up. Lin Dong knew her inside out, exactly which university she attended and what major she pursued. However, she knew nothing about Lin Dong.
Seeing how much Lin Dong loved antiques, Su Mingqi quietly took note of this hobby.
Little did she know, Lin Dong wasn't actually fond of antiques. He was actually obsessed with making money. Mingqi, don't you think appraising treasures and hunting for them is incredibly thrilling? Thrilling? Su Mingqi widened her eyes in puzzlement.
Lin Dong casually draped his arm around her shoulder, gesturing with his other hand. Among these 100 auction items, some are genuine, some are fake, some are valuable, some are worthless. Some people spend tens of millions on fakes and end up ruined. Others spend just a few thousand and walk away with priceless treasures, becoming overnight millionaires. That's the greatest thrill of antiques, beyond mere collecting. With just a few words, Lin Dong had Su Mingqi completely spellbound, her head spinning.
Humans are creatures drawn to strength, and women even more so.
For an inexperienced young woman like Su Mingqi, men like Lin Dong, erudite and knowledgeable, were the ultimate objects of admiration. In her eyes, Lin Dong radiated charm at every moment.
She might not understand antiques,
but that didn't stop her from being utterly captivated by him. Lin Dong smiled faintly and slipped a grape into her mouth.
The auction is about to begin. Watch closely. Su Mingqi nodded obediently.
Seeing his arm draped over her fragrant shoulder, she flushed again. Unbeknownst to them, every move the two made was being watched by Qi Wenchuan. Especially witnessing their affectionate, conspiratorial glances only fueled her rage further. Why was she the one boiling with rage, while this pair of scoundrels didn't give a damn?
What a pair of scoundrels! Qi Wenchuan gritted her teeth in fury, pulling out her phone to order an investigation into Lin Dong's background. The moment the charity gala ended, she would settle this score with Lin Dong. But first things first, she had to secure that necklace at the auction. That was the very reason she'd attended the event. Esteemed guests, without further ado, the auction is now open. With the entertainment segments concluded, the most thrilling auction segment was about to commence. Several hostesses pushed a mysterious treasure chest to the front of the stage. The moment the chest opened, countless lights illuminated the space. All eyes were drawn to it involuntarily. Before their eyes stood a colossal celadon vase. Its dignified and majestic form radiated an aura of imperial luxury even from a distance. Clearly, this was an artifact from the imperial court. First item, Qing Dynasty powder blue glazed large vase with carved ancient-style Kuei dragon patterns. Starting bid, 24 million. 24 million? Su Mingqi's pupils contracted sharply as she clutched Lin Dong's hand tightly, her heart skipping a beat. For the average person, annual expenses for food, clothing, housing, and transportation amount to around 100,000 yuan. This single piece starts at over 20 million. Enough to cover several generations' worth of expenses. And this was merely the first item. For a moment, Su Mingqi felt as if she were dreaming. Mingqi, don't make such a fuss over this little scene. Otherwise, I won't take you out to see the world anymore. Su Mingqi's expression flashed with panic at his words. But when she turned around, she saw Lin Dong grinning mischievously, clearly teasing her. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, someone below raised a paddle, offering a bid of 24.5 million. Just a 500,000 yuan increase, testing the waters. However, this bid was quickly surpassed. One after another, bids of 25 million and 26 million were shouted out. Yet upon closer inspection, all the bidders were from Section B. Not a single VIP from Section A, all worth over $1 billion, moved. It seemed as though they were waiting for something. Lin Dong pondered thoughtfully. Then, unable to resist, he used the divine appraisal technique. Qing Dynasty Qianlong period celadon glazed large vase with ancient-style Kueilong dragon engravings. Value, 30 million? So that's it. This celadon vase was only worth 30 million yuan. Even if I won the bid, I wouldn't make much profit. The VIPs in Section A, perhaps having received some inside information, are unwilling to get involved. Instead, they're conserving their energy, waiting for more valuable antiques later on. Lin Dong nodded slightly and refrained from bidding. Soon, this Qing Dynasty imperial porcelain piece was acquired by a buyer in Section B. Final price, 28 million. After deducting fees, the profit amounted to just over $1 million. Subsequently, numerous other antiques were auctioned off one after another. Most were minor trinkets. Things like the 4 treasures of the study, seals, calligraphy, paintings, and so on. Even when created by renowned masters, they failed to generate much excitement. Just as the charity gala's atmosphere grew somewhat subdued and many attendees were losing interest, a truly heavyweight auction item finally made its appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The next antique will not disappoint you. It is none other than the Qinghua porcelain vase with blue and white dragon and ocean patterns, treasured by the Qing Dynasty emperor. Before the words had fully faded, 2 slender hostesses carefully lifted the lid of the treasure chest. Instantly, a breathtakingly exquisite porcelain vase, nearly half a person's height and resplendent with vivid colors, appeared before everyone's eyes. Its overall form was majestic, with exquisite lines and an even blue glaze. The decoration featured sea patterns at the base, cloud patterns and flaming orb designs on the upper section. The most striking element was the massive dragon coiled around the center. This majestic blue dragon, its eyes vividly painted, possessed a robust body and a formidable head. Its 5 claws gripped with eagle-like ferocity, radiating an aura of unparalleled might. It was instantly recognizable as a rare treasure among blue and white porcelain, a masterpiece. More crucially, in ancient times, the dragon was the symbol of the Son of Heaven, reserved exclusively for imperial use. This signifies its extraordinary and noble status. Whoa! Those who recognized its value couldn't help but gasp in awe. They instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this large vase adorned with water dragon patterns. It was far beyond the ordinary pieces seen earlier. Truly worthy of being a supreme porcelain treasure from the imperial collection. Noticing the fervent stares of the crowd, the auctioneer exhaled a long breath. Soon, a price was announced. Starting bid, 23 million. Bidding is now open. Before the words had even faded, a bidder raised their paddle high. I bid 24 million. 25 million. I'll add 1 million, 26 million. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen people raised their paddles simultaneously, bidding relentlessly. Only then did the auction begin to heat up. It was nothing like the dead silence of moments before. Even the big shots in Section A perked up. While admiring the large vase with water dragon patterns, they deliberated over what price to bid. Lin Dong was also curious just how much was this water dragon pattern vase truly worth? The next moment, the divine appraisal technique activated. Chapter 99, Fighting Spirit. Qing Dynasty Kangxi period blue and white porcelain vase with sea dragon design. Value, 83 million? 80 million? Lin Dong's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively clenched his fists. Brother Lin Dong, are you okay? Su Mengqi looked on in surprise. It was the first time she'd ever seen him so tense. Lin Dong shook his head and exhaled deeply. I'm fine. I just didn't expect this piece to be so sought after. He'd assumed it would go for 20 or 30 million like the other porcelain pieces. But this large vase with water dragon patterns was unexpectedly popular. But soon, Lin Dong felt at ease again. Anything connected to the emperor always commanded a strong market. Many were flocking to it. This large vase, adorned with a majestic water dragon, a symbol of imperial supremacy. Its popularity was only to be expected. But so what? Anything he set his sights on was never to be snatched away by others. In fact, the more others coveted it, the more excited he became. Soon, Lin Dong raised his bidding paddle. He wrote down a staggering figure. 30 million. The auctioneer paused in surprise. Unexpectedly, this young boss had been biding his time and now he struck with a thunderous blow. His first bid raised the price by a full 4 million. As the organizer of the charity gala, he was also incredibly moved. This gentleman bids 30 million going once. 30 million, going once. Whoosh. The next moment, another bidder raised their paddle, adding 1 million to Lin Dong's offer. I bid 31 million. Following the voice, the bidder was a young woman dressed in luxurious attire, her face radiant with beauty. At that moment, she wore an air of languid indifference. As if she didn't care about the 30 million at all. It seemed she was merely making a point to someone. Miss Qi has made her move? Miss Qi favors this water dragon patterned vase? In that case, I voluntarily withdraw. But wasn't Miss Qi attending this charity gala specifically for that necklace? How could? What the hell do you know? Didn't you see who was bidding? The crowd buzzed with chatter for a moment before quickly catching on. This heiress of the Qi family had no genuine interest in the blue and white porcelain. She was simply trying to outdo Lin Dong out of spite. The reason? Naturally, it stemmed from their earlier quarrel. Soon, as Qi Wenchuan entered the fray, the previously eager bidders began shaking their heads and voluntarily withdrawing from the auction. Though they were far from willing to concede. But reputation precedes the man who dared cross the Qi family's eldest daughter? Unlike her spineless younger brother Qi Wenbin, she was decisive and ruthless. Anyone who crossed her path was bound to face an unpleasant outcome. For a moment, all eyes turned to Lin Dong in unison, their expressions complex. Some felt schadenfreude. Others thought he was a reckless young bull fearing no tigers. Others even seemed to envision Lin Dong bankrupt and suicidal. 31 million for one round. 31 million, going once. The next second. Just when everyone thought Lin Dong would back down. Lin Dong raised his paddle once more. I bid 40 million. 40 million? Beside him, Su Mengqi was stunned. She knew Lin Dong was wealthy. But she never imagined he was this wealthy. To pay such a high price for a piece of blue and white porcelain that nearly looked exquisite? Just what kind of background did her Lin Dong brother have? Whoa! The other bidders sucked in their breath in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the Zone boss who had looked down on Lin Dong earlier couldn't help but change his expression slightly, scrutinizing the young man closely. This kid is either incredibly bold. Either he's brainless. Or he's got real power. Clearly, Lin Dong wasn't the former. The fact that he occupied this seat proved his net worth exceeded 10 billion. More crucially, he's so young. That brat. Shi Wenchuan's delicate brows knitted tightly, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She had assumed Lin Dong's silence stemmed from his inability to match her financial clout. Turns out, he was just holding back. By comparison, her mere 1 million yuan increase seemed like child's play, a petty, insignificant gesture. In an instant, Shi Wenchuan's anger boiled over. Then, she wrote down a new bid. Raising her slender arm high before everyone. 51 million. She raised the bid by 11 million yuan outright, outbidding Lin Dong by a full million. Her goal was to trample Lin Dong underfoot, a declaration of all-out war. The entire room fell silent. Buyers who had still clung to hope for this porcelain piece were now utterly disheartened. 50 million, they could scrape it together if they gritted their teeth. But they would never spend that much on an antique. Don't be fooled by their billion-dollar net worth. Unlike Lin Dong, they didn't have cash on hand. That 100 million figure was heavily inflated. A significant portion is inflated by the market value of real estate and stocks. The truly available working capital might only amount to a few million. 51 million, that's a figure many would have to seriously consider. Even the VIPs seated in Section A remained silent. The chief family's eldest daughter clearly doesn't think money matters. 50 million could buy countless commercial properties. It would even be more than enough to acquire a promising startup. Is it really worth it to fight over a nobody? Mess with me. Who does she think she is? You're really pushing your luck. Shi Wenchuan shot Lin Dong a dismissive glance, curling her lip in contempt. Her posture radiated an air of superiority and arrogance. She couldn't believe anyone at this charity gala would be more arrogant than her. Willing to shell out 51 million for a piece of blue and white porcelain. But Shi Wenchuan's triumph lasted only seconds. A lazy voice drifted through the air. Simultaneously, a bidding paddle was raised. 70 million. Any other bids? What? Shi Wenchuan's pupils contracted sharply, her mind buzzing. She wasn't sure if she'd misheard or was hallucinating. Lin Dong bidding 70 million? How could that be? Are you kidding me? He must be out of his mind. Spending 70 million on a piece of junk porcelain. This guy must have water in his brain. He doesn't have Daki real estate backing him. Where'd he get the guts? Maybe he's just bluffing. This theory quickly gained widespread agreement. Although Lin Dong held a platinum invitation and sat in Section A like them. But that didn't mean he could actually produce that much cash. Perhaps he was simply trying to show off. That's why he deliberately played the high roller, throwing out a price even Shi Wenchuan would hesitate over. At that moment, Su Mengqi felt her heart race. She cautiously urged, "Brother Lin Dong, should we reconsider? 70 million is really too much. It's unnecessary." The others, pretending to be unconcerned, grew even more certain of their suspicions. Lin Dong was just trying to impress his female companion, stubbornly insisting on a showdown with Shi Wenchuan. He was so blinded by rage he probably didn't even realize what he was saying. Chapter 100, Am I not qualified to sit here? Seeing this, Shi Wenchuan narrowed her eyes slightly. The next moment, she spoke calmly, "I request a pause." "Miss Chi, what is it you need?" Shi Wenchuan scanned the room, noticing every pair of eyes fixed on her. Their gazes brimmed with curiosity and reverence. Lifting her proud chin, Shi Wenchuan declared imperiously, "I trust everyone here knows who I am. But does anyone know who he is?" As expected, not a single person knew Lin Dong's background. In fact, his name had only been revealed during his recent argument with Shi Wenchuan. All attendees at this charity gala are Tianhai's elite. You all cross paths constantly. At the very least, you should recognize each other's faces. Yet this man who knows what tricks he used managed to sneak into the venue and now sits so brazenly in Section A. I'm curious who gave him the invitation. I seriously doubt this guy even has $1 billion in assets. His offer is pure hot air. Whoosh! The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Countless eyes turned to Lin Dong. Mockery, ridicule, anger, skepticism. All kinds of people wore all kinds of expressions. Yet one thing remained constant, their rejection of Lin Dong. If forced to choose, they would undoubtedly side with Shi Wenchuan without hesitation. Rather than some nobody. Interesting. Lin Dong smiled faintly, unfazed. He hadn't expected that Shi Wenchuan, whose financial resources couldn't match his own, would resort to such underhanded tactics. But true gold fears no fire. Since someone questioned his abilities, he didn't mind putting on a show to open everyone's eyes. Before he could make a move, Yufei stood up, rubbing his hands together, drenched in sweat. My apologies, truly my apologies. Miss Chi, this Mr. Lin was invited by me. The platinum invitation was also given to him by me. You? Shi Wenchuan furrowed her brow slightly, racking her brain for a moment before finally recalling who he was. So, Mr. Yu, you're his accomplice? Accomplice? Yufei was dumbfounded. Before he could protest, Shi Wenchuan delivered her analysis with crystal clear logic. How much did this Lin Dong pay you to get that invitation? I'd guess it wasn't cheap. Shi Wenchuan gave a cold laugh, propping her arms up with her flamboyant attire. Honestly, I get it. He's just splurging to impress a girl, trying to win her smile, right? Humph, men who puff themselves up to look important, and gold diggers who crave attention. I've seen it all before. Her words sent shockwaves through the room once more. All eyes turned to Lin Dong and Su Mingqi as if they'd finally grasped the truth. So this was a fraud? Yu Fei froze. Who would have thought Qi Wenchuan could be so sharp-tongued, twisting the truth so brazenly? Miss Qi, you must be joking? Young Master Lin just acquired my nightclub, along with over a dozen other night spots. His resources are quite substantial. Yu Fei scrambled to defend himself. Yet no matter how much he talked himself hoarse, Qi Wenchuan wouldn't believe a single word. Truthfully, the actual facts didn't matter. She just needed an excuse to make Lin Dong the target of everyone's scorn, to strip him of all dignity. Then, she would reclaim every bit of the humiliation she had endured. Seeing Lin Dong remain silent, responding only with a smile, Qi Wenchuan assumed he was too embarrassed to speak after she'd exposed his past. So she turned to the host once more, her tone haughty. Organizer, how should we handle someone who bids maliciously without the funds to back it up? The host hesitated briefly before replying slowly, malicious bidders will be banned from all future events we host. Our hotels and affiliated businesses will also blacklist this individual and their associates. What? Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected the consequences to be so severe. The organizer of this charity gala not only possesses substantial influence within Tianhai, but also maintains substantial operations nationwide. If she were truly blacklisted, wouldn't she become a pariah, shunned by all? More importantly, if this scandal were to surface, her career indeed, her entire life would be utterly destroyed. Su Mingqi's eyes welled up with tears, her body trembling slightly as she dreaded such punishment. Scared? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Su Mingqi looked up. What met her eyes was Lin Dong's smile and those indifferent eyes. It seemed nothing could ever unsettle him. Qi Wenchuan and the others looked like clowns. After a moment of inner turmoil, Su Mingqi reached out and took Lin Dong's hand, shaking her head gently. I'm not afraid. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He had expected Su Mingqi to abandon him and distance herself. But unexpectedly, the young girl stood firmly by his side in the end. This proved he hadn't misjudged Su Mingqi. She was a good girl who knew how to repay kindness. Very good. Lin Dong gave a slight nod, and in the blink of an eye, he had already mapped out Su Mingqi's future. What's so good about it? Lin Dong, you brought this upon yourself. I told you long ago this isn't a place for you. The upper echelons of Tianhai City won't welcome a deceitful little man like you either. Qi Wenchuan snorted coldly, folding her arms. It seemed as though everyone present was her subordinate, waiting to be reprimanded. In her eyes, Lin Dong had been stripped bare, left utterly humiliated. The fact he was still sitting here proved he had a face thicker than city walls. So, will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone escort you out? For a moment, the room fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes fixed on Lin Dong, filled with disgust. Even Su Mingqi, seated beside him, was met with contempt. Gold digger, cheap whore. The insults flew thick and fast. There was no helping it in this world, money and status determined almost everything. The eldest daughter of the Qi family versus a female internet celebrity. They knew exactly who was more important. Young Master Lin. Yu Fei was at his wit's end, caught between a rock and a hard place. Just then, Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Miss Qi, you claim I'm an unemployed layabout unfit to sit here. Where, pray tell, is your evidence? Evidence? Qi Wenchuan frowned and replied coldly, the evidence is that you can't possibly come up with 70 million. Everything you've said is bull. Let me be frank. I've already had people investigate you. You only own a handful of nightclubs, worth no more than 300 million. Even if you sold them all to buy this antique, what good would it do? It still wouldn't change the fact that you're a loser. In such a short time, Qi Wenchuan had already uncovered every detail of Lin Dong's background. Clearly, she wasn't just all talk, her methods were equally ruthless. No wonder her words carried such force and confidence. Ha ha ha. So this is the evidence you were talking about? If that's all you've got, you're in for a disappointment. Lin Dong shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Care to make a bet? If I have 70 million, you buy this porcelain piece and give it to me. If I don't, not only will I get the hell out of here immediately, but I'll also transfer all those nightclubs to you for free. What do you say? Chapter 101, Capital Verification. A 70 million yuan wager? At Lin Dong's words, the once boisterous venue fell silent in an instant, as quiet as a library. Countless eyes fixed on him, filled with shock and bewilderment. Has this kid lost his mind? Win, and you get a worthless antique. Lose, and he'd be bankrupt, paying out hundreds of millions. Not only were the business tycoons left speechless, but even Qi Wenchuan herself couldn't recover for a long while. She scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe, as if she'd seen a ghost. After a long while, she couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha! The sun must be rising in the west. I've seen people hand out money, but never someone gamble themselves into bankruptcy.
Lin Dong, I've been doing business in Tianhai for years, navigating the business world through its ups and downs. But someone like you who gambled everything just to prove a point is a first. You're quite the character. But you're the kind of pitiful figure people bring up over tea and snacks just to amuse themselves. Ha ha. The hall erupted in uproarious laughter. Every person seated here was a business elite, sitting on fortunes worth billions. A fool like Lin Dong was a first for them. Facing the crowd's mockery, Lin Dong didn't get angry, he just smiled calmly and said, "What? Are you afraid, Miss Chi? Or is it that you're afraid to lose 70 million to me? Afraid to part with it? Nonsense." Chi Wenchuan's almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. Though she acted with an iron fist, she always kept her word. Hearing Lin Dong disparage her, she couldn't hold back any longer. "I, Chi Wenchuan, keep my word. I'm far more reliable than any of you men." Lin Dong nodded slightly. "Good. So, Miss Chi, are you willing to accept this wager?" The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Chi Wenchuan in unison, awaiting her response. Unbeknownst to her, Chi Wenchuan had been placed squarely in the hot seat. If she agreed, it would mean letting Lin Dong lead her by the nose. Refusing would mean losing both face and dignity. Afterward, gossip would inevitably spread. After weighing all this, Chi Wenchuan hesitated for a moment before letting out a cold snort. "What do I have to fear? It's only 70 million, not even enough to buy a necklace. Lin Dong, I've been generous enough to give you a chance. It's your own fault for not knowing how to cherish it. Get those nightclub transfer contracts ready. After the party ends, I'll have someone come collect them." Chi Wenchuan was determined to win this wager. After all, she'd spent a fortune investigating Lin Dong's background. He was just a small-time nightclub owner with a few establishments, nothing to write home about. He certainly wasn't worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her. Miss Chi is quite right. I've been working in Tianhai City for decades and have seen my share of characters, but this is the first time I've ever heard the name Lin Dong. He's probably just some clown who popped up out of nowhere. If you ask me, he's just here to ride the hype and chase clicks. Haven't you noticed the female influencer he's got trailing behind him? Whoa, you're right. So he's using all of us. This theory sounded plausible, and many people bought into it. These days, influencers online love nothing more than grabbing attention and racking up views. Those in the know just laugh at the spectacle. Those in the dark get completely fooled. Haha, your words are truly amusing. Lin Dong found himself laughing harder the more he listened. He finally understood the difference between the wealthy and ordinary people. Ordinary people are foolish. These people are both wicked and foolish. Enough. Don't waste my time. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. "Miss Chi, let's begin. Who among you will help me verify the funds?" Before he could finish speaking, Lin Dong pulled out his bank card. Almost everyone watched his every move. But no one stepped forward. They were waiting for Chi Wenchuan to make the call. Only Chi Wenchuan possessed the authority to verify Lin Dong's authenticity. Humph, playing coy. Chi Wenchuan snorted coldly, lifting the hem of her evening gown as she strode toward Lin Dong with an air of command. It seemed she was about to take the bank card. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly withdrew his hand. "Miss Chi, what do you mean by this?" "What?" Chi Wenchuan froze, thinking Lin Dong was trying to renege. But his next words left her utterly embarrassed. "Since this wager involves just the two of us, for fairness' sake, we should have someone else handle the verification. What if you pull some underhanded tricks? Where would I go to seek justice? A nobody like me can't afford to cross the wealthy and influential Miss Chi. You." Chi Wenchuan's delicate brows furrowed as she clenched her delicate fists. Though Lin Dong's words held merit. But coming from his mouth, why did they sound so grating? "Then tell me, who will verify your capital?" Lin Dong smiled, glancing at Yufei before sweeping his gaze across the assembled guests. Finally, his gaze settled on the MC. "Let's invite this host to lend a hand. Would that be acceptable?" The crowd nodded in agreement. This choice was the most fitting. The organizer of this charity gala handles daily transactions exceeding hundreds of millions. Moreover, their headquarters were not based in Tianhai, meaning they had no direct financial ties to either party involved. "Then I shall humbly accept the honor." The host adjusted his bow tie and carefully accepted the bank card. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked toward the backstage area. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Even though Chi Wenchuan believed victory was assured, a faint unease still lingered in her heart. As for Lin Dong, he remained unmoved, steady as a rock. From start to finish, he maintained a smile as he looked at the crowd. And that smile, no matter how you looked at it, seemed tinged with a hint of mockery. "Lin Dong." Su Mingqi clutched Lin Dong's arm tightly, unable to let go. As if awaiting the verdict of fate. Time ticked by, second by second. Just as the crowd began to grow restless, the host, beads of sweat on his forehead, dashed out from backstage. Kiwuchuan spotted him and immediately asked, "So? Is there 70 million in his account?" "Don't worry, take your time." The host nodded. Stumbling over his words in front of everyone, he stammered, It doesn't have 70 million. Phew. Shi Wenchuan exhaled deeply, the weight lifting from her heart as a victorious smile spread across her face once more. Her gaze toward Lin Dong was now filled with contempt. Unexpectedly, the host took a deep breath. At that moment, he spoke again. Indeed, there isn't 70 million. The total assets amount to 3.25 billion. What? 32.5 billion? Hearing that figure, Shi Wenchuan stiffened. Are you absolutely certain you haven't made a mistake? Don't talk nonsense. Miss Chi, it's absolutely true. I'll stake my job on it unless I want to lose it. The host wore a pained expression. Earlier, when he saw the bank account balance, he'd been startled too. He'd counted it over and over, terrified of miscounting. Finally confirmed, exactly 32.5 billion. Chapter 102. Thank you, Miss Chi, for your generous donation. Miss Chi, thank you for the antique. I truly appreciate it. Lin Dong said with a forced smile, his gaze fixed on the large vase with dragon water patterns on the stage. Just moments ago, he'd been wondering if spending 70 million on an antique worth 80 million was worth it a waste of time. Little did he expect someone would be eager to foot the bill for him. Where could one find such good fortune? For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. So quiet, you could hear a pin drop. That's right, Shi Wenchuan's expression had turned rather grim. Her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles cracked. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I get it now. You two must have colluded to deliberately deceive me. You're in cahoots. If he could get his hands on a platinum invitation, buying off a lowly hostess wouldn't be hard at all. Shi Wenchuan seemed to have guessed the truth, glaring furiously at the host. The host's expression darkened instantly. He was merely running an errand, assisting with the capital verification. The entire process was fair and impartial, with no deception whatsoever. Yet Shi Wenchuan accused and slandered him. What had he done to deserve this? Miss Chi, you have quite the vivid imagination, or rather, your talent for smearing others is truly unmatched. Lin Dong took the bank card back from the host, slipped it into his wallet without haste, and looked at Shi Wenchuan with a smile. Just now, you kept slandering me, claiming I couldn't come up with 70 million, and even brought all these people here to denounce me. Now that I've had someone verify the funds, you turn around and deny it, slandering him as my accomplice. What a silver tongue you have, twisting truth into lies and spouting nonsense. The esteemed Miss Chi, it turns out, is nothing but a petty liar who refuses to honor her word. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Lin Dong gave Shi Wenchuan a mocking bow. In an instant, Shi Wenchuan's face flushed crimson, then drained pale, her rage boiling over as she longed to tear Lin Dong limb from limb. But she couldn't. Because every word Lin Dong had spoken was true. Her suspicions about the host were baseless and unsupported by evidence. More importantly, questioning the host was, to some extent, questioning the organizers of the charity gala. If she angered the organizers and got herself kicked out, it would truly be a case of losing more than she gained. After weighing the pros and cons, Shi Wenchuan gritted her teeth and lowered her hand. Now, with so many eyes on her, if she tried to wriggle out of it, she'd truly ruin her reputation. Lin Dong, you're ruthless. Finally, Shi Wenchuan managed to utter these words through gritted teeth. This antique, I'll give it to you. Make sure you hold on tight, don't accidentally drop it and break it. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Miss Chi was actually giving away 70 million yuan to Lin Dong for free? Seeing Shi Wenchuan in an awkward position, several businessmen quickly chimed in to flatter her. Miss Chi is so generous and straightforward. Miss Chi knows when to bend and when to stand firm, far better than some beggars out there. Consider this 70 million as dog food. Miss Chi, spending money to avoid disaster, you're bound to strike it rich in the future. Yet no amount of sycophantic flattery could restore the 70 million Shi Wenchuan had lost. Lin Dong, are you satisfied now? Shi Wenchuan glared fiercely at Lin Dong. Looking at this sucker before him, Lin Dong couldn't hold back any longer. His mouth practically split to the ears. Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. Who wouldn't be thrilled to score 70 million out of nowhere? Everyone, wasn't that a spectacular show? If you think it is, give us a round of applause to show your support. Clap clap. After speaking, Lin Dong clapped for himself. Unfortunately, no one dared to join in. The attendees were all prominent figures in Tianhai City, constantly crossing paths with Shi Wenchuan. Who would dare offend her for no reason? Only Lin Dong, that tough-as-nails character, feared neither heaven nor earth. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. Now, let's proceed to the next auction item. The auctioneer, quick to read the room, promptly signaled the attendants to bring out the next lot. The business tycoons resumed bidding, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled indifferently. His goal had been achieved anyway, there was no need to dwell on it. Munchie, did you see that? What do you call it when you lose more than you gain? People just can't get too cocky. You absolutely mustn't act like this in the future, it's just embarrassing. Lin Dong wrapped his arms around Su Mengqi, letting her feed him grapes as he basked in the moment. Su Mengqi nodded blankly, her expression momentarily dazed. If she hadn't misheard, Lin Dong had over 30 billion on his card? Holy crap! Turning to Qi Wenxuan, she had gone from high-flying to deflated like a punctured balloon after that massive financial hit. At the same time, the staggering sum sitting in Lin Dong's bank account was making her question her entire life.
32.5 billion. Even she couldn't come up with that much cash on short notice. Who exactly was this Lin Dong? Could he be the heir to some major conglomerate, just out here playing around?
Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain the source of Lin Dong's wealth. At this thought, Qi Wenxuan suddenly paled, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Dong shifted slightly. She even began to regret her earlier overreaction.
Meanwhile, as the commotion subsided, the charity gala resumed its normal pace.
However, when it came time to bid, everyone exercised a bit more restraint. No one knew whether Lin Dong and Qi Wenxuan might suddenly lose their temper and intervene.
Sure enough, Lin Dong didn't stay quiet for long.
His eyes lit up as he spotted an item up for auction.
Next up is a piece of jewelry. A white jade phoenix pendant with a heart-shaped design, starting bid 18 million.
A beautifully crafted phoenix jade pendant sat elegantly on the glass display stand. Under the glare of the incandescent lights, it emitted an extraordinary radiance. Its luster was delicate and refined, its texture pure and flawless, clearly a top-grade piece of jade.
What a beauty! This phoenix jade pendant is perfect, just right for my wife. Get lost.
I'm taking this jade pendant, none of you are going to fight me for it. A group of bigwigs bickered fiercely. Immediately, a flurry of bids erupted.
19 million. 20 million. I'll give 21 million.
Suddenly, the auctioneer caught sight of someone in the corner out of the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat and his eyes widened. I'll go 22 million. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone instinctively fell silent, turning to look at Lin Dong with complex expressions. Just 10 minutes ago, they had looked at this kid with utter disdain, dismissing him as some small-time hustler. Now, nearly everyone was looking at him with newfound respect. Though Lin Dong's bid wasn't exceptionally high, merely $1 million more. But for a moment, neither Section B nor Section A dared to raise their paddles and compete with him to the end.
22 million, going once. 22 million, going twice. 22 million, going once.
The auctioneer scanned the room, waiting for a long while, but no one continued bidding. He had no choice but to raise the gavel high and then bring it down with a resounding thud. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, you have won this white jade phoenix pendant with a heart-shaped design.
Chapter 103, The Kiss of Venus. Boring.
Lin Dong shrugged. He'd expected these wealthy tycoons to put up a bit of a fight. Little did he expect their courage to be so meager.
Jade phoenix with heart-shaped belt. Value, 28 million.
Lin Dong didn't spend so much money to bid on this jade phoenix pendant on a whim. He intended to present it as a gift to his mother, Li Xiuqin. If Li Xiuqin were to find out that the gift her son gave her was worth 28 million yuan, she probably wouldn't sleep for days on end. The auction proceeded as scheduled.
But Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to glance at it. After all, he wasn't genuinely interested in antiques. His sole purpose for attending this auction was to snag a bargain. If no opportunities arose, he might as well catch a quick nap. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Dong was starting to feel drowsy and doze off, his arm was suddenly grabbed. He turned to see Su Mingqi sitting bolt upright, her eyes fixed intently on the stage, breathing heavily. Her delicate frame beneath the white evening gown trembled uncontrollably.
Lin Dong rubbed his sleepy eyes and forced himself to stay alert.
At that moment, the host was introducing a necklace. Next up is a necklace we know you've all been eagerly anticipating.
The Kiss of Venus.
True to its name, this necklace boasts a unique design, modern yet elegant.
It features 118 diamonds, totaling an impressive 23.4 carats, making it a true masterpiece of jewelry.
Venus is the revered name of the goddess of beauty in Western mythology. Her kiss symbolizes the essence of love and beauty. On the glass display stand, a magnificent diamond necklace lay elegantly, radiating dazzling brilliance. Like Mercury spilling across the earth, stars hanging in the sky, it radiates luxury and nobility. Its starting bid was astronomical. 40 million. That was 20 million more than the water dragon pattern jade vase.
Whoever wore this necklace around their neck would undoubtedly become the most captivating woman at the charity gala, indeed, in the entire world.
Wow. Honey, get it for me.
The Venus kiss had just made its debut, sending countless women into a frenzy. They excitedly grabbed their male companions' arms, their eyes filled with longing.
Su Mingqi's reaction was more restrained than theirs. She couldn't hide her excitement.
She bit her lip, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on the display.
Want it?
Lin Dong's lazy voice suddenly brushed against her ear.
Su Mingqi froze for a moment.
Then she quickly shook her head.
No, I just think it's beautiful. It'd look even prettier around your neck.
Lin Dong casually dropped a corny pickup line.
Before Su Mingqi could react, he began writing his quote. 43 million.
But just as he was about to raise his paddle, a familiar voice rang out from the front row.
43 million.
The moment that voice spoke, countless eyes turned to look. It was none other than Qi Wenxuan, the eldest daughter of the Qi family. Earlier, she had suffered a crushing defeat at Lin Dong's hands and had remained quiet for quite some time.
Unexpectedly, she couldn't resist after all. In truth, Chi Wenchuan had attended this charity gala solely for this necklace. Is that Miss Chi? Miss Chi has her eye on this necklace? It's only natural. Everyone loves beauty. What woman doesn't adore jewelry? 43 million? That's quite the sum. The Chi family truly is wealthy and powerful. Looks like this necklace is destined for Miss Chi.
The crowd nodded in unison, tacitly withdrawing from the bidding.
Competing against Chi Wenchuan? Their odds weren't good.
Better to grant her a favor and let things take their natural course. Besides, Chi Wenchuan had just suffered a setback at Lin Dong's hands and desperately needed to regain face. Crossing her now would likely earn them her resentment. Seeing no further bids, Chi Wenchuan scanned the room. The tension in her expression finally began to ease.
50 million.
Just then, a lazy voice suddenly rang out.
Chi Wenchuan's pupils contracted as she instinctively turned her head. Unsurprisingly, the familiar face came into view. He stood there, holding up his bid paddle while yawning, looking utterly bored. Lin Dong. Lin Dong again. Chi Wenchuan's brows furrowed deeply, almost forming a character. Why does this guy always have to cross paths with me? Lin Dong, no, really, no need.
It's just a necklace, no need to spend so much.
What if it gets lost? Su Mengqi grew flustered.
She'd merely glanced at it twice, and Lin Dong had immediately splashed out 50 million. His actions were lightning fast.
Unavoidably, it reminded her of that night during the livestream. The same lavish spending, the same air of utter disregard for consequences. Munchi, I told you whatever you like, no matter how expensive, I'll buy it for you. And after that old woman mocked you like that earlier, are you really going to let her take this necklace?
Hearing this, Su Mengqi froze for a moment. Then she turned her head. She was startled to find Chi Wenchuan staring intently in their direction. Clearly, she was intensely interested in the necklace. Though she felt a twinge of fear. But with Lin Dong's support, she mustered her courage and glared back fiercely. She wasn't the tramp or actress Chi Wenchuan claimed her to be. She was the woman by Lin Dong's side.
Humph. Stared down fiercely by Su Mengqi, Chi Wenchuan couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. This little woman was just an internet celebrity. What gave her the nerve to challenge me? But the moment she thought of Lin Dong standing behind Su Mengqi, Chi Wenchuan felt uneasy again. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers whispered among themselves. That Lin Dong again? Never ends, huh? Stealing that vase was bad enough, but now he's trying to snatch this necklace too? Is he picking a fight with Miss Chi? Didn't you see the woman sitting next to him? Probably bought it to give to her. What can you do? She's got the capital. Over 30 billion sitting in her bank account, far more substantial than most of us here. Guess how much Miss Chi will bid? I'd say at least 60 million. I'll double that, 80 million. Amidst the murmurs, the host proceeded with the auction. 50 million, going once. 50 million, going twice. At this point, the host instinctively glanced at Chi Wenchuan, waiting for her to continue bidding. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenchuan stood there like a wilted eggplant, not uttering a word. Who knows what was going through her mind? 50 million, going once. 50 million, going twice. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You've won the kiss of Venus. What? This outcome took everyone by surprise. They all turned to look at Chi Wenchuan, puzzled as to why the young lady had abandoned the bidding. Could it be she ran out of money? Impossible. With a net worth in the billions in Daki real estate backing her, Chi Wenchuan certainly had the means to cover 70 million. So why did she bow her head and step aside? The crowd was baffled. Lin Dong was equally baffled. But he didn't dwell on it, merely shaking his head with a cold smile. Can't figure out what that woman's thinking. But none of that matters. What matters is, Mengqi, this necklace now belongs to you. Chapter 104, I'll be gentle. Esteemed guests, this charity gala has now concluded. Thank you all for your generous support. We look forward to seeing you again. As the host delivered the closing remarks, the grand charity gala finally drew to a close. Guided by several hostesses, the guests departed in an orderly fashion. They all remembered the name Lin Dong. Curiosity ran rampant. Just who was this tycoon with over 3 billion yuan sitting in his bank account? Meanwhile, Chi Wenchuan, who had arrived brimming with confidence and ambition, eager to trample everyone beneath her feet, now departed in a daze, her eyes vacant. The coveted Venus kiss sculpture had gone to some female influencer instead. For a moment, she couldn't accept it at all. But the thought of Lin Dong's unfathomable background forced her to reluctantly back down. She resolved to investigate thoroughly upon returning and settle the score later. Before long, the bustling gala venue suddenly emptied out. Su Mengqi remained seated, unable to believe what had transpired. The only things that felt real were the arm wrapped around her and the heavy diamond necklace around her neck. Its brilliance was dazzling, as striking as the stars themselves. Lin Dong, pinch me, this can't be a dream, right? Seeing Su Mengqi's adorably dazed expression, Lin Dong gave a mischievous grin. But you asked for this yourself. What? Ah. Su Mingqi hadn't even processed it yet. The next moment, a large hand pinched her buttock.
It sent a tingling sensation through her body, making her cheeks flush crimson.
How could you pinch there? Stop it. Lin Dong, why are you picking on me? Didn't you tell me to pinch it?
Don't worry, there's plenty of flesh there, it won't hurt.
It doesn't hurt, but
it's so embarrassing, so shameful. Su Mingqi bit her lip lightly, unable to meet Lin Dong's fiery gaze.
As if she might be devoured by the big bad wolf at any moment. Tap tap.
Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Su Mingqi, like a startled little rabbit, quickly burrowed into Lin Dong's embrace. Seeing this, the newcomer smiled knowingly. He then nodded to Lin Dong.
Young Master Lin. Boss, what's up?
Lin Dong glanced behind him at Yufei. To his surprise, the host of the charity gala had followed them as well. Young Master Lin, you've certainly made quite a splash this time. Those ladies love to gossip and share the latest rumors.
I doubt it'll take more than one night for your name to spread throughout Tianhai, everyone will know it.
Yufei first flattered Lin Dong with a few compliments. Then he introduced the host.
He's here representing Star Glory Group, the event's organizer, and insisted on seeing you.
I simply couldn't stop him. With that, the host presented a black card exuding prestige, hands clasped in a conciliatory gesture.
This is Young Master Lin. Miss Chi has repeatedly disrupted the gala. Thank you for resolving the situation for us. Upon hearing about it, our boss contacted me immediately. This is our Star Glory Group black card.
Currently, only 100 have been issued nationwide. Cardholders receive the highest level of treatment across all our subsidiaries, along with a complimentary credit line of 10 million. We kindly request you accept this as a gesture of our appreciation. Yufei nodded vigorously beside him, anxious that Lin Dong might refuse.
Well, in that case, I'd be rude to refuse. Ha ha. Lin Dong chuckled.
When someone was practically begging to hand him money, there really was no reason to refuse. Besides, a mere 10 million was nothing to the vast Starshine Group. Most importantly, Lin Dong saw the sincerity in the other party's offer. They genuinely wanted to befriend him.
Young Master Lin, shall I see you out? No need, gentlemen.
I drove here myself and can make my own way back.
Got it, I get it.
Yufei nodded with a smile, glancing at Su Mingqi beside him and flashing a knowing grin. Lin Dong was off to attend to serious business.
Before long, Lin Dong took Su Mingqi's small hand and walked to the parking lot, sliding into the Panamera. Mingqi, how did you feel tonight?
You weren't scared, were you?
And no.
Su Mingqi said no with her mouth. In truth, her mind was already churning with overwhelming shock. Everything she had seen and experienced that evening far exceeded her understanding. Of course, what felt most surreal and dreamlike was the necklace draped around her neck.
Lin Dong. What is it? Is this necklace really mine? Isn't it too precious?
Su Mingqi bit her lip lightly, feeling utterly unsure. It all seemed too unreal. She hadn't done anything to deserve such an expensive gift from Lin Dong.
Of course it's yours. I, Lin Dong, always keep my word. Once I give something to someone, there's no way I'd take it back. Besides, what use would it be to me? A necklace this beautiful can only truly shine when it adorns your neck. Otherwise, it's worthless. Is that so?
Hearing these words, Su Mingqi's heart fluttered wildly, and she gently bit her lip. The next moment, without Lin Dong needing to speak, she slowly drew closer to him, throwing herself into his embrace.
Mingqi.
The moment Lin Dong uttered her name, his lips were silenced.
Su Mingqi initiated the kiss.
Her movements were awkward, even clumsy. Yet the more awkward she was, the more it spoke to her innocence. For a moment, Lin Dong felt his appetite stir. Forgetting they were in a parking lot, he tore at Su Mingqi's evening gown with a single, forceful motion.
In an instant, vast swaths of snow-white skin were exposed to the air.
Though the lighting was dim, it was still clearly visible. The next moment, Su Mingqi obediently reclined the seat and lay down. Fear and pain made her close her eyes. Only her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if awaiting the arrival of a storm. Seeing this, Lin Dong gently stroked her skin and chuckled playfully, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Su Mingqi murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. At this point, she had no choice but to trust Lin Dong. Unfortunately, she soon discovered she'd been deceived.
Chapter 105, Returning Home.
Su Mingqi had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. Having gotten a taste of it, she began indulging again and again. Under Lin Dong's deliberate guidance, she even performed many shameful and daring acts. Lin Dong, like a tiger unleashed from the mountains, relentlessly vented his burning desires.
Time and again, Su Mingqi lost consciousness countless times. The air thickened with an unmistakable, sultry tension.
It wasn't until 2 hours later, when Su Mingqi raised the white flag and begged for mercy, that Lin Dong finally halted his conquest.
"Mingqi, are you okay?" Lin Dong asked.
Last time, when he took Chu Xiaoxiao at the Dynasty Hotel, it had been a day-long battle. Su Mingqi, on the other hand, had only lasted 2 hours. Still, it was clear Su Mingqi had given her all to please and appease him. Now, her legs were weak and trembling.
I'm fine, brother Lin Dong. Su Mingqi mumbled dazedly. Though her eyes were barely open, she still put on a brave front. Alright, I'll take you back to rest. Lin Dong exhaled deeply, draping his coat over Su Mingqi. It didn't quite fit her, but it was better than being completely exposed. Before long, the Panamera pulled into the Dynasty Hotel parking lot. Lin Dong picked Su Mingqi up in a princess carry and brought her back to the presidential suite. Su Mingqi had long since drifted off to sleep, impossible to wake. After his long exertions, Lin Dong also felt somewhat drained. After a quick wash, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Dong was jolted awake by a phone call. The caller was none other than his mother, Li Xiuqin. Before he could fully wake up, a dutiful figure rose and picked up the phone for him. Son, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer for so long? Ahem, I was sleeping in. Lin Dong gave a light cough, glancing awkwardly at Su Mingqi. What's up, Mom? Is something wrong? This weekend is your grandfather's 80th birthday. Didn't you say you'd come back early these past couple of days to help prepare? Oh, right, I know. I'll be back today. Lin Dong slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember he needed to return to his hometown county. That's good. Your dad and I will be home. There's something else I want to talk to you about when you get back. Hearing Li Xiuqin's mysterious tone, Lin Dong was a bit confused. What could it be that needed to be kept secret and couldn't be discussed over the phone? Mom, I'm heading back right now. I even brought you guys a gift to give you when I get home. Oh, just coming back is enough. No need to bring anything. Li Xiuqin said she didn't need anything, but inside she was overjoyed. Her son was thoughtful and filial. While parents might feel a little pain over the expense, they were still overjoyed. They exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. Only then did Li Xiuqin hang up and return to her tasks. Sorry, Mingqi, for making you witness that. Lin Dong stretched lazily and set the phone aside. Ha! Su Mingqi smiled sweetly and buried her head in Lin Dong's chest. Who would have thought this young, mysterious tycoon actually hailed from an ordinary county town? If others found out, they probably wouldn't believe it. Lin Dong, if you have things to do, go ahead. You don't need to stay with me. Your matters are far more important than mine. Su Mingqi stared with her big, watery eyes, clinging tightly to Lin Dong's arm like a clingy little kitten. She clearly wanted to stay with Lin Dong, yet insisted he go handle his business. Perhaps this was how little girls express their affection. Lin Dong smiled faintly, ruffling Su Mingqi's little head affectionately. Alright, I'll be back in a few days. If anything comes up, call me right away. Don't make me worry. Okay. Su Mingqi nodded like a little chick pecking at grain, a hint of sadness lingering in her eyes. Still, she obeyed Lin Dong's words. Soon, both of them were dressed. Lin Dong drove Su Mingqi back to school before heading toward his hometown county. In the backseat sat two exquisitely crafted wooden gift boxes. Inside were the two antiques Lin Dong had acquired the previous night, a large vase adorned with water dragon patterns and a jade phoenix pendant. One was for his grandfather, Lin Changqing. The other was for his mother, Li Xiuqin. Either of these antiques, if displayed publicly, would be enough to cause a sensation. The jade phoenix pendant was valued at nearly 30 million. But the imperial dragon-patterned vase? Its value soared to a staggering 83 million. Presenting such an exorbitantly priced antique as a birthday gift to Lin Changqing would likely cause the Lin family ancestral tomb to spew green smoke. A faint smile touched Lin Dong's lips as scenes from the past flashed through his mind. He couldn't wait to see the expressions on the faces of those relatives who had once looked down on his family. 2 hours later, Lin Dong drove into Qingshan County, arriving at an old residential neighborhood. This was the very place where he had grown up. Qingshan County was vast in area but economically underdeveloped. After graduating from university, Lin Dong had insisted on staying in Tianhai City to pursue his career precisely because this place was too barren, offering little room for development. Little did he know that after struggling for years in Tianhai City, he still hadn't made a name for himself. Had it not been for the system's emergence, he would likely still be toiling away like a beast of burden. Thankfully, all that is behind me now. Outside the car window, a gentle breeze swept in, bringing an indescribable sense of contentment. At that moment, the appearance of the Panamera drew countless stares. Whose rich kid is this, showing up in our county town? That must be a Porsche Panamera, at least 1 million yuan. Probably some big shot here on business, or a playboy out cruising. The crowd murmured among themselves, their eyes brimming with envy. Little did they know that sitting inside the car was just another poor kid from a small county town, no different from themselves. Just days ago, he'd been penniless. On his way home, Lin Dong had even bought some health supplements to nourish his qi and blood. Holding them in his hands, they seemed plentiful. Dad, Mom. I'm home. Lin Dong opened the door. Soon, a middle-aged woman with a slender build and a floral apron tied around her waist emerged, her face beaming with a smile. Son, you're finally back. Why did you bring so much stuff? Lin Dong chuckled and handed the items to Li Xiuqin. He looked around but saw no sign of his father, Lin Xiangqian. Mom, where's Dad?
Li Xiuqin replied as she put the things away. I forgot to tell you your dad found a job these past few days. He's working as a security guard at the Lihua Grand Hotel in the county seat.
Makes several thousand a month. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown.
Last time, he'd sent home 100,000 yuan. He had done so precisely to spare his aging parents from having to work so hard. He planned to send even more money in the future.
He never imagined Lin Xiangqian would take a job as a security guard.
Noticing Lin Dong's apparent displeasure, Li Xiuqin quickly tried to smooth things over.
What are you glaring at, kid? Your dad earns money for you, doesn't he? Mom, didn't I just transfer you 100,000 yuan?
Li Xiuqin sighed helplessly.
What can you possibly do with just 100,000 yuan these days?
You have no idea dowries around here have skyrocketed to 108,800 yuan. Add in buying a house, a car, and the wedding expenses, it'll easily cost several hundred thousand.
Chapter 106, Blind Date. Dowry?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. Li Xiuqin finally realized she'd let something slip. Left with no choice, she had to come clean. These past few days, Mom's been arranging a blind date for you. The young lady finally agreed to come over for dinner.
When she arrives, you mustn't say anything out of line.
She works at a bank-stable job, good salary.
You need to make a good impression.
The mere mention of matchmaking brought an involuntary smile to Li Xiuqin's face. At her age, her greatest wish was to see her child settle down and start a family, and to hold a plump little grandchild in her arms soon. Not long ago, her son had just broken up with his girlfriend. She immediately grew anxious. She began searching high and low for a suitable young woman.
Lin Dong let out a wry smile.
So this was the happy news Li Xiuqin had mentioned on the phone.
Arranging a marriage behind his back? Knock knock.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
Xiuqin, it's me, matchmaker Zhang. I've brought the person. Open the door quickly.
Li Xiuqin heard the voice and hurried to open the door.
Before her eyes stood a plump middle-aged woman.
She must be the so-called matchmaker Zhang. Behind her followed a young woman. She wore a floral dress and a pair of black round frame glasses. Lin Dong glanced at her. It must be said that with makeup, she did possess a certain charm. But compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mengqi, she still fell short by a wide margin. It was like the difference between a top-tier celebrity and a massage parlor technician.
Oh my, you must be Yuan Yuan.
You're even prettier than your photos.
Please come in. Auntie has prepared a feast, just waiting for you to arrive. Under Li Xiuqin's warm invitation, the beauty named Huang Yuan Yuan gave a perfunctory response and stepped inside.
Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Only then did he realize why Li Xiuqin had prepared such an elaborate spread. It turned out to be for his blind date. Out of respect for his mother, he decided to go through the motions. Whatever needed to be discussed could wait until after the meal. Alright, Xiuqin, we'll step outside for a moment.
No need to be the third wheel here. Let these two young people get to know each other first. Matchmaker Zhang said, pulling Li Xiuqin toward the door.
The latter realized she was being intrusive and nodded repeatedly.
Right. Son, hurry up and get things moving. Mom's waiting for good news. Soon, the two closed the door and hurried downstairs.
Only Huang Yuan Yuan and Lin Dong remained, their eyes locked. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong spoke first.
Hello, my name is Lin Dong.
Madam Zhang already told me about your situation.
Graduated from Tianhai University of Science and Technology, currently working in Tianhai, earning 7,000 a month, renting an apartment, right? Huang Yuan Yuan spoke slowly and deliberately.
When she mentioned the 7,000 yuan monthly income, her eyes betrayed an unmasked disdain that felt distinctly uncomfortable.
Lin Dong froze.
He hadn't expected her to know so much about him. Likely, Li Xiuqin had spilled the beans. Yet, judging by Huang Yuan Yuan's tone, she seemed utterly disgusted. Sure enough, faced with a table laden with fine wine and delicacies, Huang Yuan Yuan showed no interest in picking up her chopsticks. Instead, she stated coldly, "You should already know my name.
Let me tell you about my situation.
I work at a bank in Qingshan County. It's a permanent position, and I earn 5,000 yuan a month.
I have many hobbies: traveling, photography, yoga. Matchmaker Zhang mentioned you're quite busy with work, probably don't have much time for those things, right?
And I don't know if you plan to stay in Tianhai or return to Qingshan County for your career.
If you stay in Tianhai, you won't be able to afford a house.
If you go back to Qingshan County without a permanent position, other jobs pay very little and aren't stable either."
Huang Yuan Yuan's tone was relentless. The realities she laid out were utterly crushing to Lin Dong.
The mere mention of a civil service position was enough to make many people feel inferior.
Seeing Lin Dong fall silent, Huang Yuan Yuan assumed he felt inadequate and dared not speak, letting out a cold laugh. "Honestly, I didn't even want to come today. If it weren't for that matchmaker Zhang begging me to give you face, I wouldn't have bothered meeting a loser like you. I have plenty of men chasing after me, and there are countless who are far better off than you." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown.
The thought of Li Xiuqin humbling herself and begging others for his sake made him feel deeply resentful.
But since I'm already here, I'll just go through the motions. I won't be staying for dinner. Someone will come to pick me up when the time is up. Pick you up?
Lin Dong's eyes widened in surprise.
What does this mean? Huang Yuan calmly picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to someone. Of course it's my boyfriend. You have a boyfriend? Lin Dong froze. What was this woman thinking? She has a boyfriend, yet she still came on a blind date? What's the big deal? Dating doesn't necessarily mean marriage. We're just having some fun.
He makes tens of thousands a month and is willing to spend money on me.
Of course I'm happy to be with him. Huang Yuan sneered contemptuously.
Compared to that, Lin Dong's monthly income of 7,000 yuan and his rented apartment made him seem utterly weak. Plus, the Lin family lived in such an old neighborhood, obviously not well off.
For a moment, Huang Yuan's face was filled with utter disdain.
She even moved a little further away from Lin Dong. It was as if speaking to him would diminish her own status. Lin Dong shook his head gently, offering a helpless smile. In Huang Yuan's eyes, the two of them weren't even from the same world. She didn't even bother to put on a show, refusing to take a single bite of her meal. They truly weren't people from the same world. But the one standing atop the clouds, looking down on the other, was not Huang Yuan, it was Lin Dong. At this thought, the look Lin Dong cast at Huang Yuan brimmed with pity and mockery. What's that look for? You don't actually think you're some kind of hot commodity, do you? Noticing Lin Dong's unusual expression, Huang Yuan couldn't help but frown. A lowly nobody, what gave him the nerve to look down on her? For a moment, Huang Yuan felt her defenses crumbling. Don't think working in Tianhai City makes you better than us poor bachelors in Qingshan County.
Let me tell you, guys like you are a dime a dozen. With a monthly income of 7,000, you couldn't even afford a toilet in Tianhai. And what about you?
Lin Dong suddenly spoke up.
Huang Yuan flushed crimson, choked speechless by the question.
Her base salary was 5,000, and with various benefits and year-end bonuses, she could make 7 or 8,000.
In a small county town, that was considered quite decent.
But her daily expenses were substantial, leaving her with little to nothing saved. With Tianhai City's housing prices exceeding 10,000 yuan per square meter, how could she possibly afford to buy a place?
We're different. How are we different?
I'm a woman, and besides, my boyfriend is rich.
Chapter 107, Big Woods, All Sorts of Birds. Huang Yuan didn't bat an eyelid when she said this.
At the same time, her attitude toward Lin Dong grew even more hostile.
Originally, the matchmaker said you were pretty ambitious.
But now I see you're nothing but a pile of dog. At least dog knows how to work hard for money. After years of hustling in Tianhai City, you barely scrape together 7,000 a month.
That's the best you'll ever be. Finished?
Lin Dong didn't even lift his head as he spoke indifferently. At those words, Huang Yuan, who had been chattering nonstop moments ago, froze. Then, her brows furrowed deeply.
What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Since we're not a good fit, I won't keep you for lunch. People like us are simply not worthy of hosting someone as important as you.
Lin Dong spoke while scooping a spoonful of chicken soup to drink. Then came the braised spare ribs, mapo tofu, and sour spicy shredded potatoes.
Though neither the ingredients nor the presentation of these dishes could compare to those at Taiha Garden.
But in Lin Dong's heart, no gourmet feast could compare. Because these were made with Li Xiuqin's heart and soul. And they were all his absolute favorites.
A snobbish woman like Huang Yuan was unworthy of tasting them.
She certainly had no right to sit at the same table as him.
You! Huang Yuan was choked speechless by Lin Dong's icy demeanor.
Just as she was about to erupt, a phone call came through.
Her expression instantly shifted.
One moment furious, the next her face lit up with a sweet, coquettish smile.
Honey, why did you take so long to call? I've been waiting impatiently. Ahem.
Hearing that sugary sweet voice, Lin Dong nearly spit out the chicken soup he'd just swallowed.
Wow, you've got two faces. Soon, a muffled male voice, strained by excess fat, came through the phone. Honey, are you done with your work yet?
I'll be there soon, hurry downstairs.
Huang Yuan nodded cutely.
Her little expression was beyond excited. She could barely contain her eagerness to press against the phone.
Kisses, honey.
After saying that, she hung up, grabbed her bag, and smoothed out the hem of her skirt. She even gave her clothes a quick pat. As if Lin Dong's place were filthy.
I won't waste any more time here. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. Someone like you will never get married in this lifetime. Loser. With that, Huang Yuan shot Lin Dong a withering look. Clatter.
Lin Dong suddenly stood up.
You, what are you doing?
Huang Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, clutching her chest, her expression flustered. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong merely shrugged and said indifferently, let's go downstairs together. It's about time I set things straight with my mom, no more blind dates for me.
Whatever. Huang Yuan snorted coldly and yanked open the front door. The two walked downstairs, one ahead, the other behind. At that moment, Li Xiuqin and matchmaker Zhang were waiting anxiously. Spotting them, they immediately smiled and stepped forward. Why are you down so quickly? It's only been a few minutes. Xiaoqin, you wouldn't understand. Young people today are so efficient when it comes to matchmaking, everything moves at a fast pace. I think this could work out. And my son, of all people, ought to specially see the girl off. Li Xiaoqin was grinning from ear to ear. It was as if she could already see Lin Dong's wedding day and herself cradling a chubby grandson. The next moment, matchmaker Zhang walked ahead and tentatively asked, Yuan, how about it? Did the discussion go well? Poof. Huang Yuan gave a cold laugh, not even glancing at Lin Dong.
Auntie Zhang, please don't set me up with men like this anymore.
No money, no looks, and such a terrible temper. What kind of person is that? Matchmaker Zhang's eyes widened in surprise.
Beside her, Li Xiaoqin's smile gradually froze on her face.
Meanwhile, Huang Yuan kept venting.
She tore Lin Dong down to nothing, trampling him into the dirt.
In a big city like Tianhai, 7,000 a month? What can you possibly do with that? The job isn't stable either, he could get laid off at any moment.
These conditions are just too poor.
Every guy who's ever chased me is better than him.
Hearing this, Li Xiaoqin's previously cheerful expression instantly fell. Her intentions had been good to help her son settle down. Instead, not only did the blind date fall through, but she ended up getting scolded for nothing.
Alright, my boyfriend is here. I've got to go. What? Yuan, you have a boyfriend?
This time, Li Xiaoqin was truly stunned. Her daughter brushed it off casually.
So what if I have a boyfriend? I'm not married yet. Besides, if I didn't have a boyfriend, who would treat me to meals, buy me phones and handbags? Don't be ridiculous.
Li Xiaoqin frowned deeply and sighed helplessly. It seemed this matter was completely hopeless. The girl was pretty and had a stable job, why should she marry into their family and suffer alongside Lin Dong? But the fact that Huang Yuan had a boyfriend yet still went on blind dates was something she simply couldn't accept.
Having your cake and eating it too.
In her day, such behavior was called messing around with relationships. It would be utterly shameful in front of neighbors and relatives. She couldn't tell if she was just too old-fashioned or if young people today were just too open-minded.
Sigh.
Li Xiaoqin's face was etched with sorrow, her body swaying as if about to collapse. Just then, a strong hand gripped her arm. Mom, in a big forest, you'll find all kinds of birds.
Don't let her get to you. Besides, who says our family's circumstances are any worse?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, appearing utterly unconcerned. Li Xiaoqin took Lin Dong's words as comfort and offered a bitter smile. She was a homemaker, and Lin Shangxian worked as a security guard. That wasn't bad.
What exactly constituted bad? Son, I'm sorry. I was just too anxious. It's okay, Mom. Actually,
Lin Dong opened his mouth, about to explain.
Beep.
A series of honks sounded.
Then, a white sedan pulled into the residential compound.
A large silver three-pointed star emblem adorned the center of its grille.
A Mercedes-Benz C200. Over 300,000 yuan. Slam.
A chubby guy with a big head and ears, sporting a thick gold chain around his neck, stepped out of the car and slammed the door dramatically. His belly seemed to have two built-in swimming rings. At first glance, he resembled a so standing upright and attempting to walk like a human.
Huang Yuan forced a smile upon seeing him and scampered over to greet him. Honey, you finally made it. What are you taking me out for tonight? Seafood or hot pot? Huang Yuan wrapped her arms around the chubby guy's arm, swaying back and forth with eager anticipation. Seeing this scene, matchmaker Zhang and Li Xiaoqin frowned deeply. Lin Dong nearly threw up his dinner. This woman really isn't picky. Anyone watching would think she'd just escaped from a meatpacking plant. What's with all this eating? All she knows is eat. Didn't you say you had something to do? Who's that guy? So this is how it is, you're messing around behind my back, huh? Fat brother snorted, pointing at Lin Dong as he began grilling Huang Yuan. He thought she'd been cheating on him. Chapter 108, is this your car? Hearing Fat brother's accusatory tone, Huang Yuan felt like a cat on a hot tin roof. She scrambled to explain. Honey, don't misunderstand. I was just pressured by my family to go on a blind date. I was just going through the motions. Rest assured, I only love you in this lifetime. How could I possibly be interested in a loser like this? Hearing this, Lin Dong remained composed, but Li Xiaoqin couldn't bear it any longer. Miss Huang, what do you mean by that? What gives you the right to insult my son? You may look down on him, but you have no right to insult him. Li Xiaoqin was visibly agitated. Her son, apart from earning a bit less, what made him unworthy of her? Some gold digger who leeches off rich men and still goes on blind dates. What right did she have to insult her son? Well, your family sure has tempers. What's the matter? Isn't what I said true? Hearing Li Xiaoqin's retort, Huang Yuan's face grew even more scornful. She couldn't help but snort coldly. Calling him a loser is actually being polite. Let's not even compare him to my boyfriend, same age, but he's got a house, a car. How does he measure up? As she spoke, the chubby guy driving the Mercedes nodded in agreement repeatedly. Clearly, he was enjoying Huang Yuanyuan's flattery.
His gaze toward Lin Dong's family was now thick with contempt.
You. Mom, don't get angry. It's not worth it to argue with people like this.
At the critical moment, Lin Dong shook his head and pulled Li Xiuqin back. Then, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the two sycophants.
Aren't you two planning to leave? Then get out of here. Talking to people like you is a complete waste of my time. Oh, Mom, I got you a gift. It's still in the car. Let's swing by and pick it up on our way. A car?
Li Xiuqin froze for a moment before blurting out, "Son, when did you buy a car?"
Matchmaker Zhang also looked astonished.
She and the Lin Dong family had been neighbors for over a decade. She clearly remembered that when Lin Dong came home for the new year, he still took the long-distance bus. A full 5 hours his butt must have been sore.
When did he buy a car? Ha! What era are we in, still pretending to be something you're not? If you had a car, wouldn't you have mentioned it earlier? Got it, it's got 2 wheels, right? Anyway, an electric bike is still a bike. Huang Yuanyuan's words dripped with sarcasm.
It made the chubby guy in the Mercedes burst out laughing, and before he knew it, he pulled her into his arms. He may not have much, but he's got 3 demolition compensation flats and plenty of cash. Learning that the man Huang Yuanyuan was set up with was a million times worse than himself, he couldn't help but feel supremely smug. The look he shot at Lin Dong was like staring at a clown. Li Xiuqin's face flushed crimson as she tugged at Lin Dong's sleeve.
Son, just forget it. Let's go home for dinner.
From now on, Mom won't set you up on blind dates anymore.
Don't embarrass us like this. Matchmaker Zhang chimed in from the side. Little Lin, this just won't do. Auntie will help you find a job in the county town. Stop hanging around Tianhai City. That kind of big city isn't for folks like us.
Living expenses alone cost thousands every month, it's just too tough. Seeing both of them trying to persuade him, Lin Dong gave a helpless smile.
Mom, Aunt Zhang, I'm not lying to you. I really did drive back. Then where did you park your car? Li Xiuqin still couldn't quite believe it and asked tentatively.
She had never heard Lin Dong mention buying a car. Besides, Lin Dong only made a measly 7,000 yuan a month. Last time, he'd even sent 100,000 yuan back home. How could he possibly afford a car? Even if he did buy one, it would be nothing more than a used, no-name car costing a few tens of thousands at most.
It wouldn't hold a candle to Fat Brother's Mercedes. Mom, don't worry.
Lin Dong smiled, taking Li Xiuqin's hand and leading her out.
Honey, let's go see what kind of car he's driving. Ha!
Fat Brother beamed as he wrapped his arm around Huang Yuanyuan, his eyes narrowing into slits. Sure.
Huang Yuanyuan beamed like a blooming flower. Her mind was already scheming about what cosmetics to buy later. Of course, Fat Brother would be footing the bill.
Soon, the group followed Lin Dong to the corner of the residential complex. All the way there, Li Xiuqin was filled with worry. Losing face herself was one thing, but she couldn't let her son's reputation be ruined. If word got out, how would Lin Dong ever find a wife? No woman would want to marry a man who couldn't keep his word.
Son. Mom, that's my car. What do you think? Not bad, right? Your car?
Li Xiuqin glanced in the direction Lin Dong was pointing.
A sleek black coupe was parked under the trees.
Its lines were sleek and taut, its signature frog-eye headlights gleaming with intensity. Like a cheetah, it seemed to be staring intently at its prey ahead. Though Li Xiuqin didn't recognize the make of the car.
At first glance, she could tell it was worth a fortune, far more impressive than Fat Brother's Mercedes C-Class. Son, is this really your car? Don't lie to me, son. There's no need.
Li Xiuqin's eyes widened in utter disbelief that this car belonged to Lin Dong. He was just a factory worker, how could he possibly afford a luxury car? Just then, a sudden commotion erupted. A Porsche Panamera? The license plate has 5/8. This car must be worth 2 or 3 million, right? Whose car is this? Fat Brother's mouth dropped open in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Lin Dong, this car is yours? No way. Huang Yuanyuan frowned, her expression filled with disbelief. Just then, she caught Li Xiuqin's stunned expression and suddenly understood. This car, even Li Xiuqin had never seen it before. How could it possibly belong to Lin Dong? I get it now. You must have known about the blind date. You rented it in advance, or borrowed it, right? Or did you sneak your boss's car back here? Yes, that must be it. Huang Yuanyuan was increasingly convinced this was the case. If Lin Dong were wealthy, how could he possibly live in this rundown neighborhood? And for a blind date, he actually had to cook himself? So that's it. You really gave me a scare. Fat Brother agreed it made sense. He let out a deep sigh and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He wasn't sure if it was the heat from his weight or if Lin Dong had genuinely intimidated him. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin grew even more restless. Son, is what they're saying true? Did you really borrow this car? It wasn't borrowed, it was stolen. Huang Yuanyuan chuckled and added another sentence. Shut your mouth. Lin Dong couldn't bear to listen any longer. A gold digger like Huang Yuan, who'd worship anyone with money, was someone Lin Dong wouldn't even glance at under normal circumstances.
What right did she have to mock him time and again?
More importantly, she had insulted Li Xiuqin.
That was something he couldn't tolerate. I said this car is mine.
Lin Dong snorted coldly, then pulled out the car keys in full view of everyone. Then, he opened the car door and took out an exquisite gift box the size of a fist.
Even the outer packaging alone was inlaid with several gemstones and embroidered with gold thread. It was unimaginable how valuable the contents inside might be. Chapter 109, Regret Too Late. What? Huang Yuan froze at the sight.
Working at a bank, she was no stranger to gold, silver, and jewels. She recognized at a glance that the item in Lin Dong's hand was incredibly valuable. At least several 100,000 yuan.
This can't be.
Li Xiuqin was also dazed.
Son, what exactly is inside this? Don't scare your mother.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, personally opening the gift box and removing the white jade phoenix pendant inside. Before returning, he had specially commissioned someone to turn it into a necklace.
Just a little trinket. Not expensive, only 200,000 or 300,000.
Lin Dong didn't dare to exaggerate its worth.
He feared that if Li Xiuqin knew this jade pendant was worth over 40 million, she might have a heart attack on the spot. 200,000 or 300,000?
Even so, Li Xiuqin's body trembled violently, her hands shaking uncontrollably. The hardest to accept were Huang Yuan and her Mercedes-driving boyfriend.
Could he really be that wealthy? For a moment, all eyes fixated on the phoenix jade pendant around Li Xiuqin's neck.
Though she was just a housewife.
Somehow, wearing it didn't feel out of place at all.
Perhaps this was what they meant by money can make a person look good.
Son, where did you get all this money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?
Don't you dare scare your mother. Li Xiuqin gripped Lin Dong's hand tightly, her expression filled with panic and unease. Last time Lin Dong sent money home, she had already sensed something was off.
She never imagined it would keep getting bigger each time.
This time, he'd returned driving a luxury car worth millions. The speed at which he was making money was beyond her imagination. The only plausible explanation was that he was involved in illegal activities. Others shared the same suspicion.
How did this penniless kid suddenly become a big shot?
Lin Dongfeng casually remarked, Mom, I actually quit my job a while back. I started my own company and leased a few stores downtown.
Business is so-so.
I make $1 million or $2 million a month, that's all.
Only? Hearing those words, Li Xiuqin's eyes widened in disbelief.
The others were equally stunned, unable to believe their ears.
$1 million or $2 million a month. This wasn't some loser, he was practically a tycoon. Really? Seriously?
Li Xiuqin still couldn't believe it, gripping Lin Dong's hand tightly, both nervous and excited.
Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, of course it's true. Later, I'll buy a house in Tianhai and we'll move there. If you and Dad don't want to leave Qingshan County, I'll buy a villa in the county seat. Money is no object, whatever's most convenient. Clunk.
Hearing this, the chubby guy who had just looked down on Lin Dong nearly stumbled. Their family too must have been smoking. They hit the jackpot with demolition compensation, getting several houses plus hundreds of thousands in cash, totaling nearly 2 million yuan. Yet Lin Dong earned that much in a single month.
The gap was simply too vast. Recalling how he just mocked Lin Dong, the chubby guy's expression turned panicked and he couldn't help but gasp. This. Wait, where's my treasure?
Fat Brother suddenly felt his grip loosen. Turning his head, he saw Huang Yuan running toward Lin Dong. What's more, she deliberately took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. It must be said, she was already quite attractive to begin with. After touching up her makeup, she looked even more alluring.
No wonder she could make Fat Brother completely smitten. Lin Dong, sorry about that.
I might have been a bit hasty earlier.
I hope you don't take it personally.
Lin Dong turned his head. Huang Yuan stood before him, clutching her small bag, looking adorably shy.
What is it, Miss Huang? Is there something else?
Nothing. I just genuinely wanted to apologize to you.
Huang Yuan's pretty face flushed red.
Just then, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Li Xiuqin.
And Auntie Li, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for making you upset. Oh, and your cooking is delicious, I really enjoyed it. Next time I come to visit Lin Dong, I hope I can enjoy your cooking again.
Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was taken aback at first.
Then, she quickly understood why Huang Yuan had done a complete 180.
Wasn't it just because she saw her son had money? But she hadn't forgotten how Huang Yuan had just been badmouthing Lin Dong. A woman like that was not to be trusted. What disgusted Li Xiuqin even more was Huang Yuan's shamelessness dating someone while going on blind dates, playing both sides. In ancient times, this would be called the red apricot blossom climbing over the wall, an act punishable by drowning in a pig cage.
Li Xiuqin opened her mouth to speak.
But Lin Dong's voice cut through the air, cold and distant. No need, Miss Huang.
Our family doesn't welcome you.
Besides, I recall you didn't even touch your chopsticks earlier. You didn't eat a single bite of my mother's cooking.
How could you possibly know it was good? This. Huang Yuan was instantly flustered, her face flushing as red as a monkey's bottom. She knew her earlier words had been harsh. But to marry a wealthy man, she couldn't afford to care about her pride. She immediately began pleading. Lin Dong, please give me a chance. Forgive me. After all, I work at the county bank, a permanent position with job security. And I'm so beautiful, I'm absolutely worthy of you. Pretty? Ha! Lin Dong sneered disdainfully. In a hedonistic metropolis like Tianhai, women with Huang Yuan's looks were a dime a dozen. Compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mengqi, she was just an ordinary girl. An ordinary woman, as ordinary as they come. Seeing Lin Dong wasn't buying it, Huang Yuan quickly turned to plead with Li Xiuqin. She knew mothers were always anxious about their son's future. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to arrange blind dates. Auntie, rest assured. If Lin Dong agrees, we can get married tomorrow. I do housework at home all the time, so I'll definitely be a good and dutiful wife. And I'm willing to give Lin Dong several healthy baby boys. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin felt a flicker of interest. But remembering Huang Yuan's ugly demeanor earlier, she immediately shook her head. She wanted to find Lin Dong a capable partner. Not some gold digger who'd drain his finances dry. More importantly, anyone with eyes could see that Huang Yuan was after Lin Dong's money. If she really married into the family, who knows, maybe they'd divorce and split the assets right after the wedding. No. Li Xiuqin shook her head firmly. Seeing this, Huang Yuan regretted her decision so much she could have kicked herself. Had she known Lin Dong was this wealthy, she would have acted more docile. With her charm, why would she ever fail to win Lin Dong over? Huang Yuan, what do you think you're doing? Just then, an angry shout erupted. I spend tens of thousands on you every month, and you have the nerve to flirt with another man right in front of me. What the hell was I thinking, falling for a cheap woman like you? Don't come looking for me anymore. We're done. Chapter 110, All for Nothing. Huang Yuan's face paled at those words. Then, she quickly turned around and ran toward the Mercedes-Benz. By then, Fat Brother had already gotten into the car and started the engine. Having been outmaneuvered by Lin Dong, he was already seething with anger. Seeing Huang Yuan desperately trying to win over the other guy, how could he possibly stay seated? He'd lose all face. Honey, don't leave. Huang Yuan's shoe had flown off, but she finally managed to run over in time, clutching Fat Guy's arm desperately to stop him from leaving. She even tried to climb into the Mercedes. But Fat Guy was already thoroughly disgusted by her. Smack! Smack! 2 slaps landed squarely across her face. Huang Yuan plopped down onto the ground, her hair scattered everywhere. Where was the slightest trace of her haughty, self-satisfied demeanor? Instead, she began to sob softly. Why is my life so bitter? Matchmaker Zhang rolled her eyes at the sight. Then she turned and walked away, afraid of getting involved in the mess. Li Xiuqin pulled Lin Dong along as they headed home. Carrying the gifts, she couldn't have been happier. The Lin family had never produced a truly wealthy person before. Lin Dong was truly bringing honor to the family. Back home. Li Xiuqin looked at the table laden with steaming dishes and couldn't help but grumble. Good thing we didn't invite them in. Look at that girl surnamed Huang, she's full of lies. Has she ever eaten a single bite? A woman like that, if she ever married into this family, she'd surely turn it upside down. Lin Dong smiled faintly and said, Mom, she didn't eat because she lacks the fortune. We'll eat instead. Li Xiuqin nodded. Then, she instinctively touched the Phoenix Jade pendant and suddenly remembered something. Son, wait a moment. I'll go change into something more appropriate. Soon, Li Xiuqin reappeared in a new outfit. She even brought out the classic bright red qipao she wore for visiting relatives during the new year. She was naturally attractive, and with this ensemble, she looked dignified and elegant, quite reminiscent of a middle-aged model in those sellers' showcase photos. Son, what do you think? Lin Dong was taken aback. Was it really necessary to go all out for a casual meal? But he soon guessed the reason. Li Xiuqin stood before the mirror, striking pose after pose. Her hands never left the Phoenix Jade pendant. Mom, stop showing off. If you like it, I'll buy you more jewelry in the future. We'll make up for everything we missed out on before. Li Xiuqin's heart swelled with joy, her face lighting up with a smile. But then she shook her head. No, thank you. I'm getting on in years, what use would I have for so much jewelry? Save the money you earn for the wedding. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. How could he not see that Li Xiuqin was just trying to save him money? Parents always put their children first in everything. By the way, son, were those things you said downstairs earlier all true? Don't tell me you were just talking nonsense despite that Huang guy. Li Xiuqin fixed her gaze on Lin Dong, her expression tinged with doubt. Mom, you can rest assured every word I said was true. And every penny I have is earned legitimately, absolutely no illegal activities involved. If you don't believe me, I'll drive you to Tianhai anytime to see for yourself. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin shook her head vehemently. No. Big cities aren't places for people to live. Your father and I have spent most of our lives in this small county town, we're used to it. By the way, is Dad coming home for lunch?
Hearing Li Xiuqin mention Lin Shangqian, Lin Dong suddenly realized he hadn't seen his father yet.
The small county town wasn't big to begin with, you could cover the entire city on an electric scooter.
Even if his father's lunch break was short, he should still have time to come back for a meal.
Your father.
Li Xiuqin hesitated. Finally, unable to withstand Lin Dong's persistent gaze, she sighed helplessly.
Your dad is getting older.
The hotel didn't really want to keep him on, but he thought working 2 extra hours would help him prove himself.
What? Lin Dong's brow furrowed. How could he not hear the implication? The hotel was pressuring Lin Shangqian into volunteering for overtime.
The thought of his father, in his 50s, sweating under the scorching sun, bowing and scraping to those so-called high-class people serving tea and water, made Lin Dong's blood boil. Naturally, he couldn't stomach another bite of this meal.
Mom, you mentioned earlier what's the name of the hotel where Dad works? Lihua Grand Hotel. Why?
You eat first.
I'm going to check on Dad.
Seeing Lin Dong's stormy expression, Li Xiuqin guessed his intentions and hurriedly tried to stop him.
You silly boy, don't go making trouble.
Otherwise, if the manager sees you, he'll get upset and dock your father's pay again. Lin Dong shook his head solemnly.
Mom, I've made something of myself now. Money isn't an issue. From now on, you two just enjoy life at home.
No need to go out working for others, looking up to people.
My uncles and aunt already look down on my dad.
If they find out he's become a security guard, who knows what gossip they'll spread behind his back. Li Xiuqin's expression shifted uncomfortably.
Over the years, the Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangwu, and Lin Yanyan families had never stopped disparaging and excluding them. During every holiday and family gathering, they openly and subtly mocked their family for being beneath them.
If they found out Lin Shangqian had become a security guard, the mockery would be relentless. At that moment, Lin Dong patted Li Xiuqin's shoulder and said earnestly, Mom, listen to me.
From now on, we won't have to look at anyone's face anymore.
I'll make those relatives grovel and curry favor with us. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin paused, stunned. Then, tears welled up in her eyes. She had always assumed her son would end up just like them, living a life of mediocrity.
Though he'd left the small county town for the big city,
he was merely scraping by in the cracks. She never imagined her son would rise to prominence and establish himself in Tianhai City.
He'd even amassed a fortune.
From now on, their entire family could hold their heads high.
Son, I believe in you. Whatever you want to do, go for it, Mom supports you.
Li Xiuqin clasped Lin Dong's hand tightly, as if she had made up her mind about something. Seeing this, Lin Dong chuckled softly. Mom, from now on, please stop setting me up on blind dates. Your taste, well, it's not exactly stellar. Li Xiuqin's face flushed instantly. Then she shot Lin Dong a withering look. You kid, really?
Haha, I'm off.
Lin Dong hurried downstairs. He opened his navigation app and headed toward the Lihua Grand Hotel. 5 or 6 minutes later, he arrived at a commercial district. Compared to the neon lights and bustling nightlife of Tianhai City, Qingshan County was, at best, a small town affair. Amidst a cluster of old buildings, a 6-story structure stood out like a crane among chickens, drawing particular attention. Colorful banners fluttered at the entrance, adorned with clusters of flowers, clearly showing effort put into decoration and arrangement. Above it all, 5 gilded characters shone in all their splendor. Chapter 111, The Vicious Manager. The Lihua Grand Hotel, this is the place. Lin Dong nodded, about to drive in, when a sudden commotion erupted. How many times have I told you not to let just any car in here?
You even raised the barrier for that crappy Wuling Hongguang minivan? Are you out of your mind? Can those penniless folks even afford to stay at our hotel? You're getting old and still won't listen, you're just getting worse with age. Following the sound, he saw a short, plump woman with short hair, dressed in a hotel uniform, lecturing a security guard. From the sound of it, the security guard had let the van in, taking up a parking spot and leaving no room for the luxury car that arrived later. At first, Lin Dong didn't think much of it. But when he recognized the hunched figure of the security guard, he jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. His eyes widened in disbelief. Dad? Manager Lu, I'm terribly sorry. I saw he had a room key and was staying at our hotel, so I let him through. The man looked mortified, his words stumbling out. He never imagined his careless act would earn him such a torrent of scathing criticism. Lin Shangqian, you dare talk back? So what if he has a room key? That beat-up old van of his, does he think he deserves to hog our hotel parking spot? What if a BMW or Mercedes pulls up next? Where do you expect them to park? On your head? Manager Lu, with his fiery temper, flicked his short hair as he pointed at Lin Shangqian, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Spittle flew everywhere. Beside them, the other security guards couldn't bear to watch any longer. Lately, Manager Lu had been picking on Lin Shangqian for any reason, big or small. They'd all witnessed it. But since they depended on him for their livelihoods, they turned a blind eye, pretending not to notice. But today, old Lin clearly hadn't done anything wrong. The van owner had a room key and was parked inside the hotel grounds, perfectly justified. Manager Lu just wouldn't let him in to save face. What kind of logic is that? Does this mean the hotel only welcomes guests driving cars worth over 500,000 yuan? Or does that mean vans can only park on the street? At this thought, several security guards couldn't help but speak up. Manager Lu, give it a rest. Old Lin didn't mean any harm. Yeah, old Lin wasn't even scheduled for the noon shift today, he volunteered to stay late. He's getting on in years, so please cut him some slack. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, don't you agree? Hearing this, Lin Shangqian shot them a grateful glance. Then, unexpectedly, the more these people spoke up for Lin Shangqian, the more furious Manager Lu became. Show him leniency? Who shows me any leniency? Just look around yourselves, what kind of hotel welcomes VIPs with a row of beat-up cars parked at the entrance? This is a high-end establishment, not some place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can walk in. Besides, did I ask him to work overtime? Wasn't he just showing off, trying to steal the spotlight? Lin Shangqian, tell me, is that how it was? Manager Lu snorted coldly, folding his arms thicker than a man's and glaring fiercely at Lin Shangqian. I. Lin Shangqian was seething with pent-up frustration, but he dared not lose his temper. He simply couldn't afford to lose this job. A monthly income of 3,000 yuan was already considered upper middle class in their county. Besides, at his age, finding work was tough. An easy job was even harder to come by. More importantly, he'd already endured Manager Lu's nonsense so many times before. What difference would this one make? What a rotten habit. Noticing Lin Shangqian's low spirits and slightly stooped posture, Manager Lu grew even more smug. His face was etched with contempt, treating Lin Shangqian as nothing more than a punching bag, a scapegoat to vent his frustrations on at will. Everyone saw clearly I didn't force him to work overtime. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with the hotel. Hearing this, the security guards all felt indignant. But soon, they too were subjected to Manager Lu's scathing rebuke. Look, what are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll dock your pay just like his. What? Lin Shangqian's eyes widened in shock. He had thought a scolding would be the end of it. He hadn't expected the other party to also dock his pay. Seeing Lin Shangqian's horrified expression, Manager Lu seemed quite pleased. A faint smirk touched his lips as he sneered, "You've made such a huge mistake, damaging the hotel's reputation. Deducting your pay is actually quite lenient." What? You want to be fired? No. Lin Shangqian shook his head frantically. He knew the difference between losing pay and losing his job. Well then, that settles it. You'll have 200 deducted, and the rest of you will each have 100 deducted. What? We're getting docked too? The other security guards were stunned. They'd merely spoken out of turn, yet now faced 100 yuan fine. We won't stand for this. Go ask him for it. He's the one who got you fined. With Manager Lu's decision, Lin Shangqian instantly became the target of everyone's anger. From now on, no one would dare speak up for him again. Just then. Roar! The roar of an engine, like a beast's growl, filled the air. Immediately after, a sleek Porsche Panamera sped toward them. Despite Manager Lu and the others standing directly ahead, the driver seemed oblivious, flooring the accelerator. Ah! Startled, everyone scrambled out of the way. At the last moment, the driver slammed on the brakes. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost. Who the hell is that? Can't they see? Manager Lu was also shaken to the core. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly recognized the emblem on the car ahead. Porsche? A VIP customer. In an instant, Manager Lu's expression changed completely. With a fawning smile, he jogged over to the car window. Good evening, sir. I'm the front desk manager at Lihua Grand Hotel. You can call me Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu? Poof. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh. He rolled down the window and glared at her fiercely. Manager Lu was startled, her heart pounding wildly. At the same time, he muttered to himself. This was their first meeting. Had he really done something to offend him? Besides, he had nearly run her over just now. Manager Lu forced himself to suppress his anger and managed a strained smile. Sir, would you like to book a room? Our hotel offers attentive service, ensuring you feel right at home. The security guards watched Manager Lu's shift from arrogance to servility, his bullying the weak and fearing the strong, their eyes filled with unspeakable disgust. This kind of person was the epitome of a snob. See a Wuling Hongguang, and he blocks it from entering the hotel. When they saw a Porsche, they groveled, barely daring to breathe. He was practically spreading his legs wide to say, "Welcome, sir." Of course, Lin Dong wasn't that twisted. Bang! Lin Dong opened the car door, stepped out, and without so much as a glance at Manager Lu's fawning smile, turned and walked toward the group of security guards. Chapter 112, Call Your Boss Over. The security guards, flattered and surprised, stood at attention and saluted with proper form. You, who are you? Lin Shangqian stared wide-eyed. Watching Lin Dong walk slowly toward them, he looked utterly incredulous. Lin Shangqian, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and salute the guest. Manager Lu raised an eyebrow, ready to explode again. This was his chance to dock Lin Shangqian 200 yuan. But no. The next second. Get lost.
Lin Dong whipped around and bellowed at Manager Lu. The latter shuddered in fright, his soul nearly leaving his body.
Meanwhile,
the security guards were also stunned by the roar.
Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Dad, you've suffered so much.
Lin Dong spoke while tightly embracing Lin Xiangxian, his eyes glistening with tears. Lin Xiangxian's mind went blank for a moment, unable to process what was happening. When he first saw Lin Dong, he hadn't dared to believe it. After all, Lin Dong had always worked in Tianhai, barely scraping by. How could he possibly drive a Porsche? Hearing that single word, Dad finally confirmed it. Then, he couldn't help but flush crimson, tears welling up in his eyes. He glanced over at Manager Lu and the security guards, who were staring at each other in utter bewilderment.
What did he just call old Lin? Dad? No way. Didn't old Lin say his son works in Tianhai and only makes a few thousand a month? What's the deal with that car? Did he win the lottery?
The crowd buzzed with chatter, filled with both confusion and astonishment.
Manager Lu, however, felt an ominous foreboding. Sir, have you made a mistake? He's just our security guard. How could he possibly be your father? Perhaps you should take another look.
As he spoke, Manager Lu was drenched in sweat, his tongue trembling.
What if Lin Dong really was Lin Xiangxian's son? Wouldn't that mean he'd gotten himself into serious trouble?
Not only her, but Lin Xiangxian shared the same doubt. He scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe, his words coming out in stutters.
Xiao Dong, is it really you? Dad, it's me. I'm back. You're so different from before, taller, stronger.
Lin Xiangxian frowned deeply. The Lin Dong he remembered ate instant noodles every day, pale and emaciated. During several video calls, both Li Xiuqin and he had cried. Now, Lin Dong had not only shot up in height but was also solidly built. At first glance, he looked like a fitness trainer. Not to mention that Porsche.
Such a drastic change. Was this really his son? Seeing Lin Xiangxian's skeptical expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but let out a wry smile.
With the system's help, he had undergone a complete transformation, becoming a different person altogether. No wonder his old man didn't dare acknowledge him.
Just then, several security guards approached, their curiosity piqued. Old Lin, didn't you say your son works in the city and only makes 7,000 a month?
Yeah, 7,000.
How could he possibly afford such a nice car? Exactly. If your son's so loaded, why are you still working and putting up with this crap?
If I were you, I'd be eating, drinking, and having fun every day, traveling all over. Several security guards chuckled and teased him. Before Lin Xiangxian could respond, Manager Lu took their words to heart, his eyes widening in surprise.
7,000? For a job? So this car isn't yours?
Manager Lu suddenly recalled that Lin Xiangxian had mentioned more than once that he took this job specifically to save up for his son's marriage dowry.
Knowing Lin Xiangxian as she did, she knew he wouldn't lie.
Therefore, there was only one person who could be using this as a front.
Oh, I thought it was some big shot. So this car isn't even yours? Or are you just a driver? Manager Lu scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe.
He felt more and more that this kid and Lin Xiangxian were cut from the same cloth. Hearing this, Lin Xiangxian felt a twinge of doubt. He had never heard Lin Dong mention buying a car. His initial instinct told him Manager Lu was telling the truth. He immediately grabbed Lin Dong's arm and pleaded earnestly, "Son, you must be honest and down to earth in life. What doesn't belong to us, we can't take, let alone steal. Whether this car is borrowed or rented, return it immediately.
Your father doesn't need such things to save face."
Seeing the sincerity in Lin Xiangxian's eyes, Lin Dong sighed helplessly. In his memory, Lin Xiangxian had always been this kind of honest, good-hearted man. Yet precisely because of this nature, he was often deceived and even bullied.
And now, it was happening again. Unfortunately, Lin Dong wasn't the kind of honest man like Lin Xiangxian. Over the years working in Tianhai City, he had witnessed the coldness and warmth of human relationships, the scheming and backstabbing. Faced with such an incident, how could he possibly swallow his pride like his father? Did you hear me? Move your car out of the way.
Stop blocking our hotel's business. Old Lin was such an honest man, how did he end up with a shameless brat like you?
Manager Lu waved his hand impatiently.
The memory of Lin Dong's fawning demeanor earlier filled her with rage, making her want to kick both father and son out immediately. Facing Manager Lu's shooing, Lin Dong didn't budge, only glaring coldly at her.
You there? You were the one trying to dock my father's pay earlier?
Yes, it was.
What of it? Manager Lu felt uneasy under Lin Dong's piercing gaze.
But remembering that Lin Xiangxian still worked under her, she straightened her back.
Deducting his pay?
That's the least of it. An old fool like him, with no sense of propriety, has the nerve to work at our hotel?
Not happy with that? Then I'll fire him right now.
Manager Lu snorted coldly and waved Lin Xiangxian away.
Lin Xiangxian, take off your uniform. You don't need to come back tomorrow. What? Lin Xiangxian's mind went blank.
He was just about to get paid at the end of the month.
At this critical moment, Manager Lu was actually firing him.
Lu?
Manager Lu, what about my pay? What salary?
You've brought negative publicity to Lihua Grand Hotel. We're being generous not to make you pay damages.
How dare you ask for money?
Manager Lu snorted coldly, his face brimming with contempt. She'd been looking for an excuse to fire Lin Xiangqian.
Lin Dong's appearance was like handing her a knife.
Besides, with your son being so wealthy, why would he need to work at our hotel?
Just one of his wheels is worth more than your annual salary.
Though whether the car's owner would let him sell it is another matter. Manager Lu's words were clearly dripping with sarcasm. The car wasn't even Lin Dong's.
This left Lin Xiangqian red-faced and flustered, unable to hold his head up.
The security guards exchanged bewildered glances.
They thought a savior had arrived, only to see Lin Xiangqian driven away.
At this point, they dared not say much more.
This job paid well. They certainly didn't want to end up like Lin Xiangqian, getting fired.
Facing Manager Lu's sarcastic remarks, Lin Dong didn't get angry, he just smiled.
You want to fire my dad? Fine. Go get your boss. Chapter 113, Termination. What boss? I'm the one who makes the decisions.
Manager Lu felt a twinge of unease at the mention of the boss. She vaguely sensed what Lin Dong was about to say.
Sure enough, Lin Dong gave a cold smile and said flatly, as a mere manager, you probably don't have the authority to handle personnel appointments, do you? Besides, my father signed the contract with your boss, not with you. Why should he just leave because you tell him to, and without a single penny?
Manager Lu was momentarily speechless.
Enough. Go get him. I need to discuss a business deal with your boss anyway. Go ahead and call him. Who's afraid of who?
Manager Lu stood with his hands on his hips. I'm the manager, his dad's just a security guard.
Why should I be scared of him?
Even if the boss shows up, he'll definitely take my side. With that thought, Manager Lu snorted coldly and strode straight into the hotel. Seeing this, Lin Xiangqian grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said with a worried look, Little Dong, you should leave now.
I'll talk things over with Boss Wan later. If I need to resign, I'll resign. If I need to leave, I'll leave. Don't get dragged into any trouble yourself.
Lin Dong's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected that even now, at this critical moment, Lin Xiangqian still thought he was lying, determined to smooth things over. He couldn't tell if it was his honesty or sheer naivety.
Dad, you can rest assured. I know what I'm doing with this matter. I won't lose out in the slightest. Seeing Lin Dong's confident demeanor, Lin Xiangqian frowned. The words on the tip of his tongue were forced back down his throat. The other security guards also regarded Lin Dong with newfound respect. Old Lin's son, whether in temperament or speech, was far superior to him. His words and actions carried more presence than their own boss. No wonder he's been living in the big city.
Oh, Dad, what do you think of this hotel?
The hotel? Lin Xiangqian paused, then replied instinctively, it's excellent, of course. It's the only 4-star hotel in our entire Qingshan County. Many big bosses dine and stay here, entertaining their guests. If our family could host a banquet here, our ancestors would be rolling over in their graves with pride. It was clear Lin Xiangqian knew a good thing when he saw it. But with empty pockets, he couldn't quite bring himself to speak with conviction. Lin Dong caught the glimmer of longing in his father's eyes and couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. All right, I understand. Dad, from now on, this hotel is yours. You call the shots on everything, big or small. Me? Lin Xiangqian froze.
He was utterly baffled, unable to grasp the meaning behind Lin Dong's words. Just then, Manager Lu with the short haircut hurried over, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit and tie.
Seeing Lin Xiangqian and his son still present, Manager Lu breathed a sigh of relief.
He'd been worried that after berating him, Lin Dong would turn around and walk out.
If that happened, wouldn't the boss think he was playing games?
Boss, it's these two causing trouble at our hotel. Especially old Lin's son. He stole a car from who knows where and blocked the hotel parking lot entrance. I told him to move it, but he wouldn't listen. Manager Lu had barely arrived when he started twisting the facts and stirring up trouble. It was clearly her who had provoked the situation first, yet in her retelling, it became Lin Xiangqian and Lin Dong's fault. The security guards couldn't stand it anymore and began voicing their indignation on behalf of Lin Xiangqian and his son. In front of the boss, they dared to stand tall.
Boss, don't listen to her nonsense. This isn't old Lin's fault. That's right. Manager Lu is always docking wages.
Old Lin was just pushed to the limit.
She even wants to fire old Lin. What gives her the right?
The chorus of voices left the boss, surnamed Wang, thoroughly flustered. Still, he knew he couldn't take one side's word as gospel. So he made a calming gesture with his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down.
Everyone, please calm down. Let's discuss this properly. This gentleman must be old Lin's son, right?
Seeing that this Mr. Wang wasn't as aggressive as Manager Lu, Lin Dong's attitude softened slightly as he gave a slight nod.
My name is Lin Dong. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wang. Tell me what happened.
Lin Dong glanced at his honest father and explained truthfully, it started when my dad parked a van in the hotel parking lot. Manager Lu insisted on nitpicking, claiming it would damage the hotel's image.
He then lectured my dad and everyone else, threatening to dock everyone's pay. But the owner of that van also stays at the hotel. What? Hearing this, Manager Wang couldn't help but frown. He then turned to look at Manager Lu. The latter flushed slightly, looking somewhat guilty. But he still couldn't help but put on a brave front. Boss, didn't you tell us to pay attention to maintaining the hotel's image? Letting that beat-up car park here is such an eyesore, it's nothing but bad luck. What if some big-shot client comes to dine here, sees it, and walks right out? What kind of mess would that be? Well, Mr. Wang admitted there was some truth to that. But Manager Lu's actions were still going too far. But you can't just dock wages like that. Who gave you the right to do that? Manager Lu looked utterly embarrassed. Need I ask? The money deducted, of course, went straight into her pocket and she was enjoying it to the fullest. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow, instantly grasping the situation. His expression darkened instantly, his voice deepening with sternness. I've been briefed on the incident. You're docked half a month's pay as punishment. Rest assured, I guarantee this won't happen again. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Just as they were about to praise Boss Wang for his fairness and understanding. But unexpectedly, Boss Wang suddenly shifted his tone and turned to Lin Xiangqian. Old Lin, go to the finance office to collect your wages. You won't need to come in tomorrow. What? Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian's mind went blank. He never imagined that after all this time, he'd still be told to pack his bags and leave. What difference did it make besides getting an extra month's pay? Lin Dong's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Boss Wang to handle it this way. But soon, he understood. For Boss Wang and the Lihua Hotel, the role of security guard was insignificant. They were nowhere near as important as Manager Lu. Most importantly, no business owner wants a troublemaker like Lin Xiangqian around. He felt wronged, so he called his son to take his side. At this thought, Lin Dong's heart grew utterly cold. Lin Xiangqian looked even more gloomy. He'd finally landed a decent-paying job, only to blow it. In contrast, Manager Lu's eyes lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Losing half a month's salary was no big deal to her. After all, she'd squeezed a lot of money out of the security guard over the past few months, which would easily cover the loss. But Lin Xiangqian losing his job? That was like swallowing bitter gall, a pain he couldn't voice. Chapter 114, Acquiring the Hotel. Thank you, Boss Wang. I won't dare do it again. You can rest assured, Manager Lu said with a beaming smile. MHM. Mr. Wang gave a slight nod and was about to turn away. Just then, a young voice called out from behind him. Mr. Wang, don't rush off just yet. I've got a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. Oh? Mr. Wang turned back, first glancing at Lin Dong. Then, he glanced at the Panamera parked nearby. Recalling Manager Lu's claim that the car was stolen, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Having been in business for so many years, he was considered a big shot in Qingshan County. When other businesspeople saw him, who didn't behave properly and treat him with respect? Why was he dealing with some greenhorn today? With this thought, Boss Wang's attitude grew impatient. Young man, didn't I already tell you I'd compensate your father? What else do you have to say? Lin Dong smiled, pointing to the resplendent Lihua Hotel behind him in full view of everyone. I'd like to ask, how much is this hotel worth? My dad just lost his job. I plan to buy it and let him manage it, at least it'll keep him busy. Hearing this, everyone looked stunned, staring at Lin Dong with expressions that suggested he was an idiot, wondering if the kid had water in his brain. Soon, Manager Lu couldn't hold back any longer. Ha! Buy our hotel? With what? That stolen car of yours? You must be feverish, your brain's fried. Earlier, if Boss Wang had heard this, he would have warned Manager Lu. But now, not only did he not intervene, he shot Lin Dong a withering look. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. This hotel opened 2 months ago. Just the interior decoration alone cost millions. It's the first 4-star hotel in our county, high-end and well-known. It's worth at least 20 or 30 million. Mr. Wang pointed at Lin Dong's Porsche Panamera. I may not know much about cars, but even I can tell yours is worth 2 or 3 million tops. And we don't even know if it's even yours. What qualifies you to acquire my hotel? Mr. Wang's words were logical and reasonable. The crowd nodded in agreement. They might be uneducated and lacking in sophistication, but anyone with eyes could see that the Lihua Grand Hotel had a bright future. It had the potential to become a landmark of Qingshan County. As for Lin Dong, aside from the flashy car he drove, he gave off no airs of wealth whatsoever. Judging by his appearance, he didn't seem like someone who could pull out tens of millions. Therefore, when Lin Dong mentioned acquiring the hotel, it was most likely just empty talk, an attempt to save face. Guys his age, with their thin skin, love doing things like that. Mr. Wang shared this view, immediately sneering in disdain. Old Lin, you'd better teach your son a lesson. Learn to read the room and choose your words wisely. Not everyone has a temperament as forgiving as mine. In this world, if you speak out of turn or make mistakes, you'll end up with your head split open sooner or later. Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian's face turned pale.
He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Dong, let alone face the heartbreak of burying his own child.
Grabbing Lin Dong's arm urgently, he pleaded, "Son, just drop it. Apologize to Boss Wang." Me apologize to him? Lin Dong was furious enough to laugh.
The next moment, ignoring Lin Xianxian's attempts to stop him, he cut straight to the point. One price, 30 million.
Will you sell? 30 million? Mr. Wang's eyes widened in shock. This kid must be out of his mind. His car was worth maybe 2 or 3 million. Where would he even get 30 million?
Besides, 30 million was merely the hotel's cost price. Factoring in renovation time and its reputation in the county seat, you'd easily need another 10 million on top of that. Before Mr. Wang could speak, Manager Lu beside him couldn't sit still any longer. She didn't need to maintain her image like Mr. Wang, so she raised her voice and started yelling.
30 million? Why not just say 300 million? If you had 30 million, would your dad have to work as a security guard here? You're seriously delusional. The boss has already given you an out, yet you're still causing trouble here. If you truly care about your dad, take the money and go get yourself checked out at a mental hospital. Mr. Wang nodded repeatedly, showing his strong agreement with these words. This Lin Dong, he really doesn't know when to stop. Not only did he fail to express gratitude, but he had the nerve to spout nonsense about acquiring his Lihua Grand Hotel? What a shameless, laughable spectacle. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, too lazy to bother with Manager Lu, this foul-mouthed harpy. 30 million isn't enough?
I'll add another 10 million.
40 million, how about that? If you agree, give me your bank account number now. 40 million? Seeing Lin Dong's deadpan expression, Boss Wang couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Fine. If you can actually come up with the money, forget 40 million, I'll sell it to you at a loss for 30 million. These days, you really do find all sorts of people in this world. Old Lin is such a straightforward guy, how come you haven't picked up any of his traits? Seeing Lin Dong insist on handing him money, Boss Wang didn't want to waste time. He casually pulled out his bank card. The others, equally unimpressed, waited to see Lin Dong's humiliation. Ding! You've received a new transfer. Bank account credited, 40 million yuan. Moments later, the text notification chimed.
Mr. Wang's pupils contracted sharply, his mind going blank. Staring blankly at the string of zeros on the text, he nearly choked on his breath, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. 40 million? Had it really been transferred? The others exchanged bewildered glances, still unsure what had transpired. Manager Lu stood there with his arms crossed, looking down his nose at Lin Dong and continuing his sarcastic remarks. Enough with the posturing, he sneered. If you don't have the chops, don't take on the job. Let's be honest, you just want more money, don't you? Boss, should I call security to kick them out? At this point, Manager Lu's demeanor shifted completely as he cautiously sought approval from Boss Wang. Hearing this, Boss Wang slowly snapped back to reality. His gaze, both eyes still fixed on his phone. Boss? Boss? Don't call me boss. Mr. Wang shook his head and swallowed hard. Now, he's your boss. What did you say? Manager Lu froze, utterly bewildered as he followed the direction of Wang's pointing finger. There stood Lin Dong, wearing a mocking grin. The other security guards were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they'd just heard. Could it be? Lin Dong really transferred money to Boss Wang? Lin Dong, no, Mr. Lin. Please forgive my ignorance. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one and said some thoughtless things. Please don't take it to heart. Mr. Wang's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Beaming with a warm smile, he pulled Lin Dong close in an intimate gesture. I'll draft a contract right away to transfer the hotel to you. MHM. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He was no stranger to Mr. Wang's sudden warmth. He knew that if the transfer had been for 30 million, Mr. Wang would never have been this enthusiastic. But 40 million? That was an entirely different story. It meant the hotel had netted 10 million yuan in just 2 months since opening. That sum was more than enough for him to open another Lihua hotel elsewhere. Chapter 115, Meeting the New Boss. Boss, what do you mean by this? Transfer the hotel? He wouldn't have actually transferred the money to you, would he? Even now, Manager Lu couldn't believe it, persistently questioning Boss Wang. He even reached out to grab the other man's arm. Get off me. Once the money was in hand, Boss Wang couldn't care less about the manager anymore, brushing his arm away. Just then, something occurred to him. His gaze shifted to Lin Xianxian, who stood nearby looking utterly bewildered. Old Lin, don't take what I said earlier to heart. We'll all be working in the county town from now on. We'll run into each other all the time, so keep an eye out for each other. I remember you smoke, right? Well, I happen to have a few boxes of imported cigars in my office. I'll send them over to you later. Mr. Wang's attitude was overwhelmingly warm. It left Lin Xianxian utterly dumbfounded. But even if he were a fool, he understood one thing. Son, do you really have that much money? What else could it be, Dad? Didn't I just say I want you to become the owner of this hotel? Lin Dong smiled faintly. He had spent 40 million to acquire a 4-star hotel.
Yet to him, it seemed as simple as buying a bottle of soda. His nonchalant demeanor stunned everyone present. Especially Mr. Wang. Had Lin Dong uttered those words earlier, he would have scoffed in disbelief. But now, he could only agree wholeheartedly, forced to admit defeat. Impossible. I don't believe it. You scammers. You're all in on this to deceive me. Manager Lu was nearly driven mad. If this hotel became Lin Xiangxian's, would he still have a decent life? All this time, he'd been targeting Lin Xiangxian, even docking his pay. Once he took over, wouldn't he crush her completely? A mischievous smile played on Lin Dong's lips as he said casually, Manager Lu, stop dawdling. Show me and my father around the hotel. Oh, and starting today, double the monthly pay for all security staff. 8,000 yuan. Hearing this, everyone cheered with joy. Only Manager Lu was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling as he walked. Be boss, please lead the way. All the way there, Manager Lu was distracted, not daring to lift his head once. He never dreamed that the old man he'd berated like a child just days ago would now transform into her boss. Ms. Lin, this is my your father's office. Please follow me. Mr. Wang was beaming with joy. Ever since the 40 million hit his account, he hadn't stopped smiling. He even took the initiative to open the door for Lin Dong and Lin Xiangxian. What met their eyes was an office spanning a full 200 square meters. Both the decor and furnishings were nothing short of extravagant. He had even splurged on a specially commissioned statue of the god of wealth, symbolizing a steady flow of wealth. It's clear that Mr. Wang has put considerable thought into this. Now, all this is going to benefit Lin Xiangxian. Mr. Lin, please. True to his word, Mr. Wang retrieved several boxes of long-cherished Cuban cigars from the cabinet. Seeing that Lin Xiangxian didn't know how, he even lit the cigar for him himself. Mr. Wang, this is too much, really. Haha, Boss Lin, you're too kind. From now on, this will be your office. If you need anything, just give me a call. Puffing on the cigar with its faintly sweet, slightly spicy flavor, Lin Xiangxian felt a bit lightheaded, still struggling to fully process the reality of it all. How had he gone from security guard to owner of the Lihua Hotel in the blink of an eye? Dad, what do you think? Do you like it? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Both Mr. Wang's attitude and the hotel's decor exceeded his expectations. The 40 million yuan had been well spent. I like it. Of course I like it. Lin Xiangxian nodded repeatedly. Then, unable to hold back, tears welled up in his old eyes. His son had truly made something of himself. Not long ago, he'd been worrying about his son's future. At his age, he had to take a job as a security guard to save up for his son's marriage dowry. Now, not only did he no longer need to worry about his son, but the entire Lin family would benefit from his success. Lin Dong, equally moved, nodded at him. Dad, from now on, you'll be in charge of managing the hotel. If you run into any problems, just come to me. You're different now, you're the big boss. No one will dare bully you anymore. As he spoke, Lin Dong deliberately raised his voice and glanced behind him. Manager Lu's heart skipped a beat, his face turning ashen with fear. Then, frantically begging for mercy. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I truly regret it. Please, I beg you, show mercy and let me off. From now on, I'll work diligently for you. Manager Lu wore a mournful expression, tears welling up in his eyes. She truly didn't want to lose this job. Being a hotel manager was something to be proud of. Not to mention, it was a 4-star hotel. However, Manager Lu had underestimated Lin Dong's temper. Unlike Boss Wang, he wasn't one to sweep things under the rug. Still, Lin Dong wasn't about to lose his temper just yet. Manager Lu, whether you stay depends on your performance. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you 2 tasks. First, go out right now and have some business cards made with my father's name and position on them. Second, immediately gather all hotel staff. Inform them of the change in ownership and discuss salary adjustments, benefits, and disciplinary matters. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Manager Lu dared not delay. He nodded like a chicken pecking at grain and dashed out. Mr. Lin, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wishing you ever-rising success in daily fortunes. Ha ha. After signing the transfer contract, Boss Wang felt refreshed and left with a hearty laugh. Before long, Manager Lu had urgently produced a stack of business cards. Not only were they of premium quality, but the bold characters on them were specially commissioned, powerful and vigorous. Crucially, she hadn't dared to ask Lin Dong for a single penny. She covered the costs herself, hoping to curry favor with Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, all the employees are waiting in the lobby. Mei Chem, I know. Lin Dong gave a slight nod, slipped a business card into his pocket and walked out. This 4-star hotel was ostensibly run by his father. In reality, it was his personal enterprise. Eventually, he would need to find someone to manage it professionally. Passing through the opulent, art-filled corridor, he soon arrived at the hotel lobby. Dozens of employees stood waiting expectantly, their curiosity piqued about the identity of the new owner. But our hotel just opened 2 months ago. Why the sudden change in ownership? Could it be they're struggling and looking for a sucker to take over? Nonsense. Our hotel's doing great business, you know that. Word on the street is the new owner's surname is Lin. Apparently, we know him. We know him? Who is it?
The crowd buzzed with speculation.
Not a single person guessed who the new owner might be. Just then, Lin Dong and Lin Xiangqian entered the room, one after the other.
Leading the way for them was none other than Manager Lu. Lin Dong, of course, was a stranger to everyone. But the man behind him, Lin Xiangqian, was all too familiar.
In an instant, eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, isn't that old Lin, the gatekeeper? What's he doing here? Wait. Old Lin has the same surname. Could the new boss be related to him? Chapter 116, The New Boss's First Acts.
Noticing the complex emotions swirling among the crowd, Lin Dong showed no sign of nervousness or awkwardness. It seemed as though he was utterly accustomed to such grand occasions.
The next moment, he cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Dong.
Just half an hour ago, Mr. Wang transferred ownership of this hotel to me. Which means, from this moment on, the Lihua Grand Hotel now bears the Lin name. However, since I myself am not in the county seat, my father will assume the role of general manager. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome your new general manager, Lin Xiangqian.
What?
Before Lin Dong could finish speaking, not a single clap rang out. Every pair of eyes widened to the point of popping, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. They stared blankly at Lin Xiangqian, their minds reeling.
Old Lin? The new general manager. What kind of joke is this? Wasn't he the security guard at the gate?
Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Xiangqian's old face flushed with embarrassment. Back in the factory days, the highest position he ever held was workshop team leader. What qualifications did he have to be general manager? But now, with Lin Dong relentlessly pushing him from behind, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the position. At Lin Dong's prompting, Lin Xiangqian slowly spoke up. That's right. I'm old Lin, the security guard who used to watch the gate. I'm sure many of you recognize me. Starting today, I'll be working alongside you all in a new capacity, contributing to the growth of Lihua Grand Hotel. They say a new broom sweeps clean, but I won't be sweeping. Instead, I have some new developments to report. Lin Xiangqian grew more at ease with each word. It seems like I'm getting a taste of what it was like to be in charge back in the day. First, regarding benefits, everyone's monthly salary will increase by 20%. For outstanding performance, there will be additional bonuses, with a minimum of 1,000 yuan. The words sent shockwaves through the room. Some doubted their own ears. But seeing Lin Dong's expression remain unchanged, they knew it was true. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. Beyond that, everyone will receive an extra day of vacation each month. If you choose to work overtime voluntarily, you'll receive additional overtime pay, also no less than 1,000 yuan. Holy! Hearing this, the crowd couldn't hold back any longer, erupting in applause. Hadn't they come out to work for these few crumbs? Now that Lin Xiangqian was improving their benefits, he was practically their second father. Mr. Lin, you're brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I love you. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Everyone's eyes burned with fervor, brimming with excitement. However, Lin Dong knew full well that all of this had been bought with cold, hard cash. Fortunately, money was the one thing he never lacked. Ahem, one last thing. Alongside the enhanced benefits, the disciplinary system has also been adjusted. I hope everyone will treat every guest with warmth and enthusiasm, rather than acting like this manager Lu. Arrogantly shooing customers out the door. The moment these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Manager Lu. She squirmed in her seat, drenched in sweat. It seemed as though she already knew her fate. Therefore, my first decision as the new general manager is to dismiss her. Of course, every penny of compensation owed will be paid in full. Does anyone have any objections? Thud. Manager Lu plopped down onto the floor, his gut churning with regret. Looking down at the employees below, every face was beaming with joy. Clearly, they'd harbored resentment toward Manager Lu for a long time. Firing her now was a satisfying relief. Ha! Serves her right. Great job, Manager Lin. We're all behind you. May Lihua Grand Hotel thrive evermore. The meeting concluded. Everyone left the hall in high spirits, thoroughly satisfied. Work immediately resumed with great enthusiasm. With Lin Xiangqian's assurances, they worked even harder. Of course, all this was predicated on the generous benefits package. Across the entire county, such high wages were unmatched. Scorpion Dung was the only place offering them. Only one man walked out of the hotel looking utterly devastated, head bowed in despair. If I'd known old Lin's son was so formidable, why did I ever cross him? I really have a foul mouth. Serves me right. Sigh. Smack. Manager Lu clutched the compensation money yet couldn't muster a shred of joy. He wanted to slap himself silly. After all, no matter how much it was a one-time payment. No more coming back. In the past, as manager, she held high rank and great authority. Most of the hotel staff had to follow her orders. Her monthly salary of several thousand yuan was a comfortable income. Now, Even the security guards at the entrance mock her. In another couple of years, their salaries will likely surpass hers. Heaven-sent misfortune can be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity is unforgivable. That Lu woman deserves it. Who told her to act like a big shot every day, bullying everyone in sight? I'm so jealous old Lin has such a great son. Now he's really brought honor to the family. Old Lin? He should be called Mr. Lin now. Several security guards were cracking jokes. Just then, a voice suddenly cut through the air. Guys, busy? Lin. Mr. Lin? Looking in the direction of the voice, who else but Lin Shangqian stood there, dressed in a sharp suit. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Dressed to the nines, Lin Xianqian actually carried himself with a certain air of authority. But his smile remained as warm and approachable as ever. Mr. Lin, we're sorry. Please don't take it personally. Yeah, we were just joking around. The security guards exchanged nervous glances, their hearts pounding. Recalling manager Lu's unfortunate fate, they dared not breathe a word. Seeing this, Lin Shangqian merely smiled and shook his head. No need to be so formal. Just call me old Lin, like before. It sounds more familiar. After all, you've helped me too. Hearing this, everyone felt warmed inside and grew even more grateful toward Lin Shangqian. Still, they didn't forget that all of this today was thanks to Lin Dong standing beside him. Mr. Lin, you're the best. While others were second-generation rich kids, living off their parents' money, the Lin family turned the tables, with the father relying on his son. But this only proved Lin Dong's capability and filial devotion. By the way, son, have you told your mother about your earnings? She's not still waiting at home for you to come back for dinner, is she? After Lin Shangqian gained his newfound power, he didn't forget about Li Xiuqin. His first thought was to call his wife. Lin Dong nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I went home first before coming to see you. Hearing this, Lin Shangqian nodded. Then, the look in his eyes as he gazed at his son was filled with pride. He never imagined that one day, Lin Dong would truly make something of himself. This swept away decades of gloom that had weighed on Lin Shangqian. All the pent-up frustration he'd endured in the past poured out. Having such a fine son was more valuable than anything else. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Their family had finally made it through the tough times. Chapter 117, Buying a Car. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. Now, Lin Shangqian finally believed this luxury car truly belonged to Lin Dong. He circled the car several times, touching this part and examining that, his eyes brimming with envy. Wow, I've lived this long and never seen such a gorgeous car before. This really broadens my horizons. Son, what's this car called? Must cost hundreds of thousands, right? Hearing this, Lin Dong gave a helpless smile. Porsche Panamera. Foreign brand, not expensive. The top-of-the-line model is only around 3 million. Oh. Wait, what did you just say? Lin Xianqian's pupils contracted, his heart racing with fear. Over 3 million? Why would you buy such an expensive car? With that much money, you could buy a villa in our county town, a whole little Western-style mansion. You kid, you really don't know how to save money at all. Though Lin Shangqian spoke harshly, his body betrayed him. He couldn't resist climbing in for a test drive. The only four-wheeled vehicle their family had ever owned was a Wuling Hongguang pickup truck. After it was scrapped 2 years ago, he hadn't touched a car since. For an experienced driver like Lin Shangqian, who hadn't touched a car in over a decade, the urge to drive was irresistible. Dad, you like it? You bet. I've never touched a car this expensive in my life. It's practically on par with an ancient emperor's dragon throne. Seeing this, Lin Dong knew exactly what his father was thinking. He immediately piped up, Dad, after we finish eating, I'll take you two to the dealership downtown. For son's shop? What on earth is that? Lin Shangqian froze, then jumped to his feet in alarm. Son, don't do anything foolish. Trafficking people will bring a curse upon your descendants. Lin Dong's mouth twitched. He never imagined his old man hadn't even heard of a 4S store. No wonder people thought he was a country bumpkin. But this was perfect an opportunity to surprise his parents. Don't worry, Dad. I'd never do something like that. Just wait and see. Lin Shangqian nodded helplessly. His son had finally pulled himself together, and he certainly wouldn't want to dampen his spirits. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Lin Dong grabbed his arm. No need to get out. You can just drive. It's only a few steps anyway. Me? Gazing at the Panamera's exquisite, luxurious interior, Lin Xianqian's heart skipped a beat. Anxious yet eager, he hesitated. Soon, at Lin Dong's urging, Lin Shangqian pressed his foot down on the accelerator. Roar! The Porsche Panamera sped off, heading toward the Lin residence. The security guards left behind were consumed by envy and resentment, their eyes burning with jealousy. Man, the Lin family has finally produced someone remarkable. Their ancestors must be rolling in their graves with pride. You can say that again. Now old Lin can finally hold his head high in front of his brothers. Moments later, the Panamera pulled up below the building. Such a sleek, stylish luxury coupe naturally drew the attention of the neighbors. And after that matchmaking fiasco, with the matchmaker's embellishments, everyone in the building already knew that Lin Dong had struck it rich and returned home in glory. Old lady, hurry out. I'm downstairs. Xiaodong says he wants to take us out for a drive. Lin Shangqian didn't go upstairs, he simply made a phone call. Moments later, a slender woman, clearly dressed up, hurried downstairs. She'd even applied lipstick. Despite Li Xiuqin's usually disheveled appearance, when she dressed up, she actually had a certain air of a wealthy lady. The radiant phoenix jade pendant adorning her chest only accentuated her air of elegance and refinement. Here I am. Hurry, 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 all you ever do is rush me. If it weren't for my son, I wouldn't even bother with you. Li Xiuqin grumbled as she stepped out of the apartment building. When she saw the middle-aged man in a suit and tie, she didn't recognize him at first. You're old Lin? Lin Shangqian felt a bit embarrassed under her surprised gaze and scratched his head awkwardly. If the previous Lin Shangqian had been a complete country bumpkin, an old migrant worker, then now, he had more or less taken on the air of a boss. His whole demeanor had changed. Before long, he would become the rightful general manager of the Lihua Grand Hotel. Alright, everyone's watching. Get in the car already. Lin Shangqian urged them. Li Xiuqin nodded. At the same time, her cheeks flushed slightly. At her age, she had actually felt a flutter of excitement just now. After all these years of marriage to Lin Shangqian, this was the first time she'd ever seen him dressed so formally. Unable to resist, she couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Their grand departure in full regalia did not go unnoticed by the neighbors. Wow, the Lin family is really something. Driving a luxury car and wearing a suit, someone who didn't know better might think they were some big shot official. Did you see that jade pendant around Xiqin's neck? I heard it's worth hundreds of thousands. What a devoted son he has. Why didn't I have a son as good as Lin Dong? I've got to go learn his secrets. Forget it. Lin Dong is a dragon, you'd still be a worm even if you gave birth again. On the way home, Lin Shangqian couldn't hold back any longer. He vividly recounted today's events at the Lihua Hotel to Li Xiqin. He even flashed his gold-embossed business card, grinning so widely his eyes narrowed to slits. 40 million to acquire the Lihua Hotel. Tell me, what's the point of wasting that money? Old Lin, you should have talked some sense into your son. How long will it take to earn back all that money? After learning about this, Li Xiuqin scolded Lin Dong for his reckless spending while tears welled up in her eyes. She even began to ramble incoherently. What stirred her most was Lin Dong securing the position of general manager for Lin Shangqian. Now, at last, their family could hold their heads high in front of the old man and the eldest and second sons. Sigh. Hearing the old couple's sobs and laughter, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. Back then, their family was so poor they couldn't even afford enough food to eat their fill, let alone see any meat. Now that he had wealth and status, he could finally bring his parents to enjoy life properly. It was like making up for everything they'd missed out on before. By the way, son, you mentioned going to some Fourth Sun restaurant. What kind of place is that? Lin Shangqian scratched his head, still pondering the matter. Before Lin Dong could answer, Li Xiuqin cut in impatiently, you country bumpkin. What Fourth Sun shop? It's called a 4S store. That's where the rich folks buy their cars and get maintenance done. Son, are you planning to take the car in for maintenance? In Li Xiuqin's view, since Lin Dong's car was so high-end, it naturally required regular maintenance. That's why he'd go to a 4S dealership. Little did she know, a huge surprise awaited them. Dad, Mom, don't worry. You'll see when we get there. The elderly couple nodded, trusting Lin Dong implicitly. Little did they expect that in their twilight years, they could still rely on their son to live a good life. Besides, people like them uneducated and narrow-minded. If they won't listen to Lin Dong, who will they listen to? Chapter 118, The Beautiful Saleswoman. Outside the car window, the scenery shifted. Before long, the trio arrived at the city's auto mall. Countless car brands vied for attention here, stretching across several entire streets. Li Xiuqin and Lin Shangqian were dazzled by the spectacle. It was their first time witnessing such a scene. Lin Dong pulled into the parking lot and opened the doors for them. Son, weren't you supposed to take the car in for maintenance? Why not just drive straight to the dealership? Even now, Li Xiuqin still believed Lin Dong had come for maintenance, never once considering the possibility of buying a car. Lin Dong gave a faint smile before revealing his true purpose. Mom, who said I was getting maintenance? Coming here obviously means I'm buying a car. My dad is a general manager now, after all. How can he not have his own car? Riding a bicycle to work every day? That's just embarrassing. Li Xiuqin nodded. You're right. Even if he doesn't care, it wouldn't look good if word got out. How else will he negotiate deals with other business owners in the future? That's exactly right. Lin Dong smiled. Then he continued, I plan to buy 2 cars, one for my dad to drive and one for you. A car for me too? Li Xiuqin froze. A few years ago, she had indeed gotten her driver's license. But since retiring, she'd become a homemaker. What use would a car be? Seeing Li Xiuqin's reluctance, fearing he was wasting money, Lin Dong added, with a car, you can go out with your old friends, visit other places.
It'll keep you from getting bored at home and setting me up on blind dates every day. Li Xiuqin's face flushed. With him putting it that way, it was hard to refuse. Besides, hadn't she been longing to get out, clear her head, and do something fun? Just don't buy anything too expensive. A few thousand yuan for a basic commuter car will do. Ahem, well, you needn't worry about that. Lin Dong gave a faint smile and led the two straight to the dealership. Glancing around, the entire stretch was lined with major domestic and international automotive brands. Changan, Dongfeng, Lexus. After a moment's thought, Lin Dong headed straight for one of them. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Tap tap. As soon as he entered, a slender young saleswoman in uniform glided over. Her ponytail swung with purposeful sway. Her large, watery eyes fluttered, and her smile was sweet and charming. Lin Dong instinctively glanced at her name tag. Li Xiaoye. The saleswoman noticed his gaze. But instead of blushing, she remained completely unfazed. Sir, you can just call me Xiao Li. Would you like me to show you around, or would you prefer to look on your own? In Li Xiaoye's view, Lin Dong, with his family in tow, must have had his car purchased by his parents. Though society might label such behavior as living off one's parents. But hey, money talks, right? As long as Lin Dong's parents footed the bill, who cared if it was leeching off parents or not? As long as she got her commission. With this thought, Li Xiaoye's smile grew even brighter. She even deliberately adjusted her stiletto heels, fully exposing her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings to Lin Dong's view. Her firm calves showed not a single ounce of excess fat. One glance told you she worked out regularly. Her gaze drifted upward, where beneath the form-fitting work uniform, a peach-like figure emerged. She was the very type every man fantasized about. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, understanding everything. Having seen countless women, he instantly recognized that this saleswoman was highly skilled, definitely not the type who could be bought with money. Ordinary customers might end up buying from her and then counting the money for her. But the more unattainable she seemed, the more Lin Dong craved the challenge. After all, scoring against a goalkeeper only made the achievement feel more satisfying, didn't it? Noticing Lin Dong's aggressive gaze, Li Xiaoye flashed a faint smile, thinking he'd already taken the bait. All she needed to do now was employ a little trickery, use her charm to entice Lin Dong into buying the car. Then, she'd happily dip into his parents' pockets. Son, maybe we should reconsider. Your father is getting on in years, he doesn't need such a fancy car. I heard even the cheapest Mercedes costs 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. Li Xiuqin frowned slightly, growing more alarmed the longer she stared at the price tag. Lin Xiangqian chimed in from the side. Yeah, it looks nice, but it's useless. It's not even as good as my old van. Son, don't waste money. Let's look elsewhere. Ha? Li Xiaoye was a bit confused. From the sound of it, it wasn't Lin Dong freeloading off his parents, it was these two elders freeloading off him? Sir, it's not you who wants to buy a car, but your father? Lin Dong smiled faintly, thoroughly enjoying her stunned expression. What difference does it make if I buy it or buy it for my father? No, there isn't. Li Xiaoye's pretty face flushed slightly as she shook her head awkwardly. She'd assumed Lin Dong was a freeloader living off his parents. Little did she know he was a big boss. Miss Li, I'm not very familiar with Mercedes-Benz models. Could you recommend a few options for me? Around 600,000 yuan. After much deliberation, Lin Dong settled on this figure. Anything over $1 million would likely upset Li Xiuqin and Lin Xiangqian again. 60,000 yuan for them, it was neither too much nor too little, but just right. To his surprise, Li Xiaoye nearly dropped her jaw upon hearing the figure. Though the elderly couple had dressed up carefully, they couldn't completely shed their rural roots in such a short time. So here they were, a pair of country folk demanding to buy a 600,000 yuan car? What? Is that not acceptable? Of course it is. Absolutely. May I ask your surname, sir? Li Xiaoye hadn't even realized she was already firmly in Lin Dong's grasp. Usually, she was the one reeling in the big fish, always in control. Now, Lin Dong was leading her by the nose the entire time. Even her speech had become stammering and hesitant. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Li. Noticing Li Xiaoye's startled and uncertain expression, Lin Dong offered a faint smile. Regarding the 600,000 yuan, you can take a look at the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, GLC, and CLS. Not only are they top sellers, but they also have excellent after-sales reviews. The vehicles are right up front. After learning of Lin Dong's substantial wealth, Li Xiaoye became far more enthusiastic than before. She'd occasionally toss a flirtatious glance and let her voice take on a sweet, coquettish tone. She walked ahead with grace and poise, her long, shapely legs swaying as she went, the click-clack of her high heels echoing behind her, leaving Lin Dong with a captivating, alluring silhouette. With saleswomen like her, they're not worried you won't spend, they're worried you won't spend enough. To get clients to sign contracts quickly, they'd even make necessary sacrifices. You're happy, and I get my commission. Everyone gets what they want. Since Li Xiaoye had dressed so provocatively and flamboyantly, she was naturally prepared to sacrifice herself for the commission. But so far, no client had offered a figure that truly excited her.
As Li Xiaoya discreetly sized up Lin Dong, he was also trying to figure out her mindset. Women, after all, fall into two categories. Those who can be had, and those who can't. Li Xiaoya clearly fell into the first category. It's just that the process would be a bit more complicated. Chapter 119, Test Drive. Before long, Li Xiaoya led the three of them to the Mercedes-Benz exhibition area. Many people were browsing the cars, but most were white-collar workers and small business owners. Families like Lin Dong's were a rare sight. Mr. Lin, and uncle and auntie, these are the cars I mentioned earlier. Following the direction Li Xiaoya pointed, several luxury sedans bearing the three-pointed star emblem came into view. Two were sedans, and one was an SUV. The Mercedes-Benz E-Class, widely recognized as one of the premier luxury sedans. Its exterior is opulent and commanding, perfect for business networking, ideal for your uncle. Official MSRP ranges from 440,000 to 600,000 yuan. The Mercedes-Benz GLC, a mid-size SUV, boasts a commanding exterior and equally impressive interior. It offers ample space and comfortable seating, perfect for a family of three. Official MSRP ranges from 420,000 to 530,000 yuan. And this CLS, a mid to large sedan, with an official price range of 580,000 to 690,000 yuan. Li Xiaoye opened the doors as she described each model, inviting Lin Xiangqian to experience them firsthand. After all, this car was intended for Lin's father. Lin Xiangqian, trusting her completely, brought Li Xiaoqin along to examine every detail. Bolstered by the confidence Lin Dong had instilled in them, they even dared to sit inside. Uncle and auntie, take your time. Look around carefully. Li Xiaoye stood outside the car with a smile, leaning halfway inside as she described the interior. Naturally, she crossed one leg, the tip of her high heel tapping against the door. The next second, Li Xiaoye's slender frame suddenly stiffened, her eyes widening to their fullest. Unbeknownst to her, someone had appeared behind her. Hands gripped the Mercedes roof as they craned their neck to peer inside. A burning body pressed against her back. As the man pressed closer, more and more of their bodies touched. At the same time, the uniquely masculine breath of the man brushed against her ear. Li Xiaoye stiffened slightly and turned her head, discovering it was Lin Dong. He glanced at her, asking with confusion, "What's wrong, Miss Li? Is there a problem with the car?" "No, nothing, Mr. Lin. Please continue." Li Xiaoye bit her lip. Clearly, he had taken advantage of her. But seeing Lin Dong's innocent expression, she began to doubt herself, wondering if she was just being overly sensitive. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiaoqin, unaware of what had transpired, were still curiously examining the Mercedes-Benz's interior. Rich people sure know how to live it up. This interior is amazing. Next time our family goes out, we should take this car, it'd be so comfortable. The elderly couple remained completely oblivious to Li Xiaoye's awkward predicament. Noticing her silence, they casually asked, "Miss Li, what other features does this car have? I heard modern cars come with seat massagers. Where do you turn that on?" Li Xiaoye glanced at the screen, about to reach out and tap it. But someone beat her to it, pressing down hard on her back. Li Xiaoye had no choice but to bend over. That raised calf lifted even higher. The next moment, Li Xiaoye stiffened again. Because the instant Lin Dong leaned down, her black stocking calf was suddenly caught between his legs. I knew it. He did it on purpose. And here I was, thinking I'd misunderstood him. As their movements grew more intense, she even sensed something pressing against her. With little experience, she couldn't help but react instinctively, letting out a soft, breathy moan. Mum. Instantly, Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiaoqin looked up, their expressions filled with confusion. Miss Li, are you alright? Why are you so flushed? No, I'm fine. It's just a bit warm in the car. I'll turn on the AC. Li Xiaoye said as she plopped down into the passenger seat, finally free from Lin Dong's clutches. Seeing this, a sly smile touched Lin Dong's lips. Let's take a look at the next car. After briefly introducing the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Li Xiaoye led the three of them to another car. Throughout the entire process, she deliberately kept her distance from Lin Dong, fearing he might do something even crazier. This guy actually flirted with her in front of her parents, how dare he? At that moment, Li Xiaoye led the three to an SUV. Compared to the Mercedes-Benz E-Class they'd just seen, this GLC offered significantly more interior space. Even with everyone seated inside, Lin Dong had no chance to make any unwanted advances. This brought Li Xiaoye some relief. Unfortunately, she still underestimated Lin Dong's tactics. Dad, since you like it so much, how about we take it for a test drive? Test drive? Hearing Lin Dong's suggestion, Lin Xiangqian froze for a moment. Then, he felt a surge of excitement. To be honest, just looking at it wasn't satisfying. Only by actually driving it on the road would he know if it suited him. Exactly. Ask if it's possible. If it is, go take it for a test drive. Li Xiaoye frowned slightly. Test drives are the most normal thing at any dealership. But coming from Lin Dong, it somehow felt unsettling. Miss Li, if it's not possible, then forget it. We can always check out the BMW dealership next door. Lin Dong spoke as he reached to open the door and step out. The next moment, as expected, a small hand reached out and grabbed his arm.
Mr. Lin, of course you can test drive it. Don't be in such a hurry.
Alright, for your sake, I'll take another look.
Dad, since Miss Lee has agreed, why don't you take it for a spin yourself? Lin Dong smiled.
Everything was under his control. The dealership requested his driver's license and went through the test drive procedures.
Afterward, Lin Dong coaxed Li Xiuqin into the passenger seat.
The reason is that the passenger seat in a man's car is reserved exclusively for his wife. Li Xiaoye felt helpless. With Lin Dong having made his position so clear, it would be unreasonable for her to insist on sitting in the front seat.
Alright, I'll give it a try.
The car rolled out of the dealership and onto the test drive route, where Lin Dong took control of the steering wheel. He took a deep breath and gently pressed the accelerator.
The Mercedes-Benz GLC began to move slowly. This expensive thing really is worth every penny. This steering feel is way more responsive than my van.
Lin Xiangqian nodded repeatedly, looking thoroughly satisfied.
Li Xiuqin chimed in from the passenger seat. Yeah, the visibility is really open too.
Old Lin, you should have upgraded your car ages ago.
Haha, my son really knows his stuff.
Otherwise, I'd never get my hands on the steering wheel of a car like this in my lifetime.
The elderly couple basked in their excitement and joy.
In the back seat, Li Xiaoye was explaining something to Lin Xiangqian. Completely unaware, a large hand had already reached out.
Clap. Li Xiaoye's slender body trembled.
She turned to see a hand resting on her thigh. She looked up to find Lin Dong, seated behind her.
Eek! Li Xiaoye couldn't help but let out a playful scold.
Once again drawing the attention of the two elders.
Miss Li, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine.
Seeing that large hand so close, Li Xiaoye's delicate brows furrowed tightly.
She was torn. Should she stop him or not? If she screamed and upset Lin Dong, the car would definitely not sell. But if she let Lin Dong continue his inappropriate behavior, who knew where his hands might wander next? Chapter 120, Find a Quiet Place. Mr. Lin.
With no other choice, Li Xiaoye grabbed Lin Dong's hand, glaring at him with feigned anger, hoping he wouldn't push his luck.
Lin Dong wore a faint smile. It was obvious he knew she wouldn't dare push back. What is it, Miss Li? Are there any other features of this car that haven't been mentioned? As he spoke, Lin Dong used his other hand to give Li Xiaoye's slender thigh a firm squeeze.
Even through the black stockings, he could feel the smoothness and fullness beneath.
The next second, he hooked his index finger along her skin.
He tore open a hole in the black stockings, revealing her smooth, fair thigh.
Li Xiaoye's face instantly drained of color. She never imagined Lin Dong would actually go through with it.
She was wearing a work skirt. If he slashed open her black stockings and that large hand started creeping upward,
wouldn't her most private area be exposed in an instant? No. The next moment, Li Xiaoye's slender body trembled.
Her face flushed as she pressed down on Lin Dong's other hand, stopping him from exploring further. The commotion they made quickly caught Li Xiuqin's attention, and she instinctively turned her head.
Miss Li, what's wrong? Did my husband make a mistake somewhere? This is his first time driving such an expensive car.
If there's anything wrong, please give him some pointers.
Whoosh! Struck as if by lightning, Li Xiaoye hastily covered Lin Dong's hand with a folder, desperate to shield him from witnessing her predicament.
For appearance's sake, she forced a smile and answered Li Xiuqin's question.
Ah, Auntie, Uncle drove perfectly fine. Nothing was wrong at all. It's getting late.
We should head back to the shop. Li Xiuqin frowned, feeling something was off. However, Lin Xiangqian had already test-driven the car for quite some time, and it was indeed time to return to the dealership. Under Auntie Li Xiuqin's urging, Lin Xiangqian, who was utterly captivated by the Mercedes SUV, reluctantly turned the car around and headed back. Seeing this, Li Xiaoye finally let out a sigh of relief. Now, she just wanted to get back to the dealership as soon as possible and escape the clutches of danger. Lin Dong realized he'd taken things too far and silently withdrew his hand. Phew! Feeling the weight lift from her leg, Li Xiaoye's heart finally settled. But her black stockings now had a huge hole in them. How could she possibly show her face in public like this? Li Xiaoye shot Lin Dong a resentful glare, yet dared not speak up loudly. The atmosphere in the car grew tense for a moment. Fortunately, Lin Xiangqian finally drove the car back to the dealership. Phew, this car feels really nice. Way more powerful than my van. Old Lin, if we drive this thing back, your older brothers will be green with envy. Our family can finally hold our heads high. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin chimed in, their excitement palpable. They didn't notice at all that Li Xiaoye had been covering the hole in her black stockings with a folder on her lap. Right now, all she wanted was to wrap up the contract quickly and change her pants. Uncle and Auntie, if you're satisfied, you can place your order now and take delivery today. Would you prefer to pay in full or finance it? Li Xiaoye offered a faint smile, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at the elderly couple. Unexpectedly, both of them turned their gaze toward Lin Dong. Although she really liked it. But whether or not to buy this car was up to Lin Dong to decide. They had no authority to decide. Seeing this, Li Xiaoya felt a pang of bitterness. The memory of Lin Dong's relentless torment in the car made her bite her lip. But for the sake of her commission, she had no choice but to put on a smile.
Mr. Lin, what do you think?
Lin Dong stroked his smooth chin, feigning indecision. In truth, his gaze never left the saleswoman's devilishly curvaceous figure. Noticing his unrestrained gaze, Li Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson once more.
What is this guy trying to do? Could he really be planning to devour me right in front of my parents?
To be honest, after years in sales, Li Xiaoya had seen her share of customers who got ideas from seeing her. Some had even bluntly offered to buy a car if she'd spend the night with them.
But someone as shameless as Lin Dong? She'd never encountered anyone quite like him before. More crucially, what if Lin Dong changed his mind and didn't buy the car? Wouldn't she have let him grope her for nothing? Miss Li, this place is too crowded and noisy. How about we find a quieter place to discuss the contract? What do you think? Find a quiet place? Just the two of us? Li Xiaoya's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she instinctively clutched her folder closer. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Dong had ulterior motives toward her. But the other party was so earnest, and the commission was within reach, there really was no reason to refuse. All right, Mr. Lin. Let's discuss this in the office. Lin Dong gave a slight nod and turned to the elderly couple.
Dad, Mom, you two stay here and have lunch at the shop.
Once the contract is finalized, I'll come find you.
Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin had no objections and nodded repeatedly. At this point, they followed Lin Dong's every word. Such a reasonable request was certainly not something they would refuse. Shortly after, Li Xiaoya led the way, guiding Lin Dong to a conference room specifically designated for contract negotiations. At that moment, a customer was conversing with another salesperson. Just as Li Xiaoya was about to enter, a wave of hot breath suddenly brushed against her ear.
Immediately afterward, someone pressed against her again.
This time, the other person's actions were even bolder. He actually reached out with both hands and wrapped them around her slender waist.
Mr. Lin, what are you doing? If this continues, I'll call for help. This is harassment. I'm calling the police.
Li Xiaoya's face flushed with anger, her expression furious. Unexpectedly, the more she protested, the bolder Lin Dong became. He even tore open the hole in her black stockings.
Rip! In an instant, Li Xiaoya's right leg was completely exposed to the air.
The sight was incredibly sensual and alluring. Li Xiaoya's mind buzzed, and she instinctively tried to scream. Lin Dong bit her earlobe and whispered with a smile, Miss Li, we're all adults here.
I'm doing you a favor. Don't you think you should show some gratitude?
Li Xiaoya's heart pounded wildly. She hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so blunt and explicit.
Alright then, if one isn't enough, I'll buy another. Isn't the whole point of the service industry to make customers happy? Right? 2.
Li Xiaoya shook her head, a sneer on her face.
Mr. Lin, do you think the commission on one car is too high? Let me tell you, selling a Mercedes nets me a commission of just 500 to 3,000 yuan. If it's paid in full, the commission is even lower. Selling yourself for that little money isn't worth it. Is that so?
Lin Dong's lips curved slightly, his expression utterly unflustered. If the commission isn't high enough, I'm willing to personally give you another 100,000 yuan as a thank you for your thoughtful service.
What do you say? 100,000 yuan?
Li Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened.
To be honest, at that moment, she was tempted.
There was no way around it. The current market was tough, and few people were willing to splurge on luxury cars. She hadn't closed a deal in days. If Lin Dong was telling the truth, she could earn several months' salary in one go. After all, she came to work for one reason, money. If there was an easier way to make money, why wouldn't she take it?
Chapter 121, One car per person.
Still, for a moment, Li Xiaoya felt a pang of embarrassment. She had imagined that one day, she might sell her car or even her body to make ends meet.
She never imagined this day would come so soon.
Just moments ago, she'd been so repulsed. Now, for 100,000 yuan, she had no choice but to bow her head.
It was utterly humiliating. Noticing Xiaoya's conflicted expression, Lin Dong acted decisively.
He asked for her bank card number and transferred the 100,000 yuan directly.
Staring at the bank balance, Xiaoya's expression grew distant.
At that moment, Lin Dong reached out and cupped her delicate chin. Then, he forced a kiss upon her. His hands weren't idle either, roaming freely over her body.
MMMPH.
Li Xiaoya whimpered, her slender legs instinctively clamping around Lin Dong's thighs. Clatter. Only when the sound of the door opening reached her ears did Li Xiaoya snap out of her daze. She hurriedly pushed Lin Dong away. By then, her cheeks were flushed crimson, her skin burning hot. Mr. Lin, they've finished their discussion.
It's our turn now.
All right. Lin Dong nodded with a smile, making no effort to hide his intensely predatory gaze.
He couldn't wait to taste this little treat. Li Xiaoya knew exactly what was coming next.
The moment they entered the office, she locked the door and pulled the curtains shut.
Even she found this action bold and unbelievable. People could pass by in the hallway at any moment. If anyone discovered her doing this, She'd never be able to hold her head up again. But the arrow was already on the string, she had no choice but to shoot. For 100,000 yuan, she'd risk it all. Ah! Lin Dong picked up Li Xiaoye and placed her directly on the desk. Then, with brutal force, he tore her black stockings to shreds. 2 legs, as white as jade and straight as chopsticks, were completely exposed before his eyes. Mr. Lin. Be gentle, it's my first time. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Dong's gaze froze. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected delight. He'd assumed a female salesperson at a luxury car dealership would be a seasoned pro. Little did he know his luck would be so good he'd stumbled upon a rookie. Lin Dong nodded with a smile. As for whether she'd actually be gentler, only heaven knew. Immediately after, a thrilling battle commenced. A full hour passed. Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin finished their meal and waited for a long while, but Lin Dong still hadn't returned. They couldn't help but grow curious. What's going on? Didn't Xiao Dong say he was negotiating a contract? Why hasn't he shown up? What kind of contract takes this long? Could it be that woman trying to rip off our son? Xiuqin, don't talk nonsense. Our son earns so much money because he's incredibly capable. How could he be so easily deceived? He's the one who scams others, not the other way around. Oomph. If you had half our son's shrewdness, you wouldn't be doing so poorly. The elderly couple bickered as they waited for Lin Dong. Yet their words carried no trace of anger, only overflowing pride. Not even they had imagined Lin Dong could achieve such remarkable success. In a bustling metropolis like Tianhai City, where every inch of land is precious and the crowd is a mix of all kinds, he managed to carve out a niche for himself. And now, to buy them such an expensive car. For the elderly couple, it felt like a dream come true. Dad, Mom, have you been waiting impatiently? Ahem, I was in the restroom and got a bit delayed. Just then, Lin Dong emerged with a rosy glow on his face. But judging by where he emerged, it was clearly no restroom, it was an office. Right behind him, the beautiful saleswoman followed out. But she was staggering, her face flushed. She looked utterly exhausted, as if she'd just run a marathon. Son, how did the meeting go? It went well, Mom. Miss Li was very enthusiastic. I'm quite satisfied with her service. As he spoke, Lin Dong glanced back at Li Xiaoye. Instantly, Li Xiaoye's face flushed even redder. Earlier, several people had tried to enter the office, nearly discovering them. The thrill nearly made her heart leap out of her chest. But the thought of the 100,000 yuan commission and the 2 car bonuses instantly made her face glow again. Her back stopped aching, her legs stopped feeling sore. She couldn't wait for Lin Dong to visit the dealership every single day. That's great. Thank you, Miss Li. You've really helped us out tremendously. Lin Shangqian remained completely oblivious to the undercurrent between the two. Only Li Xiuqin glanced over, seeming to notice something strange. I distinctly remember that girl was wearing stockings just now. Now, how come she came out bare-legged? Dad, Mom, you two should go get the cars ready. I've already paid. 1 car per person, Dad. Yours is a Mercedes GLC, Mom. Yours is a Mercedes E-Class. What? Lin Dong's words abruptly cut off Li Xiuqin's wandering thoughts. She couldn't care less about whether Li Xiaoye was wearing black stockings. Her mind was entirely on the cars. Son, you really bought one for Mom? Didn't you say you were only buying one for your father? Oh dear, you're such a wasteful child. Li Xiuqin's face lit up with joy. Though her words feigned displeasure, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons with joy. What parent in the world doesn't hope their son will make something of himself and then show filial piety? Haha, Mom, go try it on quickly. We should head home now. Before long, Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin each drove away from the dealership in their own cars. Li Xiaoye proactively exchanged contact information with Lin Dong. Whether it was for work or something else, who could say? Soon after, the 2 elders drove back to their neighborhood. Lin Dong followed closely behind in his Panamera. The arrival of 3 luxury cars dazzled the neighbors. To the uninformed, it looked like someone had rented wedding cars for a family celebration. Oh my, isn't that the Lin family? How come each of them is driving their own car? That's a Mercedes, right? I heard they cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan each. Must be rolling in it now. Haven't you heard? Old Lin's son made a fortune in Tianhai and just gifted his mom a jade pendant worth hundreds of thousands. Wow, if I had a son like that, my ancestors would be rolling in their graves. The 3 cars parked beneath the apartment building were an undeniably conspicuous sight. Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin felt a bit embarrassed, blushing as they exchanged greetings with familiar neighbors. They say returning home in glory is the best feeling. But now that the day had come, the elderly couple felt oddly uncomfortable. Just then, a heavily made-up woman suddenly approached them with a beaming smile. Uncle, Auntie, and Lin Dong. You're back? The woman was in her early 20s, wearing a floral midi dress that accentuated her figure perfectly. Her makeup was bold yet tasteful, paired with carefully selected accessories like earrings and a handbag. All in all, she was a rather attractive young woman. Seeing the Lin family of 3 return, her attitude was nothing short of enthusiastic.
She hurried over, offering her arm to Li Xiuqin.
No, no need.
Li Xiuqin quickly dodged her hand, her expression momentarily dazed. After another couple of glances, she finally recognized the other person.
Huang Yuan? What are you doing here? Chapter 122, Like a Dog. Lin Dong frowned. Hadn't he made it perfectly clear to this woman that there was no future between them? Why was she still clinging to him, showing up at his doorstep? It's you? Li Xiuqin's face instantly fell.
She had been feeling quite pleased after just buying 2 luxury cars. Now, seeing this gold digger suddenly appear, she felt utterly unlucky.
At her age, how could she not see through Huang Yuan's motives?
This woman had clearly been dumped by that Mercedes-driving fat guy. Now she was eyeing Lin Dong's money, trying to hook up with her own son to take over.
Put.
Miss Huang, please keep your distance from our family. I didn't hold your last blind date against you, which was generous enough. I hope you won't continue to bother our Xiaodong.
Thank you.
Li Xiuqin's tone dripped with disgust as she made her stance crystal clear, effectively giving her the boot. Yet Huang Yuan seemed oblivious, her face still beaming as she produced a gift box.
Auntie, I was truly in the wrong last time. I've been meaning to apologize.
With the holidays approaching, I bought some pastries.
I hope you won't mind.
Glancing at the box, Huang Yuan's pastries were all from high-end brands. This box alone must have cost at least 1,000 yuan. In the past, Li Xiuqin might have hesitated. But now, she couldn't even bear to look at such things.
No need. We're not short on such things at home. You might as well keep them for yourself. Huang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise.
She hadn't expected to be rebuffed so coldly by Li Xiuqin.
I'm sorry.
She deliberately adopted a hurt expression, pleading pitifully, Auntie Li, please, give me another chance.
I truly know I was wrong.
I genuinely love Lin Dong and want to build a good life with him.
I promise to be both a lady in public and a capable homemaker. I'll cook for Lin Dong every day and give him a healthy baby boy.
Li Xiuqin frowned deeply.
How could this woman still not understand what was being said? Xiuqin, who is she?
Lin Xiangqian stood nearby, his voice tinged with confusion.
Unaware of the earlier events, he couldn't help but feel sympathy seeing Huang Yuan weeping so pitifully while showing such sincerity.
After all, Lin Dong was no spring chicken. It was high time he got married and started a family.
If Huang Yuan is truly as good as she claims, she might just be a good choice.
Seeing Lin Xiangqian kept in the dark and about to play the good guy again, Lin Dong couldn't sit still.
Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. What's this about being a devoted wife and mother? Does she even deserve that title? Huang Yuan bit her lip.
She hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so openly contemptuous. During their last arranged meeting, though they'd already fallen out, Lin Dong hadn't said anything too harsh. This time, however, he started right off the bat by pointing his finger at her and berating her. What Huang Yuan didn't know was that Lin Dong didn't bother with her because he simply didn't care.
But he would never tolerate anyone deceiving his family. Son, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Ha!
Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, summarizing everything that had happened earlier in just a few words. He specifically emphasized how Huang Yuan was greedy having a boyfriend yet still going on blind dates.
Huang Yuan's face flushed red, then drained pale.
Though every word Lin Dong spoke was true. Each word felt like a dagger piercing her heart.
Yet, the moment she thought of Lin Dong's considerable wealth and the 2 Mercedes he'd just bought, Huang Yuan forced a smile and stubbornly blocked the doorway.
As if Lin Dong couldn't leave without agreeing to date her.
What? There's actually such a thing? How shameless. Even clay figures have their breaking point. Even Lin Xiangqian, known as a perpetual doormat, couldn't help but widen his eyes in outrage upon hearing of Huang Yuan's actions.
He could endure humiliation outside, getting yelled at by manager Lu until he was blue in the face. But all of it was for his son. This Huang Yuan clearly wanted to divide Lin Dong's inheritance and take advantage of the Lin family. How could he tolerate it? Lin Xiangqian's brow furrowed into a deep frown, his voice low and heavy. Miss, please leave immediately and do not disturb us again.
Otherwise, we will call the police.
The words had barely left his mouth when Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin turned to look at Lin Xiangqian, their expressions filled with astonishment. In their minds, Lin Xiangqian had always been the passive, long-suffering type.
Why was he suddenly standing up for himself today? Could it be that money and status had given him the courage? He seemed like a completely different person.
Seeing Lin Xiangqian the only person who might speak up for her now targeting her, Huang Yuan couldn't sit still any longer.
Uncle and aunt, since your son is still single and I'm unmarried too, couldn't we just give dating a try? Just give me a chance, I'll do anything.
Huang Yuan pressed her palms together, her face pleading. Her pitiful little expression was beyond description.
Yet both Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin had seen through this woman's true, opportunistic nature.
Now that Lin Dong had money, she was all smiles. But the moment he fell on hard times, she'd be the first to walk out.
Whoever marries her as a wife is doomed for life. Anything, right?
Lin Xiangqian's face darkened, his voice low and menacing.
Huang Yuanyuan didn't notice the anger lurking beneath his expression.
Thinking things had taken a turn for the better, she immediately broke into a beaming smile.
That's right, uncle. Whatever you say. Then get lost, the farther the better.
Before she could finish, Lin Shangqian snatched the pastries Huang Yuanyuan had bought and flung them away.
Witnessing this, everyone froze in shock.
Especially Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin, who looked as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight.
Was this really the old Lin they knew? What I?
Let me make this clear, even if the Lin family were blind as bats, we'd never marry a woman like you, not in a million years. Lin Xiangqian's words were as firm as iron, leaving no room for negotiation.
Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Beauty is secondary, what matters most is virtue. A woman like Huang Yuanyuan clearly didn't fit that description. In an instant, Huang Yuanyuan flushed crimson, utterly mortified. Seeing the entire Lin Dong family rejecting her, how could she possibly stay here? But she couldn't leave empty-handed. Fine, I'll leave. What about the expensive pastries I bought? You've ruined them all. Pay me back. 10,000 no, 20,000 yuan. 20,000? You actually have the nerve to ask for that much.
For a moment, Li Xiuqin felt even more annoyed with this woman who spoke without thinking. Back and forth, the price of the pastries in her mouth had skyrocketed 20-fold. Did she really think they were suckers? Unfortunately, Huang Yuanyuan had underestimated Lin Dong's resolve. 20,000, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. Lin Dong's lips curved upward as he nonchalantly pulled a stack of cash from his wallet, counting out 200 bills. The moment she saw the stack of bills, Huang Yuanyuan's eyes widened in shock. Just as she was momentarily dazed, Lin Dong suddenly flicked his wrist, sending the 200 bills flying. A shower of bills rained down.
20,000 yuan, not a penny more or less. Pick it up yourself. And don't bother me again. Got it? Get lost. Huang Yuanyuan shrieked and frantically bent down to pick up the money.
Her pitiful, tail-wagging demeanor made her look like a dog.
Chapter 123, Class Reunion. Back home.
Lin Shangqian suddenly noticed that his wife and son were looking at him differently. Before, it had been disappointment. Now, besides surprise, there was even a hint of admiration.
Lin Shangqian couldn't help but blush, scratching his head awkwardly. What are you two staring at me for? I don't have a mole on my face or anything.
Li Xiuqin covered her mouth and giggled, giving him a thumbs up. Old Lin, after all these years of marriage, this is the first time I've ever thought of you as a real man.
What? Lin Shangqian froze. That sounded a bit off. Was he not a man? Could he possibly be a woman? Ahem, Dad, what Mom means is that you finally stood your ground.
Lin Dong chuckled beside him. Li Xiuqin's words were indeed ambiguous. Now that's more like the general manager of Lihua Hotel showing some leadership presence.
Ha ha. Lin Shangqian burst into hearty laughter.
Clutching the Mercedes keys in his hand and running his fingers over the gold embossed business card in his pocket, he couldn't help but stand up straighter.
Son, I owe everything I have today to you.
From now on, you're the pillar of our family and the pride of both of us. Li Xiuqin nodded repeatedly, her eyes reddening with emotion.
Lin Dong, too, felt a surge of emotion.
He smiled warmly and said, Dad, Mom, you won't have to work so hard for me anymore. Just enjoy your golden years.
Hearing this, the elderly couple couldn't help but well up with tears. Xiaodong, you haven't eaten yet, have you?
Wait here, I'll whip up a few dishes right away.
Let me help, the elderly couple said, jostling to enter the kitchen.
Lin Dong watched it all unfold, a warm wave surging through his heart. Just then, a phone call suddenly rang.
Who's calling me at this hour?
Lin Dong furrowed his brow, expecting trouble from the Tianhai nightclub. But when he picked up the phone, he saw it was someone else entirely.
Hello, is this Lin Dong? Who is this? It's Su Chunlai. Your deskmate. Remember me? Oh, right. I remember now.
Lin Dong nodded. This Su Chunlai was his high school classmate, and they'd even sat next to each other for 2 years, so they had some history. But after high school graduation, when Lin Dong got into Tianhai University, they lost touch. Su Chunlai had stayed in their hometown county, and Lin Dong had no idea if he'd made anything of himself.
Chunlai, what's up?
Hey, it's our 8th graduation anniversary, right?
We're planning a class reunion. Are you free? Class reunion?
Lin Dong furrowed his brow. He'd heard of 5-year and 10-year reunions, but never an 8th-year one. Then, a thought struck him, and he guessed what was going on.
You wouldn't happen to think class president Niu Daong is organizing it, would you? How did you know?
On the other end of the line, Su Chunlai paused in surprise. Lin Dong snorted softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Class monitor Niu Daong's father was the factory director of a furniture plant in Qingshan County, with a net worth of several million.
Tall and burly, he commanded significant influence in their class. His most defining trait? He loved to show off.
People that age tend to be vain, and Niu Daong was no exception. He often flaunted his iPhone and Nike sneakers around the class. Boasting about himself was one thing, but he also belittled others.
Students from ordinary families like Su Chunlai and Lin Dong were frequent targets of his contempt.
He'd mock them for their uncool clothes, calling them country bumpkins. He deliberately made them look foolish in front of classmates to gain girls' attention.
Back then, Lin Dong was timid. But if it were today, he wouldn't let the guy get away with it. Lin Dong, are you going? If you're not going, I'm not going either.
That Nyo Daeong is definitely up to no good. I heard he's about to take over his dad's position as factory manager. This so-called class reunion is just him trying to show off in front of us. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Just as he was about to refuse, Su Chunlai suddenly changed the subject. Oh, and I heard our class beauty, Shang Jiaojiao, is going too.
She's absolutely stunning now. You haven't seen her, she looks like a movie star. Shang Jiaojiao?
Lin Dong's pupils contracted as the image of a pure-looking girl with a ponytail in her school uniform flashed through his mind. Willow-shaped eyebrows, a delicate oval face, and a pair of alluring almond-shaped eyes.
Back then, many boys pursued her.
But Shang Jiaojiao had high standards and looked down on everyone.
Lin Dong was no exception to the norm.
He'd fantasized about her countless times, imagining something happening between them. Yet, with his family's poverty, he could only keep these thoughts bottled up inside, never daring to act on them. 8 years had flown by, and he wondered what Shang Jiaojiao looked like now.
Heh, I knew you'd be tempted, kid.
Tomorrow night, room 808 at the Tianlong Hotel.
Don't be late.
Su Chunlai didn't give Lin Dong a chance to refuse before hanging up. Though they hadn't seen each other in years, he still knew Lin Dong well.
That kid. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh. He promptly added the matter to his schedule. Su Chunlai said Shang Jiaojiao now looked like a movie star.
He was determined to see just how beautiful she really was.
Son, what's got you so happy? Dinner's ready. Come eat.
Before long, Li Xiuqin had prepared a table full of dishes. All of them were Lin Dong's favorites. Lin Dong didn't hesitate, immediately picking up his chopsticks. Time flew by, and it was already the next evening. The sun had just set when Su Chunlai called, sounding impatient. He was afraid of showing up alone and making a fool of himself. With Lin Dong there, at least he'd have someone to watch his back. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at the Tianlong Grand Hotel in his Panamera. Although its decor and scale couldn't match the newly opened Lihua Hotel. But as the county's long-established restaurant, both its reputation and cuisine were beyond reproach. That's why it was a popular venue for weddings and birthday banquets. Lin Dong had barely parked when he spotted a shady figure fiddling with his phone.
Su Chunlai. Su Chunlai jumped in surprise.
He snapped his head up, eyes wide, staring at Lin Dong with a look of utter confusion.
You're me, Lin Dong. It's only been a few years since we last met and you don't even recognize me? You're Lin Dong? Su Chunlai was dumbfounded.
He scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe, finding no trace of the penniless youth he once knew. He was practically a young master now, every word and gesture radiating an air of privilege. Not to mention, even his skin was much fairer than theirs, who toiled away doing manual labor. Dongzi, you've made it big? You're dressed so smartly, I hardly recognized you.
Su Chunlai was speaking the truth.
Compared to Lin Dong, he felt like a country bumpkin. Compared to his high school days, he hadn't changed much. Lin Dong smiled faintly.
Times change, people change.
A little change is only natural.
Chapter 124, Class Beauty.
Wow, your speech has really improved since last time. Su Chunhua marveled, her eyes never leaving Lin Dong. His expression was utterly incredulous, as if he'd witnessed the sun rising in the west. Just then, something suddenly occurred to him, and his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. You didn't go and splurge on a makeover just because you heard Shang Jiaojiao was coming, did you? Ha!
Lin Dong gave a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying.
Though he hadn't dressed up for anyone in particular.
But he was genuinely curious, what did that class beauty look like now? Heh, I got you, didn't I? Come on, everyone should be here by now. Let's head inside.
Su Chunlai led the way, guiding Lin Dong to room 808. The room was lavishly decorated, radiating opulence. By now, quite a few high school classmates had arrived. They were gathered like stars surrounding the moon, crowding around a pot-bellied man. The man was about Lin Dong's age, but his attire was old-fashioned and stuffy, with a thick gold chain around his neck. He looked like a nouveau riche. The classmates gathered around him were dressed quite ordinarily, their faces plastered with fawning, obsequious smiles.
Daeong, congratulations. You've officially taken over the family business and become the factory director. Yeah, I knew back in high school you'd go places. And now, I see I wasn't wrong about you. Daeong, do you have any open positions? I just got laid off, could I come work for you? Ha, no problem at all.
Nyo Daeong nodded his head, his gold chain dangling with each movement, thoroughly enjoying the flattery. Everyone, eat and drink your fill today, I'm covering the entire bill.
Isn't a class reunion all about having a good time?
Well said. Let's raise a toast to Daeong No, to factory manager Nyo. Before he could finish, someone eager to join in already raised their glass. At his call, the crowd responded in unison, raising their glasses.
One classmate even poured Nyo Daeong a special glass of liquor. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like he was treating his secretary. Yet as Nyo Daeong sipped his drink, his eyes kept darting toward a corner. There sat a woman, about 24 or 25 years old. She wore a form-fitting white gown that accentuated her figure, her snow-white arms as slender as lotus stems, and her jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall down her jade-like back. Beneath arched brows, her eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. Her nose was small and straight, and her pink lips curved in a slight smile. Paired with her tall, slender frame and graceful demeanor, she resembled a fairy from a painting. No wonder Nyo Daeong couldn't stop thinking about her, his eyes glued to her every move. Jiao Jiao, Daeong's treating. Why aren't you drinking? Yeah, won't you even give him this little bit of face? A few sycophants exchanged glances and immediately began to persuade her. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiajiao merely smiled and shook her head. Sorry, I've got a cold and am taking antibiotics, so I won't be drinking today. Alright, everyone, no need to persuade her. Jiajiao's health comes first. Seeing Shang Jiajiao decline, Nyo Daeong immediately stepped in as the good guy, waving his hand at everyone. Then, with genuine concern, he asked, Jiajiao, if you're not feeling well, how about I drive you home to rest? My car's parked outside a brand new BMW. The passenger seat hasn't even been used yet. At the mention of BMW, Shang Jiajiao's brow furrowed slightly. Lately, she'd been fretting over failing to meet her sales targets. If Nyo Daeong could help her out, maybe buy her an apartment. But Shang Jiajiao quickly shook her head. Asking Nyo Daeong for help would only invite him to take advantage. She wasn't about to compromise her principles for a measly commission. After graduating, Shang Jiajiao had entered real estate sales. Her good looks helped her close quite a few deals. But in recent months, the sales pressure had become overwhelming. It was already the end of the month, yet no one had bought a house yet. She'd hoped this class reunion might present an opportunity. Little did she expect that most attendees were there to suck up to Nyo Daeong, with hardly anyone actually looking to buy a home. Was she going to have made the trip for nothing? Just then. Hey, looks like everyone's here. Sorry for keeping you waiting, I'm a bit late. Two figures hurried through the door. The first one was instantly recognized by everyone. It was Su Chunlai, the odd jobber at some small company in the county town. The person following him, however, looked somewhat unfamiliar. Chunlai, who is this? Nyo Daeong frowned slightly. For some reason, a sudden, intense sense of unease washed over him. Especially when he saw the other man's attire and the noble bearing in his every gesture, he instinctively felt himself shrink a bit. Nyo Daeong asked, but the others dared not interject, all waiting for Su Chunlai's response. The next moment, Shang Jiajiao in the corner suddenly lit up. You're Lin Dong? Oh? Lin Dong looked at Shang Jiajiao with interest. He hadn't expected Shang Jiajiao to recognize him at a glance. Moreover, Su Chunlai hadn't lied to him after all. Compared to this group of wild chickens, Shang Jiajiao truly stood out as fresh and refined. And like a ripe peach, she had matured considerably. Haha, the class beauty has a good memory, still remembers me. Lin Dong gave a faint smile and waved to the group. Soon, someone noticed the watch Lin Dong was wearing. Patek Philippe? Holy crap, Lin Dong, you've really made it big. That watch must be worth at least 2 or 3 million, right? What? Hearing this, everyone stared at Lin Dong in stunned silence. In their minds, Lin Dong came from an ordinary family. Both his parents were just regular workers. Moreover, according to those in the know, after graduating from university, Lin Dong had stayed in Tianhai. But he hadn't been doing very well. How could he possibly afford a Patek Philippe? At the gathering, Nyo Daeong's expression darkened slightly. He had organized this high school reunion for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to broadcast his promotion to factory director and show off big time. Second, he wanted to see his dream girl, Shang Jiajiao, and find an opportunity to make his move. Now, look at this. Lin Dong had suddenly burst onto the scene, stealing all the spotlight. Even Shang Jiajiao was looking at him differently. But in front of Shang Jiajiao, he didn't explode right away. Instead, he shot back sarcastically, Lin Dong, if you're here, you're here. Everyone knows your family situation. Is buying a fake watch really worth coming here to show off? A fake watch? Hearing this, the crowd, who had been staring in astonishment moments before, suddenly snapped back to reality. Qingshan County was so small there was no hiding secrets here. Just the other day, someone ran into Li Xiuqin at the market, arguing fiercely with a vendor over a few cents worth of savings. Lin Dong's father, Lin Xiangqian, also worked as a security guard at the newly opened Lihua. If Lin Dong had made a fortune, how could his family still be living so frugally? The only plausible explanation was that Lin Dong had bought a fake watch, putting on airs. Shang Jiajiao's delicate brows were similarly furrowed. She had thought that after 3 days apart, he would be transformed beyond recognition. But it turns out, it was all fake? Chapter 125, definitely a fake watch. Damn, it was a fake watch all along. I knew Lin Dong couldn't afford this. Everyone knows who's who. He shows up to the banquet dressed like a chicken feather just pretending to be a classmate. Today's on Daeong. Let's not dwell on these unpleasantries.
Lin Dong, you and Chun-Li, sit down already. For a moment, everyone hurled sarcastic remarks, giving Lin Dong no chance to explain. But Lin Dong knew that even if the watch were real, these sycophants of Neo Daeon would find 1,000 ways to prove it fake. Arguing with these people was pointless. Lin Dong, where should we sit? Arriving late, few seats remained. Especially near Neo Daeon, where most people had clustered together. Just then, a voice spoke up calmly, Lin Dong, I happen to have an empty seat here. Why don't you sit over here? Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Shang Jiaojiao. Thanks. Lin Dong nodded and walked straight over. Shang Jiaojiao then shifted slightly to make room for him. Seeing this, all the men present, including Su Chun-Li, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. But then, remembering Neo Daeon was still present, they all felt relieved. With Neo Daeon here, what good would it do for Lin Dong to make a scene? In the end, he still couldn't match the other guy's wealth. Today, Shang Jiaojiao couldn't escape Neo Daeon's grasp. Soon after, Neo Daeon came to find Lin Dong for drinks. But his opening words were laced with barbed insults, dripping with contempt. Lin Dong, haven't seen you in years. What VE you been up to? I hear you've been working at Tianhai all this time. Must be raking in the cash, huh? After all, you're wearing such an expensive watch now, huh? At this remark, the crowd burst into laughter. Every face turned to Lin Dong with mockery. In their eyes, no matter how well dressed he was, he remained a penniless kid. Who could blame them? Back in high school, he was notorious for being a penniless beggar. And he probably wasn't much better off now. Facing their mocking gazes, Lin Dong remained calm and composed. Nothing much, just running a few small businesses. I've opened a few nightclubs and bars. Business is decent. Nightclubs? Bars? The crowd froze for a moment, unable to suppress their frowns. Wow, he sure has some nerve bragging like that. In a place like Tianhai City, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, how much money would it take to open bars and nightclubs? And from what Lin Dong implied, he wasn't just opening a nightclub, it was a massive operation. Ha, he sure knows how to flatter himself. Nightclub? Why not just say you're a billionaire? Exactly. How many years has it been since we last saw each other? Now you can spout nonsense without blushing? Got it, you're probably just a waiter there, huh? No wonder you're all dressed up like that. Maybe some rich lady will take a fancy to you someday, and you'll be set for life. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter, convinced Lin Dong was putting on airs. Even Su Chun-Li couldn't stand listening anymore. Lin Dong, cut it out. We're all classmates here, no need to be so self-conscious. Look, I still deliver takeout part-time at night, don't I? I'm not ashamed to work for money. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Su Chun-Li to come to his rescue. Meanwhile, Shang Jiaojiao hadn't uttered a word the entire time. She just listened to the conversation, keeping her distance as if it had nothing to do with her. She'd been like this since high school, earning her the nickname Ice Queen. It was precisely this aloofness that gave people the impression she was someone to admire from afar, not to be trifled with. Lin Dong had once been one of those people. But now, money had given Lin Dong confidence. Jiao, what have you been up to lately? I thought you started working right after high school? Lin Dong smiled and struck up the conversation himself, paying no attention whatsoever to Neo Daeon and his crew. Neo Daeon's face darkened. He'd come looking for Lin Dong to drink, yet Lin Dong was flirting with women instead. And the woman he was hitting on? How could he possibly tolerate this? Neo Daeon fixed his gaze on Lin Dong, plotting to humiliate him later and make him look like a fool. Just then, Shang Jiaojiao spoke softly, I'm currently working in sales at East Lake Beyond. If you're interested, you're welcome to come take a look. Before Lin Dong could respond, his henchmen erupted in outrage. East Lake Shore? That villa district. The cheapest villa there costs 2 or 3 million. Only the rich and powerful live there. I'll never live in a villa in this lifetime, but you might want to consider it, brother Neo. The henchman chattered on while pouring wine for Neo Daeon. Neo Daeon furrowed his brow slightly, internally torn. He could tell Shang Jiaojiao was under immense sales pressure and desperately needed to close a deal. But the properties on the eastern shore of the lake were prohibitively expensive. A villa started at 2 million yuan. He had just taken over the furniture factory and had several million in assets, far better off than most people. But it still wasn't enough to buy 2 villas. Was it really worth spending that much money just to chase after a woman? Just as everyone exchanged glances and fell into a momentary silence, a matter-of-fact voice suddenly spoke up. Sure, no problem. I was just planning to get my parents a bigger place. A villa would be perfect. Why don't we schedule a time for me to take a look? Everyone turned to see who had spoken. It was Lin Dong. The entire room erupted in an instant. Especially Neo Daeon, who flushed bright red. This Lin Dong buying a villa? He was clearly just making excuses to harass Shang Jiaojiao. Jiao, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a working class guy. Where would he get the money to buy a villa? This guy has ulterior motives. Don't fall for his tricks. Neo Daeon was frantic, pacing back and forth, terrified this guy would beat him to his goddess. A crowd of classmates, relishing the drama, joined in the heckling.
Lin Dong, you really don't know a good thing when you see it. Jiao Jiao was just saying that offhand, and you actually took her up on it. Exactly. And now you're setting up a time to see the place? I bet you just want to see her, don't you? You're a grown man spouting nothing but hot air. You're not even as honest as Su Chunlai. At least he knows to deliver takeout to help out at home. Exactly. I'm embarrassed for you. Seeing so many people criticizing Lin Dong, Neo Daeong breathed a sigh of relief inside. Then, he shot Lin Dong a cold smile. Lin Dong, why'd you suddenly come back to Green Hills? If you can't make it in Tianhai, why not come work at my furniture factory? You'd make at least 5 or 6,000 a month. You can stay at home and save on rent. You're getting on in years. Stop talking nonsense all day. Instead of wasting time, you'd be better off tightening a few more screws. Who knows? In 30 or 50 years, you might even be able to buy a place in our county town. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Su Chun, standing nearby, flushed bright red. He felt embarrassed for Lin Dong in this situation. If it were him, he would have been too ashamed to stay any longer. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Jiaojiu paused for a moment. Then, surprisingly, she gave a rare, faint smile. Sure, I'm free tomorrow. Let's connect on WeChat so we can stay in touch anytime. Chapter 126, Stubborn to the End. At these words, everyone froze in place. Lin Dong's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth turned up. Alright, then add me. Watching Shang Jiaojiu and Lin Dong exchange contact details, Neo Daeong could no longer contain himself. His deep, resonant voice boomed. That wraps up today's gathering. It's getting late. Everyone, head home. Until we meet again. Seeing Neo Daeong's displeasure, everyone exchanged nervous glances. But no one dared say much. They knew exactly who was to blame for this mess, silently cursing Lin Dong's ancestors 18 times over in their minds. Soon, the gathering ended prematurely. Many still lingered around Neo Daeong, hoping to secure a good job at his furniture factory or borrow some money. Unfortunately, Neo Daeong's mind was nowhere near them. After searching for a while, he finally spotted Shang Jiajiao. Jiajiao, weren't you feeling unwell? Let me drive you home. My BMW is in the parking lot. To his surprise, Shang Jiajiao ignored Neo Daeong and instead kept staring intently at a certain spot. Following her gaze, he saw a sleek, stylish black coupe sporting a Tianhai City license plate. Compared to it, Neo Daeong's BMW, worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, seemed like a mere junior model, utterly unimpressive. This. Neo Daeong froze for a moment. Then, trying to save face, he quickly added, Isn't that my brother's car? Why is it parked here? Your brother's? Yeah, Jiao Jiao, this car belongs to a buddy of mine. He just got back from Tianhai. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a familiar, slightly lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. Factory manager Neo, how come I never knew you had a friend like this? Neo Daeong's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He'd just made it up on the spot to win Shang Jiajiao's favor. Little did he know the owner was standing right beside him. This time, he'd really hit a brick wall. Lin Dong? Why is it you? Just as Neo Daeong was feeling uneasy, he turned around and discovered that the speaker was none other than Lin Dong. Several classmates froze in shock. Was this Lin Dong out of his mind? Wearing a fake watch was bad enough, but now he was claiming this luxury car was his? This is getting ridiculous. Shang Jiajiao also furrowed her brows. She had actually held a favorable impression of Lin Dong. But who would have thought that just to show off, he'd have the audacity to claim this Porsche Panamera was his? In an instant, all her good feelings vanished. This man was full of hot air, utterly unreliable. Lin Dong, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't just say whatever comes to mind. We didn't call you out earlier to save face for you don't push your luck. Exactly. Didn't you hear brother Daeong say this car belongs to his friend? Across the entire Qingshan County, how many people can actually afford to drive this? Only someone of brother Daeong's stature could be buddies with such a big shot. The flattery from his classmates made Neo Daeong feel so high and mighty he lost all sense of reality. He immediately puffed out his chest and boomed, of course. Don't you know? Is there anyone in Qingshan County I don't know? This car belongs to my buddy. Back when he bought it, he even asked my opinion. In the end, he spent over $1 million. The moment he said this, the crowd erupted in a buzz of astonishment. Then came the flattery. Big Yong is awesome. Big Yong is truly the man. They even sought your advice on such an important matter. Yeah, brother Daeong, could you hook us up with an introduction? Seeing the crowd start to cheer him on, Neo Daeong nearly cursed under his breath. He'd only mentioned it offhand. Where would he even know the car owner? But just then, Neo Daeong suddenly noticed that Shang Jiajiao was also staring at him. It seemed she was quite interested in the owner of this Porsche Panamera. The villa she was currently selling targeted precisely this kind of wealthy clientele. If they could afford a luxury car costing over $1 million, a villa on the other side of East Lake would surely be within reach. Meeting Shang Jiajiao's eager gaze, Neo Daeong cleared his throat twice and said with practiced authority, Everyone, don't worry. My buddy should still be having dinner inside. Why don't I give him a call and check? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nyo Daeon pulled out his latest flip phone, pressed a few buttons with practiced ease, and held it to his ear. Everyone instinctively fell silent, waiting for the call to connect. Only Lin Dong stood with his arms crossed, wearing an expression that screamed he was here for the show. Act. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. As expected, after trying for ages, Nyo Daeon still couldn't get through. Finally, he sighed, feigning helplessness. Sorry, everyone. My buddy must be wasted. Can't get through on the phone. How about we talk about this later? Alright. Guess that's all we can do. Everyone nodded with a hint of disappointment. But they didn't doubt Nyo Daeon. After all, he owned a furniture factory and was doing better than any of his classmates. And he was the only one qualified to know the car owner. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shang Jiajiao's brow as she lowered her head slightly. It seemed she wouldn't have the chance to win this client after all. Just then, Lin Dong slowly walked up to the door of the Panamera. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Didn't you hear them? This car costs over $1 million. If it gets scratched or dented, we can't afford to pay for the damage. Seeing Lin Dong's actions, Su Chunlai was startled and hurriedly tried to pull him back. He couldn't bear to watch Lin Dong take such a huge risk just to show off. Over $1 million yuan, that was enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Lin Dong, what are you doing? That's my friend's car. I'm warning you, stay away from it. Nyo Daeon also shouted angrily. Earlier, he'd declared in front of everyone that the car belonged to his friend. Now, of course, he had to stand tall and defend his brother. The others, kept in the dark, were utterly speechless at this moment. How did our class end up with such a weirdo? Yeah, it's bad enough he's a loser, but he has to pretend to be something he's not. What a disgrace. Big Yong, why bother with someone like him? Just call the cops. Exactly. Your friend might even owe you one when they hear about this. Hearing this suggestion, Nyo Daeon's expression shifted slightly. If he really called the police, wouldn't the fact that he didn't know the car's owner be exposed the moment they arrived? Then he'd be humiliated beyond repair. Seeing Nyo Daeon dithering, Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. Alright, Nyo Daeon, stop trying to pull the wool over our eyes. Returning your friend's car, tell me, where is that friend of yours now? Nyo Daeon was left speechless by Lin Dong's retort. But he stubbornly stuck to his story. Didn't I just try calling him? It didn't go through. He must be busy. Besides, what does it have to do with you? Chapter 127, how could that be? Lin Dong got rich? Heh, who said it didn't connect? My phone's been on the whole time, didn't see you calling, though? Lin Dong chuckled as he pulled out his phone. Sure enough, it was on and working perfectly. Nyo Daeon frowned deeply. Had this Lin Dong just escaped from a mental hospital and forgotten to take his meds? Even now, he was still claiming the car was his. Beside him, Shang Jiaojia couldn't stand it anymore. Forget it. It's just a minor thing. No need to argue. I'll just take a taxi back myself. No need for anyone to drive me. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lin Dong suddenly walked toward Shang Jiaojia. Then, in front of everyone, he grabbed her delicate, boneless little hand. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Shang Jiaojia shuddered, staring at Lin Dong in disbelief. For a moment, she forgot to pull her hand away. Meanwhile, everyone else was left speechless. Especially Nyo Daeon, his face flushed crimson, his neck bulging with veins, raging like a mad bull, steam practically coming out of his nostrils. Lin Dong, let go of me. Unfortunately, Lin Dong seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed solely on Shang Jiaojia. Old classmate, it's getting late. Let me drive you home. Perfect timing, didn't we agree to look at apartments tomorrow? Hold on, we can discuss it further in the car. Lin Dong, you. Shang Jiaojiao's face flushed hot, her cheeks turning crimson. Even if she were completely clueless, she could tell Lin Dong was flirting with her. Beep. Swish. Just then, two frog-like headlights flashed on. The glare made everyone squint. Without hesitation, Lin Dong opened the passenger door with practiced ease and gestured invitingly. Please, old classmate. At that moment, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone felt as if their throats had been clamped shut, unable to utter a single sound. Countless eyes fixated on Lin Dong. Shock. Regret. Disbelief. A myriad of expressions flashed across their faces. Nyo Daeon's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg inside. How could this be? It's fake. Definitely fake. Nyo Daeon couldn't accept this reality, feeling a wave of suffocation. After a moment of shock, Shang Jiajiao's pretty face broke into an unprecedented look of wild joy. Lin Dong, this car is really yours? Of course it is. Then what about the house you mentioned? Lin Dong smiled faintly, ignoring the others present as he clasped Shang Jiajiao's small hand tightly. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I will definitely buy this villa. We'll go see it tomorrow. If it's suitable, we can sign the contract on the spot. Hearing this, Shang Jiaojia flushed crimson, lowering her head, unable to meet Lin Dong's intense gaze. As the saying goes, money talks. If it can't, then it's simply not enough money. Don't be fooled by Nyo Daeon taking over the furniture factory and boasting about his millions in assets. In reality, half of it was tied up in immovable factory assets and equipment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be driving a BMW worth only 2 or 300,000 yuan. Compare that to Lin Dong, whose cars alone are worth over $1 million. This proves his net worth is at least tens of millions, if not more. A thigh this thick? Only a fool wouldn't grab onto it. Dongzi. Did I hear that right? This car is really yours? Beside him, Su Chunlai was stunned. He trembled like he'd seen a ghost. You kid, you sure know how to hide things. I thought you were as broke as me. Sorry, Chunlai. This is on me. I'll let my dad know. Report to the Lihua Grand Hotel tomorrow. The position of lobby manager just opened up. Hearing this, everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Wasn't Lin Dong's father, Lin Shangqian, just a security guard at Lihua Grand Hotel? How could he possibly be in charge of the lobby manager? Lin Dong never made a statement unless it was shocking. He then added casually, "Oh, I forgot to mention yesterday, I bought out the entire Lihua Hotel. Now, my dad is the general manager." Not much, just 40 million. Lin Dong said it so casually, completely oblivious to the fact that Su Chunlai's head was about to explode. The other students remained utterly speechless, frozen in shock. As for Nyo Daeon, his face was flushed crimson and dark with embarrassment, wishing he could sink through the floor right then and there. Where was the smug satisfaction he'd worn just moments ago? Alright. Thanks, Lin Dong. You're my rock-solid buddy. Su Chunlai wept with joy. Had Lin Dong not still been holding Shang Jiaojiao's small hand, he would have nearly lunged forward for a hug. Alright, that's it. I'll take Jiaojiao home first. Lin Dong gave a cold smile, his disdainful gaze sweeping across the entire room. At that moment, not a single person dared meet his gaze. All bowed their heads involuntarily, their faces flushed with shame. They had fawned over Nyo Daeon for so long, calling him factory director Nyo with every breath. Yet compared to Lin Dong, he was nothing. Driving a beat-up BMW worth a couple 100,000 yuan, he still dared to lord it over Lin Dong. He was nothing but a clown among clowns, a McDonald's mascot. Lin Dong, no, I'm sorry. We were just joking earlier, please don't take it to heart. Lin Dong, is the hotel still hiring? I'll take any job, waiter, security guard, even cleaning toilets. Please, give me a chance. Please forgive us for our petty mistakes, don't hold it against us. These high school classmates who had just been mocking Lin Dong with scornful sarcasm did an about-face, their attitudes doing a complete 180-degree turn. Each bowed and scraped, groveling and fawning. What could he do? In this materialistic world, money ruled everything. No need. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively with a smile. The hotel has enough staff. Besides, we don't have that many wealthy women coming in to boost business. Right, everyone? Hearing this, the group of classmates felt utterly humiliated. Seeing the group looking utterly embarrassed and speechless, Lin Dong chuckled. Then he turned his gaze to Nyo Daeon, who stood rooted to the spot, still in a daze. Factory manager Nyo? Class monitor Nyo? Ha! Nyo Daeon froze. Only then did he realize Lin Dong was addressing him. The next moment, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying, instinctively bending his waist. Lin Dong, what can I do for you? Nothing. Just thought I'd mention it, if you're interested in watches, you could check out a luxury watch store sometime. Broaden your horizons. So you won't make another mistake in the future. As Lin Dong spoke, he waved his right hand. Under the car's headlights, the Patek Philippe's mirror-like surface shone brilliantly, every hand clearly visible. It had seemed rather unremarkable before. But now, on Lin Dong's wrist, it radiated unparalleled luxury and prestige. Hearing this, Nyo Daeon flushed crimson and cringed. Alright. At that moment, Nyo Daeon regretted his actions deeply. If only he hadn't acted so arrogant earlier and had genuinely connected with Lin Dong. Perhaps through Lin Dong, he could have connected with some big bosses. His furniture factory could have taken off to new heights. Now, forget about it. Soon, under the complex gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong strode away with Shang Jiaojia. Chapter 128, The Ride Home. Watching the rear lights of the Panamera vanish from sight, the group exchanged glances, their faces etched with regret. If blame was to be assigned, it lay squarely with their own blindness. They had squandered a life-changing opportunity. In stark contrast, Su Chunlai was jumping up and down with excitement. So I'm becoming the front desk manager at Lihua Grand Hotel? Haha, thanks to Lin Dong. You're truly my rock-solid buddy. Finally, no more getting up at dawn and working late nights delivering takeout. I'm heading home right now to tell my mom the good news. Before he could finish speaking, Su Chunlai pedaled off on his bicycle, speeding away. The others felt like they'd swallowed a fly's poop, uncomfortable and sour-faced. As the saying goes, comparison breeds resentment. Their own failures were painful enough, but Su Chunlai's success only deepened their envy and resentment. Meanwhile, inside the Porsche Panamera, Lin Dong gripped the steering wheel with one hand, occasionally glancing at the passenger seat. Once upon a time, he dared only to watch her from afar, the class beauty. Now, he could finally admire her beauty up close. Perhaps he could even find an opportunity to break through that final barrier. Lin Dong, thank you. Shang Jiaojiao smiled, her breath fragrant as orchids. If it weren't for you, Niu Daon would still be pestering me. And thanks to you, I got to ride in such a luxurious car for the first time. It really is something else. Lin Dong smiled faintly. It was no trouble at all. If you'd like to ride in one, you can do so every day from now on. Hearing this, Shang Jiaojiao seemed to recall something, her expression turning wistful. No, I can't. Sorry, I'm already married. What? Lin Dong froze abruptly, his brows furrowing tightly. He had never heard anything about her being married. Noticing Lin Dong's shock, Shang Jiaojiao lowered her head, feeling a bit ashamed. Soon after graduation, my parents arranged for me to get married. You know my family situation isn't great. On the way, Shang Jiaojiao recounted her story. Like Lin Dong, she came from an ordinary working-class family. Her parents worked hard all year just to scrape together enough for daily expenses. While other girls could afford dolls, she barely had new clothes. It was precisely because of her family's poverty that Shang Jiaojiao was determined to find a wealthy husband and change her life. Finally, several years after graduating high school, she met her current husband through a relative's introduction. He ran a chain of supermarkets and restaurants in the county seat, with assets worth tens of millions. Shang Jiaojiao's parents, lured by the large dowry, agreed to the marriage without consulting her. Shang Jiaojiao was powerless to resist and had no choice but to marry him. Soon after, she gave birth to a daughter. Unexpectedly, the good times didn't last. Within 2 years, due to poor management and food safety issues, the supermarket and restaurant businesses plummeted. Her husband also developed a gambling addiction, racking up a mountain of debt. The entire family's burden fell squarely on her shoulders. Shang Jiaojiao was forced back to work before her postpartum confinement period was even over. The money earned from selling the house was used not only to supplement household expenses but also to repay debts. Life had become even harder than before she got married. This month, she hasn't sold a single property. Desperate for a solution, she attended the class reunion. And that's when she met Lin Dong. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I never should have listened to my parents back then. That man is scum. He gambled away every penny. I must have been blind. Now my child is about to start kindergarten and I haven't even secured the tuition. I really don't know what to do. Sigh. As she spoke, Shang Jiaojiao couldn't help but shed a few pearl-like tears. Lin Dong promptly handed her a few tissues. Sorry, Lin Dong, for making you witness this. Shang Jiaojiao wiped her tears and gave a self-deprecating smile. Jiaojiao. Lin Dong's brow furrowed slightly. After hearing Shang Jiaojiao's story, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He had assumed that with her stunning figure and striking looks, she must be living a life better than anyone else's. But he never imagined she'd have to endure such hardship. But none of that mattered now. What mattered now was that Shang Jiaojiao's desires were stirring. If he so much as flicked his finger, this married woman wouldn't refuse him. In fact, she might be even more passionate and eager than he imagined. Sure enough, the moment Lin Dong grasped Shang Jiaojiao's small hand, her body instantly went limp, and her pretty face flushed visibly. Huff. Shang Jiaojiao's heart raced, her breathing grew heavy, and her eyes were fixed solely on this man who gave her such a sense of security. Lin Dong, I. Squeak. Lin Dong slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt by the roadside, pinning Shang Jiaojiao beneath him. It was nearly 10 o'clock now. The street was pitch black, and no one would notice them. But just as Lin Dong undid Shang Jiaojiao's clothes, before he could go any further. Ring ring. A phone rang. Shang Jiaojiao glanced at her phone and turned pale with fright, hastily pushing away the 2 hands on her chest. Shoo, don't talk. It's my husband. Hello, honey, what's wrong? Soon, a man's voice came through the phone. Honey, is the class reunion over? Why aren't you home yet? Did you go off fooling around with some other guy? Hey, answer me. Shang Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. Lin Dong noticed the subtle shift in her expression and slowly slid back into the driver's seat. Seeing this, Shang Jiaojiao let out a long sigh of relief inside. Then, cautiously, she said, Don't worry, I'll be home soon. You better hurry up. I'm hanging up. After hanging up, Shang Jiaojiao's face flushed crimson. Relieved, yet tinged with a hint of disappointment. Sorry, old friend, I really need to get home now. Let's catch up another time. She had expected Lin Dong to be angry and blame her. But to her surprise, Lin Dong just smiled and shook his head. No worries. Good things come to those who wait. I'm in no rush. Besides, we'll see each other tomorrow, won't we? You forgot I still need to go buy a villa at the East Lake Shore. Hearing this, Shang Jiaojiao's eyes widened in surprise. Then, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. She had thought the deal was about to fall through. But unexpectedly, Lin Dong had actually kept his word. Recalling Lin Dong's tender gesture moments ago, Shang Jiaojiao found herself growing increasingly fond of him. If it had been Niu Daong, he would have forced himself on her no matter what. Alright, old classmate, see you tomorrow. I won't let you down.
Shang Jiaojiao said this, her face flushing slightly. Soon, Lin Dong escorted her into the residential compound. Even after stepping through her front door, Shang Jiaojiao couldn't stop thinking about Lin Dong, her heart racing wildly. Even though she was already a married woman, she still felt like a young girl in love.
Meanwhile, watching Shang Jiaojiao's retreating figure, Lin Dong couldn't help but recall the former class beauty.
The two silhouettes gradually overlapped in his mind.
Poor woman. Thank goodness she met me. Tomorrow, I'll come to save you.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and pressed the accelerator.
Chapter 129, Buying a Villa. The next morning. Just after 7 or 8 o'clock, Lin Dong received a call.
It was Lin Xiangqian calling to say someone claiming to be Lin Dong's classmate had come in for an interview. And he wanted to be the front desk manager. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten to tell his father about Su Chunlai the night before. Just then, Su Chunlai also called.
Dongzi, they won't let me in. Don't be pulling my leg, I've already quit my job. Lin Dong couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. His laughter only made Su Chunlai panic more. Last night, fueled by alcohol, he'd cursed his boss out in the most vile terms. If Lin Dong was lying to him, he'd be out of a job. Dongzi, say something.
Don't worry, I'll talk to my dad right away. Soon, Lin Dong had secured a position for Su Chunlai.
The weight on his old classmate's heart finally lifted. It was a close call, almost everything went down the drain. Hey, Dongzi, didn't you say you were going to buy a house? Last night, when you walked our class beauty home, didn't anything happen? With the job settled, Su Chunlai couldn't resist asking the gossip.
Lin Dong smiled faintly.
It was too late last night. We agreed to meet today. Well then, good luck to you. Around 10 o'clock. Lin Dong drove his Panamera to the opposite shore of East Lake.
This area belonged to the new urban district of Qingshan County. It had undergone vigorous development in recent years, including the excavation of an artificial lake. Many of the county's wealthy and influential had purchased homes here. East Lake Shore was the renowned villa district in this area. Facing south with stunning scenery and convenient transportation. Hospitals, schools, and large supermarkets are conveniently located nearby, making it an ideal place to live. Of course, the property prices here aren't exactly cheap either. Even a basic townhouse costs over $1 million.
A decent townhouse will set you back $2 million.
As for the pricier standalone villas, you'd need at least $3 or $4 million to secure one. The moment Lin Dong pulled his car up to the entrance, a group of real estate agents' eyes widened like hungry wolves spotting meat. Anyone driving such a luxury car must be either rich or powerful. Besides, who would dare come to East Lake Beyond to buy a home without deep pockets? Good morning, sir. The moment Lin Dong stepped out of the car, 3 or 4 saleswomen in blue and white uniforms rushed over. They held brochures in their hands, their enthusiasm overflowing. Sir, you must be here to buy a property? Would you prefer a stacked villa or a townhouse? Someone as accomplished as you would definitely go for a lakeside standalone villa. The chatter from all sides was making Lin Dong's head spin. Sorry, I have an appointment. Is Shang Jiaojiao here? The moment they heard Lin Dong was here to see Shang Jiaojiao, the crowd dispersed in an instant, leaving him thoroughly disappointed. It seemed they weren't too fond of Shang Jiaojiao. What could they do? Who could blame them? Shang Jiaojiao was stunningly beautiful. Even after having a child, her beauty remained undiminished. In fact, she had grown even more mature and captivating. I'm sorry, sir, Jiaojiao is currently showing a property to a client and may not be available to see you. How about I show you around instead? It's all the same. A pretty young woman with a straight fringe approached. At first glance, her figure was quite nice. Beneath her uniform, a faint curve hinted at budding curves. As she spoke, she deliberately brushed against Lin Dong's arm. Such behavior was nothing out of the ordinary for the other saleswomen. For the sake of selling a property, such minor sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had come with the intention of having his way with Shang Jiaojiao. How could he possibly give up a full banquet for a simple home-cooked dish? So he simply shook his head. Sorry, I have plans with Miss Shang. I won't trouble you. All right. The saleswomen sighed in unison, their eyes brimming with envy and resentment toward Shang Jiaojiao. So what if she's got a pretty face? Look how she's got all these men wrapped around her finger. She's already married, yet she still has the nerve. Meanwhile, their glances toward Lin Dong grew increasingly hostile. Shang Jiaojiao must have already given herself to him. Otherwise, Lin Dong wouldn't have specifically named her to show the apartment. Lin Dong could easily see through their thoughts. Still, to find Shang Jiaojiao faster, he couldn't avoid asking these saleswomen for help. When asking for favors, one must show proper consideration. Here's the deal, whoever can lead me to Miss Shang, I'll send her a little red envelope. How about it? A small red envelope? The saleswomen all curled their lips in disdain. Driving such a fancy car, yet being so stingy. And you call that a small one? Not much, 2,000 yuan. 2,000? The next moment, everyone's expressions changed instantly, and one by one, they raised their hands. Pick me.
Pick me. Seriously? Hands up. I want a red envelope too. Give me a chance, bro. Such is the allure of money.
These women were even more pragmatic than imagined. 1 second ago, they dismissed the mention of a small red envelope. The next second, hearing the figure of 2,000 yuan, they practically wanted to stick themselves to him. Among the crowd, the girl with the straight fringe reacted fastest. She darted forward in a single stride, her small hands immediately wrapping around Lin Dong's arm, calling him brother with every breath. Her sweet, high-pitched voice was enough to make anyone's bones go weak. Brother, I know where Jiao Jiao is. I'll take you there. Alright, you're it. Seeing Lin Dong give his approval, the others felt resentful, but they could only curse their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. They just weren't fast enough. What's your name, beautiful? Bro, just call me Xiaoyu. Can we exchange WeChat contacts? Xiaoyu gave a faint smile. She looked like a recent college graduate. No wonder she was so enthusiastic about her job. But that's also because real estate commissions are quite high. For residential properties, it's usually 0.3%, while villas command higher rates, typically 0.8% to 1%. With good performance, you can earn more than 99% of jobs in the county. No wonder Shang Jiaojiao chose this profession. Only selling houses could help her pay off her family's mountain of gambling debts. Guided by Xiaoyu, Lin Dong entered a lake center garden filled with birdsong and floral fragrance. Green grass and vibrant flowers surrounded an artificial lake. Oh! Lin Dong's eyes lit up. He'd only heard that the area across Donghu Lake was quite nice. He hadn't expected it to be even more beautiful than he'd imagined. Noticing his expression, Xiaoyu immediately said, Bro, the villa district is just ahead. Our focus here is all about comfort and livability. Especially for the older generation, like your uncle and aunt. After dinner, they can take a stroll in the lake park, breathe in the fresh air, and it's sure to keep them healthy and help them live longer. Lin Dong nodded repeatedly. Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin had worked hard their whole lives, living in rundown neighborhoods for so long. It was time for a change of scenery. It was time for them to enjoy life and live out their golden years in peace. Soon, Xiaoyu launched into another round of warm inquiries, practically begging Lin Dong to buy a unit from her. Along the way, she dropped all sorts of verbal and physical hints. She was practically dragging him into the woods to make something happen. Though Lin Dong wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue. Compared to Shang Jiaojiao, this Xiaoyu still fell short. Thus, he remained unmoved. Chapter 130, Hero Saves the Beauty. Before long, Xiaoyu led Lin Dong to the lakeside villa district. This place was quite impressive, both in terms of its class and the way it was set up. Nestled beside the lake with distant views of landscaped gardens, it offered a refreshing and uplifting atmosphere. Even if not for Shang Jiaojiao, he would still prepare a suitable retirement environment for his parents. Brother, we're here. Jiaojiao is showing a client around its villa 9 up ahead. She should still be inside. Lin Dong couldn't help but perk up. From the outside, this 3-story villa had an undeniable charm that instantly captured my attention. In fact, Villa number 9 is one of the 3 most exclusive villas on the eastern shore of the lake. Its modern design exudes understated luxury. However, its price tag was enough to deter most people. 6 million. Undoubtedly the most expensive residence in all of East Lake Shore, indeed, in the entire Qingshan County. Thank you for your help. Lin Dong gave a slight nod. After speaking, he sent Xiaoyu a red envelope. At 5,000? Bro, didn't we agree on just 2,000? Xiaoyu stared with wide, watery eyes, her face aglow with surprise, her cherry red lips forming a perfect O. Originally, she'd been frustrated and disappointed that she hadn't managed to tempt Lin Dong. But unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so generous, directly transferring her 5,000 yuan. Ha, the extra is just a token of my appreciation. Alright, you go ahead and get back to work. Thanks, bro. Xiaoyu chuckled happily, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain. Just as Xiaoyu was about to leave, a commotion erupted from inside the villa, the sound of a heated argument between a man and a woman. Both of them couldn't help but look up. Mr. Zhang, what do you think you're doing? If you keep this up, I'm calling the police. The woman was panting heavily, seemingly struggling against something. Soon, the man's response came from the other side, his tone brutally harsh. You damn, what are you playing at? I'm your husband. What gives you the right to stop me from touching you? At that moment. Inside Villa number 9. Zhang Guangkuan, don't touch me. If you keep this up, I'll really call the police. A man with a greasy pompadour grabbed the arm of a saleswoman in a blue and white uniform, relentlessly tearing at her clothes. His face was etched with greed and lust. Jiao Jiao, just say yes to me. We haven't shared a bed in so long. I know you're still holding it against me. I'll change, okay? I'll never gamble again. The man was Zhang Guangkuan, Shang Jiajiao's husband. He used to own several large supermarkets and restaurants in the county. Later, his businesses failed, and he became addicted to gambling. Not only did he fail to win any money, but he ended up drowning in debt. After that, Shang Jiaojiao started working to earn money. Zhang Guangquan not only constantly demanded money from her but also frequently beat her. In a fit of anger, Shang Jiaojiao separated from Zhang Guangquan and rarely saw him afterward. Zhang Guangquan suspected she was seeing another man on the side. Especially last night, when Shang Jiaojiao didn't return home until after 10 p.m. Through the window, Zhang Guangquan even saw her getting out of a luxury car. When he again demanded they share a room, Shang Jiaojiao refused once more. Unwilling to accept defeat, he went straight to the other side of East Lake. Taking advantage of the empty surroundings, he revealed his true colors and attempted to force himself on her. But Shang Jiaojiao fought back fiercely. Seeing Shang Jiaojiao's resolute refusal, Zhang Guangquan flew into a rage. Smack! He slapped Shang Jiaojiao across the face, leaving her cheek flushed red as she stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. Damn it, you filthy! What are you playing at? I'm your husband, it's only natural I should sleep with you. Today, you're going to serve me right. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this house. Shang Jiaojiao's mind went blank, her heart feeling utterly dead. Tears streamed down her cheeks. After marrying him, she finally realized what a scumbag Zhang Guangquan truly was. He gambled and frequented prostitutes outside, and beat her at the slightest provocation. If not for their daughter, she would have divorced him long ago. Oomph, you're crying a bit too soon. Once we're in bed, I'll show you what it means to be in heaven and hell. Baby, I'm coming. Zhang Guangquan grinned. The next moment, he undid his belt, about to pull down his pants and force himself on her. Thump! 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 A series of footsteps suddenly echoed through the hallway. Before Zhang Guangquan could even turn around, a solid kick landed squarely on his back, sending him face-planting into the dirt. What? Shang Jiaojiao's pupils contracted. Before she could react, a man helped her to her feet. Jiaojiao, are you okay? Shang Jiaojiao turned to see that the man helping her up was none other than Lin Dong. Outside the door, Xiaoyu still stared wide-eyed, looking utterly bewildered. I'm fine. Shang Jiaojiao pressed her lips together, trying to tough it out. But she couldn't hold it in. Tears streamed down her face like rain, and she instinctively threw herself into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then naturally reached out, wrapped his arms around her, and gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. I'm here. It'll be okay. Xiaoyu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but notice the obvious romantic tension between them. She quickly made her way downstairs. Unexpectedly, just as the two were lost in tender embraces, pouring out their hearts to each other, Zhang Guangquan, who had been kicked to the ground moments before, staggered to his feet. Seeing them so affectionate together, he was furious enough to feel his liver ache. So that's why you refused me, you filthy whore. So you've been cheating on me all along, finding men on the side. You! Zhang Guangquan gritted his teeth in fury. The thought of his wife becoming another man's plaything filled him with unbearable rage. Especially when he pictured Shang Jiaojiao yielding to another man's advances, Zhang Guangquan's rage turned to fury. He clenched his fists, determined to teach Lin Dong a lesson. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated Lin Dong. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong didn't even glance at him before delivering a swift kick. A heavy thud echoed as Zhang Guangquan crashed to the ground once more. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Dong's foot came down hard, landing squarely on Zhang Guangquan's head, nearly crushing it. Help! Help me! Zhang Guangquan was on the verge of losing his mind. Those two kicks alone made it clear, Lin Dong was definitely a martial artist. He was no match for this man. Ha! Can't even take a single kick from me? What a useless piece of trash. A flicker of contempt crossed Lin Dong's eyes. This kind of scum deserves to be with Shang Jiaojiao? His gaze drifted downward. And with that measly little thing between your legs, you actually have the nerve to touch a woman? I advise you to save up some money and get a lengthening surgery at a big hospital. You. Zhang Guangquan was furious. But he was utterly helpless. He couldn't out-argue him, couldn't out-fight him, he was nothing but a punching bag. Little did he know, the real despair was yet to come. Why yo. A piercing alarm blared. Immediately after, two uniformed officers entered. Officers, help! Help me! Zhang Guangquan frantically reached out for help. Little did he know, the police were there to arrest him. We received a report of someone forcing a woman here? Shang Jiaojiao bit her lip and pointed accusingly. Officer, it's him. Before long, Zhang Guangquan was led away from the eastern shore of the lake. Both witness testimony and physical evidence were present. This time, not only would he be locked up for a while, but the marriage between him and Shang Jiaojiao would likely come to a complete end. Chapter 131, There's nothing I can do to repay you, except. Soon after, Lin Dong and Shang Jiaojiao finished their statements and walked out of the police station, getting into the Panamera. Jiaojiao, are you feeling better? MHM. Shang Jiaojiao nodded softly, her eyes brimming with trust and affection. Lin Dong smiled faintly, gently smoothing her disheveled hair. Last night had been too dark to get a good look. Now, up close, Lin Dong found Shang Jiaojiao even more irresistible than a ripe peach. Especially those alluring almond-shaped eyes, utterly irresistible. Shang Jiaojiao felt her heart racing as well.
Before Lin Dong could make his next move, she burrowed into his embrace, greedily inhaling the uniquely masculine scent.
She looked utterly starved for affection. Ever since Zhang Guangquan had become a gambling addict, Shang Jiaojiao had never let him touch her again. To be precise, she hadn't known pleasure for 3 or 4 years. Last night, Lin Dong's teasing had stirred the long-dormant desires within her once more.
Combined with today's heroic rescue, Shang Jiaojiao was now completely lost.
However, Lin Dong hadn't forgotten the main event. While running his hands over her body, he repeated yesterday's promise. Jiaojiao, just now, Xiaoyu gave me a tour of the place.
I think that villa number 9 is quite nice.
I plan to buy it for mom and dad to live in.
What do you think? Me? Hearing Lin Dong's question, Shang Jiaojiao flushed with embarrassment. Shouldn't he be asking the lady of the house about this?
Meeting Lin Dong's earnest, passionate gaze, Shang Jiaojiao bit her lip lightly and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "You have good taste.
Villa 9 is probably the best unit at East Lake Beyond. It's just a bit pricey, 6 million.
After saying that, Shang Jiaojiao felt a bit embarrassed herself.
6 million yuan could buy a decent house even in Tianhai.
Spending that much in a small place like Qingshan County was truly a bit of a waste. Realizing this, Shang Jiaojiao quickly added, "But I can try to negotiate the price for you.
Maybe we can get it a bit cheaper."
Lin Dong smiled and gently pinched her delicate nose.
But then your commission would be less, wouldn't it?
Well, Shang Jiaojiao shook her head. After all, she sold houses to make money. But when she thought of all Lin Dong had done for her, those commissions suddenly seemed insignificant.
Haha, just teasing you. Do I look like someone who's short on cash? 6 million it is. Let's head back to the sales office to sign the contract. What? Shang Jiaojiao's eyes widened in surprise at Lin Dong's unexpected generosity.
She couldn't tell if he was splurging just for her sake, or if he genuinely thought the villa was worth it. But either way, her commission was locked in.
About 50,000 yuan.
With this money, she could pay her daughter's kindergarten tuition.
Lin Dong,
Shang Jiaojiao's face flushed crimson as she nearly whispered into Lin Dong's ear, "I have nothing to repay you with. I hope you won't look down on me."
Why would I?
You're the class beauty every guy in our class dreams of.
I'm lucky to have you. How could I ever look down on you?
Before she could finish, Lin Dong pressed his lips firmly against Shang Jiaojiao's moist, red ones. Her face flushed from her neck to her ears, leaving her completely immobilized. Seeing the beauty so utterly at his mercy, Lin Dong wasn't about to let this chance slip away. Soon, he found a high-end hotel nearby.
Upon entering the room, he tossed Shang Jiaojiao onto the large bed.
Her saleswoman uniform was strewn everywhere.
The entire room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere.
Shang Jiaojiao dared not open her eyes. But the more she closed her eyes, the more vividly her other senses registered everything. First, a butterfly-like kiss grazed her forehead, followed by a series of French kisses. Finally, a conquest from top to bottom. Though Shang Jiaojiao had already given birth, both her figure and appearance remained exceptionally well preserved. In moments, Lin Dong was utterly intoxicated, unable to extricate himself. The alluring married woman before him gradually merged with the memory of the aloof class beauty. Time ticked by second. When the storm finally subsided, the sun had already set in the west. Shang Jiaojiao lay sprawled across the large bed, barely clothed and panting heavily, her snow-white skin flushed crimson. Lin Dong lit a post-coital cigarette, sitting at the bedside, watching this woman who lingered with reluctance. "Jiaojiao, once you get back, hurry up and divorce your husband. Whatever you need in the future, you can come to me. You hear me?" At first, Shang Jiaojiao hesitated slightly upon hearing these words. But recalling Zhang Guangquan's actions, she ultimately nodded firmly. The promise from the man before her gave her the courage she needed. From now on, she and her child would have someone to rely on. At that moment, Lin Dong glanced at the sky outside and let a faint smile touch his lips. "Looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow to sign the contract. You won't be going back tonight." The next morning, the two awoke in their hotel room. Once again, it was Lin Dong who dragged Shang Jiaojiao to the sales office. Once they signed the contract, Villa number 9 officially became his. "Lin Dong, thank you." Even now, Shang Jiaojiao felt as if she were still dreaming. At the same time, she felt incredibly fortunate to have attended that class reunion. Otherwise, she might still be stuck in that quagmire. Barring any surprises, Shang Jiaojiao would receive a 5,000 yuan commission, plus an additional 1,000 yuan bonus. After all, Villa number 9 was Donghu Beyond's flagship property, one that had deterred even many big bosses and remained unsold for ages. By closing this sale and adding it to her previous achievements, Shang Jiaojiao instantly became this month's top salesperson. Meanwhile, Lin Dong returned to the Lin residence. The moment he stepped through the door, his parents eagerly demanded to know where he had been the previous night. Lin Dong feigned mystery, leaving them in suspense. "Dad, Mom, I bought you a house. Pack your things. We're going to see it right now." "Son, what did you say? You two are getting on in years, you can't handle such sudden shocks." Li Xiuqin held a spatula in one hand and reached to touch Lin Dong's forehead with the other, suspecting he'd lost his mind from the heat. Otherwise, why would he be spouting nonsense this early in the morning? Such a major decision as buying a house, he didn't even discuss it with them and just went ahead and bought it in a single day? Lin Dong gave a wry smile and patiently explained, "A friend of mine works at the sales office and had a nice villa available. Since we've had enough of this old place anyway, I went ahead and bought it. Look, the contract is right here." Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiufan hurriedly took the contract. Upon seeing the transaction amount, they nearly fainted on the spot. 6 million? That's outrageous. Chapter 132, The Beauty Salon. The elderly couple was dumbfounded. Getting rich and buying a new house, that's perfectly normal. But a 6 million yuan villa? Wasn't that a bit extravagant? Just as the two were about to voice their complaints, Lin Dong resorted to being stubborn. "It's already bought, can't be returned. If we try to sell it now, we'll lose at least 1 million or 2. You two figure it out." Hearing this, the elderly couple fell silent. Losing such a huge sum for no reason seemed terribly unprofitable. It seemed they had no choice but to accept the situation. "Oh dear, what can I say about you? Enough, Xiqin. Isn't Xiaodong just looking out for us? Just accept his kindness. We're getting on in years, it's time we enjoyed some comfort." After Lin Xiangqian persuaded her for a while, Li Xiqin finally relented. After lunch, the two followed Lin Dong straight to the opposite shore of East Lake. About half an hour later, the trio arrived at the villa district. All the way there, the elderly couple chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with wonder, like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden. Their mouths never closed, remaining wide open the entire time. Especially when they saw the lakeside villas surrounded by the serene beauty of the lake and mountains, they couldn't help but praise Lin Dong's decision. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile faintly. At the same time, he felt a pang of emotion. Who would have thought that just 2 months ago, his family had been living hand to mouth? Now, they could live in a villa. To his surprise, when Lin Dong pulled up outside Villa number 9, a familiar figure stood at the entrance. Her face wore a warm smile, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. "Jiao Jiao, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at work at this hour?" Hearing this, Shang Jiao's cheeks flushed red. Her gaze toward Lin Dong held a hint of reproach. "And you have the nerve to say that? We've been apart for so long, and you didn't even call or text me." Just then, Lin Dong's parents approached. Seeing Lin Dong chatting animatedly with a beautiful woman, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Lin Dong, who is this? Young lady, do you have a boyfriend? How about our Dong? Let me tell you, he's got such a great personality, he'd be perfect for you." Lin Dong's mouth twitched. No matter where she went, his mother never forgot to set him up with someone. "Jiao Jiao, you go ahead and get back to work. If anything comes up, we'll talk on the phone." Shang Jiaojiu gave a light nod and hurried away in quick little steps. She feared that if she lingered a moment longer, Li Xiuqin would start asking about her birth chart to matchmake between them. Though she too longed to be Lin Dong's bride. But the thought of herself already married with a daughter while Lin Dong was a first-time groom inevitably made Shang Jiaojiu feel inferior. She could only bury those feelings deep within her heart. Li Xiuqin remained unaware of these feelings. Watching Shang Jiajiao's graceful figure recede, she swayed her head from side to side. TSK, what a lovely young girl. If only she could be my daughter-in-law, how wonderful that would be. Son, I see that young lady is quite fond of you. You should make your move and bring her home as your wife. Mom's counting on you to give me a big, healthy grandson next year." Hearing this, Lin Dong shook his head, torn between laughter and tears. "Mom, how do you know she'll have a son and not a daughter?" Li Xiuqin had a point. "Your Lin family has had 4 kids, and 3 of them are boys. I just don't believe you'd be so unlucky as to have a girl. Besides, that girl has big breasts and a wide hip, she's built to bear sons." Lin Dong chuckled awkwardly. "You can tell that just by looking? Alright, Mom, let's go inside and take a look." Once inside the villa, Li Xiuqin finally stopped bringing up the topic of finding a partner. Instead, she circled the 3-story house. Touching here, peering there. It was all so dazzling, she couldn't take it all in. Lin Xiangqian's eyes widened, his heart racing. "This villa is incredible. It's more luxurious than my older brother's houses. Wow, there's even a swimming pool." Lin Dong gave a non-committal chuckle. With his current wealth, he could afford even more extravagant properties. This villa was nothing more than child's play. "I'll have people start renovating this villa in a couple of days. From now on, this will be our new home. I'll give you the keys so you can come visit anytime." Hearing this, the elderly couple couldn't help but feel deeply moved. One of them couldn't hold back and shed tears of joy once more. "Our Lin family must have hit the jackpot." Lin Dong chuckled and shook his head. His thoughts drifted far away. The eldest and second brothers mentioned earlier by Lin Xiang were none other than his first uncle, Lin Xiangwen, and second uncle, Lin Xiangwu. They had done quite well for themselves, amassing a fortune of over 1 million years ago.
But Lin Dong hadn't forgotten that it was these two who, years ago, had forcibly seized dozens of acres of land that rightfully belonged to their family. This act had plunged Lin Xiangqian into the dire straits he now faced. We'll settle this score in due time. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. In a few days, it would be grandfather's 80th birthday. Then, a real show would unfold. Early the next morning. Lin Dong hadn't even woken up yet when Li Xiuqin dragged him out of bed. Sleep, sleep, sleep. What time is it and you're still sleeping? Your dad's already gone to work and you're still lying here. Lin Dong yawned sleepily and slowly sat up. Mom, what are you doing up so early? Hearing this, Li Xiuqin only grew more animated. Who was it who kept nagging me to take you to the beauty salon for some pampering? How could you forget everything the moment you turned your head? Sleeping like a pig? Lin Dong froze for a moment. So that's why Mom was up. Come to think of it, he was the one who brought it up first. After all, these past years, Li Xiuqin had been running the household and was too frugal to buy cosmetics, so she hadn't taken good care of herself. She looked several years older than her peers. Now that they had money, it was only natural to take better care of herself. Li Xiuqin took it to heart. After all, women love to look their best. Alright, I'll get up right away. That's more like it. Li Xiuqin nodded in satisfaction. Before long, the two arrived at the most upscale beauty salon in the county. The space was vast, occupying an entire floor. The decor was equally upscale, with every corner exuding refinement and taste, creating an atmosphere of luxury and extraordinary comfort. They quickly made their way to the front desk. A young woman with dyed blonde hair was idly playing with her phone. At first glance, the woman was quite attractive. Her figure was curvaceous. Especially those ample curves, nearly bursting out of her black short-sleeve top. Hello, I'd like to ask what services you offer here. Look for yourself. The blonde girl didn't even lift her head, casually tossing a brochure over. Lin Dong frowned at the sight. He was spending his own money to enjoy a service, not to be treated like a servant. This beauty salon was quite large, yet the service was so poor. Just then, the blonde woman glanced up and suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Aunt Xin, it's you? Chapter 133, I've got money to burn. Li Xiuqin froze for a moment. Then, recognizing the woman, her expression softened with surprise. Isn't this Xiu Xiu? How did you end up working at a beauty salon? Lin Dong was completely baffled. Could it be that his mother actually knew this woman? Son, this is Song Wenxiu. We used to work together at the same factory. What a surprise to run into her here. What a coincidence. Li Xiuqin was overjoyed, thrilled to have run into an acquaintance. Unexpectedly, the moment Song Wenxiu heard the words factory worker, her expression instantly fell. She seemed deeply averse to the label of factory worker. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone where it hurts, nor do you expose their weaknesses. Her attitude had never been particularly warm to begin with. Now, she turned outright sarcastic. Auntie Li, what are you doing here? At your age, what business do you have in a beauty salon? This kind of place is for young people. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin's expression turned awkward, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's all thanks to my son. He wanted to show his filial piety and brought me here for some pampering. He's doing pretty well for himself now, making some money. And just recently, he bought me a car. A car? Song Wenxiu froze for a moment. Then she noticed the young man accompanying Li Xiuqin. He was quite handsome. But he was Li Xiuqin's son, how could he possibly make big money? Buy a car? Even if he did, it would be nothing more than a cheap old man's car. Put. Seeing Li Xiuqin's deadpan expression, Song Wenxiu snorted with laughter, her eyes brimming with disdain. Enough, Aunt Li, stop showing off in front of me. That car your son bought you? Who knows how many times it's been resold. Whether it even runs is another story. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin frowned slightly. Even if she were a fool, she could tell the young girl was mocking her. Not a single kind word came out of her mouth. Besides, things aren't cheap around here. You're looking at thousands of dollars for even the most basic stuff. With that kind of money, what better could you do? Now get back to work. Don't hold me up. Song Wenxiu finished speaking and went back to fiddling with her phone. But was she really working? She was clearly goofing off, scrolling through short videos. Li Xiuqin felt her face grow hot with embarrassment and started to turn away. Lin Dong, however, was seething with anger. He slammed his hand down on the front desk. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? My mom wants a facial. Who do you think you are, bossing people around? And what's a few thousand yuan? Who do you think you're looking down on? Let me tell you, I've got money to burn. Hearing this, Song Wenxiu's eyes widened in surprise. Then she gave a cold snort. Oh my, Auntie Li, your son sure is something else. If you didn't know better, you'd think the richest man in Xingshan County had arrived. Alright, the fee schedule is right here. You can look at it yourselves. Song Wenxiu snorted again, impatiently slapping the brochure onto the table. Flipping it open, she saw a dazzling array of services listed. Laser hair removal, photo rejuvenation, hydration treatments, whitening treatments. Prices are also a bit higher than other places. Prices start at a few hundred and can go up to over 1,000. Plus, you can top up your account for membership. Crystal Tier membership, 8,888. Jade Level membership, 28,888. Gemstone Level membership, 88,888. And the most expensive Diamond Level membership, 188,888. These pricing tiers alone are enough to deter the vast majority. Finished looking? Get out of here. Auntie Lee, I'm not talking about you. At your age, trying to keep up with skincare trends, is it really necessary? Song Wenshio turned her head away and resumed scrolling through short videos. Her tone dripped with disdain. Just then, a calm and unassuming voice spoke up. Only 188,888 yuan? I thought it would be way more expensive. Sign me up for a diamond membership. What? Song Wenshio froze, wondering if she'd misheard. Then, unable to resist, she lifted her head and stared at Lin Dong for a long while. The more she saw his deadpan expression, the harder it was to hold back. Finally, she opened her mouth and burst into laughter. Laughing so hard, tears welled up in her eyes. Aunt Lee, has your son always been this funny? Diamond membership? Did he misread the price tag and think it was in yen? Or maybe Vietnamese dong? Hearing this, Li Xiuqin clenched her fists in anger. Back when she worked at the factory, all she knew about this girl was that she was all talk and no action, a bit lazy. Little did she know she'd turn out like this. She judges people by their appearance, and both her heart and mouth are filthy. Son, forget it. I'm not doing this maintenance. Let's go. Li Xiuqin turned to leave immediately. But to her surprise, she couldn't budge Lin Dong. Turning back, she saw Lin Dong's face harden as he pointed his index finger at the words diamond member once more. His tone was stiff and brooked no argument. Did you not hear me say I want this diamond membership, or did you not understand? If you can't hear and can't see, then someone else will take your place. As the saying goes, kindness invites abuse, and a gentle horse gets ridden. After being berated so harshly by Lin Dong, Song Wenshio, who had been puffing out his chest and glaring moments ago, instantly wilted. He dared not act as aggressively as before. Still, she couldn't resist slipping in a few snide remarks. Why are you yelling at me like that? Fine, I'll handle it for you. But if you can't come up with the money, don't blame me for calling security. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh. People like this bully the weak and fear the strong. If you don't stand your ground, they'd even dare to on your head. That's none of your concern. Whatever the price, I can afford it. Put. Song Wenshio rolled her eyes in disdain and shoved the payment QR code toward Lin Dong. She expected him to back down. But to her surprise, Lin Dong actually proceeded to scan it with all due formality. What are you pretending? If you can actually afford it. Alipay payment received 188,888 yuan. Hearing the payment notification chime, Song Wenshio was stunned. She tapped the notification repeatedly before finally confirming the money was real. Where did you get all this money? Seriously, 188,888? Song Wenshio's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Ha! Seeing Song Wenshio's wide-eyed expression, Li Xiuqin couldn't help but straighten her back and say triumphantly, Xiu, I forgot to tell you my son's made it big now. He's opened several stores in Tianhai and makes over $1 million a month. This is nothing. Oh, and he bought me and old Lin each a Mercedes, they're parked right outside. As she spoke, Li Xiuqin pulled out a set of Mercedes keys and deliberately waved them in front of Song Wenshio. This time, Song Wenshio couldn't help but believe her. She knew Li Xiuqin wasn't the type to lie through her teeth. Which meant the Lin family had truly turned their fortunes around, striking it rich overnight. The next moment, Song Wenshio's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Her face lit up with a smile, her eyes lowered. Oh my, Aunt Lee, I'm so sorry I was half asleep just now. Please don't take those words seriously. Chapter 134, Childhood Friend. Poof. Lin Dong gave a cold chuckle, ignoring Song Wenshio's fawning attentions. He'd seen far too many of these two-faced nobodies, arrogant at first, then suddenly obsequious. Exchanging more words with them was a waste of time. Seeing Lin Dong unmoved, Song Wenshio turned her attention to Li Xiuqin, playing the sympathy card. Auntie Lee, I was young and didn't know any better. For the sake of our past friendship, please don't be angry. If the manager finds out, I'll get scolded and have my wages docked again. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Song Wenshio pleaded earnestly. Her pitiful expression was just short of squeezing out a couple of tears. Li Xiuqin, her heart softening, finally nodded. Just this once. Don't let it happen again. Thank you so much, Auntie Lee. Xiu, I'm just saying you finally found a job. Be more diligent. Don't spend all day playing around. Song Wenshio blushed crimson at the rebuke. Of course, all of this hinged on Lin Dong's financial clout. If Lin Dong had no money or reservations, she'd still be looking down on him with her dogged eyes. By the way, Auntie Lee, if I may ask, does your son, this handsome young man here, have a girlfriend? Song Wenshio inquired tentatively. Li Xiuqin instinctively shook her head. Unexpectedly, the other party seized the opportunity. Great. I'm single too. Song Wenshio's face lit up with delight as she stepped out from behind the front desk. She deliberately bent over. From Lin Dong's angle, he could just catch a glimpse of snow-white skin and a faint hint of rosy red. Song Wenshio couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. This could work. If she could just hook up with Lin Dong, why bother working anymore? She could marry a rich man and buy whatever she wanted. Ahem. Li Xiuqin was no fool either. Seeing her affected manner, how could anyone not know she had set her sights on Lin Dong? Yet she knew full well that Song Wenshio was no good woman, and certainly no model wife or mother. As far as she knew, back when they worked at the factory, Song Wenshio had often hung out with some young men, staying out late into the night. Sometimes she'd come home completely drunk. She'd even gone to the hospital for some kind of procedure. Li Xiuqin was traditional and conservative, and she couldn't stand such loose women. Therefore, before Song Wenshio could say much more, she grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said, "Son, we've paid the money and got the membership. Let's hurry inside." Lin Dong nodded slightly and walked straight inside. Throughout the entire process, he paid no attention to Song Wenshio's flattery, leaving her feeling like a pig looking in the mirror, uncomfortable on all sides. Oomph. Song Wenshio stamped her foot, feeling utterly disillusioned. With her figure and looks, why wouldn't Lin Dong even glance her way? Just then, something suddenly occurred to her, and she flashed a look of sudden realization. Wait, I know. It must be because Aunt Lee is nearby he can't relax. Hold on, I'll find a chance to meet him privately. I'll show him I can win him over. In Song Wenshio's eyes, Lin Dong was no different from any other man he must be lusting after her body. But with Li Xiuqin present, he couldn't make a move. If she took the initiative, she could easily have him wrapped around her finger. If Lin Dong knew this, he'd surely scoff at the idea. He did enjoy women, but he certainly didn't fancy someone like Song Wenshio. After tasting fine rice, who would still crave coarse grains? At the beauty salon, Li Xiuqin was getting her beauty treatment. Lin Dong waited outside, idly playing with his phone. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. Lin Dong? Is it really you? When did you get back? Why didn't you say anything? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then he looked up. A man with a crew cut was looking at him with a delighted expression. Lin Dong felt a sense of familiarity. But for the life of him, he couldn't place who the other man was. Me. Mao Pang. The guy who grew up in split crotch pants. Seeing Lin Dong's confused expression, the man volunteered his name. Lin Dong finally snapped out of it, and fragments of memories began to surface in his mind. Mao Peng, his childhood neighbor. Since they were about the same age, they often played together and got along pretty well. Later, Mao Peng's parents made some money in business and moved away, and the two lost touch. He never imagined they'd meet here. Could it be that he was here for the same reason as him, accompanying his mother for beauty treatments? Donzi, how's life treating you? I ran into your dad on the street earlier. He said you went to Tian High. You're not making big bucks, are you? Hearing Mao Peng's roundabout way of inquiring about his situation, Lin Dong didn't brag. He replied casually, not bad. A few thousand a month. Just scraping by. Hearing this, Mao Peng visibly relaxed. Such is human nature these days. We dread seeing our brothers struggle, yet we also dread seeing them drive a Range Rover. Then, an even brighter smile spread across Mao Peng's face. Stop pretending. I know you too well, kid. You've always been all about saving face. You must have failed to make it in the big city, that's why you came back to the county town. I've got a money-making gig here. Want to give it a shot? Do it right, and you could make tens of thousands in one go. Lin Dong's brow furrowed slightly. He knew Mao Peng's parents were in business. But in this current climate, what kind of work could possibly pay tens of thousands in a single go? Could it be some shady scheme? Or even illegal activities? Noticing Lin Dong's suspicious look, Mao Peng smirked and said mysteriously, relax, we're childhood buddies. Would I screw you over? Besides, with my timid nature, even if you asked me to rob a bank, I wouldn't dare. Then what is it? Lin Dong shook his head. He couldn't imagine what kind of job could earn tens of thousands so easily. And if it was really that easy to make money, why wouldn't Mao Peng keep it all to himself instead of dragging him into it? The old Lin Dong would have agreed without a second thought. But now, with over 3 billion yuan sitting in his bank account, why would he risk it all for such a small sum? It's simple. Just go out for a drink. A few tens of thousands? Easy money. Drinking? That's how much you make? Lin Dong looked skeptical. Of course. Take a look for yourself. Mao Peng grinned smugly, flaunting his wealth. This entire outfit, including my shoes, all designer brands. And this iPhone, the latest model. Had Mao Peng not mentioned it, Lin Dong wouldn't have noticed. This kid's outfit was actually better than his own. He wore a suit worth tens of thousands, and on his wrist was a gold-rimmed Rolex at least 6 figures. Donzi, don't hesitate, come with me. Just show your face, and $1 million will hit your account right away. Mao Peng couldn't wait to speak, forcibly dragging Lin Dong to his feet. Lin Dong was bored anyway, so he offered no resistance. He sent a text to Li Xiaoqin, who was getting a facial, then followed Mao Pang out of the beauty salon. Chapter 135, Pimping. Before long, the two hailed a cab and arrived at a KTV. This place was upscale, with a nice atmosphere and high privacy. Naturally, the prices were steep. Welcome. As soon as they entered, two attendants flanked them to greet them. Mao Pang seemed quite familiar with the place, greeting them with ease. Which private room are Sister Wang and the others in? Sister Wang is in pink mood. Mao Pang nodded and strode forward with confidence. At first glance, he looked like a small-time boss. The waiter gave Lin Dong a once-over, smiled knowingly, and said nothing more. But Lin Dong felt utterly uncomfortable, his skin crawling with goosebumps. Lin Dong, this is the place. Go on in. Lin Dong followed Mao Pang into the private room. The dim lighting here deliberately created an ambiguous atmosphere. Inside sat three heavily made-up middle-aged women. The eldest was in her 50s, while the youngest was still in her 40s. Each was decked out in gold and silver jewelry, dressed in lavish attire, as if deliberately flaunting their wealth. Oh my, a handsome young man has arrived. Xiaopeng, you really didn't lie to me. I'll reward you later. Xiaopeng, hurry up and introduce us. Who is this handsome guy? In an instant, Lin Dong felt 6 pairs of green eyes fixated on him. Like starving she-wolves, they were ravenous, practically salivating, as if they wanted to devour him whole right then and there. Ahem, Sister Wang, don't get ahead of yourself. Let my friend introduce himself. Mao Pang shot Lin Dong a meaningful glance, urging him to make a good impression. By now, Lin Dong knew full well that the lucrative job Mao Pang had mentioned meant catering to wealthy women. He couldn't take it anymore and shook his head. Hello, ladies. I had no idea this was the kind of setup before coming. Sorry, you ladies will just have to entertain yourselves. With that, Lin Dong turned and walked away. Seeing this, the 3 wealthy women froze in shock. They had assumed Mao Pang had already made arrangements with Lin Dong. But unexpectedly, Lin Dong was leaving as soon as he arrived. Yet precisely because of this, the 3 wealthy women found him even more intriguing. After playing around for so long, they'd grown tired of the meek little turtle and were eager to taste what the stubborn little hottie was like. He must be quite tasty, right? Lin Dong, don't rush off just yet. Didn't we agree to have a couple drinks before talking about other things? Do you even consider me your childhood friend anymore? Seeing the sure thing slipping away, Mao Pang panicked and quickly stood in the doorway. Then, leaning close to Lin Dong's ear, he whispered, I know this kind of thing is hard to accept all at once. But these days, when it comes to making money, you gotta be bold. These rich women crave excitement, they'll spend whatever it takes. Money's just a number to them. Mao Pang winked at Lin Dong, a peculiar grin spreading across his face. As long as you keep them happy, the money will just pour in, right? This. Lin Dong was speechless. He had always thought Mao Pang would take over his parents' business. But who knew the kid would go down the wrong path and start messing with this kind of business? Pimping for prostitutes is called pimping. What is Mao Pang doing? A matchmaker? Catching the hint of contempt in Lin Dong's eyes, Mao Pang felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. Lin Dong, I'm only sharing this money-making opportunity with you because we're childhood buddies. What's with that look? It's just drinking a couple of glasses with them, holding hands, it won't cost you a thing. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Drink a few drinks, touch a hand, and make tens of thousands? Was Mao Pang just stupid, or did he think Lin Dong was? Since Mao Pang didn't consider him a friend and was forcing him into a pit of fire, he couldn't be blamed for what followed. After a moment's thought, Lin Dong nodded with feigned resignation. Fine. For your sake, I'll stay for a couple of drinks. Just 2 drinks, no more. Hearing this, Mao Pang's eyes lit up. The 3 wealthy women giggled. She deliberately undid a few buttons, lowering her neckline. If they'd been young, beautiful women, Lin Dong might have given them a second glance. He might even have taken them right then and there. But these wealthy women were clearly nouveau riche. No amount of money could mask their down-to-earth vulgarity from head to toe. Their speech and mannerisms were haughtily superior. As if Lin Dong should be the one paying them. Handsome, you don't need to stand here pulling our hair. Don't worry, we sisters have plenty of money. Haven't you seen all the designer labels Mao Pang is wearing? We bought them all for him. As long as you make us happy and take good care of us, money won't be an issue. Sis, we just love a guy with your kind of beefy build and wild temperament, haha. Among them, a plump, wealthy woman with fiery red lips laughed exuberantly, her eyes never leaving Lin Dong for a moment. It was clear she was quite interested in Lin Dong. Seeing this, Mao Pang flashed a hint of jealousy, as if worried Lin Dong would steal his business and spotlight. Still, thinking of the hefty commission, he grinned and said, Sis Wang, if you like him, that's all that matters. I was worried you might not even give him a second glance. Dongzi, this is Sister Wang. She owns several buildings in our county town, raking in hundreds of thousands just from rent each month. That one is Sister Lu, and over there is Sister Sunday. In no time, Mao Pang introduced the 3 wealthy women. They were all the type of wealthy older women with money to burn, craving excitement. Mao Pang had tapped into their psychology, willing to sacrifice his dignity to cater to their every whim. But earning money this way felt utterly degrading and despicable. Just then, Mao Pang edged closer to the wealthy Ms. Lu. She treated him like a pet, patting his head and giving his butt a squeeze. Mao Pang dared not even breathe heavily, his face still plastered with a fawning smile. "Handsome boy, why aren't you drinking?" "Oh, I haven't even asked your name yet." Sister Wang grinned, finding Lin Dong more and more to her liking. She couldn't wait to try some exciting activities with him. This KTV was popular among rich women like them precisely because of its strong privacy and excellent soundproofing. In this pink-themed private room, no matter how much noise you made, no one would come to disturb you. Plus, tucked away in the corner cabinet were some fun-enhancing toys. Guaranteed to keep customers entertained. "Oh, my surname is Lin. My name is Lin Dong. Sorry, I'll just have a couple drinks and leave." Lin Dong picked up his red wine with utter indifference and downed it in one gulp. Despite it being high-proof rum, his face didn't flush at all. In contrast, Sister Wang's face flushed bright red after just one sip. The fleshy folds on her face trembled slightly. One more glance, and it would keep you awake at night. The remaining two wealthy women exchanged glances, sensing something was off. This guy can really hold his liquor. After downing a glass, he looked perfectly fine. How were they ever going to get him drunk like this? Chapter 136, Reaping What You Sow. "Xiao Pang, haven't you forgotten something?" The two wealthy women tugged at Mao Pang, their eyes darting wildly. Mao Pang froze for a moment. Then he slapped his forehead hard. "Look at me so caught up in drinking, I completely forgot to order some snacks and fruit. Hold on a sec, I'll be right back." With that, Mao Pang stood up and walked straight out of the private room. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't stupid, he could clearly see the others were working together. He just didn't know what exactly they were up to. "Handsome, name your price. How much for one night with your sister?" "How about 50 grand? Now that Mao Pang had left, Sister Wang's true colors were showing. She kept licking her dry, cracked lips, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Dong. Lu and Sun were equally insatiable. It seemed as though they would pounce the moment Lin Dong gave his consent. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head, completely unmoved. "No thanks. I'm not that kind of person. Mao Pang called me here just to drink. He never mentioned anything else." "Oh, come on, you have to be flexible. Didn't you come here to make money?" Sister Wang coaxed him gently, pouring another glass of wine for Lin Dong. "Besides, 5,000 isn't bad money. Add a little more, and you could buy a car." "Exactly. That male model I booked last time only cost 10,000, and he took care of me perfectly. 500,000, aren't you satisfied with that?" Seeing Lin Dong unmoved, the three wealthy women exchanged glances and continued to up the ante. "All right, I'll add another 50 grand. On the condition that you accompany all three of us sisters and satisfy us completely." "Exactly. If you satisfy me, I'll spend hundreds of thousands a month to keep you. Think it over. This price is already high enough." Lin Dong sneered inwardly. To others, this money was indeed a fortune. Grit his teeth, please a few old women, and become rich overnight, why not? Too bad they picked the wrong guy. The Lin Dong of today wasn't short on cash. "I told you, I don't do this sort of thing," Lin Dong stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the wealthy women Lu and Sun flew into a rage. Their eyes blazed as they hurled insults. "What are you playing at? You're just being ungrateful." "Exactly. Do you even realize how much money your childhood friend made off us? Don't you envy him at all? Be reasonable. Take off your clothes now and let us have some fun." The two wealthy women were accustomed to throwing money at people. They'd always gotten their way. But someone as ungrateful as Lin Dong? This was a first. Spending hundreds of thousands a month to keep him and he still refuses? He's either an idiot or has something wrong with his head. Poof. Lin Dong let out a cold laugh, his expression showing no sign of panic. "Let's call it a night. Pretend I never came." "No, no, no." Seeing Lin Dong about to leave, Sister Wang suddenly couldn't sit still. Though a flash of anger flickered in her eyes. On the surface, she remained earnest and conciliatory. "Hey, handsome, take it easy. Didn't you say you wanted to have a couple of drinks? Why leave after just one?" The other two wealthy women caught on immediately, understanding Sister Wang's intentions. They quickly softened their tone and apologized profusely. "Handsome guy, we were in the wrong earlier. Don't take it to heart. Come on, let's keep drinking." Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of wariness in his gaze. Just then, Mao Pang opened the door and pushed in a cart loaded with fruits and snacks. "Fruits here. Everyone's been waiting impatiently, right? Dongzi, you're already here, don't rush off." The three wealthy women quickly chimed in. "Handsome guy, don't just drink, eat something too." Lin Dong casually took a slice of watermelon. Seeing this, the group shared a knowing smile. "All right, all good now. Let's keep the party going, haha." Mao Pang and the wealthy women clinked glasses, toasted each other, and played bride and groom games. No wonder this guy makes so much money. His knack for charming women was truly remarkable. With just a few words, he had the wealthy women giggling away.
Just then, Lin Dong suddenly noticed something off about their expressions. Their eyes glazed over, and they began undressing themselves as if overcome by intense heat. Ha! Lin Dong froze for a moment. He turned his head. Sure enough, Mao Pang had also entered some kind of dazed state. Hey, handsome, come play with us. Now that you're here, you're not leaving. Money? Your sister will still give you some. The three wealthy women giggled merrily as they all pressed in on Lin Dong. One grabbed each of his arms, while Sister Wang practically tried to burrow into his embrace. Even if Lin Dong were as dumb as a rock, he'd realize Mao Pang had drugged him. And it was the most vicious kind of love potion. Sorry about this, Lin Dong. We brought you here. But don't worry, I won't let you down. Mao Pang chuckled as he pulled out his phone and snapped several rapid-fire photos. Click, click. Mao Pang, what are you doing? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this Mao Pang was full of tricks. He'd taken several photos, clearly intending to blackmail him. Don't blame me. I'm only doing this because I'm afraid you'll run away. As long as you don't spill the beans, no one will ever know. Hearing this, Lin Dong's gaze turned icy. Since you've shown yourself to be this heartless and ungrateful, he saw no reason to hold on to any past affection. Get the hell out of my way. Before the words had even left his mouth, Lin Dong's massive frame trembled, sending several of them flying backward as he plopped down onto the ground. What? Mao Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Dong had clearly eaten the drugged fruit. How could he be completely unaffected? Mao Pang, you brought this on yourself. No, Dongzi, I was wrong. Mao Pang was terrified and immediately begged for mercy. Lin Dong paid no heed, yanking him by the collar and landing 2 sharp slaps across his face. Smack! Smack! Mao Pang reeled from the blows, stars dancing before his eyes. Then, his phone was snatched away. Lin Dong first wiped the phone clean, then crushed it underfoot, leaving no trace behind. Just then, the effects of the drugs peaked in the 3 wealthy women. Their faces flushed crimson, their eyes glazed over. As passion deepened, she even rummaged through the closet and pulled out some little toys. Whips, ropes, candles. Lin Dong's brow furrowed deeply. Now he finally understood how Mao Pang could earn so much money. He was clearly treating himself like a dog, entertaining these rich women for their amusement. Since you enjoy playing so much, today I'll let you play to your heart's content. Lin Dong snorted coldly, forcing Mao Pang to eat the fruits. Soon, under the drug's influence, Mao Pang lost all rationality, frantically unbuttoning his own shirt. The 3 wealthy women, already as restless as ants on a hot pan, immediately began groping him. The entire private room was thick with lustful energy. But no matter how you looked at it, it was painful to watch. Turn their own tactics against them. When you wake up, I wonder if you'll still be laughing. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly as he opened the door and walked straight out. Having deliberately left the door open, anyone passing by could see the unsightly scene inside. It wouldn't be long before their names became notorious throughout the county. Lin Dong felt no remorse whatsoever. They had brought this upon themselves. Chapter 137, The Birthday Banquet. Early the next morning, Lin Dong was jolted awake by a ringing phone. He rubbed his eyes, saw who was calling, and couldn't help but let a playful smile curve his lips. He deliberately waited a moment before pressing the answer button with deliberate calm. The moment the call connected, a roar erupted from the other end. Lin Dong, you animal. Where the hell are you? I'm gonna kill you. Bang! Bang! Before he could finish, the sound of smashing and crashing erupted again on the other end. It was clear the other party was beyond furious. Hurry up! Get your ass over here and apologize. Damn it, do you even know what you've done? You better believe I can make sure you can't even survive in Qingshan County. Seeing the other party still threatening him, Lin Dong stretched lazily and replied calmly, Mao Pang, what does this have to do with me? Weren't those rich women all brought in by you? And all the stuff was prepared by your people, right? Who knew you guys would go so big? I was shocked. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling, haha. Hearing Lin Dong's dismissive, mocking laughter, Mao Pang nearly exploded with rage. His face flushed crimson, his neck bulging, as he stomped his feet in fury. Damn it, you just wait. I'm bringing people to find you right now. Let me tell you, those rich women aren't people you mess with. You'll be spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair, a vegetable. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. If Mao Pang had spoken to him calmly, perhaps, out of respect for their past acquaintance, he could pretend nothing had happened. But if Mao Pang was this unreasonable, then he was going to have a serious talk with him. Mao Pang, if I were you, I wouldn't have done that. Did you forget that yesterday, while you were doing that kind of thing, I was right there in the private room? Actually, I wasn't just watching, I took plenty of photos and videos too, as keepsakes. What? Hearing this, Mao Pang was struck as if by lightning, his mind buzzing. His expression immediately shifted. He forced a sheepish smile and said, trying to curry favor, No, Lin Dong, Dongo, I was wrong. Please don't share those photos and videos. Otherwise, they'll really tear me apart. Lin Dong curled his lip in disdain. You just can't give a good face to this kind of small-minded person. Then, Lin Dong spoke calmly, "Go back and tell those rich women, if they don't want this blown out of proportion, they'd better keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, I'll make sure they're disgraced and can never hold their heads up again."
Got it, no problem. Mao Pang instantly perked up, his energy skyrocketing. He pounded his chest and promised, "Big brother Dong, rest assured. This matter is known only to heaven and earth, you and me. I won't bother you again, and I guarantee they won't cause you any trouble either." "Alright, get lost."
Lin Dong hung up impatiently. Then he blocked Mao Pang's number. Having this childhood friend's number in his contacts was nothing short of a stain. Fortunately, he'd been cautious yesterday.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Son, who are you calling so early in the morning? Today's your grandfather's birthday. We need to hurry over."
Just then, Li Xiaoqin, fresh from getting her hair done, knocked on the door. After returning from the beauty salon, she looked radiant and much more energetic. Even Lin Shangqian was taken aback, praising her for looking a decade younger like when they first fell in love. Lin Dong nodded in agreement.
They say you get what you pay for. The most expensive package at the high-end salon was definitely worth every penny. Now, with a new outfit and a fresh hairstyle, Li Xiaoqin was practically unrecognizable. To the uninitiated, she could easily pass for a wealthy socialite.
Of course, Li Xiaoqin had gone to such lengths to dress up precisely for Lin Changqing's 80th birthday celebration. She wouldn't let him down.
"Hurry up, we can't be late." "Got it, Mom."
Lin Dong dressed quickly and neatly. Stepping into the living room, he saw the elderly couple had already bought quite a few gifts. Most were health supplements and such, totaling only a few thousand yuan.
"Lin, why don't we go buy some more? This isn't enough, is it?" Enough. Why buy so many expensive things?"
"That's what you say, but your older brothers definitely bought more than us." Watching the couple argue back and forth, Lin Dong smiled faintly.
"Dad, Mom, don't worry. I've already prepared the birthday gift for Grandpa. It's in my car. I guarantee it'll be better than what Uncle 1 and Uncle 2 combined could offer." Hearing this, the elderly couple's eyes lit up. Then came another wave of admiration.
Their son had grown up and had good taste. Soon after, the three of them rode in Lin Dong's Panamera, driving toward Linjia village. Most residents of Linjia village bore the surname Lin. Lin Changqing's branch held considerable prestige in the village. He had 3 sons, and his family had branched out and thrived. Lin Changqing owned a full 100 acres of land. Later, he divided this land among his sons and daughters. Logically, each should have received 25 acres. However, at that time, Lin Xiangqian was working at the factory. The eldest son, Lin Xiangguan, and the second son, Lin Xianggu, conspired to seize and divide the land that rightfully belonged to Lin Xiangqian, falsely claiming they were managing it for him. The result? They held on to it for a full decade. Using that land, the 2 brothers grew fruit and raised livestock, earning over 100,000 yuan extra each year.
However, Lin Xiangqian never received any share of the money.
Li Xiaoqin confronted Lin Changqing several times. But each time, it ended in nothing. It was clear that Lin Changqing favored the 2 brothers and couldn't care less about Lin Xiangqian's well-being. As the balance shifted, the 2 brothers earned increasingly more money, gradually becoming a wealthy family. In contrast, Lin Xiangqian, now an old man, had to seek work outside as a security guard.
This time, Lin Changqing's 80th birthday held great significance.
Not only were his 3 sons and 1 daughter present, but a large gathering of the Lin family's relatives also attended to celebrate the old man's birthday.
It was a bustling affair.
Around 11 o'clock, Lin Dong drove his car to the entrance of the alley leading to Lin village. By then, the Lin family's ancestral home was already decked out with festive decorations, radiating a joyous atmosphere everywhere.
Many people of all ages were moving about nearby. "Son, it's too crowded inside. Let's just park here."
"Yeah, if we're late, your grandfather will start complaining again." Lin Dong nodded and found a nearby spot to park.
He then retrieved the birthday gift he had prepared earlier.
When Lin Dong opened the gift box, the elderly couple saw the blue and white porcelain adorned with intricate patterns and vividly carved water dragon motifs, and they couldn't help but gasp in admiration.
"Son, is this the birthday gift you prepared for Grandpa? This looks expensive, at least tens of thousands, right?"
Lin Dong shook his head without explanation. The urgent matter now was to hurry inside.
"Come on, Dad, Mom, let's not keep Grandpa waiting." Chapter 138, Showing Off.
The Lin family ancestral home. A large character for longevity was pasted in the center of the living room. A white-haired old man sat in a grand armchair, propping himself up with a dragon-headed walking stick. His face was gaunt, his frame thin. He bore a certain resemblance to Lin Xiangqian in his eyes and brow.
Ahem!
The old gentleman cleared his throat softly. 2 middle-aged men immediately gathered around, offering warm greetings and concerned inquiries.
"Dad, are you okay?" I'm fine.
The old man waved his hand dismissively. Looking at his 2 broad-shouldered, stout sons, he smiled with satisfaction.
"With you 2 by my side, nothing can go wrong."
But then the old man suddenly changed the subject. "Unlike the 3rd son, it's this late and he still hasn't shown up.
I wonder if he even remembers me as his father. Ahem.
Hearing Lin Xiangqing's words, the two brothers exchanged glances. The eldest son, Lin Xiangwen, spoke first. Dad, you're being unfair. Third brother lives in the county seat. It takes time for him to get here. Unlike us, two good-for-nothings still stuck in the village.
The second son, Lin Xiangwu, chimed in.
Big brother's right. Our place here can't compare to the county seat.
Who knows?
Maybe third brother's raking it in.
Put.
Lin Xiangqing slammed his dragon head cane down, startling both brothers. That good-for-nothing has been useless since childhood. I told him to stay and help you guys, but he wouldn't listen. He insisted on going to the city to work, and he barely comes back a few times a year. When he finally does come back, it's empty-handed, or at most carrying some fruit and milk.
Like I care about that lousy fruit and milk?
Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu snorted with laughter. Their eyes brimmed with mockery and scorn toward Lin Xiangqian's family. Though they pretended to plead for Lin Xiangqian, they were actually stoking the fire, eager for Lin Xiangqing to despise this third son even more. As for Lin Xiangqian moving to the county town, they were the ones who orchestrated it. Back then, Lin Xiangqing had indeed allowed the third son to live with them. But everywhere he went, he faced constant exclusion from his two older brothers. Unable to endure the situation any longer, he had gone to the county town to find work. To this day, he still lives in that old, dilapidated, cramped apartment.
Meanwhile, the brothers Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu.
They've made a fortune growing fruit trees and raising livestock. The homes they refer to as their old family houses are all three-story, fully renovated villas.
Living it up in style, no doubt.
Just as the two brothers were preparing to rub salt in the wound of Lin Xiangqian's family, Dad, Xiuqin, Xiaodong, and I came to visit you.
Lin Xiangqian led the way, laden with bags. Li Shiqin and Lin Dong followed behind, smiling as they entered.
At first, the Wen and Wu brothers were full of disdain. The next moment, when they saw the attire of Lin Dong's family of three, especially Li Xiuqin's stylish hairstyle and her elegant, sophisticated clothes, they froze in surprise, thinking they must be seeing things.
When did the third son's family become so well dressed? Could it be they'd really struck it rich?
Oomph, so you finally decided to show up. Lin Xiangqing tapped his cane, his tone dripping with contempt. Lin Xiangqian felt his warm face meet a cold shoulder, and he gave an awkward smile, unsure what to say. Shortly after, Lin Xiangqing's youngest daughter, Lin Yanyan, arrived with her family.
Since her marriage, she rarely meddled in the Lin family's affairs, spending most of her time away and seldom returning. However, she had married well. Her husband, Su Shuebing, was a researcher at the museum and had reportedly been promoted to associate professor. Dad, Shuebing, and I are here. This is a gift we prepared for you.
Lin Xiangqing gave a slight nod. Though he wasn't particularly fond of this youngest daughter, the older generation placed great value on education. Su Shuebing, being an educated man, held the highest academic credentials. Therefore, Lin Xiangqing didn't treat Lin Yanyan's family coldly. Among all the families, only Lin Xiangqian's trio faced isolation. Even among the Lin family relatives, almost no one gave them a friendly look.
Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, instinctively clenching his fists.
Ever since he could remember, Lin Xiangqing had never been fond of their family.
His dislike for Lin Xiangqian extended to a deep distaste for the unambitious Lin Dong.
Lin Dong never imagined that even on such a joyous occasion as an 80th birthday celebration, Lin Xiangqing would still hold this attitude.
He had even prepared a generous gift, traveling all the way back from Tianhai City.
It might as well have been wasted on feeding the dogs.
What was worse, at every family gathering, his uncles would subject Lin Dong's family to relentless belittling and mockery.
The worse Lin Xiangqian fared, the more delighted they became. Sure enough, it wasn't long before that gossipy auntie started eyeing Li Xiuqin up and down, her eyes darting around as she schemed up some underhanded plan.
People like them, even if they're loaded, still carry that peasant air about them.
Seeing Li Xiuqin dressed so elegantly and gracefully, looking like a noblewoman, filled them with unbearable hatred. Especially that phoenix jade pendant adorning her chest, its value was obvious at a glance. It was worth more than all the jewelry she wore from head to toe combined.
Xiuqin, it hasn't been that long since we last met. How did you get so beautiful? Look at that outfit, that style. Someone who didn't know better might think some wealthy lady was out incognito.
Hearing this, Li Xiuqin giggled softly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment.
Before, she was just a housewife.
If it weren't for Lin Dong insisting they visit the beauty salon, she never would have looked this polished. Little did she know, this auntie had more to say.
By the way, what's Xiaodong been up to lately? He works in Tianhai, must be making a pretty penny each month, right?
Li Xiuqin instinctively glanced at Lin Dong.
Truthfully, she wasn't entirely sure how much Lin Dong actually earned. She could only reply hesitantly, it's okay. Enough for his own expenses, anyway. Enough for his own expenses? How much is that?
Why don't we have him come back and work with our Xiaolong? He's now the general manager of our Lin family orchard, making tens of thousands a month. Just last month, he bought a BMW X1 costing nearly 300,000 yuan.
Following the direction auntie pointed, a young man with a faint resemblance to Lin Dong's features nodded. Though his face wore a smile, it carried an air of superiority. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu each had one son. The son of the eldest uncle, Lin Xiangwen, was named Lin Xiaolong, while Lin Xiangwu's son was called Lin Xiaowu. Both worked at the orchard. One was the general manager, the other the deputy manager. In terms of both income and status, they were the cream of their generation. At past gatherings, they always looked down on him and gave Lin Dong the cold shoulder. This time was no different. Lin Xiaolong had just bought a car and came over to show it off. He practically wanted the whole world to know his family was wealthy and that he brought honor to the Lin household. Only Lin Dong heard it, inwardly sneering. Frankly speaking, weren't these two cousins just freeloading off their parents? What's with all this talk of general managers and deputy managers? They're nothing but self-proclaimed commanders with no troops. In Tianhai, people like them would be nothing more than insignificant ants. Chapter 139, The Sun Rises in the West. Just then, Lin Changqing spoke up. Little Long has really made something of himself. So young, and he's already earned himself a car. He's bound to make a fortune in the future. The Lin family has a worthy successor. Ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen's family lit up. If they could just take good care of the old man and keep him happy, they might just get a bigger share of the family fortune in the future. Best of all, they might even get their hands on the entire Lin Xiangqin family's share. Lin Xiangwen and his wife exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xiaolong. He immediately understood and respectfully raised his cup to offer a toast. Grandfather, may you live 100 years and have all your wishes fulfilled. Good, good. Lin Changqing stroked his beard, took a small sip, and gazed at his eldest grandson with satisfaction. Then, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Dong, the old man's face quickly fell. Clearly, he was deeply displeased with Lin Dong's family, feeling they had brought shame upon him. Noticing the intense disdain in Lin Changqing's gaze, Lin Dong frowned. More than anything, he found it utterly ridiculous. Since when did a measly BMW worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan become something to flaunt in front of him? It wasn't even worth as much as the four wheels of his own Panamera. Consequently, seeing Lin Xiaolong's insincere smile made Lin Dong feel nothing but nausea. Sure enough, these relatives all wore the same mask. They feigned concern on the surface, but deep down, they were just waiting for a chance to step on your face. Sis-in-law, that jade pendant of yours looks pretty nice. When did you buy it? It must have cost a fortune, right? Li Shouqin instinctively looked down at the jade pendant Lin Dong had given her. This jade pendant was truly exquisite. Compared to the jewelry worn by others, it made everything else pale in comparison, utterly insignificant. The more cheap their accessories appeared, the more it highlighted Li Shouqin's elegant and noble aura, making her stand out like a crane among chickens. They say a woman's makeup is a man's face. In this moment, as Li Shouqin became the center of attention, Lin Xiangqian also gained confidence, unable to resist standing taller with his chest puffed out. Feeling the intense stares of the crowd, Li Shouqin's cheeks flushed. Unexpectedly, her aunt had ulterior motives. She coaxed gently, "Sister-in-law, you still haven't told me, is that jade pendant expensive? Where did you buy it? I want one too." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but snort in disdain. This white jade phoenix pendant with a heart-shaped design had cost him tens of millions. And now his aunt was seriously suggesting she wanted to buy one? Even if they stripped every last member of her family bare, they wouldn't scrape together a tenth of that sum. Li Shouqin was never one for words. Now, she could only offer polite refusals. It's worthless, worthless. It was a gift from Xiao Dong. Hearing this, her aunt's eyes turned cold. Didn't that imply they looked down on them as country folk, unworthy of comparison to city dwellers? The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, her face edged with envy and resentment. She didn't even own such fine jewelry, why should you get to wear it around your neck? Yet outwardly, she remained all smiles. "Sister-in-law," she said gently, "I can't quite make it out on your neck. Would you mind holding it up so I can take a closer look?" Well, Li Shouqin froze for a moment. She hadn't expected her aunt to be so direct. Lin Dong had mentioned this jade pendant cost him over 200,000 yuan. If it weren't for attending Lin Changqing's 80th birthday banquet, she would never have brought such a valuable item out. And she certainly wouldn't have been grilled by her aunt like this. As it was, their family already had a poor standing with Lin Changqing. Refusing now would only invite accusations of stinginess. Fine, then. Just take it easy, sister-in-law. No problem. A flicker of delight crossed her aunt's eyes. Immediately after, Li Shouqin carefully removed the jade pendant from her neck, ready to hand it over. This should have been the most ordinary of gestures. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. The hand her aunt had just extended suddenly jerked back. Li Shouqin lost her grip, and the phoenix jade pendant fell straight to the floor. Crack! Jade is inherently fragile. Especially an antique jade pendant like this meant to be admired from afar, not handled carelessly. Even the slightest bump could devalue it hundreds of times over. Now, the pendant lay on the floor, a crack running through it, its condition utterly ruined. This. Oh dear, sister-in-law, how could you be so careless and break the jade pendant? Such a precious thing, what a shame. Alas. Smack!
Auntie slapped her thigh in feigned dismay. Her expression was nothing short of frantic. However, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a malicious smile. Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangwu, and the others also wore expressions of schadenfreude, coldly laughing as they watched Li Xiuqin.
Let your family show off. Wearing such an expensive jade pendant. Serves you right. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? Li Xiuqin was dumbfounded.
She quickly knelt down and carefully picked up the phoenix jade pendant. Unfortunately, the cracks on it were beyond repair.
Even the phoenix's tail had snapped off. How could she possibly wear it like this? Sister-in-law, that's not fair. What do you mean by that?
Everyone saw it clearly. You were the one who didn't hold it steady and dropped it on the ground.
How dare you turn around and blame me? You're not trying to extort me, are you? Honestly, you're desperate.
Aunt Li rolled her eyes and pursed her lips repeatedly. It seemed as though every fault lay with Li Xiuqin. Not only did she completely absolve herself,
she even turned around and accused Li Xiufen of trying to extort money. You! Li Xiuqin's face instantly drained of color with fury.
She never dreamed these people would dare bully her so brazenly, without even pretending otherwise. Just then, someone stepped forward to smooth things over.
Third brother's wife, I say, why don't we just drop it? You said it yourself earlier, this jade pendant isn't worth much. Since it's worth next to nothing, what's the big deal if it gets broken?
Worst case, I'll have my wife buy you a new one later, one even more expensive than this.
How about that? The speaker was Lin Xiangwen.
He was the first to step forward to defend his aunt. Seeing this scene, even a clay statue would feel a surge of anger.
Lin Xiangqian could no longer remain calm. He abruptly stood up. Big brother, this jade pendant cost Xiaodong over 200,000 yuan. How come it suddenly becomes worthless when you guys talk about it?
And I saw it clearly just now. It was my sister-in-law who suddenly pulled her hand back, causing the jade pendant to fall to the ground.
Don't try to muddy the waters. Ha!
Seeing Lin Xiangqian suddenly jump up and start yelling, everyone froze in surprise. In their minds, Lin Xiangqian was the type of meek soul who wouldn't make a peep even if you beat him senseless.
A born pushover who took abuse lying down. What on earth was going on today? Was the sun rising in the west? Or had he hit his head on the doorframe? Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? How could it be worth over 200,000? Who would believe that?
I'll go even further. This tea bowl in my hand is a priceless antique worth millions. Lin Xiangwen snorted coldly, his face brimming with disdain.
In his view, the Lin Xiangqian family must be desperate for money.
They were trying to take advantage of the situation to swindle them out of a large sum.
20-odd thousand? Why not just say 20-something million? What an outrageous demand, talking big without a shred of evidence. Chapter 140, Smashing the Car. Mom, don't be so upset.
Just as Lin Xiangqian and the other man were flustered into silence, their faces flushed crimson, Lin Dong gently patted Li Xiuqin's shoulder, his voice low.
It's just a jade pendant. Not worth it. Exactly. Xiaodong's right. Auntie sighed deeply.
Then she gave a dismissive snort. She'd thought the third son's family had finally grown some backbone, but it turned out they were still the same pushover, easily pushed around. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Lin Dong abruptly stood up, picked up an axe, and walked away.
Everyone was startled. Lin Dong, what are you doing? She's your great aunt. I'm your great uncle. Behave yourself. Lin Xiangwen and his wife were terrified. Seeing the savage glint in Lin Dong's eyes, they couldn't help but tremble all over. This kid was like a vicious wolf. Heh, uncle? Aunt? Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you. But debt must be repaid, that's only fair. You shattered my mother's jade pendant, you must pay the price. The crowd was utterly baffled, unable to fathom what Lin Dong meant.
The next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Dong walked toward the white BMW parked at the entrance, axe in hand.
Then, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Crash! Lin Dong, what are you doing?
While everyone was still in a daze, Lin Xiaolong sprang to his feet and rushed out in a fluster. Then, he let out a piercing scream.
Lin Dong, have you gone completely mad?
How dare you smash my car?
This car is brand new, cost me over 200 grand. Can you even afford to pay for it? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded.
Lin Xiangwen and his wife jumped up in a panic, leaving the banquet table and rushing outside.
Before long, others gathered around as well.
What they saw nearly knocked the wind out of them. Lin Dong stood there, axe in hand, expressionless, chest puffed out and head held high. Before him stood the very BMW X1 that Lin Xiaolong had just mentioned.
Only now, it was completely wrecked.
Not only were the headlights and windows smashed to pieces,
even the hood was deeply dented, sunken in by over 10 centimeters.
The body was twisted and deformed, nearly a total write-off. The tires hadn't been spared either. Every single tire had been slashed open. The entire vehicle lay sprawled on the ground like a mangy toad, an utterly grotesque sight. To the uninitiated, it looked like this BMW had just been in a major accident. It was nothing short of a disaster-level wreck. Lin Dong, have you lost your mind?
What gives you the right to trash our family car? Did a donkey kick you in the head?
Lin Xiangwen's eyes instantly turned red, his face drained of color with rage.
He paced around the wrecked BMW X1, pacing back and forth, jumping up and down. My car! My car! As for Lin Xiaolong and his aunt, where were the smiles from moments ago?
Only a helpless, tearless despair remained, as if crying to heaven brought no answer, and crying to earth brought no relief.
Xiaodong, what are you doing?
Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin were also startled by their son's wild outburst. Just a moment ago, they were still fretting over the jade pendant. The next moment, Lin Dong had smashed the BMW to pieces.
This sudden turn of events left everyone reeling. You bastard!
Lin Changqing was furious beyond words. His weathered face turned green with rage. His eyes widened, and the hand gripping his dragon head cane trembled. He never imagined the kid would be so ruthless.
Without a word, he smashed the car. Third son, this is the fine son you've raised. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Lin Xiangqian's face flushed with embarrassment. His reflex was to apologize and take the blame.
But the memory of his aunt's family deliberately smashing the jade pendant Lin Dong had given Li Xiuqin made him grit his teeth. Uncharacteristically, he refused to bow to the old man. Seeing this, Lin Changqing grew even more furious, grinding his teeth in rage.
Fine. Feeling pretty big and bad now, aren't you? Go ahead and keep spoiling Lin Dong.
That good-for-nothing will end up behind bars sooner or later. Among the crowd, the Lin Xiangwu and Lin Yinyan families remained largely silent. Though they too were deeply shocked by Lin Dong's actions.
But they mostly adopted a hands-off attitude. In fact, they even felt a bit of schadenfreude. After all, it was Lin Xiaolong's car that got wrecked, and the losses fell on the eldest brother's family. What the hell did it have to do with them? If anyone had to pay, it would be Lin Dong.
Each member of the family harbored their own hidden agenda.
Facing the accusations and curses from Lin Xiangwen's family and the old man, Lin Dong remained unflappable, casually tossing the axe onto the ground.
I smashed the car.
Got a problem with that? You broke my mother's jade pendant first. This car is just interest paid by your family. I'm not demanding full compensation and showing mercy for my father's sake. If you're not satisfied, go ahead and sue me. You.
Hearing Lin Dong's outrageously brazen words, his uncle Lin Xiangwen nearly had a stroke from rage, his finger trembling as he pointed.
Lin Dong, it's just a broken jade pendant. Was it really worth smashing Xiaolong's car? Name your price. We'll pay you back and buy you a new one.
His aunt, hearing this, pressed her advantage relentlessly. Sniffling and teary-eyed, she began playing the victim in front of Lin Changqing. Old man, just look at this. This is the fine son our third son has raised. Our family works dawn to dusk, busting our backs just to scrape together enough for a car. And this brat goes and smashes it without a second thought. Does he want us to live or die? You must stand up for us. Soon, Lin Xiaolong followed suit and joined in.
Grandpa, my car. I want Lin Dong to pay for my car. Wah!
Seeing the crowd in an uncontrollable uproar, Lin Changqing felt utterly exasperated. He despised Lin Dong, this ungrateful descendant, with a deep-seated loathing. He had always disliked his third son, Lin Xiangqian, and now his resentment extended to his grandson as well.
Third son.
Called by name, Lin Xiangqian had no choice but to step forward. But this time, he didn't cower and slump like before. Instead, he stood tall, ready to defend his son and wife. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. He never imagined he'd see his father display such backbone one day. Yet Lin Changqing still favored his eldest son and grandson above all else. His anger flared as he lashed out.
Third son.
Your son caused this trouble. You're the father, you tell us how to handle it. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lin Xiangqian.
Lin Xiangwen's family wore expressions of pure resentment.
In their eyes, the third son's family was only meant to be bullied by them. They never imagined the audacity to smash their car. It was utterly outrageous. Facing the hostile stares of the crowd, Lin Xiangqian wrestled with his conscience before speaking with quiet resolve. Father, let's do as my eldest brother suggests. Since my wife broke the jade pendant Xiaodong gave to Xiuqin, she'll compensate at full price. I'll also contribute over 200,000 yuan to buy you a new car.
Chapter 141, Blackmail.
Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen snorted derisively, his face brimming with contempt.
Buy you a new car? Do you even have that kind of money? Over 200,000? Even if you sold that shabby house in your county town, it wouldn't fetch that much. You're just blowing smoke. Who would believe such nonsense? Just then, Uncle Lin Xiangwen couldn't resist butting in, putting on an act as the peacemaker. Third brother, no offense, but it's just a jade pendant. Is it really worth your son getting so worked up? How about this, have Lin Dong give Xiaolong a proper apology, then kowtow to your eldest brother to admit his mistake. That'll settle this matter. Every penny saved is a penny earned. What do you think, big brother? At first glance, this seemed reasonable. But upon closer inspection, it was clear Lin Xiangwu was stirring the pot, pouring fuel on the fire. Making the enraged Lin Dong kowtow? That would be like taking his life. Sure enough, upon hearing his uncle's insincere attempts to smooth things over, Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. His gaze fixed on him, sharp and piercing. Originally, out of respect for his father, he had no desire to tear down the facade. But these relatives were all heartless scoundrels, utterly despicable. They actually dared to force him to kneel. Well then, he wouldn't be blamed for turning his back on them. Alright then, I think Uncle Air has a point. Lin Dong said with a faint, mocking smile, Dad, why don't we just agree to their terms? What? Lin Shangqian froze. When did his son become so easy to talk to? Wasn't he just talking about fighting and killing? Just then, Lin Shangqian suddenly noticed Lin Dong frantically winking at him. He snapped back to his senses and nodded. Alright, we'll do as second brother says. But I'll say it again, you must compensate us for our jade pendant first. Otherwise, don't expect us to apologize. Hearing this, a flash of venomous resentment flickered in Lin Shangwen's eyes. But what dominated his expression was contempt. A mere broken jade pendant, how much could it possibly be worth? How could it possibly compare to a brand new BMW? Looks like today, your son will have to kneel and kowtow to me. Fine, so be it. How much is that jade pendant worth? Name your price. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lin Dong. In their eyes, the jade pendant Li Xiuqin wore was indeed exquisite. But it's not expensive enough to be compared to a BMW. At most, it's worth a few tens of thousands of yuan. Even if they paid full price for compensation, the boss's family would still come out ahead. As for Lin Xiaolong, upon hearing Lin Dong was buying him a new car, his previously drooping face instantly brightened. Once the new car arrived, he could take this one to a repair shop, spend a little money on a major overhaul, and then sell it off, another source of income. By this calculation, he wasn't losing money, he was actually making a profit. Seeing Lin Dong hesitating to speak, his aunt couldn't help but urge him on. Lin Dong, stop beating around the bush. Just say it, how much? Stop dawdling. Lin Dong shook his head and replied indifferently, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it if I told you. Hearing this, everyone snorted in disbelief. Lin Xiangwen sneered coldly. Lin Dong, I think working in the big city has messed with your head. And you say we can't handle it. Around here, pick any random person, they're richer than your whole family of deadbeats. Hearing this, the members of the eldest and second brother's families straightened their backs, brimming with pride. Seeing their confidence, Lin Dong smiled faintly, then without hesitation, slowly pulled an invoice from his pocket. Uncle, take a good look at the amount on this. Hand it over already, you show off. Lin Xiangwen snatched it from Lin Dong's hand and curled his lip. The next moment, as he read the number printed on it, he froze in shock. 2. Lin Xiaolong and his aunt froze in shock. When did the kid's dad start stuttering? Dad, 2 10,000 yuan notes? Lin Xiangwen shook his head, still looking utterly bewildered. A chill ran down his aunt's spine as a sudden, ominous foreboding gripped her. Could it be that Li Xiuqin hadn't deceived her? Was that jade pendant really worth nearly as much as a BMW? 200,000? Lin Xiangwen shook his head like a bobblehead. Then, his jaw trembling, he stammered out a string of numbers. 220 million. What? In an instant, everyone held their breath, frozen in shock. Lin Xiaolong and his aunt's pupils contracted sharply, their heads feeling like they might explode. No matter how they'd imagined it, they never expected such an astronomical figure. Husband, have you lost your mind? Did you misread it? How could it possibly be over 20 million? Yes, Dad, please check again. The family of 3 was frantic, scrambling about like ants on a hot pan, utterly bewildered. The others exchanged stunned glances, utterly incredulous. Xianqian, I feel a bit dizzy. Li Xiuqin's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat, and she nearly fainted. Fortunately, Lin Xianqian caught her. After regaining her composure, Li Xiuqin shot a reproachful glance at Lin Dong. Xiaodong, didn't you tell Mom this jade pendant was worth no more than 200,000? How did it suddenly become 20 million? If I'd known this thing was so valuable, I wouldn't have worn it out. I would have locked it away in a safe. Lin Dong gave a wry smile. He knew Li Xiuqin's temperament all too well, which was precisely why he'd deliberately withheld the true figure, fearing it would give the whole family a heart attack. Alright, Mom, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Dong soothed Li Xiuqin before turning his attention to his flustered uncle and aunt. Uncle, Auntie, now you can compensate me for my jade pendant at its original price, right? Earlier, someone mentioned buying my mother an identical one, didn't they? Exactly the same? Is that even possible? Even if we sold the entire Lin family orchard, we couldn't raise that much money. Just then, Lin Xiangwu beside them suddenly started shouting. Boss, don't be afraid. He says over 20 million? Over 20 million? I think this invoice looks fake. What Tianhai Xingyao Group? Never heard of it. Who do they think they're fooling? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen froze for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up. The second brother was absolutely right. He almost let that little bastard Lin Dong pull the wool over his eyes. It was just a worthless invoice. It had to be fake. Damn it, you almost had me fooled. Lin Dong, has your family really hit rock bottom? Resorting to extortion. And you're even extorting your own people. Have you no conscience left? Lin Xiangwen's words shifted the situation once more. His aunt gradually came to her senses, furious enough to stomp her feet and grind her teeth. You bastard, Lin Dong. You dare play tricks on me? You'd better compensate us with a brand new car right now, or this won't end here. In an instant, the eldest brother's family regained the upper hand. Standing on the moral high ground, they accused Lin Dong of harboring ill intentions and extorting their family. Lin Chongqing was so furious his nose nearly smoked. On the very day of his 80th birthday celebration, the third son's family had the audacity to act so outrageously. What a disgrace to the family, a laughingstock to all. Chapter 142, Exorbitant Compensation. Third son, are you going to pay up or not? Give us a straight answer, or we'll call the police. Auntie stood with her hands on her hips, shouting furiously. Lin Dong remained unhurried, arms crossed, nodding frequently. His expression and demeanor clearly treated them as a joke. Right, you're all absolutely right. Go ahead and call the police. I'll be damned if I don't see who they arrest first. It's just a beat-up BMW. Over 200,000 yuan, so what? I'll transfer the money to you right now. But over 20 million yuan? That's enough to land your whole family in jail. I'm not exaggerating, go ahead and try me. Seeing Lin Dong's calm and composed demeanor, Lin Xiangwen felt a twinge of unease. As the owner of Lin Family Orchard, he dealt with invoices and company seals daily. He could tell at a glance that this invoice couldn't be any more genuine. The name Xingyao Group, though, was completely unfamiliar. Lin Dong, if you've got the guts, keep acting tough. I'll see just how long you can keep it up. His aunt stood with her hands on her hips, looking every bit the village woman ready for a street brawl. Lin Xiangwu, Lin Xiaolong, and the others cheered them on from the sidelines. It was as if Lin Xiangqian and his family were outsiders, bearing no connection to the Lin name. Watching his parents become the target of everyone's anger, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Uncle, if you think it's fake, you can call and verify it right now. Anyway, the invoice number is clearly printed on the receipt. Lin Xiangwen clutched the invoice tightly, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Now, he could be almost certain that Lin Dong's invoice was genuine. Otherwise, Lin Dong wouldn't be this confident. If he really called the police, it was obvious who would end up behind bars: his own family. Honey, say something. Seeing Lin Xiangwen hesitating to act, his mother-in-law couldn't help but grow anxious. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Lin Xiangwen made a completely baffling move. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and stuffed the receipt inside. After swallowing a few times, he swallowed it whole. What? Everyone was stunned by the sight. Then, a bold thought popped into their minds. Could this jade pendant really be worth over 20 million? Oh? Trying to destroy the evidence so there's no proof left? Lin Dong smiled faintly, showing not a trace of urgency. It seemed he had anticipated Lin Xiangwen's underhanded tactics all along. Dad, what are you doing? Why did you swallow the receipt too? Lin Xiaolong froze, still processing what was happening. The next moment, his aunt hurriedly covered his mouth, her expression grim. Shut your mouth. Lin Xiangwen was flushed with panic, frantically blinking to signal. His sole purpose was to destroy the evidence. Without the receipt, no one could prove the jade pendant's true value. Yet this foolish son kept asking questions. What a complete idiot. Could it be this jade pendant is real? Holy crap, over 20 million? Third brother's family hit the jackpot. I knew it. That jade pendant looked so high-end and classy, there's no way it was only worth 10 or 20,000. Good thing the eldest was smart enough to swallow the receipt. The crowd murmured in a flurry of whispers. They were utterly stunned by Lin Dong's extravagant purchase. A single jade pendant worth over 20 million? Didn't that mean his family's net worth was at least 100 million? Huh, pretty impressive, uncle. And you even knew to destroy the evidence. I underestimated you. Lin Dong gave Lin Xiangwen a thumbs up. But it was clearly meant as mockery. Lin Xiangwen's face flushed crimson, as red as a monkey's butt. Yet not a single word came out. He was truly cowed. On the contrary, his aunt, upon seeing the invoice gone, still tried to put up a front. Enough, Lin Dong. It's just a car. If it's wrecked, it's wrecked. We're all family, what's the big deal? We won't ask you to pay for it. Let's just let this matter drop. Auntie waved her hand dismissively, hoping to smooth things over. After all, over 20 million yuan, even if they sold everything they owned, they couldn't possibly cover it. Just when everyone thought the invoice was gone and Lin Dong was helpless, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head with a cold smile. Too bad, uncle. Since this invoice is so valuable, I had several copies color printed in advance. The one I gave you earlier was just a photocopy. My apologies, this one is the genuine article. Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong pulled a brand new invoice from his breast pocket. Both the handwriting and the official seal were far clearer than on the previous copy. It was obviously the genuine article. At that moment, Lin Xiaolong finally caught on and made a quick move to grab it. But Lin Dong wasn't about to let him have it. He instantly kicked out. Thud. A heavy thud echoed as Lin Xiaolong flew backward, crashing into the BMW's window. Shards of glass embedded themselves all over his body. Ouch. That hurts like hell. Dad. Mom. Lin Xiaolong wailed in agony.
Yet Lin Xiangwen and his aunt remained frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. By this point, Lin Chongqing was beginning to grasp what was happening.
This jade pendant might very well be genuine. He never imagined the third son's family would actually pull through.
But the more this happened, the more Lin Chongqing felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. For the family he had least faith in was Lin Xiangqian's. Especially that good-for-nothing scion, Lin Dong. Their current success was nothing but a slap in his face.
Ahem. Father, are you all right?
Seeing the old man suddenly cough, Lin Xiangwu hurriedly supported him with utmost care. Then, with a hint of reproach, he turned to Lin Shangqian, "Third brother, can't you just spare him?
I'm begging you.
Have mercy and let our eldest brother off."
Do you really want to see this family torn apart?
Or are you just happy to see our father die of grief?
Lin Dong smiled. He hadn't expected Lin Xiangwu to pull this move. Trying to morally blackmail me? He was way off base. Second uncle, didn't you just tell me to kowtow and apologize? How come now it's suddenly my fault for upsetting grandfather? I lost all that money and now it's my fault? Ha!
Hearing this, Lin Xiangwu's face instantly turned the color of liver. In an instant, the situation swung completely in Lin Dong's favor. With the receipt in hand, he held all the cards. He could do whatever he wanted to Lin Shangwen's family, it all depended on his will. Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin finally saw the true colors of these relatives. They firmly stood by Lin Dong, fully supporting every decision their son made. Just as everyone thought Lin Dong was ready to go down fighting. But then again, we are family, after all. For the sake of Grandpa's 80th birthday, let's put this matter on hold for now.
What? Hearing this, Lin Shangwen's heart leapt with joy. Was Lin Dong really this easy to deal with? Or was it because Lin Chongqing carried so much weight? Little did they know, their joy was short-lived. Their faces darkened instantly. However, compensation must still be paid. We'll discuss it after the birthday banquet. Dad, what do you think? Chapter 143, Birthday Gift. Ha?
Lin Shangqian froze for a moment. But since Lin Dong had said it, so be it.
Alright, that's settled for now. Let's continue celebrating the old man's birthday. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively and strode into the old mansion on his own.
His effortless composure made it seem as though he were the true head of the household. Lin Shangwen's face flushed red then turned pale, filled with regret so deep it felt like his insides were turning green. Earlier, if he had just let Lin Dong smash the BMW and not made a fuss, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Now, here he was, saddled with a debt of over 20 million yuan for no apparent reason.
When would he ever pay it off? Lin Xiaolong, you good-for-nothing brat. Get your ass over here this instant.
Seeing Lin Xiaolong still pretending to be dead, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but curse.
Enough, honey. Don't yell at the child. And you. Smack. Just as his aunt tried to calm Lin Xiangwen, the next second, a slap landed squarely on her face. It left her face red. If it weren't for your vanity, your inability to bear seeing others happy, and your insistence on smashing the jade pendant, would things have escalated to this? You're nothing but a disaster magnet, always stirring up trouble. Lin Xiangwen stormed into the ancestral home, not even glancing back.
His aunt and Lin Xiaolong felt like crying, yet dared not vent their frustration. All this was, indeed, their own doing.
Soon after, everyone returned to the banquet table. But the atmosphere at the table was completely different from before.
The Lin Xiangwen family, who had just been strutting about arrogantly, looking down on this person and that, now looked disheveled and dejected, keeping a low profile.
Lin Shangwu's family was much the same.
They kept their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly.
Now, they finally knew who the real wealthy were.
Only Lin Yanyan and Su Shuebing remained unchanged. Mind their own business, stay out of it. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly spoke up with a smile.
Come on, everyone, why aren't you eating? It'll get cold soon, and then it won't be edible.
Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces as if they'd swallowed a fly's excrement filled Lin Dong with pure delight. In the past, it was always them bullying his family. Now, the tables had finally turned. Alright, let's put this matter to rest. Lin Dong, you keep your mouth shut. Lin Changqing's face darkened as he tapped the table impatiently, glaring at the unfamiliar, unruly Lin Dong. Then he turned to his second son, Lin Xiangwu.
Second son, didn't you have something to say? Hurry up.
At these words, all eyes turned to Lin Xiangwu. Despite the character for literature in his name, Lin Xiangwen was actually burly and overbearing. Ironically, it was Lin Xiangwu, the one with Wu meaning martial arts in his name, who always wore a smile hiding a knife, full of scheming and malice.
Oh my, what a pig's brain I have. I almost forgot.
Lin Xiangwu slapped his forehead hard, looking as if he'd just woken from a dream.
Xiaowu, it's your grandfather's 80th birthday. Hurry up and bring out the birthday gifts our family prepared. Oh, right.
Lin Xiaowu sprang to his feet and dashed over to rummage through a stack of gifts. Then, he carefully carried out a gift box as big as a wash basin. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood. It was time to present the birthday gifts. Grandfather, may your mountains remain evergreen, your waters flow eternally, your blessings be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity rival the southern mountains. Lin Xiaowu spoke with utmost respect before opening the gift box. Inside lay a jade peach. From the flesh to the leaves, the carving was lifelike and exquisitely detailed. Its surface glowed with the unique, warm luster of jade. A single glance brought a refreshing clarity to the spirit. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Lin Chongqing exclaimed 3 times in succession. Leaning on his dragon-headed cane, he gently stroked the giant peach, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Seeing this, Lin Xiangwu's heart swelled with joy, knowing he had chosen the perfect gift. This giant peach perfectly matched the old man's expectations. After all, who wouldn't wish for 100 years of life, growing ever younger with age? Second son, you've shown great thoughtfulness. Such a plump, round, and uniquely shaped jade carving must have cost a pretty penny, right? Lin Chongqing stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Dad, you're being too formal. I wouldn't think twice about spending money on you. Not expensive at all, just 18,000. 18,000? Hearing that figure, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lin Xiangwu really went all out to win over old Master Lin and vie for the family fortune. Lin Xiaolong's BMW had only cost around 200,000. His peach of longevity cost nearly as much. It was essentially gifting the old man a new set of wheels. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lin Chongqing's face lit up with delight, unable to contain his joy. Haha, my second son has such thoughtful intentions. Xiaowu, you should learn more from your father in the future. The future of our Lin family rests on young people like you. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowu's eyes lit up. Thank you, grandfather. With that, he immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly and expressing his gratitude. Lin Xiangwen watched this unfold, his face turning ashen. He gave a cold snort. Fortunately, he was not unprepared. Xiaolong, hurry up and bring up the birthday gifts our family prepared. Be careful, don't go bumping into things again. As he spoke, Lin Xiangwen shot a glance at his aunt. His aunt lowered her head guiltily, no longer daring to act so brazenly. Soon, Lin Xiaolong carried in an ornate box. Under Lin Chongqing's expectant gaze, he slowly opened it. Whoosh! The instant the box opened, a flash of golden light spilled out, nearly blinding everyone present. Lin Xiaolong carefully lifted the object out. Only then did everyone clearly see it was a galloping steed, head raised high and hooves pounding as if in full stride. Its form was sleek and exquisite, its appearance majestic and extraordinary. Its surface was gilded with gold, valued at around 130,000 to 140,000 yuan. It was every bit as impressive as the jade longevity peach Lin Xiangwu had presented. No wonder Lin Xiangwen was so confident. Turns out, they spared no expense. It's actually modeled after the galloping horse treading on a flying swallow. A galloping steed leaps with 3 hooves off the ground, 1 foot sweeping past a soaring bird, truly exquisite. Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up from the corner, tinged with delight. Everyone turned to look. It was none other than Lin Yanyan's husband, Su Shuebing. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he was nodding his head enthusiastically. Lin Xiangwen heard this and laughed heartily. Haha, my brother-in-law truly lives up to his title as a professor. He spotted it at a glance. That's right, it's an imitation of the galloping horse treading on a flying swallow. Dad, what do you think? Lin Chongqing stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. It's acceptable. I'll take it. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been hoping for a larger share of the inheritance. Now, he needed to placate the old man properly. Next, Lin Yanyan and Su Shuebing presented their prepared birthday gifts. Both held high-paying jobs in the big city, so their gifts were naturally impressive. It was a high-end imported massage chair, easily worth 70 or 80,000 yuan. Sitting in it provided a full-body massage from head to toe, leaving one feeling completely relaxed. Finally, only Lin Dong's family had yet to present their gift. Lin Xiangwu gave a cold chuckle, folding his arms. Third son, what fine gift have you prepared for your father? Surely not just some health supplements. Yeah, that jade pendant of yours cost over 20 million. What did you get, Dad? Must be worth hundreds of millions, right? Second aunt chimed in with a smile. Between the lines, it was all sarcastic and snide. Chapter 144, 70 million? You've got to be joking. Lin Shengqian couldn't sit still any longer. He nudged Lin Dong's shoulder and urged, Son, where's the birthday gift you prepared? Bring it out already. That's right, everyone's waiting. Lin Dong remained completely unfazed. Don't rush. Good things come to those who wait. The best gifts are always saved for last. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu's expressions stiffened. Lin Dong's implication was clear, his gift was the finest of all. Lin Dong, cut the smooth talk and the mystery act. If it's something special, why hide it? I'd wager your family hasn't prepared any gifts at all and plans to buy something last minute. Lin Xiangwu sneered coldly, his face dripping with contempt.
Second auntie wasn't about to be outdone either, shaking her head firmly.
Like father, like son, what goes around comes around.
That kid talks nonsense all the time, not a single word of truth.
Poof. Lin Dong sneered contemptuously.
Talking at cross purposes, preaching to the choir.
There was nothing to discuss with this bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Unexpectedly, Lin Changqing took their words at face value, tapping the dragon head staff in his hand. Lin Dong, if your family hasn't prepared a gift, then forget it.
I'm just an old man, I don't need that stuff anyway.
Lin Dong's lips curled slightly, knowing the old man was growing impatient.
Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll bring it over right now. You'll see for yourself in a moment. Young and inexperienced. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you'd hauled something straight out of the Imperial Palace. What a show-off.
Second aunt seized the chance to deliver another round of sarcastic jabs. Lin Dong paid no heed to her snide remarks, treating them like the barking of stray dogs in the village. He strode purposefully toward the door. Before long, he returned carrying an exquisitely ornate gift box. Its exterior was inlaid with various precious stones and pearls, exuding extreme luxury.
Everyone present couldn't help but feel curious. What could possibly be inside that box?
Lin Xiangwu instinctively furrowed his brow. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Dong's gift box alone was comparable to the jade longevity peach he had presented.
Alright, Lin Dong, stop teasing us. What's the treasure inside? Bring it out already and let us all have a look.
I wonder who taught him these cheap, tacky habits. Lin Changqing tapped the dragon head staff in his hand as he urged him on.
Lin Dong didn't get angry.
He chuckled coldly to himself as he opened the gift box. Then, he carefully lifted the half-human height blue and white porcelain vase and placed it before Lin Changqing. The glaze of this large blue and white porcelain vase was as warm and lustrous as jade. Blue and white patterns intertwined across its body, while a mystical water dragon extended its claws from the clouds, as if gazing down upon the mortal world. The intricate carvings were exquisitely lifelike. Truly a rare treasure. Instantly, everyone held their breath, their hearts skipping a beat. Lin Changqing's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaned forward. As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more they flaunt it. He, for one, loved to pretend to be cultured, collecting antiques and paintings. What a masterpiece! Truly a masterpiece! Su Shuebing exclaimed. As a researcher at the museum, this was precisely his field of expertise. At a glance, he could tell this large vase with water dragon patterns was extraordinary. But soon, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself in puzzlement. Strange. This blue and white porcelain piece looks just like the one auctioned off at a charity dinner a week ago. The full name was something like... Before Su Shuebing could recall the full name, someone chimed in. The blue and white sea dragon pattern vase. Yes, that's the name. Su Shuebing nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. He then turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was none other than Lin Dong. Their back-and-forth exchange quickly drew the crowd's attention. Lin Xiangwu asked with a smile, "Brother-in-law, you mentioned an auction earlier. That must have cost a pretty penny, right?" "Of course. That charity dinner was high-end, even the cheapest item started at 10 million. Hearing this, everyone froze in place. They stared blankly at the dragon pattern vase, their faces etched with disbelief. The cheapest item started at over 10 million? How could that be? Brother-in-law, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Are you sure this vase is genuine? Don't let someone with ulterior motives fool you," Lin Xiangwu cautioned. Second aunt chimed in from the side. Exactly. Yen, let your brother-in-law take a good look. I've heard antiques are a tricky business, the fakes are incredibly sophisticated. Hearing this, Su Shuebing found himself at a loss. Though he was an associate professor at the museum, he had never come into close contact with such precious antiquities. To verify its authenticity, he would likely need specialized equipment. Seeing Su Shuebing's hesitant expression, Lin Changqing, who had been overjoyed just moments before, instantly frowned. Lin Dong, observing this, offered a faint smile. No need to doubt it, this piece is genuine. It's the very piece from the charity gala the 70 million yuan one. But it didn't cost me a dime, someone gifted it to me. A faint smile touched Lin Dong's lips as the image of Qi Wenxuan, her face twisted in fury at his words, flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, hearing Lin Dong's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar, utterly incredulous. Earlier, that phoenix jade pendant worth over 20 million had already made them suspicious. Now, a vase worth 70 million? Wasn't this getting a bit ridiculous? Ha! Lin Xiangwu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing first. Immediately, the others burst into uproarious laughter, glaring at Lin Dong with utter contempt. They seriously wondered if he'd lost his mind. Lin Dong, it's not that your second uncle is picking on you. Earlier, you pulled a fast one on Big Brother and the others with that fake invoice that could be overlooked. But now you're bragging that this thing is worth 70 million? And it was even given to you by someone else. That it was owed to you, or rightfully yours. Have you lost your mind?
How else can you explain this nonsense?
Second aunt was equally merciless in her scorn. Third brother and sister-in-law, you really should take Lin Dong to the hospital.
Does he have no concept of money?
We worked our fingers to the bone running that orchard with our eldest brother for over a decade, barely scraping together a few million. But he goes around talking about tens of millions like it's nothing. Doesn't he worry the wind might snap his tongue?
Ha ha. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't hold back and burst into uproarious laughter.
Looking at Lin Dong's family, it was like watching three clowns. Lin Xiangqian was an honest man by nature. Faced with everyone's skepticism, he flushed crimson and couldn't utter a word. Li Xiuqin also felt a twinge of doubt. If Lin Dong had said this large vase was worth over 70,000 yuan, she might have accepted it.
But 70 million?
That was beyond her comprehension. Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't dare imagine such a figure.
Chapter 145, Smashed It. At that moment, the smile on Lin Xiangqing's face gradually faded,
replaced by coldness and fury.
Nonsense! Lin Dong, what do you take me for? A 3-year-old child? How dare you try to fool me with this? Making a mockery of me. You and your entire family get out. Get out of the Lin family estate. Never come back.
Lin Xiangqing's furious roar shook the entire Lin family mansion 3 times. Lin Xiangwu stood to the side, gloating over the misfortune. Lin Xiangwen's family kept their heads bowed, struggling to stifle their laughter. At this critical juncture, anyone daring to speak up for Lin Dong would surely face dire consequences, no need to guess. Yet facing the raging patriarch, Lin Dong showed not a trace of panic. He then stated calmly and confidently, "Grandfather, I did not deceive you.
This thing is real. Don't listen to others' nonsense."
Hearing this, Lin Xiangqing was so furious his nose nearly twisted.
You brat, buying a fake was bad enough. Now you actually have the nerve to claim it's genuine? Does he think I'm senile and can't think straight? And you dare call Lin Xiangwu the one talking nonsense? Don't you think I know who's talking nonsense?
Lin Dong, how dare you speak to your grandfather like that?
It's a fake, so be it. No one's going to laugh at you. But insisting it's real? You're just putting on airs, you kid. Exactly. It wasn't enough to rip off the eldest brother's family, now you're trying to deceive the old man? Do you really think our family is full of fools you can bully at will?
Grandfather, an ungrateful grandson like this doesn't deserve to bear the Lin name. The crowd chimed in, one after another, branding Lin Dong outright. They even demanded to strip him of his status as a member of the Lin family. Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian and his wife could no longer bear it and stepped forward.
Dad, that's not how you should talk.
This item, no matter its value, is just a token of Xiao Dong's heartfelt sentiment.
Didn't you just praise how beautiful it was?
Lin Xiangqian pleaded earnestly, hoping to prevent the relationship between grandfather and grandson from becoming too strained. Unexpectedly, his words only made matters worse. Lin Xiangqing suddenly remembered how he'd been tricked by Lin Dong and had even applauded it. His face flushed crimson with anger.
You good-for-nothing brat. He's a shameless grandson, and you, his father, actually defend him. I should never have raised you. You never learned anything good, just picked up a bunch of bad habits. Of my 3 sons, you're the most good-for-nothing.
Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu instinctively straightened their backs.
Lin Xiangqian, however, trembled as if struck by lightning.
He never imagined that in his father's eyes, he was nothing but a good-for-nothing.
Grandfather, aren't you being a bit harsh? How dare you say my father is inferior to my uncles? Besides, don't you know why my father can't make money?
Lin Dong spoke in a low voice, his anger mounting with each thought.
Lin Xiangqing froze. He hadn't expected Lin Dong to dare talk back.
Though he admittedly favored the others. He had privately given the 20-plus acres that rightfully belonged to Lin Xiangqian to his eldest and second sons. You. Lin Xiangqing's face turned ashen, choked speechless by Lin Dong's words. Instinctively, he reached to smash something nearby. The closest thing to him was the large vase with water dragon patterns.
How dare you talk back?
In the next instant, Lin Xiangqing violently swung his dragon-headed cane, smashing it against the vase with a loud crash. Crash! Before everyone's eyes, the blue and white dragon-patterned vase shattered into pieces, scattering fragments across the floor.
What?
Lin Dong's eyes widened in shock, his heart skipping a beat. He never imagined Lin Xiangqing would be so ruthless. A 70 million yuan antique, smashed to pieces by him. And it was irreparable. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu watched the scene unfold, their faces breaking into broad grins as they struggled to suppress their laughter. They couldn't have hoped for more that Lin Xiangqing would come to despise the third brother's family with a vengeance. Now, in front of Lin Dong, the old man smashed the birthday gift he had given him, effectively making his stance clear. This familial bond was now completely severed. After the old man passes away, not a single penny of the Lin family fortune will go to Lin Xiangqian.
As for Lin Yanyan, the daughter who married out of the family, she stands no chance either. In the end, it all falls to the 2 brothers, doesn't it?
Dad, calm down. It's not worth it, don't get so worked up over a bunch of rotten people.
Exactly. It's just a fake. If it got smashed, so be it. I'll have Xiangwu buy you a real one later. Third brother, hurry up and make Lin Dong come over here to kowtow and apologize. If you make dad sick from anger, I won't forgive you. For a moment, everyone unleashed a torrent of verbal attacks.
Lin Xiangqian found himself caught between a rock and a hard place, while Li Xiuqin grew increasingly restless.
Though they'd never gotten along well with the Lin family before, it had never escalated to outright hostility.
Given the current situation, the best-case scenario would likely be getting kicked out by the old man.
After that, they would never see each other again. Clap. Clap.
Amidst the chaos at the old residence, someone suddenly began clapping.
Lin Dong's face was filled with resignation as he sighed. Some people really are like frogs in a well. A 70 million yuan antique, properly preserved, would have been a family heirloom. Now it's been smashed to pieces. If our ancestors knew what had happened, they'd curse you ungrateful descendants to death.
Hearing this, the crowd froze in shock. Then, they stared at Lin Dong in utter shock.
This kid is getting way too cocky. Could it be he wasn't the least bit afraid of being disowned?
You. Lin Xiangqin was so furious his face turned crimson. His finger pointed at Lin Dong, and he nearly choked on his own breath.
Just then, Su Shuebing bent down, picked up a fragment of blue and white porcelain from the ground, and pulled out a magnifying glass from his pocket. He examined it closely.
Moments later, he stood up, utterly shocked.
Unbelievable. This is genuine.
It's a genuine Qing Dynasty Kangxi period dragon-patterned vase.
I can confirm it's the very same piece auctioned at last week's charity gala.
What a pity such a superb piece of blue and white porcelain, shattered to pieces. It would have been more than sufficient as a family heirloom.
What? Hearing this, everyone froze in shock.
Only Lin Dong remained expressionless, utterly unsurprised.
70 million yuan was an astronomical sum for the Lin family, enough to change everyone's fate. Unfortunately, someone just didn't recognize its worth. Brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Lin Xiangwu couldn't accept this reality.
He lunged forward, grabbed Su Shuebing's shoulders, and stammered, "Look again.
Is this thing real or not?"
Su Shuebing showed no hesitation. He nodded solemnly, holding the blue and white porcelain shard, and said with a sigh, "I guarantee with my professional expertise that it is absolutely genuine."
And its value likely exceeds 70 million. Because no existing imperial blue and white porcelain piece can compare to this one. How could that be?
Lin Xiangwu released Su Shuebing's hand, stumbling slightly as his expression turned dazed. Lin Xiangqin, his throat convulsing, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious.
Chapter 146, Regret Too Late. Dad, are you okay?
Lin Xiangwu looked frantic as he kept shaking Lin Xiangqin, who lay on the armchair, barely clinging to life. It was as if that single gush of blood had nearly drained him of his life. All of this stemmed from Su Shuebing's words.
This blue and white porcelain vase with sea dragon patterns was genuine.
Worth over 70 million. And yet, in a fit of rage, he had smashed this priceless treasure to pieces. It could be said he personally shattered the Lin family's dream of overnight wealth and leaping from carp to dragon.
How could Lin Xiangqin not be furious? How could he not regret it?
At that moment, he regretted it so deeply he could have turned green with remorse. He'd nearly kicked the bucket, ready to meet his ancestors. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin exchanged glances. Deep down, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction. After all, Lin Xiangqin had spent his entire life thinking he was so clever, constantly putting them down and looking down on them. Yet now, of all the family members, the one who'd fared best was none other than Lin Dong, the very person he'd looked down on the most.
It was like a slap in the face. Meanwhile, watching the scene descend into chaos, Lin Dong folded his arms and spoke calmly, "Second uncle, wasn't it your constant ranting about fake and counterfeit that made grandfather so furious? If you hadn't been fanning the flames here, would he have smashed that antique? I kindly presented grandfather with a priceless birthday gift. What wrong have I done? It's all because of you ungrateful brats jumping around like mad. What a pity there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. This overwhelming fortune has finally come your way, but you can't handle it." Hearing this, Lin Xiangwu couldn't help but flush crimson. At the same time, he was overcome with deep regret. He couldn't stand seeing the third brother's family rise up, so he deliberately claimed the vase was a fake to discredit them. He never imagined the old man would have such a fiery temper, smashing the item outright. Now, it was all too late. 70 million, he wouldn't get a single penny. Lin Xiangwu, his face flushed bright red like a monkey's, stammered, "You good-for-nothing brat. You've picked up bad habits out there and don't even respect your elders anymore." Put. Before he could finish, Lin Dong shot him a glare that silenced him instantly. "Elders? Do you even deserve that title? Forget all that. You and Uncle Lin should start by returning our family's land. All these years, you've made a fortune off that land. Did you ever think to give my father a single penny? Bunch of heartless bastards, daring to talk about seniority in front of me. Don't you dare spit in your own face and see what you look like." Pa! Whoosh! The crowd stared wide-eyed at Lin Dong, their faces frozen in shock. They never imagined Lin Dong would explode in rage here, berating the brothers Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu so viciously. Lin Xiangwu was so stunned he couldn't even fart, nearly having a stroke. And no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with a single word to fight back. Beside him, Lin Xiangwen was squirming like a fish out of water. He had been complicit in seizing the land from Lin Dong's family. Now that Lin Dong had made a name for himself, who knew if he'd seek revenge on them? Yen. At that moment, a faint voice drifted from the armchair. Lin Yen's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Dad, you're awake. Quiet, everyone. Come see. Upon hearing that Lin Changqing had regained consciousness, the crowd immediately gathered around him, paying no heed to the quarrel between Lin Xiangguo and Lin Dong. Phew! With Lin Yanyan's support, Lin Changqing slowly sat up. His eyes were blank as he stared at the scattered shards on the floor. His face was streaked with tears of regret and his heart twisted in agony. Oh, how blind I was not to recognize the jade inlaid with gold. Why did I have to be so clumsy? Such a beautiful thing, and I shattered it. Sigh. Lin Changqing clutched his head in deep frustration and sorrow. His anguish was no less than when his wife had died. He was literally beating his chest and stamping his feet. Seeing this, everyone else hung their heads in gloom. Lin Xianggu. Suddenly, Lin Changqing called out a name. The latter jolted upright, his body stiffening. Dad, I'm here. Get over here and kneel. 1 second ago, Lin Changqing had been barely clinging to life. The next second, as if experiencing a final burst of strength, he bellowed with full force. Lin Xiangwu's face flushed crimson. Yet he could do nothing about it. Thud. He could only kneel before Lin Changqing in front of everyone, his face twisted with frustration, waiting for his punishment. The next instant, Lin Changqing raised his dragon-headed staff and brought it down with a heavy thud. Crack. The blow landed squarely on Lin Xiangwu's shoulder, leaving a vivid crimson trail of blood. Dad, what are you doing? Second aunt was startled and instinctively tried to step forward. Lin Changqing turned his head and unleashed a torrent of curses. Shut up, you jinx. If it weren't for the two of you stirring the pot, how could I have smashed that treasure? 70 million. That's 70 million. Can you even afford to pay for it? Ha! Hearing this, second aunt lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt. She knew this incident was indeed her fault. But she never imagined the old man would actually lose his temper. All along, Lin Changqing had treated only Wen and Wu as his own sons. Anything of value, he would only think of them. Today, however, he had completely turned his back on her. And you, eldest son. Immediately return every penny and every inch of land you've taken from third brother's family over the years. What? Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu looked up in disbelief. They never imagined the old man would make such a decision. If that happened, wouldn't they lose a huge sum of money? What? Is my word no longer binding? Lin Changqing glared fiercely at the two, wanting nothing more than to hang them up and beat them senseless. These two foolish sons were utterly stupid. First the jade pendant worth 20 million, then the antique worth 70 million. Couldn't they see that Lin Dong was no longer the same person? He was worth at least 100 million now. If they could just mend their relationship with Lin Dong, unimaginable wealth awaited them. Even a crumb of Lin Dong's fortune could make them rich beyond their wildest dreams. Oomph. Beside them, Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. He saw right through Lin Changqing's scheme. But ultimately, this matter depended on Lin Xiangqian's decision. How would they handle these relatives going forward? Would they maintain contact? Dad, what do you think? Lin Dong turned to Lin Xiangqian, seeking his opinion. Without hesitation, Lin Xiangqian stepped forward and addressed Lin Changqing. Thank you for your kindness, Dad, but I no longer need those plots of land. I have my own work. Ha? Lin Changqing froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Lin Xiangqian to respond this way. What kind of job could possibly earn more than a fruit orchard bringing in over 100,000 yuan a year? Upon hearing this, the Wen and Wu brothers couldn't help but launch into their usual mockery. Third brother, have you lost your mind? Dad's practically handing you money. Exactly. What kind of job could possibly earn more than the orchard? Chapter 147, No Mercy for Kin. Lin Xiangqian didn't even glance at them as he said calmly, a few days ago, Xiaodong bought a 4-star hotel in the county seat. I'm now the hotel's general manager. Here's my business card. A 4-star hotel? General manager? Hearing this, the Wen and Wu brothers were both dumbfounded. The others exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with shock. They took a closer look. Admittedly, dressed in this outfit, Lin Xiangqian did carry a certain air of a big boss. But in everyone's minds, Lin Xiangqian was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, a down-and-out loser. At the last family gathering, he was still working in a factory. How had he transformed into the general manager of a 4-star hotel? Third brother, there were things Dad did wrong back then. But you didn't have to lie to me. How come I didn't know you became a general manager? Not a single word about it. Lin Changqing shook his head. He didn't believe a word of what Lin Xiangqian was saying. The next moment, the Wen and Wu brothers chimed in, mimicking his tone. Third brother, your family hasn't gotten involved in any shady business, has it? How else could you have made so much money all at once?
Yeah, first a jade pendant worth tens of millions, then antiques worth hundreds of millions. It all sounds so fishy. We may not earn much running our orchard, but at least we're honest and law-abiding.
Unlike you guys, money seems to blow in like the wind. Who'd believe that's honest money?
Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The third brother's family must have been involved in illegal activities to amass such wealth so quickly. There was simply no other way to explain it. Hearing the crowd's skepticism, Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin instinctively glanced at Lin Dong. Although Lin Dong had previously explained that he'd opened several nightclubs in Tianhai, which were booming and brought in nearly 1 million yuan monthly. But there was one crucial question. Where did he get the capital? Half a year ago, he was just an ordinary office worker.
Haha, so it seems you don't believe me? Fine. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you a chance to make money. It's up to you whether you can seize it.
Lin Dong gave a cold chuckle, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery.
A chance to make money?
Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what Lin Dong meant. Just then, Lin Dong pulled a stack of gold embossed business cards from his pocket. Thick, at least 100 cards. Neatly printed across the front were several large characters. General Manager of Lihua Grand Hotel, Lin Shangqian. He even has business cards. Looks like he's the real deal. I thought third brother was just spouting nonsense. The Wen and Wu brothers stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing it carefully.
Both the address and contact information were genuine.
In other words, this country bumpkin Lin Shangqian had actually transformed himself into the general manager of a 4-star hotel. Instantly, their eyes turned red with envy, their faces twisted with jealousy and resentment.
Who cares if the money was earned legitimately or not?
At least he'd earned it and was enjoying the fruits of his labor. One Lihua Grand Hotel was worth dozens of Lin family orchards.
No wonder Lin Shangqian couldn't care less about the 20-odd acres Lin Changqing had promised him. Now, he's not short on cash at all. Ha! So what if he's the general manager?
What the hell does that have to do with us?
Exactly.
Even if your dad really is some so-called general manager, it doesn't give you the right to strut around here like you own the place, especially not in front of your own grandfather. Lin Xiangguan and Lin Xianggu wore looks of utter contempt. However, Lin Dong didn't pull out his business card to show off. Instead, he focused on the words that followed.
Uncle, second uncle, and everyone present, listen up.
I have 100 business cards in my hand. I'll toss them out shortly, and you can scramble for them.
Whoever grabs one will get 10,000 yuan from me right then, and they're transferred on the spot.
My word is my bond. If I'm lying, may lightning strike me dead and my children be born without anus.
What?
Hearing this, the Wen and Wu brothers who had been smirking moments ago suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. The others clenched their fists tightly, hearts racing.
10,000 yuan for a single business card? Was Lin Dong burning through his money, or trying to be a money-giving fairy? Son, what do you mean by this?
Li Xiuqin furrowed her brow. It wasn't that she was stingy with money. After all, that jade pendant alone was worth over 20 million. To the current Lin Dong, a mere million was nothing. She simply couldn't fathom his intentions.
Lin Dong gave a light, dismissive smile and said, Mom, isn't today Grandpa's 80th birthday? Since it's a birthday celebration, we should make it lively.
As his grandson, it's only right for me to chip in some money to liven things up.
After all, a mere million? That's nothing. A mere million? Hearing those words, the crowd exchanged glances, their envy toward Lin Dong reaching a seething intensity. This kid has really made it big. He doesn't even think money matters. He was downright hateful. But while they seethed inwardly, their bodies betrayed them. One by one, they crowded closer, eyes glued to the business card in Lin Dong's hand. Their expressions resembled starving wolves who had just spotted a steaming whole roasted lamb. Saliva dripped from their mouths. All right, get ready. We're starting soon. Everyone, catch this. Clatter. The next moment, Lin Dong's lips curved into a slight smile as he swept his arm wide. 100 business cards bearing Lin Xiangqian's name scattered like petals in the wind. They scattered freely, landing everywhere. At first, people hesitated. Out of politeness, they hesitated and dawdled. Until Lin Xiaolong shot forward like a bolt of lightning, frantically scooping up the cards from the floor. Only then could the crowd no longer contain themselves. They surged forward, scrambling wildly to grab the cards. Mine. This card is mine. Get lost. I grabbed it first. Lin Xiaowu, look closely, I'm your uncle. How dare you fight me for this? So what if you're my uncle? Each card's worth 10,000 yuan. Grab a few dozen, and you could buy a brand new car. Give it to me. Quick, give it to me. In this day and age, who would turn down money? These people cursed Lin Dong with their mouths. But when it came to grabbing the cards, each was faster than the last. Some even started fighting over them. In the scramble for the cards, Lin Xiaolong and Lin Xiaohu exchanged blows. Before long, both were bleeding from head to toe. The entire Lin family mansion erupted into a chaotic clamor, as noisy as a bustling market. Just minutes earlier, they had been harmonious, celebrating the old master's birthday. Now, each and every one of them was red-faced with rage, turning against their own kin. This bunch of fools, have they all gone mad? Witnessing this scene, Lin Changqing trembled with rage. Yet he couldn't stop them. In the face of money, he was nothing but a fart. Who would listen to him? Chapter 148, Return to Tianhai. Moments later, Lin Xiaohu approached with an ingratiating expression, clutching several tattered business cards. He looked at Lin Dong with a hint of unease. Cousin, take a look. Can these business cards still be exchanged for money? Lin Dong gave a faint smile. Though the cards were damaged beyond repair. But once the words were out, they couldn't be taken back. He wouldn't go back on his word. Besides, he needed to spend a fortune to buy a horse's bones to fan the flames even higher. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any good show to watch. Sure, absolutely. Second cousin, you snagged 5 business cards, that's 50 grand. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Check if you've received it. Ding. Moments later, Lin Xiaohu indeed received the transfer. Holy cow, he really sent the money. Awesome. Thanks, Lin Dong. Lin Xiaohu let out a wild cheer, nearly jumping up and down with excitement. Seeing this, the others scrambled even more frantically. Get lost. Get lost. The two women, second aunt and first aunt, fought the fiercest, pulling hair and scratching faces. Before long, Lin Xiangwen approached, head bowed and back hunched, clutching several blood-stained business cards. Upon closer inspection, his clothes were disheveled and his face bore several scratch marks. It was unclear who had scratched him. Nephew, what happened before was my fault. I apologize to you and your father. Look, can these business cards be exchanged for cash? Seeing Lin Xiangwen being so cautious and groveling, Lin Dong felt utterly satisfied inside. But he didn't let him off easy. Instead, he feigned a worried frown and sighed helplessly. Oh dear, I'm afraid that won't work. Uncle, this business card of yours, the ink's smudged all over. Can't even make out the name. What? Lin Xiangwen immediately grew flustered. Lin Dong, my dear nephew, please, just exchange these business cards for me. But I fought tooth and nail to get these. If I can't cash them in, won't it all be for nothing? Lin Xiangwen felt like crying. Even now, his face still stung fiercely, streaked with bloody marks. If he couldn't get money for them, all this trouble would truly have been for nothing. Lin Dong sighed, feigning indecision as he examined the cards over and over. Uncle, it's not that I won't exchange it for you. But the writing on this card is completely blurred, it's unusable now. Why don't you ask my dad? Or my mom? I remember they had a few new business cards over there. What the hell? New business cards? At those words, Lin Xiangwen's eyes widened in disbelief. He then rushed over to the elderly couple and pleaded earnestly once more. Lin Shangqian and Li Shouqin were soft-hearted and couldn't resist Lin Xiangwen's pleas. Reluctantly, they handed over the last 3 business cards they had. Good nephew, that makes 13 business cards in total. Soon, Lin Xiangwen exchanged them for 130,000 yuan. This drew envious glances from countless onlookers. Mine. Mine. Don't push. I saw this card first. 10 minutes later, the frenzy over the business cards finally came to an end. The least fortunate among them still walked away with 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. It was practically free money. Not long after. Outside the Lin family's ancestral home. A large crowd gathered to see off the Lin Dong family. The sight of that sleek Panamera sparked another round of excited shouts. Especially Lin Xiaolong. Now he understood why Lin Dong had shown no mercy when smashing that BMW. Turns out, they were driving $1 million luxury car like this, they couldn't have cared less about his BMW. Soon, amid the crowd's farewell, Lin Dong drove the elderly couple away from Linjia village. By the time they returned home, it was already afternoon. Mom and Dad, if anyone back home ever dares to bully you again, you must call me immediately. Lin Dong spoke calmly, making sure to leave a few parting words. Unexpectedly, Lin Shangqian and Li Shouqin looked utterly helpless inside. Son, after what you pulled today, it's already a miracle they're not picking on us. Who would dare mess with us now? Exactly. Didn't you see how after snatching the business cards, your uncles were practically begging to give your dad a share of the orchard? They're all trying to curry favor and build connections. And Xiaolong and Xiaohu? They're practically begging to be your driver or assistant, trying to find out what business you're in. Lin Dong scoffed coldly. Where were these people before? Back when his family was destitute, those so-called relatives couldn't wait to kick them while they were down. Now that they saw he'd struck it rich, they were sticking to him like glue. But Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to care. Getting entangled with a bunch of bumpkins would be beneath him. Alright, you two get some rest. I'm heading back to Tianhai. Lin Dong didn't even go upstairs, he just got in his car and drove off. The reason was simple enough. Xu Xiaoxiao had just called. Over the past few days, she'd contacted dozens of nightclubs and finalized the pricing. She was just waiting for him to return and sign off on the deals. Hearing this, Lin Dong felt deeply gratified. True to her reputation as a corporate elite, she worked with lightning speed. In just a few short days, she'd made remarkable progress. About 3 hours later, Lin Dong returned to Tianhai and headed straight for Blue Demon Bar. But he didn't see Chu Xiaoxiao. A phone call revealed that Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Dafa had gone out to meet with some clients and wouldn't be back for a while. Lin Dong gave a helpless smile. Then, he strolled out. It was around 6 or 7 o'clock now. Blue Demon Bar hadn't yet reached its peak business hours, so it wasn't very crowded. Bored out of his mind, Lin Dong asked the waiter for a bottle of brandy, found a random seat, and started drinking to kill time. Before he could even get comfortable. Tap tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor reached his ears. He turned to see a young beauty with a slender figure and seductive movements striding toward him. She wore a fiery red, form-fitting skirt, her long golden hair swaying as she walked. Her 2 pairs of fair, slender legs, clad in a pair of Valentino heels, were fully exposed to the air. Every gesture radiated an irresistible allure. She was nothing short of a witch, a siren. Gulp. Even Lin Dong, who had seen countless women, couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart stirring with unease. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps grew clearer. As the beauty drew nearer, Lin Dong could see her more clearly. But the blonde beauty wasn't heading his way. Without so much as a glance his way, she swept past him with a confident stride in her high heels. Following behind her were 2 burly men. Wearing sunglasses and suits, they looked like bodyguards. They noticed Lin Dong staring intently but didn't bother to stop him. They merely glared at him twice before hurrying to catch up. Men love to look at beautiful women. Such stares happened almost constantly. If they took offense every time, they'd never get anything done. Before long, the blonde beauty ordered several bottles of imported liquor and settled into a luxurious booth, pouring and drinking by herself. Her 2 bodyguards were discreet, standing by with their hands clasped behind their backs, not disturbing her. The blonde beauty wore a troubled expression, seemingly here to drown her sorrows, drinking glass after glass. Before long, her cheeks flushed crimson, and a faint buzz began to take hold. Lin Dong watched it all unfold, his own desires stirring. Chapter 149, My appearance fee is high. Just then, a singer with a ponytail, a beauty rated about 6 or 7 out of 10, strolled onto the stage with her guitar, looking utterly carefree. Lin Dong remembered her name, something like an N. Zhang Dafa had recruited her from some music college. She worked as a resident singer at the bar during her free time to earn tuition and living expenses. Soon, An strummed her guitar and began singing a folk song a cappella. Let me see you one more time. From south to north. Like eyes veiled by the 5th ring road. The melody flows sweetly, like a whispering tale by your ear. Paired with the lighting, it created a wistful atmosphere. By all accounts, this college student named An sang quite well. Below the stage, many patrons were immersed in the song, eyes closed as they listened and savored the moment. But halfway through the song, someone suddenly bellowed out. What kind of crap is this? It sounds awful. I came to this bar to unwind, not to have you ruin my mood. The more you sing, the worse I feel. Change the song now. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Turning toward the voice, he saw the troublemaker was none other than the blonde beauty who'd been drinking alone. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she was clearly tipsy. The crowd was startled by the blonde beauty's outburst. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her. An's delicate brows were furrowed, her hands unsure where to rest. Although she hadn't been at Blue Demon Bar for long, her previous performances had all been fairly successful. Today's situation was the first of its kind she'd encountered. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. An bowed slightly to express her apology. Then she switched to another song and continued playing and singing. But after singing just a few lines, the blonde beauty started yelling again. I told you to get passionate. Are you deaf? If you can't sing properly, get off the stage already. Stop whining and moaning, it's painful to watch. As if it wasn't painful enough already. Fueled by alcohol, the blonde woman pointed and gestured at An. Still not satisfied, she grabbed a bottle of imported liquor and hurled it at him. Thud. Crash. Ah. The bottle landed at An's feet, shattering into pieces. The little girl was so frightened her face drained of color, and she couldn't help but let out a shriek. Then, looking utterly terrified, she began apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, I'm truly sorry. Several customers couldn't stand by and watched, rising to defend her. But the moment they stood up, 2 burly bodyguards glared them back into their seats. Get lost. Our boss lady can do whatever she wants. What business is it of yours? If you don't want to get beaten up, sit down quietly. Got it? Their menacing expressions made it clear they weren't to be trifled with. Everyone immediately backed down. Damn it, you're really pissing me off. If you can't sing, get the hell out of here. Stop embarrassing yourselves. The blonde beauty downed shot after shot while hurling insults. She couldn't care less about the strange looks from others. This behavior suggested she was either drunk and rowdy or simply arrogant by nature, holding no regard for others. Excuse me, miss. I'm the owner of this bar. Are you dissatisfied with our singer? Just then, a deep, magnetic male voice suddenly cut through the air. Luo Yuzhu instinctively looked up. Her eyes fell upon a tall, handsome young man. He caught her eye.
But upon hearing he was the bar owner, she couldn't help but start ranting again.
You're the owner? Well, do you even know why I'm here? I came to this bar to have fun. What kind of singer did you hire? My cat can hum better than that.
Know your place and get her out of here.
Hearing this, Lin Dong's expression turned icy.
If it weren't for her being somewhat attractive, he would have already tossed her out chair and all. At that moment, two bodyguards stepped in front of Lin Dong, their expressions unfriendly.
What do you think you're doing? Stay away from our boss's wife.
Or we'll chop off your hands.
Big sister?
Lin Dong frowned slightly.
Could it be that this woman had some special background?
The thought crossed his mind, and Lin Dong's eyes darted around.
He gave a faint smile.
Don't misunderstand, ladies. I'm just here to ask what this beautiful lady might be dissatisfied with.
Poof.
Luo Yuju rolled her eyes, her slender legs resting gracefully on the table.
Nothing to discuss.
Replace her immediately.
You seem to have a silver tongue. Why don't you go up and sing a couple of songs? Luo Yuju's words hit Lin Dong right where he wanted them.
Outwardly, however, he feigned reluctance.
Sweetheart, I'm the boss.
Normally, I don't get involved like this.
So, your appearance fee must be sky high, huh?
Luo Yuju snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flitting across her pretty face.
I've got plenty of money.
Xiong de, Xiong air.
The two bodyguards acted in perfect sync, immediately pulling out a briefcase. Bang!
The moment the case opened, a sea of crimson banknotes flooded the room. At a glance, there was at least 500,000.
Whoa! Witnessing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At the same time, it became clear that Luo Yuju was no ordinary person. Otherwise, who in their right mind would carry that much cash around? Is this enough? Not enough.
I've got more on my card.
A bar owner actually dares to put on airs in front of me? He really doesn't know his place.
Lin Dong chuckled softly and nodded.
All right, I'd be rude to refuse. With that, Lin Dong walked straight toward the stage and gave a nod. And you've worked hard. You can go down first. Don't dwell on tonight's events.
Later, I'll add 10,000 yuan to your bonus as a token of appreciation.
What?
Hearing this, Anan was startled at first. Then, she was overjoyed. She had been worried she might lose her job. Now, with Lin Dong's words, all her worries vanished instantly.
Thank you, boss. I love you, boss.
Anan let out a loud cheer, gave him a warm hug, and planted a big kiss on Lin Dong's cheek. Then, clutching her guitar, she bounced and skipped off the stage. Lin Dong touched his cheek, a look of resignation on his face. Are college girls these days all so bold? Why do they kiss so easily? Just as he was lost in thought, an impatient voice suddenly rang out from the audience.
What's the hold up? Are you gonna sing or not?
If you don't sing soon, watch out, I'll smash your bar to pieces. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was none other than Luo Yuju speaking. She sat with her legs crossed, glaring at Lin Dong with obvious displeasure. Just then, a song flashed through Lin Dong's mind. He grabbed the microphone.
In an instant, his entire demeanor transformed.
1 second, he was the seasoned bar owner. The next, he transformed into a top-tier singer.
Both his posture and stage presence were dazzling.
Luo Yuju's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively straightened her posture.
Whoa, dude, you're seriously good. Soon, under the dazzling lights, the accompaniment began to play.
Lin Dong closed his eyes and began to sing softly.
I gaze upon the distant peaks, but missed the turning point. Suddenly, I turn around, only to find you waiting for me. You never left. Chapter 150, Find a Quiet Place. Whoosh! The next second, the once bustling bar fell suddenly silent.
Every head turned in unison toward Lin Dong on stage, each holding their breath, faces frozen in shock.
This. Luo Yuju's pupils contracted sharply as she found herself unconsciously drawn into the song's smooth, flowing melody.
Goosebumps erupted all over her body, and her ears felt like they were about to burst from listening.
He sings so incredibly well. When the song ended, the entire venue fell silent.
It wasn't that Lin Dong sang poorly. Rather, everyone was so deeply engrossed in listening that it took them a long time to snap back to reality. Moments later, Luo Yuju was the first to snap out of it and begin clapping.
Clap! 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 The crowd snapped out of their trance. Immediately, enthusiastic applause erupted. Boss, you sang amazingly.
Not a bit worse than the original.
Exactly. If you sang every day, I'd definitely come every day. One more. One more. In an instant, the bar's atmosphere grew lively once more.
Everyone looked at Lin Dong expectantly, hoping he'd sing another song. Anan, who had just stepped down, was also slightly flushed.
No wonder the boss was so confident in saving me.
Turns out he sings so beautifully.
Ugh, and here I was worrying about him.
Though Anan protested with ugh, her coy, hesitant movements betrayed her true feelings.
Ahem.
On stage, Lin Dong cleared his throat softly. He had only hummed a few lines casually. He hadn't expected such a huge reaction from everyone. What could he do?
Who could resist divine-level singing skills bestowed by the system? Listening to him sing was pure bliss. Handsome guy, I never expected you to sing so beautifully. This lady is thoroughly impressed. Luo Yuju flashed Lin Dong a seductive glance, her eyes practically dripping with allure. This woman was born to be seductive. Even the slightest gesture sent flames of desire raging through men, making them yearn to rush over and pin this little vixen to the ground right then and there. Beside them, Xiongde and Xiong'er remained unfazed. Luo Yuju was simply that captivating. Too bad she belonged to that big shot, no one dared touch her. Unless, of course, that person wanted to die. Yet, the two never imagined that today, someone would actually have the audacity to set their sights on Luo Yuju. Ha, as long as the beauty likes it. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. That confident expression and those deeply affectionate eyes once again left Luo Yuju utterly spellbound. Since everyone wants to hear more, I'll sing another song. How about it? Lin Dong asked with a smile. The moment the words left his lips, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the bar. Almost everyone stood up, their faces aglow with excitement. Some even pulled out their phones, ready to record. Ahem. Lin Dong cleared his throat, gazing tenderly at Luo Yuju. Luo Yuju, who had been acting drunk moments ago, nearly fainted from the moment. The alcohol's effects combined with his gaze instantly flushed her cheeks pink, her skin burning hot. Now, only one thought occupied her mind. Push Lin Dong down. If those two words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't have realized how much it hurt me. How could I have said it? It's just a breakup. Soon, Lin Dong's soul-piercing, deep voice echoed throughout the entire bar once more. In that moment, he was the only shining star in the entire venue. The undisputed king of song, alive and well. Woo woo. Luo Yuju was deeply moved, her tears streaming down like rain on pear blossoms. Simultaneously, her fascination with Lin Dong deepened. Moments later, another song concluded. Many felt unsatisfied and wished to keep Lin Dong. Unfortunately, Lin Dong politely declined and walked down the stage on his own. Soon, he approached Luo Yuju with a smile. Beautiful lady, did I sing well? Yes, absolutely. I've never heard such a beautiful song before. Luo Yuju nodded excitedly. Glad you liked it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He knew he had this fiery blonde beauty wrapped around his finger now. The next step was to figure out how to get rid of these two third wheels. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, Luo Yuju spoke up first. He pulled out his bank card and ordered in a bossy tone, Xiongde, Xiong'er, go to the bank and withdraw 100,000 yuan. This singer has a beautiful voice, I'll reward him. The two bodyguards froze. Inside the briefcase was nearly 500,000 yuan. Luo Yuju actually wanted them to withdraw money to tip a man? Had she lost her mind? What? My words don't hold any weight anymore? Or have you gone deaf? Seeing the two of them frozen in place, Luo Yuju narrowed her eyes and glared fiercely at them. No, no. The two bodyguards quickly shook their heads. Luo Yuju was indeed a woman without a brain. But the man behind her was a force to be reckoned with. They dared not disobey her. But, sister-in-law, if we go to get the money, what about your safety? Yeah, who's going to protect you? The two bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. The next second. Clatter! Luo Yuju grabbed the wine bottle and smashed it directly onto the table. Then, she charged at them with the sharp edge facing forward, a look of contempt on her face. I'm not someone to mess with either. Who dares come near me? Get lost, don't make me curse at you. At her words, the two bodyguards didn't dare linger, scurrying out in a hurry. In their eyes, Lin Dong was nothing but a street singer. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare touch Luo Yuju. Unfortunately for them, even they could misjudge someone. Luo Yuju's commanding presence caught Lin Dong's attention. He'd played with countless beauties, but this was the first time he'd encountered someone so fiercely independent. Her exquisite looks contrasted sharply with her fierce demeanor. The only question was whether she'd be just as fiercely untamed in bed. Hey, handsome, this place is too crowded. How about we find a quiet place to talk properly? With all this money, I don't feel safe carrying it alone. Luo Yuju pressed her index finger against her full lips. Her seductive gesture and sultry gaze made her look like a fox spirit. No problem. Lin Dong licked his lips and smiled. Follow me, beautiful. A flash of cunning flickered in Luo Yuju's eyes. Then she hurried after him. Moments later, Lin Dong led Luo Yuju into the restroom. Not bad. This is a good spot. Luo Yuju wrapped her arms around Lin Dong from behind and began kissing his neck wildly. Like a starving she-wolf who hadn't eaten in days, she was utterly wild. Lin Dong was also burning with desire. Still, he played hard to get. Hey, we just met. This isn't right, is it? I don't even know your name. Hearing this, Luo Yuju flashed a devilish smile. Then, ignoring Lin Dong's protests, she forcefully undid his shirt buttons and clung to him like an octopus. We don't know each other. That's precisely why we need to get to know each other better. My name is Luo Yuju. You'll remember it. Chapter 151, Shan Nanshan's Woman. Inside the bathroom. Passion raged, breaths came in gasps. Luo Yuju wore an expression of pure bliss. She had thought Lin Dong was merely a good singer. Little did she know his skills were this impressive. This delighted her immensely. She surrendered to the moment, completely lost. Lin Dong hadn't expected Luo Yuju to be so playful either. A place like the restroom, crowded and full of prying eyes, where they could be discovered at any moment. Yet she acted as if she were at home, going wild. Again! Again! At that moment, Lin Dong felt he couldn't take it anymore. This wild colt was beyond what most men could handle. Fortunately, he possessed an iron will. With this God-given skill, no matter how many women came his way, he could handle them all. Conquering Luo Yuju was merely a matter of time. Sure enough, before long, Luo Yuju surrendered. Handsome, you're incredible. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Luo Yuju was panting heavily, her hair disheveled. She nearly lost her balance. Lin Dong gave a faint smile and suddenly slapped her. Better late than never, sweetheart. Luo Yuju let out a soft moan, her expression utterly intoxicated. Yet moments later, a hint of melancholy crept onto her face. It's still too late. I'm Chen Nanshan's woman now. No one in all of Tianhai dares touch me. Lin Dong froze slightly, blurting out instinctively. Chen Nanshan? The boss of the 7 Stars gang? That look of astonishment seemed to be exactly what Luo Yuju had anticipated. She couldn't help but tease him. What? Scared? You can still get out now, if you hurry. Otherwise, once he finds out, he'll make you pay dearly. In Luo Yuju's eyes, Lin Dong was just a mere bar owner, certainly not someone who'd dare provoke Chen Nanshan. She figured he'd be making a quick escape any minute now, running as far away as possible. But the next moment, Lin Dong burst into laughter. Far from being afraid, he grew even more excited. Ha! I've actually made that bastard Chen Nanshan wear a green hat. I didn't realize it until you mentioned it, but now I feel even better. No, I'm about to be over the moon. Aren't you afraid of the 7 Stars gang? That's Tianhai City's biggest gang. This could get deadly. Luo Yuju turned to look at Lin Dong with curiosity. Could this guy be crazy? So it's the 7 Stars gang. I know all about them. Lin Dong's lips curved into a smirk, his expression unconcerned. That guy under him, called Frog, came by my place demanding some protection money. I taught him a little lesson. I think I broke one of his legs? Left leg or right leg? I can't remember. What? Luo Yuju was stunned, staring at Lin Dong in horror. You injured Frog? Watching Luo Yuju's cherry red lips form an O shape in shock, Lin Dong felt an urge to stuff something inside them. It was me. So what? Forget Tianji. Even if Chen Nanshan himself showed up, I'd still beat him to the ground, make him crawl and beg for mercy. Luo Yuju was dumbfounded. A few days ago, Tianji, the top enforcer of the 7 Stars gang, had his leg broken. She never imagined the person would be Lin Dong. If she'd known it was him, she never would have done such a foolish thing. Ha! Scared? Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile as he echoed her words back to her in the same tone. At the same time, he gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, brought on by fear. You're so bold. Luo Yuju's heart pounded wildly. She had thought she'd hooked a handsome young man. Little did she know, she was the one being reeled in. And she'd done it all so foolishly, taking the bait herself. It's too late to be scared now. I haven't had enough fun yet. Let's continue. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. Luo Yuju could no longer spare a thought for anything else. Meanwhile, Xiongde and Xiong'er rushed back to the bar, clutching the freshly withdrawn 100,000 yuan. Because the amount was so large, the withdrawal process was slow. By the time they rushed back, nearly half an hour had passed. Scanning the area, they couldn't find Luo Yuju anywhere. Where's the boss's wife? Why is she gone? Could something have happened? I noticed that bar owner kept hitting on her earlier. Could it be? Tap tap. Just as the 2 bodyguards were at their wits' end, the familiar click-clack of high heels echoed from behind. They turned to see none other than Luo Yuju. You two, whispering away, what are you up to? Big sister. The 2 bodyguards jumped in fright. They immediately bowed their heads. They also handed over the 100,000 yuan they'd just withdrawn. To their surprise, Luo Yuju didn't even glance at it, waving her hand impatiently. Counting on you 2 useless fools? The food's gone cold. I don't feel like listening to music anymore. I'm tired and just want to go back to sleep. With that, Luo Yuju swung her 2 beautiful legs and strode straight toward the bar entrance. As she reached the doorway, her legs buckled, nearly sending her tumbling to the floor. Fortunately, the 2 bodyguards didn't look up. Otherwise, they would have definitely noticed something was off. Glad you're okay, madam. Hurry back inside. Otherwise, the boss will start worrying. After the 3 had left, Lin Dong emerged from behind a pillar, his eyes narrowed slightly. In his hand, he held a small piece of black lace fabric. This woman really has some nerve. I'll keep this as a souvenir. What a coincidence running into Chen Nanshan's woman. Come to think of it, the 7 Stars gang hasn't made a move lately. Who knows if those bastards are scared of me or just biding their time for something big. Tap tap. Just then, the sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed again. Lin Dong, been waiting impatiently, haven't you? Sorry, traffic held me up a bit. Following the sound, the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of perfectly straight, long, beautiful legs. His gaze drifted upward to a form-fitting black office lady uniform and a delicate face. Lin Dong quickly stuffed the small piece of fabric into his pocket and smiled. No rush, Xiao Xiao. I just got here too. Chapter 152, Massive Acquisition, 30 billion cashback. That's good. Xiao Xiao smiled with relief. Then, noticing Lin Dong staring intently at her, she couldn't help but blush. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Saying this, Xiao Xiao reached for the small mirror she carried and prepared to check. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her straight into his embrace. Ah! Caught off guard, Xiao Xiao let out a startled cry. Then, everything spun wildly. When she finally regained her senses, her lips were already firmly sealed. Xiao Xiao kept patting Lin Dong's shoulder. Seeing this, Zhang Dafa, who had just entered the bar, immediately turned his head. Behind Zhang Dafa trailed over 20 middle-aged men. Each owned several nightclubs and was quite wealthy. Seeing Lin Dong's actions, they all shared a knowing smile. When there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's no work, the secretary handles things. Such matters were perfectly normal in their circle. Not knowing how to enjoy your wealth? That's just plain foolish. Ahem. After a long while, only when Xiao Xiao's face turned crimson and she was nearly gasping for breath did Lin Dong reluctantly release her. Seriously, what are you doing? With all these people watching, don't you feel embarrassed? You're such a big shot, yet you can't even maintain your image. Xiao Xiao's expression was both flustered and annoyed, her words a constant stream of complaints. Yet inside, she felt as sweet as honey. She'd been afraid that after so long without intimacy with Lin Dong, he might have developed feelings for another woman. But now it seemed he still had a place for her in his heart. Haha, they say absence makes the heart grow fonder. I just couldn't hold back. Wait, I'll make it up to you properly later. Lin Dong smiled faintly, taking Xiao Xiao's small hand in his own. How could Xiao Xiao fail to catch the hidden meaning in Lin Dong's words? She bit her lip immediately, feeling a wave of heat wash over her body. But first things first, let's get down to business. It's all your fault. You just love picking on me, nearly messing up the important business. Let me introduce you to these gentlemen. They're the owners of Tianhai City's major nightclubs and bars. Upon hearing you were buying up nightlife venues at premium prices, they sought me out. There was one thing Xiao Xiao didn't mention outright. That was the fact that these nightclub owners had paid untold sums in protection money over the years. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Nanshan gang. Hearing that Lin Dong had beaten Tianji, the 7 Stars gang's top enforcer, into a three-legged toad was nothing short of a triumph. To thank Lin Dong for avenging their grievances, they were more than willing to sell their nightclubs to him. More importantly, with the current economic downturn and reduced consumer spending, nightclub business had suffered significantly, nowhere near what it used to be. Many nightclubs are losing money daily. Just then, Lin Dong emerged, aggressively buying up nightclubs. Both parties found common ground instantly. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Regarding the acquisition, I'm sure Xiao Xiao has already discussed the details with you. Now, are there any remaining issues that haven't been settled? Lin Dong led the 20-odd owners into his office and plopped down on the sofa. His simple act of sitting there radiated an air of unquestionable authority. His gaze swept across the room, silencing the office. Those who had been contemplating counteroffers swallowed their thoughts. As the saying goes, a tree's shadow falls where its name is known. Lin Dong's presence and demeanor were even more commanding than they had imagined. And he was so young. Better not to cross him. Please wait a moment, boss. I have the contract here. Take a look first. Xiao Xiao understood immediately and quickly pulled the printed contract from her bag. Lin Dong skimmed through it casually, then nodded in satisfaction. The contract terms were clear and comprehensive, covering every detail without a single loophole. It clearly demonstrated the other party's competence. If there are no issues, let's sign it right away. Here's to a fruitful partnership and great success for us all. The group of business owners exchanged glances, seemingly hesitating over something. After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke up. Young Master Lin, regarding the price, we've already reached an agreement with Miss Chu. There's no issue there. But before signing, we're all curious. With you buying up nightclub businesses like this and refusing to pay protection money, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the 7 Stars gang? At this remark, all eyes turned to Lin Dong. They were all curious, where did Lin Dong get the nerve to confront the 7 Stars gang head-on? Heh, so that's what you've been worried about. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke calmly. In my eyes, the 7 Stars gang is nothing special. If they know their place and leave me alone, we can coexist peacefully, each minding their own business. But if they're blind enough to target me, I have 1,000 ways to make them regret it. Or even make them vanish forever. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the group of bosses were startled. They found him increasingly unfathomable. Most people would tremble at the mere mention of the Seven Stars gang. But Lin Dong? Not a bit of fear. He even declared his intent to wipe out the Seven Stars gang. Gentlemen, I've made my position clear. Now it's up to your sincerity. If you wish to be my friend, Lin Dong, sign the papers. If you're unwilling, turn left at the door, you still have time. Lin Dong leaned back on the sofa, radiating an air of supreme confidence. Seeing this, the business owners hesitated no longer. Before long, Chu Xiaoxiao transferred the agreed-upon sums one by one according to the contract. 20 million. 30 million. 100 million. Swish, swish, swish. As each massive sum left his account, the balance in Lin Dong's bank card dwindled to a precarious figure, teetering on the brink of depletion. At that moment, the business owners confirmed receipt and began signing and stamping documents. The system's voice finally chimed in. Detected host spending 5 million yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 50 million yuan deposited into bank account. Detected host spending 20 million yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 200 million yuan deposited into bank account. Detected host spending 50 million yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 500 million yuan deposited into bank account. Detected host spending 200 million yuan at nightclub. 10x cashback successful. 2 billion yuan deposited into bank account. At the same time, the balance on Lin Dong's bank card surged again at a visibly astonishing speed. 50 million. 200 million. 1 billion. In an instant, the figure in Lin Dong's account returned to the previous 30 billion. And it continued to surge wildly, showing no signs of stopping. Whoa! Even though Lin Dong had experienced this many times before, his heart still surged with excitement, his face flushed crimson. Finally, the balance on Lin Dong's bank card settled at an utterly staggering figure. 30 billion. Which meant 300 billion. Chapter 153, Murderous Intent. Holy, I've made a killing. Lin Dong's expression was electrified as he instinctively clenched his fists. He felt every cell in his body dancing with joy. Boss, what's wrong? Chu Xiaoxiao gave him a puzzled look. Ahem, nothing. It's just acquiring so many nightclubs at once, and the business keeps growing. It's incredibly exciting. But most of all, I'm thrilled to have met you. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao flushed crimson, her heart pounding wildly. Beyond shyness, another emotion stirred within her. Gratitude. If not for Lin Dong, she'd still be worrying about paying off her stepfather's gambling debts. And she certainly wouldn't have found such a great job. In the blink of an eye, 30 billion was transferred. Such staggering cash flow was nearly on par with the top traders. Just thinking about it was thrilling. On the other side, the nightclub owner who received the money was beaming with joy. Wow, young Master Lin sure is generous. Such a huge sum, and he sent it all in one go. Yeah, back in the day, people came knocking to buy our nightclub. But whenever money came up, it always rained or stormed, and the whole thing just fizzled out. If any friends want to sell their nightclub, young Master Lin, rest assured I'll make sure they come to you first. Lin Dong nodded with a smile. He'd love for every nightclub in Tianhai or even the entire country to sell to him. In that case, the cashback wouldn't just be 300 billion. It would be 300 billion. 3 trillion. By then, he could easily become the new world's richest man, his wealth rivaling that of a nation. Whoa! At this thought, Lin Dong's heart raced again, his breathing becoming heavy. Such a prospect would be hard for anyone to remain calm about. Not long after, Lin Dong personally saw off the group of business owners. Boss, acquiring so many nightclubs at once, aren't we taking a bit too big a step? Forget management issues, what if the Seven Stars gang launches a surprise attack? How would we handle that? Even hiring security takes time. It wasn't just the owners who were concerned. Zhang Dafa, the bar manager, had the same worries. The more nightclubs Lin Dong acquired, the more likely problems would arise. He couldn't possibly grow 3 heads and 6 arms to protect them all individually, could he? Lin Dong gave a faint smile. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Xiaoxiao waved her index finger. No. Manager Zhang, this problem is actually quite easy to solve. We can completely address the staffing shortage in another way. That is, hire a specialized security company to oversee the nightclub. This way, we can not only guard against the Seven Stars gang, but also handle any drunken disturbances promptly. Hearing this, Zhang Dafu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. Why didn't I think of that? The boss's wife is sharp as a tack and quick on the uptake. Hearing this title, Chu Xiaoxiao flushed bright red. Boss and madam, I'll get back to work now. Just let us know if you need anything. Lin Dong nodded with a smile. Then, once Zhang Dafa had walked far enough away, he suddenly scooped Chu Xiaoxiao into his arms. Xiaoxiao, I've missed you so much after all this time apart. It's getting late. I'll take you back to the Peninsula Hotel now. On the way, tell me everything that's happened these past few days. In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao's heart felt like it was melting. She murmured a faint okay in response.
Lin Dong laughed heartily, carrying Chu Xiaoxiao as he strode swiftly out of the bar.
He wasn't the least bit concerned about attracting attention. Everyone was out to have fun.
Such things were nothing new to them.
Meanwhile, in the office of a certain club in Tianhai City,
a well-dressed man with a slick-back hairstyle and a cigar in his mouth frowned, seemingly waiting for something. Moments later, a man in a floral shirt hurried in.
"Boss, we've got news.
Those guys really went after Lin Dong. And they got money from him, probably sold the nightclub to Lin Dong."
"What?"
Hearing this, the man with the slicked-back hair flew into a rage, flinging his cigar aside. Then he kicked the chair beside him. Thud! The chair flew across the room, shattering a glass pane.
The once elegant and sophisticated office was instantly reduced to chaos.
"Boss, boss." The man in the floral shirt who had come to report the news trembled in fear, dreading that the anger might be directed at him. The next moment, the man with the slick-back hair slowly turned around, revealing a square face with thick eyebrows and large eyes. He appeared quite dignified. Yet his brow was heavy with menace and fury. He clearly wasn't someone to mess with. This Lin Dong, he's getting bolder by the day.
Does he even respect the 7 Stars gang anymore? Blue Demon not paying protection fees is one thing. But now he's actually buying up nightclubs left and right.
He's clearly trying to on my head. The man with the slicked-back hair was none other than
Chen Nanshan, the boss of the 7 Stars gang. Last time, Lin Dong broke Frog's leg.
Chen Nanshan had been seething ever since, biding his time for revenge. But unexpectedly, before he could make his move, the other side had already stirred up so much trouble. If this keeps up, how will the 7 Stars gang survive? "Boss, what should we do?"
"How about?"
Flower Shirt's eyes flashed with ferocity as he made a throat-slitting gesture.
Chen Nanshan nodded and spoke calmly.
"Proceed as previously discussed. Lin Dong, you chose the path to hell when heaven was open to you. You brought this upon yourself." The next moment, Chen Nanshan raised his foot and stomped down hard several times, crushing the cigar into the snow until not a single spark remained. Meanwhile, Lin Dong gripped the steering wheel with one hand while resting the other on the passenger seat, specifically on a certain shapely, well-proportioned thigh. Feeling the warmth radiating from his fingertips, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but bite her lip, the sensation both thrilling and pleasurable.
"Xiaoxiao, you must have been lonely these past few days without me. Once we get back to the hotel, I'll make it up to you. And relive that first-time feeling." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Even she found it absurd.
Their first meeting had led to that kind of thing. Then, in a daze, she ended up in bed with Lin Dong.
"You have the nerve to say that?"
Haha, it was consensual, what's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Dong's lips curved upward. His right hand grew bolder.
He actually lifted the hem of Chu Xiaoxiao's skirt, slowly moving upward.
"Stop!" Chu Xiaoxiao gasped in shock, urgently grabbing Lin Dong's wandering hand.
At the same time, at an intersection ahead, on a dump truck parked by the roadside, the driver was smoking. The ground was littered with cigarette butts. It was clear he had been waiting here for quite some time. Just then, Lin Dong appeared in view, driving his Panamera. A sharp gleam flashed in the driver's eyes. He then forcefully stubbed out his cigarette with his fingers and turned the ignition key. Just as Lin Dong crossed the intersection, roar! The dump truck accelerated, charging headlong toward the Panamera with blinding speed. Chapter 154, No Mercy. In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank.
Her eyes widened as she watched the dump truck hurtle toward them, forgetting even to scream.
"Buckle up!" A familiar voice suddenly rang out.
Chu Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, instinctively obeying the command as she grabbed the seatbelt across her chest. Just then, the dump truck slammed into the front of the Panamera. The collision seemed inevitable, and both lives were about to be lost.
Squeal! In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong yanked the steering wheel.
The Panamera seemed to take flight, skimming past the front of the dump truck like a dragon's tail, narrowly avoiding the collision. Not an inch more, not an inch less.
"What?"
The hooded driver in the dump truck's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that under such extreme circumstances, Lin Dong would pull off a stunt right before his eyes. Roar! The Panamera pulled away from the dump truck, skidding several hundred meters before finally coming to a steady halt.
Phew!
Lin Dong gripped the steering wheel tightly, panting heavily. As for Chu Xiaoxiao, her face had turned deathly pale. Like a frightened little rabbit, she stood frozen in place.
"It's okay, Xiaoxiao. You're safe now. You're not dead." Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Chu Xiaoxiao finally snapped back to reality.
She threw her arms around Lin Dong, her body trembling slightly as tears streamed down her face.
"Wah, Lin Dong, I was so scared. It's okay now."
Lin Dong gently patted Chu Xiaoxiao's back, helping her calm down a little.
Boom! Just then, a thunderous crash erupted from behind them. Immediately after, a huge splash echoed. "What's going on?"
Lin Dong turned his head in surprise. To his shock, he saw that the dump truck from earlier had plunged headfirst into the river.
Too heavy to float. Before everyone's eyes, it rapidly sank to the riverbed.
Moments later, people finally reacted, shouting one after another.
"Save them! Quick, save them. The truck's already sunk, how can we rescue him? Was he drunk driving? Who knows? He was going so fast for no reason. Who knows? Maybe the brakes failed, or maybe it was suicide. The crowd grew larger, and the speculation multiplied. Suicide? Hearing those two words, Lin Dong's eyes widened in shock, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. In that split second, the dump truck had targeted the Panamera with deadly precision. And at breakneck speed. Without his god-tier combat skills granting him superhuman reflexes, there was no way he could have dodged it. The dump truck would have crushed both him and Xu Xiaoxiao, along with the car, into fragments without question. At that point, thanks to the Panamera acting as a buffer, the dump truck wouldn't have plunged into the river. Therefore, this was absolutely not suicide. Seems someone doesn't want me alive. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, a chill flickering between his brows. How sharp-witted was Xu Xiaoxiao? Though still shaken and her mind a muddle, she instantly grasped the implication of Lin Dong's words. You mean someone hired a hitman? But who would risk everything to do something like that? If they get caught, they'll definitely go to jail. Lin Dong shook his head with a cold smile, uttering a name he'd repeated countless times. Who else could it be? Someone who's held a deep grudge against us lately and is capable of pulling something like this. Only the Seven Stars Gang's boss, Chen Nanshan. Him? Xu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Chen Nanshan was notorious, this sort of thing was absolutely within his capacity. Moreover, similar incidents had occurred in Tianhai City before. Later, they all faded into obscurity. It was as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything. It seemed highly likely this was a case of silencing witnesses through murder. At this thought, Xu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened, unease creeping over her. Lin Dong, you're right, it's highly likely Chen Nanshan's retaliation. But I never imagined it would come so quickly, so fiercely. Maybe we should just back down. After all, you can only hide forever, but you can't guard forever. Living in constant fear like this isn't sustainable. Now that Chen Nanshan has set his sights on killing, he won't give up just because he missed once. In the days to come, more accidents and incidents might be waiting for them. Backing down might be the only way out. Back down? In my dictionary, Lin Dong, there's no such word as back down. Besides, do you really think paying some so-called protection money will make Chen Nanshan show mercy? Ridiculous. If he were that kind of man, he wouldn't have built the Seven Stars Gang into what it is today. Lin Dong's earlier actions had already slapped Chen Nanshan in the face. Only by killing Lin Dong or crippling him, destroying his family, could he salvage his reputation. Just then, another call came in. Lin Dong frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, upon answering, Zhang Da's frantic voice came through the line. Young Master Lin, it's bad news. A gang of thugs came to the bar causing trouble, smashed all the liquor cabinets, and chased away every customer. Several other nightclubs have been ransacked too. It's like they planned it all showing up at once. It's the Seven Stars Gang, it has to be them. Hearing Zhang Da's frantic voice, Lin Dong's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Ruthless. Too ruthless. On one side, Chen Nanshan orchestrated a car accident, aiming to kill him outright. On the other side, he dispatched his men to smash up his bar. It was clearly premeditated, a well-orchestrated series of attacks. Damn it! Veins bulged on Lin Dong's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. A series of cracking sounds echoed. His phone was crumpled into a ball. Calm down, Lin Dong, you must stay calm. As long as he's okay. We can handle the rest later. Xu Xiaoxiao knew that the more critical the situation, the more crucial it was to maintain rationality. Chen Nanshan wanted nothing more than to see Lin Dong lose his composure and walk right into the trap. Under Xu Xiaoxiao's gentle urging, the fierce glint in Lin Dong's eyes gradually faded. Yet lingering, unshakable, was the intense murderous intent. Chen Nanshan, this debt I will collect it with my own hands. Better clean your neck and wait. Wayo wayo. Just then, the police sirens blared. One after another, police cars swiftly arrived at the scene. Even a rescue team was called in for the recovery. As expected, the dump truck driver had been dead for quite some time. His final expression was frozen in terror. It was unclear whether he was terrified of failing his mission or simply dreading death. Lin Dong and Xu Xiaoxiao were then questioned by the police. After confirming they were not involved, the officers released them. From this point forward, the feud between Lin Dong and the Seven Stars Gang would be fought to the death. Chapter 155, Throw It All Out. 9 o'clock at night, Blue Demon Bar. A gang of thugs stormed in, rampaging through the place, looting and smashing everything in sight. A server rushed out to stop them, only to be knocked flat with a single club swing. The men and women who had come to enjoy themselves were terrified out of their wits. One by one, they scrambled toward the exit like mad, desperate to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Before long, the entire bar was left with only this gang of thugs wielding clubs. Seeing this, Zhang Dafa and his men were stunned. Who the hell are you people? Stop smashing things. Our boss will be back soon. Talk to him about whatever it is. Thud. Zhang Dafa mustered his courage to step in and stop him. Instead, he was kicked hard into the counter. Stars danced before his eyes as blood gushed from his head. Just then, a somewhat familiar face entered his line of sight. It was a young man with a crew cut, leaning on a cane. A cigarette dangled from his mouth and a prominent scar marked his face, clearly no pushover. The moment Zhang Dafu recognized the man's face, he was terrified out of his wits. Tian. Tianji. Indeed, the man approaching was none other than Frog, the top enforcer of the Seven Stars gang. The identities of these petty thugs were self-evident. If not the Seven Stars gang, then who else could it be? Damn it, you think you can just call out Chicken's name? I'll wash your mouth out with soap. A thug bellowed, smashing a bottle of imported liquor and pouring its contents directly over Zhang Dafa's head, drenching him to the bone. Then, Frog limped over and spoke coldly. Your boss won't be coming. Because he's dead. What? Zhang Dafa stared in disbelief, utterly stunned. Just a minute ago, he'd been on the phone with Lin Dong. How could he suddenly be dead? Ha! You think we Seven Stars gang are as dumb as you? Let me tell you, our boss had a special gift prepared for Lin Dong. By now, he should have received it. Tianji's lips curled into a maniacal grin. The thought of Lin Dong being run over by a car sent a wave of exhilaration from head to toe. The only downside? He hadn't pulled the trigger himself. Brothers, keep smashing. I've got the blue demon down pat, not even Jesus could stop me, I swear. Tianji raised his arm in a rallying cry, his eyes blazing with savagery. The others responded in unison, energized as if injected with adrenaline, smashing and kicking with renewed ferocity. Zhang De stared blankly at the scene, finally realizing the attackers had come prepared. No wonder multiple nightclubs under Lin Dong's name had been vandalized. Some had been splattered with paint, others littered with dead rats. And Blue Demon, as Lin Dong's stronghold, was subjected to direct smashing and destruction. It seemed this bar was beyond saving. Just as despair washed over him, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Jesus couldn't save it, but I can. Today, no one touches this bar. Ha! Tianji froze. Who was bold enough to defy the Seven Stars gang? Weren't they afraid of dying? A cruel smile played at the corners of his mouth as he slowly turned around. Suddenly, he froze in place. He stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Zhang Dafa, upon seeing the newcomer, couldn't help but cry out in shock. "The boss." Unsurprisingly, the newcomer was none other than Lin Dong. In an instant, everyone recoiled several steps, their expressions frozen in sheer terror. Chen Nanshan had clearly orchestrated a car accident, aiming to run Lin Dong over. That's why Tianji had dared to act so brazenly, bringing men to smash things up. Yet here Lin Dong stood, alive and well, right before his eyes. Looks like the boss's intel was wrong. Lin Dong, are you human or ghost? Don't come any closer. Tap tap. Frog limped backward, his back pressed against the bar counter, no room left to retreat. The others were in much the same state, their faces frozen in sheer terror. Earlier, they had witnessed firsthand just how formidable Lin Dong was in a fight. Taking on 100 men alone? Not the slightest exaggeration. Not to mention the legless toad, now even a drugged-up toad would be taken out in one move by Lin Dong. Hearing the frog's sole retort, Lin Dong sneered with disdain. Whether I'm human or not, I don't know. All I know is that you're about to become a ghost. A buzzing sensation filled the frog's mind. Before it could react, Lin Dong charged forward with blinding speed. With a casual Iron Mountain collision, he sent one thug flying. Another sweeping kick effortlessly took down several more. His terrifying speed and brutal fighting style left no one able to stand against him for even a single exchange. Thud. 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 Ah. In moments, the entire bar was littered with bodies. Nearly everyone had broken arms or legs, some even missing 3 limbs. Frog suffered the worst. Both arms, plus his remaining good leg, were brutally snapped off by Lin Dong. From now on, he'd be bedridden, a vegetable incapable of caring for himself. Tianji rolled on the ground, tears streaming down his face as excruciating pain shot through his entire body. Just then, Lin Dong leaned down, smiled, and gave him a slap on the cheek. You frog, weren't you hopping around so fiercely? Hop again for me. By now, Tianji was utterly terrified. He had no courage left to defy Lin Dong. He shook his head with all his might. I dare not. Spare me. Spare me. Useless. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Then he stood up, surveyed the room, and said indifferently, Zhang Dafa, have someone throw this trash outside. It's dirtying our bar. And tell Chen Nanshan I, Lin Dong, am far from done with him. Zhang Dafa staggered to his feet, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just minutes ago, Blue Demon was teetering on the brink, about to be reduced to rubble. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. The Seven Stars gang had been thoroughly subdued by Lin Dong. It was simply incredible. Soon, Tianji and his crew were thrown out. At other nightclubs, Seven Stars gang thugs who received word of the situation also began withdrawing. Despite this, the damage was still considerable. Boss, you're unharmed. That's such a relief. I heard Chen Nanshan was after you.
Lin Dong nodded and briefly recounted what had just happened.
Zhang Dafa was so shaken he couldn't recover for a long while.
At the same time, he felt immense relief that Lin Dong had not only defused the crisis but returned unscathed.
This can't go on. Looks like we'll have to get a little more aggressive. Surveying the surrounding chaos, Lin Dong's expression darkened. Hearing this, Zhang Dafa immediately thought of something and said, "Boss, didn't Miss Chu mention we could hire people to handle security? Should I contact a few security firms right away?" Lin Dong shook his head, letting out a cold laugh. Security companies? Under normal circumstances, hiring them for security would be more than sufficient. But now, the Seven Stars gang is clearly out to get us. Are you sure those guys would dare cross the Seven Stars gang? Zhang Dafa's face flushed crimson. He couldn't argue with that. But if we don't hire a security company, is there really a better solution? Don't worry, I have a plan. Have someone clean up the bar. While you're at it, check on the damage at other night spots. Once you've compiled the data, give me a call. Lin Dong left these two sentences behind and hurriedly exited Blue Ferry. He climbed into his Panamera and headed straight for the western outskirts of Tianhai City.
There, he had an old acquaintance.
Chapter 156, Predatory Lending. In a derelict building on the western outskirts of Tianhai City. Woo woo! Several college girls, neatly dressed and somewhat attractive, stood by the wall. Their delicate, porcelain-like faces were etched with terror, as if they'd suffered immense injustice. Surrounding them stood a group of thugs wielding clubs, their expressions brimming with menace. They stared at the girls with malicious intent. Cry? What's there to cry about? Debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Listen up, if you don't pay up today, I'll strip you naked, take pictures, and post them online for everyone at your school to see. Crash! A punk with dyed yellow hair swung a baseball bat, smashing it hard against the iron staircase. Several female college students screamed in terror, clutching their heads as they crouched on the ground, weeping bitterly. Just then, a deep voice cut through the air. All right, yellow hair, that's enough. Don't scare them into a heart attack, I'm counting on them to make me rich. A bald man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos emerged, surrounded by several underlings. As he spoke, he shot a displeased glance at yellow hair. The latter instantly changed his expression, plastering on a fawning smile. Brother Tiger, I was just worried. Besides, they owe money and refuse to pay and they still have the nerve to argue? Just then, one of the short-haired girls finally couldn't hold back. Summoning her courage, she muttered, "Who said we didn't pay back the money? Your interest rates are too high. Who borrows 10,000 and pays back 100,000? Exactly. This is usury. I'm reporting you. This is illegal. I'm calling the police to arrest you." Led by the short-haired girl, the others found their courage and started shouting too. "Oh, you dare talk back? I'll beat you to a pulp." The yellow-haired guy, known for his hot temper, grabbed a baseball bat and swung it menacingly. The short-haired girl covered her eyes in terror. Fortunately, he didn't actually swing it. After all, these girls were cash cows. If these fresh, tasty college girls got disfigured or scarred, the money they'd lent would truly go down the drain. Thankfully, the effect had already been achieved. Seeing the short-haired girl's terrified expression, the blonde-haired guy smirked. Think our interest rates are too high? Here, take a look. These are the contracts you signed yourselves. Your names are right there, aren't they? The blonde-haired man pulled out 3 contracts and read aloud off the top of his head. Huang Yaoyao borrowed 3,000 yuan for 1 month. Including principal and interest, she still owes 53,000 yuan. Su Xiuqin borrowed 10,000 yuan for 3 months. Including principal and interest, she still owes 180,000 yuan. And you, Zhang Euro, borrowed 17,000 yuan for 6 months. With interest, you still owe 700,000 yuan. How about that? Clear enough? Straightforward enough? What? 70,000? Hearing that figure, the short-haired girl Zhang Euro stared in disbelief, utterly unable to believe her ears. I borrowed 17,000 myself. Even if it doubled, it would only be 30,000 to 40,000. How could it possibly be 70,000 to repay? This interest rate is definitely fishy. Give me the contract. I want to see it. Zhang Euro shouted, lunging to grab the contract. Without a word, the bald man slapped her across the face. Her fair little face flushed crimson instantly. The bald man glared fiercely at the female students, snarling, "You took my money and now you refuse to pay up? Are you looking for trouble? When exactly are you going to pay me back? If you don't, you'll be working as hostesses in nightclubs. 1 isn't enough? Then 10. 100. You won't leave until every penny is paid back." What? Hearing this, the faces of several female college students turned green. All these tricks, turns out the real goal was to force them into prostitution. Heh, just figuring that out now? Too late. Who told you to indulge your vanity, overspend, and borrow so much money to buy cosmetics and handbags? Oh, and the latest iPhone too. Anyway, with these contracts in hand, you won't be getting away. The bald man grinned maliciously, clutching the contracts which might as well be indentured servitude agreements tightly in his hands. Hearing this, the guy with the yellow hair beside him started getting restless. Head Tiger, I think these girls are pretty decent. Before we sell them to the nightclub, can I have a go first? The bald man shot the yellow-haired guy a glance. He knew the kid's greatest hobby was playing with women. How could he possibly pass up such college girls with both looks and figures? The bald man gave a cold chuckle. You can have a taste. Just make sure you pay off their debts. What the hell? The blonde-haired guy froze in shock. He hadn't expected Brother Tiger to be so ruthless. Even his own men were fair game. Their line of work involved luring female college students into taking out loans. They exploited their vanity, luring them down a path of no return. At first, it was just a few hundred or a few thousand. Later, it became tens of thousands at a time. As the students borrowed more, the interest rates soared accordingly. Under the relentless compounding of interest, the debt soon ballooned into staggering sums. By the time these naive students realized the gravity of their situation, they were already deep in debt and trapped. Unable to repay their debts, they had no choice but to comply. Whether it meant becoming a prostitute or entering some other line of work, there was no turning back. Hearing the bald man suggest shifting the debt onto her, the blonde-haired girl shook her head hastily. No, I'll handle it myself. At least it won't cost me anything. Good to know, you broke ass. The bald man snorted coldly. Just as he was scheming how to deal with these women, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed in his ears. Roar! The bald man's gaze darkened. Turning his head, he was startled to see a black Porsche Panamera pulling up. It seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The next second, the person inside stepped out. The bald man's eyes widened instantly. Lin Dong. Lin Dong gave a faint smile. He seemed to relish the shock on the bald man's face. The others recognized him too and quickly made way. Lin Dong glanced at the female college students, then looked at the contract in the bald man's hand. He instantly understood what was going on. Well, Wang Hu. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've already gotten into the business game. So you're into predatory lending now? The bald man was none other than Wang Hu, the smiling tiger. The guy with the yellow hair beside him was also an old acquaintance. Hearing Lin Dong's teasing remark, Wang Hu's face flushed with embarrassment. Young Master Lin, you're joking. What kind of business is this? Just making a living with the boys, earning some hard-earned cash. Slap. Before Wang Hu could explain further, Lin Dong snatched the contract from his hands. After scrutinizing the terms, even with his guard up, his eyes widened in shock and he sucked in a sharp breath. Borrow 3,000, repay 50,000? Borrow 10,000, repay 70,000? You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of driving that poor girl to her death, turning her into a vengeful spirit who'll come haunt you at night? Chapter 157, Recruiting Wang Hu. Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat, startled by Lin Dong's words. He instinctively turned his head. Sure enough, Zhang Yuro and the others were glaring at him with venomous hatred. Their expressions were as if they were ready to fight to the death. Wang Hu realized he'd been too hasty. He should have demanded more before bringing them over. Acting now would only backfire. If someone really got killed, he'd likely end up back behind bars. Enough. This is pointless. I've got a big deal lined up. Interested? If we pull it off, forget 70 or 80,000, 7 or 8 million won't be a problem. And I'll even throw in a few villas for you to live in. What? Hearing this, the gang members practically drooled. They began fantasizing about a life of luxury, feasting on delicacies and changing women like clothes. Among them all, only one who remained clear-headed. After all, he lived a life on the edge, sharper than anyone else's wits. Young Master Lin, you mentioned a big deal. Could it be the 7 Stars gang? Those guys aren't exactly the kind you want to mess with. Oh? Lin Dong's lips curved into a playful smile. He hadn't expected Wang Hu to know about these matters. Seems he wasn't just some muscle-bound dimwit after all. But the more he proved himself, the more Lin Dong wanted to recruit him. You're right. I do want to recruit a group of people to take on the 7 Stars gang. Chen Nanshan has been running rushot over Tianhai for years. It's time for him to step down. How does that saying go? What goes around comes around. The emperor will come to my house. Lin Dong said it with a casual tone. As if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. But Wang Hu and the others couldn't stay calm. The mere mention of the 7 Stars gang sent shivers down their spines. The thought of the treatment Lin Dong had offered them vanished instantly, each of them trembling so violently their lips quivered. After all, a tree's shadow falls where its name stands. Compared to the 7 Stars gang with their overwhelming numbers, they were just a bunch of low-level thugs who couldn't hold a candle to the real thing. How could they possibly challenge them? Sure enough, Wang Hu instinctively shook his head in refusal. However, Lin Dong had anticipated this reaction. Before Wang Hu could utter a word, Lin Dong smiled and spoke up. Don't rush to refuse. Hear my terms first. Here's the deal. How much do these female students owe you in total? Wang Hu froze, unsure of Lin Dong's intentions. Nevertheless, he picked up the ledger and checked the figures. They still owe over 900,000 yuan. You're lying. It's clearly only 3 or 4,000. Hearing Wang Hu's outrageous demand, Zhang Yuro couldn't hold back any longer.
The other girls had taken out high-interest loans because they'd bought expensive cosmetics and phones.
She was different.
She had borrowed 10,000 yuan from Wang Hu because her family was poor and she couldn't afford her tuition. Over the past 6 months, she'd scrimped and saved, taking odd jobs, and had already managed to save nearly 10,000. She was finally close to paying off her debt to Wang Hu. Unexpectedly, he pulled a fast one demanding 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. How could she possibly pay that?
Shut up. Damn it, looks like that slap earlier wasn't enough. Wang Hu's brow furrowed.
He raised his hand, ready to teach this reckless little wench another lesson.
But the moment his hand descended, it was seized by someone with an iron grip.
No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch.
What?
Wang Hu froze in shock. Turning his head, he realized it was Lin Dong who had intervened. How could this be? In his mind, Lin Dong always paid his way out of trouble. He never imagined that such a wealthy man would also be a martial artist.
Moreover, he couldn't even gauge Lin Dong's true strength. But there was no doubt the gap between them was enormous.
Before Lin Dong, he felt like a child. Seeing the look of utter shock on Wang Hu's face, Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. He knew he'd achieved the effect he wanted.
Sorry, bro. I just couldn't resist showing some chivalry to these pretty girls.
With that, Lin Dong let go of Wang Hu with a light touch. Wang Hu finally let out a long sigh of relief. But by then, he was already drenched in sweat.
Alright, I've transferred 1 million to you. At that moment, Lin Dong pulled out his phone and waved it. Their accounts are settled now. Can we finally talk properly? Soon, Wang Hu received a text notification.
1 million yuan had arrived, not a penny more, not a penny less.
Fine. For young Master Lin's sake, let's call it even. Rip. Wang Hu tore the contract into shreds.
Simultaneously, he signaled his henchmen to release the hostages.
The female college students looked utterly bewildered.
They never imagined a stranger would settle their debt for them.
Could this be a savior sent by the heavens? Handsome, thank you. Thank you for paying off our debt. Could you give us your phone number? Once I earn enough money, I'll definitely pay you back.
Several female college students gathered around Lin Dong, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Dong glanced at them and was surprised to find that these girls were actually quite attractive.
Especially Zhang Yuro.
Untainted by her surroundings, her brow revealed a mix of stubbornness and innocence. It was clear Wang Hu and the others had put considerable effort into this. Unfortunately, he had business to attend to and no time to deal with these fair maidens.
Alright, let's get moving. If you want to pay me back, come find me at the Blue Demon Bar.
And don't do anything this foolish again. If you really need to borrow money, go through proper channels. Lin Dong patted Wang Hu's shoulder as he spoke. The latter didn't dare utter a word.
The female college students nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain, committing the bar's name to memory.
Then, they scampered away, fleeing this nightmare of a place. After this experience, they'd all learn a lesson, one way or another. After watching them leave, Lin Dong turned to Wang Hu. Have you thought about what I said earlier? Work for me. Forget 1 million, even 10 million, 100 million, I can give you. As long as you're worth it.
This time, Wang Hu didn't flatly refuse. Instead, his attitude became ambiguous and hesitant.
Young Master Lin, I understand what you're saying, but you know how powerful the 7 Stars gang is.
They've got hundreds of men under them. With just the 3 of us, we wouldn't even be a drop in their bucket.
The gangsters exchanged glances. It was the truth, no exaggeration. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Dong didn't get angry, he laughed instead, tears nearly welling up in his eyes.
Ha! So that's what you're worried about. That's easy. They have numbers, so we can recruit more people too.
Whoever joins my bar as security gets 100 grand a year.
And if they perform well, there'll be extra bonuses.
I may not have much, but I've got plenty of cash. And I'll never shortchange my brothers.
Chapter 158, Wrecking the Place. Wang Hu was tempted.
If Lin Dong wasn't just making empty promises and actually delivered on his word, a rough calculation showed that with wages plus bonuses, he could easily make at least 1 million a year.
And it wouldn't even be enough. Wouldn't that be faster than scamming college girls into taking out loans?
What really got Wang Hu's blood pumping was the thought that if Lin Dong used this chance to take down the 7 Stars gang, wouldn't he get credit for riding the dragon's coattails?
Then, the riches and honors would be endless.
Just then, Lin Dong dropped another bombshell. Additionally, the task of recruiting personnel is entirely entrusted to you. I'll personally fund the acquisition of a nightclub worth 10 million yuan for you.
From now on, I won't interfere with any financial transactions. Whatever profits you make are yours. What do you say? How much? 10 million.
Wang Hu's mind buzzed, his eyes widening like copper bells. What was the point of this whole hustle? It all boils down to one word, money. Now, an opportunity to make a name for himself and rake in a fortune daily is right before his eyes. Seize it, and you won't just get one nightclub worth 10 million. The next moment, Wang Hu stared at Lin Dong's outstretched hand and clasped it firmly.
Young Master Lin, from this moment on, my life is yours. Give me 3 days. I guarantee I'll bring you at least 100 men. Let the 7 Stars gang know you're not someone to mess with.
Agreed. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction. With that promise, he felt reassured. Within just 3 days, Wang Hu had assembled over 100 men to serve Lin Dong. Many were brothers he'd met in prison, men who knew their way around a fistfight and were ruthless when it mattered. At this moment, the 100+ men were gathered in an abandoned factory building. To be honest, Lin Dong wasn't entirely satisfied. These men were slackers, mostly thugs and hoodlums like Huang Mao, and they didn't look reliable. But what could he do? Time was tight and the task was urgent. Wang Hu had managed to assemble such a large group in just 3 days. That was already quite an accomplishment. He had no grounds to be picky.
Some of you should recognize me.
That's right. I'm Lin Dong, the bar owner who didn't know his place and crossed the 7 Stars gang. On the elevated platform, Lin Dong smiled faintly, speaking with understated ease. Below, many faces paled slightly. Though Wang Hu had warned them beforehand. Hearing those words come directly from Lin Dong's mouth still sent a jolt of shock through them. What could they do? The 7 Stars gang's reputation was simply too formidable. When Chen Nanshan sneezed, the entire Tianhai trembled 3 times. At his command, dozens, even hundreds of bars and nightclubs scrambled to pay their protection fees.
That was the 7 Stars gang's influence in Tianhai.
4 words. No arguments. Lin Dong actually dared to cross the 7 Stars gang. Who knows if he's got the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard, or if he's just a reckless young bull fearing no tigers.
Fortunately, these petty thugs had no real intention of risking their lives. They were just putting on a show, engaging in petty skirmishes to swindle Lin Dong out of his money. Make them risk their lives? No way. Absolutely not. I know many of you are just coasting along. To put it bluntly, most of you don't want to antagonize the 7 Stars gang, you're only here for the money. But let me tell you this, the 7 Stars gang isn't scary at all. As for Chen Nanshan? I've never given him a second thought. As for why I'm so confident? You'll understand soon enough.
Whoa. As expected, after he finished speaking, the 100+ people below looked at him with disdain. Some even booed, convinced Lin Dong was just putting on airs, pretending to be something he wasn't. They simply didn't believe Lin Dong could survive after provoking the 7 Stars gang. In truth, Wang Hu wasn't entirely sure either. Having been in Tianhai for so long, he'd heard tales of Chen Nanshan's ruthless methods. The man was ruthless and cunning. No one who crossed him ever ended well. At best, they'd lose their families, at worst, they'd vanish from the face of the earth. The thought made Wang Hu regret joining Lin Dong's operation. But for the generous compensation Lin Dong offered, he ultimately chose to stay. Noticing Wang Hu's shifting expression beside him, Lin Dong could guess what was on his mind. Still, he wasn't in any hurry. Enough talk. You, and you tonight, you're coming with me to Blue Shell Bar. We'll make an appearance for Chen Nanshan. It'll help build our reputation. Lin Dong singled out 3 or 4 people, speaking with fierce intensity. Blue Shell? Hearing this, the group exchanged glances. This bar was a night spot under the protection of the 7 Stars gang. Moreover, the 7 Stars gang held shares in it. The others had thought Lin Dong was bold, but they never imagined he'd be this brazen. He'd struck so ruthlessly right off the bat, going straight for Chen Nanshan's Achilles heel. Did he truly not fear the other side snapping? What? Didn't you hear a word I said? If you don't want to work, then get the hell out. I want elite fighters who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty, not softies and sissies who just talk big. The group of thugs flushed crimson with embarrassment at Lin Dong's tirade. Finally, a few couldn't take the humiliation anymore. They stepped forward from the crowd and shouted, "Bull! I'm not scared of Chen Nanshan. Let's do this. If you're gonna die, die fighting. Let's take him on. Let's go then. Who's afraid of who?" Lin Dong nodded slightly, knowing his provocation had worked. He instructed Wang Hu to note down these men's names, preparing to stir up a major disturbance. Blue Shell was located in the most bustling central district of Tianhai City. Every night, the neon lights shone brightly, attracting wealthy individuals who drove luxury cars and lived in villas to seek entertainment here. With the backing of the 7 Stars gang, few dared to cause trouble here. Thus, its reputation and profits remained consistently strong. It was truly a veritable den of iniquity. Yet this nightly revelry didn't last long before being shattered by uninvited guests. Squeak! A black Paranella screeched to a halt outside the Blue Shell. The doors opened, and 4 or 5 people stepped out, heading straight for the entrance. It was none other than Lin Dong, Wang Hu, and their crew. The Blue Shell's receptionist was startled by their menacing expressions. Before he could react, smack! Wang Hu struck first, delivering a kick to each man's groin. Instantly, both men were incapacitated. Lin Dong nodded and strode confidently into Blue Shell. He came here to cause trouble for the 7 Stars gang. He intended to be as arrogant as possible. Was he supposed to sit down and talk nicely?
That's not how you crash a party. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? It was peak hour at the bar. Men and women packed the place, embracing and dancing passionately on the dance floor. It was a chaotic scene that was nothing short of unsightly. Hand it over. Wang Hu charged forward, snatching the microphone from the DJ's hands. In the process, he kicked over a nearby speaker. Buzz. In an instant, the DJ cut off, even emitting a shrill, piercing screech. Everyone covered their ears, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, Blue Shell staff, sensing something was amiss, immediately called for backup. Chapter 159, 7-Star Gang Reinforcements. Wang Hu stood under the spotlight, smiling as he spoke slowly. Hello, everyone. We apologize for interrupting your evening. We're here today for one reason only, to have a drink and a chat with the owner of Blue Shell. Does anyone know where he is right now? The crowd was baffled by his words, completely unsure of Wang Hu's intentions. But anyone with eyes could tell he wasn't up to anything good by seeking out the bar owner. Just then, several bar security guards responsible for maintaining order rushed over. They brandished clubs and looked ready for a fight. Who the hell are you? What's your deal, coming in here demanding to see our boss? Get the hell out of here. Don't you know this is 7 Stars Gang territory? Brother Nan's got this place covered. If you don't leave now, you better believe I'll beat you to a pulp. When the 7 Stars Gang was mentioned, the security guard's face lit up with pride, and even his threats carried a sense of confidence. In his eyes, with Chen Nanshan's protection, no one dared to cause trouble here. If anyone foolish enough to cause trouble did show up, they'd meet a miserable end. Too bad he'd met his match today. Chen Nanshan? That's exactly who I'm here for. In the next instant, the smile vanished from Wang Hu's face, replaced by a look of hysterical madness. He swung his arm in a wide arc and hurled the microphone at his target. Crash! Ah! The security guard, blood streaming from his head, let out an instinctive scream. Everyone present was startled by the scene. At that moment, they finally realized these people had come to disrupt the event. The guy on stage was nothing but a smiling tiger. Well done, Wang Hu. What are you lot standing around for? Lin Dong frowned, glancing at the newly recruited henchman beside him. Only then did they shuffle forward, swarming as one. Their target was the group of security guards. Now that's more like it. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction. Bang! 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 Ah! In an instant, the entire Blue Shell bar descended into chaos. A crowd of men and women, terrified, scrambled to safety, fleeing in panic. They'd come here for fun, not to get stabbed. In no time, the vast bar was left with only Lin Dong's group. Of course, the security guards were still there too. By now, these men were covered in blood and bruises. They dared not even mention Chen Nanshan's name anymore. The more they mentioned it, the more beatings they'd take, and the more it hurt. Damn it, forget some lowly security guard. Even if Chen Nanshan showed up himself, I'd still beat the crap out of him. Big brother De Jiang says it best. Let's make a name for ourselves today and see who dares look down on us brothers. Among the men Wang Hu had brought along, one stood out, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a leopard-like face and bulging eyes. His appearance alone sent shivers down spines, radiating a menacing aura at all times. If Wang Hu was a smiling tiger, then this man was a bloodthirsty tiger charging down from the mountains. Wang Hu, who is this? Wang Hu understood immediately and beckoned to the towering man. Yu Dajiang, young Master Lin wants to see you. Come over. Yu Dajiang nodded, seemingly unsatisfied. He spat twice on the unconscious security guard before finally moving on. Young Master Lin, you sought me out? Yu Dajiang, I noticed you know some fighting moves from the brawl earlier. You don't seem like your average street thug. Your background must be more complicated than it appears, right? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny. Hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Yu Dajiang's eyes. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to lie in front of Lin Dong. Truth was the only option. To be honest, young Master Lin, my family has been mountain hunters for generations. I was locked up for a few years after killing a rare animal. After getting out, I've been trying to live an honest life. Tiger mentioned your place pays well, so I came to try my luck. Oh? Lin Dong's eyes lit up. It was clear Yu Dajiang only knew underhanded, back-alley tricks. But for dealing with these thugs, it was more than enough. Plus, in the early stages of starting a business, talent like this was especially hard to come by and must be cultivated. With that thought, Lin Dong smiled and patted his shoulder. Haha, Dajiang, you're being too formal. You're not committing murder or arson, nothing that serious. What's there to be ashamed of? Why aren't they arresting those rich guys who guzzle deer blood and gobble tiger penis every day? At the end of the day, it's all about having the right connections. Don't worry. Stick with me and work hard. Soon enough, we'll be living the high life too. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang's expression lit up with excitement. He nodded repeatedly, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. The other thugs who had just joined Lin Dong were equally restless. But they were more worried about retaliation from the 7 Stars Gang. Brother Pai, it's them. Surround them. Don't let them escape. Clatter.
Someone shouted, and in an instant, 30 or 40 people surged into the blue shell bar.
Looking toward the commotion, they saw a bar employee leading the way.
Likely, they were the ones summoned by phone while Lin Dong was dealing with the security guards. Unsurprisingly, these 30 or 40 thugs brandishing weapons were all members of the 7 Stars gang. At the head was a punk with half his hair dyed green. He looked to be around 30, gripping a gleaming steel blade clearly prepared for a fight. Catching Lin Dong's defiant stare, the punk instantly flushed crimson and bellowed, "Damn it!
You dare look at me like that? You little punk, messing with our 7 Stars gang's turf? You're asking for death."
Before he could finish, the entire gang closed in, surrounding Lin Dong and his companions so tightly there was no room to move. Just as the green-haired punk was about to strike, one of the henchmen who'd been watching for a while suddenly spoke up, "Brother Chingpi, I recognize this guy.
Isn't that smiling tiger Wang Hu? What's he doing messing with our turf?"
Hearing this, Greenskin froze.
Upon closer inspection, he recognized Wang Hu.
Then, Chingpi snorted coldly, his tone dripping with contempt.
"Wang Hu, you sick tiger, why aren't you holed up in some backwater? What brings you here? Could it be your place is too poor, and you're here to scrounge off our 7 Stars gang for a meal? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you kneel down and beg me right now, I might consider throwing you a bone."
Hearing this, the few people beside Lin Dong frowned. The smile on Wang Hu's face gradually faded. They called him Smiling Tiger, but when someone was trampling on his face, smiling back would be like having a screw loose. "Bull! I'm not doing business with a little bastard like you. Chingpi, open your dog eyes and look. This is young Master Lin Dong, the one who beat your 7-star gang's 4-eyed toad into a human stick."
Chapter 160, More people, is that it? Lin Dong?
The name sent a wave of shock through the bar, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd. The 7 Stars gang members tensed up as if facing a formidable enemy. No wonder Lin Dong's name had become legendary in recent times. Not only had he single-handedly taken down over a dozen 7 Stars gang thugs, he had also shattered both arms and legs of Tenji, the gang's top enforcer. He now lay paralyzed in bed, doomed to spend the rest of his life as a vegetable.
"You're Lin Dong?" As expected, upon hearing the name Lin Dong, Chingpi's expression changed drastically.
What made him even more hesitant was that just days ago, Chen Nanshan had issued orders to avoid any conflict with Lin Dong for the time being. Unexpectedly, while they avoided provoking him, Lin Dong had come over to raid their 7 Stars gang's territory. And he'd only brought 3 or 4 men. Clearly, he didn't give the 7 Stars gang the time of day. Thinking this, Chingpi's face flushed crimson as he stubbornly retorted, "Damn it! I don't give a damn about your Lin Dong or whatever.
How tough can you be? Can you sprout 3 heads and 6 arms or something? We've got 40 men here. I don't believe you could take on 10 of us."
Sure enough, glancing around, Lin Dong and his crew were already surrounded by the 7 Stars gang's men, trapped with no way out.
"Young Master Lin."
Wang Hu furrowed his brow slightly, shooting Lin Dong a pleading glance. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile.
"You think numbers are everything? Fine.
I'll see who has more men today and whose fists pack more punch."
Clap. Clap.
With that, Lin Dong clapped his hands.
In the next instant, another large group streamed in. Some couldn't even squeeze inside and had to guard the entrance. Chingpi's pupils contracted. Even though he was terrible at math, having only learned the basics from his PE teacher, he could tell there were at least 100 people on the other side. That was more than double their own numbers. "Lin Dong, you dare screw me over?"
At this point, Chingpi knew full well he'd been set up. Lin Dong had dared to show up with just 3 or 4 men to disrupt the event precisely because he had more men lying in wait behind the scenes.
He planned to catch the mantis while the oriole waits, wiping out Chingpi's entire crew in one fell swoop. "Damn it!"
Chingpi gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. In contrast, Lin Dong had been calm and composed throughout. It seemed as though everything was under his control. For a moment, the 7 Stars gang members exchanged uneasy glances, shifting restlessly in their seats. Chingpi kept swallowing hard, his grip on the steel knife growing shaky. But he refused to lose face. Remembering Chen Nanshan's backing, Chingpi refused to lose his nerve. He raised his voice and shouted, "Lin Dong, you're bullying the outnumbered. What kind of skill is that? If you've got the guts, let me make a call. We've got just as many brothers in the 7 Stars gang as you do. Just make that call, and they'll be here in a flash, you believe me?" Unfortunately, Lin Dong wasn't a fool. He wouldn't give Chingpi that chance. If he didn't thoroughly crush the 7 Stars gang's arrogance today, who knew when the next chance would come? After this incident, they might come prepared. Therefore, he had to finish this quickly before the 7 Stars gang's reinforcements arrived. "The men are already here. What are you waiting for?" Lin Dong's piercing gaze swept across the crowd. To his surprise, these thugs he'd paid handsomely to hire had lowered their heads, showing no intention of fighting. They merely stood there, forming a human wall to prop up the scene. "What's going on?" Seeing this, the thug who had been scared out of his wits a moment ago suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes lighting up. He had assumed these men were as loyal and fearless as Wang Hu, ready to fight for their master. But now it was clear they were nothing but a rabble.
He especially noticed some familiar faces among them. Chingpi's realization grew even clearer.
Lin Dong must have paid a hefty sum to assemble this temporary crew, aiming to challenge the Seven Stars gang to a showdown.
But clearly, not everyone was following his orders.
Most were watching from the sidelines, worried that offending the Seven Stars gang would lead to a bad end.
Ha! You scared the hell out of me. Lin Dong, you almost had me fooled. So these are the reinforcements you called?
Look at them, not a single one dares lift their head.
And with this lot, you dare to raid our Seven Stars gang's turf? What a joke! Chingpi threw his head back and roared with laughter.
His words dripped with contempt for these men. Hearing his outburst, the Seven Stars gang thugs quickly snapped to attention. The men Lin Dong had brought along could only glare. They weren't about to fight.
Wang Hu's face flushed crimson as he erupted in fury. Damn it! You useless pieces of... Young Master Lin paid for you to fight, not to stand around like decorations. If you've got balls, follow me and knock these Seven Stars scumbags flat on their backs. Did you hear that? Wang Hu's furious roar jolted many of them awake. But expecting them to risk their lives for Lin Dong based on a few words? That was nothing short of wishful thinking.
Seeing this, Chingpi grinned even wider.
His gang of Seven Stars thugs joined in, roaring with derisive laughter. A pack of barking dogs that can't bite. Ha! That's hilarious. With this? They dare take on our Seven Stars gang? They should take a good look in the mirror and see what they really are. And I thought this Lin Dong might stir up some trouble. Turns out, this is all he's got. Honestly, we could crush him right here without the boss even lifting a finger.
Hearing the Seven Stars gang members' taunts and jeers echoing around them, the group Wang who had gathered couldn't help but flush crimson.
Some among them were itching to act. Yet, no one stepped forward to be the first to act.
Wang Hu steeled his nerves and glanced at Lin Dong. He saw Lin Dong standing there, arms crossed, seemingly waiting for something, showing no sign of panic.
Finally, at that moment, someone couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, you bunch of cowards. If you cowards won't do it, let me handle it.
Before the words had even finished echoing, a figure suddenly stepped out from beside Lin Dong. With lightning speed, he charged straight toward the thug. The thug, who had been laughing heartily, shuddered, suddenly overcome by an ominous foreboding. The next moment, a beer bottle came crashing down from above, smashing squarely into his forehead.
Crack! Ow! Chingpi clutched his head, staggering backward step by step, his whole body reeling. The Seven Stars gang and the thugs Wang who had brought along all stared in shock. Who was bold enough to crack Green-Skin's skull in front of over 40 people? Still barking like a dog? And you lot get down on your knees. Following the sound, he saw a burly, broad-shouldered man speaking. His face was rugged, his skin dark. Merely standing there, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Add to that his eyes, as round and bulging as copper bells, and the sight was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Chapter 161, Let me handle this. Yu Dajiang? Wang Hu froze in surprise. Only then did he notice that Yu Dajiang had slipped out unnoticed. Turning to Lin Dong, he caught the moment he flashed a satisfied smile. It turned out Lin Dong had been waiting for Yu Dajiang to make his move. Earlier, he had already made clear how much he valued Yu Dajiang. As long as the other wasn't a fool, he would surely seize an opportunity to make his mark. Now, without a doubt, was the perfect moment. Meanwhile, with Yu Dajiang taking the lead, some among the group Wang who had brought along were itching to get involved, eager to prove themselves. Seeing this, Lin Dong knew it was time to strike while the iron was hot. Listen up, everyone. I, Lin Dong, hired you to work for me, not to stand around here breathing through your nostrils. If any of you are scared of the Seven Stars gang, get the hell out of here now, don't stand around getting in the way. Hearing this, many ducked their heads, subtly hinting at leaving. Clearly, they still harbored some fear of the Seven Stars gang. Just then, Lin Dong changed his tone. But for those who choose to stand with me like Yu Dajiang, I promise you won't be shortchanged. Today, I'm putting this out there, whoever takes down one of the Seven Stars gang's punks gets 100 grand right on the spot. And that scumbag called Chingpi? His head is worth 500,000. What? As these staggering sums rolled off Lin Dong's tongue, the crowd fell completely speechless. Then, a wave of wild excitement swept through the crowd. These insignificant Seven Stars gang punks knock one down, get 100,000 yuan? And that frail-looking Chingpi? A straight $500,000. $500,000 wasn't chump change, it was enough to buy an apartment. Back in their hometown county, it could even buy a decent 3-bedroom apartment. As the saying goes, where there's a hefty reward, there will be brave men. In an instant, some who had been wavering finally made up their minds. Damn Seven Stars gang, I've had it with you guys for ages. Don't fight over it, that punk's mine. I'll take on 10 of them myself. Amidst the roaring fury, the mob charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline, regardless of whether they held clubs or weapons. In contrast, the Seven Stars gang stood frozen in terror, their limbs numb with fear. The outcome was obvious at a glance. Before long, the blue shell bar echoed with a continuous chorus of blood-curdling screams and desperate pleas for mercy. Yet no matter how desperately they begged, it was utterly useless. For when money is at stake, compassion simply ceases to exist. Charge. 1 head's worth 100 grand, 10 heads a million, let's go, brothers. As Yu Dajiang led the charge, the entire blue shell bar descended into utter chaos. The sounds of smashing and destruction echoed relentlessly. The liquor cabinets, bar counter, booths, all shattered into glass shards, not a single intact item in sight. The once pristine blue shell bar was reduced to ruins, suffering damages amounting to at least several million. However, the men Lin Dong had brought, though outnumbering the opposition, proved to be less than formidable in combat. After all, these were all last-minute recruits Wang who had gathered. Most were petty thugs. In fact, like Yellow Hair, they were just a bunch of hotheads. In contrast, the Seven Stars gang were all professional enforcers. When it came to fighting, they were no less formidable than Dajiang. It was obvious they trained rigorously. In fact, several of them could take on 3 opponents at once. Young Master Lin, this can't go on. Wang Hu frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably uneasy. One by one, his men were falling. Meanwhile, the Seven Stars gang hadn't suffered many casualties. If this continued, their side would soon be defeated. Lin Dong knew it was time to step in personally. Besides, if he didn't show his true skills, how could he possibly intimidate Yu Dajiang and the others? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Dong, who had been seated on the sofa, shot up from his seat. Moving at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, he charged straight toward the center of the battlefield. At that moment, Yu Dajiang was locked in a fierce struggle with Qingpi. Both men possessed considerable skill, and for a time, the fight remained deadlocked. Suddenly, a detached voice cut through the air. Dajiang, leave him to me. Ha! Yu Dajiang froze. He'd finally caught Qingpi. How could he just let him go because someone told him to? After all, this guy's head was worth a full 500,000. Only a fool would hand him over. The next second, a figure burst into Yu Dajiang's field of vision. When he recognized who it was, his eyes widened in shock. You brat, you're ignoring my orders, aren't you? Get out of the way. Yu Dajiang gave an awkward chuckle, finally snapping out of it. Young Master Lin, it's you. I thought someone was trying to steal the spotlight. Then you be careful. With that, Yu Dajiang quickly stepped aside, clearing the stage for Lin Dong. Truth be told, he was also eager to witness Lin Dong's skills. This little thought of Yu Dajiang's naturally didn't escape Lin Dong's notice. That was precisely why he had stepped forward. Lin Dong? No sooner had Yu Dajiang left than Qingpi, still catching his breath, saw Lin Dong and shuddered. Though he'd never witnessed Lin Dong's skills firsthand. But now, the entire Seven Stars gang knew that this seemingly harmless young man before them had effortlessly beaten their top enforcer, Frog, into a vegetative state. His own half-baked skills were no match for this. Don't come any closer. You're their boss, how can you get your hands dirty? You're bullying the weak. Seeing the fear etched across Qingpi's face, Lin Dong offered a faint smile. This kid wasn't just ugly, he was also mentally challenged. Perfect. He specialized in curing people's problems. One punch would guarantee no more troubles. Feeling the unmasked killing intent radiating from Lin Dong, Qingpi's heart skipped a beat, his limbs going limp with panic. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, a ghostly figure burst into view. A heavy punch was aimed squarely at his face. This was the last image Qingpi ever saw. Thud! A thunderous impact echoed. Qingpi flew backward like a... He smashed through several glass display cases before finally crashing into a massive fish tank, where he came to a halt. Upon closer inspection, Qingpi's lower jawbone was completely shattered, and his entire body was embedded with shards of glass. Only his fingers could barely twitch. He was clinging to life by a thread. Utterly pathetic. Lin Dong glanced at the green skin, now utterly incapacitated, and snorted coldly before scanning the surroundings. Instinctively, everyone froze in their actions. Not by choice. It was simply that the overwhelming aura Lin Dong radiated felt like a mountain crushing down, suffocating everyone. This is the fate of those who cross me, Lin Dong. Whoever doesn't want to die, kneel on the ground now. I'll only say this once. I'll count to 10. After that, if anyone remains standing, don't blame me, Lin Dong, for not holding back. Chapter 162, all of you, kneel. The moment these words fell, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Only Lin Dong's counting could be heard. 10. 9. 8. Thud, thud. The sound of knees hitting the floor echoed one after another. In just a few breaths, a large number of the Seven Stars gang's enforcers were on their knees. What choice did they have? Even Qingpi, their toughest fighter, had been knocked out with a single punch. Why resist when defeat was inevitable? The underworld isn't about fighting and killing, it's about connections and survival. In this world, the most important thing is to make money, not risk your life. Very good. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. But his eyes still burned with murderous intent. Because a few men still stood tall. Seems Chen Nanshan still has a few tough nuts among his men. Since your knees won't bend on their own, I'll have to help you out. In the next instant, before those loyalists could react, Lin Dong charged forward with the stride of a dragon and the momentum of a tiger. One attempted a sneak attack, but Lin Dong dodged it effortlessly. Then, with a single kick, he shattered the opponent's knee. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Immediately after, Lin Dong left trails of afterimages as he darted between the men. 3, 2, 1. Thud. As Lin Dong uttered the final number, not a single 7-star gang enforcer remained standing throughout the entire blue shell bar. This scene left Yu Dajiang and the others utterly stunned. Only then did they understand why Lin Dong had the audacity to challenge Chen Nanshan. It turned out he possessed the courage of 10,000 men. Noticing the heated stares from the crowd, Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. Now was the perfect moment to win hearts and minds. He declared immediately, "Those who remain here are all brothers of mine, Lin Dong. As my brothers, I won't shortchange you. Wang Hu, later on, everyone who stays gets 100,000 each. Then, based on individual performance, bonuses will be handed out one by one." Hearing this, the crowd's hearts surged with excitement, deeply relieved they hadn't left earlier. It seemed clear now that following Lin Dong was indeed the wisest choice. "Young Master Lin, then, what about my 500,000? Yu Dajiang held back for a long while but couldn't resist any longer, awkwardly pointing at the thug collapsed on the ground. "Ha, relax. What's yours is yours. Do you really think I'd be short on that kind of money?" Reassured by Lin Dong's promise, Yu Dajiang couldn't help but feel a surge of wild joy. This 500,000 was practically free money. "Thank you, young Master Lin. You're so generous." Lin Dong gave a slight nod. Barring any surprises, he had now fully won over Yu Dajiang. Those who remained tonight would form the core of his future venture. Lin Dong would use them to unify the nightclub business in Tianhai City. "Wang Hu, the 7 Stars gang is yours to handle. You know what needs to be done. Rest assured, young Master Lin. I'll wring every last drop of profit from them and make them regret ever coming here." Hearing this, the 7 Stars gang members' expressions darkened instantly. They all knew the origin of the nickname Smiling Tiger, and it felt like they could already see themselves being tortured. Sure enough, moments later, the blue shell bar was filled with blood-curdling screams. It felt like descending into the depths of hell. Soon after, Wang Hu strode over, beaming with delight. In his hands were a cell phone and a pile of valuable items like luxury watches and gold chains. He had stripped the 7 Stars gang members bare from head to toe. "Young Master Lin, we found all this on them. I calculated it at least over 1,000,000 yuan in value. Rest assured, I haven't touched a single thing." Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. "Wang Hu, you're being too formal. I assigned this task to you precisely because I trust you. You don't need to give these things to me, distribute them all to the brothers." "What?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock, their breathing quickening. Lin Dong handed over 1,000,000 yuan worth of goods without batting an eye. He really is a generous bastard. "Oh, Wang Hu, there's something I need to ask of you. I plan to buy several villas in Tianhai City. When the time comes, arrange for some personnel to handle security. The pay will be generous, but the people must be absolutely reliable." Wang Hu understood perfectly. Lin Dong wasn't buying all these villas for himself, they were meant to protect someone important. After all, a ruthless and treacherous villain like Chen Nanshan if cornered, he'd stop at nothing. It was only a matter of time before he targeted those close to Lin Dong. Prevention was indeed the best policy. After giving the order, Lin Dong surveyed the wreckage of the blue shell bar and nodded repeatedly. He seemed quite satisfied with his handiwork. He hadn't expected such a decisive victory in his first direct confrontation with the 7 Stars gang. Seen this way, the 7 Stars gang wasn't all that formidable after all. "Chen Nanshan, I never intended to get involved in gang warfare. I just wanted to run my business peacefully. But you brought this upon yourself by coming to cause trouble for me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless, I'll uproot your 7 Stars gang completely." A cold gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Then, he led his men out of the blue shell bar. Behind them lay a scene of shattered walls and debris, along with a group of 7 Stars gang enforcers whose fates remained uncertain. Just then, the bar manager who had initially called for help emerged trembling from the back. Witnessing the scene before him, he was so terrified he lost all control, collapsing onto the floor. "It's over. Everything's over." The next morning, a black Porsche Panamera appeared in the heart of Tianhai City, within the Wanlu Academy Villa district. Surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant blooms, the estate featured a crystal-clear artificial lake dotted with pavilions and gazebos. Additionally, the area featured recreational facilities such as swimming pools, gyms, and tennis courts. It was truly an exceptional place to live. Yet, gazing at all this, the beauty in the passenger seat was complaining. "Lin Dong, why did you spend so much on villas? 10 whole villas, nearly 1,000,000,000 yuan altogether. Can you even live in all of them?" Hearing this, Lin Dong gave a helpless smile and patted the leg of the woman beside him. "I can't possibly manage them all by myself. So, I'll need you to occupy one of them for me." At this, Chu Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly. Just then, she suddenly thought of something and rolled her eyes. "Oomph. I bet you've reserved spots for your other concubines too, haven't you? 10 houses? Your appetite is truly insatiable." You're practically rivaling an ancient emperor. Ahem, it's not that many. Lin Dong gave an awkward laugh but didn't outright deny it. Just as Chu Xiaoxiao had said, he bought these villas precisely for his women. What if Chen Nanshan wanted to go down with him, targeting those around him? By then, it would be too late to make preparations. Better to have these women live together under dedicated protection, ensuring absolute safety. But upon careful reflection, Lin Dong realized the women he'd been intimate with numbered far more than 10. Xu Xiaoxiao, Su Mingqi, Lu Shiyun and her mother Song Roland, class beauty Shan Jiaojiao, receptionist Bai Yuqing, senior technician Tingting. Oh, and Chen Nanshan's woman, Luo Yuzhu. Of course, Lin Dong wouldn't have them all move in. He would only select a few. Incidentally, he'd also prepare in advance for any women he might encounter in the future. Chapter 163, Buying 10 Villas to Keep His Mistresses Hidden Away. Xiaoxiao, I'll leave this matter to you. If you need anything, just let me know. Xu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Of course. As your secretary, this is all part of my job. But the thought of living with them makes me feel uneasy. Though Chu Xiaoxiao knew full well that one woman could never satisfy Lin Dong's appetite, nor fill the void in his heart. Still, no matter how she rationalized it, a bitter taste lingered in her heart. Jealous? Not at all. I'm not. Lin Dong's lips curved slightly, seeing right through her. Don't be fooled by Chu Xiaoxiao's outwardly independent personality and decisive actions. She was the epitome of a career woman. But in front of Lin Dong, she was as tender as water. In bed, she was an exceptionally fiery beauty. After all, opposites attract. Even the most stubborn woman couldn't match Lin Dong's intensity. In the end, she could only surrender completely, her defenses crumbling. Xiaoxiao, once we move in, I'll make it up to you properly. Good girl. Before he could finish, Lin Dong's right hand began wandering under her skirt. Xu Xiaoxiao spotted someone outside the car window and quickly slapped his hand away in fright. Yet, the look of irresistible shyness on her face revealed she was equally eager for what was about to happen. Soon, the two of them entered the villa. From now on, this will be our little home. Lin Dong smiled, took Xu Xiaoxiao's hand, and gave her a brief tour of the villa. Finally, they stopped at the bedroom door. We've finished the fruit and pastries. Now, isn't it time for the main course? Ugh. Xu Xiaoxiao protested with her words, but her body betrayed her. The next moment, Lin Dong scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed. Then, like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged forward, roughly tearing her office lady uniform to shreds. Palm-sized scraps of fabric became shreds, flying everywhere. Xu Xiaoxiao, having tasted the sweetness, needed no prompting from Lin Dong. She melted into a pool of spring water, responding with perfect harmony. Waves of suggestive sounds echoed continuously throughout the villa. Lin Dong was like a tireless general conquering the battlefield. Finally, it ended with Xu Xiaoxiao, unable to endure any longer, raising the white flag. Outside, evening had already fallen. I'm exhausted. You bastard, are you even human? How can you keep going like a bull without stopping? Xu Xiaoxiao lay in Lin Dong's arms, her eyes half closed in languor, nearly drained of energy. Lin Dong smiled and held her tighter. So, did you like it? Xu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she nodded. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Of course I did. Ha, then that's settled. After another moment of intimacy, they finally got down to business. Xu Xiaoxiao lay in Lin Dong's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her index finger. Lin Dong, after that car accident, I looked into Chen Nanshan. His rise to power is tainted with corruption. Many who crossed him either vanished without a trace or left Tianhai for good. Unless absolutely necessary, I still hope you prioritize your safety and avoid confronting him directly. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, saying nothing. But it was too late for such warnings now. The feud between him and Chen Nanshan had long since escalated into an all-out war. In fact, just last night, he'd led a group to wreck Chen Nanshan's blue shell bar. Xiaoxiao, don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. I promise, the one laughing last will be me, not Chen Nanshan. MHM. Xu Xiaoxiao nodded, knowing Lin Dong's stubborn nature. She couldn't fight him on this. Still, hearing those words brought her some measure of peace. By the way, Lin Dong, there's something I need your help with. Go ahead. It's just... At this point, Xu Xiaoxiao's ears suddenly flushed slightly, and her speech became hesitant and stammering. Lin Dong froze for a moment. What could possibly be troubling her so much? Could it be she wanted to have his child? Xiaoxiao, I understand how you feel. But at this critical juncture, it's not the right time for something like this. Besides, if we were to have a child, we'd need to prepare properly. I want our child to be healthy and strong. Preparing for pregnancy? Xu Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Dong in utter bewilderment. What on earth is this guy thinking? What nonsense are you talking about? Who said we're pregnant? Xu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she threw a few playful punches at him. I just wanted to invite you to my family gathering. It's my mom's side of the family. They heard I have a boyfriend and want to meet you. That's it? Lin Dong exhaled a long breath, relieved it wasn't a big deal. No problem. Oh, I remember Auntie finalized her divorce from Liang Taizhu. Is she feeling better now?
Chu Xiaoxiao's heart softened at the mention of her mother.
Much better.
I told her she doesn't have to go out to work anymore.
Thanks to you. Glad to hear it. Don't worry, just let me know when you're planning a gathering.
Hearing this, a sly gleam flashed in Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes as she blinked.
Hee hee, it's tonight. Surprised, huh? What?
Lin Dong was speechless. It was already past 5 o'clock and Chu Xiaoxiao was only telling him about this now.
Even forcing someone into action wouldn't happen this quickly. Then he saw the mischievous grin on Chu Xiaoxiao's face.
Clearly, she had him wrapped around her finger.
Fine, I'll pack up and leave right away.
Oh, and I ruined your clothes.
Should we go buy a new one first?
Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that the office lady uniform she'd worn had been torn to shreds by that beast, Lin Dong. She could only respond with a soft, sweet okay. Before long, Lin Dong took her to a nearby shopping mall where he bought several expensive dresses. He also bought her a diamond necklace. Staring at her own fairy tale princess reflection in the mirror, Chu Xiaoxiao froze, momentarily unable to recognize herself.
Is this really me?
All her life, Chu Xiaoxiao had been struggling to make ends meet, never taking the time to dress herself up. Now, draped in this custom-made, sheer sequined off-the-shoulder gown, her striking features and S-shaped curves were accentuated to perfection. Wherever she went, she turned heads without fail. All of this was thanks to Lin Dong.
Lin Dong, thank you.
Chu Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around his arm with overwhelming excitement and joy, like a little girl who'd just gotten candy. Lin Dong chuckled and playfully tickled her nose.
Why are you still calling me Lin Dong? I'm your husband now. Pft. I asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend, but you went and upgraded yourself?
Chu Xiaoxiao teased him relentlessly, though her heart was sweeter than honey. If she could, she'd love for Lin Dong to kick all those other women to the curb, grow old with her, and spend the rest of their lives together. Of course, she knew that was impossible. A man as outstanding as Lin Dong was destined to be a ladies' man, leaving a trail of affection wherever he went.
Chapter 164, Family Gathering. Xiao, where's your family gathering? I think it's called Wangjiang Pavilion.
Lin Dong nodded slightly. He'd heard of this restaurant located right in the heart of Tianhai City, with a per-person price tag exceeding 10,000 yuan. It was renowned for its unique ingredients and culinary techniques, and its distinctive exterior design was also quite famous. Rumor had it that the high-end restaurant was built around an octagonal pavilion base. Hosting a dinner at such a place clearly showed that Chu Xiaoxiao's mother's relatives were quite wealthy and generous. Yet despite having such wealthy and extravagant relatives, Chu Xiaoxiao's mother had always lived a frugal life. This clearly indicated that their relationship was not particularly good. Sure enough, when these relatives were mentioned, Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively frowned, as if recalling unpleasant memories. Lin Dong immediately grasped her delicate, boneless little hand. Chu Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. Then, a wave of security washed over her, washing away all her troubles. Soon, the black Panamera pulled up outside the Riverside Pavilion. It was dinner time, and the parking lot was packed to the brim. Glancing around, nearly every vehicle was worth at least 300,000 yuan. It was clear how high the spending level was here. Looks like the parking lot's full. We'll have to park outside. Lin Dong parked the car outside with a sigh. Then, holding Chu Xiaoxiao's hand, he walked into Wangjiang Pavilion and quickly found the room named Wealthy Beyond Measure. As the two entered, the group, who had been chatting animatedly, turned around at once. Xiaoxiao, you're here. A middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to Chu Xiaoxiao rose from her seat. Though dressed plainly, one could still discern the stunning beauty she must have possessed in her youth. Without a doubt, this was Chu Xiaoxiao's mother, Chu Manli.
Mom, I got held up on the way.
After speaking, Chu Xiaoxiao turned around and quite naturally took Lin Dong's arm. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Lin Dong.
Hello, Auntie.
Lin Dong smiled and proactively greeted Chu Manli. Chu Manli had heard about Lin Dong from Chu Xiaoxiao and knew it was he who had driven away Liang Taizhu. She had been looking for an opportunity to properly thank him. So you're Lin Dong. Thank you for looking after Xiaoxiao. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile.
Auntie, you're too kind.
Xiaoxiao is my girlfriend, this is the least I could do. Chu Manli nodded repeatedly, growing more pleased with Lin Dong the longer she looked at him. In her heart, she had already accepted him as her son-in-law. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a discordant voice suddenly cut through the air. Sis, is this Xiaoxiao's boyfriend? Didn't you say he was doing business in Tianhai? How come I've never seen him before? Could he be some kind of con artist? These days, you see all kinds of people. Xiaoxiao, you'd better keep your eyes open. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. He was curious who was this person spewing such venom? He followed the voice and found a man as thin as a bamboo pole with triangular eyes. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, about the same age as Chu Manli. Hearing this man attack Lin Dong right off the bat, Chu Manli felt a bit displeased. Second brother, how could you speak like that? Lin Dong has helped us so much. He's a benefactor to both me and Xiaoxiao. How could he possibly be a fraud? Your words are too harsh. Unexpectedly, faced with Chu Manli's rebuke, the man with the triangular eyes showed no sign of apologizing. Instead, he snorted coldly and doubled down.
Come on, sis. Your taste in men? As your brother, don't you think I know it all too well?
The first one died on a construction site before he even hit 30, a real short-lived ghost.
The second man squandered the entire family fortune, another gambling addict. I reckon this kid won't be much better. He'd probably sell you and your mother off, and you two would be counting the money for him.
The man with the triangular eyes eyed Lin Dong up and down, his gaze brimming with contempt. You! Chu Manli was choked speechless by his words, yet found no way to retort.
At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back any longer.
Uncle, you were the one who insisted I bring my boyfriend to meet you, and now you're slandering him like this.
What exactly do you think you're doing?
If you keep this up, our two families will never have contact again.
With that, Chu Xiaoxiao made a show of leaving, her resolve unwavering.
She could tolerate others disparaging her, but she absolutely would not allow anyone to bully Lin Dong or her mother. This was her Achilles heel and her absolute bottom line. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao pulling the two away, Chu Manli's second brother, Chu Hongfa, frowned, his expression instantly souring. At that moment, the oldest-looking man with a beer belly slapped the table. Alright, second brother, cut it out. Xiao, you know your second uncle, he never holds his tongue.
Haven't you noticed? We're finally having a family reunion dinner. Let's sit down. The peacemaker was none other than Chu Manli's eldest brother, Chu Jianjun.
But Chu Xiaoxiao ignored him, instead turning to Lin Dong with a questioning look. It seemed as though he held the power to decide whether they stayed or left.
Everyone present was utterly astonished. This niece had always been fiercely independent. What was going on today that she was suddenly so compliant with a stranger? Could it be that the sun was rising in the west? Xiao, since the elders have spoken, let's not rush off. We should eat something first. I'm actually hungry too.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and took Chu Xiaoxiao's hand.
Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, her anger subsiding considerably. Chu Manli also obediently turned away.
Seeing this, Chu Hongfa's face flushed red then turned pale. As an elder, his words held less sway than those of a junior. This left him feeling rather embarrassed, and he couldn't help but snide remark. Eat, all you know is eating. You clearly never been to a fancy restaurant like this before. You look like you've never seen the world. Though others disliked his petty attitude, they couldn't help but agree with his words. At Lin Dong's age, he didn't look like some big boss. At best, he was running a small business. Otherwise, how could he have never even been to a place like Wangjiang Pavilion? Chu Jianjun cleared his throat and said, Xiao, don't blame your uncle for speaking bluntly. These days, you have to be careful when choosing a man. Just look at your mother, she's suffered enough because of this. You absolutely must not follow in her footsteps. And you, Mr. Lin, is that correct? What line of work are you in? The moment he spoke, all eyes turned to Lin Dong. They were all intensely curious about his background. What kind of man could have Chu Xiaoxiao so head over heels, clinging to him like glue? This family gathering was also an opportunity to connect with Chu Xiaoxiao, who was now with a big boss and seemed to be doing quite well. And, if possible, use her connections to meet other bigwigs. Otherwise, they wouldn't give Chu Manli and her daughter a second glance, not even a phone call in 1,000 years. As the saying goes, the poor in the bustling city find no one to ask, while the rich in the deep mountains have distant relatives. That was precisely the situation the Chu family found themselves in now. Facing Chu Jianjun's subtle hints, Chu Xiaoxiao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. Lin Dong, however, remained utterly unconcerned. He spoke casually, nothing major. Just a few bars I've opened. Chapter 165, so what if I run bars? Bars? Hearing those two words, everyone frowned. Second uncle Chu Hongfa even sneered in disdain. His gaze toward Lin Dong grew even more sarcastic. He even crossed his arms. I knew this kid looked shady and unreliable. So he's just some street thug, huh? Running a bar? What kind of decent person would do that? Besides, how much could a shabby little bar make in a month? Our Xiao is so beautiful and makes good money. Some people better get their act together and stop messing up her bright future. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all ran legitimate businesses and couldn't stand places like bars and nightclubs, those seedy, disreputable spots. Hearing that Lin Dong worked in the nightlife scene only deepened their existing distaste for him. Chu Manli's expression darkened further. She never imagined a family reunion dinner would lead to such unpleasantness. Second brother, I take offense at what you just said. What's wrong with running a bar? These days, as long as you're not breaking the law and you can make money, that's skill. Besides, little Lin earns just as much as you all, don't look down on him. Seeing Chu Manli defend him like this, Lin Dong smiled softly. His help with Liang Taizhu hadn't been in vain. Both mother and daughter were people who remembered a kindness. Meanwhile, on the other side, the more Chu Manli defended him, the more fired up Chu Hongfa became. As if he earns more than us? What a joke. I'm also in the beverage business, an agent for a well-known wine brand. I take home 70 or 80,000 a month. Just look, I just picked up an Audi S6.
It's parked downstairs. Cost me nearly 600 grand. Could you even afford a car like this? Hearing this, Chu Jianjun was taken aback. Second brother, when did you upgrade your car? How come I didn't know? Shu Hongfa's expression grew even more smug. Well, business has been booming lately. I closed a few deals and made some money. A car is a man's face, his second business card. When you're out negotiating deals, if you don't drive a luxury car, who's going to take you seriously? As he said this, Shu Hongfa shot Lin Dong a glance, his face dripping with mockery. Shu Jianjun nodded slightly. To them, Lin Dong was just a small-time hustler. Running a shabby bar that could go under any day, hardly a respectable job. Dig in, everyone. Xiao, try this, the meat is really good. Lin Dong smiled faintly, picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, and popped it into his mouth, ignoring their teasing as if it were just background noise. Yet to the others, his gesture appeared like a guilty conscience. Just then, a waiter knocked on the door. Excuse me, may I ask whose Porsche Panamera is parked downstairs? Could we ask him to move it? At these words, the entire group froze in unison. Just moments ago, Shu Hongfa had boasted about purchasing a 600,000 yuan Audi A6. Now, out of nowhere, a million yuan Panamera had appeared. Could it be that coincidental? Unconsciously, everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Jianjun seated at the head of the table. In this private room, aside from Chu Hongfa, he was the one who made the most money. Facing the intense stares, Chu Jianjun gave a wry smile and shook his head. Why are you all looking at me? Sure, I've made some money dealing in seafood these past few years, but I'm not rich enough to splurge on such an expensive car. Besides, a car like the Panamera? Sounds like something a youngster would drive. I'm practically 6 feet under, I've got no time for that nonsense. That was the honest truth. Someone of Chu Jianjun's standing wouldn't buy a Panamera even if he were buying a car. Since it wasn't Shu Hongfa or Chu Jianjun, then no one could afford such a luxury car. With that thought, Shu Hongfa slowly rose to his feet. You've got the wrong room. It's not us. Sorry, this car is mine. Suddenly, someone raised their hand high. Everyone stared in disbelief, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Dong? Lin Dong gave a faint smile, pulled the Panamera keys from his pocket and placed them on the table. Seeing this, the crowd's expressions changed abruptly. Shu Hongfa, in particular, wore an expression that shifted between anger and frustration. After a moment of silence, he suddenly seemed to think of something and let out a cold laugh. Heh, you've prepared quite thoroughly, even hired props and actors. That must have cost a pretty penny, right? Shu Manli froze, looking over in confusion. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Don't you understand what I mean? That Panamera, whether it's real or not, no one can guarantee it. Could be someone just putting on airs, putting on a show. Otherwise, why did he suddenly appear the moment I mentioned buying a car? Hearing this, the others froze for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. There was some truth to what he said. Such coincidences just don't happen in this world. Shu Hongfa had just mentioned picking up an Audi A6. Then, right after that, Lin Dong mentioned he owned a Panamera. It was obvious he was trying to outdo him. This waiter? Probably another one of his paid stooges, playing along. The thought of being deceived made Chu Jianjun's face flush with embarrassment. Xiao Lin, no offense, but integrity matters in life. Especially for us in business, integrity is paramount. If you don't have a car, just say so. No need to pretend you're something you're not. Xiao, I trust you don't like a man who talks big but can't deliver either. In an instant, all eyes turned to Chu Xiao, waiting for her response. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiao merely gave a cold smile, ignoring her relative's doubts. She let her actions speak for her. She leaned in, wrapped her arm around Lin Dong's, and rested her head on his shoulder. Lin Dong, leave these little things to the waitstaff. There's no need for you to run around personally. The attendant nodded respectfully. You're absolutely right, sir. Our hotel provides valet parking for distinguished guests like yourself. Simply hand over your keys. Watching the two of them in perfect harmony, about to take the car keys, Shu Hongfa finally couldn't hold back. He sprang to his feet. Hold on, I'll go with you to check it out. I don't believe you can afford such an expensive car, kid. Hearing this, Lin Dong didn't get angry, he just smiled. He took Shu Hongfa in from head to toe, marveling once more at how vast and unpredictable the world could be. People always doubt things beyond their own understanding. If they don't possess something, they assume others can't either. Only when they see it with their own eyes do they accept reality. Sir, this. The waiter hadn't anticipated such a scene and glanced awkwardly at Lin Dong. It's fine. If he wants to see it, let him. After all, my car is parked right there. One more glance won't make it lose a wheel. With that, Lin Dong placed his car keys directly into the waiter's hand. His casual, magnanimous gesture stood in stark contrast to Chu Hongfa's petty-mindedness. It was like comparing heaven and earth. In an instant, Chu Hongfa flushed crimson, as if he himself were the clown making a fool of himself. Truth be told, he already sensed something was off. But he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. I'll see just how long you can keep up this act. Lin Dong, you'd better not leave. Chapter 166, Introducing the Partner. Of course I won't leave. I'm here to have dinner with my girlfriend. We've barely taken a few bites, why would I leave?
Lin Dong shrugged indifferently. He even deliberately scooped a spoonful of soup and fed it to Chu Xiaoxiao. Careful, sweetheart, don't burn yourself.
Hearing that term, Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed. Though she was Lin Dong's woman,
they had never displayed such intimate gestures in public,
let alone using such an embarrassingly sweet nickname.
That said, Chu Xiaoxiao's body was honest. She actively parted her cherry red lips and leaned in.
Ah. Thank you, honey. That was delicious. Husband? Everyone froze in surprise.
When exactly had their relationship progressed so rapidly?
Or had they already consummated their relationship? As Chu Xiaoxiao's mother, Chu Manli couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at her daughter's boldness. Ah, they say daughters grow up and leave home, I see that now.
Watching the two of them canoodling here, Chu Hongfa could no longer sit still. He followed the waiter downstairs. He couldn't wait to expose Lin Dong's lies.
Chu Jianjun and the others were also eagerly awaiting the outcome.
In truth, there was one crucial matter they hadn't mentioned. They had invited a distinguished guest they intended to introduce to Chu Xiaoxiao. But given the current situation, it seemed like it might fall through. They could only hope that once the distinguished guest arrived, Lin Dong would back down. Amidst the strange looks from everyone, Lin Dong treated them as if they weren't there, busily serving himself a mountain of delicious dishes onto his plate. Every so often, he'd exchange affectionate little gestures with Chu Xiaoxiao. They clearly looked like a couple deeply in love. Seeing this scene, Chu Manli's expression softened with satisfaction. All these years, her daughter had been working tirelessly through thick and thin to make money, turning down countless suitors. Now she was already 25 or 26, and still no sign of settling down. Since Lin Dong came into her life, she had not only become much more cheerful. Most importantly, she no longer had to worry about making ends meet. Soon, the door to the wealthy private room opened once more.
Chu Hongfa slowly walked in. But his face didn't look too good. What's the verdict, number 2?
Chu Jianjun and the others grinned at him, expecting he'd uncovered some evidence that would finally expose Lin Dong's true colors. To their surprise, Chu Hongfa said nothing. He sat down stiffly and took a long, silent swig of his drink. Stop playing coy, spill it already.
Beside him,
Lin Dong took a leisurely sip of tea and smiled faintly. What could he possibly say? Tell you he personally saw the valet park my car in the lot?
And parked it right next to his beat-up old Audi?
The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent.
Lin Dong, what did you say?
At the words beat-up Audi, Chu Hongfa shot to his feet, his face flushing crimson. He was furious. That car had cost him over half a year's income to purchase. Yet now, in Lin Dong's mouth, it had become a piece of junk.
You know exactly what I said. Besides, compared to my top-of-the-line La Primera, isn't your Audi just a piece of junk? What's the problem?
In an instant, Lin Dong's gaze turned sharp as he fixed it on Chu Hongfa.
The latter froze in place as if struck by lightning.
Only now did he realize that while Lin Dong's appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor radiated confidence, a wild, untamed arrogance. He was nothing like them, those meek, profit-obsessed merchants. He was a carnivore, they were herbivores.
Chu Hongfa's face turned ashen.
He clenched his wineglass, nearly furious with Lin Dong. Yet he dared not utter a word of rebuttal.
Chu Jianjun gave an awkward chuckle, stepping in to smooth things over.
Oh, it's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Xiao, you two such a big deal, and you didn't help clear things up for little Lin.
Honestly, we didn't think he was fake either, we were just joking around. Joking?
Chu Xiao rolled her eyes. Whether it was a joke or not, you all know the truth. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room turned incredibly awkward.
Chu Hongfa didn't dare lift his head. Where was that swagger he'd been flaunting just moments ago?
After all, he had seen the waiter use Lin Dong's key to unlock the door of a Panamera. And it just so happened to be parked right next to his Audi. By comparison, he now looked like a complete fool. No wonder Lin Dong had remained completely unfazed the entire time. Because everything he said was true. Chu Jianjun hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so capable either. At such a young age, he was already driving a $1 million luxury car. Curiosity flashed across Chu Jianjun's face as he asked, Little Lin, if I may be so bold, what's the name of that bar you run? If you're driving a Panamera, it can't be just some small-time operation, right? Hearing this question, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Dong. They were intensely curious about the scale of Lin Dong's business. An ordinary bar might scrape together 100,000 yuan at most in a year. Without spending a penny on food or drink, it would take 7 or 8 years to save up for a Panamera. This proved Lin Dong's bar was definitely no small operation. Hearing the question, Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile as he casually remarked, Aunties and uncles aren't like us social butterflies who frequent nightlife spots. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't know. Hearing this, the group's expressions darkened. The phrase social scene had been uttered by Chu Hongfa. Now, it had come back to bite him. Since Lin Dong wasn't willing to elaborate, they couldn't press him further. They could only swallow their frustration and stew in their own anger. Xu Jianjun, feeling his pride wounded, quickly changed the subject. Oh my, if I'd known little Lin was so outstanding, I wouldn't have set up Xiao Xiao with anyone. Look at the mess today. I even specially invited a young and promising man around Xiao Xiao's age, hoping you two could meet and have a proper chat. Set her up? At the sound of those 4 words, Zhu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Before coming, they'd only mentioned a family gathering. No one had ever brought up the idea of matchmaking. Only now did she understand why her 2 uncles had insisted she bring her boyfriend along. It turned out they had planned this all along. Lin Dong's brow furrowed slightly at the news. In the past, because Chu Manli had married twice to the wrong men, their family had lived in straitened circumstances. As a result, Xu Jianjun and Chu Hongfa had always looked down on her. For years, they had completely cut off contact. Recently, seeing Chu Xiaoxiao earn more and more money, both families had begun to consider reviving this kinship. They even hoped to find her a boyfriend, effectively bringing her into their fold. At the same time, they could repay the distinguished guest a favor. It was practically killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But unfortunately, Xu Xiaoxiao already has a boyfriend. And she absolutely wouldn't let them use her. Chapter 167, An Old Acquaintance. Noticing Lin Dong and Xu Xiaoxiao's growing irritation, Xu Jianjun's face turned awkward. But the moment he recalled the distinguished status of the distinguished guest he'd invited, his confidence returned. Xiao Xiao, your uncle is just concerned about you. He wants you to have a better option. Besides, the distinguished guest I've invited is equally well qualified. The car he drives is no less impressive than a Panamera, and he holds considerable influence and standing in Tianhai. I met him through business. His willingness to join us for dinner is a tremendous honor. From Xu Jianjun's words, it was clear this distinguished guest had an extraordinary background. He held considerable influence within Tianhai's high society. By comparison, Lin Dong, who ran a nightclub, certainly couldn't hold a candle to him. He felt himself falling short in comparison. At this point, Chu Hongfa grew restless. Brother, what kind of car does this distinguished guest drive? Xu Jianjun smiled knowingly and replied slowly, last time we met, he was driving a Bentley Continental. That's easily worth 3 million yuan. No offense, but that car is truly luxurious, grand, and classy. Nothing like a Panamera can compare. That car is the true symbol of status and prestige. You can tell at a glance he's upper class. Bentley Continental? Hearing those 4 words, Chu Hongfa's eyes lit up. The confidence he'd lost earlier with Lin Dong instantly returned, and he shot back with a barbed remark. Yeah, it sure is a fine car. Driving a car like that, his net worth must be over 10 million, maybe even 100 million. Xu Jianjun nodded with a smile. Exactly. From what I know, his business is huge, and he even owns a high-end nightclub. It's not like ordinary nightclubs. The clientele there are either wealthy or influential. Not like those cheap little nightclubs on the street corner that let just anyone in. At these words, everyone turned to look at Xu Jianjun with envy. Their admiration for Lin Dong took a significant hit. In the presence of that distinguished guest, Lin Dong's modest means were utterly insignificant. Meanwhile, Lin Dong furrowed his brow. The more Xu Jianjun spoke, the more familiar the man seemed, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Oh my, it must be him. Xu Jianjun scrambled to his feet to greet the visitor. The head of the prestigious Chu family showing such deference. This alone spoke volumes about the visitor's exalted status. The others were equally curious. What did this young billionaire tycoon look like? Lin Dong, don't worry. No matter how rich that person is, I won't change my heart. Xu Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on Lin Dong's arm as she spoke, quickly offering him reassurance. Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled and pursed his lips. Haha, Mr. You finally arrived. Please come in, please come in. Forgive the lack of preparation. Under Xu Jianjun's respectful welcome, a well-dressed man in his 30s slowly approached. It was clear his attitude toward Xu Jianjun was somewhat stiff. It seemed as though he had only attended this gathering out of obligation and courtesy. His gaze toward the others was equally cold, radiating an air of superiority. Just then, a discordant voice cut through the air. You Fei, you little punk, when did you get so well connected? Upper class? I never knew. Ha? Hearing his name called, Yu Fei froze, his gaze momentarily fixed. Then, he began to look around carefully. Spotting a familiar face in the crowd, his eyes widened instantly. Lin. Young Master Lin. Indeed, the distinguished guest invited by Xu Jianjun was none other than Yu Fei, the very man who had sold Bentley nightclub to Lin Dong. It was also him who had pulled strings to secure Lin Dong the platinum invitation to the charity gala. He never expected to run into him here. Just then, someone suddenly jumped out. Lin Dong, what are you yelling about? How dare you casually mention Mr. Yu's name? Apologize immediately. The speaker was none other than Xu Hongfa. His brow was furrowed, his expression boiling over with anger. He seemed worried that Lin Dong had offended this important figure. Xu Jianjun was equally startled. He hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so tactless, blurting out the man's name like that. After all, this influential figure was someone he had gone to great lengths to invite. He was pinning his hopes on presenting his beautiful niece, Chu Xiaoxiao, to gain entry into Tianhai City's high society. If Lin Dong offended this Mr. Yu and cut off his path to wealth, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The thought filled Chu Jianjun with pent-up fury. Shaolin, for Monli's sake, I let your earlier flippant behavior slide. But how dare you speak to Mr. Yu with such disrespect now? Don't think opening a bar makes you all that. Let me tell you, the money you make is nothing to Mr. Yu. Apologize now while you still can. Otherwise, your business will go under sooner or later. It could close tomorrow. Got it? Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, casting resentful glances at Chu Manli and her companions. This Lin Dong, not only did he refuse to give them face, now he dared to provoke the money god Chu Jianjun had invited. He truly couldn't stand seeing the Chu family prosper. Facing the crowd's disdainful and reproachful stares, Lin Dong didn't get angry, he just smiled. How amusing. What's wrong with catching up with an old friend and exchanging a few words? Meanwhile, Yu Fei, hearing Chu Jin's words, was filled with dread. Man, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. A mere bar owner? By now, everyone in Tianhai City knew Lin Dong had acquired over 100 nightclubs. Conservative estimates put his net worth at several billion yuan. He even dared to defy the Seven Stars gang, openly clashing with them. Is this the kind of big shot he thinks he can take on? Yu Fei's heart raced with anxiety, his expression shifting constantly. Unexpectedly, upon seeing his expression, Chu Jianjun mistook his unease for anger and roared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you're truly ignorant of your own place. Who do you think you are, daring to call yourself brothers with Mr. Yu? Big brother, this scum can't be trusted. He's unworthy of being our Chu family's son-in-law. Let's get rid of him now. Chu Hong, fearing the incident wasn't escalating enough, kept fanning the flames from the sidelines. In an instant, the other relatives at the banquet shot Lin Dong hostile glances. Apologize. Apologize. Lin Dong, apologize to Mr. Yu immediately. Faced with the collective condemnation, Chu Manli's expression darkened. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. But she never imagined forcing Lin Dong to bow his head. Little Lin, let's go. Big brother, second brother, from now on, let's not have any further contact. Now, I'll apologize to President Yu on Shaolin's behalf. Before she could finish, Chu Manli stood up and bowed slightly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei lunged forward in a single stride, grabbed her shoulders, and shook his head. Ma'am, you don't need to apologize to anyone. They're the ones who should be apologizing. Chapter 168. Do you know who he is? What? Chu Manli froze in shock. Chu Jianjun, Chu Hongfa, and the others were equally baffled. Just then, Yu Fei turned his head, fixing Chu Jianjun with a faint, ambiguous smile. Mr. Chu, if I recall correctly, we don't exactly have a deep friendship, do we? Mr. Yu, what do you mean by that? If we're not close, why did you drag me into this mess and push me into the fire pit? Mr. Yu's expression suddenly hardened, and he barked sharply. Ha! Chu Jianjun's mind went blank, and he froze in shock. Do you even know who this young Master Lin standing before you really is? Forget someone like me, even Tianhai's wealthiest tycoon would speak to him politely and give him face. How dare you push him to apologize to me? You're practically wishing for my death, aren't you? At Yu Fei's furious roar, the entire private room fell silent. The expressions on everyone's faces were nothing short of spectacular. Shock, bewilderment, and a deep-seated dread flickered across their faces. Could Lin Dong really have such powerful connections? Impossible. Mr. Yu, you must be joking, right? Chu Jianjun's mouth twitched, utterly unable to believe it. He's just a bar owner, how could he possibly be wealthier than you? That nightclub you own is worth 10 times his bars. Haha, Boss Chu, you're flattering me too much. I can't bear such praise. Yu Fei gave a cold chuckle, finally catching on to what was happening. This group had provoked Lin Dong, and now they were using him as a shield. They were utterly clueless about their own mortality. Fine. Today, I'll make sure these short-sighted little men die with their eyes wide open. You know the nightclub I run. But do you know who it's registered under now? It's the young Master Lin standing right before you. And he owns over 100 nightclubs under his name, raking in over 10 million in pure profit every month. Now do you understand how formidable he is? Whoosh. In an instant, the room fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Lin Dong as if they'd seen a ghost, their minds buzzing, hearts sinking halfway. Clap. 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 Just then, Lin Dong suddenly began clapping. At the same time, he looked at Yu Fei with an expression of helplessness. Yu Fei, not bad. I didn't even know how many nightclubs I owned, but you managed to dig up every last detail. Hearing this, Yu Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately forced a smile. Young Master Lin, you're being too hard on me. It wasn't intentional, you've made such a racket that everyone in Tianhai knows about it. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. You kid, I really can't handle you. Never mind. Since you're already here, sit down and grab a bite. You know what? This Wangjiang pavilion really does serve some tasty food.
Yu Fei's heart skipped a beat and he immediately seized the opportunity to flatter his host. If you like it, young Master Lin, I'll buy this restaurant outright and transfer the shares to you. Hearing this, Chu Jianjun was stunned. As one of Tianhai City's most renowned high-end restaurants, Riverside Pavilion was worth over 100 million. Yu Fei was willing to spend a fortune to buy this restaurant just to curry favor with Lin Dong and even give him the shares for free? How could that be possible? No need. You know my nature. When I set my sights on something, I don't need others to foot the bill for me. Lin Dong replied indifferently. Yu Fei froze for a moment before offering an awkward smile. He then turned to face Chu Jianjun, who stood there dumbfounded, his expression turning serious yet tinged with sarcasm. Mr. Chu, if I were you, I'd hurry up and apologize to young Master Lin. Instead of standing there like a fool, dumb as a pig. Got it? Gulp. Chu Jianjun swallowed hard, already drenched in sweat. If anyone else had boasted about Lin Dong's billions, he wouldn't have believed a word of it. He might even have suspected they were an actor hired by Lin Dong. But when Yu Fei said it, he couldn't help but believe him. Because Yu Fei had no reason and certainly no motive to deceive him about such matters. Moreover, the way he was groveling before Lin Dong didn't seem fake. The memory of his earlier demeanor sent a chill down Chu Jianjun's spine, leaving him trembling from head to toe. Lin Dong. No, young Master Lin. Chu Jianjun's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. The harshness and scorn of moments ago had vanished, replaced by fervent warmth and deference. If his entire family hadn't been present, he might have even dropped to his knees and called him grandpa. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and shot another fierce glare at his younger brother, who was still standing there in a daze. Chu Hongfa, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Lin. Yes, big brother. At this moment, Chu Hongfa's emotions were the most complex. From the moment Lin Dong walked in, his words had been laced with barbs, openly and covertly mocking Lin Dong as an insignificant nobody. Little did he know he'd been looking down on someone far above his station, failing to recognize a mountain when he saw it. Lin Dong was no small fry, he was a big shot whose every move shook the entire Tianhai region. Chu Hongfa's face was plastered with a fawning expression as he bent over, grinning apologetically. Young Master Lin, those earlier remarks were all in jest. Please don't take them to heart. In my eyes, you and Xiao Xiao are a perfect match. Xiao Xiao, my dear niece, please speak up for your second uncle. Only now did Chu Hongfa recall the familial ties between their two families. For the past decade or so, when Xu Manli and her daughter were down on their luck, they'd avoided them like the plague and offered no support whatsoever. Chu Xiaoxiao knew this all too well. Now, she turned a blind eye to Chu Hongfa's plea for help. Instead, she crossed her arms and sneered coldly. This. Chu Hongfa's mouth twitched, his face darkening. Without Chu Xiaoxiao speaking up for him, today he had thoroughly alienated Lin Dong. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire private room grew unbearably oppressive. Almost everyone waited for Lin Dong to speak his verdict. Ha! Noticing the trembling gazes around him, Lin Dong's expression remained impassive. He even casually picked up a piece of meat and began chewing it noisily. Now, surely no one would dare call him a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world? Just then, Chu Xiaoxiao's mother, Chu Manli, snapped back to her senses. She stared at Lin Dong with a mix of fear and dread, unsure how to face the son-in-law. But thinking of her daughter, she mustered her courage and asked. Shaolin, is what Mr. Wei said true? Are you really that capable? Lin Dong gave a wry smile, his voice tinged with resignation. Auntie, I'd hoped to interact with you as an ordinary person. I was afraid telling you these things would be too much for you to handle. But now, there's no choice. I have to be clear. The next moment, Lin Dong took Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand in front of everyone, cupping it in his palm and rubbing it gently. Yes, it's true, my net worth exceeds 1 billion. And it's not 100 million, nor even 1 billion, it's 300 billion. Chapter 169, Cutting Ties. What? Hearing this astronomical figure, not only Chu Jianjun, but even Yu Fei, wore expressions of utter shock. What did 300 billion even mean? The annual GDP of a third-tier city might barely exceed 100 billion. 300 billion could be used to acquire listed companies, sell off land parcels, or even manipulate stock market trends. If invested overseas, it could even fund the creation of a formidable military force. At his level, money ceased to be mere currency, it became a string of zeros too vast to count. Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Dong smiled faintly. As if he had long since grown accustomed to it. Then, he clasped Chu Xiaoxiao's hand once more. Xiaoxiao isn't just my girlfriend, she's also my chief steward. Everything I have now is thanks to her managing it for me. Rest assured, Auntie, I won't treat Xiaoxiao unfairly. Hearing these words, the weight on Xu Manli's heart finally lifted. She then nodded firmly. Shaolin, I believe in you. Xiaoxiao, from now on, you should be good to Xiaolin. Whatever you decide to do, I'll support you. Receiving Xu Manli's approval, Chu Xiaoxiao was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Others watching this scene wore expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. 300 billion. 300 billion. An astronomical sum they dared not even dream of.
Especially the brothers Chu Jianjun and Chu Hongfa. Here they were, flaunting their Audi S6 and boasting about their connections, yet in front of Lin Dong, it all meant nothing. Meanwhile, Yu Fei's gaze toward Lin Dong grew increasingly reverent. He'd known Lin Dong was wealthy, but never imagined he was this rich. What was even more chilling to contemplate was that Lin Dong was only in his 20s.
Lin. Young Master Lin.
Sir, do you think we still have a chance? Chu Jianjun plastered an awkward smile across his face.
Before, he'd addressed him as Little Lin without hesitation.
Now, even if you gave him 10,000 dares, he wouldn't dare use that name again. Chu Hongfa regretted it so much he could have kicked himself.
Why did his sharp tongue have to provoke Lin Dong? Wasn't this pushing the entire Chu family into the fire? Opportunity? Ha!
Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile.
You invited Yu Fei here, didn't you? Just to introduce Xiao Xiao to him? Then, through this connection, you could latch onto his coattails and expand the Chu family's business, right? This. The group's expressions darkened as shockwaves of disbelief rippled through their minds. Yet they couldn't deny it. Because that was precisely their intention. They just hadn't imagined it would turn out like this.
Lin Dong wasn't some mud-covered peasant, he was a god of wealth.
Mr. Lin, please hear me out. Explain? No need.
Lin Dong's face darkened as he spoke coldly. From today onward, Xiao Xiao has no connection whatsoever with your Chu family. Whatever happens in the future, do not disturb Xiao Xiao.
Silence fell over the private room. Lin Dong's actions made his stance crystal clear.
The Chu family had severed all ties with them completely, leaving no room for reconciliation. At that moment, the entire Chu family regretted their actions to the point of despair. Instead of fawning over Lin Dong, this wealthy, powerful son-in-law, and scrambling to curry favor with him, they had the audacity to grovel before his underling. If word got out, it would make people laugh their heads off.
This also meant the Chu family had squandered a golden opportunity for advancement. Worse still, they risked being ostracized by countless others for offending Lin Dong.
Thud. Chu Jianjun collapsed onto the floor, his earlier air of commanding the world and flaunting his power completely gone.
Chu Hongfa's expression wasn't much better, his legs trembling uncontrollably.
It seemed as though he could already envision his own downfall and disgrace. Yu Fei was equally shaken, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead.
Before coming, Chu Jianjun hadn't mentioned anything about finding him a girlfriend.
Worse still, Chu Xiaoxiao was Lin Dong's woman.
Wasn't this like looking for trouble in a dark alley? Damn it! The more Yu Fei thought about it, the angrier he got. His face flushed crimson, his neck veins bulging as he glared at Chu Jianjun with murderous intent.
He was already plotting how to punish this entire family later. Not a single one would escape. As the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly stifling, Lin Dong couldn't help but shake his head, finding it all rather pointless. Chu Xiaoxiao understood his mood instantly and wrapped her arm around his. I'm tired, Lin Dong.
Why don't we go back and rest? Mom, it's getting late. You should head back and get some rest too. Chu Manli nodded.
He glanced at the trembling Chu family members and shook his head helplessly. As the old saying goes, heaven's wrath may be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity brings ruin.
Who could blame these fools for not knowing their place?
A little cash in their pockets made them think they ruled the world.
Chu Jianjun and Chu Hongfa never dreamed they'd hit a brick wall today.
Lin Dong gave a slight nod and glanced at Yu Fei again.
Mr. Yu, we'll take our leave now. We'll have a proper chat another time.
Hearing this, Yu Fei perked up, his face flushing with excitement. He had feared Lin Dong would take his anger out on him. But now it seemed he'd been overthinking it. The other party had a magnanimous heart, refusing to make a mountain out of a molehill. Clatter! The next moment, Yu Fei hurriedly rose to his feet and escorted Lin Dong out with utmost respect.
Take your time, young Master Lin. Please visit often.
I won't accompany you, your wife, or your mother-in-law any further. Soon after seeing the three off, Yu Fei exhaled a long breath of relief. Turning to the dazed members of the Chu family, his expression instantly shifted. To Lin Dong, he was Little Yu. But before the Chu family, he was no longer Xiao Yu, he was Mr. Yu, a billionaire. Chu Jianjun, starting tomorrow, I don't want to see a single member of your Chu family. Get the hell out of Tianhai. If you disobey, I guarantee no company will do business with you.
Do you understand?
Chu Jianjun's mind buzzed, his expression abruptly darkening. Already slumped on the floor, his legs now gave way completely, leaving him unable to stand. Yu Fei's attitude made it clear he intended to wipe out the entire Chu family. This meant everything he'd painstakingly built over decades would be lost, all his efforts would come to nothing. But there was nothing he could do.
You can't fight City Hall. He had no choice but to comply. Mr. Yu, I understand. Thank you for showing mercy and sparing us a way out. Tomorrow, we'll all move out of Tianhai City.
Seeing that Chu Jianjun was being reasonably cooperative, Yu Fei nodded.
This matter isn't up to me.
The fate of your Chu family depends entirely on young Master Lin's whims.
Who told you to be so blind as to drive away a fortune that came knocking at your door?
With that, Yu Fei turned and left the private room without another glance.
The Chu family members exchanged glances, each looking as dejected as frostbitten eggplants. From this day forward, the Chu family would decline. Ironically, the very family they had looked down upon, Chu Manli's household, was poised to rise to great heights, soaring upward. Sigh. Chapter 170, Elite Troops and Strong Generals. After leaving the Wangjiang Pavilion, Lin Dong personally drove Chu Manli back home. Alright, Xiao, you stay with Auntie tonight. I've got something to take care of, I'll be heading to the bar. Hearing this, Chu Xiao gave a sweet little nod. Just as she was leaving, something suddenly occurred to her. She tiptoed up and offered a deep, affectionate kiss. Her face was flushed with shyness. Lin Dong, thank you. Gazing at the ripe peach before him, Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. He nearly lost control and took her right there. But alas, he had business at the bar and had to leave. He'd have to wait until Chu Xiao moved into the villa before he could properly savor this peach. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of Chu Manli and her daughter, Lin Dong climbed into his Panamera. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of seriousness. Simultaneously, he casually dialed a number. Wang Hu, have you taken care of the matter I asked you to handle? Young Master Lin, I've found the people. Rest assured, this group's quality is far superior to the last. Every single one was handpicked by me, all ex-military personnel and mercenaries returning from overseas. Oh? Hearing this, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. If that was the case, what did he have to fear from that bunch of nobodies in the Seven Stars gang? It turned out Lin Dong had been in such a hurry to leave because Wang Hu had taken his money and recruited another batch of elite fighters, whom he needed to personally inspect. The previous bunch of thugs and hoodlums were simply useless. To bring down the Seven Stars gang, he had to boost their overall combat strength. Though it cost more, the results would undoubtedly be far superior. Understood. Are all the men assembled? Young Master Lin, all 50 men are assembled and awaiting your return to receive your orders. Alright, I'll be right over. Lin Dong nodded. He ended the call and floored the accelerator. The Panamera transformed into a streak of light, speeding away. 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Dong arrived at the abandoned gymnasium he had just purchased. Under his direction, Wang Hu had refurbished the once derelict facility. All necessary infrastructure was in place, including water, electricity, and heating. He even registered a security company called Oriental Security with a registered capital of 10 million yuan. Under the guise of establishing security services, they recruited special talents from across society to serve Lin Dong. These individuals were considered Lin Dong's inner circle. Similarly, their compensation was more generous. Each member received an annual salary exceeding 500,000 yuan, along with numerous additional bonuses and benefits. Outstanding performers could gain control over a nightclub's revenue, just like Wang Hu. After all, they lived on the edge of a knife. No one knew when their time would come, and they were all just trying to earn their keep. Swish! The moment Lin Dong entered, the once boisterous gymnasium fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to Lin Dong. Upon getting a clear look at his face, most were startled. A few eyes even flashed with contempt and disdain. So young? They had imagined that as Wang Hu's boss, Lin Dong would be a burly, muscular figure with a face full of fleshy features. Instead, aside from being tall, he looked like a weakling with no strength to lift a chicken. Could someone like this really lead them to great things? Young Master Lin, you're here. Spotting Lin Dong, Wang Hu beamed and jogged over to greet him. Lin Dong gave a slight nod. From over 10 meters away, he actually sensed a killing intent. Far from angering him, this only made Lin Dong feel pleased. It seemed his money hadn't been wasted this time. Wang Hu had indeed assembled a formidable team of elite fighters. But there was something intriguing about the look in their eyes. Do they think I'm too small? Or too weak? Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile as he quickly saw through their thoughts. But he didn't let it bother him. Young Master Lin, here's the list of 50 men, all veterans or mercenaries, plus one cook squad leader. I've vetted them, these guys are absolute fighters. Against someone like Yu Dajian? They could take on 3 of him. Beside him, Yu Dajian's face instantly fell upon hearing this. His face was now covered in bruises. It wasn't hard to guess that Wang Hu had used him as a test subject to gauge the raw combat strength of this group. Ha, you've all worked hard, especially you, Dajiang. Later, I'll personally cover your medical expenses, 100,000 yuan out of my own pocket. Don't wreck your health, I'm counting on you to help me take down the Seven Stars gang. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang felt no more pain in his waist or soreness in his legs. He stood at attention, though crookedly, and saluted. Young Master Lin, rest assured I can fight right now. Oh? So you don't want the money? No. I want the money, and I want to fight. Lin Dong smiled knowingly. Knowing the other guy was tongue-tied, he just wanted to tease him a bit. Sure enough, Yu Dajiang flushed crimson with embarrassment. Don't worry, Dajiang. You'll get your share. Thanks, young Master Lin. The two chatted and laughed here, leaving a group of mercenaries standing by idly. Many harbored resentment, feeling ignored. Especially when a pretty boy was bossing them around, they couldn't stand it. Lin Dong sensed their hidden agendas. But he deliberately chose to keep them at arm's length. He wanted to see how long they could endure it. If one or two troublemakers stepped out of line, that would be even better. He could seize the opportunity to discipline the troublemakers, making an example of them to warn the rest. He'd show these mercenaries a thing or two, teaching them that there's always someone better out there. Sure enough, Lin Dong's provocation worked. Report! A burly man with a scar across his face suddenly bellowed from the crowd. Wang Hu froze, unsure how to respond. Just then, Lin Dong's voice cut through the air. What's up, brother? Need to find a bathroom because you can't hold it anymore? The remark sent the entire crowd into uproarious laughter. The scarred man's face flushed crimson, and his gaze toward Lin Dong now held a hint of resentment. Then, in a muffled tone, he said, Boss, you owe me an apology. We're here to provide security, act as bodyguards, and handle tough situations not to be made fools of. Hearing this, Wang Hu frowned and immediately called out his name. Su Haichao, do you know who you're talking to? Shut your mouth this instant. Wang Hu still employed his usual thuggish tactics, attempting to intimidate his opponent with sheer force of presence. Unfortunately, Su Haichao wasn't some pushover like that punk kid. He wasn't going to be intimidated by a few words. These mercenaries were all tough nuts to crack. They responded to strength, not weakness. Wang Hu's words not only failed to achieve their intended effect but instead stirred up public outrage. One by one, more and more people began to feel resentment. More importantly, they still hadn't seen a single penny. Everything was just Wang Hu's verbal promises. Who knows if there really is $1 million annual salary? For all they knew, it was all just hot air. Chapter 171, Testing His Skills. Wang Hu. Lin Dong gave a faint smile and made a downward gesture toward him. Wang Hu immediately shut his mouth and stepped back. Having followed Lin Dong for so long, he could tell a thing from another. Young Master Lin was preparing to take matters into his own hands and knock this group flat. Then, one by one, he would subdue them. At that moment, Lin Dong turned his smiling gaze toward the scarred man named Su Haichao. He took him in from head to toe. If I'm not mistaken, you're the cook squad leader Wang Hu mentioned, right? What? Su Haichao froze for a moment, not expecting the other party to have figured out his identity. But he quickly figured it out. Lin Dong must have seen the records and learned his military branch. You're wrong. The list only has names, not your detailed information. I deduced it from your appearance. Appearance? Su Haichao froze for a moment, then looked down at himself. Apart from the terrifying scar on his face, he looked no different from anyone else. Big head, thick neck, either a big shot or a cook. Since you're here seeking fortune, you're clearly not the boss. That leaves you as the cook in the kitchen crew, raising pigs and slaving over a hot stove. Ha ha ha. The gymnasium erupted in laughter once more. These folks were straightforward by nature. Lin Dong's teasing did have a grain of truth to it. As for Su Haichao, this provocation only made him flush red and choke with anger. I am the cook's squad leader. But I guarantee I can fight better than anyone here. Don't believe me? Have them try. Before he could finish speaking, Su Haichao turned to face the others. That murderous glare in his eyes was undeniably genuine. Others had fought on the battlefield with real weapons, but that didn't mean they'd killed anyone. But Su Haichao, as the cook squad leader, had slaughtered plenty of pigs. In that instant, the crowd that had been joking and bickering moments ago was genuinely silenced. Unexpectedly, just then, a voice carrying a hint of mockery suddenly rang out. They can't handle it? How about I give it a shot? What? Su Haichao turned around. Seeing that it was Lin Dong who had spoken, he couldn't help but look astonished. You? No one had expected Lin Dong to be the first to step forward. To them, Lin Dong was just an ordinary person with no signs of any training. At best, he had a bit of money to spare, which was why he was willing to spend heavily to hire a few bodyguards. Since he needed protection, he clearly lacked the ability to defend himself. For such a pretty face to actually challenge Su Haichao to a fight. Wasn't that just courting death? Su Haichao might have a fiery temper, but he knew his limits when it came to business. Sir, we're here to make money. We haven't gotten it yet, and if we end up with a murder on our hands, that wouldn't be good. With those skinny arms and legs of yours, I doubt I'd even need to throw a punch before you're flat on your back. Everyone nodded in agreement. Besides, Lin Dong might become their boss. If Su Haichao beat him to a pulp, leaving him missing limbs, how could he possibly explain that? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, faced with Su Haichao's challenge, Lin Dong suddenly burst into loud laughter. Wang Hu and Yu Dajiang also couldn't stop laughing, as if they'd heard the funniest joke ever. What are you laughing at? Old Su here never tells lies. Back in the army, I could take on 10 guys at once. You're just some pretty boy. I could handle 20 of you without breaking a sweat. Su Haichao frowned, his deep voice booming as he spoke, thoroughly annoyed by their laughter. In his estimation, Yu Dajiang was the toughest fighter among the three. But against him, he wouldn't last a single round. Let alone Lin Dong. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Don't worry. Even if I end up crippled, I won't ask you for medical expenses. Let's just stop here, how about it? Seeing Su Haichao still wouldn't budge, Lin Dong upped the ante. If you can knock me down, I'll give you 100 grand right here on the spot. How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong beckoned to Wang Hu. The latter understood and dragged out a suitcase from behind. Rustle. Opening it revealed stacks of 100 yuan bills packed tightly inside. A suitcase this size must hold at least 1 million. Whoa! Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Hadn't they come here for the money? Seeing Lin Dong's immense wealth, the earlier resentment vanished instantly. In this day and age, whoever has the money calls the shots. Forget beating Lin Dong. Even if he knocked them down, they'd gladly take it. Boss, let me test my skills against you. Young Master Lin, I've won first place in martial arts competitions. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Me too. Me too. In an instant, the entire gymnasium erupted with fervor. Hearing that accompanying Lin Dong for a little warm-up could net them 100,000 yuan, everyone scrambled to raise their hands. Get lost. Young Master Lin asked me to spar with him. None of your damn business. Back off. Su Haichao glared with his bulging eyes, his vicious stare sweeping the crowd and actually scaring off a large number of people. Yet many still couldn't resist the temptation, their eyes gleaming at the prospect of easy money. Seeing this, Su Haichao feared delays would invite trouble. He quickly turned to Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, if you're willing, we can start right now. I guarantee you'll be thoroughly satisfied. Every punch will land with bone-crunching force. To Su Haichao, Lin Dong was nothing but a silver spear wax figure. All I had to do was put on a little show, throw him over my shoulder and slam him to the ground, and that 100 grand would be mine. Why not? Good. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. A sly gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. He wasn't worried about Su Haichao being stubborn, he was worried he wouldn't agree. Rest assured, when you're out in the world, it's all about integrity. I, Lin Dong, stand by my word. Today, it's not just Su Haichao. Anyone who knocks me down gets the 100,000 yuan. Whoa! The entire crowd gasped in shock. 100,000 for one person? They had 50 people. That would be 5 million. This wasn't just money, it was practically throwing cash around. In an instant, everyone saw Lin Dong as a sucker. They were already counting on their fingers, scheming how to spend the money. Soon, Su Haichao couldn't contain himself. Like a crab, he shuffled sideways toward Lin Dong. The muscles beneath his short sleeves strained against the fabric, threatening to burst through. That punch could knock out a pig. No wonder he was so confident. Young Master Lin, I'm ready. It's all up to you now. Oh, and should I call 120 for you in advance? I don't hold back when I strike. We wouldn't want any fatalities later. Su Haichao's lips curled upward, his eyes brimming with contempt. Lin Dong chuckled, ignoring the sarcasm. He spread his hands wide, adopting a challenging stance. Go ahead and try. We might need to call 120 early, but it'll be for you. Chapter 172, Subjugation. What? Hearing this, Su Haichao was so enraged his brain felt like it was about to explode. Forget about the 100,000 right now, he only wanted to knock Lin Dong flat on his back. The next moment, Su Haichao took off like a rocket, charging forward like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Exploding like a cannonball, he kicked up a roaring wind in his wake. Even more astonishing was that despite his bulky frame, each step he took made almost no sound. Moreover, his speed was astonishingly fast, barely discernible to the naked eye. Witnessing this, the crowd instantly perked up. A master's skill reveals all. Others might not have noticed, but they instantly recognized this man's terrifying strength. Taking on 10 opponents alone wouldn't be surprising. Against an ordinary person like Lin Dong, a single punch could send him straight to the ICU. Whoosh! Facing Su Haichao's powerful, forceful punch, Lin Dong's pupils contracted. Then, his entire body surged with adrenaline, his blood boiling. Bring it on! Lin Dong chuckled softly. Instead of retreating, he charged straight into Su Haichao's fist. What? Seeing this, Su Haichao felt his heart sink. No one knew better than him just how terrifying the power of that punch truly was. Originally, he'd only intended to intimidate Lin Dong. Now, it seemed he might genuinely cripple the other man with a single blow. Unexpectedly, the moment their bodies touched, Lin Dong twisted lightly, evading the punch with fluid grace. Then, with lightning speed, he delivered a kick. Thud! A thunderous impact echoed. Looking back at Su Haichao, he was already sprawled on the ground, staggering and swaying. Lin Dong looked down at him with a smile. Sergeant Su, you don't seem to be doing too well. I lost? Su Haichao's mind buzzed, his face frozen in disbelief. He hadn't even processed what happened before the fight ended. If not for the dull ache in his calf, he wouldn't even have known how Lin Dong had knocked him down. Quickly, Su Haichao sprang back to his feet, ready for battle once more. This time, however, his gaze was far more serious. He was suddenly fired up with 10 times the intensity. I refuse to accept this. Let's go again. Su Haichao was knocked down by young Master Lin? Am I dreaming? That skinny monkey Lin Xiao actually took down Su Haichao, that wild boar? Holy crap, young Master Lin's got some serious skills. Seeing Su Haichao's face twisted with resentment, the crowd finally realized that Lin Dong wasn't courting death. He genuinely had the skills to go toe-to-toe with this combat veteran. Still, in their eyes, Lin Dong's victory over Su Haichao was largely due to the latter's overconfidence. The second time they clashed, Lin Dong would undoubtedly lose. Because, as any clear-eyed observer could tell, the two men's physical strength was simply not on the same level. Even Lin Dong himself was aware of this. During their fight, he had deliberately avoided direct, head-on collisions. Instead, he maneuvered around Su Haichao with nimble and agile footwork. A single punch landed by Su Haichao would decide the outcome. Got a problem with that? If you're not convinced, let's go again.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, once again making a beckoning gesture with his finger. The amusement in his eyes deepened.
This time, Su Haichao didn't hurl insults or radiate the same fierce intensity as before.
He genuinely regarded Lin Dong as an evenly matched opponent, summoning every ounce of his skill in a desperate attempt to salvage his pride.
However, bang! Thud! Thud! Before Su Haichao could even see Lin Dong's move, less than 10 seconds into their clash, he found himself back on the ground. This can't be possible. Su Haichao stared at Lin Dong in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Throughout their exchange, every single one of his moves had been anticipated and countered by Lin Dong. Even before he could throw a punch, Lin Dong had already anticipated his evasion. It was as if Lin Dong was leading him by the nose, treating him like a monkey. The reason was simple: the god-tier combat techniques Lin Dong mastered encompassed everything. He barely needed to think. It was almost muscle memory to effortlessly predict Su Haichao's next move and deliver a more powerful counterattack. Well, Sergeant Su, are you convinced? Lin Dong looked at Su Haichao with a hint of amusement. Su Haichao shook his head with a bitter smile. He was indeed hot-tempered, but when faced with someone stronger than himself, even the fiercest temper was useless. Now, he was thoroughly convinced. I admit defeat. I underestimated you. Young Master Lin, I have nothing more to say. Do with me as you will. Witnessing this scene, everyone's hearts were churning with shock. I never imagined Lin Dong was this skilled. Even a powerhouse like Su Haichao couldn't last 10 rounds against him. Earlier, Su Haichao had been sneering and mocking him, showing him no respect whatsoever. It seemed certain he'd be swept out the door by Lin Dong, forced to pack his bags and leave. Yet, before everyone's eyes, Lin Dong actually extended his hand. Ha! Su Haichao froze, momentarily unable to process the gesture. What are you doing lying on the floor? I don't keep idle hands around here. If you keep playing dead, I'll have to give that 100 grand to someone else. What? There's still money to be had? Su Haichao had assumed he'd never get his hands on that 100,000 yuan. But unexpectedly, Lin Dong was still willing to give it to him. And from the sound of it, he could stay? The next moment, Su Haichao stood up, overcome with emotion, and grasped Lin Dong's hand. Thank you for your trust, young Master Lin. My life is yours from now on. I'll go through fire and water for you. Lin Dong smiled, turned around, and pulled out a stack of cash from his suitcase. This thick stack was definitely worth more than 100,000 yuan. Here, take it. I, Lin Dong, may lack many things, but I have no shortage of money. As long as you have real skills and are willing to work for me, I'll spend whatever it takes on you. Hearing this, everyone's blood began to boil with excitement, itching to prove themselves. If defeating Su Haichao had won their respect through force, then Lin Dong throwing money at them meant he had completely won them over. Who wouldn't want to follow such a powerful and generous boss? Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Dong abruptly changed his tone, his expression turning stern. But let me be clear from the start: I want elite fighters who aren't afraid to take risks and fight hard. Anyone looking to coast by, get the hell out now. Troublemakers who refuse to follow orders are absolutely not welcome at Dongfang Security. Hearing this, Su Haichao and the others all stood at attention. His sheer presence alone was enough to intimidate Wang Hu and his gang of thugs. The expressions on their faces made it clear Lin Dong's plan to win their loyalty had succeeded. Very good. Now that's more like it. Wang Hu, distribute all this money to the brothers. From now on, every penny of wages owed must be paid. For those who perform well, extra bonuses should be distributed promptly. Wang Hu nodded. Now was the time to throw money around. The more we spend, the harder these men will work. Right. Lin Dong nodded, his heart brimming with bold ambition. Though their numbers were small, each was a formidable fighter capable of taking on 10 opponents. In terms of quality, they far surpassed the 7 Stars Gang's thugs. With them on his side, taking down the 7 Stars Gang was practically a done deal. Next, it was just a matter of finding the right opportunity to stage a spectacular showdown. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, a call suddenly rang in. He picked up the phone to see it was Zhang Dafa calling. The moment he answered, Zhang Dafu's panicked voice erupted. Young Master Lin, it's bad. The 7 Stars Gang is back. And this time, they've brought even more men, at least 100. Chapter 173, Digging to the Bottom. Lin Dong frowned. He hadn't expected the 7 Stars Gang's retaliation to come so swiftly. But soon, a knowing smile spread across his face. It seemed Chen Nanshan couldn't sit still after hearing news of his recruitment drive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so hastily. What good are numbers? In a brawl, it's all about skill, not numbers. Especially in a place like a bar, the more people, the harder it is to maneuver. Young Master Lin, is there a fight brewing? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Su Haichao looked eager beyond words. Earlier, he'd been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Dong, nearly losing all confidence. Now, he needed to find some easy targets to take it out on, to vent his pent-up anger. The others weren't far behind, their eyes equally gleaming. Oh? Lin Dong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this group to be so eager for a fight. Fine. Tonight will serve as our training exercise. But don't rush, follow my instructions. Meanwhile, just as Zhang De had mentioned on the phone, nearly all of Lin Dong's nightclubs came under simultaneous attack by the Seven Stars gang. The overwhelming force clearly indicated thorough preparation. Moreover, the leader wasn't some street thug like Xingpi, but a top enforcer Chen Nanshan had hired at great expense from out of town. Rumor had it he'd fought in underground boxing matches overseas and even killed someone. His attacks were as savage as a shark, earning him the nickname Big Shark. This time, Chen Nanshan had given Big Shark a direct order: deliver a fatal blow to Lin Dong, ensuring he could never make waves again. In fact, to vanish from Tianhai altogether. To that end, Big Shark had prepared to retire after this one job. After eliminating Lin Dong, he planned to flee overseas overnight. After all, the commission Chen Nanshan offered would be more than enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Outside the Blue Demon bar. Whoosh! A luxury sedan pulled up to the curb. In the back seat, a man reclined casually, a cigar dangling from his mouth. If Wang Hu were here, he would instantly recognize this as Chen Nanshan's signature ride, a Mercedes Maybach. It was worth well over $1 million, in no way inferior to Lin Dong's Porsche Panamera. In fact, it radiated even more opulence than the Panamera. The identity of the occupant was self-evident. Shark, this job is yours. Don't worry, Boss Chen. Big Shark always gets the job done clean and crisp. If I say I'll wipe out his entire family, that's exactly what happens. Tonight, I guarantee you'll see Lin Dong's head explode. Ha, good. I'll be waiting to welcome you back. With Shark's assurance secured, Chen Nanshan gave a cold smile, his brow darkening with a hint of malevolence and venom. He couldn't wait to witness Lin Dong's dismembered corpse. He'd ruled Tianhai City with an iron fist for years. Anyone who crossed him ended up dead. Anyone in the underworld trembled in fear at the mere mention of the Seven Stars gang, didn't they all themselves in terror? Chen Nanshan had amassed a fortune through this very reputation. Now, someone had the audacity to challenge him, showing no fear of death. Not only had they repeatedly injured Seven Stars gang members and destroyed his cash cow, but what was most unbearable for Chen Nanshan was the possibility that Lin Dong had slept with his woman. That's right. Just the day before yesterday, Chen Nanshan had learned that his woman, Luo Yuzhu, had actually been to Blue Demon. What's more, she'd spent 2 hours cavorting there, had sent Xiongde and Xiong'er away, and had direct contact with Lin Dong. Although he hadn't witnessed the two of them committing adultery with his own eyes. But based on Chen Nanshan's understanding of Luo Yuzhu, that seductive, low-life woman, she was highly likely to have done something to betray him. This was precisely why Chen Nanshan had abruptly torn off the mask of civility, determined to kill Lin Dong at any cost. Who could blame him for wearing such a huge, green hat? No man would ever accept being a cuckold. Clatter! The car door swung open, and a tall, muscular middle-aged man with long hair stepped out of the passenger seat. Wearing only a black vest, his bulging muscles made him look like a formidable fighter. What sent chills down the spine was the faint, V-shaped bulge in his pocket. That angular shape was unmistakably a gun. No wonder Chen Nanshan was so confident in him. It turned out he'd somehow procured a handgun. With that gun in his hands, even if Lin Dong grew 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't escape death today. Watching the great shark's arrogant retreating figure, Chen Nanshan exhaled a smoke ring, his expression dark and ruthless. Lin Dong, you brought this death upon yourself. Don't blame me. Perfect. Your death will serve as a warning to everyone. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, if you set foot in Tianhai, you'd better show some respect to Chen Nanshan. Otherwise, they'd better prepare to lose their heads. Chen Nanshan gave a cold laugh and didn't leave. He parked his car by the roadside, waiting for Big Shark's triumphant return. Soon, Big Shark led a gang of Seven Stars gang thugs to clear the bar, driving out the men and women inside. Bang! Bang bang! The newly repaired liquor cabinet and bar counter were smashed to pieces once more, instantly turning the floor into a sea of glass shards. Get the hell out if you don't want to die. Or we'll take you down with them. Where's Lin Dong? Get out here. Starting today, the Blue Demon bar is closed for good. A gang of thugs shouted wildly. With Big Shark backing them, they felt emboldened, showing no regard for Lin Dong whatsoever. Before long, the entire bar was unrecognizable, reduced to utter chaos. Yet from start to finish, they never caught sight of Lin Dong. Not even Zhang Dafa knew where he'd gone. Shark, we've searched everywhere but can't find him. Did Lin Dong get wind of this and bolt early? The gang of thugs looked dejected, feeling like they'd punched thin air. Soon, calls came in from other nightclubs. Lin Dong was nowhere to be found, as if he'd vanished into thin air. Damn it, where's that rat Lin Dong hiding? If he's gone, my 3 million will go down the drain. Big Shark narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of impatience in his gaze. Chen Nanshan had promised him a 3 million yuan reward if he took out Lin Dong. So today, even if he had to turn Tianhai City upside down, he would find Lin Dong. Then crush him underfoot. Search. Keep searching. Search every nightclub under Lin Dong's name, offices, restrooms, even warehouses. Leave no stone unturned. Finding Lin Dong will be a major achievement. I'll reward you handsomely. At the mention of Big Shark offering money, everyone's eyes lit up. Another half hour of thorough searching ensued. Yet, even after turning the place upside down, they still found no trace of Lin Dong. In an instant, Big Shark's expression darkened further. Gritting his teeth, he made a startling decision. Stop searching. Poured gasoline. Chapter 174, Brainless. What? The 7 Stars gang's group of thugs were startled. Big Shark was pushed to the brink. Was he really going to set the bar on fire? This wasn't some minor offense. Moreover, with so many nightclubs under Lin Dong's name, burning them all down would undoubtedly make front-page headlines and cause a citywide sensation. At this thought, the 7 Stars gang members exchanged nervous glances, too afraid to respond. Damn it, are your ears deaf? I told you to pour gasoline. Didn't you hear me? Big Shark was getting pretty worked up, kicking one of the guys hard. The man instantly bled from his head and collapsed to the ground. You don't know. Once this fire starts, Lin Dong will definitely come out. I refuse to believe he'd just stand by and watch the bar burn to the ground. Hearing this, the others finally understood Big Shark's plan. It turned out he intended to force Lin Dong out by setting the place ablaze. What are you standing around for? Get your hands moving already. Under Big Shark's pressure, the 7 Stars gang's thugs had no choice but to grit their teeth and douse every corner of Blue Demon Bar with gasoline. Before long, the entire bar was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline, stinging their eyes shut. Big Shark nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Then he pulled a lighter from his pocket. Click! A flame appeared before his eyes. Seeing that Lin Dong still hadn't appeared, Big Shark hesitated no longer. He tossed the lighter onto the sofa of the adjacent booth. Whoosh! In the next instant, a towering inferno erupted from the ground. The sofa, already a flammable material, soaked in gasoline, burned even faster. In the blink of an eye, the entire Blue Demon Bar was engulfed in flames. Cough, cough. Big Shark coughed twice, choked by the smoke. But his expression remained savage. Damn it, I refuse to believe you'll keep hiding forever. Either crawl out and die, or watch your billion-dollar empire turn to ashes. Meanwhile, outside the bar, inside the Maybach, Chen Nanshan also noticed the flames shooting skyward, his brow immediately furrowing. Ha! What's going on? The bar suddenly caught fire. No, it seems like someone deliberately set it on fire. But with a quick turn of his mind, Chen Nanshan figured out the reason. Big Shark must not have found the person he was looking for, so he resorted to setting the fire to force Lin Dong to show himself. This approach certainly made quite a commotion. But the effect was undeniably clear. The fire had only just started burning. Tap tap. Several figures appeared across the street. Then more and more. A rough count revealed at least several dozen. Each one wielded clubs and cleavers, radiating a murderous aura from head to toe. Chen Nanshan froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the other side to bring so many people. As far as he knew, Lin Dong had indeed recruited a group of thugs and hoodlums. However, most of them had been deployed to various nightclubs. The ones he truly had under his direct control numbered only a dozen or so. Yet judging by the current situation, there were far more than that. What made Chen Nanshan break out in a cold sweat was that these men under Lin Dong didn't look like ordinary street thugs at all. Their eyes were fierce, their strides brimming with power, and they carried an aura of lethal intent. This group had definitely served in the military and seen blood. Damn it! A buzzing sensation filled Chen Nanshan's head as he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Lin Dong hadn't been caught off guard. He'd deliberately lured Big Shark and his crew into the bar to trap them like fish in a barrel. Moreover, once they secured evidence of these men setting the fire, they could send every last one of them to prison. The thought sent a chill down Chen Nanshan's spine. He immediately realized this was no place to linger. He couldn't let this matter implicate him. Otherwise, it wouldn't end with just a prison sentence. Over the years, he had committed numerous murders. If all were investigated, it would be enough to execute him 10 times over. Drive! Drive now! The driver looked puzzled and asked instinctively, "Boss, aren't we supposed to wait here to welcome Big Shark? Why are we leaving now?" "Welcome my ass. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave at all." Chen Nanshan was visibly flustered, delivering a swift kick. Soon, the Maybach sped away. Chen Nanshan, like a stray dog, vanished into the night. As for the great shark's fate, he no longer cared. Meanwhile,
Big Shark led his men outside the bar, smugly admiring his handiwork.
Lin Dong, why haven't you shown up yet?
Looks like when it comes to money versus your life, you chose to save your own skin. The great shark's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. He had originally planned to take Lin Dong out and make a fortune. But now it seemed he'd have to return and devise a new plan. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a voice suddenly rang out.
You're wrong. I want both money and life. And I want your life too. What? Big Shark froze for a moment.
Turning around, he saw a familiar face.
Lin Dong.
The great shark narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze growing increasingly menacing.
In that moment, he was ready to kill and flee. Unexpectedly, just then, a series of punches landing on flesh echoed through the air. Thud. 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 Aya. Amidst the screams, 7 or 8 thugs were sent flying backward.
Some even landed in the fire pit, instantly turning into human torches.
Big Shark's gaze froze.
He looked up to find a dense crowd gathered outside. The dozen or so thugs he'd brought along had all been taken care of, their hands and feet crippled, leaving them crawling helplessly on the ground.
You! Big Shark's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for this outcome.
But this was merely the appetizer.
Click-clack. A blinding flash of camera lights suddenly erupted.
The great white shark instinctively closed its eyes. When he opened them again, he saw someone frantically snapping photos. Beside him, Lin Dong stared at him with a mocking expression.
So you're the ace enforcer Chen Nanshan hired? The one who injured my men and burned down my bar?
Your skills are decent, but you clearly lack brains.
Big Shark froze, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition.
Lin Dong continued, I've already snapped photos of your robbery and arson. I can post them online or report them to the police anytime. When that happens, forget about you, some lowly scapegoat. Even Chen Nanshan himself won't be able to walk away unscathed.
Wait. Big Shark swallowed hard, his hand instinctively moving to his waist. He hesitated, torn between going down with Lin Dong or fighting back.
The gun Chen Nanshan had given him held only one bullet. With his marksmanship and such close range, it would be enough for a one-shot kill. But then, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he died, no one could guarantee the 7 Stars gang would pay the money to his family.
What if they reneged?
Originally, his plan was to kill Lin Dong and then flee overseas. He hadn't intended to end up here.
Big Shark hesitated.
Someone suddenly sensed something was wrong and dashed out.
Young Master Lin, watch out. That kid has a gun. Chapter 175, demanding an exorbitant price. What?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the other side to bring a gun. He'd assumed these thugs still operated at the level of sticks and fists. He hadn't expected them to have guns.
The next moment. Bang!
A gunshot shattered the silence.
A gun? A gun! That kid has a gun. Hearing the gunshot, everyone's heart sank. Who could have imagined that a routine brawl would escalate to the point of drawing firearms? Chen Nanshan really wasn't afraid of dying.
What followed was an even more serious problem.
A shot had been fired. Who had it hit? Young Master Lin, are you alright?
Wang Hu and Yu Dajiang flanked him, their eyes immediately darting toward Lin Dong in the center of the crowd.
Fortunately, thanks to his quick dodge, Lin Dong had avoided being hit. I'm fine.
Tell the brothers to disperse. Lin Dong shook his head. Not knowing if the big shark's pistol had a second bullet, it was safer to retreat for now and lie low. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his command, some of the thugs scattered to take cover, while the security guards he had hired earlier stepped forward of their own accord, forming a human shield.
Ha!
Lin Dong froze, not understanding what was happening. Soon, he realized someone had already mounted the great white shark. Moreover, that person had snatched the pistol from his hand. The figure with the scarred face and broad shoulders, who else could it be but Su Haichao, the cook squad leader? A spurt of blood suddenly bloomed on his shoulder, a clear wound. Lin Dong's mind raced as he immediately stepped forward.
Old Su, are you okay? Should we call an ambulance?
Su Haichao gritted his teeth and shook his head.
I'm fine, young Master Lin. The kid panicked and missed the vital spots.
Just a superficial cut. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, Su Haichao had only suffered a shallow scratch. Though it looked bloody and mangled, it wasn't particularly serious.
Even so, Lin Dong couldn't help but be shocked.
This group was far more formidable than those street thugs. They were genuinely prepared to fight when the chips were down. Knowing the enemy had guns, their first instinct wasn't to flee, it was to charge in and subdue them. This money was well spent. Lin Dong couldn't help but nod in agreement. Then, smiling, he said, Old Su, I'm relieved you're okay.
You've done a great job this time.
Later, I'll let you take the whole car for a spin.
Hearing this, Su Haichao's eyes lit up.
Ha, thanks a bunch, young Master Lin.
Ouch, you know what? It actually hurts a bit. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, easing the tense atmosphere considerably.
But they hadn't forgotten who was truly to blame. The next moment, all eyes turned to the great white shark lying on the ground. A chill ran down Big Shark's spine. Gone was his earlier arrogance. Now, he was nothing more than a wounded tiger with shattered teeth. He could only curl up on the ground, licking his wounds incessantly. His very life was now in someone else's hands. Lin Dong's gaze darkened slightly as he took the homemade pistol from Su Haichao's hand. The crude workmanship exuded a distinct vintage feel, obviously scavenged from some village. Opening the magazine revealed it was completely empty. One bullet? Chen Nanshan sure has faith in you. Too bad. I, Lin Dong, don't die that easily. Now that I've survived, the one who's dead is him. Hearing this, Big Shark's pupils contracted sharply as a powerful sense of danger washed over him. In fact, he wet himself on the spot. The stench of urine filled the air, drawing even more contemptuous glances from the crowd. And this is supposed to be their ace enforcer? Any one of them could be 100 times better than this guy. What's the matter? Scared? Good to see you've learned fear. I thought you were some iron-hard tough guy who wouldn't shed a single tear. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly as he leaned forward, tapping the shark's face with the pistol. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Lin Dong, Big Shark panicked completely and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Lin. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. It was all Chen Nanshan's orders. Please, spare my life. Name your terms. I'll agree to anything. Lin Dong chuckled, ignoring his pleas as he continued tapping his face with the pistol, his eyes filled with mockery. Seeing this, Big Shark finally broke down, calling him daddy and grandpa repeatedly. Only when he saw this man's psychological defenses finally crumble did Lin Dong rise to his feet, satisfied. Spare your life? You beat up my men, burned down my bar, can you even afford to pay for such massive losses? Besides, you're not even worthy of making a deal with me. Have your master come out and talk to me. Old Su, give him the phone. Su Haichao nodded, rummaged through the Big Shark's pocket, and pulled out his phone, instructing him to dial a certain number. The moment the phone rang, a man's voice came through. Big Shark? You're still alive? No, you're not Big Shark, you're Lin Dong. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the other party had already guessed his identity, there was no need to beat around the bush. He took the phone and held it to his ear. Brother Chen, long time no see. No, wait, we just crossed paths a moment ago. Only, you were in the car, leaving in such a hurry you didn't have time to exchange a few words with me. Right? Hearing this, Chen Nanshan couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. It turned out Lin Dong had spotted him all along. Had he not slipped away quickly, he might well have met his end at the Blue Demon's hands. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Then, what followed was more concern. What would Lin Dong do next? Lin Dong, what are you talking about? I don't understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I'm busy. Seeing the other party evading the issue, Lin Dong chuckled. If he didn't show this guy a thing or two, he'd try to renege on the deal. Lin Dong turned around, looked at the blue demon flower that was more than half burned, and sighed. Boss Chen, if you're busy, go ahead and be busy. But I guarantee you, the moment you hang up, you won't see these guys again. And that thing you gave Big Shark, it probably wasn't cheap, was it? What? Chen Nanshan's pupils contracted. That good-for-nothing Big Shark actually handed Lin Dong the biggest leverage, truly useless at achieving anything worthwhile. These days, illegally possessing firearms was no small matter. Not only would he have to pay a hefty fine, but he might even face jail time. After a fierce internal struggle, Chen Nanshan sighed helplessly. Though he hated to admit it, he had to concede defeat. He must find a way to resolve this matter immediately, even if it meant paying a heavy price. Lin Dong, what do you want to do? Spit it out. How much will it take to get the Big Shark and my people back? Heh, so this tightwad is finally willing to part with some cash? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. This golden opportunity to kick someone when they're down was exceptionally rare. Not asking for an exorbitant price would be a waste. Rest assured, Boss Chen. I, Lin Dong, am no one to kick a man when he's down. But I've suffered immense losses. The Blue Demon Bar is destroyed. It wouldn't be fair if you didn't pay up. How about this? I'll take a few nightclubs as compensation, like the Blue Shell Bar and Emperor No. 1 nightclub. What do you say? Chapter 176, Plucking Feathers from a Miser. At this demand, not only Chen Nanshan, but even Yu Dajiang and Wang, who couldn't help but gasp in shock, staring at Lin Dong in utter disbelief. The nightclubs he named were all cash cows for the 7 Stars gang. The cheapest among them was valued at over 40 to 50 million yuan. Especially Emperor No. 1 back then, the renovation alone cost tens of millions. A conservative estimate put its value at 100 million. This wasn't just an exorbitant demand, it was practically a black hole. Ahem. On the other end of the line, Chen Nanshan began coughing violently, nearly coughing up blood. What kind of terms are these? I'd rather die. Although the 7 Stars gang had terrorized Tianhai for many years. However, the majority of their assets consist of these nightclubs. If they agreed to hand over these hard-earned establishments to Lin Dong, the 7 Stars gang would be crippled even if it survived. Relying solely on extorting protection money from others was no sustainable strategy. Lin Dong, make another demand. This one won't fly. Chen Nanshan shook his head flatly, refusing outright.
Wang Hu, Yu Dazhang, and the others exchanged expressions that said, "We knew it." They had anticipated that Chen Nanshan wouldn't yield so easily. This reaction was entirely within Lin Dong's expectations. His exorbitant demands were deliberate. Only by starting with an outrageous demand could he lower Chen Nanshan's guard, gradually breaking down his psychological defenses. Lin Dong toyed with the crude homemade rifle, adopting a tone of helpless resignation. "Brother Chen, you're being so stingy, it's putting me in a tough spot. Personally, I could turn a blind eye and let it slide. The problem is, my guys won't stand for it." They all saw Big Shark and his crew setting fires, and they were armed. If word gets out through gossip, we're in big trouble. I can't keep an eye on them 24/7, can I? As he said this, Lin Dong shot a knowing glance around the room. Su Haichao and the others immediately caught on, joining in the commotion. "Everyone says Big Brother Chen of the Seven Stars Gang is the most honorable man alive, but I see he's nothing special. His brothers would stick their necks out for him, and he stabs them in the back. Yeah, we do his dirty work that could get us killed, but when trouble hits, he just distances himself. Who'd want to be his brother like that? Man, if I were in the Seven Stars Gang, I'd have to be blind to follow him." Amidst the curses and shouts from Su Haichao and the others, the Seven Stars Gang members who were still holding their breath felt their faces grow hot with embarrassment. They knew Chen Nanshan's style all too well. Using people and then discarding them, burning bridges after crossing them, he was absolutely capable of such things. Gradually, the expressions in their eyes shifted. Their pleading looks turned bitter and resentful, and some even raised their hands voluntarily. "Boss Lin, I know everything Chen Nanshan has done. I'm willing to be a witness for the prosecution." "Me too. Keep me alive, and I'll help you take down Chen Nanshan." Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, deliberately setting his phone to speaker mode. Every word of these statements reached Chen Nanshan's ears without exception. His scalp prickled with fear. Lin Dong, let's talk this out. Don't play dirty tricks behind my back. Name your price. How much will it take to get these people back?" Chen Nanshan finally panicked. These Seven Stars Gang thugs had followed him for years and knew too much. If they turned on him, the consequences would be far worse than 10 big sharks getting caught. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong laughed until tears streamed down his face. The mighty leader of the Seven Stars Gang, reduced to begging for mercy, it was laughable. Wang Hu and the others were equally stunned. They never imagined Lin Dong could push Chen Nanshan to this point. He was practically groveling, just short of calling him ancestor. "Mr. Chen, if only you'd shown this attitude earlier. Too late now. Time to raise the price." A sly gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes as he surveyed the blue demon bar, now charred black. "Originally, I only wanted 3 nightclubs. Now, even 4 might not be enough. You're taking advantage of the situation. So what if I am? Or has Boss Chen already prepared to go down with me?" At this point, Lin Dong finally shed his gentle facade. In its place emerged an air of supreme arrogance. Even through the phone, Chen Nanshan was startled by the edge in his voice. "Chen Nanshan, your time is running out. Before 12 o'clock, if I don't see 5 transfer contracts, or if the nightclub you propose doesn't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Even if I, Lin Dong, die, I'll drag the entire Seven Stars Gang down with me." With that, Lin Dong hung up without giving Chen Nanshan any room to negotiate. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Who would have thought the usually generous and lavish young Master Lin could be so decisive? Or perhaps this was his true nature. He didn't give a damn about anyone. Time ticked by. Just as Lin Dong was about to leave, Big Shark's phone buzzed with a text message. "You win." Lin Dong's lips curled into a faint smile, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing his maniacal grin, the others exchanged glances, a certain possibility dawning on them. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young Master Lin, it's really settled? That tightwad Chen Nanshan actually parted with his cash. Young Master Lin, you're just too awesome. I've been in Tianhai for years, and this is the first time I've seen anyone make Chen Nanshan look like a fool. That old fox must be cursing like mad right now, ha." Lin Dong gave a slight nod and, in front of everyone, made another promise. "I've taken note of everyone's performance this time. Upon returning, each of you will receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan. And for old Su, who got injured, I'll personally reward him with a 1,000,000 yuan Land Rover Defender. Consider it repayment for saving my life." Whoa! A collective gasp filled the air. They'd seen wealthy people before, but never someone as rich and generous as Lin Dong. He casually handed out 1,000,000 yuan. This wasn't just a good boss. He was practically their living savior. Especially Su Haichao, he was utterly overwhelmed with emotion. A grown man, crying like a child who'd lost his pacifier. "Young Master Lin, I'm no good with fancy words, but rest assured as long as I'm alive, I'll die before you do." Put. Hearing Su Haichao's words, everyone burst out laughing. Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. But he understood the guy's good intentions. Soon after, a Seven Stars Gang thug drove up with some items. Opening it up, they found 5 transfer contracts. Clearly stated were the nightclubs being transferred to Lin Dong. He calculated that they were worth at least 200 million. This time, Big Shark and his crew had carried out a robbery and arson that appeared to cause severe damage. But thanks to the timely rescue efforts, the actual losses amounted to less than 20 or 30 million yuan. Swapping 20 to 30 million for 200 million? Anyone hearing this deal would slap their thigh in delight, grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 177, Song Roland's Move. Young Master Lin is awesome. Those nightclubs were the 7 Stars gang's cash cows. Without them, it'll take them 3 to 5 years to recover. With the 7 Stars gang severely weakened, this is the perfect opportunity for our Oriental security company to rise. Lin Dong smiled faintly, tucking the 5 contracts into his pocket and guarding them carefully. Now that the money was secured, it was time to release the hostages. Everyone, I, Lin Dong, have always been a man of my word. When I say I'll let you go, I mean it. Now, you may leave on your own. Hearing this, Big Shark hesitated, then steeled himself to look at Lin Dong. Lin. Young Master Lin, you've already gotten what you wanted. Shouldn't you give it back to me now? The item? What item? Lin Dong feigned confusion. You're trying to renege on the deal? Wasn't it agreed that payment would be made upon delivery? The gun was bought with our boss's money. Big Shark was getting impatient. He was the one who lost the gun. If Chen Nanshan pursued the matter, it could cost him his life. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Dong turned to the others. Who here saw me with a gun? I don't remember that. Everyone shook their heads in unison, claiming ignorance. Big Shark was dumbfounded. The gun was clearly in Lin Dong's hands, yet he was lying through his teeth. Did he really think he could pull this off? Just then, Lin Dong's expression turned icy as he bellowed, "You bastard! How dare you slander me for illegally possessing a firearm? What's your game?" Wang Hu beat his mouth to a pulp. Break every bone in his body. Hearing this, Big Shark panicked. No! Young Master Lin, I was just joking. Don't come any closer. Unfortunately, whether Big Shark uttered those words or not, his fate was already sealed. Lin Dong would never let someone who fired at him go unpunished. And he certainly wouldn't leave a top-tier enforcer in Chen Nanshan's hands like releasing a tiger back into the wild. Amidst a flurry of punches and kicks, Big Shark lost the use of 2 of his 3 legs, and both his arms were dislocated. His condition resembled that of the frog in the intensive care unit. Enough, stop beating him. Dump him out already. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Wang Hu understood and led his men to drive away all the members of the 7 Stars gang. Gazing at the blue demon, now burned beyond recognition, Lin Dong sighed. In a way, this place had been where he'd made his fortune. Never did he imagine it would end up in ruins. Fortunately, however, what was lost in one area was gained in another. This time, his gains far outweighed his losses. At worst, he'd spend a little more to rebuild Blue Demon. Meanwhile, Wang Hu suddenly leaned in, his voice thick with mystery. Young Master Lin, you've really made an enemy of Chen Nanshan now. He's the type who never forgets a grudge. He won't let this slide. You have people protecting you, but what about your women? They're still out there. Lin Dong nodded. He had considered this very issue. That's precisely why he'd purchased 10 villas. While there's still time, I'll call them all right now and bring them over. Lin Dong had already decided on the candidates. They were his beautiful secretary Chu Xiaoxiao, the stunning host Su Mengqi, and Song Roland with her daughter. Now that Chu Xiaoxiao had already moved in, it was time to arrange for the others to move in as well. With that thought, Lin Dong dialed Song Roland's number. As the call connected, a cautious voice came through. Who is this? Lin Dong paused. Only then did he remember she hadn't saved his number. Then, a playful urge took hold of him. Baby, don't you even recognize my voice anymore? Forgot our intimate moments? Beep beep. The call was abruptly hung up. Lin Dong felt awkward, but stubbornly dialed again. Only to find he'd been blocked by Song Roland. Ha! Witnessing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. Su Haichao laughed the hardest, his mouth stretched wide like a toad. Furious, Lin Dong couldn't help but kick him. Laugh? Laugh my ass. Young Master Lin, who'd have thought a woman would dare not give you face and hang up on you? As the old saying goes, you can't find a 3-legged woman, but 2-legged toads are a dime a dozen. Lin Dong frowned. Something about that sounded off. Shut up. Give me your phone. Ha! Su Haichao froze, stunned that karma had struck so swiftly. Under Lin Dong's intimidating glare, he reluctantly handed over his phone. Before long, the call connected. Lin Dong quickly identified himself. Roland, don't hang up. It's me. You're Lin Dong? Lin Dong felt a bit helpless. Roland, when did you become so wary? Or is there another man besides me? Hearing this, Song Roland quickly denied it. No, don't say that. Yun is still at home. If she hears this, she'll think something's wrong between us. Better she hears it. This is something she should know. No. Yun is still too young. Let's wait until she's older before she finds out, okay? Hearing Song Roland's desperate pleas, Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh. He hadn't expected her to take his jokes seriously. Fine. But you have to agree to one condition. Go ahead.
Since Shiryun is home anyway, you two should pack your things and move to Wanlu Academy.
I've bought you a villa there. What? A villa? Can we do it tomorrow? It's too late today. It's not too late. I'll send someone to pick you up shortly. Song Roland wanted to refuse, but she couldn't fight fate. Reluctantly, she obeyed Lin Dong's orders and frantically packed her belongings.
Yet after hanging up, Lin Dong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
Song Roland's behavior seemed somewhat unusual.
If he had to describe it in one phrase, it was like a bird startled by a bowstring.
Could it be that Song Roland had encountered something she hadn't told him about?
The more Lin Dong thought about it, the more plausible it seemed.
He immediately ordered De Jiang, round up a few brothers and come with me. Yu Dajiang didn't hesitate, quickly rounding up a few men. Young Master Lin, we're just hanging around anyway. How about letting me tag along too? Su Haichao was itching to join, practically spelling out want money on his face.
Lin Dong shook his head.
Old Su, money can be made anytime.
Right now, your priority is to recover from your injuries. Su Haichao was a bit displeased, but he knew Lin Dong was right.
Looks like he'd have to let it go for today.
After all, scoring $1 million Land Rover today was already pretty good.
The rest of them were filled with envy and resentment.
Meanwhile, at Song Roland's home.
Mom, what happened? Why did senior brother Lin suddenly ask us to move out?
Lu Shiryun packed her bags, her face full of confusion. She had finally gotten a weekend off to come home, only to be met with this situation.
Song Roland frowned, visibly irritated. You just pack your things when I tell you to. Why are you asking so many questions?
Even without your senior Lin, we still have to move.
What?
Lu Shiryun froze, momentarily confused.
She didn't notice the flicker of panic in Song Roland's expression. Chapter 178, The Man Returns.
Meanwhile, Lin Dong was on his way. Though he had no idea what had happened. His gut told him Song Roland was hiding something from him. With that thought, Lin Dong slammed his foot down on the accelerator. In the night, the black Panamera roared like a beast, streaking away like a streak of light. Yu Dajiang and the others trailing behind could barely see Lin Dong's exhaust trail. Roar! In less than 20 minutes, Lin Dong arrived at the urban village. This time, he had truly left Yu Dajiang and the others far behind. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. He pulled it out to see it was Lu Shiryun calling.
Shiryun, what's wrong? Lin Dong asked.
To his surprise, he heard sobbing on the other end, along with the sounds of things being smashed and curses being hurled.
Lin. Senior Lin, where are you? Please come quickly, okay? Mom and I are being held up. That person won't let us leave. He even claims to be my father. What?
Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. Now he understood why Song Roland had looked so troubled. So that man had returned. Yes, it was Song Roland's husband who had been in prison. The very same man who had raped her, casting a shadow over her entire life, Lu Chang. When they parted last time, Song Roland had mentioned Lu Chang was about to be released. But she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. His sudden appearance caught him completely off guard.
Shiryun, don't be afraid. I'll be there soon.
Senior brother Lin, please hurry. Before Lu Shiryun could finish her sentence, the line erupted again with chaotic sounds.
Amidst the chaos, Song Roland's cries could faintly be heard. Lu Chang, get out. I don't want to see you. It's all your fault. You ruined Shiryun and me, and now you want to destroy our lives? You madman, you monster. Immediately after, a brutally coarse male voice erupted. Song Roland, don't think you can just brush me off because you found some other man out there.
Mark my words in life, you're mine in death, you're my ghost.
I'll never let you go. Shiryun, call me daddy. Daddy's been dying to see you inside.
Let me touch your little face and see how you've grown. The man chuckled lewdly, extending his filthy hands as he tried to inch closer to Lu Shiryun. Seeing Lu Shiryun's face twisted in resistance as she frantically dodged, Lu Chang finally lost his temper. He smacked her phone with a backhand.
Damn it! I told you to call me dad. Are you deaf? Still on the phone? Who the hell are you trying to tip off, you son of a? Slap.
The call ended. Lin Dong's heart plummeted to the depths of despair.
Damn it, what the hell does this guy want? Urban village, roadside. A man with a menacing glare fixed on Song Roland.
His two blackened hands gripped the mother and daughter's luggage, refusing to let them go no matter what.
I was only in prison for a few years, you don't recognize me anymore? In a few more days, will my own daughter be taking someone else's surname? You filthy.
Seeing Song Roland's flushed face, clearly well cared for, Lu Chang's rage boiled over. He lashed out, slapping her across the face.
You went looking for some bastard? I'll kill you. No, don't hit my mom.
At the critical moment, Lu Shiryun acted swiftly, grabbing Song Roland just in time.
Lu Chang's fist struck empty air.
But this only fueled Lu Chang's rage further.
His gaze toward the mother and daughter was filled with sinister madness. Having been locked up for so long, he hadn't even touched a strand of a woman's hair. His hunger had reached a fever pitch. Now, seeing the radiant Song Roland, how could he possibly restrain himself? What made Lu Chang swallow hard was that in the short time since he'd last seen them, Lu Shiryun, who had been just a child back then, had blossomed into a graceful young woman, like a budding lily. To enjoy the pleasure of both mother and daughter, to throw them onto the bed and toy with them at will, that would be more satisfying than being emperor. Song Roland, if you know what's good for you, strip now. I'm boiling over with desire. Otherwise, don't blame me for laying hands on your daughter. What? Hearing this, Song Roland's scalp prickled with dread as she stared at Lu Chang in terror. She never imagined this man would go this far. He was actually threatening to harm his own daughter. Was he even human anymore? Lu Chang, have you lost your mind? Shiryun is your daughter. How could you even say such a thing? Lu Shiryun's fair face turned deathly pale as she stared at Lu Chang, trembling with disbelief. Mom, didn't you say Dad died of illness? How could he possibly be my father? Song Roland realized she had let the cat out of the bag. But at this point, there was no point in hiding anything. If she kept this hidden, who knew what monstrous deeds Lu Chang might commit? Shiryun, it's not that I wanted to deceive you, it's that this man is utterly despicable. Song Roland wept uncontrollably, her voice breaking. He raped me back then. That's how you were conceived. Later, when he got locked up for his crimes, we finally got a chance to breathe and live peacefully until now. Otherwise. Truthfully, Lu Shiryun understood her mother's painstaking intentions without needing further explanation. Over the years, though their lives had been modest, mother and daughter had generally been content. It was Lu Chang's arrival that shattered their tranquility. What sickened Lu Shiryun even more was Lu Chang's covetous gaze. That kind of gaze felt like he was undressing her with his eyes utterly revolting. Damn it, he's got the nerve to push his luck. Forget it. You're all mine anyway, sooner or later. Might as well do it all today. Ha ha. The image of mother and daughter serving him together instantly aroused Lu Chang. Then, unable to contain his inner turmoil any longer, he swallowed hard and charged toward Song Roland. With ease, he locked his arm around Song Roland's neck while his other hand frantically tore at her clothes. Rip! Rip! With several swift rips, Song Roland's clothes instantly shredded into strips. Through the gaps, he caught glimpses of pale skin and the edges of her undergarments. The mature woman's scent intoxicated Lu Chang, drawing him to inhale deeply. Lu Chang, you bastard! Let me go! Let me go now! Song Roland struggled fiercely, tears streaming down her face. Beside her, Lu Shiryun was furiously pounding Lu Chang with her fists. But it was all in vain. Having spent years in prison, he'd endured countless beatings and developed an incredibly tough physique. Moreover, he was inherently vicious and ruthless. Not just this mother and daughter, even 3 or 5 thugs wouldn't stand a chance against him. Baby, I've missed you so much. I can't wait to taste your sweet little flesh. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Another violent tug ripped Song Roland's clothes apart, leaving her nearly naked. Lu Chang, this madman, was about to assault her right there on the street. Squeak! At the last possible moment, a black Panamera screeched to a halt behind them. Then, a figure leaped out. Chapter 179, You Dare Touch My Woman? Looking to die? At that moment, Lu Chang remained utterly oblivious to the impending danger, still violently tearing at Song Roland's clothes. In prison, he had only seen men, never a hint of femininity. Now, faced with such a fiercely alluring, voluptuous beauty, how could Lu Chang, this starving wolf, possibly let her go? Rip! In the next instant, Lu Chang ripped Song Roland's wide leg pants to shreds. Instantly, 2 pairs of fair, voluptuous thighs were laid bare. At the sight of this sensual spectacle, he nearly drooled. Haha, baby, I'm coming. No matter where you run, you can't escape my grasp. Today, I'll you to death right in front of my daughter. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chang impatiently began unbuckling his own belt. He was about to pin Song Roland to the ground and carry out his violent act. Mom! Lu Shiryun's eyes widened in horror. Her body went ice cold, and her mind buzzed with disbelief. Let go! Let go of her! Song Roland's face was etched with despair and humiliation, tears of regret streaming down her cheeks. After fleeing for so many years, she still couldn't escape. The thought of falling back into those clutches again made her wish she were dead. In an instant, she made her decision. In a moment, when Lu Chang wasn't paying attention, she would throw herself headfirst to her death. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a figure darted out like a ghost, delivering a flying kick. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. Ouch! Caught completely off guard, Lu Chang was sent flying sideways, his head slamming into the ground in a faceplant. He even knocked out 2 teeth in the process. Damn it! You dare touch my woman? You want to die? What? Song Roland's breath caught in her throat as she turned back in disbelief. Lu Shiryun, who had been frozen in shock, suddenly burst into joyful excitement and called out the man's name. Senior brother Lin. The next moment, Lu Shiryun hurriedly helped Song Roland to her feet and walked toward Lin Dong, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. You finally came. That bastard was about to bully my mother. Hearing this, Lin Dong clenched his fists tightly. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Dong, you're here. Song Roland whispered softly, her face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to cover her exposed legs. Seeing this, Lin Dong quickly took off his jacket and tied it around Song Roland like an apron, barely covering her two alluring legs. The next moment, Lin Dong gently patted Song Roland's shoulder. Don't worry, Roland. With me here, no one can bully you or your mother. Okay. Song Roland nodded tremulously. Lu Shiryun's gaze faltered, sensing something odd. The closeness between these two was far more intimate than she'd imagined. Especially that line Lin Dong had just uttered. My woman? What did that mean? Before she could process it, Lu Chang, who had been kicked to the ground moments ago, scrambled back up. He glared at Lin Dong with a face twisted in rage, his fleshy features twitching. Bastard! You filthy woman! You whore! How long have I been inside before you go and find yourself a lover? And it's some ing wet behind the ears pretty boy too. Have you no shame? Lu Chang bellowed, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Even if he couldn't have Song Roland, he would make sure everyone knew this woman was an unfaithful. Song Roland blushed deeply upon hearing his words. But the memory of Lu Chang's treatment of her filled her eyes with bitter sorrow. Lu Chang, you beast! I took you in as my brother. What did you do to me? You took advantage of my parents being away to sneak into my house and force yourself on me. Then, after I gave birth to Shiryun, not only did you refuse to earn a living, you squandered our entire family fortune and drove your own parents to their deaths. Finally, you ended up in prison for assault, and I raised Shiryun all by myself. All these years, have you ever done a single decent thing? Hearing this, Lu Shiryun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a tightness rising in her chest. Only now did she understand why her mother had always kept this from her, even lying that her father was dead. So this so-called father was nothing but scum. Shiryun, I'm so sorry. Mom, I don't blame you. It's all this scumbag's fault. Lu Shiryun shook her head. Seeing Song Roland's pitiful state, her heart ached bitterly. As his daughter, she felt utterly helpless. As for Lu Chang, hearing all this, he showed not a shred of remorse. He just stared intently at Song Roland's curvaceous figure and Lu Shiryun's delicate, lovely face, swallowing hard. Roland, you're my wife. If I don't sleep with you, who will? Rest assured, I came out this time specifically to make it up to you. I promise to pamper both of you mother and daughter until you're plump and content. Then, a flash of viciousness crossed Lu Chang's eyes as he turned to look at Lin Dong. Just kill that pretty boy, and our family can be reunited. Kid, messing with me? That's your bad luck. In Lu Chang's view, getting kicked down by Lin Dong just now was all down to carelessness. If they went head to head, Lin Dong's skinny arms and legs wouldn't stand a chance against 3 or 4 of him. All these years in prison, he'd not only endured daily beatings but also picked up plenty of street fighting tricks. He was supremely confident few could stand against him. Die for me. In an instant, Lu Chang lunged at Lin Dong like a starving cheetah. Street fights were all about steady, precise, and ruthless strikes. Whoever dominated the momentum held the greater chance of victory. Seeing Lin Dong standing perfectly still, Lu Chang became even more certain this guy was a complete rookie, doomed to die today. But to his surprise, Lin Dong merely smiled faintly at Lu Chang's ferocious charge. A mere ant trying to shake a tree? The moment they made contact, Lin Dong spun violently, sending Lu Chang crashing into thin air. The next second, he raised his right arm and delivered an elbow strike aimed squarely at Lu Chang's jaw. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed. Immediately afterward, the latter crashed heavily to the ground. Ugh! Lu Chang clutched his jaw, writhing on the ground like a maggot. This. Song Roland and Lu Shiryun both looked utterly shocked. Neither of them had ever seen Lin Dong fight before. They never imagined his fists and feet could be so formidable. He was practically on par with martial arts masters in the movies. Senior brother Lin, you're incredible. Lin Dong, did you study martial arts? Hearing their questions, Lin Dong shook his head. Then, he planted his foot squarely on Lu Chang's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Lu Shiryun watched as Lu Chang lost all ability to fight, unable even to crawl up. A deep sigh of relief escaped her. The fear in her heart receded like a tide. Senior brother Lin, call the police. Get this guy locked up for a few years. I don't want to see him. With that, Lu Shiryun instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Dong, burying her face in his chest. It felt as though only this could offer her a shred of security. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her suggestion, Lin Dong snorted coldly. Call the police? That'd be too easy on him. He's been locked up for all these years, yet he still hasn't straightened himself out after getting out. That proves this method doesn't work on him. Special people require special treatment. After uttering these words, Lin Dong looked down at Lu Chang with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Chapter 180, let's play a game. Under the gaze of those icy eyes, Lu Chang felt as if struck by lightning. It felt as though a tiger was watching him, ready to snap its jaws open at any moment. What are you doing? No need to get so worked up. Let's play a game. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, I'll take something from you. Play a game?
Lu Chang froze for a moment. Before he went in, he had played video games a few times. But given the current situation, Lin Dong definitely wasn't referring to that kind of game. Moreover, his gut told him he probably wouldn't walk away unscathed. It's simple. I'll give you 3 questions. If you answer all 3 correctly, congratulations, you may leave safely. But for every wrong answer, as punishment, I'll take something from you like your legs or feet until there's nothing left to take. What? Lu Chang's eyes widened, every pore on his body tightening in unison. He never expected Lin Dong, who looked so harmless, to be so twisted inside. To actually use his own body parts as stakes. He was even more terrifying than the criminals Lu Chang had encountered in prison. What made Lu Chang feel utterly hopeless was that Lin Dong's strength was absolutely superior to his. No, he was utterly crushing him. So he had no right to refuse. He was completely at the mercy of others. Refusing this game meant certain death. After a fierce internal struggle, Lu Chang reluctantly nodded. I'll play along. Heh, you're not completely clueless after all. Listen up. First question, under what circumstances would a person be so furious that smoke pours out of their 7 orifices? Lu Chang was dumbfounded. Song Ruolin and her daughter beside him were equally stunned. What kind of question was Lin Dong asking? How could a person possibly end up like that? Unless they had supernatural abilities, or it was in a video game. Lin Dong didn't give Lu Chang much time to think before starting the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. With each number Lin Dong uttered, Lu Chang trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't a game at all, it was a death sentence. I know. When I smoke pours out of my 7 orifices. Right? Lu Chang shot Lin Dong a slightly ingratiating look, convinced he'd guessed correctly. Unfortunately, Lin Dong quickly shook his head. Smoking only makes your mouth and nose smoke. Have you ever seen someone smoke with their eyes? First question, you lose. The answer is cremation. Only when a person is buried and burned will smoke pour from their 7 orifices. As punishment, I'm going to take one of your legs. Before Lu Chang could react, Lin Dong raised his right foot and stomped down. A piercing scream echoed through the air. To the uninitiated, it might have sounded like someone slaughtering a pig for the new year. Lu Chang clutched his shattered calf, drenched in sweat, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. As for Lin Dong, he looked as expressionless as if he'd just crushed an ant underfoot. Question 2, please listen carefully. You monster. You lunatic. I won't let you get away with this. Lu Chang screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face. Song Ruolin and Lu Shiyun had called him scum and a monster, yet compared to Lin Dong, he was nothing but a little lamb. But time waits for no one. Now, he had to listen carefully to the second question. When would a person become so helpless that they let others carve their body with a knife? What kind of ridiculous question was this? Lu Chang was on the verge of tears. Who in the world would be so foolish as to let someone else stick a knife into their own body? That's practically suicide. Lin, you're full of it. You're talking nonsense. This question has no answer at all. Lin Dong gave a cold chuckle, ignoring Lu Chang's rant as he turned his gaze to Song Ruolin and her daughter standing nearby. He noticed Lu Shiyun's eyes seemed to light up. Shiyun, you seem to have guessed the answer, right? Lu Shiyun gave a slight nod. With her sharp mind, she'd immediately realized upon hearing the first question that Lin Dong was posing a brain teaser. Using that line of reasoning, the answer to the second question wouldn't be hard to guess. Daughter, my precious daughter, do you know the answer? Tell me quickly, please. I really need it. Have you forgotten who brought you into this world? Lu Chang pleaded earnestly. For this, he even forced out a few tears. At that moment, he remembered he was Lu Shiyun's father. Just moments ago, he had been about to ruin his daughter too. Sure enough, Lu Shiyun's eyes held nothing but resentment toward him, not a shred of emotion. Not even sympathy. Of course I know who gave birth to me. That was my mother. You had nothing to do with it. You're scum. You don't deserve to bear my name. Song Ruolin's eyes were red-rimmed as she instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Shiyun's arm. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was growing impatient with the wait. He spoke calmly, time's up. Shiyun, you reveal the answer. Lu Shiyun nodded, her voice brimming with confidence. The answer is during surgery. Only when undergoing surgery, under the effects of anesthesia, would a person allow others to cut into their body. Senior brother Lin, am I correct? Lin Dong gave a slight nod, casting a pleased glance at Lu Shiyun. Our Shiyun is still the smartest. For a moment, Lu Chang's heart felt like it was being torn apart. His own daughter was being affectionate with another man right before his eyes. It was as if they were a family of 3. Yet the blood flowing through Lu Shiyun's veins was undeniably that of the Lu family. This Lin Dong had stolen everything that belonged to him. I won't accept this. I won't accept it. Lu Chang screamed wildly, struggling desperately. Yet no matter how unwilling he was, he must pay the price for answering one question wrong. That consequence was the loss of another leg. As Lin Dong's right foot landed, Lu Chang was utterly crippled. Even if he made it back alive today, he'd be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Hearing Lu Chang's agonizing scream, the mother and daughter merely frowned slightly, not a shred of sympathy in their eyes.
It was clear how much resentment burned within them. Now, you have one last chance.
Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice sounding like a demon's. Lu Chang forced himself to endure the pain, summoning every ounce of his strength.
Only by answering the final question correctly could he leave this place alive. He couldn't afford any mistakes now. What is it that the seller knows, the buyer knows, but the user doesn't know? Take a guess. Friendly hint, the answer to this question has something to do with you.
Lin Dong's lips curled into a playful smile as he added the hint.
Lu Chang was instantly baffled. Something to do with me? Could it be prison?
For a moment, Lu Chang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles.
Unable to come up with an answer, sweat poured from his forehead, dripping onto the floor. The seller knows, the buyer knows, but the user doesn't. What kind of damn question is that? What does it have to do with me?
Lu Chang was so flustered he scratched his head and pulled at his beard. His eyes were filled with confusion, yet he remained utterly baffled.
Chapter 181, Never to See Tomorrow's Sun. Time ticked by, yet Lu Chang remained utterly perplexed.
Meanwhile, Song Roland and Lu Shiyun, prompted by Lin Dong's hint, had begun to vaguely grasp the truth. Their gazes toward him grew increasingly cold. As if they were looking at a corpse, fish meat awaiting slaughter on a chopping block.
Honey, you must know the answer, right? Tell me now. I beg you, I'm on my knees.
Sweetheart, tell Daddy, please.
Daddy knows he was wrong.
If you save me, I promise to leave you both and never come back.
Lu Chang frantically bowed his head, begging for mercy.
It was clear just how much fear Lin Dong had instilled in him.
Song Roland's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
After a moment's hesitation, she finally steeled her resolve, clenched her fists, and turned her head away. This man had nearly ruined her entire life. Now, for her daughter's sake, she absolutely couldn't let him off the hook.
Time's up. At that moment, Lin Dong's demonic voice rang out. The next instant, a massive foot crushed down on Lu Chang's right wrist.
A single grind would cost him the hand.
The answer is, the coffin. The dead wouldn't know what they used. No. Lu Chang's eyes bulged out of their sockets. He never dreamed the answer to this question would be a coffin.
No wonder Lin Dong said it had something to do with him.
If he died, wouldn't he end up in that wooden box?
Lin Dong, even as a ghost, I won't let you off the hook.
And all of you'll get your comeuppance.
Lu Chang screamed at the top of his lungs, clutching his wrist in agony, his face contorted with unbearable pain. If Lin Dong had just ended him outright, that would have been one thing. But this drawn-out torment had dealt him a crushing blow, both mentally and physically. At this moment, Lu Chang's mind was teetering on the brink of collapse, his speech becoming increasingly deranged. Yet Lin Dong paid him no mind. Having survived the Seven Stars Gang's bloody battle, where limbs were severed, such injuries now seemed trivial to him. If he truly resolved to be ruthless, a life or two wouldn't mean much.
Squeak! Just then, two vehicles approached from behind.
One on the left, one on the right, they blocked Lu Chang's escape route, trapping him with no way out.
Song Roland and her daughter were startled, fearing these were reinforcements Lu Chang had summoned. They spoke in unison.
Lin Dong, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave. Senior brother Lin, don't let us drag you down.
Lin Dong had struck so ruthlessly that he had already alienated Lu Chang completely.
Staying here could very well put his life in danger.
If he didn't leave now, it would be too late.
To his surprise, Lin Dong showed no intention of leaving. The car doors swung open, and 4 or 5 people poured out in a rush. They then marched in unison to Lin Dong's side, bowing slightly.
Young Master Lin. Boss. What? Witnessing this scene, Song Roland and her daughter were stunned.
These men looked like thugs, and they assumed they must be Lu Chang's friends from prison. Instead, they approached Lin Dong and addressed him as young Master Lin repeatedly.
What the hell was going on?
Lin Dong frowned slightly, his impatience evident.
Dajiang, what took you so long? Waiting for you lot to get your act together is like waiting for cold leftovers.
Yu Dajiang and the others exchanged glances.
How could their beat-up old car possibly compare to Lin Dong's Panamera?
The gap between them was wider than the one in the tortoise and the hare race.
All right.
The matter's mostly settled. Take this man back and treat him well. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang and the others immediately understood.
With a smirk on their lips, they approached Lu Chang, who lay on the ground looking utterly pitiful.
You, don't come any closer.
Get away. Stay away from me.
Lu Chang looked like a frightened little rabbit, his eyes wide with terror as he kept backing away.
Heh, messing with our young Master Lin? That's your bad luck. If you live to see tomorrow's sun, I'll be your grandson. Yu Dajiang tossed Lu Chang into the van like he was handling a little chick. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed.
This time, it wasn't just broken bones, they were probably shattered into dust.
Immediately afterward, Lu Chang was bundled up and carried away.
Lin Dong turned to the still-shaken Song Roland and her daughter.
Roland, Shiyun, don't be afraid. It's all over now. From now on, no one will ever dare to bully you again. I promise. Hearing Lin Dong's solemn vow, the mother and daughter finally snapped out of their daze.
In the next moment, with perfect harmony, they walked toward Lin Dong together, throwing themselves into his arms, one on each side.
Lin Dong, thank you. Senior brother Lin, without you, we wouldn't have known what to do.
This. Watching the mother and daughter throw themselves into his arms, Lin Dong felt a bit awkward. He knew that with Lu Shiyun's sharp mind, she must have figured something out. But as long as he didn't bring it up, it was as if nothing had happened. It seemed he'd have to find a suitable moment to confess the truth about his relationship with Song Roland. So, with an arm around each of them, Lin Dong patted their fragrant shoulders.
Come on, I've prepared an apartment for you both. You'll never have to come back to this dump again. As for your belongings, don't worry, we'll just buy everything new. Hearing this, both women felt reassured. Noticing the complex expression on Lu Shiyun's face, Song Roland realized she might have overreacted. She quickly shook off the arm wrapped around her. Lin Dong, let's go. It's already past 10.
The roads are dark now, and accidents are more likely.
Seeing Song Roland's flushed, bashful expression, Lin Dong gave a faint smile.
This woman still couldn't bring herself to lose face. It seemed he'd have to train her slowly over time.
Soon, mother and daughter were back in the Panamera.
This time, however, each harbored their own thoughts, and for a moment, no one spoke. Noticing the awkward silence, Lin Dong cleared his throat lightly and casually brought up a topic.
Shiyun, how's university life? Are you adjusting well? At this topic, Lu Shiyun immediately perked up. Senior, I'm having a wonderful time at school. My roommates have been incredibly kind to me. They keep asking when you'll come visit again. Ha ha. Lin Dong chuckled. Seems like slipping them some cash last time actually paid off.
Lu Shiyun's roommates hadn't shunned her at all, instead, they were treating her like royalty.
They say money talks, and that couldn't be truer. Alright, I'll swing by sometime. Once you move into the new place, it'll be easier for you to come home on weekends. Make sure to visit your mom more often.
Lu
Shiyun nodded sweetly.
Though seeing her mother and Lin Dong so close made her feel a bit uneasy. But when she thought of all Song Roland had sacrificed for her over the years, she reached out and took her hand, her face filled with tenderness and gratitude.
Mom, you've worked so hard all these years.
Once I start earning money, I'll take good care of you.
Chapter 182, Prove it to me. I believe in you, my dear daughter. Mom.
Mother and daughter embraced, their emotions running high as tears streamed down their faces. Lin Dong watched the scene through the rearview mirror, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Beyond that, images of sharing a bed and two dragons playing with a pearl uncontrollably surfaced in his mind, stirring a restless desire within him.
Before long, the Panamera pulled into Wanlu Academy.
Finally, it came to a stop in front of a 3-story villa.
We're here. That's the house I prepared for you. A villa? Senior brother Lin, how much does this villa cost?
Lu Shiyun's mouth formed an O of surprise and delight. She had expected nothing more than an ordinary house.
She never imagined it would be a villa.
Even if she wasn't familiar with the market, she knew villas like this definitely didn't come cheap. Facing the mother and daughter's astonishment, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Since I promised to take good care of you both, I'll never go back on my word.
Don't worry about the money either. To me, money is just a number. Just a number? Hearing this, the mother and daughter felt even more admiration for Lin Dong.
At the same time, they grew even more curious about what kind of person Lin Dong truly was.
Ordinary people don't have that kind of money buying a villa without batting an eye.
Nor could they command so many underlings at their beck and call.
Shiyun, here's the card. Go open the door. Okay. Lu Shiyun responded with a cheerful okay and skipped off to open the door.
Lin Dong watched her retreating figure, suddenly flashing a wicked grin as his large hand slapped against a certain ample curve. Instantly, her slender frame trembled. Lin Dong, the child is still here.
What are you doing? Song Roland flushed crimson, struggling to free herself from Lin Dong's grasp.
However, the more she resisted, the more excited Lin Dong became.
What do you think? I'm going to have my way with you.
Song Roland shot Lin Dong a glare, bit her lip, and stopped resisting. She let his large hands roam freely over her body, occasionally pinching and squeezing.
Wow, this house is huge. Just then, Lu Shiyun's exclamation echoed through the villa.
A spiral staircase, a huge bathtub, a home theater, a game room. Senior Lin, you've thought of everything.
It's just like a castle from a fairy tale. Lu Shiyun had only ever seen such scenes in movies.
She couldn't help but wander around excitedly, like an old countrywoman visiting the Grand View Garden.
Song Roland walked in, surveying the villa's splendor, and felt an irresistible urge to soak in that bathtub.
Lin Dong caught her meaning, a mischievous grin curling his lips.
Roland, I'm a bit dirty myself. How about we take one together? What do they call this? Oh, right, a couple's bath. Hearing this, Song Roland's beautiful eyes widened in shock.
She hadn't expected Lin Dong to utter such a blatant suggestion. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Instinctively, she reached out to cover his mouth.
Don't say things like that. Yun is still here. She doesn't know about our relationship. Though Song Roland protested, she had long noticed Lu Yun had picked up on the signs. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been constantly creating opportunities for them to be alone. Gazing at Song Roland, ripe and tempting like a peach, Lin Dong's thoughts wandered. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist. So you're saying when Yun isn't around, we can bathe together? This time, Song Roland didn't deny it. She merely lowered her head in bashful silence. Just then, Lu Yun emerged from the kitchen, catching the two in an embrace. She quickly turned away, her expression slightly awkward. Senior Lin, Mom, I'm tired. I'm going upstairs to sleep. You two should get some rest too. Thump, thump, thump. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yun hurried upstairs. Throughout the entire scene, she dared not glance at the two of them again, fearing she might witness something even more unsettling. For a moment, Song Roland felt utterly flustered, unsure how to explain things to her daughter. She wasn't stupid, she'd long noticed Lu Yun's feelings for Lin Dong. Every time they met, she'd snuggle into his arms. Yet now, this fine young man had been snatched away by her. If word got out about this, she'd be cursed to high heaven. Sigh. Song Roland sighed, her delicate brows furrowing in frustration. Lin Dong, tell me, am I being unfair to Yun by doing this? Maybe we should keep some distance between us. I'm afraid Yun might do something reckless. Hearing this, Lin Dong immediately grew displeased. Hadn't he gone to all this trouble just to win the beauty's heart? If Song Roland refused, wouldn't all his efforts be for nothing? With that thought, Lin Dong swept Song Roland off her feet in a domineering princess carry. Ah! Song Roland's body lost its balance, and she instinctively let out a shriek. Roland, I don't want to hear that. You're my woman. No one can take you away from me. Understand? If you insist on leaving me, I'll give you and your mother a large sum of money. Then, we'll never see each other again for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Song Roland's mind buzzed, and she instinctively lifted her head. What met her gaze was Lin Dong's resolute and stern expression. It was clear he wasn't joking. Terrified, Song Roland shook her head frantically, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck as she whispered, I'm sorry, Lin Dong. Please, don't make me go, okay? I just didn't know how to face Yun. I never once thought of leaving you. Seeing the panic in the beautiful young woman's eyes, Lin Dong smiled softly, unable to resist teasing her a little. How can I know if you're sincere? Unless you prove it to me. What? Song Roland froze, unsure what Lin Dong meant. The next moment, Lin Dong swiftly scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom. Then he tossed her onto the bed with a thud. Ah! Song Roland felt the world spinning. The next instant, the clothes draped over her were swiftly stripped away by Lin Dong. Her fair springtime beauty was completely exposed to the air. Lin Dong looked and felt his lust ignite. But he didn't rush to devour this tempting morsel. Instead, he stared at Song Roland with a serious expression. Roland, prove to me how much you don't want to leave me. Unless everything you said earlier was a lie. Hearing this, Song Roland instinctively shook her head. Seeing the gravity in Lin Dong's expression, she knew that if she didn't do something now, she would only hurt and disappoint the man before her. Biting her lip in conflict, she finally crawled toward Lin Dong inch by inch. She reached out her hand and began to undo his clothes. Throughout the process, her 10 fingers trembled uncontrollably, and her movements were awkward and clumsy. Clearly, she lacked much experience in this area. But to win Lin Dong's favor, she was giving it her all. Lin Dong reveled in the sensation, feeling refreshed and elated, as if floating on air. Chapter 183, God-tier Invisibility Technique. Before long, the two figures gradually merged together. Slow down, Lin Dong. I can't take it anymore. You're killing me. Hearing Song Roland's soul-shuddering tremors, Lin Dong chuckled darkly. This is just the beginning. Neither of us is sleeping tonight. You can catch up on sleep tomorrow. Hearing this, Song Roland's eyelids fluttered involuntarily. What followed was an even more violent storm. In the adjacent bedroom, someone lay utterly sleepless. Senior brother Lin and Mom are taking things way too far, they don't care about my feelings at all. And when did they even start dating? How annoying. Lu Yun's pretty face flushed crimson as she clutched the quilt tightly, her eyes brimming with resentment and coy shyness. Her thoughts were in utter turmoil. On one hand, she couldn't accept her mother secretly hooking up with her beloved senior Lin behind her back. Worse still, they'd openly flirted and held hands right in front of her. This love should have been hers. Now, it had been snatched away by Song Roland. On the other hand, Lu Yun felt a wave of relief. A young, beautiful woman like Song Roland would remarry sooner or later, and she would gain a stepfather. Lin Dong's arrival perfectly filled that void. Whether as Song Roland's boyfriend or as her own father, he was utterly flawless. More importantly, Song Roland had kept her bed empty for over a decade for her own sake. Now, finally, a man had found his way into her heart. If she were to interfere, her daughter would be acting most unfilially. After all, her mother deserved the right to pursue happiness too. But Lu Yun bit her lip, her face etched with reluctance. Why does it have to be Senior Brother Lin? Senior Lin, didn't you promise me that after graduation, you'd let me be your girlfriend? I don't want to break up with you because of my mother. At this thought, tears welled up in Lu Shiyun's eyes like tiny pearls. Meanwhile, the sounds of lovemaking echoed incessantly in her ears. A woman's shrieks and a man's muffled groans pierced through the walls, a 3D surround sound effect. Damn it! Those two treat me like I'm invisible. Lu Shiyun couldn't contain her fury any longer. She kicked off the quilt and stomped to the door of the adjacent bedroom. The sounds emanating from within made her face flush crimson, too embarrassed to lift her head. After all, she was still a virgin, untouched by the world. She couldn't even begin to imagine how utterly satisfying the couple's battle inside must be. Suddenly, Lu Shiyun noticed the door wasn't fully closed, a crack remained open. Hesitating for a moment, driven by curiosity, she cautiously edged closer. What met her eyes was a scene too unspeakable to behold. Ugh! She started to gasp in shock but quickly covered her mouth. If Lin Dong and Song Roland caught her peeking, it would be utterly mortifying. As she watched, Lu Shiyun felt a wave of heat wash over her body, her mind wandering. How she wished she were the one pinned beneath Lin Dong. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had said she was still too young. Meanwhile, in the midst of their intense activity, Lin Dong suddenly received a system notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the special conquest mission. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an additional reward, God-tier invisibility technique. Lin Dong froze, his movements halting involuntarily. It had been ages since he last received a system message. Especially a conquest mission like this, it was practically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This signified that Song Roland had been completely conquered. More importantly, this reward was downright absurd. Invisibility spell? Was this for real? If the previous rewards 1,000 cups without drunkenness, God-tier appraisal technique, and God-tier combat technique still barely fell within the realm of human capability, then this God-tier invisibility technique completely shattered Lin Dong's understanding. After carefully reading the description, it was exactly as Lin Dong had anticipated. This invisibility technique functioned precisely as he understood it. Upon activation, it temporarily grants a colorless, formless stealth state. The duration depended on the user's stamina. The stronger the stamina, the longer the invisibility lasted. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for outsiders to detect. A faint smile touched Lin Dong's lips as he immediately envisioned the myriad uses of this god-tier invisibility technique. For instance, during the Seven Stars Gang's attack on Blue Fairy last time. Using the invisibility technique, he could have slipped into the bar completely undetected and taken out Big Shark in one fell swoop. Instead of leading a group in a chaotic charge, nearly getting shot in the head. This god-tier invisibility technique wasn't just a life-saving skill used effectively, it could also be a lethal one. This realization made Lin Dong even more excited, his movements growing fiercer. Song Roland couldn't help but let out a series of playful complaints, her skin glistening with sweat. No, I can't take it anymore, Lin Dong. Please, stop. You're going to kill me. Lin Dong felt a touch of helplessness. Seeing Song Roland nearly collapse from exhaustion, he had no choice but to halt his advances. The next moment, Song Roland collapsed onto the bed, sprawled out in every direction, and fell fast asleep. Lin Dong sighed in resignation. He could only give her a quick wash, cover her with a blanket, and prepare to rest. Unexpectedly, just then. Clack! A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. He looked up to see the bedroom door had opened a crack. But now, there was no one outside. Lin Dong's pupils contracted sharply as a sudden realization struck him. Damn it, she saw me. Well, better to know sooner than later. Sneaking around isn't a long-term solution anyway. The thought of Lu Shiyun's budding, delicate form made Lin Dong lick his lips involuntarily. Now, both mother and daughter had surrendered their hearts to him. What remained was to slowly train them, making them gradually accept the idea of serving him together. The next morning. When Lin Dong awoke, it was nearly noon. He stretched lazily, noticing Song Roland was not beside him. He quickly rose and walked to the living room. In the kitchen, an alluring silhouette stood behind the counter, apron tied, preparing breakfast. Lin Dong, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Come eat. Lin Dong felt a warm glow in his heart. From childhood onward, only Li Xiuqin had ever made breakfast for him. But Lin Dong was more curious about another question. Roland, where did Shiyun go? At the mention of Lu Shiyun, Song Roland's expression turned slightly awkward, as if recalling something difficult to speak of. She said she was going to meet some classmates. She left early this morning. Lin Dong, I have this feeling. Shiyun seems to know something. What should we do? Lin Dong's response to this question was simple. He walked straight over, wrapped his arms around Song Roland from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and let his hands wander restlessly all over her. Before long, Song Roland was panting heavily, her body burning hot and limp. What else can we do? Of course, we'll take everything. Pfft, you're hopelessly naughty. Song Roland gave a playful scolding and swatted away his wandering hands. Chapter 184, Luo Yuzhu under house arrest. After breakfast, Lin Dong hurriedly left. For him, there was a more important matter to attend to. What's the status on the information I asked you to gather? Any leads on that guy? Soon after, Wang Hu's confident voice came through the phone. Young Master Lin, as per your instructions, we offered a hefty reward for intelligence and finally uncovered some leads. Chen Nanshan has at least 3 hideouts in Tianhai. One is the Emperor No. 1 nightclub, which now belongs to you. Another is the Platinum Han Club, which serves as the headquarters for the 7 Stars Gang. Lin Dong furrowed his brow slightly. And the third? Wang Hu hesitated before slowly saying, the last one is an ordinary residential complex outside Tianhai's 3rd Ring Road. Its authenticity remains unconfirmed. This is the place. Lin Dong declared with unwavering certainty, the most dangerous place is the safest place. And the more inconspicuous it is, the more earth-shattering secrets it hides. If I'm not mistaken, even if Chen Nanshan isn't living there, it should be occupied by someone related to him. Wang Hu froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so certain. Upon reflection, it did make sense. Young Master Lin is correct. Our informant frequently spotted 7 Stars Gang vehicles delivering food and supplies there, which is why we grew suspicious. Lin Dong gave a slight nod. Alright, you don't need to handle this matter. I'll personally go check it out. After hanging up, to avoid drawing attention, Lin Dong didn't take his signature Panamera. Instead, he hailed a taxi and headed for the Sunshine Garden community Wang Hu had mentioned. Half an hour later, he arrived without incident. As expected, the complex looked ordinary, even somewhat outdated, with mostly elderly residents coming and going. Just as Lin Dong was at a loss for where to begin. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz approached from the distance. After parking, 2 burly men stepped out. Aren't these Xiongdi and Xiong'er? Lin Dong's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized them, the 2 bodyguards who had once followed Luo Yuzhu. So Luo Yuzhu was staying here? In an instant, before the 2 could spot him, Lin Dong's mind flashed and his figure vanished into thin air. Before arriving, he had already tested the effectiveness of his invisibility technique. With his current stamina, he could sustain it for a full half hour. Half an hour could accomplish so much. He could even find a beautiful woman to relieve his pent-up desires. Soon, Xiongde and Xiong'er passed right by Lin Dong. Sure enough, they didn't notice a living person standing right beside them, completely treating Lin Dong as if he were invisible. Whispering to each other as they walked, the boss is really something. No evidence at all, and he just arrested the big sister-in-law. Could he be overthinking this? With this kind of thing, it's better to believe it than not. Who could stand wearing a green hat? True. If I were the boss, I wouldn't let her off either. A is A. Hearing this, Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. So it was her. It seemed Chen Nanshan had discovered what he and Luo Yuzhu had done. In a fit of rage, he'd confined her to house arrest and even assigned someone to deliver her meals. Chen Nanshan had intended to deal with Lin Dong first before settling the score later. But he hadn't expected it to drag on this long. Without hesitation, Lin Dong followed immediately. Xiongdi and Xiong'er zigzagged through the corridors before finally stopping at door 502. Opening the door, they found a blonde beauty reclining on the sofa, idly watching television. On the coffee table sat the meal they had delivered yesterday. That mesmerizing, exquisite face and devilishly curvaceous figure, who else could it be but Luo Yuzhu? Sis, you should eat something. If you starve yourself, we won't be able to answer to the boss. Xiongde and Xiong'er exchanged glances, pleading earnestly. If Luo Yuzhu got sick from starving herself, they'd both be punished along with her. Get out! All of you, get out! Luo Yuzhu erupted in fury, kicking over the tea table in front of her and sending food flying everywhere. She even picked up a wineglass and hurled it at the 2 bodyguards. Xiongde couldn't take it anymore. He exploded, cursing, damn it, you! Who the hell do you think you are? Let me tell you straight, the boss is already making preparations. Soon, your little lover will be killed by him. Once he's dead, the boss will have his hands free to deal with you, you little. Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu's mind buzzed and her body trembled. It wasn't worry about Lin Dong's safety, but fear of Chen Nanshan's ruthless methods. She had thought her confinement was merely house arrest, a mercy granted by Chen Nanshan out of lingering affection. Little did she know he was merely temporarily occupied. Seeing the terror etched on Luo Yuzhu's face, Xiongde and Xiong'er exchanged a glance, their lips curling into cold, mocking smiles. They'd long since grown weary of Luo Yuzhu's fiery temper and immediately began kicking her while she was down. Scared now? Too late. After finishing your last few meals, you'll be on your way. Who told you to go and provoke that man? Boom! A loud bang. Xiongde and Xiong'er slammed the door and stormed out, leaving behind a room in disarray, untouched by cleaning hands. Luo Yuzhu sat on the sofa, her eyes vacant. The mere thought of Chen Nanshan's methods for dealing with others sent a chill down her spine. Unfortunately, the door was locked tight and her phone had been confiscated. There was no way out. Damn Chen Nanshan! Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off the hook. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Luo Yuzhu's thoughts spiraled into madness.
Originally, she had been just an ordinary college student. Later, Chen Nanshan forcibly added her to his harem, ruining her life. All these years, she'd endured relentless torment, long since resigning herself to despair. The thought of her life being ruined by Chen Nanshan filled her with such hatred that she longed to stab him to death. Even if it meant both of them perishing together. Just then, a voice both unfamiliar and strangely familiar suddenly rang out. "Hey, beautiful.
Long time no see. You look thinner."
"Who?" Luo Yuju's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she turned her head, filled with doubt.
Besides Xiongde and Xiong'er, had someone else entered?
The next moment, a man stepped out with confidence.
Upon recognizing his face, Luo Yuju's jaw nearly dropped to the floor in shock. "It's you! The bar owner!"
There was no doubt about it, the man was Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled, his face filled with apology.
"I'm truly sorry.
I never imagined I'd cause you this much pain. But if I had another chance, I'd still want to possess you." Luo Yuju's heart trembled, and she pressed her lips together.
"You bastard, you're quite the domineering one."
The next moment, Luo Yuju suddenly went wild, leaping up and throwing herself into Lin Dong's arms, clinging to him like an octopus.
"Give it to me. Quickly, give it to me. These past few days have nearly driven me mad." Chapter 185, What are you waiting for?
Staring at the fiery-haired angel clinging to him with passionate fervor, Lin Dong wore a look of utter astonishment. He had expected Luo Yuju, confined under house arrest, to despise him intensely, to want to tear him apart with her bare hands.
He never imagined their reunion would unfold like this. It seemed Luo Yuju truly wanted to devour Lin Dong.
But not to devour him whole, she wanted to pin him down on the bed and savor every last bit of him.
"Handsome, what are you waiting for?"
Luo Yuju studied Lin Dong's stunned expression, unable to resist reaching out her small hand to gently stroke his face. Feeling the icy touch on his face, Lin Dong gradually came to.
"I get it. You're worried about Chen Nanshan's people coming back, right? Ha!
So you're just a coward after all.
Relax, they only deliver meals once a day and leave right after.
Back then, you had the guts to hit on me in the bar.
Now that you've pulled up your pants, you don't plan to own up to it?"
Luo Yuju gave a playful pout and deliberately jabbed her index finger against Lin Dong's chest. For a moment, the atmosphere grew intensely suggestive.
Holding this enchanting beauty in his arms, Lin Dong wasn't a saint. How could he resist temptation?
Besides, if he couldn't even touch Luo Yuju, he might as well become a monk and ring temple bells.
"Who says I'm afraid to touch you?"
Lin Dong snorted lightly.
The next moment, he wrapped his arms around Luo Yuju's slender waist and lifted her in a princess carry.
Ah! Luo Yuju was suddenly lifted off her feet, startled by the suddenness.
An unprecedented thrill surged through her. Her eyes locked onto Lin Dong's face, like a fox spirit awaiting her master's favor.
"You little rascal, I thought you were scared."
"Bull. Just you wait, I'll show you today how I'll deal with you, you fox spirit."
Lin Dong swung his arm, flinging Luo Yuju hard onto the soft bed. Then, like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged at her, eliciting a series of raucous cries from her. Ignoring Luo Yuju's pleas for mercy, Lin Dong swiftly tore her clothes to shreds.
"You." Seeing this beast mere inches away, Luo Yuju couldn't help but tremble.
Her heart began to race, and a wave of heat spread throughout her body. This passion, like a newlywed's after a brief separation, was something she had never experienced with Chen Nanshan. Now, Lin Dong was making her feel it.
"I want it. Give it to me. Quickly."
Luo Yuju cried out, frantically tearing at Lin Dong's clothes. Before long, they were rolling around, devouring each other.
Who knew how long Luo Yuju had been penned up in this room?
The moment she saw Lin Dong, it was like lightning striking earth, utterly uncontrollable.
Handsome guy, you're so amazing. 10,000 times better than that bastard Chen Nanshan. No, he can't even compare to you."
Luo Yuju's eyes narrowed seductively, her breath fragrant as orchids. She was already completely carried away, her words slurring incoherently. Hearing this, Lin Dong's spirits soared even higher, nearly making him laugh out loud.
"Since he can't satisfy you, I'll just have to step in." At that moment, Luo Yuju was too weak to respond. Like stagnant water, she was at his mercy. This was undoubtedly the most physically and mentally pleasurable moment she had ever experienced since becoming a woman. After 3 or 4 hours of relentless passion, the battle finally came to an end. Looking back at their battlefield, it was drenched in sweat. Phew! Finally over.
"Handsome, you nearly killed me." Luo Yuju trembled as she lifted her head weakly, her eyes brimming with reproach.
But even a fool could see she'd been thoroughly enjoying herself from start to finish.
Lin Dong gave a faint smile, choosing not to rise and leave immediately. Instead, he lay beside Luo Yuju, gently wiping the sweat from her body.
Watching Lin Dong's tender actions, Luo Yuju's gaze froze.
Tears welled up in her eyes. The next moment, she threw herself into Lin Dong's arms.
Why are you being so kind to me? I'm just a worthless whore abandoned by Chen Nanshan." Lin Dong frowned, sensing Luo Yuju's emotional instability.
It seemed there was a lot of history between her and Chen Nanshan. Otherwise, she wouldn't react so strongly just at the mention of his name.
With that thought, Lin Dong patted her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Yuju, it's okay now. It's all in the past. If anything's bothering you, you can tell me. I won't let anyone bully you. Hearing this, Luo Yuju wept even harder. Then, she slowly recounted her story. Back then, Luo Yuju was just a college student. Hearing that KTVs paid well, she took a part-time job there. Unexpectedly, Chen Nanshan, who had come to unwind, took a sudden interest in her. Through a mix of persuasion and coercion, she became his so-called big sister. At first, after they got together, Chen Nanshan treated her fairly well. But before long, the novelty wore off and Chen Nanshan changed. Not only did he distance himself from her, but he also lashed out at her for no reason, either hitting or yelling at her. Luo Yuju lived in constant oppression, often seeking solace in binge drinking and even dyeing her hair blonde. Yet, because she was Chen Nanshan's woman, the big sister of the Seven Stars gang, no one dared come near her. If anyone dared to make a move on her or cross the line, their body would be found floating in the sea the next day. Over time, Luo Yuju grew increasingly withdrawn and erratic. It wasn't until Lin Dong appeared that Luo Yuju finally became a woman again. No longer a canary caged behind glass. I hate that bastard to death. If I ever get the chance, I won't let him off. I'll stab him to death with my own hands. Luo Yuju gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred for Chen Nanshan. After hearing her out, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He never imagined there was such a story behind it all. But precisely because of this, it gave him an opportunity to strike back. Yuju, Chen Nanshan and I are now at each other's throats. It's a matter of life and death. Now, I need your help. Can you tell me everything you know? Perhaps, together, we can take down Chen Nanshan. What? Luo Yuju stared at Lin Dong in shock. This was the first time she'd ever heard anyone talk about taking down Chen Nanshan. Are you dreaming? Or have you lost your mind? Take down Chen Nanshan? How is that even possible? Lin Dong smiled faintly, gently caressing Luo Yuju's cheek, his expression showing no trace of fear. Nothing is impossible in this world. You know the Lan Shell Bar and the Emperor No. 1 nightclub? They belong to me now. Lan Shell Bar? Emperor No. 1 nightclub? Hearing those two names, Luo Yuju froze in shock. Then, a flash of wild elation. As Chen Nanshan's woman and the matriarch of the Seven Stars gang, how could Luo Yuju not know the importance of these two places? They were Chen Nanshan's cash cows. Every month, they brought him millions in income. Such an inexhaustible treasure trove has actually fallen into Lin Dong's hands? This alone proves that Lin Dong's influence is absolutely no weaker than that of the Seven Stars gang. In fact, it surpasses theirs. Chapter 186, Borrowing Money. Yuju, this is our make or break moment. Seeing Luo Yuju's emotional shift, Lin Dong knew the bold move had worked. As Chen Nanshan's confidant, she could undoubtedly provide valuable intelligence. Sure enough, upon glimpsing hope, Luo Yuju no longer raved like before. Her gaze cleared, and her emotions gradually settled. From what I know, Chen Nanshan frequents two places, the Emperor No. 1 nightclub you mentioned, and the Platinum Ocean Club. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He had already learned this information from Wan Hu. What Luo Yuju was about to say next was the real crux of the matter. On the 15th of every month, the Seven Stars gang holds their routine meeting at the Platinum Han Club. Chen Nanshan occasionally attends. But most of the time, he issues orders over the phone. Even I don't know his exact whereabouts. That's all I know at present. But if you give me a little more time, I can gather more intelligence. For instance, his involvement in certain underground deals and illegal businesses. Oh? Hearing that earlier statement, Lin Dong had felt rather disappointed. Chen Nanshan truly was a cunning old fox, fiercely protective of his own life. Not even his own wife could fathom his true nature. Hearing the latter part, Lin Dong's eyes lit up instantly. Alright, Yuju, I'll be waiting for your good news. Oh, and this is for you. Lin Dong pulled out the latest model of the fruit phone. This phone is for you. Keep yourself entertained, and you can reach me directly anytime. I'll come visit you again later. At that moment, Luo Yuju was once again moved to tears. Compared to Chen Nanshan's brutish and domineering ways, Lin Dong's boundless tenderness made the choice obvious to anyone. Even if Lin Dong deceived her or used her, she would accept it willingly. Because she had nothing left to lose. Had Lin Dong not arrived today, she might have already jumped to her death. Alright, you must come. Luo Yuju said, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing a tender, lingering kiss to his lips. After their farewell kiss, they quickly encountered a new problem. The main gate was locked tight, with Xiongde and Xiong guarding it fiercely. There was no way Lin Dong could slip away unnoticed. Just as Luo Yuju was growing anxious, Lin Dong opened the window and stepped onto the air conditioner unit. With a light leap, he landed steadily on the balcony below. Then, under her stunned gaze, he departed with effortless grace. Now, Luo Yuju finally believed that Lin Dong could go toe-to-toe with Chen Nanshan. Such agility and audacity were unmatched throughout the entire Seven Stars gang. Meanwhile, Lin Dong descended the stairs to the ground floor. As expected, two bodyguards were stationed outside. Ha!
A faint smile touched Lin Dong's lips as he activated his invisibility spell, striding past them with complete confidence. Turning back, he glanced once more at the window of room 502.
Don't worry, Yuju. I won't go back on my word. Until next time.
After bidding farewell to Luo Yuju, Lin Dong resumed his strategic planning. He instructed Wang Hu to deploy personnel to focus on monitoring the Platinum Han Club, keeping a close watch on every move there. With these tasks completed, Lin Dong was about to return to the villa for some much-needed rest. After all, that little vixen Luo Yuju was simply too exhausting. Unexpectedly, just then, a call came in. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Dong froze for a moment.
Hello, is this Lin Dong? This is Xiaoyu, your college classmate. Remember me? Lin Dong chuckled. It had only been 3 or 4 years since graduation, how could he possibly forget?
Besides, back in the dorms, they'd been the closest of friends. When Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao picked on him, Xiaoyu always stood up for him, saving his face time and again. Lin Dong kept all these things close to his heart.
Xiaoyu, of course I remember you. Where've you been making your fortune lately? Hey, make money? I'm barely surviving. What do you mean? Lin Dong frowned, instinctively asking, I thought your family ran a renovation company? You went back to take over the business after graduation. Who dares mess with you? At this, Xiaoyu fell silent for a long moment. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Ah, it's over. Everything's ruined now. After graduation, I took over my dad's renovation company. At first, I made a decent profit. But then, recently, I got tricked by a woman into taking out high-interest loans. Now the interest keeps piling up, and I'm already millions in debt. Lin Dong, do you have any cash on you? Could you lend me a few hundred? I haven't eaten in days. What? Lin Dong's eyes widened in shock.
He never imagined that Xiaoyu, who was always so extravagant with money, would end up in such a mess. Back in college, he'd bought a BMW and was always chasing girls.
Now he was asking him for a few hundred?
The contrast was just too stark.
Ahem, I know it might seem abrupt to ask you for money like this.
But I wouldn't bother you if I truly had no other options. All my relatives and friends have cut ties with us since they saw our family's financial struggles.
Could you just do me a favor and help me out? Lin Dong frowned deeply. How could he possibly be short a few $100? Fine, I'll transfer it to you. Great, great. Thank you so much.
Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief. For days, he hadn't had a single drop of water, starving to the point of his ribs showing through his skin.
He desperately needed a proper meal.
Before long, his phone buzzed with a notification. Opening WeChat, he saw that Lin Dong had transferred him 20,000 yuan outright.
Lin Dong, did you make a mistake? I only borrowed a few hundred, not 20,000. Hold on, I'll send the extra back.
Hearing this, Lin Dong chuckled softly. In truth, he was testing Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu took the money without a word, it would prove he was beyond redemption. Perhaps he was just a gambling addict who had squandered his entire fortune. All those earlier words had been nothing but insincere pretense. To his surprise, Xiaoyu showed no hesitation whatsoever and was about to transfer the excess money back. This proved he hadn't been lying.
He must have hit rock bottom to seek me out. No need, Xiaoyu. Keep the money. If you need more, just ask me. You looked out for me so much back in college. Asking for a little money now is no big deal.
I, Lin Dong, always keep my promises. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was deeply moved beyond words. What they say about true friends showing their worth in times of trouble, he now understood it deeply.
Thank you, Lin Dong. Once I'm back on my feet, I'll repay you. Xiaoyu, where are you now? Would it be convenient to meet up? Lin Dong asked proactively.
Xiaoyu froze, wondering if he'd misheard. After the incident, his relatives had long since vanished, terrified of getting involved. He never expected Lin Dong would want to see him.
Had he lost his mind? What? We're college classmates, can't we catch up? Besides, I lent you money, don't you owe me a little something? Ha!
Xiaoyu gave a wry smile and nodded, then gave him a location.
Shortly after, Lin Dong hailed a cab and arrived at a dingy eatery.
Back in the day, the wealthy Xiao would never have set foot in a place like this. He frequented Michelin-starred restaurants and revolving dining halls. It was clear he had truly hit rock bottom.
Chapter 187, The Axe Gang. You're Lin Dong?
Lin Dong had just stood at the restaurant entrance when a startled voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a disheveled man with glasses sizing him up. He clutched a freshly bought Rujiamo in his hand, his mouth smeared with grease. After a moment of recognition, Lin Dong finally realized who it was.
Are you Xiaoyu? Yes, it's me. Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Noticing Lin Dong staring at the Rujiamo, he quickly tucked his hands behind his back. Sorry to embarrass you, old classmate. I really had no other choice. Sigh. Lin Dong shook his head, showing no sign of mockery. Back in school, hadn't he himself gone hungry more often than not?
So he understood exactly how his friend felt.
Let's just make do with this meal. You know my situation right now.
Xiao Yu spoke as he tried to lead Lin Dong into the dingy little eatery. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong stopped him.
My dear old classmate, I'll treat you. Let's find somewhere else to eat. Before long, Lin Dong led Xiao Yu to Taiha Garden. Xiao Yu was completely dumbfounded. Why here? This place is expensive. Just a simple meal could cost thousands. Lin Dong, we all work hard for our money. You shouldn't spend so extravagantly.
Xiao Yu assumed Lin Dong was still the same down on his luck guy from before, trying to save him money. But to his flustered surprise, Lin Dong pulled out a set of car keys.
When he recognized the emblem, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Porsche? A Panamera?
Lin Dong, you've struck it rich.
Soon, Xiao Yu noticed the watch Lin Dong wore was also a Patek Philippe, worth over 2 million yuan. Lin Dong smiled faintly, seemingly pleased with Xiao Yu's reaction. What fortune? Just a little business, nothing to write home about.
Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a wave of shame wash over him. He'd assumed Lin Dong wouldn't amount to much after graduation. Little did he know the man had already made it big. That was precisely why Lin Dong had dared to invite him to dinner. Realizing all this, Xiao Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. Who would have thought that the richest kid in school would end up a beggar while you became a tycoon? Ah, fate sure plays funny tricks. Xiao Yu, tell me exactly how you got scammed. With your brain, I can't imagine who could have pulled the wool over your eyes.
Lin Dong was intensely curious what kind of scheme could have caused Xiao Yu to stumble and fall into a trap. The moment the topic surfaced, Xiao Yu sank into deep despair, his head hanging low.
Truth is, it's all my own fault for being too greedy. Half a year ago, this woman named Yin Qingfang approached me with a huge contract renovating an entire building. Once finished, it would net at least 1 million in profit. At first, I was cautious. I signed a contract with them and demanded 1 million yuan deposit. They paid up without hesitation, and the project kicked off smoothly. We worked on it for over half a year, spending millions just on construction materials. When the agreed-upon deadline arrived, I went to collect payment from that woman. But she kept putting it off, dragging her feet and refusing to settle the bill. I had no choice but to borrow from loan sharks to pay the workers. But still, they kept putting it off. It wasn't until I sued them in court that I discovered the company listed on the contract didn't even exist. Actually, it had already gone bankrupt and been deregistered. The fully renovated building had been sold off to another company. This debt turned into a bad debt. I have no idea who to even ask for the money. So that's how it was. Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully. So Xiao Yu had been scammed. And the scam involved tens of millions. If it weren't for the money you gave me, I really wouldn't have been able to keep going. I sold the house and the car, and my wife went back to her parents' place. These past few days, I've been looking into ways to sell organs and blood. Sigh. Xiao Yu sighed deeply, his once spirited demeanor completely gone. Lin Dong nodded, finally grasping the full extent of Xiao Yu's misfortune. By the way, what about that woman who scammed you? Lin Dong shouldn't have brought it up. The mere mention made Xiao Yu's blood boil. Damn it, I found out later she had gang connection, something called the Axe Gang. Last time I went looking for her, I didn't even get to see her. I just got beaten up. I was hospitalized for a month with broken bones before I barely recovered. Hearing the name Axe Gang, Lin Dong frowned slightly. Don't be fooled by Tianhai's small size, it's a real melting pot. On the surface, the Seven Stars Gang was the strongest. But that didn't mean there weren't rivals to match them. The Axe Gang was one such rival. Their territory lay in the southern part of the city, where they operated numerous shady businesses. Originally, Lin Dong was solely focused on taking down the Seven Stars Gang and didn't want to provoke other factions. But now it seems the Axe Gang isn't exactly a pushover either. Xiao Yu, if I'm not mistaken, you've been set up. I've heard before that the Axe Gang frequently sets traps to sabotage rival companies. Once they destroy their competitors, they can dominate the market. Think carefully. Do you have any competitors in the renovation business? Hearing this, Xiao Yu suddenly slapped his forehead, a memory jolting back into place. Damn it, now that you mention it, I suddenly remember. That Yin Qingfang, she runs Tiancheng Renovation Company. It just started this year and hasn't even gotten a foothold yet. That's why she approached me for a partnership. Now it's clear they're trying to put me out of business to grow Tiancheng. With Lin Dong's insight, Xiao Yu's mind cleared instantly. But even if he knew, what could he do? He had been utterly defeated by Yin Qingfang and the Axe Gang lurking behind her. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. They say the business world is like a battlefield, and now it seemed that couldn't be truer. This so-called Tiancheng company, established only half a year ago, had dragged down the Xiao family, long entrenched in Tianhai, and even swallowed them whole. Without the Axe Gang's backing, it would have been impossible. Ring ring. Just then, Xiao Yu received a sudden call. Big Boss Xiao, tomorrow is repayment day. When will you settle the 20 million you owe? You can run, but you can't hide. We know exactly where your sister-in-law and son are. What? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock. He never expected the other party would threaten him with his wife and child. You dare. Do you think I won't call the police right now? Ha ha ha. Call the police? By the time they show up, we'll be long gone.
Besides, you're the one who defaulted on the debt first. We signed a contract in black and white. If you don't pay back those 20 million, don't blame us for turning on you and making your wife and kids pay. Mr. Xiao, you'd better think carefully about this. With that, the other party hung up the phone. Xiaoyu was left pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably, unable even to hold his chopsticks steady. I'm sorry, wife. I'm sorry, son. I can't drag you down with me. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder and spoke in a calm tone. It's only 20 million. Small change. But what I really want to know is, who did you borrow this much money from? Who's the loan shark you're dealing with? Chapter 188, Kidnapping. At these words, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. Then, he slapped his thigh hard, his face lighting up with sudden realization. When the bank refused to give me a loan, I started borrowing money from everyone I knew. One day, a group of people suddenly showed up at my door, saying they could help me through this crisis. They said if I paid it back within a month, they'd only charge 1% interest. I agreed on the spot, but later discovered the contract stated 1% interest within a month, but after that, the daily interest would double. In the end, the 2 million I borrowed ballooned to 20 million. There's no way I could ever pay that back, even if I sold everything I owned. Looking back now, I suspect those loan sharks were connected to Yin Xingfeng. At this point, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury reaching its peak. Damn it! This whole thing was their setup from the very beginning. I'll fight them to the death. Xiaoyu, overcome with emotion, slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold, sighing with a hint of resignation. He had thought someone as sharp as Xiaoyu, whose family ran a business, would be hard to manipulate. Yet here he was, falling right into a trap meticulously designed by others. Xiaoyu, give me the phone number of those loan sharks. I'll look into their background. Lin Dong, you actually have that kind of influence? Xiaoyu looked at Lin Dong with renewed respect. He sensed a profound transformation in Lin Dong, a commanding presence now emanating effortlessly from his every gesture. Desperate for a solution, he sent all the information to Lin Dong in one go. Lin Dong forwarded it to Wang Hu. Before long, a message arrived. Young Master Lin, this loan shark operation is backed by the Axe Gang. And this Tianqing Decoration Company? It's heavily funded by the Axe Gang too. They're practically twins. Lin Dong wore an expression that said, I knew it. The entire affair, from start to finish, had been orchestrated by the Axe Gang. And Xiaoyu was certainly not the first victim. Who knows how many people the Axe Gang has harmed with this scheme? Ultimately, it all boils down to greed. Had Xiaoyu not been greedy, he wouldn't have fallen for the Axe Gang's trap. But it's too late to dwell on that now. The urgent priority was to help his old classmate resolve his predicament. Just then, Xiaoyu received another call. It was his family again. Mom, what's wrong? Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Son, come home immediately. Huan and Xiaobao were playing in the park downstairs, but suddenly they vanished. I've searched everywhere and can't find them. It's been hours. I was about to call the police. What? Xiaoyu's pupils contracted sharply, his face flushing crimson. Recalling the call from the Axe Gang earlier, how could he not know where his wife and child had gone? Don't call the police, Mom. I know where they are. I'll go find them right now. You absolutely must not call the police, Xiaoyu said urgently. If he called the police, the other side might become desperate and lash out. If anything happened to his wife and child, all the money in the world wouldn't matter. For a moment, Xiaoyu paced frantically, like an ant on a hot pan. What should I do? What should I do? 20 million? How could I possibly pay that back? I don't have a single penny left. My house and car are all mortgaged. Where am I supposed to get the money? The next moment, someone suddenly grabbed his trembling shoulders. Xiaoyu, call the loan shark right now. Tell them the money's ready, but insist on an in-person transaction. What? Xiaoyu snapped his head up, meeting Lin Dong's piercing gaze. His heart instantly calmed. But the thought of his wife and child still left him unable to stay composed. Lin Dong, 20 million isn't a small sum. And I might not be able to pay it back anytime soon. You need to think this through. It was rare that even now, Xiaoyu was still thinking about Lin Dong. He knew full well he was already deep in debt and unlikely to make a comeback. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong merely shook his head. Don't worry, I've got this figured out. Besides, you looked out for me back in school. Now, consider this my way of repaying the favor. Lin Dong. Xiaoyu was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Then, taking a deep breath, he nodded solemnly, rest assured, once we get through this, my company is yours. Lin Dong gave a faint smile. Alright, hurry up and make that call. Your wife and child's safety is the top priority. Got it. Before long, following the directions, the two drove to a dilapidated neighborhood in the southern part of the city. This was the territory of the Axe Gang. This is the place. Xiaoyu swallowed hard, nervously scanning his surroundings. Though deeply uneasy, the thought of his wife and child spurred him to quicken his pace. Soon, the two entered a dilapidated factory building. Before them stood a group of rough-looking thugs.
Leading them was a scar-faced man with a menacing look, grinning broadly at the pair.
Who'd have thought Big Boss Xiao would actually show up? Looks like you really did scrape together the money.
The scarred man snorted coldly, sizing up Xiaoyu from head to toe with a sneer on his face. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Dong beside him. For some reason, that face felt familiar. But he couldn't quite place it.
Boss Knife, I brought the money. Where are my wife and child?
Xiaoyu frowned, cutting straight to the point.
You won't see the money until I see them.
Hearing this, Big Knife's expression darkened.
Damn it! You dare make demands with me? You're asking for it. Beat them. Beat them until they spit blood.
At Big Knife's command, several thugs swarmed forward, surrounding Lin Dong and Xiaoyu and preparing to attack.
Hold on.
Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a white-collar woman in her 30s walked gracefully toward them.
Dressed provocatively, she possessed a certain allure.
Behind her, several thugs escorted a mother and son.
Xiaoyu froze for a moment. Then, he shouted her name in fury. Yan Qingfeng. You! It's all your fault I'm in this mess. Give me back my wife and son.
Mid-shout, a thug kicked him squarely in the gut. Xiaoyu staggered and fell flat on the ground.
Knife Boss, shedding his earlier swagger, rose obsequiously to greet her. Sister Feng, you're here. Please, have a seat.
Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown slightly.
It seemed Yan Qingfeng held considerable status within the Axe Gang.
Otherwise, these low-level thugs wouldn't be so timid around her. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising.
If Yan Qingfeng were just some nobody, the Axe Gang wouldn't have entrusted her with important responsibilities. Chapter 189, Price Hike. No need. I'm only here to collect payment today. Yan Qingfeng didn't even glance at Knife Boss.
Then, narrowing her eyes slightly, she fixed Xiaoyu with a cold stare.
Mr. Xiao, you'd better have brought the money. Otherwise, your entire family of 3 will be reunited down below. Husband, save me. Save us. Daddy, they're hitting me. It hurts so much.
Wails and cries echoed from his wife and child. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart nearly melted. Lin Dong clenched his fists, his brow darkening with murderous intent. In the underworld, there was an unwritten rule: never harm family. The Axe Gang's actions were not only despicable, but they had crossed Lin Dong's absolute line. Today, whether they released the hostages or not, Lin Dong would absolutely not let them off the hook. Yan Qingfeng, release them immediately. Just release them, and I'll pay you immediately. Xiaoyu pleaded urgently. Yan Qingfeng, however, crossed her arms and sneered coldly, completely unmoved by his tactics.
Money?
Your company is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you've mortgaged your car and house.
I'm curious, where would you even get the money? I don't believe any fool would lend you money at this point. You wouldn't be planning to write a bad check, would you? Xiaoyu's heart sank.
He hadn't expected Yan Qingfeng to be even tougher to deal with than he'd imagined. The next moment, Xiaoyu turned to Lin Dong with a pleading look.
Lin Dong understood immediately and stepped forward confidently. The money is with me, 20 million yuan, not a penny less. How do you want to handle the transaction?
Oh? Yan Qingfeng and Knife Boss both lit up at the same time. Unexpectedly, there really was a sucker willing to pay off Xiaoyu's debt. Exchanging a glance, their faces broke into broad smiles. Soon, Yan Qingfeng, as a high-ranking member of the Axe Gang, stepped forward to negotiate.
How do you prove you have 20 million?
Lin Dong sneered contemptuously.
Easy. Just bring the POS machine over and check it yourself. Fine, bring the machine.
Yan Qingfeng nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, someone brought over a brand new POS machine. It seemed these people had been prepared all along. Lin Dong swiped his card and entered his PIN.
The balance appeared on the screen almost instantly.
The henchman glanced at it and was stunned.
Holy, 200 million. What? 200 million? For a moment, the entire factory fell deathly silent. Everyone stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while.
Especially Xiaoyu, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had assumed Lin Dong had made a modest profit. The 20 million he'd scraped together by selling off everything he owned. Little did they know, he had 200 million sitting in his account. If he knew that 200 million was now but a drop in the bucket for Lin Dong, who could say what he'd think?
You actually have that much money?
Yan Qingfeng and Knife Boss were stunned.
Who would have thought that a casual fishing trip would land them a whale? Moments later, Yan Qingfeng's eyes darted around restlessly, scheming something under her breath. Alright, cash for the person. You can transfer the 20 million right now.
Lin Dong spoke with casual indifference. As if, to him, 20 million was no different from 20 bucks. Just as Xiaoyu thought the matter was finally settled. Yan Qingfeng suddenly spoke up.
Hold on, who said it was only 20 million? 20 million was the previous price.
So many days have passed since then, and the interest has risen. It's 30 million, no, 40 million.
What?
Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt as if struck by lightning.
Yan Qingfeng's little mouth opened and closed, and the price had doubled. 20 million was already an astronomical figure. He never imagined she wouldn't be satisfied and would demand 40 million. Even Knife Boss was stunned by Yan Qingfang's sudden price hike. Then, she gave herself a silent thumbs up. Sister Fawn, you've got guts. We agreed on 20 million, how dare you raise the price like this? And you're raising it by so much. Xiaoyu pointed his finger right at Yan Qingfang's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Unfortunately, no matter how vile his insults, Yan Qingfang remained completely unfazed. She'd finally stumbled upon a rich guy like Lin Dong. Not taking advantage of him would be a waste. After all, with a hostage in hand, she wasn't worried about Lin Dong refusing to comply. Sure enough, Lin Dong showed almost no hesitation before nodding his agreement. Fine. 40 million it is. Let's seal the deal now. Whoosh. In an instant, the factory floor fell silent once more. Everyone stared at Lin Dong in utter shock, as if looking at a fool. Then, their eyes turned greedy. As expected, seeing Lin Dong so accommodating, Yan Qingfang changed her mind again. No way. 40 million isn't enough. Big Boss Xiao just called her over and over. That kind of abuse demands compensation for emotional distress. And what about the trouble we went through taking care of his wife and kids? We deserve some compensation for our efforts. Adding it all up, the thought of the 200 million about to land in her hands made Yan Qingfang's lips curl into a wide grin. She didn't notice at all that Lin Dong's gaze had shifted from initial coldness to a sharp, piercing glare. 200 million. That's right, 200 million. Hearing Yan Qingfang's outrageous demand, Xiaoyu felt utterly hopeless. If it had been 40 million, he might have been able to negotiate. But 200 million? That was simply too much. It was likely Lin Dong's entire fortune. Even a blood brother couldn't possibly come up with that much. Ha! Xiaoyu shook his head in despair, glancing at his wife and child. I'm sorry, Huan, son. I've brought this upon you. And Lin Dong, you've already done so much for me. You should leave. Once I'm dead, everything will be over. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoyu suddenly pulled out a fruit knife. He had long since prepared himself for death. These past days had been a constant battle within himself. Now, he could finally steel his resolve. Yan Qingfang and Knife Boss, seeing this, immediately panicked. If Xiaoyu died, who would they demand the money from? Quick, stop him. He absolutely cannot die. The next moment, a hand clamped down on Xiaoyu's arm. Simultaneously, a voice floated lightly through the air. 200 million it is. For my brother, I'm willing to pay that amount. But I have one condition. Release his wife and children first. Only after confirming their safety will I make the deal with you. Ha! Hearing this, Yan Qingfang froze for a moment. Then, his face lit up with delight. Has this guy lost his mind? Or could it be, he's Xiaoyu's biological father? Otherwise, how could he possibly go this far? Release them! Release them immediately! Yan Qingfang, fearing Lin Dong might change his mind, repeatedly urged Knife Boss to release the hostages. Xiaoyu stared at Lin Dong in utter bewilderment, overwhelmed with emotion. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu received a call. Huan and Xiao Bao were safe. Finally, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Dong smiled and said, very good. 200 million will be transferred to you immediately. But not by card. Chapter 190, is that all you've got? What does that mean? The Axe gang members froze in surprise. Not by card? Cash, then? That much cash would fill an entire room. Soon, the smile faded from Lin Dong's face. Replacing it was a fierce, murderous intent. These 200 million are joss paper I'm burning for you. Save it for your afterlife. What did you say? Yan Qingfang and Knife Boss froze in shock. Xiaoyu was also stunned. Only now did he understand why Lin Dong had agreed so readily earlier. It turned out he never intended to pay them in the first place. His agreement had been nothing but a ploy to trick them into releasing the hostage. Lin Dong. The realization brought tears welling up in Xiaoyu's eyes once more, his voice breaking as he spoke. Seeing Xiaoyu like this, Lin Dong gave a helpless smile. Xiaoyu, I advise you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave later. What? Xiaoyu froze. Only then did he notice a steady stream of thugs closing in, their faces twisted into menacing grimaces. But you. Xiaoyu hesitated. Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Lin Dong whipped his head around. His icy gaze was like that of a ravenous wolf about to launch its hunt. It made one shiver involuntarily. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded and instinctively took off running. Think you can escape? Knife Boss snorted coldly, immediately lunging forward to block him. Alas, someone beat him to it. A figure flashed past like a ghost, dashing before him and unleashing a powerful punch straight at his face. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed. The burly, menacing-looking Knife Boss let out a muffled groan and crashed straight to the ground. A large, purplish-blue bump appeared on his forehead. Lin Dong, however, seemed completely unscathed. Gulp! Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Only now did they understand why he had dared to come alone. His skills were truly formidable. Yan Xingfang was equally startled. But after all this time in the Axe Gang, what kind of world hadn't she seen? The stronger Lin Dong became, the more determined she was to eliminate him. The Axe Gang absolutely could not tolerate such a significant threat existing. More crucially, Yan Xingfang had set her sights on the 200 million yuan in Lin Dong's bank account. Brothers, grab your weapons. Whoever takes him out gets a million yuan bonus. You all know I keep my word. Yan Xingfang never goes back on her promise. Hearing this, the Axe Gang members' eyes lit up. Even Knife Boss, writhing on the ground and screaming in agony, forced himself to his feet. A million yuan was no small sum. Normally, the Axe Gang paid them a few tens of thousands at most. Now, it was a 100-fold increase. How could they not give their all? In this world, the bold thrive while the timid starve. At this moment, in the minds of the Axe Gang members, Lin Dong was no longer a person, he was a walking goldmine, money with legs. All they needed was a chance to grab their share. Then, these men drew their signature weapons from their backs. Two-hand axes gleaming with a chilling cold light. They were called the Axe Gang precisely because their weapons were uniformly axes. They traveled far and wide, robbing and plundering, all with the help of this pair of axes. Today, they intended to use these very axes to chop Lin Dong into mincemeat. Damn it! You hit me? I'll tear you to pieces. Don't fight over it later. His hands and feet are mine. Knife Boss, you're too greedy. If you take the hands and feet, how are we supposed to claim the bounty? Heh, then it's every man for himself. Knife Boss snorted coldly. In the next instant, over a dozen men wielding axes surrounded Lin Dong. Seeing this, Yan Xingfang finally exhaled in relief, her expression gradually calming. The thought of being deceived and letting Xiaoyu's family escape filled her with rage. She'd been hunting geese all her life, only to get pecked in the eye by one. Dare to play me for a fool? Today, both you and that Xiao bastard will die. Yan Xingfang sat on the sofa, her beautiful legs crossed, waiting for Lin Dong to be hacked to death by the axes. Alas, she would never see that scene unfold. Watching the Axe Gang members closing in step by step, Lin Dong showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he wore an even brighter smile. Back at the Blue Demon Bar, he had single-handedly faced over 100 members of the Seven Stars Gang without faltering. Now, a mere dozen or so men? What was there to fear? But going in empty-handed would be too easy on you lot. Fortunately, Xiaoyu left behind something we can put to good use. When the crowd caught sight of what Lin Dong held in his hand, they froze for a moment. Then, they all burst into laughter. It was a thumb-sized fruit knife. This is hilarious. You think you can take us on with that? You're asking for it. Knife Leader sneered coldly. Before he could finish speaking, Axe-handled Leader charged forward first, axe in hand. The others weren't about to be left behind, all eager to claim their share of the $1,000,000 prize. But soon, they would learn just how ridiculously wrong they were. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong's lightning-fast reflexes struck, driving his blade into Knife Boss's wrist. Ah! Knife Boss let out a piercing scream and instinctively clutched his wrist. The hatchet clattered to the ground. On the other side, Lin Dong didn't stop. Like a dragonfly skimming water, he stabbed repeatedly at Knife Boss's chest. Blood gushed from the man as he crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Dong charged straight toward his next target. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, he incapacitated 7 or 8 men using the same technique. The few remaining thugs stood frozen in shock. In that moment, to their eyes, Lin Dong wasn't holding a kitchen knife, he wielded a divine weapon. Don't come any closer. You better not come any closer. Run. The crowd scattered in terror, clutching their heads as they fled, axes clattering to the ground. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had no intention of letting them escape. Clatter! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the entire factory floor was left with only Lin Dong standing. Every member of the Axe Gang lay defeated on the floor, dead or wounded. Is that all the Axe Gangs got? Absolutely laughable. You're completely out of your league. Lin Dong curled his lips in disdain. Just then, the sound of high heels scurrying across the floor echoed through the space. No need to guess who was fleeing in panic. Heh, now you're scared? Too late. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Then, with a speed too quick for the naked eye to follow, he charged forward. Before long, he spotted the person's trail. Madman. This guy is absolutely insane. Why did I have to mess with him? Run. Yan Xingfang scrambled to flee. Thud. In her panic, Yan Xingfang stumbled and fell flat on her face. Even so, she dared not linger. She would crawl if she had to, but she would get out. Just then, a foot landed squarely on the back of her hand. Aya! As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. In that instant, Yan Xingfang nearly fainted from the agony. Simultaneously, a demonic whisper echoed in her ear. Ms. Yan, where do you think you're going? I haven't paid you yet. Chapter 191, Wiped Clean. Hearing that familiar voice, Yan Xingfang's mind buzzed, nearly scaring the life out of her. She dared not even lift her head to meet the other's gaze. But how could Lin Dong let her off the hook? Heh, playing dead, huh?
Well, I won't mind making you just like those people outside lose an arm or a leg or stay here forever. Lin Dong sneered coldly, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes as he increased the pressure beneath his foot. Instantly, a shrieking scream pierced the air.
Yan Xingfang's right hand was now twisted and deformed. The sound of cracking and snapping echoed. No, don't kill me. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. Hearing Yan Xingfang's desperate pleas, Lin Dong didn't even bat an eyelid. People like this have done nothing but evil deeds. Now, whatever she says is just crocodile tears not to be taken seriously. The next moment, Lin Dong bent down, grabbed Yan Xingfang's chin and forced her to look up. TSK, such a pity. Lin Dong sighed, occasionally shaking his head. Hearing this, Yan Xingfang's eyes lit up instantly. Then, she proactively undid 2 buttons, exposing a generous expanse of snow-white skin before Lin Dong's eyes. It must be said, as a mature woman, Yan Xingfang's figure was absolutely stunning. Curvy in all the right places was the simplest, yet most fitting description. Only after removing her coat did one realize just how substantial this woman was. Add to that her slightly attractive looks. No wonder she rose to the upper echelons of the Axe Gang. It's obvious she has powerful backing. Moreover, her intellect far surpasses Luo Yuju's. Her standing within the Axe Gang was far more than just a pretty face. She might even control the gang's finances, wielding immense influence. Yet no matter how illustrious her past, now she was merely a prisoner beneath Lin Dong's feet. She must trade her beauty for her own life. Big brother, please spare me? If you spare me, I'll serve you every day, anywhere you want. I'll be your slave. I'm so itchy right now. Please help me. Yan Xingfang writhed on the floor as she spoke. Vast swaths of snow-white skin were exposed before Lin Dong's eyes with each movement. Such a tantalizing sight ignited an uncontrollable desire within him, making him yearn to pounce on her immediately and take advantage of her. Yet Yan Xingfang's hopes were dashed almost instantly. Though Lin Dong was no paragon of virtue. But when faced with a woman who was all fake and insincere, he couldn't even be bothered to look at her twice. What if, in the heat of passion, Yan Xingfang suddenly drew a dagger from her pocket and struck? Wouldn't that be like picking up a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon? There would be no second chances then. Heh, Boss Yan, you've misunderstood. What I meant by a pity is that it's a pity you're so easy to kill. What? Yan Xingfang's pupils contracted sharply, the seductive glint in his eyes fading. Replaced instead by a wave of intense fear. Only now did she realize that the man before her, Lin Dong, was no ordinary man. He was a monster, a demon. Just then, a clatter of footsteps erupted outside the factory building. Immediately afterward, a figure burst into view. Lin Dong, where are you? I'm here to save you. Lin Dong froze for a moment. He looked up and was startled to see Xiaoyu running in, wielding a wooden stick. His face bore an expression of utter defiance. This guy, he didn't leave? Lin Dong, Lin. Holy. Xiaoyu charged straight in, only to suddenly see Yan Xingfang pinned under Lin Dong's foot. His mind went blank, and the wooden stick slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. What the hell? Lin Dong waved with a smile. Xiaoyu, come say hello to your old friend. Catch up. Xiaoyu slowly snapped back to reality. Then, his expression turned utterly frenzied. Thump! Thump! He took 3 steps in 2 strides, and before he even reached her, he delivered a kick straight to Yan Xingfang's head. The force was so immense it nearly contorted her entire face. Woo woo! Yan Xingfang felt dizzy and disoriented, as if she'd been kicked into a concussion. Damn it, you bastard! You've put me through hell. I'll kill you. Xiaoyu had nearly lost his mind, delivering kick after kick. Soon, Yan Xingfang was covered in wounds, bruised and battered from head to toe, not a single inch of her body left unscathed. Tears streamed down Yan Xingfang's face. But she dared not utter a single word. Just then, she suddenly realized something. Wait. What did you call him? Lin Dong? That Lin Dong who's at odds with the 7 Stars gang. Hearing Lin Dong's name, Yan Xingfang's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She never imagined she'd crossed paths with this demon incarnate. As a high-ranking member of the Axe Gang, she was well aware that a new force had recently emerged in Tianhai. They'd been aggressively buying up nightclubs and going head-to-head with the 7 Stars gang. Chen Nanshan had suffered heavy losses, and the 7 Stars gang was retreating on all fronts, taking a severe beating. Just moments ago, Lin Dong had unleashed a brutal assault, leaving no one standing. Yan Xingfang was now certain that the Lin Dong before her was the legendary Lin Dong. What do you mean? Xiaoyu was completely baffled, having no idea what Yan Xingfang was talking about. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Mr. Yan, knowing too much won't do you any favors. Of course, for a dead man, such trivial matters are no longer of any consequence. A dead man? Yan Xingfang's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. No! Young Master Lin, I don't want to die. I beg you, for the sake of the Axe Gang, spare my worthless life. Seeing Lin Dong remained unyielding, Yan Xingfang finally lost her composure, screaming hysterically. Lin Dong, aren't you afraid of the Axe Gang's revenge? Kill me, and the Axe Gang won't let you off.
Facing Yan Xingfang's threats, Lin Dong remained unconcerned.
He didn't even take the 7 Stars gang seriously, let alone some scam running axe gang? It was laughable.
Still, to squeeze every last drop of value from Yan Xingfang, Lin Dong put on a show of fear.
Whoa, the axe gang? Sounds terrifying. How about this, Boss Yan? If you return the money to Xiaoyu, I'll consider letting you go. What do you say? Yan Xingfang's eyes widened in surprise.
She hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so reasonable.
But the moment money was mentioned, she grew uneasy again.
Because the money she'd swindled from Xiaoyu had long since been handed over. Even if she'd pocketed a few million, it wouldn't begin to cover the whole.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can do then.
Lin Dong shook his head.
Wait. I can cancel the loan agreement. That way, you won't owe us any money.
In desperation, Yan Xingfang could only play her last card. After all, they were the ones who had lent the money at exorbitant interest rates. By tearing up the contract, the debt of over 20 million would cease to exist.
Really? Xiaoyu's previously despairing eyes suddenly brightened.
Lin Dong and the others had been waiting for those exact words.
Then thank you, Boss Yan. Soon, Yan Xingfang frantically dug out a contract. Lin Dong glanced at the interest rate and couldn't help but gasp. Borrow 2 million and it becomes 20 million in a month. This rate of profit was practically like printing money. Chapter 192, Paying the Ransom. Rip. Xiaoyu tore the contract apart with force.
In an instant, he felt refreshed and light as a feather. From this moment on, his high-interest debt was wiped clean. But Lin Dong wasn't satisfied with just that. Mr. Yan, the loan is gone now, but you've delayed us for so long and frightened my brother's family.
Shouldn't you compensate us for lost wages and emotional distress? Yan Xingfang's expression darkened.
Hadn't he said those very words himself earlier? Now, it was being used against her in kind. Yet, even knowing Lin Dong was blackmailing her, she dared not utter a single word of refusal. She could only meekly hand over her personal stash of full 5 million yuan transferred directly to Lin Dong. After all, as long as she survived and returned to the Axe Gang, she could find someone to exact revenge. Then, she'd make Lin Dong pay back every last cent with interest. Lin Dong caught the flash of hatred in her eyes, and a faint smile touched his lips.
Madam Yan, it's been a pleasure doing business.
Now, I'll see you on your way home. Lin Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoyu. The two men, one on each side, lifted Yan Xingfang collapsed on the ground with broken bones and carried her to the riverbank.
Ms. Yan, you're home. What? Yan Xingfang opened his eyes groggily.
She suddenly realized she had been carried to the riverbank by the two men. This river was swift and treacherous, having claimed countless lives. A thunderous roar echoed in Yan Xingfang's mind.
How could he not understand Lin Dong's intent? This bastard clearly intended to destroy the evidence. What do you mean? Yan Xingfang was horrified, screaming frantically. Lin Dong, didn't we agree cash for the body? I already gave you the money. You can't go back on your word. Kill me, and the Axe Gang won't let you off. Even at death's door, Yan Xingfang still dared to threaten Lin Dong. Alas, no words could sway Lin Dong's resolve. Xiaoyu, this started because of you. You should handle it yourself. Lin Dong suddenly turned his gaze toward Xiaoyu. Seeing Xiaoyu's hesitation, Lin Dong gave a faint smile. What? Scared? No, I'm not scared. Damn it, that bastard deserves to die. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. The words barely left his mouth before his expression hardened. Amid Yan Xingfang's frantic screams, he pulled out his belt and bound her hands and feet. Then he tore off a piece of her clothing and stuffed it into her mouth. Goodbye forever, Boss Yan. Be a good person in your next life. Stop doing these scams and swindles. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, about to push Yan Xingfang over the edge. At the last possible moment, Yan Xingfang suddenly shouted out a name. Wait. Su Huaqiang. I have something on Su Huaqiang. Oh? Lin Dong chuckled softly. At the critical moment, he grabbed the belt and yanked the person back. Since you still have some use, I'll spare your life. Hearing this, Yan Xingfang exhaled a long breath of relief. Yet, she was still shaken to the core. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyu was drenched in cold sweat. He had come so close to taking a life. Fortunately, Lin Dong hadn't meant to harm her, he'd only been trying to scare her. Thank you, Lin Dong. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Dong with solemn earnestness. I won't waste words. Once we get back, I'll transfer the company to you. And all the money Yan Xingfang just transferred? It's yours. Lin Dong's eyes widened in surprise. He had thought Xiaoyu was joking. But he was dead serious. Lin Dong began to suspect the guy had lost his mind. Don't be ridiculous. I don't need the money. You should hurry home, your wife and the others are waiting for you. Hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. After exchanging a few parting words, he hurried away. Watching him disappear into the distance, Lin Dong grabbed Yan Xingfang by the collar and turned back toward the factory. Inside the factory building, a large group of people still lay sprawled on the floor. Seeing Lin Dong return, they were terrified, their hair standing on end and their jaws trembling. Don't come any closer. Stay away from us.
By now, they had learned Lin Dong's true identity. For a moment, they nearly wet themselves in terror. Watching their terrified expressions, Lin Dong chuckled and tossed a phone their way. What does this mean? Knife Boss froze, unsure of Lin Dong's intentions. Are you blind? Yan Xingfang is in my custody now. Hurry up and call your boss to bring the ransom money. So Lin Dong had kidnapped Yan Xingfang? Boss Knife sucked in a sharp breath and exclaimed, Lin Dong, have you lost your mind? Sister Fang is our boss's woman. If you dare kidnap her, Brother Chang won't let you off. Know your place and release her immediately. Before Knife Boss could finish his sentence, another arm was brutally crushed beneath Lin Dong's foot. The entire crowd gasped in horror. You talk too much. If you won't call, then I'll just have to hit you. No. At that moment, Knife Boss was genuinely terrified. He shouldn't have provoked Lin Dong. For now, he had no choice but to obey. Soon, the call connected. A deep, resonant male voice came through. Unlike Chen Nanshan's voice, which sounded like he had kidney deficiency. Xingfang? How's the matter progressing? Did that Xiao guy pay you back? Even now he's still fixated on getting his money back. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Dong's eyes as he snatched the phone away. Brother Chang, right? Sorry to disappoint you, but Xiao won't be paying back the 20 million. Who are you? Su Huaqiang froze. He hadn't expected anyone to be bold enough to speak to him in such a tone. What made him feel even more uneasy was how Yan Xingfang's phone ended up in his hands. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, if you don't bring the money now, Yan Xingfang will die. Tianhai City. South City, a certain nightclub. Bang! A man in his 50s was nearly bursting with rage. Standing before him were 7 or 8 burly men with broad shoulders and sturdy builds. These men were the leaders of various branches of the Axe Gang. They were the ones who usually robbed and plundered, committing every conceivable evil. Yet in this man's presence, they dared not even fart. Seeing his rage, they quickly bowed their heads. This man was none other than Su Huaxiang, the leader of the Axe Gang. Are all of you just eating for free? Xingfang's been kidnapped, didn't you know? Usually you're all loud and boisterous, but now you're all silent? Su Huaqiang's bulging face trembled as his fierce eyes fixed on the crowd, itching to pick someone out and make an example of them. In the southern part of the city, the Axe Gang ruled with absolute authority. Anyone who dared cross Su Huaqiang would vanish without a trace by the next day. Now, someone had dared to challenge the authority of the Axe Gang by kidnapping Yan Xingfang. This wasn't just slapping Su Huaqiang in the face, it was a blatant declaration of war against the Axe Gang. Chapter 193, Calling for Reinforcements. The call hadn't been hung up. Lin Dong's mocking voice rang out again. Boss Su, if I were you, I wouldn't be wasting time here putting on a sad act. My patience is limited. You don't want to see her again only to find a corpse, do you? What did you say? Su Huaqiang's pupils contracted sharply. He never imagined Lin Dong would be bold enough to openly threaten him like this. Across the entire Tianhai region, few could match his audacity. You've had enough of living, haven't you? You're asking for death. Su Huaqiang bellowed, his voice and expression both fierce. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was no stranger to violence and wasn't intimidated by his bluster. Enough with the bluster. It's useless. I hear Boss Yan has plenty of evidence of your illegal activities, including recordings of you extorting others. I wonder if Boss Su might be interested in a little deal. At these words, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on Su Huaqiang's forehead. Yan Xingfang's abduction alone wasn't enough to terrify him. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the explosive information that woman held. What if Yan Xingfang couldn't withstand the torture and spilled the beans? Within 2 days, the Axe Gang would be uprooted. Then, no amount of money would matter if he was dead. Wait. Brother, let's talk this out calmly. Don't act rashly. Name your price, I'll wire it to you immediately. Please don't harm Xingfang. Lin Dong's lips curled upward. It seemed Su Huaxiang truly had quite a few skeletons in his closet that Yan Xingfang held over him. Since Boss Su is being so reasonable, I'll gladly oblige. My appetite isn't huge, just 100 million. How about it? 100 million? Su Huaqiang's pupils contracted. This kid really isn't afraid of biting off more than he can chew. This wasn't just asking for the moon, it was like opening the floodgates. 100 million? That's far too much. Could you lower it? Su boss, that's going too far. Lin Dong spoke with a faint, ambiguous smile. From what I understand, your Axe Gang lends money at exorbitant rates all over town. Your monthly net profit is at least 20 or 30 million. Is 100 million really that much? That may be true, but... No buts. I don't want to hear that word. Lin Dong cut Su Huaxiang off coldly. If you don't show some real commitment, I'll have no choice but to go after Boss Yan for the money. And if she accidentally lets something slip in, don't blame me. Don't. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Su Huaxiang panicked completely. In all his years, he'd never encountered such a stubborn adversary. Moreover, it seemed Lin Dong knew their situation inside out. He even knew exactly how much money they made. This made Su Huaqiang wonder, was there a mole within the Axe Gang, or was Yin Qingfang double-crossing them? Damn it, that. When she gets back, I'll make her wish she'd never been born. Su Huaqiang stomped his foot hard, a cold, vicious glint flashing in his eyes. In his mind, Lin Dong had already been sentenced to death. No matter the cost, this ticking time bomb must be defused. Lin Dong must not see tomorrow's sun. With that thought, Su Huaqiang's tone softened. No problem. 100 million it is. Where are you now? I'll send someone with the money immediately. But I must see Yin Qingfang alive. Lin Dong's lips curved into a smile as he nodded. Alright, I'll wait for you at the abandoned factory. Oh, and bring a few extra cars. We'll take care of your entire crew of minions while we're at it. Got it. Su Huaqiang gritted his teeth and nodded. After hanging up, he was so furious he flung his phone to the ground. As the formidable leader of the Axe Gang, this was the first time he'd ever suffered such humiliation. Who the hell was this kid across the river, this fierce dragon? Daring to threaten and extort the Axe Gang must be tired of living. But he'd made up his mind. Once we're in the Axe Gang's territory, if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie low. Whoever it is, this time, you're dead. Xinglong, Bai Tiger, Zhuke, Xuanwu, the 4 great hall masters, heed my command. As the words fell, 4 burly men stepped forward. Each bore a fierce glare, their fists clenched in anticipation. They had heard every word of the earlier phone call. Someone had kidnapped Yin Qingfang and threatened Su Huaqiang, demanding 100 million yuan. Now, Su Huaqiang would certainly not let this go. They too were itching to get their hands on the culprit and tear him limb from limb. Boss, what are your orders? Su Huaqiang narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand decisively. Xinglong and Bai Tu, take 100 men and bring Yin Qingfang back. Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, along with the remaining men, stay with me at headquarters to guard against any sneak attacks. Though Su Huaqiang was seething with rage, wanting to tear the collar limb from limb right then and there. He hadn't lost his mind. Necessary precautions must still be taken. What if someone lured the tiger away from the mountain to launch a surprise attack? If he deployed all his forces, wouldn't he lose both men and resources? Understood, boss. We'll bring Sister Fong and that kid back, you can count on us. Xinglong and Baitu replied in their deep, resonant voices. Then, he led his men out in a hurry. Su Huaqiang's rage gradually subsided, a cold smile curling his lips. 100 million? Ha! I just hope you have the money to spend it before you lose your life. Su Huaqiang gritted his teeth, wishing he could crush Lin Dong's skull right then and there. At the same time, he worried Yin Qingfang might reveal more secrets. Elsewhere. Abandoned factory building. When Knife Boss heard that the Axe Gang was about to send reinforcements, his previously mournful expression instantly brightened. He even began humming a tune. You bastard, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. You think the 4 great hall masters are weaklings like us? Let me tell you, they're all trained fighters. Taking you down will be as easy as swatting a little chick. Hearing this, the other thugs nodded in agreement. Though the Axe Gang was smaller than the 7 Stars Gang, their strength was no less formidable. The 4 hall masters were especially ruthless, their hands stained with blood. Otherwise, Su Huaqiang wouldn't have held sway over the southern part of Tianhai City for so many years, as solid as a rock. Oh? So you're suggesting we settle this with numbers? Ha, to be perfectly honest, that's exactly what I had in mind. Lin Dong smiled faintly, his expression brimming with amusement. What do you mean? Boss Knife froze, an instinctive sense of foreboding washing over him. Under his stunned gaze, Lin Dong casually dialed a number. Old Su? Gather our men and come over immediately. I've run into a bit of trouble. Don't bring too many. 200 men should be enough. 200 men? Hearing this, the Axe Gang thugs stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 194, Cash for the Kid. Lin Dong, you must be joking, right? How could there possibly be over 200 people? Boss Knife stared wide-eyed at Lin Dong, trembling with fear, his face etched with utter disbelief. The others were equally dumbfounded. If Lin Dong really had summoned this many people, wouldn't the Axe Gang suffer a devastating blow today? Or was this all just a trap Lin Dong had set from the very beginning? Had he made Knife Boss make the call not for the money but to catch them all in a trap? Heh, only now do you get it? Too bad it's too late. Barring any surprises, Su Huaqiang's men should already be on their way. Lin Dong flashed a savage grin that sent chills down the spine. Dao Laode and his crew felt a sudden, unwelcome warmth in their pants, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor. Only now did they realize how cunning and ruthless Lin Dong truly was. In Lin Dong, they saw the shadow of Su Huaqiang in his younger days. In fact, he seemed even more terrifying than Su Huaqiang. The next instant, several of Su Huaqiang's most loyal followers suddenly scrambled to their feet, desperate to flee and sound the alarm. But they had underestimated Lin Dong's skills. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong materialized before them. With a few casual punches, he crippled them all. Their legs twisted like twisted ropes, bent and tangled together. Simultaneously, agonized screams erupted. Lin Dong sneered with contempt.
Think you can leave? Did you ask me? Wait here.
Let's see if my men arrive faster, or if your axe gang guys are quicker on their feet.
Time ticked by second. Just as Lin Dong was growing impatient.
Squeak! The screech of brakes echoed. Immediately after, a group of people streamed in, rushing into the factory building.
At a glance, there were over 100 of them.
Each of them gripped a short axe in both hands. Under the night sky, the blades glinted coldly, radiating a murderous aura.
Their attire fell into two distinct categories.
One group wore fierce-looking blue dragon tattoos on their backs, while the other sported white tiger head designs tattooed on both hands.
The Azure Dragon Hall and the White Tiger Hall.
Great! Brother Chang sent his men. They arrived even faster than Lin Dong's crew. Knife Boss and his men cheered wildly, their necks craning with excitement. In their eyes, even if Lin Dong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't stand a chance against over 100 of them.
The Axe Gang's victory was assured.
The moment Qinglong Hall's leader, Zhao Qinglong, spotted Knife Boss lying on the ground, rage boiled over in him. His eyes bulged with fury. For this man was his own subordinate.
Damn it! You dare kidnap my man?
You must be tired of living. In the next instant, Zhao Qinglong gripped his short axe, ready to exchange blows with Lin Dong. But he was stopped by Zhang Baohu, leader of the White Tiger Hall, standing beside him.
Hold on. Didn't the boss instruct us? Don't rush into action. First, let's test this guy's strength.
But Zhao Qinglong looked displeased. Before he could finish, Zhang Baihu shot him a fierce glare. Thinking of Su Huaxiang, he could only let it go.
After all, so many eyes were watching. More importantly, they still hadn't spotted Yan Qingfeng. Only by capturing that could he account to Su Huaxiang.
Seeing Zhao Qinglong finally calm down, Zhang Baihu strode alone into the factory building to confront Lin Dong.
My friend, may I ask your name?
Zhang Baihu bowed politely. Before Lin Dong could respond, Knife Boss and the others grew impatient.
Chief Wang, cut the chatter. Kill him now.
He's the Lin Dong who's been causing all the trouble lately. He just called for backup. Over 200 men are on their way.
What?
Hearing this, Zhang Baihu's expression abruptly changed as he stared at Lin Dong in shock. Only then did he realize the face looked familiar. It was none other than Lin Dong, the very man who'd been stirring up trouble all over town lately, even managing to give Chen Nanshan a taste of his own medicine.
Damn it, why him?
Zhang Baihu was startled, unconsciously tightening his grip on the axe in his hand. Zhao Qinglong swallowed hard, his expression filled with dread. They'd thought he was just some small-time crook, but it turned out he was a big shot.
Ha, no need to be so tense, everyone. Harmony brings prosperity, harmony brings prosperity. I'm not here to antagonize anyone just to make a living. As long as you pay up cash for release, today's incident will be forgotten. Ha!
Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong looked at each other, half believing, half doubting. Regardless, they had to see Yan Qingfeng first.
Boss Lin, we believe you didn't mean any harm after all. You didn't bring any men with you. But arbitrarily detaining the boss's woman? That's a bit much, don't you think?
Zhang Baihu shot a meaningful glance. The others immediately caught on and stepped forward in unison. Within moments, Lin Dong found himself completely surrounded by the crowd.
Heh, your boss's woman?
Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. Sorry, but I don't see men or women, only a who tricked my brother into ruin, nearly driving him to jump off a building. Hearing this, Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong frowned slightly.
Even if Lin Dong had suddenly risen to prominence and was recruiting troops in Tianhai, he shouldn't be talking like this, right? Yan Qingfeng was but what about their own boss, Su Huaxiang?
As if reading their thoughts, Lin Dong's lips lifted slightly.
As for your boss? What else could he be? A turtle staring at mung beans, just a case of mutual attraction, right? You're asking for death.
Zhao Qinglong erupted in fury, raising his battle axe and swinging it straight for Lin Dong's throat. His position as head of the Qinglong gang was built on one word: loyalty. Hearing Lin Dong compare Su Huaxiang to a turtle, he was instantly consumed by rage. Ha! Facing Zhao Qinglong's ferocious charge, Lin Dong didn't even lift his head. He simply kicked out, landing a perfectly precise blow to Zhao Qinglong's chest.
Thud! A dull thud echoed.
Zhao Qinglong, who had been lunging menacingly a second earlier, flew backward like a
Brother Zhao. Brother Long, are you okay? Everyone was startled. Who would have thought that Lin Dong, who looked like nothing more than a pretty boy, possessed such formidable skills? With just one kick, he had sent Zhao Qinglong tumbling.
Zhang Baihu's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood why Brother Knife and the others lay motionless on the ground, missing limbs. But precisely because of this, his resolve to eliminate Lin Dong only grew stronger. Whether for Su Huaxiang's honor or the Axe Gang's future, this young man must not be spared.
Hold on. Boss Lin, what exactly will it take for you to release them? We've come in good faith, genuinely wishing to escort Sister Feng back. Sincerity?
Lin Dong sneered in disdain.
So many people armed with weapons, glaring at him with hostile intent, and you call this sincerity? More like they're here to kill him. It's simple. I said it before, cash for the person. Without the money, how could I possibly perform a miracle? This. Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong exchanged a helpless glance. They had to ensure Yin Xingfang's safety first. If anything went wrong, regret would come too late. Chapter 195, 100 million isn't enough. The money is on this card. Rest assured, every penny of the 100 million is accounted for. Our boss always keeps his word. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Zhang Baihu produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong didn't take it. Instead, he raised a finger and shook it. Sorry, 100 million was the price just now. But now the price has gone up. It's 200 million. What? At that moment, even a fool could see that Lin Dong had been toying with them from the very beginning. Damn it, chop him up. In an instant, the entire factory erupted into chaos. Seeing them finally act, Lin Dong's lips curled into a faint smile. He'd stalled long enough. Surely, Su Haichao and his men had arrived by now. Sure enough, just as this group lunged at Lin Dong with murderous intent. Roar! Outside the factory, the sudden roar of engines echoed. Immediately after, countless figures poured in. Their aura was even more ferocious than the axe gangs, and the weapons they wielded were far more brutal, none other than triangular military daggers. The triangular bayonet is a blade with a prismatic edge and 3 grooves. Banned in many regions due to their extreme brutality. While injuries from axes or daggers could be treated medically. However, wounds inflicted by a triangular bayonet are extremely difficult to heal. The blood groove also causes wounds to bleed more profusely, hastening death. Thus, it is often called the Blood King or armor-piercing dagger. This deadly weapon was wielded by every one of the 200-plus men before them. Compared to these, axes seem like mere toys. More crucially, they outnumbered us. Who are these people? They're Lin Dong's men, even their uniforms are identical. We're done for. Looks like we've hit a brick wall today. The axe gang members were thrown into panic. Damn it, that bastard. How dare he scheme against us? Quick, contact Brother Chang. Zhang Baihu was drenched in sweat. He never imagined Lin Dong could be so treacherous, nothing like the harmless person he appeared to be. Witnessing this scene, Knife Boss and the others lying on the ground turned ashen-faced. They had thought the arrival of the 2 hall masters would teach Lin Dong a lesson. But now, it seemed like they'd be lucky to walk away with their lives intact. Young Master Lin. The next moment, several familiar faces came into view. It was Su Haichao, Wang Hu, and the others. Behind them, 200 men stood with formidable presence. No one would believe that just days ago, most of them were nothing more than a bunch of rowdy street punks. Lin Dong saw this and nodded with satisfaction. Soon, his gaze shifted to the members of the Axe Gang, who were staring each other down. Old Su, Wang Hu, let's move. Be careful. These guys are tougher than those cowards from the 7 Stars Gang. Don't get caught in a trap. At his words, Su Haichao and the others nodded. With their experience, they could tell Lin Dong wasn't exaggerating. These guys did possess some genuine skill. But only a little bit. Rest assured, young Master Lin. We won't let you down. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, and we'll end this fight. Su Haichao's voice boomed like a temple bell, echoing clearly throughout the entire factory. As he finished speaking, the men behind him straightened their chests in unison. On the other side, Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong's expressions darkened considerably. 10 minutes to take us down? That's pure hot air. Exactly. We're the main force of the Axe Gang. Who do you think you are, talking like that without any respect? Brothers, this guy looks down on us. What should we do? Zhao Qinglong turned and rallied his men with a rousing cry. True to form, the Axe Gang proved far more spirited than the 7 Stars Gang. Red-eyed, they raised their axes and bellowed at the top of their lungs. Kill! 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 Axes in hand, no one leaves. Right on. Zhao Qinglong nodded, exchanged a glance with Zhang Baihu, and led the charge forward. Bring it on. If you're just a bunch of cowards, I won't get my fill. Su Haichao gripped his triangular bayonet tightly, his eyes blazing with savage intent. It felt like he'd returned to the days of living on the edge of a blade. Soon, the battle erupted. Lin Dong withdrew from the battlefield. A battle of this caliber didn't require his personal involvement. Had he joined the fray, it would have ended even sooner. Charge. Kill 1, no loss. Kill 2, big profit. Damn it, mess with the Axe Gang and you won't get off easy. The battle cries were deafening. Truth be told, though the Axe Gang was outnumbered, their fighting spirit was formidable. To the uninitiated, they could easily be mistaken for a 1,000-strong force. Meanwhile, Lin Dong approached an office door. Hearing rustling sounds inside, Lin Dong's pupils contracted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The next second, he kicked the door open. Bang! The door shattered into pieces with a thunderous crash. Inside the office, Yin Xingfang had somehow managed to untie the belt around her wrist and was now attempting to leap out the window. You're asking for it. Lin Dong frowned. Such a prime hostage, how could he possibly let her go? Lin Dong.
Yan Xingfang was terrified out of her wits, accelerating her escape attempt. But she was still a step too slow. Get back here. Lin Dong lunged forward in a single stride, grabbing her by the scruff of her neck. Then, like he was dragging a kitten, he yanked her back into the room and bound her hands and feet once more. Now, Yan Xingfang truly had no way to escape, no means of flight. You bastard. What will it take for you to let me go? I gave you the money. Why aren't you honoring your word? Seeing escape was impossible, Yan Xingfang began wailing, tears and snot streaming down her face. Her expression was utterly pitiable. Anyone with a shred of compassion would have felt pity. Unfortunately, Lin Dong wasn't swayed by her act. I'm not keeping my word? But you're the one who lends at usurious rates and defaults on construction payments, and that's keeping your word? At this retort, Yan Xingfang fell silent. Besides, weren't you waiting for the Axe Gang to come rescue you? I'll let you see for yourself what your so-called rescuers have become. Get up! Lin Dong delivered a kick to Yan Xingfang's ample rear, sending her flying like a soccer ball into the factory building. By then, the melee had ended. Inside the factory, over 100 people lay sprawled on the floor, wailing in agony, or crouched with their heads cradled in their hands. Their faces were bruised and swollen, looking as miserable as could be. Zhao Qinglong and Zhang Baihu were particularly pitiful, their limbs broken, reduced to useless husks. When they saw Lin Dong emerge dragging a woman, everyone froze in shock. Then, their eyes widened in shock. Sister Fong? No one could believe that the disheveled woman with hair like a bird's nest before them was actually Yan Xingfang. How could Lin Dong have such a cruel heart to destroy such beauty? Compared to the Axe Gang members' shock, Yan Xingfang was even more stunned. She recognized Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong at a glance. The two famously formidable hall masters had been beaten into crawling vermin. It was beyond Yan Xingfang's comprehension. Who are you? Chapter 196, Silence the Witness. Facing Yan Xingfang's soul-searching question, Lin Dong smiled faintly. His gaze swept the room, finally settling on Su Haichao and his men. Barring any surprises, within a month, Tianhai will see neither the Axe Gang nor the Seven Stars Gang. This is the fate that awaits those who oppose me, Lin Dong. If you know what's good for you, spill everything you know right now. Maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Lin Dong gave a cold chuckle. It seemed as though crushing a man was as easy for him as crushing an ant. Wang Hu and the others had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Lin Dong was generous with rewards, and they were willing to risk life and limb for him. Even if they were injured or lost their lives, substantial compensation awaited them, leaving no room for worry. You? Yan Xingfang felt a wave of panic wash over her. Only now did she realize who she was up against. Though, on the surface, Lin Dong appeared to be about the same age as Xiao Yu. But in terms of both intelligence and tactics, they weren't even in the same league. One Lin Dong could toy with 10 Xiao Yes. Disposing of her would be just as effortless. Seeing the pitiful state of Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong, Yan Xingfang's legs went weak and her face turned pale. She knew that resisting to the bitter end was utterly pointless. Only by proving her worth might she scrape together a chance to save her own wretched life. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yan Xingfang pulled a USB drive from her bag. This contains the evidence you seek, though not all of it. Over the years, I've helped Su Huaxiang destroy dozens of companies and witnessed him commit murder with my own eyes. The crucial evidence is stored in a secure location. This was also for my own safety. If he ever decided to burn his bridges, I wouldn't be left helpless. It must be said, this woman was clever, always leaving herself an escape route. Little did she know, however, that this very escape route would become the leverage Lin Dong used to blackmail Su Huaxiang. In fact, it would be the catalyst for the Axe Gang's demise. Boss Yan truly keeps her word. So, where is that place? Lin Dong glanced at Yan Xingfang, who was trembling in fear, and spoke with a smile. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the Axe Gang members, as if searching for something. Yan Xingfang's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her expression hesitant. If she revealed that location, she would become utterly worthless. Her life or death would then rest entirely on Lin Dong's whim. Just as she was wrestling with this dilemma, someone suddenly stood up, a black, menacing weapon in hand. Su Haichao's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "Oh no, it's a gun! Someone's trying to silence us! Young Master Lin, be careful!" The crowd's expressions turned pale. They never imagined the Axe Gang would be so ruthless as to bring guns. Clearly, this was Su Huaqiang's backup plan. He knew Lin Dong wouldn't be so easy to deal with. So he had hired gunmen, waiting for the chance to kill either Lin Dong or Yan Xingfang. At this critical moment, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and flicked his finger. Something shot through the air from between his fingers. Its target, the gunman. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. The gun slipped from the shooter's grasp, hitting the ground and instantly discharging. Bang! Amidst the Axe Gang's crowd, a low-level thug was unlucky enough to be shot, blood gushing uncontrollably. Catch him! Wang Hu bellowed. A group of men rushed forward and pinned the gunman down. The shooter's expression was filled with shock and unwillingness. At the same time, excruciating pain shot through his wrist. He looked down to see a wound the size of a fingernail gushing blood from his wrist.
This can't be possible.
Su Haichao stared at Lin Dong in disbelief, his expression utterly incredulous.
Others might not have seen it, but he was so close he witnessed everything clearly.
At the critical moment, Lin Dong flicked a pebble that struck the gunman's wrist with pinpoint accuracy.
Moreover, the timing was impeccable, as if he'd been prepared all along. Could it be? Young Master Lin, you knew someone had a gun all along? Su Haichao asked, surprise evident in his voice.
At this remark, all eyes turned to Lin Dong. Sure enough, his face bore the unmistakable expression of absolute confidence.
Ha! What's so surprising about that? Didn't you all see it?
This. The group exchanged awkward glances, feeling a bit embarrassed.
They hadn't even considered this possibility. It seemed the security measures were still inadequate. Alright, enough joking around. I just noticed it myself. From now on, you all need to be more vigilant.
This kind of thing once, twice, but not a third time.
Got it?
Everyone nodded in unison, their alertness heightened as their eyes sharpened with vigilance.
Young Master Lin, this is the weapon the man used.
A Type 54 police pistol, an antique from decades ago. Su Haichao carefully presented the gun with both hands. Lin Dong, however, had no interest in examining it.
Right now, there were more pressing matters on his mind. Mr. Yen, it seems someone besides me wants you dead. Lin Dong looked at Yen Qingfang with a playful expression. I just saved your life. Shouldn't you be thanking me for that? Yen Qingfang was still trembling with fear. With her sharp mind, how could she not know who had sent the gunman?
In an instant, Yen Qingfang's face twisted with hatred, her teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered.
Su Huaxiang, you forced my hand. If you want me dead, don't blame me for betraying you. We'll both go down together. Ha!
Lin Dong roared with laughter.
It seemed Yen Qingfang had successfully switched sides.
Su Huaxiang, oh Su Huaxiang, even your own woman has sided with me.
What do you have left to fight me with?
The next moment, Lin Dong returned the phone to Yen Qingfang. The one who tied the bell must untie it.
Boss Yen, go deliver the good news to Boss Su. Yen Qingfang nodded lightly.
Then, under everyone's gaze, she dialed a private number. Soon, the call connected. After a long silence, a man's uncertain voice came through.
Qingfang? Is that you? You're still alive. That's such a relief, I was worried sick just now. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. Chapter 197, Compensation for Mental Anguish. Hearing Su Huaqiang's agitated voice, Yen Qingfang felt not the slightest stir of emotion. Only a wave of nausea washed over her, making her want to vomit.
10 minutes ago, she might have believed this nonsense. But after nearly being killed just now, she had seen Su Huaqiang's true colors.
She now understood just how ruthless and merciless this Axe gang boss really was. So, Su Huaqiang, spare me the hypocrisy.
The hitman you sent has been taken out by Lin Dong, and the men from the Green Dragon and White Tiger halls are all lying on the ground, wailing like babies. Yen Qingfang gave a cold laugh, her expression radiating unspeakable satisfaction.
Who asked Su Huaqiang to try to kill her?
Seeing his heavy losses filled her with a deep sense of satisfaction.
What did you say?
Su Huaqiang was startled at first, then erupted into a hysterical, frenzied roar.
Bull! You!
It must be you, colluding with that bastard to swindle me. Mark my words, no matter what tricks you pull, I won't let you off the hook.
You two bastards, just wait for your doom. Bang! Bang!
Immediately after, the sound of things being smashed and broken echoed through the room.
Su Huaqiang nearly lost his mind. Those were the Axe Gang's elite fighters, how could they possibly fall so easily to outsiders? He refused to believe it. Hand over the phone. Seeing Su Huaqiang's defenses crumble, Lin Dong smiled faintly and took the phone. Hello, is this Brother Chang? How are you? Is that you? Su Huaqiang recognized Lin Dong's voice. Yet even now, he still didn't know Lin Dong's true identity. Brother Chang, I'm truly sorry.
I barely set foot in your territory and already caused such a commotion. Lin Dong chuckled, honestly, I just wanted to treat the two hall masters to a meal and some drinks. But they insisted on brandishing swords and guns.
No choice, I had to detain them first. Let them sober up before we talk. Here, gentlemen, open wide.
A mischievous grin spread across Lin Dong's lips as he held his phone up to Zhao Qinglong and Zhang Baihu's mouths. The two immediately began wailing.
Brother Chang, come save us.
This guy is the Lin Dong who's been causing all the trouble lately. He ambushed us with over 200 men.
If you don't come soon, the whole crew will be wiped out. What?
The moment he heard the name Lin Dong, Su Huaxiang, who had been fuming moments before, fell silent.
As the leader of the Axe Gang, how could he not be aware of the major events unfolding in Tianhai?
This Lin Dong had suddenly emerged, stirring up quite a commotion. Once he learned the man's identity, Su Huaxiang finally regained his composure.
He knew Yen Qingfang's words were most likely true. Lin Dong, what do you want? Money can be negotiated, but you must return the person to me.
And that I'll never let her off the hook.
Swish. Hearing Su Huaqian's words, Yan Xingfang shuddered and turned to Lin Dong with pleading eyes. Young Master Lin, I beg you don't hand me over to him. He's a pervert. He'll torture me to death. Lin Dong smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Ms. Yan, that depends entirely on your sincerity. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Yan Xingfang nodded frantically. Just spare my life and I'll tell you everything I know. Especially the Axe Gang's illegal and violent operations. I have records of every transaction I handled. As he spoke, Yan Xingfang wrapped his arm around Lin Dong's and rubbed it frantically against his chest. Hearing this, Su Huaxiang couldn't sit still. Originally, he had intended to bargain with Lin Dong. But now it seemed he'd have to pay a hefty price. Shut up. You, shut your mouth. Lin Dong, don't listen to her. Not a single word out of that woman's mouth is true. You'd be better off making a deal with me. I, Su Huaxiang, always keep my word. My spit is as good as gold. Oomph. Lin Dong sneered disdainfully. Brother Chang, if you kept your word, you wouldn't have sent over 100 men to cause trouble for me. And what about the agreed upon 100 million? You don't plan on paying that either? I'll pay. I'll pay right now. Give me your bank account number. Su Huaxiang hurriedly interjected. He then immediately ordered someone to transfer the funds. Before long, the 100 million vanished from his account. In that moment, he seemed to age a decade overnight, sighing and groaning incessantly. After waiting for a long while, he finally came to his senses. Now that the money's in hand, it's time to release the hostages, right? Lin Dong glanced at the deposit notification on his phone and smiled faintly. Brother Chang, this is just the beginning. This 100 million is what I deserve. You sent so many men to beat me up, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't get some compensation for emotional distress, right? Then, what else do you want? Simple. Transfer another 100 million to me within 10 minutes. That's not too much to ask, is it? Hearing this, Su Huaxiang felt a wave of nausea surge up his throat, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This demand wasn't just unreasonable, it was like ting on his head. 100 million was already an astronomical sum. Now Lin Dong wanted another 100 million? This was clearly leaving him no room to breathe. Lin Dong, leave a little room for each other, we'll meet again someday. I'm giving you face by even making this call. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Lin Dong gave a faint, stiff smile. If you're not impetuous, what kind of young man are you? Brother Huaxiang, let's not waste any more time. If I don't see 100 million yuan transferred within 10 minutes, you'll never see these 100+ brothers again. And I'll immediately package all the evidence of your illegal activities and hand it over to the police. Think carefully about this. The line fell silent at the other end. The others stared at Lin Dong in utter shock, unable to believe what they'd just heard. Wasn't Lin Dong afraid that Su Huaxiang might fly into a rage, turn completely against him, and lead the Axe Gang to mutual destruction? Even without the Green Dragon and White Tiger factions, Su Huaxiang still commanded several hundred men. If he lost his mind and went all out against Lin Dong, even if Lin Dong emerged victorious, he would be severely weakened. It would take 3 to 5 years to recover. Young Master Lin, perhaps you should reconsider? This approach just isn't worth the cost. Yan Xingfang was also stunned by Lin Dong's outrageous demands. How could business negotiations proceed like this? He left no room for negotiation whatsoever. Su Haichao, Wang Hu, and the others were equally stunned. They knew Lin Dong was bold, but they hadn't expected him to be this bold. He didn't even seem to care about the Axe Gang. Young Master Lin, rest assured. No matter what happens, we'll protect you. That's right. If the Axe Gang dares to come here looking for death, Yu Dazhang, will be the first to charge forward. In the next instant, the others erupted in a roar of fury. The factory building shook from the impact. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, radiating a calm composure that suggested he held all the cards. Rest assured, that old dog won't dare make a move. If he were 20 years younger, he might have fought me to the death. But he's nearly 50 now, at the age when one values life most and simply dares not take risks. So the outcome was obvious. Chapter 198, Rewards for Every Layer. Before long, Su Huaxiang did indeed call. His voice sounded weathered, his tone that of a man nearing the end of his days. Lin Dong, do as you said. But you must understand one thing, from this day forward, the Axe Gang will be at war with you until one of us is destroyed. You'd better not fall into my hands. If you do, I'll make you wish you were dead. What? Su Huaxiang actually agreed. Has he lost his mind? That's 200 million yuan. With this move, the Axe Gang is probably on the verge of disbanding. The crowd buzzed with whispers, every face frozen in stunned disbelief. They'd imagined countless scenarios. For instance, Su Huaxiang leading his men to attack. Or that they trash Lin Dong's nightclub. Or even sending hitmen to assassinate Yan Xingfang and Lin Dong. But no one could have imagined that Su Huaxiang would back down. This cowardly move was tantamount to handing half of the Axe Gang over to Lin Dong. From then on, they could never hold their heads high again. But everyone heard Su Huaxiang's final words.
If Lin Dong accepted this money, it would mean he and the Axe Gang had become enemies.
Given Su Huaqiang's cunning nature, he might well join forces with Chen Nanshan to target Lin Dong.
Then, Lin Dong wouldn't just have to face the 7 Stars Gang, he'd have the Axe Gang to contend with too. The very thought sent a chill down one's spine. Heh, no need for Brother Chang to trouble himself. I accept this money with a clear conscience.
Cut the nonsense and transfer the funds immediately. Lin Dong ignored Su Huaqiang's threats.
To him, a plague of fleas was no cause for alarm, and mounting debts brought no worry. Even if the 7 Stars Gang and the Axe Gang joined forces, he wouldn't flinch.
Fine, fine, fine.
Su Huaqiang repeated the word 3 times in succession. However, he transferred another 100 million to Lin Dong. Now, he was waiting for Lin Dong to make his move.
Lin Dong, I've fulfilled your request. Now it's your turn to honor your promise.
Hearing this, Lin Dong nodded toward Su Haichao and Wang Hu, signaling them to release the person.
All right, Brother Chang, we're returning the hostage. This matter is settled between us. Happy cooperation. Hold on, Lin Dong. Haven't you forgotten something? Su Huaqiang wasn't senile, he wasn't that easy to fool. What about that Yan Qingfang? Didn't we agree cash for the hostage? You're not going back on your word, are you? Double-crossing me. Sharp eyes, that. Lin Dong's lips twitched.
Then he pulled out the prepared excuse he'd had ready all along.
Brother Chang, you've got the wrong idea.
It's just, there are still some matters I haven't fully discussed with Boss Yen.
What matters? For instance, where did that gunman get the pistol he was holding just now?
At those words, silence fell again on the other end of the line.
After a full 30 seconds of tension, Su Huaqiang finally spoke through gritted teeth. You're ruthless.
With that, the call abruptly ended. Lin Dong let out a soft chuckle while Su Haichao and the others exhaled in relief. Only Yan Qingfang remained shaken, her expression still unsettled. For now, she still held some value to Lin Dong. But what about after he was done with her? Her fate might not be much better than if she'd fallen into Su Huaqiang's hands. In her mind, Lin Dong was 10 times more terrifying than the Axe Gang. Lin Dong seemed to know what she was thinking. He smiled and patted her shoulder.
Don't worry, Boss Yen.
I'm far more reliable than that old dog Su Huaqiang. As long as you satisfy me, once the job is done, I'll give you a sum of money and send you abroad.
No one will ever find you. Yan Qingfang's eyes widened in surprise.
This arrangement sounded quite acceptable. But Lin Dong already had the money.
Could it be, this isn't over yet?
Lin Dong saw the confusion in her eyes and smiled faintly.
This is just the beginning. Do you really think I only want these 200 million?
If so, you're underestimating me.
My ultimate goal is to make the Axe Gang disappear. What? Hearing this, Yan Qingfang's slender frame trembled, her eyes brimming with shock. She never imagined Lin Dong's ambitions ran so deep. Swallowing 200 million wasn't enough, he actually wanted to wipe the Axe Gang off the map entirely. Young Master Lin, you truly live up to your reputation. I, Wang Hu, will follow you to the end. Same here, Su Haichao. Point east and I'll never go west. Ha ha ha.
The 200-plus men under Lin Dong's command were all brimming with energy and fighting spirit. At Lin Dong's command, they would charge forward without hesitation.
Lin Dong couldn't help but acknowledge their loyalty. I'm very satisfied with your performance this time. Therefore, you shall be richly rewarded. Swish. The next moment, everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but rub their hands together in anticipation. Yan Qingfang was startled. Wasn't it just a token of appreciation? Why get so excited? Old Su, Wang Hu. You two led the team with distinction and arrived just in time. Each of you will receive a cash reward of 500,000 yuan. The rest of the brothers present will each receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Those who stood out will get an extra 100,000. Whoa! Hearing this, Yan Qingfang couldn't help but gasp. Over 200 people, each getting at least 100,000 yuan, meaning Lin Dong just tossed out over 20 million yuan with a single word? That was outrageously extravagant. Yan Qingfang was stunned into a daze. Without comparison, there'd be no sense of the gap. In situations like today's, Su Huaqiang would generously hand out 10,000 yuan per person, at most sometimes only 3 or 4,000. But with Lin Dong, it was more than 10 times that. No wonder these men willingly risk their lives for him. They'd even take bullets for him. For a moment, Yan Qingfang felt a surge of envy. If I follow Lin Dong, could I also rise to great heights? This boss was far more powerful and generous than Su Hua. Most importantly, Lin Dong is young and strong. Who knows? Maybe in that department, he's got plenty of firepower too. At this thought, Yan Qingfang couldn't help but lick her lips. She deliberately thrust out her ample bosom, hoping to catch Lin Dong's attention. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's mind wasn't on her. Alright, you may all leave now. And this woman, no one is to see her without my orders. Just in case Su Huaqiang, cornered like a dog, sends assassins again. Understood? Yes, young Master Lin. The group roared in unison, brimming with energy and resolve. They watched as Lin Dong departed.
After leaving the abandoned factory, Lin Dong drove his Panamera straight to Sunshine Garden. Then, using an invisibility spell, he ascended the stairs right before Xiongde and Xiong'er's eyes, picked the lock and entered the room. The entire process was carried out without making a single sound. At that moment, Luo Yuzhu was hiding under the covers, secretly playing with her phone. "Baby, I'm here." Hearing the voice, Luo Yuzhu froze for a moment, thinking she must have misheard. The next moment, her eyes were covered. Who are you? Let me go. Let me go now." Luo Yuzhu was startled, panic evident in her expression as her beautiful legs kicked wildly at the air. Only when a deep kiss landed on her forehead did she realize someone was playing a trick on her. The terror on her face receded like a tide, replaced by wild joy. "Lin Dong? How did you get in? You scared the hell out of me." Seeing Luo Yuzhu's slightly trembling breasts, Lin Dong's mind wandered, and his two wolf-like hands immediately covered them. "I'm not just entering your room, I'm entering your body." Chapter 199, What the hell? "Stop it, you jerk. Saying things like that, don't you feel ashamed?" Luo Yuzhu shot Lin Dong a withering glance. Her words contradicted her body, however. Her two soft, boneless hands reached out, undoing Lin Dong's clothes with eager anticipation. There was no helping it. Ever since she'd tasted the sweetness with Lin Dong, she'd grown addicted to the sensation, longing to be his bride night after night. Seeing Lin Dong, she was distracted all day long. Now, with Lin Dong risking discovery at any moment to be here, it gave her an unprecedented thrill. Before Lin Dong could speak, she flipped over and straddled him. "Handsome, you asked for this. I won't let you go until I've drained every last drop out of you today." Luo Yuzhu licked her lips, her expression ravenously hungry. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel his appetite stir. Before long, he had Luo Yuzhu rolling her eyes back in ecstasy. Click. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. "What?" Luo Yuzhu jumped in fright, hastily pushing Lin Dong off her body, her face turning pale. Xiongde and Xiong'er had already delivered their meals today. So, it was obvious who was opening the door now. "Lin Dong, hide quickly. Chen Nanshan is here. If he finds you here, he'll definitely beat you to death. Run." Luo Yuzhu's face was pale with panic as she whispered urgently. Hearing this, Lin Dong was startled. He instinctively scrambled to his feet, intending to escape through the window. But halfway there, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. "Wait, why should I run? This guy's arrival couldn't be more timely, I've got a score to settle with him." A cold gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Then, under Luo Yuzhu's stunned gaze, he walked toward the door. So swiftly that Luo Yuzhu couldn't react at all. "Where are you going? He's armed. Don't do anything stupid." Luo Yuzhu called after him, her voice filled with panic. Hearing this, Lin Dong wasn't particularly surprised. If Big Shark had a gun, it was only natural that Chen Nanshan would carry one too. If he showed up recklessly, he'd be riddled with bullets. Fortunately, he was prepared. "Luo Yuzhu, what the hell are you doing? Who are you talking to?" A furious shout erupted suddenly. The next moment, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and dressed in a suit stormed into the bedroom. His eyes instantly turned red upon seeing Luo Yuzhu lying on the bed, barely covered. Gritting his teeth, he pulled a pistol from his pocket. It was none other than an expensive Desert Eagle. Facing the cold, black muzzle mere inches from her face, Luo Yuzhu turned deathly pale, terrified out of her wits. Though she had claimed she wanted to stab Chen Nanshan, when confronted face to face, she couldn't help but tremble all over. It was a fear that came from the depths of her soul. Yet Luo Yuzhu was puzzled. She had clearly seen Lin Dong walk out, so why hadn't he collided with Chen Nanshan? "What the hell are you babbling about? Who am I talking to? I was clearly sleeping alone, okay?" Luo Yuzhu, quick-witted in her panic, flung the pillow at Chen Nanshan's feet in feigned anger. "Damn it, you won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. I'll drag that pretty boy out of here today and toss him to the sharks." Chen Nanshan didn't buy Luo Yuzhu's story for a second. Wielding his Desert Eagle, he kicked the wardrobe with all his might. But when he opened it, he found nothing but a pile of clothes. He then proceeded to tear the entire room apart, searching every conceivable hiding spot. He even checked the air conditioner unit outside the window. Yet after a thorough search, Chen Nanshan saw not a single soul. The entire room contained only two living souls, himself and Luo Yuzhu. This can't be possible. I clearly heard a man's voice. What the hell is going on? Chen Nanshan was baffled. He was absolutely certain the front door was locked tight. If someone had been inside, they couldn't have escaped. Could it be he was hallucinating? Compared to Chen Nanshan, Luo Yuzhu looked even more utterly baffled. She was deeply suspicious. Could Lin Dong possibly be performing magic? Otherwise, how could a living person vanish right under Chen Nanshan's nose? Still, this was a good thing. She could finally give Chen Nanshan a good scolding. "Ha! I think you've truly lost your mind. You're either suspicious of this or obsessed with that. You'll end up in a mental hospital sooner or later. Keep searching. Keep searching. Found my pretty boy yet?" Hearing Luo Yuzhu's tirade, Chen Nanshan flushed crimson.
This whole affair was indeed a colossal misunderstanding.
But he was the boss of the 7 Stars gang, with hundreds of underlings under his command. Even if he'd made a mistake, he'd never admit fault or apologize to a whore.
Damn it, you cheap, you dare talk back? Just you wait till I deal with you. Chen Nanshan's expression darkened as he raised his arm, ready to slap Luo Yuzhu.
Seeing this, Luo Yuzhu felt a buzzing in her head, her heart skipping a beat. No one knew better than she did how utterly ruthless this man was. He showed no mercy whatsoever. This slap could easily knock her into a concussion.
But at that critical moment, clack! Chen Nanshan's arm suddenly froze mid-air, halted abruptly.
To be more precise, no matter how hard Chen Nanshan strained, even if he mustered every ounce of strength, he couldn't budge an inch.
What's going on? Who grabbed my arm? Chen Nanshan's expression was filled with terror, his back drenched in cold sweat.
Luo Yuzhu watched the scene unfold, her pupils contracting in disbelief at what she was witnessing.
Could it be that Chen Nanshan had committed so many misdeeds that he was now haunted by ghosts?
The thought made her take the opportunity to rub salt in the wound, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You must have committed so many evil deeds that even heaven couldn't bear it anymore.
They've sent the black and white impermanents to claim your soul. What? Hearing this, Chen Nanshan, already paranoid and jumpy, turned pale with terror.
He frantically tried to slap her away with his other hand. The next moment, his arm was suddenly released.
Are you human or a ghost? Come out, you bastard. Come out. Chen Nanshan's face twisted with panic as he gripped the Desert Eagle in his hand, ready to pull the trigger. Luo Yuzhu gasped in fright, fearing Chen Nanshan might accidentally shoot her.
Just then, someone suddenly grabbed his throat and slammed him to the ground.
Thud! A heavy thud echoed.
Chen Nanshan's head slammed against the ground, knocking him senseless. A piercing pain shot through his skull. Yet even so, he did not release his grip on the pistol. Next, a foot came down, crushing his chest.
Chen Nanshan was instantly overcome with agony, tears welling up in his eyes.
But what overwhelmed him more was a deep-seated terror.
He truly thought he was seeing ghosts.
Honorable spirit, please spare my life. I have no idea how I offended you, but please, have mercy and let me go. I swear, once I return, I'll burn incense and worship Buddha, and I'll burn Joss paper for you.
1 trillion. At least 1 trillion. Chapter 200, The Old Dog with a Bare Butt. 1 trillion Joss paper notes?
Lin Dong gave a cold chuckle. Since Chen Nanshan thought he was a ghost, he might as well play along.
How dare you? Do you think a mere trillion can buy this immortal? Chen Nanshan's mind went blank, his jaw trembling with fear. A ghost. He really had encountered a ghost. And one that had come to claim his life. Chen Nanshan glanced at Luo Yuzhu beside him.
Her expression was equally horrified. He knew this couldn't be fake. He had truly seen a ghost in broad daylight. The next moment, Chen Nanshan abandoned all concern for his dignity as the 7 Stars gang leader. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and began banging his head repeatedly against the floor before Lin Dong.
Great immortal, I truly don't want to die. Please, spare my life. What must I do for you to spare my life? Money? I can give you money any amount you want. Want a woman?
I have one right here. Do with her as you please.
Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu trembled with rage.
Yet she dared not show her anger. Because she was genuinely terrified that the ghost had set its sights on her.
Who knew what consequences would come from doing such things with a ghost?
Meanwhile, Lin Dong also froze in surprise. He never imagined the fearsome leader of the 7 Stars gang would turn out to be such a coward.
He'd even betray a woman to save his own skin. But Lin Dong knew full well he couldn't ask Chen Nanshan for money. Doing so would be like confessing without being asked, exposing his true identity. Moreover, Lin Dong couldn't take action against him just yet. Chen Nanshan still had numerous nightclub businesses.
Only after making the bastard spill everything would it be time to take his life.
With that thought, Lin Dong nodded. There is a way. It just depends on whether you're willing. I'm willing. Whatever you ask of me, I'll do it. Chen Nanshan's heart surged with wild joy at the prospect of a turning point.
He promptly kowtowed several more times, his forehead swelling red. To cling to life, he was willing to go to any lengths. Lin Dong deliberately drew out his a mischievous grin curling his lips. As an underworld enforcer, I've uncovered multiple murders you committed in the mortal realm.
Many perished at your hands, their eyes still open in death. Do you admit your guilt? What? Chen Nanshan was struck dumb by the accusation.
He had believed his crimes were flawlessly concealed, unknown to anyone. He never imagined his true nature would be exposed so suddenly. But upon realizing his accuser was a divine being, he accepted it with resignation. Besides, at this point, there was no point in denying it.
I confess my guilt. I am a beast. I shall never dare again. Smack! 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 Smack!
Chen Nanshan delivered several slaps to his own face as he spoke, his remorse utterly sincere.
Lin Dong was genuinely startled by the sight. Truly the leader of the 7 Stars gang, a man who knows when to bend and when to stand firm. But if that was all, it still wouldn't satisfy Lin Dong. You think that's enough? Not by a long shot.
To hasten their passage into the afterlife, starting today, you must burn incense, bathe daily, recite Buddhist scriptures, and burn 1 trillion Joss paper notes to serve as their passage fare for reincarnation. Besides that, there's one more thing you absolutely must do.
Chen Nanshan could accept all that. Losing money to avoid disaster, no big deal.
But Lin Dong's next words left him speechless, his face turning green instantly. You filthy beast, unclean and consumed by karmic flames. To purify yourself, you must strip naked and bathe under the open sky, cleansing your sins. What did that even mean? Chen Nanshan felt utterly bewildered. Yet, he sensed it couldn't be anything good. Beside him, Luo Yuzhu nearly laughed until tears streamed down her face.
Chen Nanshan, the great immortal just told you to strip down and go outside to bask in the sun, that's how you become pure. Hearing this, Chen Nanshan's eyes widened in shock. His little act of self-sacrifice in this room would only be witnessed by Luo Yuzhu at most. If he ran outside naked, he'd probably be all over the news the next day. Besides, there were still many 7 Stars gang members outside. If they saw him, they'd surely mock him. Even if they appeared utterly respectful on the surface, behind his back, they'd be laughing their heads off. How could he possibly do something so self-destructive? Seeing Chen Nanshan's reluctant expression, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Heh, unwilling, are we? Well, I suppose I have no choice. I'll have to take you to the underworld myself, where the king of hell will judge you and cast you into the 18 levels of hell. What? Chen Nanshan's pupils contracted sharply. Didn't that mean he was being sentenced to death? No, no. I'll do it. Ghost grandfather, please show mercy. I'll take off my clothes right now. With no other choice, Chen Nanshan reluctantly stripped himself completely. Luo Yuzhu was right, this guy really was a shorty. Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to do something else, he suddenly realized his invisibility was about to wear off. After all, Chen Nanshan was still clutching the pistol. If he discovered that all this was just Lin Dong playing tricks, the consequences would be unimaginable. With that thought, Lin Dong added fuel to the fire. He delivered a swift kick to Chen Nanshan's backside, sending him tumbling out of the bedroom. Outside the door, a group of 7 Stars gang thugs were waiting. Seeing their boss completely naked, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Then, they couldn't hold back their laughter. Laugh? What the hell are you laughing at? All of you, shut your eyes and turn your heads. Don't look. Not a word about today's incident, got it? Chen Nanshan's face flushed as red as a monkey's, but yet he dared not insult the ghost grandfather. Because he feared the old man was watching him from behind. After a long, agonizing moment of hesitation, Chen Nanshan descended the stairs, utterly humiliated. Along the way, he encountered several neighbors who stared at him as if he were a lunatic. Chen Nanshan couldn't lift his head. Who could have imagined that the formidable leader of the 7 Stars gang would stoop to such a ridiculous act? Like a naked old dog. All of this was thanks to Lin Dong. Meanwhile, the moment his invisibility wore off, Lin Dong materialized. Lin Dong, you didn't leave? Where were you hiding? Why didn't I see you? Luo Yuzhu was both shocked and delighted. She'd feared something had happened to him, but he was safe and sound. Did you enjoy the show? Lin Dong asked with a grin. Ha, I've been itching to take that old bastard down. Today I finally got my revenge. It was you? Luo Yuzhu's beautiful eyes widened in realization, the truth dawning on her belatedly. Though she still couldn't fathom how Lin Dong had pulled it off. But upon reflection, that voice did sound somewhat like Lin Dong's. He must have been speaking in a falsetto. You're amazing, handsome. If it weren't for you today, that guy would have killed me for sure. Luo Yuzhu patted her chest, still trembling with fear. Afterward, she wanted to share a tender moment with Lin Dong. But Lin Dong shook his head in refusal. Not today. I'll come another time. Right now, the 7 Stars gang's enforcers are all over the place. If I don't leave now, it'll be too late. Don't forget the task I assigned you. Whether Chen Nanshan lives or dies depends on you. Chapter 201, Playing Dirty. Under Lin Dong's threats, Chen Nanshan stood naked as a jaybird in broad daylight beneath the apartment complex. Soon, a crowd gathered to watch. Holy, what era is this? People still doing performance art? Performance art my ass. He got caught red-handed in bed, didn't even have his pants on, and rushed out in a panic. Doesn't look like it to me. What woman would like something this small? It's not even as big as my 8-year-old son. Kids, don't look. You'll get corns. The crowd chattered away, treating Chen Nanshan like a lunatic. Some even pulled out their phones, snapping away. At that moment, Chen Nanshan gradually regained his senses. The more he thought about it, the more off it felt. Damn it, ghosts in broad daylight? I'd been set up. Earlier, that voice had sounded familiar. Now, it finally clicked. Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan gritted his teeth and growled the name. The gangsters exchanged confused glances, none of them understanding what was going on. Throughout the entire incident, they hadn't seen any outsiders, let alone Lin Dong. Could the boss have lost his mind? Otherwise, why was he streaking around naked, muttering Lin Dong's name? You! Strip and hand me your clothes now. The next second, Chen Nanshan pointed at one of his underlings, his eyes red with fury. His teeth clenched, his expression fierce enough to devour a man. Seeing the hesitation, Chen Nanshan raised the desert eagle in his hand. If you don't strip now, I'll blow your brains out. The henchman's face drained of color at the sight. He hastily stripped off his clothes and handed them to Chen Nanshan. The gossiping women, seeing the gun in Chen Nanshan's hand, were startled and quickly ducked their heads. Damn it, what rotten luck! Lin Dong, you bastard! Not only did you sleep with my woman, but you had the nerve to play me too. I'll make you taste the bitter taste of being cuckolded. Chen Nanshan shot a vicious glance at Luo Yuju's window, dialed a number, and bellowed hysterically, advance the plan. Move now. At any cost, drag those women out. If you don't bring them back before dark, don't ever come back. Crack. In a fit of rage, Chen Nanshan smashed his phone to pieces. His henchmen watched in horror. It was the first time they'd ever seen their boss this furious. As for the plan Chen Nanshan mentioned, they knew exactly what it entailed. It involved sending men to kidnap Lin Dong's woman. It turned out that a week earlier, Chen Nanshan had begun laying the groundwork, investigating women who had been involved with Lin Dong. What they uncovered was shocking. Lin Dong's escapades were even more extravagant than Chen Nanshan's. From masseuses to internet celebrities, from innocent young girls to mature women, he'd played them all. What's more, these women were utterly devoted to him. Even knowing he had other women, they never complained or made a fuss, they accepted it willingly. When Chen Nanshan found out, he felt a mix of jealousy and humiliated anger. Were these women brainless? What's so great about Lin Dong? Why do they adore him so much? Soon, Chen Nanshan set his sights on these women. He was certain that if he kidnapped them, Lin Dong would hesitate to act against him out of fear of harming the hostages and would eventually back down. Moreover, each of these women possessed breathtaking beauty, as stunning as flowers. Any man who saw them would be stirred to desire. An old lecher like Chen Nanshan was no exception. What was Luo Yuju alone? Capturing all of Lin Dong's women at once, that was the real pleasure. Listen up, all of you. From this moment on, not a single fly will be allowed to pass. No one is to enter or leave this whore's room. If she wants to die, I'll grant her wish. Cut off her water, electricity, and food. Let's see how long she lasts. In the end, she'll come crawling back to me, begging. Licking my feet? A sinister gleam flashed in Chen Nanshan's eyes. Without another glance, he left Sunshine Garden. Meanwhile, Lin Dong hummed a tune as he drove his Panamera back to Blue Demon. After several days of cleanup, the bar was spotless. With just a bit of redecoration, it would be ready to reopen. Young Master Lin, you're here. Zhang Dafa spotted Lin Dong and hurried over to greet him. Before, his eyes held only greed for money. Now, his eyes were filled with nothing but loyalty and reverence for Lin Dong. The reason was simple. Following Lin Dong not only meant earning enough money to last several lifetimes. Moreover, Lin Dong's methods left him in awe, revering him like a god. He dared to provoke the Seven Stars gang, yet repeatedly humiliated them. Across the entire Tianhai region, aside from Lin Dong, there were truly few others who could match him. Big brother, how's business been lately? Lin Dong poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it slowly. Besides Blue Demon, no other nightclubs have had any trouble, right? Hearing this, Zhang Dafa nodded with a smile. Rest assured, young Master Lin. Business has been solid these past few days. The Seven Stars gang hasn't been seen either. They seem to have vanished, probably scared off by your actions. Lin Dong gave a slight nod. Last time, Su Haichao and his crew made such a stunning appearance that they completely intimidated the Seven Stars gang. Unless they had even tougher tactics up their sleeves. Otherwise, they simply lacked the capital to challenge Lin Dong. The Seven Stars gang's downfall was only a matter of time. But Lin Dong remained vigilant. Beneath the calm surface, dark currents swirled. Chen Nanshan's nature was to repay every grudge. He would never sit idly by and wait for his demise. He was likely brewing an even grander scheme. Just then, a phone call suddenly rang in. Lin Dong cleared his throat and said with a smile, Xiao, what's up? Did you close another deal for a nightclub transfer? Lin Dong, I think someone's following me. Where are you now? I'll come find you immediately. Chu Xiaoxiao's voice was frantic, as if she'd encountered some emergency. What? Lin Dong's pupils contracted. Now he understood why the Seven Stars gang had been quiet these past few days. So that old dog Chen Nanshan had set his sights on his woman. Chu Xiaoxiao, Su Mingqi, Lu Shiyun. And his parents, they could be in danger at any moment. Lin Dong, help! Help me! The next moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's shrill scream erupted from the other end of the line. Lin Dong's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Zhang Dafa beside him also lost his composure. Young Master Lin, call the police immediately. If Miss Chu falls into the hands of the Seven Stars gang, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he spoke, Zhang Dafa grabbed his phone, ready to dial the emergency number. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong stopped him and shook his head. No need to panic. Xiao won't be in danger. What? Zhang Dafa froze, utterly baffled.
Soon, sounds of a struggle came through the phone, followed by a series of blood-curdling screams.
Not long after, the phone came back to life. This time, it was a man speaking. Young Master Lin, those men have been taken care of.
Whether to kill or spare them is entirely up to you.
Chapter 202, The Bounty. Phew.
Lin Dong exhaled deeply, a weight finally lifting from his heart. Then, glancing at the bewildered Zhang Dafa beside him, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly.
Old Su, you handle those guys. Lin Dong spoke into the phone. Also, is Xiao Xiao okay?
Su Haichao understood immediately and promptly handed the phone to Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao was both shocked and frightened, her voice still trembling as she spoke.
Lin Dong, when did you send people to protect me? I had no idea. Lin Dong chuckled.
Fortunately, he'd had the foresight to assign dedicated personnel to protect Chu Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, she could easily have been snatched by the Seven Stars gang. Who knows what kind of torture she would have endured then.
That old dog Chen Nanshan was utterly depraved, capable of anything. Xiao Xiao, go with old Su to the villa immediately. Stay there for the next few days. Got it. Chu Xiao nodded.
Though she felt a twinge of jealousy, she knew this was no time to make a scene. Every minute wasted meant another minute of danger for Lin Dong's women. He had to evacuate them all before Chen Nanshan made his move. Sure enough, over the next half hour, Lin Dong received several calls.
They came from Su Mengqi, Lu Shiyun, and others.
What shocked Lin Dong was that Bai Yuqing and Tingting women he'd met only once had also been attacked. Fortunately, Lin Dong had thought of everything and dispatched personnel to protect them. If any harm came to these women because of him, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. These developments made it clear that Chen Nanshan had completely lost his mind. No, it was more accurate to say he was cornered and desperate.
Chen Nanshan, you old dog, finally lost your temper, huh? Trying to get my women? You're dreaming. You think I'm like you, unable to keep my own woman in line?
You'd better stick to being a green-haired turtle. Lin Dong sneered coldly.
Flashbacks of wild moments with Luo Yuzhu surged through his mind.
Now, he had to get this temptress out of there as soon as possible.
Not just because Luo Yuzhu had been with him making her his woman. More importantly, she knew many of Chen Nanshan's secrets. Strike the snake at its weakest point. With this evidence, Lin Dong could strike the Seven Stars gang's vital point with pinpoint accuracy.
Just then, Wang Hu burst into the bar, panting and out of breath.
Young Master Lin, I finally found you. Why couldn't I get through on your phone?
Lin Dong froze for a moment.
Wang Hu, what's the urgency? Could it be something's wrong at the villa?
Wang Hu shook his head and swallowed hard.
Don't worry, young Master Lin. We've got plenty of people stationed at the villa. Nothing will go wrong there. Right now, the one who needs to be most careful is you. Me?
Lin Dong furrowed his brow, unsure of Wang Hu's meaning. Soon after, Wang Hu sent him a message. It was a bounty notice. It boldly stated that someone had offered 5 million for Lin Dong's life.
The price would be even higher if he was captured alive. As for the signature, unsurprisingly, it was the Seven Stars gang. Young Master Lin, what should we do now?
Where there's a hefty reward, there will be reckless men willing to take the risk for that 5 million, launching a surprise attack in the shadows. Even though we have numbers on our side, such attacks are impossible to guard against completely.
It's easy for something to go wrong.
Lin Dong heard this and burst into laughter. Far from panicking, he felt remarkably at ease.
Wang Hu was utterly baffled. Young Master Lin, with the situation so dire, how can you still laugh? What's wrong with laughing? Should I cry instead?
Lin Dong shot Wang Hu a withering glance.
Then he spoke calmly. Do you know why Chen Nanshan put a 5 million yuan bounty on my head?
Because he can no longer confront us head-on. All he can do is spend money to hire others to take my life. If he resorts to other dirty tricks, I do need to be on guard. But when it comes to spending money, who do I fear? The next moment, Lin Dong sent Wang Hu a message. It was the bounty notice he had just drafted.
Unsurprisingly, it was a bounty on Chen Nanshan. As for the price? It had doubled. 10 million yuan. For Chen Nanshan's capture alive, it was 20 million.
This.
Young Master Lin, you're being outrageously generous. Money means nothing to you. Wang Hu exclaimed in astonishment. Deep down, he was utterly awed by Lin Dong. Hi. Absolutely brilliant. Using magic to defeat magic.
Only Lin Dong possessed the confidence and resources to pull this off.
As if that weren't enough, Lin Dong added, remember, if Chen Nanshan raises his bid later, no matter how much he offers, we'll always double it.
I'll be damned if I don't see who's got the deeper pockets.
This old dog dares to challenge me?
He's courting his own demise. Lin Dong snorted coldly, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes.
Meanwhile, Platinum Han Club. A henchman rushed over to Chen Nanshan. Boss, a new bounty notice just hit the black market. Want to take a look? Chen Nanshan frowned slightly. He was still furious about failing to capture Lin Dong's woman who had time to look at some bounty notice. It's about you.
The subordinate cautiously added.
In an instant, Chen Nanshan's expression changed dramatically. What did you say? Chen Nanshan snatched the phone in a hurry.
Sure enough, it was a bounty posted by Lin Dong for him.
Moreover, the bounty amount had doubled. Raise the price. Raise it for me.
I refuse to believe we can't take down this Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan was so furious he felt like his lungs would burst, grinding his teeth in rage. His subordinate nodded and promptly posted the new bounty, raising the amount to 15 million.
Beside him,
the thought of spending so much money made Chen Nanshan's chest tighten and stars dance before his eyes.
But if it meant using someone else's hands to take down Lin Dong, then no amount of money would be too high. Boss.
Just then, the subordinate suddenly noticed something and looked at Chen Nanshan with trembling eyes. Lin Dong has raised the bounty to 30 million.
Should we keep upping the offer? Chen Nanshan's mind buzzed. 30 million?
Even as the leader of the 7 Stars gang, he couldn't come up with that much cash on short notice.
Did this Lin Dong have a mountain of gold? Raise the bid? I'll be damned if I raise it. The next second, Chen Nanshan kicked the underling square in the head.
The impact, whether from sheer rage or the relentless blows he couldn't process, sent him reeling. His head spun, and he crashed face first onto the hard ground.
Boss. Boss.
Meanwhile, Lin Dong arrived outside Sunshine Garden residential complex. The difference this time was that he wasn't alone. Instead, he brought 50 or 60 men, preparing to rescue Luo Yuju. After all, that woman knew too many secrets. Her safety had to be guaranteed.
Let's move. Every last member of the 7 Stars gang leave none alive. Chapter 203, Rescue. Kill.
At Lin Dong's command, the men charged into Sunshine Garden like ravenous wolves. The sheer scale and ferocity of their advance startled nearby residents. They had seen members of the 7 Stars gang before. They had vaguely guessed that someone important resided within the complex. Otherwise, why would there be round-the-clock security? But they never imagined they'd witness a gang war in their lifetime. Terrified, they fled as far as they could. Those still at home hastily drew the curtains, terrified of being caught in the crossfire.
Meanwhile,
the 7 Stars gang thugs stationed below the apartment building also heard the unusual commotion. Before they could react, a large group of people came running over.
Then, with lightning speed, they knocked the gangsters flat on the ground.
They then charged up the stairs at breakneck speed. Before arriving, Lin Dong had made it clear. Whoever rescued Luo Yuju first would receive a reward of 300,000 yuan.
To the 7 Stars gang, Luo Yuju was a hostage. But to them, she was just an Audi S4. You'd be a fool not to take the money.
Soon, in room 502, Xiongde and Xiong'er, the 2 tasked with guarding Luo Yuju, also received the news.
Bad news, brother Xiong. Lin Dong's men are storming the place. What?
Xiongde and Xiong'er's minds buzzed like a thunderclap, their faces frozen in utter shock. They never imagined Lin Dong would find his way here. True, last time, Chen Nanshan had insisted Lin Dong had been here. They had turned the entire Sunshine Garden upside down and found no trace of him.
This led them to believe Chen Nanshan's judgment had been flawed.
But now it seemed highly likely that he was right after all.
Moreover, Lin Dong's target was Luo Yuju, who was inside the room. Damn it, that.
I told you she was sleeping with Lin Dong, but you wouldn't believe me. Now look what we've got. Her lovers brought his crew right to our door.
Xiongde angrily cursed at Xiong'er. Xiong'er's face flushed crimson, yet he stubbornly insisted. So what?
If it comes to it, we'll fight him.
Fight my ass. Tianji brought 50 or 60 men and couldn't beat him alone. Qingpi brought over 100 men and got wiped out completely. It's just the 2 of us. How are we supposed to fight? Then what do we do? Xiong'er panicked. If that's the case, aren't the 2 of them as good as dead?
No, wait, there's still a way out. Xiong'er's eyes darted around. The next moment, both brothers turned their gaze toward the door of room 502, a wild idea forming in their minds.
Time ticked by.
Before long, Su Haichao and his crew had easily dealt with the 7 Stars gang's thugs and stormed straight to the door of room 502. Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang stood flanking the doorway, like door gods. Right, this is the place. Lin Dong nodded. He felt a pang of unease when he saw the door was slightly ajar. The next moment, he slowly pushed the door open and saw the last thing he wanted to see.
Don't come any closer.
If you take another step, we'll kill her. Xiongde stood at the doorway, knife in hand, glaring menacingly at Lin Dong.
Xiong'er had his hands clamped tightly around Luo Yuju's neck, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Dong. Spotting Lin Dong suddenly, Luo Yuju became visibly agitated, instinctively trying to rush forward and throw herself into his arms. Instead, Xiong'er pinned her down with brutal force. Behave yourself, you. And we've been calling you big sister all this time. Turns out you've been cuckolding the boss all along, you shameless. Facing Xiong'er's tirade, Luo Yuju showed no shame whatsoever. Instead, she hurled insults back. Put. Who told you to call me big sister-in-law? Wasn't that all your own wishful thinking? Besides, Chen Nanshan sent you 2 to follow me just to keep tabs on me, right? To make sure I didn't mess around with other men?
Hearing this, the brothers were rendered speechless.
Every word Luo Yuzhu spoke was the truth. Seeing their reaction, Luo Yuzhu snorted coldly, her voice tinged with hysteria.
And don't tell me you didn't know it was Chen Nanshan who forced me to follow him in the first place.
I don't want to be the sister-in-law for even one more day. Go on then. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore.
Luo Yuzhu screamed, pressing her neck against the kitchen knife, appearing extremely unstable. The brothers were flustered and panicked.
They couldn't wait any longer, they had to leave immediately. Otherwise, if anything happened to Luo Yuzhu, they'd all be buried with her. Lin Dong, if you don't want your woman to get hurt, move out of the way. Get us another vehicle and let us go.
I promise, once we're safe, we'll release her.
Oomph. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, folding his arms as he sneered, you two think I'm a 3-year-old? Or some fool like Chen Nanshan? You.
The brothers flushed crimson. But honestly, that line was just too dumb, they didn't even buy it themselves. Seeing the brothers on the verge of desperate measures, Lin Dong slowly pulled something from his chest and aimed it at them.
You may not recognize me, but surely you recognize this? What? The brothers' pupils contracted as if struck by lightning.
Before their eyes appeared a handgun. And Lin Dong proceeded to chamber a round right before their eyes.
Luo Yuzhu froze in shock.
She never imagined Lin Dong would have a gun. Then, a wave of wild joy swept over her.
I'll count to 3. If you don't release them, you'll be reporting to the King of Hell. Click.
Lin Dong spoke expressionlessly, then chambered a round, ready to fire at any moment.
No. Lin Dong, we were wrong. Be careful, don't shoot yourself.
The two brothers exchanged a glance, simultaneously dropping their kitchen knives and releasing Luo Yuzhu. Regaining her freedom, Luo Yuzhu instantly burst into tears, her face streaked with rain. Whether moved or terrified, she wrapped herself around Lin Dong like an octopus, burying her face in his chest and kissing him frantically, as if raindrops were falling.
Witnessing this scene, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions oddly unsettled.
They had every reason to suspect that if not for the crowd, Luo Yuzhu might have mounted Lin Dong right then and there.
Old Su, De Jiang, take the man away.
Call the 7 Stars gang and tell them to pay the ransom.
Yes, sir.
Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang understood immediately, whisking Xiong De and Xiong Er away in a flurry. They knew that next, Lin Dong and Luo Yuzhu were likely about to pull off something earth-shattering. Staying here would only tie their hands.
Click. As everyone departed, the door closed behind them.
In the vast room, only Lin Dong and the sobbing Luo Yuzhu remained.
Stop crying. Haven't I come to save you?
Starting today, you won't have to live in fear anymore.
I'll make sure you're safe.
Luo Yuzhu nodded like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes burning with desire, as if she wanted to melt into his body right then and there. Seeing this, Lin Dong licked his lips. Then, in a princess carry, he swept Luo Yuzhu into the bedroom. Soon, the room echoed with symphonic sounds. Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang, waiting outside, blushed crimson at the sounds. It seemed the boss wasn't just top-notch in a fight, his skills in conquering women were equally formidable.
Chapter 204, Uproot them completely. 2 hours later, the battle concluded. Luo Yuzhu, glistening with sweat, looked utterly satisfied as she clung to Lin Dong's chest like a clingy kitten. Lin Dong, thank you for giving me a second chance at life. If I hadn't met you, I might have been driven to suicide by Chen Nanshan.
Lin Dong smiled helplessly.
Luo Yuzhu's words hinted at the countless heinous deeds Chen Nanshan had committed against her. Thankfully, all that was behind them now.
Oh, right, I found the thing you asked me to look for last time.
It's right in the phone you gave me. I'll hand it over. Just then, Luo Yuzhu suddenly remembered something and began frantically searching. Finally, she pulled out a Fruit 16.
Hearing this, Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. As the saying goes, even the strongest defenses can't withstand an attack from within. The reason he valued Luo Yuzhu so highly was precisely because this woman could bring unexpected gains.
Moreover, it could very well be the fatal blow to Chen Nanshan.
Soon, Lin Dong looked at his phone.
What he saw left him with a deep frown.
The contents were beyond unsightly, they were downright shocking.
Gambling with a group. Forcing women into prostitution. Murder. And manufacturing and trafficking drugs?
Lin Dong's mind buzzed with shock.
Then came a wave of wild elation.
With this evidence, it would be more than enough to send Chen Nanshan to prison or even have him executed on the spot. But he didn't let his head get carried away, nor did he believe it completely. Perhaps this was a smokescreen Chen Nanshan had deliberately set up, using Luo Yuzhu as a pawn to mislead him.
Honey, who else knows about this stuff? Where did you get them? Luo Yuzhu was mad, not stupid.
She immediately understood the subtext of Lin Dong's words. She began to explain, rest assured, I witnessed all these things firsthand while working alongside Chen Nanshan. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg in his business dealings.
If we follow the trail, Chen Nanshan's crimes will only multiply, not diminish.
Hearing this, the weight lifted from Lin Dong's heart. If Luo Yuzhu had seen it with her own eyes, there was no question about its validity. Because until this moment, Chen Nanshan could never have imagined that his own woman would become his greatest traitor.
Honey, rest assured. I'll make sure Chen Nanshan gets what's coming to him. When the time comes, your report will be recognized as meritorious. You might even receive a reward from the police.
Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu shook her head with a bitter smile, her true feelings surfacing.
What reward? I don't care about any reward. As long as I can be with you, nothing else matters.
Hearing this, Lin Dong's desire flared anew, and he couldn't resist mounting her.
Ah!
Soon, the room echoed with sensual sounds once more, the bed nearly collapsing under the weight.
Meanwhile, at the Platinum Han Club,
Chen Nanshan, who had just regained consciousness, lay weakly on the sofa, an ice pack still pressed against his forehead. It was clear that Lin Dong had dealt him a heavy blow.
First, the attempt to apprehend Lin Dong's women ended in failure. Then offering a bounty only to be humiliated by the target.
As the leader of the Seven Stars gang, he had become a laughingstock. Just then, another piece of bad news galloped in.
Boss, it's bad news. The boss's wife.
Damn it, that was kidnapped by Lin Dong and his men.
What did you say? Chen Nanshan shot up from the sofa, eyes bulging wide in disbelief. When did this happen?
I just left there this morning. His men exchanged awkward glances, all looking extremely embarrassed.
Just now.
For a moment, Chen Nanshan was so furious he couldn't speak. So, the moment he left, Lin Dong had already arrived with his men.
Then a wave of dread washed over him. Had he not left yet, wouldn't he have been caught red-handed by Lin Dong? Wait, that Luo Yuzhu? He actually rescued her? That woman knows so many of my secrets. If she tells Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan's mind cleared instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat.
Through their recent encounters, he had witnessed Lin Dong's formidable prowess. This guy was 10 times, maybe even 100 times more ruthless than any opponent he'd faced before. Now it seemed clear, Lin Dong had rescued Luo Yuzhu precisely to use her as a pawn to dig up his dirty laundry and destroy the Seven Stars gang once and for all. The realization filled Chen Nanshan with fury and dread, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. His frantic, frenzied state startled everyone present.
Damn it!
If I'd known this would happen, I would have killed that myself instead of letting her fall into Lin Dong's hands.
Chen Nanshan's brows knitted tightly, his face etched with regret. But what was done, regret was useless now. Now, the most important thing was to quickly make up for the loss. Quick, get the car ready. The next moment, Chen Nanshan hurriedly pulled on his clothes. A dozen minutes later, Chen Nanshan arrived in a Maybach, pulling up outside a massage parlor. The moment he stepped out, he saw several police cars parked at the entrance. So fast? Chen Nanshan was startled. He quickly ducked back inside the car like a turtle, rolled up the window, and silently prayed the police wouldn't discover anything. Stay put. Follow up. Soon, uniformed police officers escorted out a group of women dressed provocatively and heavily made up. Some were wearing only underwear. Clearly caught red-handed in the middle of a transaction. After they left, the massage parlor was sealed off with official seals. Chen Nanshan's weathered face turned green with shock, his heart sinking halfway. He never imagined Lin Dong would pull off such a decisive move. Yet this was merely the appetizer. What truly plunged Chen Nanshan into despair was yet to come. Ring ring. The phone rang. Boss, the Longting Hotel has been shut down by the police for operating an illegal gambling den and organizing group gambling. Boss, someone reported our nightclub for organizing underage prostitution. Everyone inside has been taken away. Boss, the police discovered we were manufacturing drugs at the Platinum Ocean Club and are on their way here. What should we do now? One piece of bad news after another came pouring in like death sentences. Chen Nanshan sat on pins and needles, drenched in sweat. By the end, even his voice trembled. In just a few minutes, his assets had plummeted by at least several hundred million. This was the foundation he had built over decades. Now, it had all vanished into thin air, reduced to ashes. No. Chen Nanshan shook his head frantically, unable to accept this brutal reality. Alas, no matter what he did, there was no reversing this outcome. Soon, the Seven Stars gang would be uprooted entirely. Wait. There's still a way. After a fierce internal struggle, Chen Nanshan reluctantly pulled out his phone and dialed the number he despised. The phone rang briefly before a man's flippant voice came through. Is this Boss Chen? I've been waiting for your call for a long time. Seems you've come to your senses. Chapter 205, Negotiations. Half an hour later. Inside a bar called Black Beauty. Two groups faced off. One faction was the Seven Stars gang, following Chen Nanshan's lead. The other was led by Lin Dong, along with Su Haichao and others. The two groups glared at each other, eyes locked in a hostile stare, each with a real weapon tucked at their waist. Had Chen Nanshan and Lin Dong not intervened, a fight might have erupted. Finally, Chen Nanshan, burning with impatience, broke the silence with a cold expression. Lin Dong, this must be our first meeting, right? What happened before was my fault. I'm here to apologize. Hearing this, the Seven Stars gang members' expressions changed abruptly. Their boss, always so imposing, had never bowed his head in apology before. But deep down, they understood. Chen Nanshan wouldn't have come to see Lin Dong unless he'd been backed into a corner.
The next moment, Chen Nanshan abruptly changed the subject.
But even so, he continued, you didn't have to push me to the edge, did you? Tianhai City is vast enough. Can't we both find a place to thrive? Why not work together for mutual benefit?
Hearing this, Lin Dong scoffed and crossed his legs in front of him.
Big brother Chen, you really have a short memory. Last time, when you sent men to burn down my bar, didn't we already meet face to face?
Oh, right. You were hiding in your car and didn't dare come out.
I suppose that doesn't count as meeting. Ha! As Lin Dong laughed aloud, Chen Nanshan's weathered face flushed red then drained pale.
He clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. If he hadn't still needed something from him, he would have pulled out his gun long ago.
And by the way, do you even believe the words coming out of your own mouth?
Lin Dong pressed on, if you truly wanted to get rich with me, you wouldn't have repeatedly sabotaged my operations.
Two tigers can't share the same mountain, you must understand such a simple truth, right?
Hearing this, the others nodded in deep agreement. The Seven Stars gang and Lin Dong were like oil and water, their conflicting interests made peaceful coexistence impossible.
Even a fool could see that Chen Nanshan was talking utter nonsense.
But circumstances forced his hand.
Even though Chen Nanshan was utterly unwilling, feeling as if he'd swallowed a fly's excrement, he had no choice but to bow to Lin Dong.
Because he truly couldn't afford to wait.
Every minute delayed meant potentially losing tens of millions more, with several nightclubs getting shut down by the police.
By the time he satisfied Lin Dong, he'd be just a step away from losing everything and ending up behind bars. At this thought, Chen Nanshan let out a deep sigh, as if he had aged decades in an instant.
Lin Dong, you win. Starting today, you are the real boss of Tianhai City.
All I ask now is that you spare me a way out and let my brothers keep their livelihoods.
Is that acceptable?
Seeing Chen Nanshan playing the sympathy card, Lin Dong's smile faded as he nodded. Since you've put it that way, I'll give you one chance. Within half an hour, transfer all the nightclubs under your name to me.
Plus, compensate me with 200 million yuan. Then this matter is settled. What? All nightclubs, plus 200 million yuan. Ceding territory was one thing, but demanding reparations too?
This kid is trying to drive someone to their grave.
Behind Chen Nanshan, several of his henchmen couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, don't waste your breath on this brat. If it comes down to it, we'll go down fighting.
Our men are waiting outside. Just give the order, and we'll make sure he dies right here.
Exactly.
Kill him, and the Seven Stars gang can rise again.
The henchmen shouted wildly, brandishing their knives, guns, and clubs.
The air thickened with the stench of gunpowder. Chen Nanshan made no move to stop them, merely gazing coldly at Lin Dong. His eyes were dark and cold, like those of a starving wolf.
It was indeed true. As long as Lin Dong died here, his followers would be leaderless and no longer a threat. With Chen Nanshan's methods, reclaiming lost ground and making a comeback would be effortless. In fact, he could emerge even larger and stronger than before.
That's precisely why Chen Nanshan had his men fully armed.
This deal must be sealed today. Success or death.
Heh, quite the show of force.
Looks like Boss Chen has made his decision.
True. Demanding you hand over all your nightclubs and pay 200 million in compensation is practically the same as killing you. It's just a matter of dying immediately versus waiting a couple more days.
In that case, don't blame me.
Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong gave a subtle signal behind him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In the next instant, Su Haichao and the others simultaneously revealed their trump cards.
To their astonishment, they were rows of triangular military daggers. What? Chen Nanshan was dumbfounded.
He hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so thoroughly prepared.
Come on, if you've got the guts, come at me.
Bunch of useless jerks.
I can take on 10 of you by myself. Su Haichao brandished his bayonet, bellowing with contempt in his eyes.
To him, these thugs were no different from a bunch of defenseless babies.
Even with sharp blades in hand, they posed little threat.
His only concern was accidentally hurting Lin Dong. Old Su, don't scare Boss Chen, I'm counting on him to lead us to big money.
Lin Dong chuckled.
Su Haichao scratched his head with a somewhat simple-minded expression. But he remained vigilant.
Chen Nanshan's expression flickered between light and shadow. Still, he could see the situation was turning against him. Both in numbers and weaponry, the Seven Stars gang was at a disadvantage. Time ticked by, and the standoff grew tense. Chen Nanshan refused to accept it to hand over decades of his life's work to others. But he was even more unwilling to watch helplessly as those businesses were seized by the police. He knew he had to make a decision. Gazing at the spirited Lin Dong and reflecting on his own advancing age, Chen Nanshan steeled his resolve and abruptly produced an object. It was none other than the Desert Eagle. Since Chen Nanshan's hand had been hidden beneath the table the entire time, few noticed his subtle movement.
Moreover, no one could have imagined that the formidable leader of the Seven Stars gang would resort to a sneak attack. Unfortunately for Su Haichao, Yu Dajiang, and the others, they missed it. But Lin Dong had observed every single one of Chen Nanshan's movements. He had long known this old fox wouldn't be able to restrain himself. The very next moment, just as Chen Nanshan was about to pull the trigger, Lin Dong suddenly spoke up.
Boss Chen, I heard from Yuju that you're a 3-inch dwarf. Is that true?
If you need it, I can hook you up with an old Chinese medicine doctor.
He's the best at these kind of lengthening procedures. What? Chen Nanshan's eyes widened in shock, his face flushing crimson.
The next second, Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smirk as he violently flipped the table over. Then, he delivered a kick straight to Chen Nanshan's groin.
Ah!
A searing pain shot through him.
Chen Nanshan let out a wail, clutching his groin desperately, nearly collapsing to his knees before everyone in front of Lin Dong.
What made him feel utterly hopeless was that the Desert Eagle had already appeared silently in Lin Dong's hand. The gun's a fine piece, but the man's not so great.
You agree, right, Boss Chen? Chapter 206, Kneel and Sing Conquest.
In an instant, Chen Nanshan's mind buzzed, and cold sweat instantly broke out.
He hadn't even seen Lin Dong's movements clearly just now.
The Desert Eagle he'd paid a fortune for had fallen into Lin Dong's hands. This left him both furious and anxious, desperate to charge forward and fight Lin Dong to the death.
But he couldn't and dared not.
Because Lin Dong had already pressed the muzzle against his forehead.
The slightest movement could trigger the trigger. Don't move. Big brother Chen, you don't want your head blown open, do you?
Lin Dong said with a smile. From picking up the gun to chambering around to raising it, the entire sequence flowed with effortless grace and sheer coolness.
What are you doing? Looking for trouble. Drop the gun.
Witnessing this scene, a group of 7 Stars gang thugs turned pale with shock, their aggressive momentum shifting to a desperate charge. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted.
Stop. All of you, stop right now. You think you can kill me and take my place, huh? Get the hell out of my way.
The voice belonged to Chen Nanshan. His eyes bulged, his face flushed crimson with fury.
If a fight broke out, Lin Dong would pull the trigger without hesitation.
At such close range, he could definitely be shot dead. These people weren't protecting him at all, they were after his life. With this realization, Chen Nanshan turned to Lin Dong, his eyes pleading. Now, his only hope lay in Lin Dong showing mercy.
Lin Dong, what must I do for you to spare me?
I swear, if you spare my life, I'll never oppose you again. From now on, anyone from the 7 Stars gang who sees you will steer clear and keep their distance. Seeing Chen Nanshan flash a fawning smile and grovel before him, Lin Dong curled his lip in disdain, utterly unimpressed. He knew this old fox's nature all too well. If he let him go so easily, the moment Chen returned to the 7 Stars gang, he'd pull out all the stops to cause trouble for him again. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains would be sheer folly. But killing someone in public carried far too many risks. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Dong didn't want to go that route. Besides, Chen Nanshan hadn't handed over all his nightclub operations yet. If he were dead, who would he collect from? At this thought, Lin Dong gave a cold laugh. Big brother Chen, today, I can spare your life. But if you think you can just pack up and leave, that's not happening. I need to see your sincerity. Got it? Chen Nanshan's face drained of color at those words. He knew full well that Lin Dong was eyeing his fortune. Though he was unwilling to accept it, he was now at the end of his rope, with no chance of turning the tables. Agreeing to Lin Dong's demands was at least a way to survive. Fine. I agree. I'll give you 200 million immediately and transfer all the nightclubs under my name to you. Chen Nanshan summoned an underling and reluctantly drafted a contract. The document stated in black and white that all nightclubs under his name would be transferred to Lin Dong. Additionally, he would pay 200 million yuan in compensation. As Chen Nanshan pressed his fingerprint onto the document, the contract became legally binding. Simultaneously, the 200 million yuan was successfully transferred into the designated account. Lin Dong finally nodded in satisfaction. Behind him, Su Haichao and the others cheered jubilantly, their faces flushed with excitement. Bringing down the 7 Stars gang was undoubtedly a monumental victory, and they shared in the glory. More importantly, from this day forward, any gang who dared to cause trouble at Lin Dong's nightclub would face certain death. Yet, even with the nightclub and the money firmly in his grasp, Lin Dong's gun remained firmly trained on Chen Nanshan. Chen Nanshan's face twisted with terror as he stammered, Lin Dong, I've already agreed to your demands and handed over the nightclub. Why won't you let me go? Are you going back on your word? In that instant, Chen Nanshan felt his heart leap into his throat. If Lin Dong really went back on his word and shot him dead, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. As for the group of thugs behind Chen Nanshan, they too looked eager to jump in. They couldn't wait for Chen Nanshan to die so they could divide up the remaining assets of the 7 Stars gang. Haha, Boss Chen has misunderstood. We've been working together so smoothly, how could I possibly turn on you? Lin Dong chuckled. I just think the atmosphere is so perfect it would be a shame not to sing a song or dance a bit. Sing? Dance? Chen Nanshan froze for a moment. He'd assumed Lin Dong meant to bring in a few beauties to sing and dance, livening things up. But Lin Dong's next words made his pupils contract involuntarily. Guys, would you like to hear Boss Chen sing? With all those nightclubs and KTVs he owns, Big Brother Chen must have some serious vocal skills.
But most people never get to hear him. Let me think, what song should he sing? Ah, I know, let's go with Conquest. That song fits the mood perfectly. Let's give him a round of applause. Su Haichao and the others chuckled, understanding Lin Dong's intent. As if that weren't enough, they intended to thoroughly humiliate Chen Nanshan. One more. One more. Big Brother Chen must sing Conquer on his knees. At these words, Chen Nanshan's face turned ashen in an instant. The group of henchmen behind him also flew into a rage, cursing and glaring at Lin Dong. Lin, don't push your luck. What do you know about our boss's status? You want him to sing? Sing on his knees? This is an insult. Push us too far, and we'll fight you to the death. At worst, we'll be free men again in 18 years. The gang of thugs shouted fiercely, yet their bodies remained frozen in place. Wait, they did move. But only to retreat a step. Chen Nanshan watched this unfold, a chill settling in his heart. The tide had turned. He could no longer hold back these traitors. Perhaps these men were even hoping Lin Dong would shoot him dead right now. Lin Dong observed the scene and smiled faintly. Brother Chen, it seems your men have quite a lot to say. How about we just call it quits? Brothers, since Boss Chen won't sing, there's nothing more to say. Grab your weapons. At the command, Su Haichao and the others drew their weapons again, their faces twisted into menacing grimaces, ready to charge at any moment. Hold on. At the critical moment, Chen Nanshan finally spoke. The words were practically gritted out between his teeth. I'll sing. Fine, I'll sing. But you must promise everyone that as soon as I finish this song, you'll let me go. Chen Nanshan glared at Lin Dong, his eyes seemingly capable of killing. Ha! Boss Chen, what nonsense are you talking? I, Lin Dong, am a man of my word. Once spoken, my promises are as unbreakable as water spilled. Unlike you 7 Stars gang, your words are worthless as fart. Hearing this, Chen Nanshan flushed crimson. Then, gritting his teeth, he nodded stiffly and began to sing, his voice unnaturally strained. Conquered by you like this. Cut off all my escape routes. Sing louder. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? Su Haichao suddenly bellowed, kicking Chen Nanshan squarely in the knee. Young Master Lin told you to sing on your knees. Are you deaf? Snap. Chen Nanshan dropped to his knees. His face twisted with frustration, on the verge of tears. Who could have imagined that the formidable leader of the 7 Stars gang, a figure who once commanded respect throughout Tianhai, would one day be forced to sing Conquest on his knees? If this were filmed and leaked, it would absolutely cause a sensation. Chapter 207, Sink or Swim. Smack. Clap. Clap. As Lin Dong led the applause, the entire Black Beauty bar erupted in thunderous clapping and cheers. Now, look at Chen Nanshan. After finishing the song, he wilted like an eggplant hit by frost, utterly deflated and unable to regain his composure. After decades of glory, when had he ever endured such humiliation? It felt worse than death itself. Just as Lin Dong had anticipated, the entire 7 Stars gang looked down on Chen Nanshan with utter contempt. Their eyes held no trace of respect, only mockery and contempt. Perhaps Lin Dong wouldn't even need to lift a finger. This group would turn on each other and eliminate Chen Nanshan themselves. Brothers, how'd Boss Chen sing? Yes. One more. Exactly. One more song, father. What? Chen Nanshan's pupils contracted sharply. Clenching his fists, he ignored the desert eagle pointed at him and sprang to his feet. His face flushed crimson as he bellowed, Lin Dong, a man may die but never be disgraced. If you push me too far, I'll die right here. Lin Dong chuckled. Brother Chen, you've got the wrong idea. We were just joking around. You're old enough to be our father, how could we ever let you call us that? Alright, I've seen your sincerity, Chen. You can go now. Let's all see Brother Chen and our 7 Stars gang brothers out. With that, Lin Dong lowered the gun from Chen Nanshan's forehead. The latter finally exhaled a long breath of relief, his body going limp. No need. I can walk on my own. Chen Nanshan gritted his teeth and started toward the door. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, he stumbled and nearly fell. Ha ha ha. A burst of uproarious laughter erupted. Chen Nanshan heard it, his heart filled with unbearable frustration. Yet he dared not react. He could only walk out swiftly without looking back. The 7 Stars gang members stood in silence, their expressions shifting between anger and disappointment, their eyes betraying a hint of letdown. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's smile gradually faded as he holstered the Desert Eagle. Guys, today we've really pissed off Chen Nanshan. From now on, we'd better be extra careful. Yu Dajiang scratched his head, somewhat confused. Young Master Lin, that guy's just a lone wolf now. How dare he fight us? Seeing Yu Dajiang's foolish yet clear-eyed expression, Lin Dong shook his head. A centipede, even when dead, remains stiff. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. On the surface, Chen Nanshan may lack the means to challenge us, but that doesn't mean he'll bow down and submit. Su Haichao nodded and immediately chimed in. Young Master Lin, are you suggesting we guard against Chen Nanshan playing dirty tricks? Exactly. Lin Dong nodded. With scum like him, unless you kill him outright, he'll never give up. I let him go precisely to provoke infighting within the Seven Stars gang. But if Chen Nanshan can still hold things together, that'll be a problem. Hearing this, the group instantly dropped their smiles. It seemed that as long as the Seven Stars gang remained standing and Chen Nanshan stayed alive, the threat would never be lifted. Alright, you all go back and rest. I have business to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Lin Dong left these words hanging in the air before striding out. No one knew what he intended to do. Meanwhile, Chen Nanshan rode back to the Platinum Ocean Club in his Maybach. Although the police had sealed off the club and dismantled the drug manufacturing and trafficking operation inside, there remained a secret chamber he had built at great expense. Only he and a few trusted confidants knew of its existence. Creak. The moment he entered, Chen Nanshan collapsed onto the sofa. His entire being seemed drained of vitality, his face deathly pale, his breath faint and thread-like. No wonder no one could bear to hand over decades of hard work to another. That Chen Nanshan didn't kill himself on the spot was proof of his mental fortitude. Lin Dong, Lin Dong. The memory of the humiliation he just endured made Chen Nanshan grind his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. From the start, he hadn't given Lin Dong a second thought. Even when Tianji was beaten to a pulp, he shrugged it off. He dismissed Lin Dong as nothing more than a hot-headed youngster skilled in fighting but ignorant of his own limitations. But soon, Lin Dong rose rapidly. Money seemed to flow endlessly from his pockets as he recruited men with lavish sums, posing a massive threat to the Seven Stars gang. Unfortunately, by the time he realized all this, it was already too late. Lin Dong's flurry of attacks left him utterly defenseless. By now, 99% of his assets had fallen into the other's hands. You bastard! You animal! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chen Nanshan screamed hysterically, violently smashing everything around him. After a long while, exhausted, his gaze fell upon a red telephone on the table. This was a dedicated line. No matter what number he dialed, it would only connect to one person. It was his last resort. He would never use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, this was the most critical moment. If he didn't fight back and take down Lin Dong now, then before Lin Dong could even make a move, his own men would devour him whole. Soon, the call connected. What's up, boss? Hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Chen Nanshan exhaled deeply. It was as if that voice held a magical power, instantly easing his tension. Soon, Chen Nanshan's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and said, "Leopard, your brother is now at the end of his rope. I need you and the brothers to step in." "Understood, boss. Didn't you spend all that money for this very moment? Our lives are yours. At your command, we'd climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire without a second thought." Hearing these words, tears welled up in Chen Nanshan's eyes. These were the most touching words he'd heard in days. "Boss, where are you now?" "We'll be right over." Chen Nanshan nodded and immediately revealed the location of the secret room. Then he slammed the door shut. For he could not be certain whether his men outside might betray him. He could only wait for reinforcements to arrive. "Alright, see you in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Lin Dong followed the Maybach, arriving silently outside the Platinum Han Club. This is Chen Nanshan's lair? Wasn't this place already sealed off by the police? Lin Dong furrowed his brow slightly, his expression puzzled. Had he not spotted several seven-star gang thugs stationed outside, he would have thought he'd come to the wrong place. Look! Someone's here! Who's there? Just then, the thugs seemed to notice something amiss. They shouted and hurried over. Lin Dong's mind raced, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Strange. I clearly saw someone standing here just now. Could it have been a hallucination? The thugs hurried over, only to find the area completely deserted. They scratched their heads in confusion, utterly bewildered. Chapter 208, Chen Nanshan, your time has come. Forget it, let's just move on. The thugs searched in vain, shrugged it off, and resumed their muttering. What's the plan, guys? This time, the boss lost everything. I reckon the Seven Stars gang won't last much longer. You can say that again. We never should have messed with that Lin Dong. Now look at us, lost everything and got nothing in return. How about we just grab the cash and run? At this suggestion, the others exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with temptation. They were nothing but a bunch of street punks to begin with. Loyalty meant nothing to them. They joined the Seven Stars gang and followed Chen Nanshan solely for the good life. Now, the Seven Stars gang was teetering on the brink, ready to collapse at any moment. Better to grab a big score and run as far as they could. Shoo, keep your voices down. Just then, a tattooed man frowned and glared fiercely at the others. Have you forgotten the boss spent a fortune training a squad of elite killers? Those men are professionally trained, each with multiple kills to their name. Given the situation, I reckon the boss will recall those loyalists for a last stand. Keep chattering here, and you won't even know how you died. What?
Everyone's eyes widened in shock, a chill running down their spines.
Many knew Chen Nanshan kept assassins.
But since these loyal followers rarely showed themselves,
they were easily overlooked.
Now, Chen Nanshan was cornered. It was highly likely he would deploy these loyal followers for a final act of defiance. At this critical juncture, it would be wise to avoid any rash actions.
Assassins?
Beside him, Lin Dong, who had been eavesdropping, furrowed his brow and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
Chen Nanshan, I thought you were already at the end of your rope.
I didn't expect you to have a trump card up your sleeve.
Good thing I kept something up my sleeve.
Lin Dong had followed all the way precisely because he feared Chen Nanshan might have some scheme up his sleeve. Little did he know he'd actually stumble upon an unexpected windfall. Just then, squeak! A van sped up and stopped in front of the Baijinuan club. 3 burly, heavily armed men in black leapt out and strode inside.
Lin Dong's pupils contracted instantly as he recognized their identities. Assassins! Only they could move unimpeded, striding boldly past the entire 7 Stars gang to seek out Chen Nanshan. No, I have to follow them.
The next moment, Lin Dong, cloaked in invisibility, swiftly gave chase. He followed the 3 burly men in black to the underground parking garage. As they turned a mechanism, a hidden chamber appeared before them.
No wonder Chen Nanshan dared to return. Who could possibly find such a hidden place?
Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and slipped inside just as the door closed.
At that moment, Chen Nanshan lay sprawled on the sofa.
Spotting the 3 burly men in black, he forced himself upright, his eyes burning with eagerness.
Leopard, you're finally here.
The leader, nicknamed Leopard, along with the 2 men behind him, were orphans raised by Chen Nanshan. It could be said that Chen Nanshan had raised them. Over the years, they had done plenty of dirty and grueling work for Chen Nanshan. Many of his enemies and rivals had been taken care of by them. This was Chen Nanshan's greatest trump card. Apart from Chen Nanshan himself, no one in the 7 Stars gang had ever seen Hua Bao or the others' true faces. Such stringent security measures were precisely for emergencies like this. Leopard, I've already outlined the situation over the phone.
This time, your mission is to take out that Lin Dong.
No matter what means you use, even if it means shooting him in broad daylight, you must complete the mission.
What?
Hearing these words, Lin Dong's heart jolted. Chen Nanshan had driven himself to the brink. He'd completely lost his mind. He was willing to ignore all consequences, even making headlines, just to kill him. What shocked Lin Dong even more was that Leopard and the others showed not a hint of surprise. As if this were perfectly natural.
Death-defying warriors.
They truly were death-defying warriors.
Don't worry, boss. Our lives belong to you.
We'll kill that Lin Dong even if it costs us our lives.
Hearing this, Chen Nanshan nodded firmly.
Then, he let out a long sigh. To train Hua Bao and his men, he had spent at least 100 million. The gear they were wearing alone was worth a fortune.
Any mishap would be a colossal loss.
But to kill Lin Dong, no matter how great the risk, he had to take it.
Only by eliminating Lin Dong could he redeem himself and make a comeback. Alright, there's no time to waste. Get ready immediately.
Lin Dong should still be at the Black Beauty Bar, reveling with his men, the perfect moment to strike. I'll be waiting here for your return. Leopard and the others nodded, their eyes hardened with resolve. They had made their decision. Even at the cost of their lives, they would kill Lin Dong to repay Chen Nanshan's kindness. Success or death. Boss, wait for our good news. The 3 spoke these words with unwavering confidence before turning and walking out,
closing the door behind them.
Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, an invisible hand suddenly reached for their waists. More precisely, toward the holsters holding their M9 pistols. On the other side. Watching the trio depart, Chen Nanshan clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration.
Lin Dong, don't get too cocky. If I, Chen Nanshan, can't live in peace, neither will you. This is the price you pay for crossing me. Bang! The next second, Chen Nanshan slammed his fist hard onto the table, sending tea splashing across the floor. Creak! Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. Chen Nanshan's brow instantly furrowed. Leopard, why are you back already? Is there something you still don't understand? But when he looked up, it wasn't Leopard and the others who had entered. Instead, a familiar face, one that filled him with despair and dread, appeared. Big brother Chen, we meet again. Lin Dong walked in slowly, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan felt as if struck by lightning, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He never imagined Lin Dong would find his way here. What sent even greater chills down Chen Nanshan's spine was the M9 pistol gripped firmly in Lin Dong's hand. This was clearly the weapon he had bought for Leopard and the others. In an instant, a bold thought flashed through Chen Nanshan's mind. Leopard must have betrayed him. Otherwise, there was no way Lin Dong could have found this place, let alone be holding their pistol. Haha, Boss Chen, surprised to see me? Too bad you won't be able to kill me. But you, Chen Nanshan, your time is up. Bang! Lin Dong wasted no words, pulling the trigger directly. A deafening crack echoed. A hole the size of a fingernail appeared on Chen Nanshan's forehead. The bullet had cleanly pierced his skull. Not even a divine being could save him now. Chapter 209, The Scapegoat. Tap tap. A flurry of chaotic footsteps echoed. As expected, that single shot not only claimed Chen Nanshan's life but also drew the attention of others. Lin Dong knew this was no place to linger. He immediately cast his invisibility spell, vanishing from sight. Bang! The moment Lin Dong vanished. The next moment, the door to the secret chamber was kicked open. None other than the three men who had left not long ago the leopard gang. The moment they stepped out of the club, they realized their pistols were gone from their belts. This sent them into a panic as they frantically searched everywhere. Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out. The three realized something was terribly wrong and rushed back immediately. The result, Chen Nanshan, who had been lively and energetic just minutes before, now lay motionless in a pool of blood. A gaping hole, clearly made by a bullet, now marred his forehead. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and confusion. He had died with his eyes wide open. Boss. Who? Who had the guts to kill the boss? Damn it, it must be those bastards from the 7 Stars gang. Seeing the boss down, they think they can kill him, grab the money, and run. Leopard and his 2 men were seething with rage, itching to storm out and tear the intruders limb from limb. Just then, they spotted 2 handguns on the coffee table. Wait, how did our guns end up here? 2 of the loyalists froze, instinctively reaching for the weapons. Seeing this, Leopard's mind went blank. He shouted urgently. Hold on, don't touch them. Bang! A deafening bang echoed. The door to the secret room was kicked open from the outside. Immediately after, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. A dozen heavily armed police officers, guns drawn, stormed into the room, aiming their weapons at Hua Bao and his 2 companions. Drop your weapons. Freeze. Get down on your knees with your hands on your head. What? Staring at the sudden influx of officers, the trio froze in shock. Their eyes immediately filled with rage and despair. Damn it, it must be that Lin Dong. The boss said he was full of tricks, but I didn't believe it. Now I finally see for myself. Leopard gritted his teeth in fury. Yet there was nothing they could do. Now, they were trapped like fish in a barrel. Either surrender peacefully or fight these cops to the death. In the next instant, the 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Before the officers could react, 2 assassins raised their pistols and pulled the triggers with vicious determination. Click. Click click. To their surprise, they pulled the triggers repeatedly, yet no bullets fired. A buzzing sensation filled their heads as they realized the bullets had been removed. Leopard's pupils suddenly contracted, and he cursed in frustration. This Lin Dong, even at a time like this, he still managed to pull a fast one on them. What a vicious move. Meanwhile, seeing the 2 assassins dare to resist, the police didn't hesitate, swiftly returning fire. Bang! Bang! This time, the gun finally fired. Ah! Both assassins were instantly riddled with over a dozen bullets, brutally killed. Only Leopard remained, his mind blank, frozen in place. No, don't shoot me. I surrender. I surrender. Seeing the 2 warm corpses on the ground, Leopard acted decisively, dropping to his knees and clutching his head. He wasn't afraid of death. But he didn't want to die for nothing. The killer was clearly Lin Dong. Even if he died, he would drag Lin Dong out first. Make him pay with his life. Put. Beside him, Lin Dong saw the look of utter despair on his face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure who was chuckling so inexplicably. But in this situation, such trivialities were the last thing on anyone's mind. This Leopard was a dangerous criminal. He had to be apprehended immediately. Behave yourself. Before long, Flower Leopard was escorted into the police van. The 7 Stars gang thugs who had gathered outside to gawk weren't spared either. The police rounded them all up and took them away. Soon, the Bai Jinhuan club returned to calm. Lin Dong materialized by the roadside, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chen Nanshan, oh Chen Nanshan. You spent your entire life strutting about, flaunting your power and influence. Did you ever imagine this would be your end? And these so-called Dragon and Phoenix you recruited? They didn't even notice their guns were stolen. Is this what you call loyal followers? Lin Dong gave a cold chuckle. The next moment, a pistol appeared in his hand. It was none other than Leopard's M9. Guns like this were always priceless, rare finds that could only be stumbled upon. Had it not been for framing those men, Lin Dong wouldn't have parted with the other 2. Soon after, Lin Dong called Wang Hu. Wang Hu, send men immediately to take over every nightclub owned by the 7 Stars gang. Don't leave a single one behind. Oh, and ask Luo Yuzhu what other businesses Chen Nanshan has in Tianhai. Clean them up and take them over too. Hearing this, Wang Hu was startled. Half an hour earlier, they had just reached an agreement with Chen Nanshan. As long as the 7 Stars gang compensated 200 million yuan and handed over the nightclubs, both sides would mind their own business. How quickly had Lin Dong turned on them, now eager to strike from the shadows. Wang Hu felt uneasy.
Young Master Lin, as the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite.
Chen Nanshan has been driven to the edge.
If you push him like this, what if he takes us all down with him?
Mutual destruction? Ha! Recalling Chen Nanshan's terrified expression in his final moments, Lin Dong couldn't help but burst into loud laughter.
This laughter left Wang Hu completely dumbfounded. Rest assured.
Unless the King of Hell releases him, Chen Nanshan won't be coming back.
What did you say?
Wang Hu was utterly baffled. He's already dead.
His body's still warm.
Want to come take a look?
Lin Dong teased. No. I was wrong, young Master Lin. Wang Hu was scared out of his wits.
Then came a wave of wild elation.
He never imagined Chen Nanshan would go down so easily. He'd thought the guy was a ticking time bomb. But before it could detonate, it turned into a dud.
Enough talk. Get moving. Tonight, I want to see every nightclub hanging my Lin Dong sign. Got it?
Yes, young Master Lin.
Wang Hu responded and rushed off to make preparations.
Lin Dong chuckled, then called Su Haichao again, reminding them not to slack off and to protect their women properly.
Though Chen Nanshan was dead and the Seven Stars gang had crumbled to dust. But that doesn't mean the danger is over. Don't forget there's still the Axe Gang. After suffering a major setback at Lin Dong's hands, that old dog Su Huashan won't rest easy. Police station, interrogation room.
Leopard sat in the chair, silver handcuffs on his wrists, protesting his innocence.
Officer, I'm innocent. We really didn't kill the boss. This is a setup. Hearing Leopard's defense, the interrogating officers were speechless. So you're saying that within the minute you were gone, someone entered the locked room, used your gun to kill Chen Nanshan, and then vanished right under our noses without a trace?
Leopard was at a loss for words.
He too found the story utterly preposterous. But that was the truth. Chapter 210, Gone Mad. Leopard reluctantly nodded, about to say something more.
The police officer, unable to contain his frustration any longer, slammed his hand down on the table.
Enough. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? We've reviewed the surveillance footage from Platinum Han Club.
The recordings show that from start to finish, only the three of you entered the private room, no one else. Moreover, it was only because he saw you that Chen Nanshan let his guard down, giving you the chance to shoot him. Otherwise, he would have fought back long ago. Hearing this, Leopard furrowed his brow, sweat pouring down his back. He had to admit, this deduction made perfect sense. Chen Nanshan was extremely suspicious. He even had others test his food and water for poison. How could he possibly allow others into the private room? Moreover, the surveillance footage corroborated it. Only the three of them had entered the secret room, and only the three of them were the prime suspects. But Leopard was certain they had stayed together the entire time. They hadn't returned to the secret room, let alone killed Chen Nanshan. Just then, Leopard suddenly remembered something. He sprang to his feet, his emotions running high. It's Lin Dong. It has to be Lin Dong. He must have done something. That's right. He stole our guns and killed Boss Chen. The two interrogating officers exchanged glances, seriously questioning Leopard's sanity. They had reviewed the surveillance footage. Lin Dong had never even set foot in the Platinum Han Club, let alone entering the secret room to murder Chen Nanshan. If it really was Lin Dong, then either he was a ghost, or he could turn invisible? Quick! Go arrest Lin Dong. We absolutely can't let him get away. That bastard must still be at the Platinum Han Club. My gun is still in his hands. Leopard shouted excitedly. At those words, the two officers instantly grew alert. If Leopard wasn't lying and another handgun was still in Lin Dong's possession, they were in big trouble. Bang! At that moment, a fist shot through the air, slamming hard into Leopard's stomach. Put! Leopard's eyes bulged, his entire face contorted in pain. Then, a kick slammed into his groin. Who's hitting me? Leopard screamed in agony, his body thrashing wildly. Seeing this, the two officers who had just become alert froze in shock. Could this guy be having an episode? In the interrogation room, besides himself, there was only the suspect. How could anyone be hitting him? Was this guy wrestling with thin air? Leopard, what are you doing? Behave yourself. No funny business. The officer issued a stern warning. Before Leopard could respond, several more punches landed squarely on his solar plexus. The pain made him scream in agony, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. The one striking him was none other than Lin Dong, cloaked in invisibility. He was punching him while sneering coldly. He actually tried to bite me? That's just asking for it. All along, Lin Dong had been eavesdropping. He wanted to see if Leopard posed a threat to him. Turns out, this guy was no pushover. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Though there was no evidence to track him down. But it was still a nuisance. If I'm constantly being watched, I won't be able to do much. It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me, help me. It must be Lin Dong. Leopard screamed in terror, his face twisted as if he'd seen a ghost. The two policemen stared at each other, gradually catching on.
This guy must be mentally unstable. Or maybe he was trying to fake insanity to avoid jail time. Ugh, this guy's a lunatic. You can't trust a word he says. Send him to the psychiatric hospital first. We'll interrogate him again in a couple of days. Lin Dong watched the scene unfold and finally let out a long sigh of relief. But that leopard guy keeping him around would only spell trouble. He must find an opportunity to eliminate him completely. The next moment, Lin Dong watched Leopard clutching his stomach and screaming in agony. A faint smile touched his lips as he leaned close and breathed into his ear. Leopard, I'm Chen Nanshan. I've come to collect what's owed. I've been so good to you all, why did you have to harm me? My death is so cruel. What? Leopard's eyes widened, his mind going completely blank. This time, he had truly lost his mind. No. I didn't kill you. After leaving the police station, Lin Dong drove straight to Wanlu Academy. These past days, Xu Xiaoxiao and the others hadn't set foot outside the compound, terrified of retaliation from the Seven Stars gang. Now that Chen Nanshan was dead and the Seven Stars gang had scattered like monkeys from a fallen tree, they could finally enjoy some peace for a while. At the very least, they wouldn't have to live in constant fear, unable to step outside their doors. Before long, Lin Dong drove back to Wanlu Academy. Suddenly, he noticed several unfamiliar vehicles parked at the entrance of the residential compound. What's going on? Lin Dong frowned slightly, suddenly struck by an ominous foreboding. Instinctively, he pulled over to the side of the road and began observing carefully. Inside each vehicle sat several individuals, their imposing appearances making them look like trouble. Along the roadside, others sat or stood, their eyes darting around the area. Bulging objects were tucked at their waists, shaped like axes. Are they axe gang members? How did they find their way here? Lin Dong frowned slightly. He vaguely suspected that this matter was somehow connected to Chen Nanshan. Perhaps, driven to desperation, the other party had revealed his weaknesses to Su Huaxiang, trying to use the axe gang to take him out. That Chen Nanshan he can't even rest in peace after death. In a few days, I'll dig up your corpse and grind your bones to dust. Lin Dong clenched his fists tightly, his chest burning with rage. But he didn't rush into action. Instead, he began observing from a distance. These men were hiding here, delaying their move as if waiting for something. Could it be they're worried about making too much noise and alerting the police? Or are they afraid I've got people stationed inside the villa and they can't win? No, if Su Huaxiang dared send men here, he wouldn't fear making noise or being outmatched. So what exactly is he after? Suddenly, Lin Dong had an epiphany. These guys haven't made their move yet, not because they're scared. They knew I'd return sooner or later, so they were waiting here like hunters lying in ambush. Exactly, the Axe Gang's real target had always been him. They feared that any rash move might alert him. If he got wind of their plans, he'd likely flee immediately. So that's how it is. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, having seen through everything. Now, it was too late to gather reinforcements. Moreover, the villa district was crowded and full of prying eyes, not the place for a shootout. So, before long, Lin Dong made a reckless and audacious decision. V-room. Lin Dong slammed his foot on the accelerator. The roar of the engine instantly shattered the quiet. The Axe Gang members all turned their heads. Seeing him return, their eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Dong. It's Lin Dong. Bad news. He spotted us. He's trying to escape. Chapter 211, One Man Against a Mob. Damn it, that Lin guy has sharp eyes. Brother Eagle, what should we do? A group of Axe Gang thugs instinctively turned to a towering, muscular man with bushy eyebrows and a menacing expression. This man, nicknamed Old Eagle Chen, was the leader of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Before joining the Axe Gang, he was a martial artist skilled in staff combat, having made a name for himself early on. Among the Axe Gang's 4 major leaders, he was the most efficient, earning Su Huaxiang's deep trust as an absolute confidant. This time, Su Huaxiang had dispatched Chen Laoying and several dozen elite fighters to lie in wait here. Instead of catching the rabbit, they'd exposed themselves first. Damn it, what rotten luck! What else can we do? We chase after them, of course. Chen Laoying spat out a glob of phlegm, his face brimming with irritation. He never imagined Lin Dong would be so cautious. He'd bolted before even entering the residential compound. Hearing this, someone scratched his head in confusion. Brother Eagle, Lin Dong's woman is right here. Where could he possibly go? How about we stake out the place a little longer? Maybe he'll come back in a few days. Chen Eagle shot him a cold stare, then raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face, leaving him reeling. Come back, my ass. You think Lin Dong's as dumb as you, unable to walk past a woman? Compared to his own life, what are women? Have you all forgotten about Yen Qingfan betraying the boss? These women are nothing but a bunch of femme fatale. At the mention of Yen Qingfan's name, the others suddenly understood. Su Huaxiang had trusted his mistress too much and ended up taking a huge fall. He'd even had to bite the bullet and pay out 200 million. Lin Dong's rapid rise meant he wouldn't show mercy. Abandoning the women and fleeing himself wasn't out of the question.
More importantly, Lin Dong had originally stationed numerous men inside the villa to protect his woman. That Lin Dong didn't call for reinforcements but fled instead was, in his view, an incredibly foolish move and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't seize this chance, catching Lin Dong later would be extremely difficult.
What are you standing around for? Get in the car and chase him. If we don't follow now, we'll never catch him.
Urged on by Chin Eagle, the gangsters scrambled into the van and sped off in hot pursuit.
Before long, they actually spotted Lin Dong's figure. Quick, catch up. With the accelerator floored, the van closed in on the Panamera. But they hadn't considered that under normal circumstances, how could a mere van possibly catch up to a Panamera?
The only reason they were catching up was because Lin Dong deliberately slowed down, baiting them.
Finally caught up. Seems these guys aren't as smart as I thought.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Once they took the bait, their fates would be uncertain.
For a while, Lin Dong drove the Panamera, speeding up and slowing down at will. Each time the van closed in, the Panamera would suddenly accelerate, pulling away. Yet, it never pulled away so far that they couldn't catch up. This maneuver felt like a goddess toying with a pathetic suitor, who still clung to false hope. After a period of intense pursuit, Lin Dong finally left Tianhai's urban area and entered a desolate stretch of wilderness on the outskirts. Further ahead lay the mountains.
The area was sparsely populated, with barely any streetlights. Squeak! Lin Dong slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt in an open space. Then he stepped out of the car with a swagger. Before long, 4 or 5 minivans followed suit, pulling over to the roadside. Immediately, dozens of men wielding axes surrounded him in layers, closing in until there was no room to move.
Ha ha! Run! Keep running! Lin Dong, have you been drinking yourself into a stupor? Running off alone into the wilderness without gathering reinforcements, isn't that just courting death?
The Axe gang members chattered away, their faces twisted with scorn. In their eyes, Lin Dong must have been scared out of his wits. Otherwise, why would he abandon calling for backup and instead venture alone into such a place? It gave them the perfect opportunity to strike. Old Eagle Chen agreed. After all these years on the streets, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. He couldn't fathom how such a fool had managed to take down the 7 Stars gang.
You're Lin Dong? That old bastard Chen Nanshan, you're the one who took him out? Chen Laoying eyed Lin Dong up and down, speaking with disdain. That's me.
Lin Dong smiled calmly.
And who are you? One of Su Huaqian's lackeys? What did you say? Chen Laoying frowned and clenched his fists tightly.
The others wore equally furious expressions. Lin Dong was already on his last legs, yet he still dared to insult them.
He clearly didn't know the meaning of death. Damn it, chop this bastard to pieces.
Avenge Hallmasters Zhao and Zhang.
First, I'll chop off a few of his fingers.
Make him hand over his bank card and PIN. Then we'll give him 3 chops and 6 stabs, no rush.
It must be said, the Axe gang operated with brutal ferocity, resorting to violence at the drop of a hat. Far more ruthless than the 7 Stars gang. Hold on.
Yet old Eagle Chen held back, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I don't know where you get the confidence to take on our whole crew alone.
Even if you're carrying a gun, you can't possibly have enough bullets to last, right?
The Axe gang members were startled at the thought of Lin Dong possibly having a gun. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Dong actually pulled an M9 pistol from his pocket.
Chen Laoying's pupils instantly contracted. He'd only been talking tough. He never expected this guy to actually have a gun.
Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Even he couldn't block something like that. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Lin Dong shook his head with a smile.
Relax, I won't need a gun to deal with you lot.
Me alone, with my bare hands, can make you all beg for mercy.
The implication was clear, he alone had outnumbered them all. You bastard, you're pretty cocky. Seeing Lin Dong's brazen attitude, Chen Laoying couldn't sit still any longer. He bellowed at his men, brothers, charge.
Big brother Chang has already said it'd kill Lin Dong, and the reward will be huge.
Hearing this, the others instantly perked up. They abandoned all martial ethics, swarming forward with axes raised, intent on hacking Lin Dong to death. Well, you're asking for it. Don't blame me. A gun would at least give you a quick death. Fists, however, will make you wish you were dead. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Dong's eyes, radiating a terrifying aura.
The few thugs who had charged closest froze in their tracks.
Yet, it was still enough to fill them with dread. After all, Lin Dong was alone. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Kill. Chapter 212, Crushing. Damn it, you think you're tough? I'll chop you to pieces.
The Axe gang members radiated murderous intent. Their axes swung so fast they left after images. As the saying goes, even the most skilled fighter fears a kitchen knife. Even a martial arts champion might be overwhelmed when surrounded by so many thugs wielding sharp weapons. But Lin Dong wasn't afraid at all. At that moment, his mind was devoid of all other thoughts. Only 2 words remained. Kill. If these men wanted to die, they had no one to blame but themselves. Die for me.
In the blink of an eye, a man with a crew cut lunged forward. Aiming for the back of Lin Dong's head, he swung his axe with all his might, a savage grin spreading across his face. In his mind, he was about to claim the top merit. Promotion, pay raise, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, ascending to the position of sect leader. Yet, he never imagined that Lin Dong, who had been completely defenseless 1 second, would suddenly twist like a ghost the next, driving a powerful elbow strike straight into his jaw. The man spat blood, stars dancing before his eyes. He instinctively released the axe in his hand. Then, someone caught it. Lin Dong weighed the sharpened blade in his hand with a smile, then without hesitation, brought it down in a sweeping chop. Splash! Instantly, a gushing wound split open from the man's neck to his abdomen, his intestines spilling out. The scene was nothing short of graphic. The buzzcut man stared at Lin Dong in utter shock before collapsing heavily to the ground, completely still. Witnessing this, the others felt their minds go blank. Could it be that Lin Dong had eyes in the back of his head? How else could he have spotted the ambush so quickly? Again. At that moment, Lin Dong seemed unsatisfied, casually beckoning with a flick of his finger. Seeing this, Chen Eagle's face flushed crimson with rage. A man like him, competitive since childhood, couldn't possibly tolerate Lin Dong's brazen provocation. Killing a worthless fool, what's there to gloat about? Brothers, we've got 50 men. Are we really afraid of just one guy? The boss said whoever takes down Lin Dong will get a huge reward. Plus, I'll personally add another 100,000 yuan to the bounty. 100,000? Hearing that figure, everyone's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, where there's a big reward, there's bound to be a brave soul. That much money was enough to buy a new car. Instantly, morale soared once more. The glances they shot at Lin Dong now brimmed with murderous intent. In their eyes, Lin Dong was no longer a person, he was a walking stack of cash. Heh, my head is right here. If you've got the guts, come and get it. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Chen Laoying, who was hiding in the crowd. Even a fool could see this guy was the ringleader. But he didn't rush into action. Instead, he played cat and mouse with them, slowly maneuvering through the situation. It was less a contest and more a game of manipulation. With every step Lin Dong took, another man fell to the ground. And they never got back up. In the past, Lin Dong always spared others a sliver of mercy, leaving room for future encounters. But today, his intent to kill was fierce. He never wanted to see these people again. Ghost! Why can't we hit him? Is he even human? Over a dozen brothers have already fallen, and we can't even touch the hem of his clothes. How are we supposed to fight this? Brother Eagle, should we retreat? Soon, the Axe gang members couldn't hold out any longer. Their bodies trembled slightly, their expressions filled with terror. In just a few minutes, Lin Dong had effortlessly claimed over a dozen lives. He himself remained unscathed. Like a ghost, he moved through the crowd. Originally, the thugs had assumed that with their overwhelming numbers, they would dominate the situation. Now it seemed they were indeed being crushed. But it was Lin Dong crushing them. They were utterly powerless to retaliate. Damn it, what a bunch of useless jerks. I refuse to believe this nonsense. Watching the one-sided battle, Chen Eagle was so furious his back teeth nearly shattered. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he chose to face Lin Dong head-on. True to form, a master's skill reveals all. With Chen Laoying joining the fray, Lin Dong's killing pace actually slowed down. Earlier, he'd take down one person every 10 steps. Now, it took 15 steps to dispatch a single opponent. Lin Dong, remember this: the man who will kill you today is Chen Laoying, the leader of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Chen Laoying roared, his eyes red with fury. With a swift, decisive strike, he brought his blade down toward Lin Dong's head. His skills were formidable. It took 4 or 5 men working together to get close to him. Over the years, he had earned his stripes through meritorious service to the Axe gang. Unfortunately, today he faced a big boss who could clear the entire field. Facing the fierce, incoming axe blow, Lin Dong remained expressionless. Just as Chen Laoying was about to strike, Lin Dong suddenly planted his back foot on the ground and bent down in an astonishingly swift motion. Chen Laoying's powerful, forceful axe swing sailed right over his head. What? A buzzing sensation filled Chen Laoying's head. Before he could process it, a piercing agony erupted in his chest. It felt like his entire body was shattering. He looked down just as Lin Dong withdrew his arm. His chest had already caved in, a gaping hole torn open. Put! A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Old Eagle Chen collapsed to the ground, instantly incapacitated. Demon! Devil! Run! He's not human! Help! Help! The Axe gang members were terrified out of their wits, scrambling to flee in any direction. But how could Lin Dong, now consumed by bloodlust, let them escape? Besides, he was determined to finish the job. If he vowed to slaughter your entire family, not a single soul would be spared. Think you can walk away? Not a chance. A fiery glint flared in Lin Dong's eyes as adrenaline surged through him, his blood boiling. Chen Laoying, lying on the ground, forced himself to hold on, tilting his head to look over. His gaze shifted from shock to fear, then to confusion. Until finally, it turned to utter despair. Soon, Lin Dong, his clothes drenched in blood, approached him. But behind him, where was there any living soul left standing? Are you human or a ghost? Spare me. Spare my life. Chen Laoying was terrified out of his wits, his eyes filled with horror as he desperately begged for mercy. If Su Huaxiang had witnessed this scene, his jaw would have dropped in shock. Chen Laoying, who had always been fearless, was now cowering in terror, begging pitifully. But considering Lin Dong's terrifying methods, this reaction seemed hardly surprising. Don't worry, you won't die just yet. I still need you to do me a favor. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile as he pulled a phone from Chen Laoying's embrace and dialed a number. The call connected immediately. Clearly, the other end was anxiously awaiting a response. Eagle, how's it going? Did you pull it off? Did you capture Lin Dong? Alive or dead? Chapter 213, Capturing Lin Dong Alive. Without a doubt, the voice on the other end belonged to Su Huaxiang, the leader of the Axe Gang. Facing the boss's interrogation, Chen Eagle's brow furrowed deeply, sweat pouring down his back. Just as he was about to cry out for help, he caught a murderous glare fixed on him. Alive, alive. Chen Laoying shuddered violently, his voice trembling as he answered. Ha! Excellent! Hearing this good news, Su Huaxiang beamed with delight. He had thought Lin Dong would be hacked to death. But unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. A living Lin Dong was worth far more than a dead one. Eagle, you've earned top honors this time. When we get back, I'll reward you with a house, find you a few women, throw a party, and let you have a good time. Chen Eagle's face twisted into a bitter smile. Forget a few women, even a few goddesses would be more than he could handle. Right now, all he wanted was to run the farther, the better. The next moment, Lin Dong nodded toward him. The latter immediately understood and replied, Boss, we'll take Lin Dong there right now. We'll be there in half an hour at most. Alright, hurry back. I'll celebrate your success. It was clear Su Huaxiang was extremely excited. He couldn't wait to subject Lin Dong to brutal interrogation to vent his pent-up rage. Yet he never imagined that the men Chen Laoying had brought were all dead, and Chen Laoying himself had already turned against them. Boss Lin, I've done exactly as you ordered. You're the leader of a major gang, you wouldn't just make things up to deceive me, would you? Chen Laoying's face was etched with anxiety. To save his own skin, he had even deceived his own boss. If he couldn't survive like this, he truly wouldn't rest in peace. Relax. Honesty and keeping my word are the only traits I possess. Lin Dong nodded with a smile. Under Chen Laoying's expectant gaze, he picked up the phone from in front of him. Then he flung it over a dozen meters away. Chen Laoying's pupils contracted sharply, suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Just making sure someone doesn't tip off Su Huaxiang. What? Hearing this, Chen Laoying's eyes flickered, feeling as if he'd been seen through. Because, truth be told, he had considered giving Su Huaxiang another call to report the real situation. Unfortunately, Lin Dong didn't give him that chance. I keep my promises. I'll let you go now. But judging by your condition, you probably won't last much longer anyway. Lin Dong smiled faintly and turned to leave. Chen Laoying's pupils dilated in shock as he finally grasped the reality. At this moment, every member of the Axe Gang was dead except himself. His chest was pierced through, and he was barely hanging on, unable to move. What chance of survival did he have? It was obvious Lin Dong was leaving him to die. Help! Is anyone still breathing? Come save me! Hearing Chen Laoying's cries for help, Lin Dong shook his head. He drove out to this remote wilderness precisely to avoid prying eyes. To ensure no one would discover him anytime soon. So Chen Laoying was as good as dead. Su Huaxiang, Axe Gang. Lin Dong savored the two names, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Earlier, he had learned everything from Chen Laoying. Originally, Su Huaxiang had planned to reap the benefits while Lin Dong and the Seven Stars Gang were locked in a fierce battle. But he never imagined that Lin Dong and Shen Nanshan hadn't clashed at all. Instead, they had effortlessly dismantled the Seven Stars Gang using the police as their tool. Su Huaxiang knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, once the Seven Stars Gang was dealt with, Lin Dong would undoubtedly turn his attention to the Axe Gang. Therefore, he struck decisively, setting up an ambush at Wanlu Academy. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong single-handedly wiped out dozens of them. After piecing together the entire situation, Lin Dong swiftly gathered his men. All told, they numbered over 200. Even standing there, they radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent. Wang Hu, Yu Dajiang, and Su Haichao stood at the very front of the formation. The moment Lin Dong appeared, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Young Master Lin. Lin Dong gave a slight nod, his expression solemn. Today's battle was crucial, nothing like the petty skirmishes of the past. Therefore, their attitude must be proper. Brothers, I'm sure you've already guessed why I've called you all here. Just an hour ago, they sent dozens of men to ambush me. These bastards have come to bully me. If it were you, could you just stand by and take it? Lin Dong's call resonated with the crowd. The moment his words fell, the crowd roared in unison, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. No way. Them. Kill their entire family. Those bastards, we absolutely can't let them off. Su Haichao was the first to step forward, shouting, "Young Master Lin, what should we do? Even if it means climbing mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire, I won't bat an eyelid." All right. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Wang Hu, Su Haichao, Yu Dezhang, you three, each take several dozen men and surround the Axe Gang's hideout. Do not make any rash moves until you receive my orders. Understood? Understood. The men nodded firmly. This battle would determine the Axe Gang's fate and reshape Tianhai City's future landscape. With the Seven Stars Gang now utterly crushed, if the Axe Gang were also wiped out, Lin Dong would become Tianhai's undisputed underground emperor. His vast nightclub empire would face no further interference. Next, regarding the bonus for this operation. At this mention, everyone straightened their chests and held their breath. After all, wasn't their willingness to risk their lives for Lin Dong ultimately driven by one thing? Money. Lin Dong understood this principle well. After all, with a fortune of hundreds of billions at his disposal, how could he possibly be stingy? The first to breach the Axe Gang's stronghold gets 100,000 yuan. Capture an Axe Gang leader or Su Huaqiang's woman, and you'll get 200,000 yuan. And whoever captures Su Huaqiang himself. Gulp. At this point, everyone's eyes widened as they swallowed repeatedly. Just the Axe Gang's leader alone was worth that much. How much more could the Axe Gang's boss be worth? Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Dong uttered a figure that made everyone's hearts skip a beat. 5 million. Dead or alive, capture Su Huaqiang and receive 5 million. The next moment, everyone roared with excitement, their blood boiling. Young Master Lin is truly magnanimous. Young Master Lin is mighty. Kill. 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 Lin Dong smiled. Victory in this battle was now as good as certain. Moments later, Lin Dong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to begin their actions. He himself went to the backstage area, seemingly to meet someone. Soon, as Lin Dong entered, a stunningly curvaceous young woman rose slowly, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. Young Master Lin. No need for formalities, Ms. Yen. We're old acquaintances. Besides, this time, I need your help. Chapter 214, Lin Dong makes his move. Hearing this, Yen Xingfang smiled with alluring charm. Then, with a seductive sway in her step, she approached him and gently took Lin Dong's hand. Young Master Lin, what are you saying? Your affairs are my affairs. It would be my honor to assist you. Besides, that old dog Su Huaqiang is also my enemy. Seeing the resentment in Yen Xingfang's eyes, Lin Dong knew he had made the right move. Undermining the enemy from within proved far easier than attacking from the outside. Mr. Yen, here's to a fruitful partnership. Lin Dong smiled and extended his hand. Yen Xingfang's eyes narrowed seductively, still hoping for a moment of intimacy. Young Master Lin, you jest. Whatever you ask of me is but a word away. Now that everyone has left, it's just the two of us. There's something personal I'd like to discuss with you. As she spoke, Yen Xingfang leaned closer. This woman was a veritable femme fatale. Now, in such close proximity, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel his heart stir. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Besides, this woman was a thorny rose. No need, Ms. Yen. Whatever it is, we can discuss it when I return. No need to see me out. Releasing Yen Xingfang's small hand, Lin Dong walked out without looking back, not even glancing at her. This left Yen Xingfang, who had gone to great lengths to dress up, feeling utterly powerless, as if she'd punched a pillow. Could it be that Lin Dong found her past her prime, unworthy of him? Otherwise, how could he remain so utterly indifferent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Humph. I refuse to believe there's a man in this world who isn't lustful. Just you wait. I'll knock you off your feet. Yen Xingfang's eyes flashed with determination. The more indifferent Lin Dongyue acted toward her, the more she craved to conquer this little man. Meanwhile, South City, Tianhai City. Axe Gang headquarters. Su Huaqiang threw a lavish banquet with dozens of tables to celebrate Chen Laoying's triumphant return, even specially inviting a large group of hostesses. They were just waiting for Lin Dong to be brought in so they could celebrate properly. Boss, congratulations. You finally eliminated that major threat. I'll raise a toast to you. The man holding the wine cup sported a pair of small mustaches, a center-parted hairstyle, and narrow eyes. His appearance resembled a traitor from anti-Japanese war dramas. His name was Jia Reni, the head of the Xuanwu Hall. Unlike Chen Laoying and Zhao Qinglong, he disliked violence and bloodshed, focusing instead on handling miscellaneous affairs for Su Huaqiang. He was also the chief steward of the entire Axe Gang. In daily affairs, aside from Chen Laoying, he enjoyed Su Huaqiang's deepest trust. Ha, this truly is a joyous occasion. Su Huaqiang roared with laughter, clinked his cup, and downed it in one gulp. Brilliant! Since ascending to the position of gang leader, he hadn't felt this happy in a long time.
Lately, Lin Dong had caused him no end of trouble.
First, the Qinglong and Baitu factions returned empty-handed.
Then his mistress, Yan Xingfang, had stabbed him in the back. Just thinking about the 200 million he'd lost made Su Huaqiang's heart bleed. Thankfully, all this was about to come to an end.
Lin Dong, you're so formidable, yet you still fell at my hands? When the eagle returns, I'll make sure to toast him properly, haha. Su Huaqiang roared with laughter, feeling exceptionally satisfied. Tap tap.
Just then, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed through the room.
Everyone instinctively looked up.
Before their eyes appeared a voluptuous woman in her mid-30s. Curvy and voluptuous, she was fiercely eye-catching.
One glance left you feeling parched.
Ironically, she was dressed modestly, her high-neck gown covering her completely.
Honey, you're here. Su Huaqiang's tongue trembled.
The formidable leader of the Axe Gang trembling like a leaf in front of his own woman. If word got out, it would be the stuff of legend.
Strangely enough, the others didn't mock Su Huaqiang. Instead, they stood trembling, holding their breath in fear. Even Jia Rennie was drenched in sweat.
He even secretly set down the wineglass in his hand.
This woman was Guan Shooting, Su Huaqiang's wife and the Axe Gang's matriarch.
Unlike Yan Xingfang and the others, Guan Shooting had considerable connections. Her grandfather was a retired high-ranking official with extensive connections. Back when Su Huaqiang was just a small-time thug, Guan Shooting defied her family's opposition and insisted on marrying him. She then helped him ascend to the leadership of the Axe Gang, guiding its steady growth and expansion. Truth be told, Guan Shooting was Su Huaqiang's true benefactor. Even now, much of the Axe Gang's business remains firmly in her hands. Unfortunately, after all these years, Su Huaqiang inevitably grew tired of the old and craved the new. Moreover, he grew increasingly dissatisfied with Guan Shooting's control over the gang's finances. That's why he turned to Yan Xingfang, using her as a conduit to run high-interest loans and build his own slush fund. These past few years, everything had gone smoothly. Behind Guan Shooting's back, Su Huaqiang effortlessly amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. But with Lin Dong's emergence, all of that vanished into thin air. Even his own woman betrayed him. Now, seeing Guan Shooting appear, he'd be crazy not to be afraid. You blind fools! Can't you see the boss's wife is here? What are you singing for? Get out of here! Jia Rennie shot a meaningful glance at the hostesses, signaling them to leave immediately. Guan Shooting snorted coldly, her face twisted in scorn. Why are you leaving? You two seem to be having such a good time. Honey, you've got the wrong idea. We weren't here to play, it was all to welcome Old Eagle. Su Huaqiang gave an awkward chuckle. That's right, we're throwing a welcome party for Eagle. Jia Rennie caught on immediately and chimed in, Sis, you didn't know? Eagle captured Lin Dong. What did you say? Guan Shooting froze for a moment. Then, her face lit up with delight. You mean that Lin Dong who beat up dozens of our Axe Gang members and swindled old Su out of 200 million? That's right, him. Although Su Huaqiang really didn't want to admit it. But the facts were undeniable. Upon hearing Lin Dong had been arrested, Guan Shooting nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Good for you. You finally did something decent. I heard that lately, that kid's been causing quite a stir. He even took down the 7 Stars gang. Our Axe Gang must be his next target. Looks like he's not so tough after all. Seeing Guan Shooting smile, Su Huaqiang exhaled deeply and said with a hint of flattery, Honey, we're going to strike it rich now. Just wait and see how I'll deal with him. Make him cough up every last penny of his fortune, with interest. Then all of Tianhai will be under the Axe Gang's rule, ha? Guan Shooting glanced at him and gave a cold smile. I hear that is in his hands too? I'm waiting for you to bring her over. At those words, Su Huaqiang immediately shut up, offering an awkward smile. The others trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. Guan Shooting glanced at them impatiently and waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Don't mind me. Get back to work. Phew. Hearing this, Su Huaqiang breathed a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to signal everyone to resume the music and dancing, a henchman suddenly stumbled in, bloodstains on his clothes. Bad news. Someone's broken through. Looks like it's Lin Dong. Chapter 215, Caught the Big Sister. What did you say? At the news, Su Huaqiang leapt to his feet. Beside him, Jia Rennie was utterly stunned. He hadn't even noticed the liquor had spilled all over his pants, soaking his crotch completely. Of course, it could also be that he'd peed himself in fright. It's fake. It has to be fake. Su Huaqiang, didn't you say Chen Laoying had already captured the person? Guan Shooting was both shocked and furious. Shocked that Lin Dong had found the Axe Gang's hideout and wouldn't let them off the hook. Anger surged at Su Huaqiang, who had heard the news and was now in a complete daze. Finally, Su Huaqiang snapped out of it after Guan Shooting's scolding. Jia Rennie, where are the men from the Black Tortoise Hall? Get them out there to block the door. Don't let Lin Dong in under any circumstances, or we'll all die. Quick, get the car ready. We can't stay here.
Su Huaxiang had no time to ponder why Chen Laoying had betrayed and deceived him. The urgent priority was to escape from here immediately. Every second that passed meant more danger. He had experienced firsthand just how ruthless Lin Dong could be. When Xiao Qinglong and Zhang Baowu were carried back, they were missing limbs, not even their third leg had been spared. If he went down, what fate awaited him? Beside him, Jia Runi was sweating profusely with anxiety. Brother Chang, all the capable men from the Black Tortoise Hall are out there. We still haven't heard from them. They might already be. Hearing this, Su Huaqiang's mind buzzed with realization. The gravity of the situation finally sank in. The entire Xuanwu Hall was outside, welcoming old Eagle Chen back in triumph. Yet here was Lin Dong breaking through their defenses, and still no sign of action from that group. It could only mean one thing: they were either dead or had surrendered. Damn it, you useless bunch. All that fine dining and women I treated you to, and this is how you repay me? When trouble hits, not a single one of you can be counted on. Su Huaxiang was so furious his head was spinning. Beside him, Guan Shooting was also boiling with rage. Now, the Axe Gang and Lin Dong were sworn enemies. If he fell into their hands, who knew what fate awaited him? What are you standing around for? Run! Run now! Guan Shooting shouted frantically. Su Huaqiang and Jia Runi snapped out of it and took off running toward the back door. Damn it! That bastard didn't even take me with him when he ran off. Just you wait until we get out, I'll show you. Guan Shooting lagged behind, watching Su Huaqiang's retreating figure in disarray, her anger boiling over. Just then, bang! The locked door was suddenly smashed open. Immediately after, a group of burly men stormed in. They wielded three-edged bayonets, still dripping with blood. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Guan Shooting was startled and froze in place. How did they get here so fast? Weren't they just at the door a moment ago? Before she could react, the two burly men charged toward her like they were scaling mountains, pinning her down on the table. Stay still. Don't move. What's a woman doing here? And dressed so nicely? I get it now. You must be the boss's wife from the Axe Gang, right? Su Haichao gave a cold smirk, his gaze roaming shamelessly over Guan Shooting's body, as if trying to see through her clothes. Beside him, Yu Dajiang kept swallowing hard, itching to pounce. To them, young, pretty girls held nowhere near the allure of a mature woman. More crucially, this was the Axe Gang boss's woman. Conquering her would bring a special sense of accomplishment. Surprisingly, however, after securing Guan Shooting, Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang merely gave her a few extra glances without making any further moves. This left Guan Shooting, who had braced herself for abuse, somewhat taken aback. Could it be that Lin Dong's men were of such high caliber? Were they all saints? Just as she was consumed by suspicion and confusion. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed. Guan Shooting couldn't help but lift her head. In her line of sight, a young man in his early 20s was slowly approaching her. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Brother Chang's woman, Sister Guan? Hello, Sister Guan. I'm Lin Dong. Lin Dong shot a glance at the two of them. The two immediately released Guan Shooting. Yet they remained stationed on either side, towering like iron pillars. You're Lin Dong? Guan Shooting's pupils contracted. She never imagined Lin Dong would be so young. In her mind, even if he was young, he couldn't possibly be that young. At the very least, he should be around 30. After all, both Chen Nanshan, the boss of the Seven Stars Gang, and Su Huaxiang, the boss of the Axe Gang, had spent over a decade climbing their way to the top. But judging by Lin Dong's appearance, he looked no older than 25 or 26. Moreover, he was clean as a whistle, not a single scratch or bruise on him. Either Lin Dong never got his hands dirty, relying entirely on his underlings to do the dirty work, or he was so skilled that no one could get close enough to harm him. Considering that even Chen Laoying had fallen to him, coupled with the reverence and awe Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang showed him, it could only be the latter. Look at yourselves, you've scared Sister Guan half to death. How many times have I told you? When you're out doing business, you must be polite and civilized, making people feel right at home. Make them feel at home? Guan Shooting bit her lip, inwardly ranting furiously. It seemed like they were the guests, and she was the host here, didn't she? Guan Shooting was no fool. Seeing Lin Dong wasn't rushing to act, she knew he had other plans. Since he needed her help, things would be much easier. The next moment, Guan Shooting smoothed her clothes, calming her restless heart, and looked at Lin Dong with a haughty gaze. Lin Dong watched her, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. At a time like this, she still dared to put on airs? Does she even know who she is? Old Su, Dajiang. I have some private matters to discuss with Sister Guan. You two, go guard the door outside. Don't let a single fly in. Yes, young Master Lin. Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang exchanged knowing grins, instantly understanding what Lin Dong intended to do. The last time Lin Dong had them guard the door was at Sunshine Garden. That time, Luo Yuzhu had been thoroughly roughed up. But Guan Shooting, with her ample bust and curvy hips, was bound to be tougher than Luo Yuzhu. What do you mean? Why are you looking at me like that? Guan Shooting sensed trouble brewing and instinctively tensed her body. But with the wall behind her, there was nowhere left to retreat. Moments later, the two men walked out and closed the door behind them. Lin Dong still wore a smile on his face when he suddenly lashed out with a slap. Smack! Guan Shooting clutched her face, eyes wide, stunned by the blow. You filthy, don't you know what kind of situation you're in? Still trying to put on airs with me? You're asking for it. Chapter 216, Conquering the Sister-in-Law. Smack! Guan Shooting stared wide-eyed at Lin Dong, utterly incredulous, as if she'd seen a ghost. Only when a stinging pain shot through her right cheek and visible swelling began to form did she realize she'd actually been struck. In the past, as Su Huaqiang's woman and the big sister of the Axe Gang, everyone gave her respect and treated her with courtesy. Yet this Lin Dong defied convention, delivering a sharp slap without a word. The sheer magnitude of this fall from grace was overwhelming for Guan Shooting, both physically and mentally. You dare hit me? Don't you know who I am? Facing Guan Shooting's accusation, Lin Dong flashed a dismissive smirk. Of course I know. But precisely because I know who you are, I'm going to beat the crap out of you. Me, Lin Dong, and your Axe Gang have never crossed paths. But you lot? You keep coming after me, trying to kill me. You really think I won't fight back, huh? The next moment, Lin Dong didn't care whether she was a woman or not. He delivered a brutal kick, sending Guan Shooting crashing to the ground. Ah! Guan Shooting hit the back of her head on the ground, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. But this was only the beginning. Staring at the woman before him, ripe and luscious like a peach, Lin Dong's eyes gleamed with a wicked light. This was the first time he'd encountered such a prime specimen. Though Guan Shooting and Song Roland were of similar age. The former was a lady born with a silver spoon in her mouth, while the latter was a woman raised in the countryside. The difference in their backgrounds was stark. More importantly, Guan Shooting had a special status. The mere thought of cuckolding Su Huaxiang sent every cell in Lin Dong's body tingling with excitement. Her age, her aura, her looks compared to Luo Yuzhu, she was far more deserving of the title Big Sister-in-Law. Yet whether as eldest sister or sister-in-law, both would tremble and flee at the sight of Lin Dong's ravenous, wolf-like gaze. Even a fool could see what this man wanted. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, if you dare touch me, Su Huaxiang and the Axe Gang won't let you off. Stop. Stop it right now. The more Guan Shooting threatened, the rougher Lin Dong's movements became, his expression growing more frenzied. Smack. Rip. Fight back. Fight back harder. This feels so much better. As for that Su Huaqiang and the Axe Gang you mentioned, you think they'll come save you? Dream on. Lin Dong chuckled, roughly ripping off Guan Shooting's coat while sending her constant suggestive glances. Hearing this, Guan Shooting's face paled instantly, her voice trembling. What do you mean? Impossible. I'm Su Huaqiang's wife. He couldn't abandon me. He'll come back with people to save me. Ha! Seeing this woman's foolishness, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. Then, he gave her delicate cheek a light slap. Since you asked, I'll let you die knowing. I've got people watching him. I know his every move. While you were wailing like a banshee, he was speeding down the highway. By now, he's probably already out of the city. Hearing this, Guan Shooting felt utterly hopeless. She knew Lin Dong was absolutely capable of such a thing. After all, the Seven Stars Gang's spectacular collapse was largely due to the mole Luo Yuzhu. With Lin Dong's methods, infiltrating one or two people into the Axe Gang would be a piece of cake, a breeze. But what baffled Guan Shooting was which high-ranking member of the Axe Gang had actually been bought off by Lin Dong. Su Huaxiang had always treated them well. Wait. Could it be him? A name suddenly flashed through Guan Shooting's mind. At that moment, Lin Dong had already stripped her bare, transforming her into a pristine, snow-white lamb. Gazing at her stunning figure, as flawless as white jade, and caressing her smooth, delicate skin, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Sis Guan, instead of worrying about a dead man, why not focus on yourself? Ha ha. No, don't. Guan Shooting suddenly snapped back to reality, her face filled with panic and dismay. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A piercing scream echoed through the entire hall, clear as day. Su Haichao and Yu Dajian, stationed outside the door, heard this blood-pumping sound and felt a surge of excitement. Once they got back, they'd definitely find a woman to vent their pent-up frustration on. In no time, the room was in disarray, littered with clothes torn off by the two of them. As for Guan Shooting, where was the dignified aura of the Axe Gang's boss's wife? She was panting heavily, her hair disheveled, drenched in sweat. Exhausted. So exhausted. It felt like she'd been beaten from head to toe. Yet, on Guan Shooting's face, what stood out most was an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and tenderness. After all these years with Su Huaxiang, this was the first time she'd realized doing something like this could feel so incredibly good. She finally understood the pleasure of being a woman. She even felt like her entire life up until now had been wasted. Her body betrayed her thoughts, fixating on the man before her. She licked her parched lips, craving another round. You. Just a moment ago, you were begging me not to touch you. Now you're clinging to me like your life depends on it? You women are all two-faced. Smack! Lin Dong slapped Guan Shooting's buttocks. Guan Shooting bit her lip lightly, unable to suppress a soft, pouty moan. But the more Lin Dong bullied her like this, the more she felt a thrill and pleasure running through her from head to toe. As if begging, hit me, don't stop. Noticing Guan Shooting's expectant expression, Lin Dong was startled inside. Did this woman have some kind of special fetish? Why was she getting more into it the more he hit her? Soon, Lin Dong figured it out. Women are drawn to strength. The more unapproachable and untouchable a woman seemed, the more unsatisfied she felt, needing an even stronger man to conquer her. Throughout the Axe gang, who didn't know that Su Huaxiang followed Guan Shooting's every command, doing whatever she asked? To her, he was nothing but a servant, not a husband. In contrast, Lin Dong didn't treat her like his woman at all, treating her however he pleased. Ironically, this made Guan Shooting feel conquered, instantly transforming her into a clingy little bird. Sister Guan, who's more formidable, me or your husband? Lin Dong smiled as he lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, his expression playful. Guan Shooting's cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, a wave of heat washing over her body. Of course it's you. That old geezer's been useless for ages. Ha! Lin Dong chuckled and nodded. Very good. In that case, you should know what to do next, right? Chapter 217, Su Huaxiang is as good as dead. Guan Shooting's eyes flickered, still seeming hesitant. Before, Lin Dong had forced her, now he was asking her to act willingly. The nature of the situation was entirely different. Suddenly betraying a decades-long marriage was something she couldn't accept all at once. Seeing this, Lin Dong let out a soft chuckle. Su Huaxiang doesn't want you anymore. Why are you still concerned about him? For all we know, he's probably hoping you'll just die already so he can find someone younger to play with. Guan Shooting's psychological defenses crumbled instantly. In the past, she had caught Su Huaxiang cheating on her more than once. Later, he grew even more brazen, openly keeping Yin Qingfang by his side. This proved that, to Su Huaxiang, she had long since lost her charm. Everything she'd done for him and the Axe Gang had been nothing but wishful thinking. Was such a man truly worth any further sacrifice? The answer was clearly no. Guan Shooting shook her head, letting go of the past. Her gaze hardened with unprecedented resolve. I understand, Lin Dong. I will hand over all the assets and businesses under the Axe Gang's name to you. But I have one demand: Su Huaxiang must be eliminated. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny. Whoa! Lin Dong sucked in a sharp breath, stunned by the venomous heart of this woman. One moment he'd been hesitating whether to remain pure for Su Huaxiang. The next second, he wanted to kill her. Her change of heart was faster than turning a page. But great minds think alike. Taking Su Huaxiang down was something Lin Dong absolutely had to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Alright, I agree. Rest assured, even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I have ways to track him down. He won't get away. Within a day, you'll receive news of Su Huaxiang's death. Guan Shooting's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing Lin Dong's resolute and confident demeanor, she was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected him to agree so readily. This proved he possessed absolute confidence and complete certainty. He planned meticulously before acting, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. This young man was far more formidable than Chen Nanshan and Su Huaxiang. At that moment, Guan Shooting's expression grew complex. She resented being born a decade too early. If only she had met Lin Dong back then instead of that good-for-nothing Su Huaxiang. Alright, snap out of it. My guys will be coming in soon. You don't want them to see you naked, do you? Or are you just a who loves being watched? Lin Dong's lips curved upward as his hands roamed over her exquisitely curved body, reluctant to let go. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Guan Shooting's face flushed crimson. She quickly grabbed a jacket and pulled it over herself. Tell your people to back off. Don't come in. Lin Dong was, after all, a big shot. Even if he took advantage of her, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Those mud-legged peasants outside? They weren't worthy of even touching her body. Forget touching, they weren't even allowed to look. Watching Guan Shooting frantically pull on her clothes, Lin Dong smiled faintly. With this woman on his side, the Axe Gang would truly be a name and name only. Now, all he needed to do was eliminate Su Huaxiang, the current boss. After that, he would become the undisputed underground emperor. The thought filled Lin Dong with a flood of emotions. 2 months ago, he was just a common worker, cramming onto buses every day. Now, he had ascended to the top in one fell swoop, becoming a man above men. Not only did he now command a fortune worth tens of billions, but he also had hundreds of underlings at his beck and call, wielding power to bend the world to his will. Now, once Su Huaxiang is dead, we can start planning the victory banquet. Meanwhile, on a street in southern Tianhai City, a Range Rover was speeding recklessly down the road. Faster! Faster! I told you to drive faster. Are you deaf?
In the back seat, a man in his 50s gripped his dragon head cane, relentlessly pounding the driver's back as he frantically urged him on. His face and features were contorted with terror and panic. It seemed as though he might suffer a heart attack at any moment. Without a doubt, this man was none other than Su Huaxiang, the leader of the Axe Gang. Beside him, aside from the driver, only Jia Rennie remained. "Boss, don't worry. This is already the fastest we can go. And we'll be out of Tianhai soon. Once we're gone, it'll be like a dragon diving into the sea. No one will ever find you." Jia Rennie patiently reassured him from the side, like a kindergarten teacher soothing a child. Soon, his words took effect. Su Huaqiang's tense mood gradually settled. Then he let out a long sigh. "Rennie, it's over. Everything's over. My Axe Gang, my fortune worth hundreds of millions gone." At this point, Su Huaqiang's face was twisted with hatred and despair. Yet, he could do nothing about it. Because now, he was powerless to turn back the tide. Not only were his men dead or wounded, but his entire fortune had fallen into Lin Dong's hands. Ah, what can you do when you run into such a ruthless bastard? Who knows where that kid Lin Dong crawled out from? In just 2 months, he stirred up so much trouble and gathered so many followers that even the Seven Stars gang has been knocked out. At least you're still alive. I heard Chen Nanshan was shot dead by his own men. What? Su Huaxiang knew Chen Nanshan was dead, but he didn't know his own men had killed him. As for why? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Everyone wanted to grab their share and run, and the spoils weren't divided fairly. Thinking of this, Su Huaxiang looked at Jia Rennie with a touch of emotion. "Rennie, you've proven your loyalty. I never misjudged you. Of all the Axe Gang members, you're the only one who stood by me until the end. I want to thank you for that." Jia Rennie instantly looked both startled and frightened. "You flatter me, boss. I've only done what I should. Isn't loyalty and righteousness what our Axe Gang stands for?" Su Huaxiang nodded firmly. The next moment, Jia Rennie looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Boss, now that it's just the two of us left, tell me straight, how much money do you have left to recruit new members?" "Don't get me wrong, I just hope the Axe Gang can make a comeback soon," Jia Rennie said in a conciliatory tone. Su Huaxiang hesitated for a moment, then stammered, "Why do you care about this? Is this something you should be asking about? If you get me to a safe location, you'll definitely get your share of the rewards." A flash of cold malice flickered in Jia Rennie's eyes. Even now, this old dog still kept secrets from him. What a waste of his unwavering loyalty. He had even considered truly fleeing far away with Su Huaxiang, gathering a new group to make a comeback. But now it seemed utterly pointless. Recalling Yan Xingfang's earlier call and the terms she'd offered, Jia Rennie finally made his decision. While Su Huaxiang wasn't paying attention, he secretly sent Yan Xingfang a text message. "The package has arrived. Be sure to check for it." Chapter 218, At the End of the Road. Finally out of the city. "Boss, the safe house is almost here, that building up ahead. Inside are new documents. They'll let you start over with a clean slate." Inside the Range Rover. A sly gleam flashed in Jia Rennie's eyes as he pointed to a small bungalow ahead and offered a warning. Phew! Hearing this, Su Huaxiang, who had been boiling with rage moments ago, finally exhaled deeply. His complexion visibly improved. Exhausted both physically and mentally, he had no energy left to antagonize Lin Dong. All he wanted now was to take his last stash of cash and retire to the ends of the earth. Just then, Jia Rennie's expression suddenly changed. Clutching his stomach, he cried out. "It hurts. It hurts like hell. Stop the car. Quick!" Su Huaqiang's gaze froze, looking at Jia Rennie with confusion. This guy was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly have an attack? But seeing the sweat beading on his forehead, it didn't seem fake. "Rennie, what's wrong with you?" "I can't hold it anymore, Brother Chang. My stomach hurts so bad, I can barely hold it in." Bang! Bang! Jia Rennie frantically pounded on the car door, yanking at the handle, desperate to jump out. At the same time, Su Huaxiang caught a whiff of a strong urine smell mixed with a pungent stench. He couldn't help but cover his nose. Damn it, he's going to pee and poop in the car. Damn it! Why now of all times? What bad luck! Alright. Pull over quickly and let him take care of it down there. Seeing that the car had already left the city limits and no pursuers were in sight along the way, Su Huaqiang's heart, which had been in his throat, gradually settled. In his view, Lin Dong was surely busy taking over the Axe Gang's nightclub operations and assets right now, with no time to bother with him. Besides, no matter how far Lin Dong's reach extended, he couldn't possibly predict the future and track them down in the middle of nowhere. In other words, he was safe now. Squeak! At Su Huaqiang's signal, the driver pulled the car to the side of the road. Jia Rennie swiftly opened the door and darted out in a flash. Without a second thought for appearances, he squatted down right in front of the two men. Soon after, the sound of diarrhea-like noises quickly followed. Phew! That feels better. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a cold gleam flashed in Su Huaqiang's eyes as he abruptly ordered, "Drive." What? The driver froze, instinctively protesting, Brother Chang, Jia Tangju is still down there.
Shouldn't we wait for him? Wait my ass. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Who knows if Lin Dong might come after us.
Besides, one more person means splitting my earnings.
Don't you want to make more? Hearing this, the driver's eyes lit up.
Without waiting for Jia Reni to pull up his pants, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped off in a flash. Seeing this, Jia Reni felt a chill run through his body.
Damn it, I knew Su Huashan couldn't be trusted. Good thing I kept a backup plan. Otherwise, this would have ended badly. Su, since you've shown no mercy, don't blame me for returning the favor.
The next moment, Jia Reni frantically dialed a number, his heart pounding wildly.
The call connected almost immediately. Yes, is this Boss Lin? It's Jia Reni. Sister Fawn told me to call you. Haha, so it's you, Jia. What's up? Hearing that voice, Jia Reni exhaled deeply. Yet he couldn't wait to blurt out, Su Huashan has already left the city. He's heading to your designated location right now. Well done, Jia. Once Su Huashang is dealt with, you'll receive every penny promised. Then I'll thank you, Boss Lin.
The call ended, and Jia Reni's face lit up with joy. At the same time, he felt a lingering sense of dread. Thankfully, he had gotten off the car early. Otherwise, if he'd fallen into Lin Dong's hands, he'd have been skinned alive if not killed outright. It turned out that Jia, the head of the Xuanwu Hall, had long been bribed by Yen Qingfang and had become Lin Dong's informant. Every move Su Huashang made was under Lin Dong's control. Right now, Su Huashang was marching toward the so-called safe house, following Lin Dong's carefully laid plan. Little did he know that place would become his grave. Minutes later, Su Huashan finally arrived at the safe house Jia Reni had mentioned. He rushed inside, confirmed it was empty, and saw several fake IDs on the table. He let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Dong, what good are all your schemes? I'm just too lucky to die. To have escaped this situation truly, heaven has blessed me. Su Huachan's face glowed with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. Then, overcome with emotion, he slapped the driver on the shoulder. You're a good kid. You've worked hard all this time. Brother Chang, you're too kind. Serving you is my duty. Alright, then I'll trouble you to do one last thing for me. The next moment, Su Huashang suddenly pulled a pistol from his pocket and aimed it at the driver's head. Die. What? The driver's eyes widened in shock, his mind going blank. He never imagined Su Huashang could be so ruthless even his own people weren't spared. Had he known this would be the outcome, he never would have fled with Su Huashang. Alas, there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Bang! With the crack of a gunshot, only one person remained standing in the room. Su Huashang stared expressionlessly at the corpse on the floor. Brother, don't blame me. Dead men tell no tales. Su Huashang quickly grabbed the clothes and ID from the table, preparing to flee in his car. But then, a scene that made his scalp tingle unfolded. This door, why won't it open? Damn it! Who locked the door from the outside? Su Huashang was sweating profusely with anxiety. When he came in, he had clearly checked already there was no one around. What was going on now? In his panic, Su Huashan pulled the trigger, firing several shots in quick succession. Even after emptying his magazine, the door showed no sign of opening. Just then, a sneer of contempt suddenly rang out. Don't waste your effort, Brother Chang. This door's chained shut. Unless you riddle it with bullets, it won't budge. Who's speaking? Su Huashan froze as if struck by lightning, turning toward the sound. He noticed the TV had turned on at some point, revealing a familiar face on the screen. Lin Dong? In an instant, Su Huashan understood everything. You bastard. You set me up? This place was your plan? You only figured it out now? I thought you might have grown some brains, but turns out you're even dumber than before. Click. Su Huashan, enraged, raised his gun only to discover it was empty. With nowhere left to turn, Su Huashan looked at the screen in despair, his face twisted in anguish. Lin Dong, I'm already in this state. What more do you want from me? Facing Su Huachan's plea, Lin Dong feigned helplessness and shook his head. Sorry, Brother Chang, I really want to let you off the hook, but some people won't agree. Honey, why don't you tell him?